In the vicinity of Baozi Mountain, there resided a child clad in blue, clutching a stick in one hand and chewing on a blade of grass, leisurely reclining on the ground. He possessed large, expressive eyes, a round cherubic face, and hair styled in a spiky manner reminiscent of crab, unmistakably revealing his mischievous nature. This child was none other than the quintessential character from Dragon Ball, Son Wukong. However, at this moment, he was merely an innocent little lad, still in his formative years. Furthermore, this incarnation of Son Wukong was not the same as the original the year prior. A boy from the parallel world of launching had leaped into his body, inheriting not only Son Wukong's memories, but also commandeering his robust physique. He quickly grasped that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, endowed with the formidable combat prowess of a Saiyan, making a piece of cake to navigate his new reality. Bulma, Launch, Android 18, and even the angelic Bados. Oh, what a delight! Just as Son Wukong was reveling in his newfound existence, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation in his stomach. Fortunately, Baozi Mountain was his domain, allowing him to find a patch of grass to pull out a water gun, intending to water the flora. However, he abruptly shouted, "Is this what a Saiyan size is like at this age? Where's my 18-centimeter ruler? Why wasn't it brought along?" The transmigrated Son Wukong was utterly disheartened, feeling dejected at the prospect of being without the Rui Jingu Bang. What kind of Son Wukong was he without it? Perhaps things would change once he matured? He could only place his hopes on the future, for otherwise, he would have to rely on the Shenlong. But if this were to reach the ears of the gods, it would surely elicit laughter. Just as Son Wukong pondered these matters, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Saiyan Offspring System. Binding Saiyan Offspring System. Binding successful. Ding! The Saiyan Offspring System encourages the revival of the Saiyan race. By successfully producing Saiyan descendants, rewards await. Ding! Collaborate with notable characters from the original manga for greater rewards in the revival of the Saiyans. A novice gift pack has been issued. It appeared that he had transformed into the protagonist of a novel from his past life, complete with a system as standard equipment. With the system's assistance, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Originally, Son Wukong had devised a training regimen similar to his former self, enduring hardships before savoring sweetness, and eventually bringing Bulma, an android, 18 into his life. He would have to rely on marriage and procreation to pass the time. Though this little body poses a challenge, it seems I shall have to seek the Shenlong's assistance. Son Wukong contemplated earnestly, soon formulating a plan. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, not utilizing the Shenlong's power would be a waste. When the time came, he could simply wish for a stainless steel kidney, and all would be well. In the subsequent year, Son Wukong diligently trained, for in order to wish for growth into adulthood, he would first need to gather the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls were not easily found. In the original manga, Son Wukong and Bulma endured great trials to summon the Shenlong, ultimately thwarted by Oolong. However, such a misfortune would not occur again. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and the first step towards the revival of the Saiyans was about to commence. Do-do-do, a small vehicle zipped along the mountain road, and Son Wukong heard the sound from afar. A smile crept across his face. "Bulma, my dear Bulma, you've finally arrived. Do you know how I've endured this past year?" Without a moment's hesitation, Son Wukong sprang up and bounded towards the vehicle emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo. Without a second thought, he darted in front of Bulma's car. Bulma, taken by surprise at the sudden appearance of a child on the mountain road, slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. In a panic, she attempted to steer away, only to forget that a cliff loomed beside her. "Ah!" Bulma screamed, fearing for her life. At that critical juncture, Son Wukong seized the vehicle, forcefully pressing it down to the ground. No matter how the wheels spun, the car remained steadfast. Soon it came to a halt. Bulma, shaken, opened the car door and stepped out, eyeing the child with the tail before her, instantly becoming cautious, drawing a gun from her pocket and aiming it at Son Wukong. What are you?" Son Wukong, displeased, retorted, "Humph. I am not a monster. Your car nearly hit me, and I just saved you." Observing his adorable demeanor, Bulma softened, lowering her guard, and crouched to inquire, "Little one, what is your name? And how do you have a tail?" As 16-year-old Bulma bent down, Son Wukong caught a glimpse of her fair midriff, a a sight hard to resist. The Bulma before him was even more alluring than in the manga, carrying a subtle fragrance. Hey, little one, your tail isn't fake, is it? You wouldn't happen to be a monkey, would you? Why is your tail so stiff? Son Wukong hastily snatched his tail back from Bulma's grasp. This tail was far too unruly. What's so strange about having a tail? Don't you have one? Son Wukong's words prompted Bulma to chuckle, teasing him for being a country bumpkin who had never encountered girls. After all, how could a girl possibly have a tail? She had heard that only boys possess such features, and from her readings, tails were not meant to sprout from behind. Yet, Son Wukong's tail not only sprouted from behind, but was also furry, appearing quite peculiar. However, Bulma reconsidered. In this world, there were beings with wolf heads and human bodies, so she found it less strange to be, by the way, little brother, you still haven't told me your name. Why are you all alone in the mountains? I am Son Wukong. Son Wukong? What odd name. By the way, I am Bulma. Son Wukong mused inwardly. Who are you to criticize my name? Bulma's name sounds like a feminine undergarment in Japanese. Mine is far better. Though he held disdain in his heart, his face portrayed innocence and naivety. Your name is lovely. By the way, this place is called Bowsy Mountain, and the entire mountain belongs to my grandfather. The entire mountain belongs to your family? Bulma responded with astonishment. Surprised? That was just the beginning. He scrutinized Bulma closely, sensing a twinge of apprehension in her. Yet, her singular focus was on the Dragon Balls. She was determined to find them and fulfill her wish. So, have you seen one? If you have, take me to find it, and I'll give you a grand reward. A grand reward? Son Wukong contemplated the situation earlier and let out a sigh. This little one was rather endearing. I have seen it. It was left by my grandfather and is currently in my dwelling. Really? Bulma exclaimed, brimming with excitement. For this Dragon Ball, she had endured numerous hardships. The Dragon Ball radar indicated it was right in Bowsy Mountain. She had initially thought it would take days to locate, only to discover it was so easily in the possession of this boy named Son Wukong. Then take me to see it. Son Wukong nodded, feigning a difficult expression, saying, I can, but it's a bit far from here, and I'm feeling a bit tired. Bulma, falling for the ruse, opened the car door, saying, Get in, I'll take you. I'm a skilled driver. Son Wukong shook his head, appearing distressed. I get car sick. Bulma, seeing this predicament, promptly produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground, which immediately released a plume of white smoke, revealing a motorcycle. Such was the power of technology. Truly, she was a prominent figure in the Capsule Corporation. Although her mind might not be fully aware yet, she certainly had an abundance of capsules at her disposal. A motorcycle. How delightful. Son Wukong had perused comics and was already aware that Bulma possessed a motorcycle. This contraption was far swifter than a car. Why not give this a try? I assure you, it won't make you dizzy, Bulma suggested, transforming the bike back into its capsule and then mounting it, addressing Son Wukong. All right, I'll give it a go. Without hesitation, Son Wukong leapt onto the motorcycle, wrapping his small hands around Bulma's slender waist, his face nestled against her back, absorbing her warmth. Could you not get so close? Bulma responded somewhat exasperatedly, feeling that this little imp was rather peculiar and somewhat precocious. If I don't cling close, I'll be frightened. Son Wukong disregarded her words, inching even closer. Bulma, if we delay any longer, that Dragon Ball will be lost. What more could Bulma say? In a fit of frustration, she pressed the accelerator and surged forward. Her intention was merely to startle little Wukong, but it inadvertently provided him with an opportunity. Ah! Son Wukong feigned a loud scream, his hands instinctively wandering upward, then clenching tightly. This motorcycle has splendid lights. What are you doing? Bulma, caught off guard, nearly tumbled off the cliff. She never anticipated this little rascal to be so audacious. Who told you to drive so fast? I already said I'm scared, Son Wukong retorted, his tone tinged with grievance. Did I? I'll ride a bit slower, but you, let go of me. Bulma conceded. Yet, Son Wukong only tightened his grip. Don't speak, Bulma, we're about to turn. The terrain of Bowsy Mountain was intricate, the path rugged, and the journey was fraught with jolts and thrills. Son Wukong often cried out in fright, while Bulma, equally agitated, yelled back in annoyance. Their future held promise. Eventually, Under little Yukong's guidance, they navigated numerous twists and turns and finally arrived. Son Wukong jumped off the motorcycle, landing steadily, and upon turning back, he noticed Bulma's cheeks flushed. As a young woman in the bloom of youth, she had never faced such indignities, especially being clutched so tightly by a child younger than herself, leaving her with a lingering ache. This little rascal, I almost lost my patience and shot him. Bulma fumed inwardly, yet he truly appeared to be nothing more than a mere child. Could she truly hold a grudge against a little one? Fortunately, Bulma followed Son Wukong into the nearby dwelling. Her gaze immediately fell upon the Dragon Ball enshrined upon the table, gleaming with 4 stars. It was the 4-star Dragon Ball. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball, Bulma swiftly cast aside her earlier displeasure. After all, nothing was more paramount than locating the Dragon Ball. Joyfully, she approached, cradling the Dragon Ball in her hands as if it were a precious treasure. It's truly a Dragon Ball. How wonderful, Son Wukong! Bulma exclaimed with delight. However, Son Wukong remained composed. After all, where in the world could one obtain a Dragon Ball without any cost? Did she believe she could leave without offering something in return today? Bulma, not considering the gravity of the situation, assumed Son Wukong was merely a mountain child raised by his grandfather. Perhaps it was simply due to his lack of exposure to girls that he behaved so recklessly. Dealing with such a little rascal was surely within her capabilities. Chapter 2: The First Encounter with Bulma. Deceiving her into bearing offspring. Upon realizing this, Bulma smiled triumphantly and approached Son Wukong, feigning a delicate and helpless demeanor. Dear boy, could you let me play with the ball? No. Son Wukong firmly rejected her, leaving Bulma momentarily stunned. What? Is this a joke? This lad can actually resist my charm? Regaining her composure, Bulma contemplated Son Wukong's earlier actions, deducing that his gestures were likely mere words, and he would not easily yield. Therefore, she decided to take a different approach. Bulma lifted her short skirt, revealing her fair and delicate skin. If you give me the orb, I'll let you touch it. How does that sound? Really? Bulma's tactic proved effective, and she quietly rejoiced. Humph. This little boy is quite easy to manipulate. Of course, I keep my promises. All right. Son Wukong agreed without hesitation, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Bulma's heart sank, fearing the situation might take a turn for the worse. But it was too late. She could only shout, "Stop! I meant with my hand." With that, Bulma drew her gun and fired, bringing this farce to an abrupt end. Although Son Wukong remained baffled as to why her gun could fire sparks like a Gatling gun, he was relieved that being a Saiyan spared him from a dire fate. Why aren't you afraid of the gun? In truth, the moment Bulma fired, she regretted it. She had no intention of harming Son Wukong, acting solely on instinct for self-preservation. After all, if she didn't stop him soon, her grassland would be utterly ruined. Humph, you intended to kill me, Son Wukong exclaimed, feigning anger. While he had indeed crossed a line, he was not inherently rash. It was merely his first encounter with Bulma that stirred impulsive behavior. Apologetically, Bulma said, "I'm sorry." Witnessing her sincerity, Son Wukong graciously forgave her, thinking that when he grew up, he would surely repay her with double the bullets. Supercharged. You are certainly not like ordinary children. You are quite impressive, Bulma noted, her mind now spinning with new thoughts. With only 3 Dragon Balls found, the journey ahead would be far more challenging. Wouldn't it be much easier to have a formidable ally like Son Wukong by her side? As for the price, Bulma had her own calculations, but she doubted this child could stir any significant trouble. Son Wukong, would you like to join your sister on an adventure? Bulma inquired. Son Wukong, feeling a bit gloomy, was preoccupied not by anything in particular, but by the fleeting moment earlier. Although it lasted but an instant, he had tasted the vastness of the ocean, yet felt utterly powerless. Who could comprehend such agony? No, he needed to gather all the Dragon Balls quickly. As he regained his focus, he heard Bulma inviting him to search for them together. Of course, Son Wukong replied without hesitation. Across the boundless desert, a jeep emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo sped by. Wukong, didn't you say you get car sick? Bulma remarked helplessly, glancing at him. Comfortably reclining in the passenger seat with his hands behind his head, the wind tousling his hair. You must have misheard. How could I get car sick? Son Wukong lazily replied. Humph, I didn't miss here. You are deceiving me. How annoying. You never speak a word of truth. I warn you. If you pull a stunt like you did on the motorcycle again. And what if I do? Bulma pondered, realizing that with Suin Wukong's fearlessness even in the face of a gun, she could hardly threaten him. With a huff, Bulma fell silent. Soon, the sun set over the desert, and after a long day of travel, Bulma felt weary. She halted the vehicle, retrieved a capsule, and tossed it forward, instantly conjuring a luxurious mansion. Awestruck by the capsule's magic, akin to ninjutsu, she marveled at the spacious three-bedroom layout. How about that? You've spent your life on the mountain. Never seen such marvels, have you? Bulma beamed with pride upon witnessing Suin Wukong's astonished expression, relishing her victory for once. Entering the house, they found it fully equipped with a kitchen, bathroom, sofa, and bed, everything one could desire. Is Bulma hinting at something? Suin Wukong mused, realizing his current predicament and letting out a resigned sigh, deciding it best to rest early. After all, dreams can fulfill anything. The kitchen, bathroom, sofa, and that large bed would surely be unlocked with Bulma in the future. However, now was not the time. Suin Wukong understood this well. Bulma possessed a unique charm at various stages of her life. Presently, with flowing green hair at 16, she exuded youthful innocence, akin to the girl next door. By the time of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, she would transform into a graceful and voluptuous beauty, radiating the allure of a mature woman, reminiscent of ripe cherries. When the Saiyans invaded, Bulma remained stunning, merely opting for a chic bob that accentuated her mature and sensual appearance, captivating all who beheld her. Most impressively, she cared deeply for her husband. Despite Vegeta's lethargy, Bulma secretly wished upon the dragon to rejuvenate him, even contemplating enhancing his posterior, an understanding that required no further explanation. Thus, it was evident that Bulma was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for a wife. Of course, Suin Wukong traversed dimensions to fulfill the longings of Dragon Ball fans for the Wubu pairing, not due to age. Bulma headed straight to the fridge, casually pulling out a bottle of cola. The refreshing fizzy drink banished all her worries. Suin Wukong, observing, looked bewildered. What about mine? Bulma retorted. If you want a drink, fetch it yourself. Suin Wukong shrugged it off. After all, they would eventually become family, so what was there to be upset about? He grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge as well. While sipping, he inquired, Bulma, what do you seek the Dragon Balls for? Bulma shyly smiled, hesitating before saying, that's a secret for girls. Humph, Suin Wukong scoffed. If you hadn't said anything, I might have remained oblivious. He recalled from the original manga that Bulma sought the Dragon Balls to find a Prince Charming, only for her wish to be mistakenly granted, resulting in a pair of unknown underwear. Seeing Bulma's expectant expression, it was clear that at her age, she still harbored many unrealistic fantasies, unaware of the harshness of reality. But that was all right. He would help fulfill the wishes that had gone ungranted in the past. After chatting for a while, Bulma produced the Dragon Radar, which displayed a blinking indicating the location of the next Dragon Ball. And how many have you gathered so far? 3. Just 4 more to make a wish. Bulma replied, yawning as she stretched her arms, clearly exhausted from the day. Suin Wukong also appeared weary. Perhaps we should take a shower and rest early, Bulma suggested. A shower? Just mentioning it makes me wide awake. Suin Wukong's eyes brightened as he eagerly followed her into the bathroom. As Bulma began to undress, Suin Wukong unexpectedly followed her in, hastily jumping into the bathtub and exclaiming, you can't be thinking. Suin Wukong nodded, his eyes brimming with innocence. Then you should undress first. With a resigned sigh, Bulma gazed at the small Suin Wukong, thinking it should be harmless. But, I meant for you to take off your clothes, not to be completely naked. Suin Wukong stood there entirely unclothed, leaving Bulma speechless, particularly drawn to his little endowment. She shifted her gaze away, and Suin Wukong successfully settled into the bathtub. Bulma diligently bathed Wukong, particularly focusing on his tail. She found it amusing and took her time playing with it. Wukong, feeling somewhat perplexed, wondered what was so entertaining about a tail. However, he couldn't let himself lose out, could he? Soon, a shrill scream echoed from the bathroom. After a night passed, Wukong, being a trained martial artist, woke up early. He glanced at the still sleeping Bulma beside him. Last night, he had exerted considerable effort to persuade Bulma to share the bed. He even vowed that crossing any boundaries would make him less than a beast. Ultimately, he kept his promise and did nothing. Yet, they hadn't agreed to abstain from any activities that morning. Observing the unsuspecting Bulma, Wukong stepped forward and, mimicking the antics of little Wukong from the comics, playfully tapped her. By the time Bulma awoke, it was nearly noon. "Wukong, what kind of look is that?" she asked, stretching lazily in bed. Wukong pretended as if nothing was amiss. "Oh, you look so lovely just waking up." Flattered by Wukong's compliment, Bulma couldn't resist and rushed into the bathroom without even checking herself. After freshening up and getting dressed, she exclaimed, "Hey, Wukong, you have some hair by your mouth, and it's curly. Quite strange." Bulma reached out and plucked the hair from Wukong's face. "This isn't a beard, is it? Could it be your hair?" Wukong quickly nodded. "Yes, it's hair." "Haha, you're so clever, Bulma. You've discovered my recent hair loss." Bulma regarded Wukong's thick head of hair with a hint of skepticism. If it wasn't a beard, then it must indeed be hair. Not pondering it further, she stepped outside to tidy up the house. She retrieved the vehicle capsule, but it refused to start. "What's wrong?" Wukong inquired. "Perhaps I drove too fast yesterday and forgot to refuel. Now it won't budge." Bulma's expression darkened, for they were surrounded by a desert, and walking was not an option. "By the way, where's your motorcycle? I could ride that." "Humph, I discarded the motorcycle capsule long ago." "Don't even think about it," Bulma retorted angrily, unwilling to grant Wukong any further opportunities. He appeared innocent, but was anything but simple. "But how will we get out of the desert?" Wukong posed the crucial question. Bulma froze, realizing the enormity of the situation. The desert was vast, and they had no idea how to navigate it. She knelt down, tears streaming. "Wah, I'm still so young, and I've never even had a boyfriend. I don't want to die here." Chapter 3 Wukong. "How about letting me be your boyfriend before you die?" "Don't be anxious. I have a plan." Bulma's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "How about letting me be your boyfriend before you die? That way, your wish will be fulfilled. Go die?" Bulma was speechless. Even at such a moment, Wukong was still joking. Just as she felt disheartened, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, and the roar of a motorcycle echoed. "Help is coming." Wukong and Bulma exchanged excited glances. Shortly after, a hovering motorcycle sped towards them, appearing right before their eyes. The vehicle rushed forward like lightning, seemingly about to collide with them. But it swerved dramatically at the last moment, skidding to a halt right in front of them. A man and a cat emerged from the vehicle. The man was tall and dressed in a shirt emblazoned with the character for joy, while the cat astonishingly floated in the air, capable of flight. Bulma stared at the man. Instantly smitten, "He's so handsome." Meanwhile, Wukong fumed with jealousy. "Humph, when I grow up, I'll definitely be much more handsome than this guy. He's just Yamcha, a guy who loves to fart." Yamcha, observing the two before him, deemed their combat abilities utterly insignificant and smugly declared, "I am the chief bandit of this desert, Yamcha. This mountain belongs to me, and these trees were planted by me. If you wish to pass through, you must pay the toll." Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression soured immediately. She had thought such a handsome man might be a good person, only to discover he was asking for money right away. "With such a beautiful girl before you, is all you think about money? Are you even human?" Meanwhile, Wukong, with his hands clasped behind his head, remained unfazed. At that moment, even the originally weak Wukong, with a power level of 10, had trained hard over the past year and raised his strength to 15. Taking on someone like Yamcha would be a piece of cake. Yamcha, noticing the girl and boy before him showing no fear, grew increasingly irate. "Can you not understand my words?" Bulma bent down and whispered to Wukong, "Wukong, can you beat him?" Of course. Seeing Wukong's unwavering confidence, Bulma felt reassured. She still had many treasures in her capsules, all reserved for future Dragon Ball quests. "Little brat, do you look down on me, Yamcha? Then let me test your mettle." Wukong sighed, realizing that if he didn't teach this Yamcha a lesson, he would never comprehend his own limitations. Sadly, this might be the pinnacle of Yamcha's arrogance. Wukong assumed a fighting stance, and Yamcha immediately sensed a powerful aura emanating from him. This aura was exceptionally steady, entirely unlike that of a mere child. Yamcha, the cat, pure, suddenly felt an ominous premonition, sensing they had encountered a formidable opponent today. Had it known this would happen, it wouldn't have used transformation techniques to appease Yamcha last night. Pure regretted its actions, having dedicated much effort to help Yamcha overcome his fear of women. Remembering how wild Yamcha had been last night, Pure felt a mix of sweetness and remorse. They had known each other for a long time, with Pure following Yamcha since graduating from kindergarten. They had traversed many places together before settling in this desert. Unless something unexpected occurred, Pure would remain by Yamcha's side for the rest of its life. As Pure reminisced about their sweet past, Wukong and Yamcha had already begun their duel. Yamcha charged forward without hesitation, throwing a powerful punch toward Wukong. Wukong deftly dodged, swiftly pivoting in midair and delivering a fierce shoulder charge to Yamcha. This move landed heavily on Yamcha's chest, sending him flying away. Truly, a legendary martial technique. It was astounding. Yamcha cried out in pain as he soared through the air, landing several meters away. What a disgrace. How utterly humiliating. Yamcha stood up, brushing off the dust, furious that he, the notorious bandit of the desert, had been bested by a mere child. How would he ever show his face again? Humph. Little brat, I acknowledge you have some skill, but now Yamcha will get serious. You better be prepared. As he spoke, Yamcha assumed a battle stance. What is that? Bulma thought, seeing Yamcha exude a wild aura akin to a feral wolf. Hee, Yamcha is unleashing his true abilities. That little brat is doomed, Pure said gleefully. This was a technique Yamcha had learned during his youth while battling wolves. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha roared, lunging at Wukong like a famished wolf. Wukong could even hear the howls of wolves within the gust of wind from Yamcha's punch. What excellent martial arts. Wukong couldn't help but praise, recognizing that although Yamcha lacked strength and ranked 6th among the Z fighters, he still possessed creativity. However, the gap between them could not be bridged merely through ingenuity. With a sharp gaze, Wukong quickened his speed, dodging left and right, and not a single Wolf Fang Fist landed on him. How is this possible? Pu'er was so astonished that he could scarcely utter a word. In the midst of battle, Yamcha wore a face of sheer disbelief. His Wolf Fang Fist had never missed its mark before. Who on earth was this young lad before him? Could he truly be the fabled monster? Before he could fully process the situation, Suin Wukong launched his counterattack. With a sudden push from the ground, his body soared into the air, delivering a spinning kick that struck Yamcha squarely in the unguarded abdomen. Oh no, I was careless. Yamcha had no time to regret his oversight before Suin Wukong slapped him across the face, sending 2 of his front teeth flying and even breaking the fangs of his Wolf Fang Fist. Thud. This time, Yamcha was sent sprawling far away, crashing into a large rock before coming to a halt. Excellent job, Wukong. Bulma cheered excitedly, realizing that this Suin Wukong was indeed extraordinary. Yamcha! Pu'er cried as he rushed over, wiping away tears while exclaiming, Yamcha, please don't die. If you're gone, how will I survive? Rest assured, I have no intention of taking his life, Suin Wukong assured Pu'er from a distance, as he had never considered killing Yamcha. Truth be told, in the original manga, Yamcha was a respectable Z fighter. Although he often lagged behind, he could still bravely step up in the face of danger and formidable foes. For this reason alone, Suin Wukong would never harm him, not to mention that Yamcha was no longer in a position to compete with him for Bulma's affections. Supported by Pu'er, Yamcha gradually rose to his feet, staring incredulously at Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong remained remarkably composed, having not even utilized the Kaioken technique. By the way, Bulma, didn't you mention how we would exit the desert? Suin Wukong suddenly inquired. Indeed, I can hardly move on just my 2 legs. Suin Wukong chuckled, pointing to the hovering motorcycle that Yamcha had brought, saying, Look, isn't there an abandoned motorcycle right there? Before long, Bulma and Suin Wukong mounted the motorcycle, disappearing into the desert in the blink of an eye. Pu'er, gazing at their receding figures, exclaimed in bewilderment, Yamcha, our ride is gone. I'm furious. Just wait. Yamcha, swear to repay this humiliation tenfold. Yes, Yamcha, you can do it. I believe in you. What should we do next? How about taking me to the hospital first? Yamcha said, covering his broken tooth. Yamcha. Bulma rode the motorcycle with little Wukong away from the desert. And a quaint mountain village soon came into view. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the 4th Dragon Ball was nearby. How strange, where have all the villagers gone? The 2 looked at the empty village, feeling quite perplexed. Is it because you're so ugly that you scared everyone away? Bulma delivered a sharp punch to Suin Wukong, angrily retorting, What nonsense. How could a beautiful girl like me frighten anyone? Who wouldn't he like me? Wukong, what with that expression? Don't you believe me? Suin Wukong ignored her and followed the scent to find the villagers hiding in a house. After knocking for quite some time without response, he simply punched through the door. A burly man charged out with an axe, aiming to strike Suin Wukong, who effortlessly caught the blow. What are you doing? Bulma, somewhat alarmed, revealed her vulnerability despite her bravado. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, The man glanced at the adorable child before him and realized he had made a mistake. My apologies. I thought you were Oolong. Oolong. Suin Wukong understood that they had arrived early at the village where Oolong resided. He was well aware of the plot and knew well how troublesome Oolong could be. However, Bulma had also received a Dragon Ball from an old woman in the village, who hoped they would help eliminate Oolong in exchange for it. Oolong was a fearsome monster capable of transforming into various terrifying creatures, and the villagers were powerless against him. Moreover, he had a penchant for targeting the village's beautiful maidens. After hearing this, Bulma suggested that Wukong disguise himself as a girl to lure Oolong out. But Wukong immediately refused. Nonsense. Before my journey here, I was a pure man. Dress me as a woman? Absolutely not. Faced with Wukong's resolute denial, Bulma leaned closer and whispered, "Oh, the weather has been so hot lately. Why not try on that new, incredibly alluring lingerie you bought tonight? Wukong, are you sure? Don't force yourself. Rest assured, I'm not pressuring you at all. I'm speaking from the heart." Really? Bulma scrutinized Wukong, then called over a girl of a similar age to borrow her clothes for Wukong. Wukong said nothing more and donned the outfit. Surprisingly, dressed up, he truly resembled a charming young girl. Splendid. If only Wukong were a girl. Bulma gazed at the girl version of Wukong and sighed, remarking that she just needed a lovely little sister. Wukong scoffed, stating, "Just don't forget about tonight." All right, I understand. Let us deal with that Oolong monster first." As they spoke, news of Oolong's entry into the village began to circulate. Bulma quickly pushed Wukong outside and hid herself. Chapter 4. It turns out Oolong is just a pig-headed monster. Wukong observed Bulma's nimble movements, rivaling even Yamcha's. Those hands moved with such speed that if they were put to use, they would surely leave others in awe. Boom, boom, as the ground trembled violently. A giant with pointed horns, resembling a hellish demon, approached, clad in a suit and holding a bouquet of flowers. He grinned and said, "Hee. Are you the cute little girl the village prepared for me?" Wukong, facing away, remained silent. Oolong, thinking his fearsome appearance had terrified her, transformed into a dapper English gentleman. "Hello, lovely lady. Could you turn around so I can have a look?" Just as Wukong was about to make a move, Bulma suddenly sprang out. "Hi. I'm Bulma, 16 years old. I've never had a boyfriend. My bust measures 85 centimeters. Suin Wukong gazed at Bulma's demeanor, utterly at a loss. Her infatuation had resurfaced. It seemed he needed to find a way to treat her ailment. Acupuncture might just do the trick. He envisioned giving her a few sharp needles, injecting the remedy directly. With that thought in mind, Suin Wukong realized he needed to obtain the Dragon Ball quickly and not delay any longer, promptly turning to leave. He stripped off the girl's attire and reverted to his original outfit. Oolong, taken aback by Wukong's sudden transformation, momentarily failed to react, mistakenly believing this adorable young girl was merely a tomboy. For some reason, Oolong became even more excited. Hee, not bad, just to my liking. Come with me." Oolong was completely captivated by Wukong, while Bulma was left in the dust. Humph, yet another individual who lacks appreciation. Bulma stomped her feet in frustration and urged Wukong, "Wukong, teach him a lesson. There's a reward waiting for you tonight." "All right, as you wish." Wukong was more than willing, having intended to conclude matters swiftly from the start. In an instant, Wukong darted forward, and Oolong didn't even have a chance to transform before being knocked back into his original form. At that moment, the villagers finally realized that Oolong was merely a pig-headed monster. His transformation techniques were nothing more than a ruse. His true strength was feeble. Subsequently, under Oolong's guidance, the villagers took them to his lavish abode. The girls who had been captured were unharmed. Oolong had never laid a finger on them. It turned out he shared the same troubles as Wukong, and his transformation abilities could not resolve the villagers' desire to take the girls away, as they were all unwilling to leave, claiming they wished to marry Oolong willingly. Nonsense. Here, the food is plentiful, the drinks are delightful, and there is so much fun to be had. The sisters were all clever and sweet-tongued. Who would ever want to leave? Wukong observed with delight, realizing that women in this world were rather down-to-earth. However, it is quite favorable, for in the future, there shall be no need for excessive concern. His wife, Bulma, is destined to become a magnate in the realm of Dragon Ball. Perhaps, in the future, he could engage in conversation with his future father-in-law, Mr. Satan, and wealth would flow forth effortlessly. After all, he holds a certain fondness for Bidalai, especially with her hair styled in pigtails, which evokes a protective instinct within him. To evade the attention of these girls, Oolong proactively requested to join the quest for the Dragon Balls, but was promptly dissuaded by Goku's reasoning. How could 3 individuals possibly suffice? The thought of taking advantage of Bulma was utterly preposterous. It would be sheer fortune if he were to escape unscathed. Ultimately, Oolong found himself bidding farewell, bruised and battered from Goku's fists. According to the Dragon Radar, the next Dragon Ball lay within the nearby Fiery Mountain. The villagers confirmed that indeed, it was the Fiery Mountain. Goku's lips curled into a slight smile, and upon mentioning Fiery Mountain, he was suddenly reminded of a lovely girl. How could a life partner be complete without her? Fiery Mountain is devoid of spring and autumn, perpetually sweltering throughout the year. When Bulma and Son Wukong arrived at Fiery Mountain, they had already changed into cooler attire. Even Bulma donned a swimsuit. Indeed, her measurements were a striking 85 centimeters. Such a figure cannot be fabricated. As Bulma wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, she retrieved the Dragon Radar. The radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was hidden within the volcano. This revelation caused Bulma to feel a wave of despair. Such a colossal volcano could not possibly be extinguished, even if she transformed into a water-spouting doll. Goku, do you have any brilliant ideas? Bulma could only place her hopes upon Son Wukong. Unbeknownst to her, from the onset of danger, he had become her first thought. This had been true in the past, remained true in the present, and would undoubtedly be true in the future. Son Wukong, with hands on his hips, pondered earnestly. To extinguish the flames of Fiery Mountain, they would need to procure a banana fan. It was said that the fan resided in the possession of a certain individual. Just then, a colossal monster approached, interrupting Son Wukong's thoughts. Wow, that is absolutely massive, Bulma exclaimed, realizing that she barely reached the height of the creature's leg. Finally, the immense figure stood before them, and upon looking up, she discovered it was a giant towering at least 5 meters tall. This giant was unlike Oolong. His physique was muscular, adorned with a horned headpiece, and wielding a massive axe that gleamed ominously in the sunlight, as if it could cleave them in two at any moment. Bulma quickly concealed herself behind Son Wukong. Who are you, and what business do you have here? The giant inquired, his enormous axe reflecting a menacing glint. Yet, Son Wukong stood undaunted, straightening his back as he addressed the giant. I know you are the Ox King. Whom do you think you intimidate? The Ox King lowered his gaze, intrigued by the small figure before him. You possess quite the audacity, little one. But how do you know my name? Because my grandfather is Sun Wufan, and I am his grandson, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong revealed without reservation, for there was no need for secrecy. After all, this towering ox-headed man would soon be his father-in-law. It was said that the Ox King, like Sun Wufan, was a wealthy landlord, owning the entirety of the mountain. His fortress was said to be filled with treasures. Alas, in the original manga, much of it was consumed by the flames of Fiery Mountain. Upon this realization, Sun Wukong could not help but sigh. He had arrived too late, and the inferno before him had left nothing behind. This was also the reason why Sun Wukong later found himself toiling in the fields. How delightful it would have been to enjoy a life of leisure, yet he could not partake in the Ox King's bounty, for Bulma had wed Vegeta. Upon hearing the mention of Sun Wufan's name, the Ox King's eyes lit up, scrutinizing Sun Wukong closely, and noticing the staff he carried. Could this be? Sun Wukong nodded, then brandished the staff, performing a demonstration of its extraordinary ability to change length at will. Indeed, this is the Rui Jingu Bang once wielded by Sun Wufan. It was clear to the Ox King that this young lad was undoubtedly the grandson of Sun Wufan. With the Ox King now convinced, Sun Wukong carefully stowed the precious staff away. This Rui Jingu Bang would prove invaluable in the future, capable of reaching the heavens. Along their journey, even when Bulma expressed a curiosity to borrow the staff, Sun Wukong resolutely refused. Gazing upon Sun Wukong, the youthful vigor he exuded prompted the Ox King to reminisce about bygone days. He recalled the time spent running beneath the sunset, a cherished youth shared with Sun Wufan. The Ox King sighed, reflecting on his own youth, once vigorous and spirited. Sun Wufan was quite decent, though perhaps just a shade beneath me. I nearly defeated him at the martial arts tournament. What a pity. Yet now, even Sun Wufan's old compatriot had a grandson who had grown so much. He wondered whether Sun Wufan was still in good health. The Ox King's musings revealed a fond nostalgia for an old friend. Sun Wukong contemplated, ultimately deciding against revealing the truth of his grandfather's passing. By the way, Ox King, Do you possess any means to help us extinguish the flames of Fiery Mountain? Bulma, emboldened by the knowledge of the giant's connection to Sun Wukong, approached him. The Ox King spread his arms in a gesture of helplessness, saying, "If I had such abilities, would my fortress have been consumed by these flames?" His words rang true and carried conviction. However, if you genuinely wish to extinguish this fire, you might seek out my master, Master Roshi. Perhaps he holds the solution. Are you referring to the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to encounter one of Master Roshi's disciples here. No wonder Sun Wukong was so formidable. It turned out his grandfather was a peer of the legendary Master Roshi. The Ox King's response had been anticipated by Sun Wukong. He had never intended to rely on the Ox King for extinguishing the fire. Seeking out Master Roshi? The journey was too far, and Sun Wukong had no idea where Kame House was located. It was simply impractical. Yet, all hope was not lost. "Daddy, who are they?" Just as the group was deliberating their next steps, a petite girl approached. She appeared to be around Sun Wukong's age, clad in blue battle armor, adorned with a helmet-like headpiece, and her lower half modestly covered by a small piece of fabric that remained inexplicably still as she ran. "This is rather exaggerated. Hello. My name is Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong cheerfully extended his hand to the girl. The little girl clung to the Ox King's leg, somewhat apprehensive. Yet upon observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, she hesitantly reached out her hand. Their tiny hands clasped tightly, and the girl shyly introduced herself. "I am Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King." "Greetings, Chi-Chi," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. His visit to Fiery Mountain, aside from the quest for the Dragon Balls, was indeed to seek out Chi-Chi. Now that he had met her, he must seize the moment. She was still so innocent, and it would be unfortunate if someone were to deceive her. In the manga, she had nearly developed feelings for Yamcha, prompting Sun Wukong to directly inquire, "Chi-Chi, when you grow up, would you be willing to marry me?" The bluntness of his question left everyone in stunned silence, even Chi-Chi, who tugged at the Ox King's trousers in embarrassment. "Humph, this little Wukong is quite the rascal. She's still just a little girl," Bulma thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Previously, Sun Wukong had revolved around her. Why was he suddenly considering marrying that little girl? "You wait. I'll make sure you can't enter my room tonight." Bulma silently vented her frustrations, feeling as though she had lost Sun Wukong, even though she had only just met him. Confused, Bulma shook her head, unable to comprehend why she felt a faint sadness. "Well, Sun Wukong, considering this is our first encounter, discussing marriage seems rather premature, doesn't it?" Chi-Chi inquired, her hands covering her crimson cheeks. Nearby, Neo Wang chuckled. "Indeed, Wukong, if you genuinely cherish Chi-Chi, I have no objections. However, you both are still quite young. Is it not a tad too early?" Sun Wukong shook his head. In his heart, if Bulma was the first choice for a wife, then Chi-Chi was certainly the strongest contender alongside number 18. Chapter 5. Bulma, you are the first man to touch me. You must marry me in the future. It goes without saying that number 18's eternal youth and tireless nature were undeniably alluring. Who wouldn't want to see a stunning blonde with azure eyes gazing down upon them with disdain? Yet Chi-Chi's competition with number 18 was not solely due to her beauty. At the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Chi-Chi had dazzled the audience, surpassing even Bulma in charm. However, the original Sun Wukong was a martial arts fanatic. Chi-Chi had to juggle family responsibilities while caring for children. Who could endure that? Later, when she appeared, she seemed like a quarrelsome shrew. But this was a result of prolonged stress and sacrifice. Thus, in this world, Sun Wukong aspired to offer her a brand new life, allowing her to retain her pure, youthful heart. "I am indeed serious," Sun Wukong spoke to Chi-Chi with utmost sincerity. "However, I shall not impose. Take your time to ponder. For now, I wish to address another matter." "Another matter?" Bulma's mind began to speculate. As expected, Sun Wukong gradually approached the Flame Mountain, his diminutive figure appearing remarkably grand at that moment. "Wukong, are you intending to? This is impossible. Has Wukong become too reckless? He lacks even the banana fan. How could he extinguish the flames?" Neo Wang was momentarily bewildered. Sun Wukong slowly crouched down, extending his hands forward as if grasping something from the air, then bringing them together in a clasp. That posture. Neo Wang's eyes widened. He recognized it all too well. From Sun Wukong. He seemed to glimpse the shadows of the martial arts god and Sun Wufan. The two figures merged into one, ultimately transforming into the Sun Wukong of the present. "Came." Sun Wukong's voice resonated powerfully, devoid of hesitation. Indeed, it truly is that. Neo Wang's face was etched with astonishment. This was a technique he had never mastered. Only Sun Wufan had once attempted it, a miraculous art that utilized one's energy to the utmost. How could this lad, still in his teens, achieve such mastery? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amidst Neo Wang's doubts, Sun Wukong called out the second incantation. Huh. As his words fell, visible waves of blue energy began to coalesce in his palm. Heavens! Bulma gasped in disbelief, realizing that even the fearless Sun Wukong possessed such formidable techniques. Even Chi-Chi cautiously sheltered behind Neo Wang. Feeling the fierce winds generated by Sun Wukong's energy gathering, she understood just how powerful he truly was. Perhaps he was even stronger than her father. If he were to become my husband in the future, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? Chi-Chi gazed at Sun Wukong's silhouette, her heart rippling with newfound emotions. Sun Wukong continued to gather his energy, and the blue light in his hands gradually took the form of a radiant sphere. The ground at the foot of Flame Mountain was enveloped in this blue radiance. In that moment, Wukong appeared as a deity before them. Indeed, this terrifying aura was unmistakably from that technique. Although Neo Wang still found it hard to believe, the reality before him compelled acceptance. This child possessed greater talent than he, even surpassing Sun Wufan. Within his small frame lay astonishing power. Neo Wang sensed that he might one day create countless miracles. Sun Wukong let out a final roar. Immediately afterward, a blue wave of energy shot forth from his hand, soaring straight toward Flame Mountain. The dazzling brilliance rendered everyone present momentarily blinded. Even Neo Wang had to shield his eyes. The thunderous roar echoed like a tsunami, a deafening sound that persisted relentlessly. Was this the apocalypse? Bulma, frightened, hid behind a large rock. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding noise continued for a full 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. Bulma cautiously peeked out from behind the rock, only to find that the once raging Flame Mountain had been reduced by half by Wukong's Kamehameha, the flames completely extinguished. This, Bulma stammered, utterly speechless. This technique was nothing short of miraculous. Neo Wang, with a complex expression, regarded the scene. Astonished that the remarkable Kamehameha technique could be wielded so skillfully by this young Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned slowly, the fatigue from unleashing such a powerful energy wave evident on his face. He managed a faint smile as he addressed Bulma. Bulma, the flames of Flame Mountain have been extinguished. You may now seek the Dragon Balls. Bulma approached, gently touching Sun Wukong's arm, relieved to confirm his well-being. You are incredibly formidable. Sun Wukong chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Humph, Bulma, do not underestimate me. I possess abilities even more powerful than the Kamehameha. Greater abilities? Certainly. However, it is not yet the right time to reveal them. When the moment arrives, you shall witness my true prowess. Bulma gazed at the enigmatic Sun Wukong before her, a blush of youthful shyness gracing her cheeks. It seems Sun Wukong still holds an affection for me. Alas, he is still too young. What is the matter, Bulma? Shouldn't you hurry to find the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong noticed Bulma standing there, lost in thought, her bashful demeanor prompting him to remind her. Yes, the Dragon Balls. Bulma snapped back to reality, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar from her bag and beginning her search according to its guidance. I shall assist you in the search. Chi-Chi chimed in softly. The two of them rummaged through the ruins of Flame Mountain for a while, and soon, Chi-Chi discovered a Dragon Ball beneath a pile of bricks. Look, I found it. Chi-Chi exclaimed, raising the Dragon Ball high, her face radiating uncontainable joy. Helping others always brings happiness, especially when this particular orb was desired by Sun Wukong. Bulma spotted the shimmering Dragon Ball in the sunlight, adorned with 7 stars. It's the 7-star Dragon Ball, she exclaimed joyfully, just as she was about to approach it when an unusual bird call echoed from the sky. Oh no! Neo Wang looked up, discovering a massive winged dragon descending from above. It must have mistaken the Dragon Ball in Chi-Chi's hands for its egg, diving down to effortlessly snatch the frail Chi-Chi and lift her into the air. Help! Chi-Chi screamed as she hung in the air, but Neo Wang, unable to fly, was powerless to assist. The winged dragon did not flee, but rather circled in the air, snorting triumphantly. Chi-Chi's cries grew louder, and the dragon, growing impatient, prepared to unleash its sharp claws upon her head. Sun Wukong retrieved his Rui Bang, intending to use its length-altering ability to stealthily attack the cunning dragon. Just at that critical moment, Chi-Chi, who had been crying, suddenly sprang into action. She forcefully tore the boomerang from her helmet and hurled it with all her might. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted, and the dragon's head vanished in the blink of an eye. Saiyan, the furious woman, is truly frightening. The pterosaur met its end in a state of confusion, never having imagined that this seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength. Just a moment ago, you were terrified to the core. Were you simply toying with me? Wasn't trust the agreement between us? Oh, I see. I am not regarded as a person. So be it. The pterosaur departed quietly from this world, its massive body plummeting alongside Chi-Chi from the sky. Chi-Chi tightly shut her eyes, too fearful to look down. The ground was at least several hundred meters below, and such a fall would surely result in utter destruction. Sun Wukong understood the gravity of the situation. But the speed of descent was too rapid, compounded by the considerable energy expended in using the Kamehameha wave moments before. Even he, at this moment, might not be able to catch Chi-Chi securely. How infuriating! Sun Wukong wore a serious expression, knowing that the Nyo Mo Wang nearby was utterly unreliable. Wukong. Chi-Chi called his name in desperation. In that instant, Sun Wukong suddenly remembered something crucial and struck his forehead in disbelief at having forgotten such an essential skill. Instantly, a brilliant red flame enveloped the fatigued Sun Wukong. Nyo Mo Wang and Bulma could only perceive Sun Wukong as a streak of crimson lightning rushing forth. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, they noticed that Chi-Chi, who had been plummeting, had vanished. By the time they processed this, Chi-Chi was already safely cradled in Sun Wukong's embrace. Terrified, Chi-Chi thought her end had come, only to find the landing surprisingly gentle. Upon opening her eyes, her gaze first fell upon the handsome and sunlit visage of Sun Wukong. Wukong. Tears of emotion streamed down Chi-Chi's face, unsure whether they arose from fear or the relief of being saved. Do not fear, Chi-Chi, all is well. As Sun Wukong spoke, the red glow around him began to fade, and without its support, he nearly lost his footing but managed to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, Nyo Mo Wang and Bulma rushed over, calling from a distance, "Hey, are you both all right, Chi-Chi, Wukong?" Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Once she regained her composure, she suddenly realized something was clutching her chest. Looking down, she discovered it was Sun Wukong's hand. Chi-Chi shrieked again, while Sun Wukong wore a look of helplessness. He truly did not mean to. In the urgency of the moment, he had to save her while striking a heroic pose, and his grip had simply slipped. After all, who would intentionally touch a newly emerged little creature? Sun Wukong gently set Chi-Chi down, her face glowing red, as beautiful as the evening glow behind her. She quickly covered her face, and, before Nyo Mo Wang and Bulma arrived, whispered to Sun Wukong, "You are the first man to touch me. You must marry me in the future. Are you saying you want to marry me?" "Yes, I am willing." Is this what people refer to as a blessing in disguise? Chapter 6. Bulma in a swimsuit reflecting on the past. Sun Wukong's similar experiences led Chi-Chi to decide to marry him, and she had inadvertently done the same. When Bulma and Nyo Mo Wang arrived, Chi-Chi hurriedly handed the Dragon Ball she had clutched tightly to Bulma. "Look, is this the Dragon Ball you were seeking?" Seeing Chi-Chi's adorable demeanor, Bulma's fondness for her increased significantly, especially after nearly losing her life moments ago. She accepted the Dragon Ball and expressed her gratitude. It was then that Nyo Mo Wang approached, examining the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand. "So this is the Dragon Ball you were referring to. Have you seen it before?" Nyo Mo Wang nodded, thumping his chest. "Of course. If my memory serves me right, my master, Master Roshi, possesses a Dragon Ball identical to yours. Although his has fewer stars, only 3, if I recall correctly. A 3-star Dragon Ball," Bulma exclaimed joyously, having searched for it for so long, only to find it now so effortlessly. With a lead on the Dragon Ball, they resolved to set off the following day. That evening, Chi-Chi roasted the dinosaur she had slain for Sun Wukong. Although he had tasted many delicacies in his past life, this was his first experience with living dinosaur meat. He had assumed that such an unsightly creature would yield tough and unpalatable meat, but to his surprise, it was incredibly delicious in Chi-Chi's hands. "Wonderful, Wukong. Do you truly enjoy it?" "Of course, your cooking is exquisite." Sun Wukong, wiping his mouth, was gleaming with oil. having devoured nearly half of the dinosaur in a short span. Saiyans are not only adept, but also exceptionally voracious. Seeing Sun Wukong relish her cooking brought immense joy to Chi-Chi, who beamed. Then, when I grow up, I will marry you and cook delicious meals for you every day. They bid farewell to Nyo Mo Wang and Chi-Chi, following Nyo Mo Wang's guidance southward. According to Nyo Mo Wang, the martial arts master, Master Rashi, resided on a small island in the ocean. Fortunately, she had brought a yacht capsule. As Bulma drove, she boasted about her skills. Sun Wukong leaned against the car window, savoring the breeze. Women ought to be praised, but not in such a manner. The journey was uneventful, with Bulma speeding down the highway. Due to the remoteness of the area, there were hardly any other vehicles, leading her to press the accelerator to the floor. Suddenly, a large sea turtle fell from the sky, blocking the road as she took a sharp turn. Bulma slammed on the brakes, causing the car to spin several times before coming to a halt. Thankfully, they were unharmed. I hope we didn't hit that turtle, Bulma muttered to Wukong. Feeling a rare pang of guilt, Wukong shook his head, stepping out to inspect. The car had stopped just before the turtle, narrowly avoiding a collision. You foolish turtle. Why can't you stay in the water instead of coming onto the road for attention? Do you want me to cook you? Bulma stormed out, furious at the turtle, though relieved it was unharmed. Despite her impressive driving skills, was the turtle not at fault? Had she not reacted swiftly, they would have surely met with disaster. Observing the irate Bulma, the turtle slowly raised its head, opening its tiny eyes to say, "To tell you the truth, I am no ordinary turtle. I am a sea turtle. Truth be told, my meat is not tasty at all." What? Bulma was taken aback, questioning her sanity at encountering a talking turtle in broad daylight. The turtle continued nonchalantly, "To be honest, do you have any salt water? I haven't had a drink in 2 days." Bulma, taken aback by the turtle's familiarity, felt her anger dissipate. Thankfully, she was accustomed to carrying some seasonings with her. And of course, she had salt. She poured some water into a bucket and sprinkled in a bit of salt, quickly preparing a simple brine. The turtle, clearly parched, eagerly rushed over with its tiny paws, gulping down the water. Meanwhile, Bulma rested her chin on her hand, turning to Wukong. "Do you think this fellow poses any danger? What if we kept it as a pet?" Wukong remained silent, but his mind was clear as day. This sea turtle was a key figure in commencing the Master Rashi quest. "To tell you the truth, I have a master," the turtle replied politely after finishing its drink, even letting out a satisfied belch. "Humph, having a master yet roaming freely? To tell you the truth, I came ashore in search of matsutake mushrooms, but I got lost and have not found the ocean for a year now." Bulma was at a loss for words, another foodie. She pointed in the opposite direction from which the turtle had come. "Isn't the ocean that way?" The sea turtle fell silent, its tiny eyes fixated on Bulma, reflecting innocence and naivety. It stood motionless, deep in thought. How could this be? It was hailed as the smartest among the sea turtle family. How could it have gone the wrong way? The sea turtle was momentarily stumped, unable to comprehend, and became utterly perplexed. As Sun Wukong observed the scene with amusement, he spoke up. "How about this? We happen to be heading to the seaside as well. Why not take you along? Otherwise, at your pace, it might take you 2 years to arrive." The little eyes of the sea turtle instantly brightened, and with a face full of gratitude, it exclaimed, "Really? You can truly take me back? I am immensely thankful." Bulma furrowed her brow and remarked, "But Wukong, it's so large, our vehicle cannot accommodate it. Besides, we are on a quest to find the turtle sage." The name sounded quite familiar to the sea turtle. With its not-so-cunning mind, it suddenly recalled that this was indeed its master, a rather unseemly old fellow over 300 years old. "Actually, the turtle sage you are seeking is my master. Is that so?" Bulma's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she began to fawn over the sea turtle. "Do not worry, helping others is my pleasure. I, Bulma, absolutely adore doing good deeds." The sea turtle, surprised by Bulma's sudden change of heart, thought to itself, "Though I am but a turtle, you are indeed a peculiar human." However, Bulma was unconcerned with such musings. Her primary interest lay in the news she had just received. She turned to Sun Wukong with a mischievous grin, saying, "Then it is settled. Wukong will carry you to the seaside." Sun Wukong appeared troubled, wondering why he was specifically chosen for the task. Noticing his expression, Bulma pretended to be in a dilemma while stroking her cheek. "Oh dear, I heard we were close to the seaside yesterday, so I bought a rather alluring swimsuit in town. The fabric is minimal and quite breathable. I wonder if I can wear it this time." Sun Wukong felt targeted by Bulma's remarks, thinking to himself that her words were rather unfair. With my strength, I could easily carry two of you, he exclaimed, filled with newfound determination. The sea turtle was astounded. These two truly complemented each other. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong hoisted the sea turtle onto his back and, with his robust physique, sprinted toward the seaside. Along the way, he effortlessly dealt with a bear that attempted to snatch the sea turtle away. What are you joking about? I have tasted plenty of seafood. You, bear, are insignificant, he declared. Right, Bulma? Bulma looked on in confusion. The azure sea stretched endlessly before them, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, and the setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, evoking a sense of tranquility. Sun Wukong felt utterly invigorated. This was the true essence of the ocean. In contrast, Bulma's swimsuit was indeed quite eye-catching. Once they reached the shore, Sun Wukong gently placed the sea turtle back into the water, and the moment it touched the waves, it seemed rejuvenated, moving with newfound agility. I sincerely thank you for bringing me back, it expressed. No need for thanks. It was our duty, Bulma replied. Please wait a moment on the shore. I am a turtle who values gratitude. With that, the sea turtle swiftly swam away, its demeanor a stark contrast to the sluggishness it had displayed earlier. Watching it disappear into the distance, Bulma felt a twinge of concern. Do you think it will come back? Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his hands resting behind his head. Rest assured, this sea turtle is quite different from you. It is very trustworthy. Is that so? Bulma nodded. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and glared at Sun Wukong, angrily demanding, were you just speaking ill of me? Sun Wukong shrugged, feigning innocence. What? Me? Oh, come on. Bulma, look at the brilliant sunshine. Why don't you wear your newly purchased swimsuit, and we can enjoy the water together? It dawned on Bulma that she had seemingly promised Wukong this. Yet she awkwardly admitted, actually, I forgot to buy it. Though disappointed, Sun Wukong had anticipated this, as Bulma had deceived him before. That's all right. There is no one else around. You could just change right here. What? Bulma shot him a look. What do you mean? Do you doubt my character? You may be cautious around others, but do you really think I would take advantage of you? Bulma remained silent, merely rolling her eyes at Wukong, clearly indicating her thoughts. Do you think you resemble a normal child? You must be aware of your own nature. Seeing that Bulma did not respond, Wukong decided to jump into the sea and swim. The sunlight was brilliant, and the surface of the water was warm, while underneath held a refreshing coolness. Having encountered many ponds in the mountains, swimming was a piece of cake for him. Observing Wukong enjoying himself in the water, Bulma felt a pang of envy. Had she known earlier, she would have truly bought that swimsuit. Although it was somewhat revealing, it wouldn't hurt to show it to Wukong. Bulma resorted to playing in the sand alone, and before long, she had shaped a sandcastle resembling Wukong's face. Wait, how did I sculpt this to look like Wukong? She wondered in surprise, glancing up at Wukong who was joyfully frolicking in the water, secretly pondering if she might actually have a fondness for that rascal. An hour later, a familiar figure emerged from the sea once more. It was the sea turtle, returning, with an eccentric old man standing atop its back. Chapter 7. The eccentric turtle sage. He donned a flamboyant shirt and shorts, his head bald and shining, sporting sunglasses and leaning on a wooden cane. Sun Wukong recognized him immediately. Among the inhabitants of this sea, there was no other old man known as the white-bearded elder. Indeed, this was none other than the martial arts god, the turtle sage. As he approached the shore, he leaped gracefully from several meters away, landing with poise on the sand. So, you two are the ones who rescued my sea turtle? The turtle sage inquired, eyeing Wukong and Bulma. Bulma quickly noticed the dragon ball hanging around the turtle sage's neck, confirming that the bull demon king had not deceived her. The turtle sage indeed possessed a dragon ball. Yes, indeed, we rescued it, she replied promptly, already planning to offer this dragon ball as a token of gratitude for the sea turtle's return. The turtle sage turned to the sea turtle, asking if it was true. The sea turtle cast a languid glance at Wukong and replied, it was not her. It was this young boy who carried me back all the way. You. Bulma was incensed. You wretched turtle, who was it that gave you salt water to drink? Who made Wukong carry you? The sea turtle pondered for a moment without answering, appearing to feign ignorance. Indeed, you, young lad, are quite kind-hearted at such a young age, just like me, the turtle sage. Therefore, I shall present you with a gift in return. With that, the turtle sage raised his cane and called out to the sky, come forth, immortal bird. After a moment of silence, nothing appeared, and the atmosphere turned awkward. The turtle sage stroked his chin in confusion. How strange. Where has my immortal bird gone? Turtle sage, didn't you eat it? The sea turtle squinted its little eyes and remarked. Only then did the turtle sage recall that he had indeed buried it himself. Cursed be it. I named that bird immortal hoping it would live forever, yet it still died. What could have happened? Forget it. Let us try something else. Clearing his throat, the turtle sage declared. In that case, I shall offer you another gift. He then shouted at the sky. Come forth, Kintown. This time, without fail, a yellow cloud swiftly descended from the distance, landing before the turtle sage. Observing Bulma's astonished expression, he proudly introduced, This is no ordinary cloud. This is Kintown. Kintown? This is a cloud that allows one to fly, but only those with a pure heart can ride upon it. It can travel incredible distances in no time. Is this cloud really that miraculous? Bulma questioned skeptically, still inclined to trust science. I am a bearer of treasures. Could I possibly offer you a counterfeit cloud? Seeing that Bulma was skeptical, Kame Sennin felt a twinge of irritation. It seemed that without a demonstration, this young lady was unaware of the vastness of the world. Watch closely. This is how the Kintown is utilized. With that, Kame Sennin took a deep breath and leapt onto the Kintown. A resounding thud echoed as he plunged straight through the cloud, landing unceremoniously on the ground, his cane flying far from his grasp. Ha ha! Bulma and Wukong burst into laughter, doubled over in mirth. While Kame Sennin's initial leap appeared quite dashing, his subsequent fall was undeniably clumsy. Kame Sennin slowly rose, rubbing his shoulder in astonishment. What just transpired? How could a person of my integrity fail to ascend? Is this reasonable? He wore a look of indignation. Frankly speaking, could it be that your penchant for forbidden sights has led to this predicament? Suddenly, the wise sea turtle made a connection, recognizing the source of the problem. You speak nonsense. Kame Sennin retorted sharply, adopting a facade of righteousness. As a master in martial arts, how could I ever indulge in such matters? Do not unjustly accuse me, little turtle. I speak only the truth. Ahem. Kame Sennin deliberately cleared his throat and addressed Son Wukong and Bulma. My condition today is rather peculiar. Would either of you care to try your luck on this Kintown? Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. They understood all too well that they too would be unable to mount the cloud, just like in the comics. Truly pure and innocent individuals are exceedingly rare. Even if his soul had traversed into the body of Son Wukong, he recognized the necessity of moderation and the avoidance of public embarrassment, unlike Kame Sennin. Observing their reluctance to invite trouble, Kame Sennin felt a bit disconcerted. He once possessed numerous treasures, but due to the cleverness of this sea turtle, he had lost nearly all of them over time. Now he found himself at a loss, unable to produce any gift of significance. What to do? I am quite anxious. I await your reply. Bulma discerned Kame Sennin's dilemma and proactively suggested, How about you give me that bead hanging around your neck? This bead? Kame Sennin followed Bulma's gaze to his neck, where a astonishing bead hung, an item he had discovered a century ago at the bottom of the sea. He had no clue of its purpose, but wore it simply because he found it aesthetically pleasing. It appeared this young lady recognized the bead. Kame Sennin mused. Perhaps this bead is indeed a remarkable treasure. As he pondered, he scrutinized Bulma closely. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding the fresh aura characteristic of youth. It is not out of the question for you to desire this bead, provided this lovely young lady is willing. As Kame Sennin spoke, a mischievous grin crept across his face. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression soured instantaneously. If it were for the Dragon Ball, she might have reluctantly acquiesced. After all, when she first met little Wukong, she was willing to engage in even the most innocent of touches. However, she had grown accustomed to the idea that only Son Wukong could take advantage of her. Kame Sennin, dream on. I care not who you are. Wukong, taken aback, did not expect Bulma to reject Kame Sennin's request. This was entirely unlike the comic's narrative. Could it be that she truly? Wukong stepped forward, standing tall and unwavering before Kame Sennin, unafraid. How about this, esteemed Kame Sennin? Let us engage in a contest. If you lose, the bead shall be mine. Huh. Kame Sennin regarded Wukong, feeling a sense of familiarity. How curious. Why do you seem so reminiscent of someone I know? Wukong smiled slightly. Because I am Son Wufan's grandchild. Kame Sennin's eyes widened in realization. After all these years, he had encountered the grandchild of his old friend. Son Wufan was a prodigy in his time. It was no wonder that this Wukong possessed such formidable strength. Kame Sinin's interest peaked. It has been decades since I last fought. It is time to see how well you have honed your skills. With that, he regarded Wukong calmly, extending a hand, signaling for his opponent to make the first move. Wukong smirked. Do you dare to underestimate me? Before the words left his mouth, he charged forward with all his might, delivering a powerful flying kick aimed at Kame Sinin's chest. Kame Sinin was taken aback by the child's explosive energy. In an instant, he had no time to react and could only shield his abdomen with his hands, yet still found himself sent flying. Kame Sinin regained his balance, executing a series of flips in midair to dissipate the impact. However, the force of that kick left his arm tingling. Just as he landed and steadied himself, he saw Wukong charging at him once more. Kame Sinin shouted, "Wait, is it appropriate to ambush a 300-year-old man? Allow me to remove my shell first." Son Wukong knew that one of Kame Sinin's training methods involved carrying a heavy shell on his back, and he did not hinder Kame Sinin from shedding it. After all, he too wished to give his all and see just how formidable his current strength was. As Kame Sinin removed the shell from his back, it sank deeply into the sand, clearly quite heavy. It appeared that Kame Sinin, despite his seemingly ordinary exterior, possessed significant prowess. One wondered if Wukong could indeed best him. Bulma felt a wave of concern. After all, she was facing a man renowned as the god of martial arts. As Kame Sinin and Son Wukong clashed once more, they exchanged blows in a fierce contest, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yet, without the shell, Kame Sinin's speed had markedly increased. Each punch and kick from Wukong was deftly avoided by Kame Sinin, while Wukong could only withstand the onslaught with the resilience of a Saiyan. However, even the sturdiest defense could not withstand a relentless barrage, especially against a seasoned veteran. Soon, Kame Sinin seized an opportunity, landing a kick to Wukong's chin from below. Before Wukong could react, Kame Sinin swiftly followed up with an elbow strike that sent Wukong hurtling through the air. Wukong. This was the first time Bulma had witnessed Wukong being struck away. Bang! Wukong barely had time to regain his footing as he crashed into a large boulder like a shooting star, splintering the stone and burying him beneath the rubble. Child, if this is the extent of your abilities, I must say your training has a long way to go. Kame Sinin believed the outcome was decided and ceased his assault. Just as he prepared to retrieve his shell, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from behind him. The force was terrifying. From within the rubble came Wukong's resolute voice, each word pronounced clearly, tenfold Kaioken. As Wukong's words fell, he leapt from the debris, surrounded by a fiery aura. Reminiscent of his appearance at the Fire Mountain, though this time the crimson glow was even more dazzling. Now, the true battle was only just beginning. Wukong coldly fixed his gaze upon Kame Sinin and declared. Chapter 8. The Pinnacle of Masters. Upon hearing the voice, Bulma quickly turned her head to see a tall young man emerging from the shadows of the castle. Under the blazing sun, he stood at a height of 175 meters, his build sturdy and his features quite handsome. Most striking was his crab-like hairstyle, truly distinctive. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she rubbed them, glancing several times before stammering. Are you? The young man nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. Yes, Bulma. Haha, I am the king of mixed rice. The young man seemed slightly exasperated. How could she not recognize him? Bulma, it is me, Wukong. I have grown with the power of the Dragon Balls. Haha, just teasing you. In truth, Bulma recognized him immediately as Wukong. She merely wished to play a little joke. Thus, what I observed soaring in the sky moments ago was indeed Shenlong. Wukong stepped closer, a hint of apology gracing his features as he addressed Bulma. Bulma, I apologize, but your wish will have to wait until next time. Bulma gazed at Wukong in silence for a moment, then gently shook her head. So you do not forgive me? Despite Wukong having grown taller, he retained his endearing simplicity, prompting Bulma to stifle a laugh. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, I mean, my wish has already been granted. Upon realizing her meaning, Wukong's face lit up with joy as he swept her off her feet, spinning her around several times. Stop, too fast. Put me down. Bulma's head spun, her vision filled with stars. She began to ponder whether she could endure Wukong's exuberance in the future. Wukong hastily set her down. And after a brief moment of recovery, Bulma, blushing, said, Then I suppose I shall reluctantly allow you to be my boyfriend. To her surprise, Wukong shook his head. Bulma's initial joy faded, leaving her to wonder if he did not like her. Bulma, I have already told you. I intend to marry you. The two quickly established their relationship and decided to visit Bulma's parents to discuss the matter. Shidu, the locale rich with Dragon Ball tales. After arranging matters for Bulma, Son Wukong made his way directly to the Red Ribbon Army's base. If he truly sought to obliterate the Red Ribbon Army, with his strength, a single Kamehameha would suffice. However, this time, his aim was not solely the Dragon Balls, but also a certain individual, Dr. Gero. This man possessed the capability to create warriors surpassing even Super Saiyans. His prowess indisputable. Yet, Wukong had no intention of killing him. Although eliminating him now might prevent future complications, would Android 18 still retain her identity without her formidable powers? Perhaps she was even within the base at this moment. Wukong hoped instead to win Dr. Gero over as an ally, coupled with Bulma's intellect. Their combined efforts in creation and invention would surely surpass even the gods of Earth. With such an alliance, Wukong could accomplish feats previously deemed impossible. Naturally, should Dr. Gero prove obstinate, Wukong would not hesitate to send him on his way, for this individual was a troublesome character in the comics. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the entrance of the Red Ribbon Army's base. The base was illuminated with warning lights, signaling that should he take another step forward, they would open fire. Inside the headquarters, Commander Black sat upon a leather sofa, appearing far less imposing than one would expect. He was quite short, even shorter than Krillin and Chaozu. A large cigar rested between his lips as he addressed the purple-haired woman standing before him. Well done, Colonel Violet. You have not disappointed me by bringing back the Dragon Balls. It is my honor to receive your praise, Commander, Violet replied. With her short purple hair, she exuded a sense of professionalism and charm, being the only woman in the Red Ribbon Army, albeit famously regarded as a pretty face. Just as Commander Black contemplated how to reward Violet, a loud explosion reverberated from outside. Immediately, he switched on the surveillance monitors, revealing that the landmines surrounding the base had been triggered. On the screen, a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform moved swiftly, effortlessly evading the explosion of the mines. In the blink of an eye, he had breached the minefield and charged into the base. Where's General Blue? A nearby black aide quickly inquired. General Blue has gone to confront that intruder. Upon hearing this, Commander Black's tension eased somewhat. General Blue was one of the most skilled operatives in the Red Ribbon Army, a figure of great trust. Commander Black exhaled a puff of smoke, casually observing the screen as he anticipated General Blue's handling of this unexpected foe. Soon, General Blue appeared on the monitor, only to be swiftly flung out of view. This guy. Commander Black nearly choked on his smoke, his eyes widening as he recognized the figure on the screen, suddenly recalling, could it be? Before he could finish, a thin middle-aged man with a small braid entered, coldly stating, "This man is the champion of the current martial arts tournament, Son Wukong. He is the one who defeated my brother, Master Roshi." Commander Black's countenance brightened with excitement upon hearing this, rubbing his hands adorned with golden rings. "Perfect. Tao Pai Pai. You are the world's greatest martial artist. This is an excellent opportunity. Do you not wish to avenge Master Roshi?" Tao Pai Pai snorted dismissively, his face darkening as he replied, "Revenge is one thing. You want me to take action? It will cost at least 50 million. What? 50 million? Commander Black was taken aback by Tao Pai Pai's exorbitant demand. The prize for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was only 30 million. Are you trying to rob me? Observing Commander Black's hesitance, Tao Pai Pai remained unperturbed, simply glancing toward the monitor where Wukong was wreaking havoc throughout the Red Ribbon base. The weapons were utterly ineffective against him, shattered by a single punch, and even the hundreds of armored robots dispatched were reduced to scrap metal by a mere kick. Certainly, these armored robots had cost a fortune to procure from the King of Mixed Rice. Achoo! The King of Mixed Rice inexplicably sneezed several times. King of Mixed Rice. Are we ready? Xiao Wu eagerly awaited her newly changed attire, glancing down at her snowy white chest, feeling a tad shy as she asked, "Is this outfit too revealing?" "What do you know, Xiao Wu? This is the trendiest fashion of the year. Fear not, with me, the King of Mixed Rice, around. I guarantee Wukong will be infatuated with you." The King of Mixed Rice seemed to envision his dreams of world domination. Meanwhile, Commander Black, witnessing the powerful weapons meant for world conquest being systematically dismantled by Wukong, began to waver. Could these plans really succeed? He glanced at Tao Pai Pai, who maintained his indifferent demeanor. Damn it, the Red Ribbon base cannot be destroyed. Commander Black gritted his teeth. Fine, Tao Pai Pai.
I agree to your terms. 50 million for you to eliminate this intruder. Too late. Now it will be 100 million. Commander Black was infuriated. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought a way to eliminate Tao Pai Pai. But now, with Wukong drawing ever closer, if not for his deliberate destruction of all the weapons within the base, he would have already stood before him. 100 million it is. Commander Black begrudgingly accepted. Tao Pai Pai licked his lips, revealing a confident grin, relishing the prospect of both profit and revenge, making this job exceedingly worthwhile. Then make haste. Once you eliminate Wukong, I shall provide the funds immediately. Upon hearing Commander Black's words, Tao Pai Pai strolled toward the balcony, kicking a hefty pillar in front of him until it snapped. What is this? Under Commander Black's perplexed gaze, Tao Pai Pai hoisted the pillar and hurled it away, then leaped atop it, soaring into the air, flying on a pillar. The pillar shot straight toward Wukong. This Tao Pai Pai is quite capable. The money was well spent. Commander Black suddenly felt a surge of confidence in Tao Pai Pai, believing he could easily handle Wukong. Although Wukong was demolishing the Red Ribbon Army's base, he had no intention of harming the ordinary soldiers. The Red Ribbon Army's regime was brutal, and many had joined against their will. Although Sun Wukong is not a benevolent character, he typically shows restraint unless provoked. Before long, the vast base of the Red Ribbon Army was nearly dismantled by him. He moved like a colossal Gundam, impervious to any obstacle. His objective was to ensure that the Red Ribbon Army could no longer perpetrate their misdeeds. Sun Wukong clapped his hands and gazed towards the tallest building ahead, which he surmised was the location of General Black. Just as he prepared to approach, a thick pillar hurtled through the air towards him with astonishing speed. Sun Wukong deftly leaped back to evade the attack. With a thunderous crash, the pillar struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong noticed a figure standing atop the pillar, prominently displaying the character for kill upon his chest, Tao Pai Pai. Recognizing this familiar face, Sun Wukong could not forget their previous encounters. Tao Pai Pai sneered at him. Oh, so you know me? That saves us some words. Sun Wukong blinked, puzzled by the enmity between them, aside from the fact that Tao Pai Pai had been hired by the Red Ribbon Army to take his life. He could not recall any other grievances, but in his heart, he viewed Tao Pai Pai as just another adversary to be eliminated. Sun Wukong would never spare a heartless individual like Tao Pai Pai, who even exploited the common folk. Oh, you intend to kill me? As a top-tier fighter, Tao Pai Pai was acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from Sun Wukong. Chapter 9. A brutal beating for Tao Pai Pai. Intriguingly, no one had dared to act so arrogantly before him. Sun Wukong, with an expressionless face, retorted, Have you finished your babbling? Prepare to be beaten. What? Tao Pai Pai, somewhat enraged, assumed a combat stance, his muscles taut and brimming with fighting spirit. He launched himself at Sun Wukong like an arrow. Is this the extent of the world's greatest warrior? Sun Wukong remarked coldly before vanishing like a shadow in an instant. Tao Pai Pai's punch landed on nothing but air, and he was startled to discover that Sun Wukong had already disappeared. However, mere speed would not secure him victory. With heightened vigilance, Tao Pai Pai scanned his surroundings, suddenly sensing a chilling breeze at his back. There he was. Instinctively, he swung a punch backward, only to connect with an illusion of Sun Wukong. Cursed phantom punch. Tao Pai Pai cursed under his breath, vexed by this unexpected assault. He had to remain constantly alert, which drained his mental energy significantly. It seemed as though Sun Wukong was deliberately tormenting him, as each of Tao Pai Pai's strikes met only air or illusions. Under immense pressure, his vision began to blur, overwhelmed by what appeared to be thousands of Sun Wukongs surging towards him. Damn it! Damn it! Tao Pai Pai shouted in frustration, unleashing chaotic punches in every direction. However, he could not land a hit on Sun Wukong and only succeeded in further damaging the Red Ribbon base. Is this all you've got, Tao Pai Pai? I am utterly disappointed. Before Tao Pai Pai could react, he felt a sharp pain in his side as a force penetrated his flesh and struck his ribs, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. He was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring higher than the earlier pillar. Blood spewed from his mouth, and before he could wipe it away, he glimpsed a figure darting past him. The last image he saw was Sun Wukong's scornful smile. How dare he underestimate me, Tao Pai Pai? This was the final thought in his mind before Sun Wukong appeared above him and forcefully drove him into the ground. Suspended in the air, Sun Wukong surveyed the deep pit below and leisurely proclaimed, Allow me to send you off. Kamehameha. With a flick of his finger, a radiant wave of energy shot forth. A signature move of the Crane School. Having witnessed the Kamehameha numerous times, Sun Wukong had mastered its execution. Under the immense force of the beam, Tao Baibai vanished without a trace. Sun Wukong did not even glance back, turning away to depart. Some individuals must live, while others must perish. General Black watched the shocking footage on the monitor, astounded that the world's greatest martial artist had been reduced to a mere punching bag. As he observed Sun Wukong approaching, General Black shouted, "Quickly, head west. Hurry to the research facility and call Dr. Jero. This monkey is causing chaos." He glanced at the 2 Dragon Balls on his desk, initially intending to collect them to wish for greater height, but now he had inadvertently attracted a terrifying foe. This cannot stand. The Red Ribbon Army is doomed, and I must flee. Resolute in his decision, General Black turned to his trusted lieutenant, the African commander, and ordered, from this moment forth, "You are in charge of the Red Ribbon Army. Command my troops here and eliminate this menace." With that, he placed the Dragon Balls into a box and prepared to exit. Just as he opened the door to make his escape, a gunshot rang out from behind, and pain erupted in his chest. What? General Black could hardly believe that he would meet his end at the hands of his own man. The one who shot him was none other than his most trusted aide, Lieutenant Brack. At that moment, Brack wiped his gun clean, looking down at General Black's lifeless body with disdain, declaring, "You foolish little man, if it weren't for your incompetence, the Red Ribbon Army would not have fallen. You should have departed long ago. Now, I shall take command of the Red Ribbon Army." When Sun Wukong arrived, he found only General Black's corpse, with the Dragon Balls nowhere in sight. How strange. How did he die? Sun Wukong mused, retrieving the Dragon Radar. According to the device, the Dragon Balls had not left the building. Since they hadn't gone far, it was only a matter of time. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong dashed towards the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Army, expecting to find the Dragon Balls within. Upon entering, however, he discovered not a single Dragon Ball, but rather a room filled with money and one woman. Colonel Violet was there, inexplicably filling 2 large boxes with cash. Sun Wukong instantly understood the situation. "What are you doing here?" "This is the treasure vault of the Red Ribbon Army." Colonel Violet panicked. Her actions constituted a betrayal of the Red Ribbon Army. She knew well that the Red Ribbon Army was ruthless towards traitors. Observing the terror etched upon Violet's lovely face, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a playful smile as he remarked, "Colonel Violet, you surely don't wish for others to discover your treachery while you abscond with their riches?" Biting her lip, Violet feigned a pitiful demeanor and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Just as Sun Wukong was about to propose his terms, Violet suddenly struck. Rising to the rank of colonel in a predominantly male army, she undoubtedly possessed considerable skill. Alas, her target was Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, he seized her leg, rendering her unable to move despite her struggles. Observing Sun Wukong's relaxed demeanor, Violet finally realized that she was no match for him. She relinquished her resistance, and Sun Wukong also released his grip. "Who on earth are you? What must I do for you to reveal it?" Faced with Ziluelin's inquiry, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, "It's rather simple, Colonel Ziluelin. I admire your abilities, and coincidentally, I am in need of an assistant." "What nonsense. You wish for that to happen?" Ziluelin vehemently refused, her teeth clenched. "We of the Red Satin will never surrender." Just then, the floor beneath them began to shake violently, as a massive entity emerged from the depths below. It was a colossal armored robot, its metallic arm seizing Colonel Ziluelin and lifting her into the air. "Damn it! How dare you steal the wealth of the Red Satin?" The voice of the Black General, Bulma, emanated from the robot. The machine he controlled was far larger and more formidable than an ordinary one. This was the result of Dr. Gailawa's modifications to the mecha that had delivered the hodgepodge meal. Not only was it constructed from the sturdiest metal, but it was also equipped with energy weapons capable of emitting energy waves akin to Kamehameha. "Help! Help!" Ziluelin cried out in desperation, realizing that Bulma was inside the mecha. Her face paled, and she could no longer maintain her composure, for Bulma truly intended to take her life. As she witnessed the mechanical arm controlled by Bulma preparing to unleash a white energy wave, Ziluelin felt utterly hopeless. She certainly did not wish to die. However, who could save her in the face of the mightiest mecha of the Red Satin? She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. The white energy shot forth, enveloping her entirely, and Ziluelin felt her body become weightless, as if floating on clouds. "Is this what it feels like to die?" She murmured with her eyes shut. Hey, you're not dead yet. A familiar voice rang in her ears. Zilulin slowly opened her eyes to behold the familiar and handsome visage of Sun Wukong. She discovered that she was being cradled in his arms. Feeling the warmth of his chest, her face flushed crimson, and she frantically urged, "Quick, let go of me." "All right, as you wish." Sun Wukong released her grip, and Zilulin let out a terrified scream, only to realize they were suspended 100 meters in the air. "Help!" Sun Wukong reappeared, swiftly wrapping his arms around her soft form, chuckling. "You truly are troublesome. One moment you want me to let go, and the next you seek my rescue. It seems you have no desire to perish." Zilulin, caught in her thoughts, pouted angrily in response. "What business is it of yours?" "Shall I let go then?" Sun Wukong teased, genuinely preparing to release her, prompting Zilulin to cling tightly to his neck, fearing she might plummet once more. After a moment, noticing that Sun Wukong had no intention of truly letting go, she realized he was merely jesting. Infuriated, she declared, "If you possess the ability, then let me down." "Let me die?" Sun Wukong glanced at Zilulin, amused by her indignant demeanor, and replied with a smile, "No ability? Yet you expect me to father 100 children with you." Zilulin's cheeks burned like a fiery cloud, momentarily speechless. As she attempted to articulate a response, she found herself admiring his countenance. In the distance, a beam of light approached, and Sun Wukong executed a roll to evade it. The beam struck a building, instantly erupting into a blaze. It was Bulak. Zilulin observed clearly from Sun Wukong's embrace that Bulak's mecha could indeed fly, and it was hurtling towards them. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon the machine, a fierce determination in his eyes, and bellowed, "Jinduyan." In an instant, a yellow cloud surged forth, upon which Sun Wukong placed Zilulin, ready to confront their adversary. Zilulin marveled at the sight of Sun Wukong floating before her, and the cloud beneath her, pinching her own cheek to confirm that she was not dreaming. Kamehameha. Chapter 10, Dr. Gailaw. As she listened to Sun Wukong's voice, she was astonished to see a wave of light coalesce between his hands, its power rivaling that of Bulak's mecha. In the sky, two beams of light collided, causing the heavens to tremble as winds and clouds shifted and thunder roared. The tremendous airflow tousled Zilulin's short hair, and she gazed, entranced, at Sun Wukong. This man was astonishingly powerful. That was the ultimate mecha crafted by the collaboration of the hodgepodge meal and the genius Dr. Gailaw. It was not something humanity could contend with. "Huh!" Sun Wukong roared, his Kamehameha growing even more formidable, forcefully repelling Bulak's beam. Damn it! Bulak frantically pressed buttons within the mecha, but to no avail. That beam was the most powerful attack the machine could unleash. The control panel began to malfunction under the strain, and Bulak was left with nothing but a colossal beam of light, which in an instant consumed both him and the mecha. With a thunderous boom, a gray mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and Bulak and his mecha vanished without a trace. Zilulin gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Her cheeks flushed as she reveled in the magnificence of the Kamehameha that Sun Wukong had just unleashed. That move was truly formidable. As the smoke dissipated, Sun Wukong slowly turned to face Zilulin. At that moment, she no longer harbored thoughts of resistance. She understood that Sun Wukong did not need to threaten her with the theft of the Red Satin's treasury. His strength was sufficient to effortlessly dominate the world. Moreover, she had always been drawn to the powerful. Her previous infatuation had been with her superior, General Baloo. Unfortunately, General Baloo had no interest in women. As for the others, to be frank, they were merely inconsequential figures unworthy of her attention. Sun Wukong observed Zilulin, whose heart was aflutter, and curiously inquired, "What is it? Do you desire to live?" Zilulin's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth, retorting, "Umph. If I wish to die, I shall die. If I do not, I shall not." "Very well." Sun Wukong nodded, hands on his hips. "By the way, Zilulin, there is something I am uncertain whether you would agree to." "I agree," Zilulin blurted out. Sun Wukong looked perplexed. "You don't think I was going to ask about Dr. Galaw's whereabouts, do you?" Zilulin inwardly berated Sun Wukong with all her might. Could he possibly be a fool? Moreover, who could possibly have an affinity for someone like Dr. Gailaw? That taste was quite peculiar. Seeing Zilulin's expression darken, Sun Wukong quickly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I merely seek his technology, not the man himself." "So that's the case," Zilulin nodded, her anxiety easing. "I know where Dr. Gailaw's laboratory is, but how will you control this Jinduyan?" Zilulin was utterly at a loss with the cloud beneath her, which seemed to heed only Sun Wukong's commands. Sun Wukong chuckled, pulling Zilulin closer. Isn't this more efficient? Hold on tight. I shall accelerate, Zilulin. Sun Wukong soared rapidly in the direction Zilulin indicated, only to discover that Dr. Galois' laboratory was not within the red satin base, but rather several thousand meters away on a desolate mountain. Zilulin guided him behind a massive rock, where a heavy iron door awaited. Dr. Galois was within. Sun Wukong approached the door, remarking, "No exaggeration. This must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Dr. Galois is indeed cautious." Observing Sun Wukong's rare expression of surprise, Zilulin felt a surge of delight and proudly strolled to the nearby keypad. "Aha, it seems my assistance is required." At that moment, Zilulin felt a sense of pride. It appeared that Sun Wukong also had times when he needed her. She entered a complex password, but the screen displayed an error message. Zilulin could hardly believe it. How could this happen? This was a password she had personally witnessed General Bulu enter once. She had memorized it clearly, hoping to seize a chance to sneak in and take something in the future. The Hongdanbai army allocated considerable funding for Dr. Galois' research each month. Undeterred, Zilulin prepared to try again, but suddenly, the password lock extended a laser gun and shot directly at her without a moment's hesitation. The proximity was too close for her to evade, but fortunately, Sun Wukong had been vigilant. He understood how cunning Dr. Galois could be. In an instant, he positioned himself in front of Zilulin, and the laser pierced through his clothing, singeing his skin slightly. The moment had transpired too quickly. Even he could only muster a bit of energy for protection, otherwise, such a laser would have caused him no harm. Sensing the burnt smell emanating from Sun Wukong, Zilulin anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Why did you save me again?" Sun Wukong chuckled, "It's a joke. If anyone is to meet their demise in this world, it should be me." Zilulin blushed once more. Despite his injury, Sun Wukong continued to utter nonsensical words. She pulled back his garment, her cool and delicate hands gently brushing over the burned area, relieved when she confirmed he was unharmed. Yet, she pondered, how would they gain entry now? It seemed Dr. Galois was indeed cunning. He must have changed the password every time someone entered. Zilulin's mind raced, rapidly deducing the reason for the door's refusal to open. Sun Wukong nodded. This reasoning aligned perfectly with Dr. Galois' character. However, opening the door was not without solutions. Why not enlist a brilliant scientist to unlock this password? Zilulin was still brainstorming for Sun Wukong. A brilliant scientist? Sun Wukong pondered, then said, "You aren't referring to Bulma, are you? How do you know her? Are you well acquainted? Can you invite her over?" Zilulin was surprised. This rough Sun Wukong actually knew the genius from the Capsule Corporation. "Well, let's just say, I often play games like jump rope with Bulma, but opening doors doesn't require such trouble." "What? Jump rope games?" Zilulin thought her ears had deceived her. Sun Wukong smiled, choosing not to elaborate, and walked over to the large door, gathering his strength before delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The heavy door was obliterated. Zilulin, who already knew of Sun Wukong's prowess, was taken aback by his sheer strength. Could she withstand such might? Even if she could, would the floor endure it? Shaking her head, Zilulin realized now was not the time for such thoughts. As they stepped inside, a chilling aura enveloped them, accompanied by a pungent metallic scent of blood. Instinctively, Zilulin grasped Sun Wukong's hand, which was large and warm. What had transpired here? Sun Wukong was puzzled. The intense smell unmistakably indicated a recent bloody event. "I hope number 18 is all right," he thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As they ventured deeper into the darkness, Sun Wukong remained cautious, releasing his energy to survey the research facility. If Dr. Galois had unleashed an artificial human from some corner to ambush them, it would spell trouble. Yet, they traversed almost the entire facility without sensing anyone's presence. Could it be that Dr. Galois had fled ahead of time? Zilulin speculated. Sun Wukong glanced at the disarray on the laboratory table, clearly indicating the owner had left in a hurry, leaving behind numerous research materials on artificial humans. He casually picked one up and pocketed it, thinking it better to take it back for Bulma to examine. But then he recalled hearing that Dr. Galois conducted experiments on living subjects. How was it that they hadn't encountered a single living person along the way? Zilulin suddenly remarked. Her words sent a chill down Sun Wukong's spine as he recalled a detail. The strong scent of blood they had detected upon entering indicated that human experimentation had recently occurred. Yet, no one was to be seen. Only fresh blood and flesh remained on the experiment table. This suggested that Dr. Galois was still present in the laboratory. Suin Wukong stated coldly. What? Zilulin couldn't fathom it. Cautiously glancing around and finding nothing. Didn't you say you sensed no one as presence? Suin Wukong nodded, slowly explaining, I truly sensed no one. But if it were an artificial human, it would have no presence. Zilulin began to understand. Could it be that Dr. Galois had transformed himself into some kind of artificial human before their arrival? Just then, a figure suddenly sprang from a corner, and Suin Wukong immediately detected it. Dr. Galois, he exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Suin Wukong, one day I will eliminate you. Dr. Galois had already reached the cave entrance and was launching energy waves toward the top of the research facility. A rumbling sound echoed as debris began to tumble down, causing the entire structure to collapse. Suin Wukong shattered the falling boulders aimed at Zilulin, shielding her in his embrace, then soared out of the cave's summit. He hovered above the ruins of the research facility, carefully surveying the area, only to find that Dr. Galois had indeed vanished. He moves quite swiftly. The artificial human bore no presence, making it challenging to trace his whereabouts. It seemed they could only rely on the Shenlong. Resolute, Suin Wukong wasted no time and flew away with Zilulin. Half an hour later, a figure emerged from the ruins. His face was etched with wrinkles, his body wrapped in bloodied bandages, glaring in the direction Suin Wukong had departed, sneering coldly. Humph, fortunately, I did not leave number 17 and 18 in this research facility. Suin Wukong, one day, I will ensure your demise. Suin Wukong, where are you taking me? Zilulin felt the refreshing breeze, her entire being invigorated. The sensation of soaring freely was delightful. Chapter 11. Conquering the skies. It is no wonder that the conquest of the skies has long been humanity's dream. Perched upon Suin Wukong's back, she spread her arms wide. Since joining the Hong Dambai, she had never felt so joyous. Soon, they arrived at their destination, West City, the villa of Bulma and Suin Wukong. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed Zilulin, Bulma's eyelids twitched. It was obvious that Suin Wukong had returned with another sister. She seized Suin Wukong's ear in irritation, exclaiming, Suin Wukong, can't you be honest? What were you two doing in the air just now? Suin Wukong hurriedly explained, you misunderstood. I was flying with my back to her, not like that night. Realizing her error, Bulma nodded, but then noticed Lanfang, and the newly arrived Zilulin all staring at her. Their gazes unmistakably conveyed the message. How could you play like this behind my back? Bulma's secret was exposed, and she had only tried that method once. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe fruit. Bulma covered her face with her hands, feigning composure as she said, Suin Wukong, are you all hungry? Suin Wukong diplomatically replied, now that you mention it, I am indeed a bit hungry. Today has exhausted me. Afterward, he realized his words could be misconstrued and quickly added, I meant, dealing with the Hong Dambai army has worn me out, not anything else. What? Bulma exclaimed. The news says the Hong Dambai army was eliminated by you. Sun Wukong blinked calmly. What's so difficult about this? Bulma scratched her head, realizing she should have grown accustomed to it. Goku's strength always left people guessing. You defeated the Red Ribbon army to find the Dragon Balls, right? Clever, Bulma. Goku retrieved a Dragon Ball, now possessing 5. 2 of which he acquired from the deceased Black Brak. Humph. Bulma scoffed, turning to Violetta. Who is she? Goku cleared his throat and casually remarked. Haven't you always been short a member? I specially found you a helper. Bulma recognized Goku's playful banter and chose not to press the issue. She approached him and whispered, we'll settle this tonight. Is it the kind of settling that involves cards? At dinner, Bulma prepared a lavish feast, worth at least 2 million by Dragon Ball standards. Violetta gazed at the spread, nearly drooling. Despite her high status in the Red Ribbon army, her meals were rarely so extravagant. Lanfang understood Violetta's awe, recalling her own initial wonder when she first arrived. Go ahead and eat, Violetta, Bulma generously urged. Meanwhile, Goku began devouring his food, quickly amassing a pile of empty plates. With the servers continuously bringing him more dishes, Violetta became increasingly convinced that Goku was no ordinary human. What earthling could consume so much without gaining weight? Violetta shook her head, perplexed as her thoughts were consumed by Goku. She took a bite of steak, which melted in her mouth, delicious beyond measure. In no time, the table was cleared of all delicacies. I'm full, Goku said, patting his round belly, utterly satisfied. After taking a bite of cake, Bulma asked, By the way, Goku, what do you plan to do next? Goku straightened up and replied earnestly, of course, I intend to find Piccolo Daimao and eliminate him. As he spoke, he produced the Dragon Ball radar, which displayed signals for 2 Dragon Balls, one to the north and one to the south, both stationary. Goku suspected that Piccolo Daimao might be hiding, gathering strength, waiting for him to seek him out. Bulma nodded in agreement with Goku's assessment. Subsequently, Goku pulled out the android data he received from Dr. Gero and briefly explained the situation to Bulma. Dr. Gero is indeed a genius. Bulma praised upon a mere glance at the documents. Gero's capabilities were evidently significant, earning Bulma's acknowledgement. Unfortunately, he employed his intellect in devising ways to annihilate humanity and dominate the Earth. Bulma elaborated that the documents indicated Gero had combined mechanical technology with human cellular research, conducting mechanical modifications on the human body to create formidable android warriors. In other words, he no longer utilized purely mechanical androids like the old 8. Moreover, he vaguely mentioned working on an ultimate android project that even he feared. If what he said was true, failing to eliminate Dr. Gero would undoubtedly pose a threat to the entire world in the future, Bulma analyzed seriously. Goku nodded, recalling that in the original manga, Goku's death led to a future plagued by androids, nearly resulting in humanity's extinction. Fortunately, Bulma preserved the spark of hope, successfully allowing Trunks to traverse time to the world where Goku was still alive. Regrettably, she ultimately perished at the hands of someone she trusted most. But that was a tale for another time. In this world, Goku would ensure such a tragedy would never occur. So, you intend to use the Dragon Balls to locate Dr. Gero? Yes, rest assured, I will annihilate him in one blow. Bulma nodded, realizing there was no better plan at present. With business concluded, Goku exhaled, just as he noticed a smudge of cream from the cake at the corner of Bulma's mouth. She truly looked increasingly beautiful. Goku glanced at Lan Shi, Lan Fong, and Violetta engaged in conversation and suddenly told Bulma, Bulma, your chopsticks seem to have fallen to the ground. Bulma looked curiously at her chopsticks, which were pressed under the bowl, wondering when they had fallen. Upon seeing Goku's anticipatory gaze, she paused, then smiled slightly, understanding. Bulma bent down to retrieve her chopsticks. BRR, the wind feels a bit chilly tonight. Goku couldn't help but shiver. The next day, Goku set off with the Dragon Ball radar, his first target being the Southern Dragon Ball. Violetta, sporting dark circles under her eyes, watched Goku fly away, then turned to the black-haired girl, Lan Shi, beside her. She had stayed next door last night. But why did she sound so bold and confident instead of her usual timid self? Clearly, she possessed the fortitude to overpower Goku. Violetta couldn't fathom the situation. A few hours later, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Goku soared over a village. An ominous premonition nagged at him. Indeed, as soon as he landed, several bamboo arrows whizzed towards him. Goku sighed. He had grown accustomed to such ambushes by villagers. He effortlessly caught one of the incoming arrows and deflected the others back. After questioning the villagers, he learned that a monster had appeared in the area. Goku furrowed his brow. Could it be Piccolo Daimao again? The villagers explained that the princess of the nearby palace had been awakened by footsteps one night. When she got out of bed, she saw nothing but discovered a series of clear footprints on the ground. Just as she screamed, she suddenly saw herself being taken away in a mirror. Goku realized that this so-called monster was likely not Piccolo Daimao, but rather the Asura from the demon realm that had appeared before. Following the villagers' directions, Goku quickly located the gate to the demon realm. A sword was lodged at the entrance, preventing the creatures of the demon realm from wreaking havoc on Earth at night. Inside is the demon realm. I advise you not to wander in carelessly, lest you lose your life. The villagers warned, but Goku would not retreat. Nonsense. His wife was inside. Without a backward glance, he strode in. The gate to the demon realm led to a dimly lit, expansive tunnel, illuminated only by faint glimmers from gemstones embedded in the walls. Goku walked leisurely, but soon he heard the whoosh of wind by his ear. A sharp weapon shot towards him. Goku sidestepped to avoid it. Who dares to intrude upon the demon realm? A cold voice echoed from the darkness. As the voice emerged, a hulking monster stepped forth, muscles bulging and veins protruding, exuding a fierce demeanor. Beside the creature stood a slender woman who gracefully approached, retrieving the weapon from the wall, and curiously regarded Goku, saying, "Who are you? You cannot pass without a permit." Permit? Goku pondered. He had no such document. Moreover, who demanded proof upon arrival? He hadn't even asked for her identification. The enormous monster, uninterested in Goku's remarks, grew enraged upon hearing he lacked a permit. It seized its massive spear and lunged at Goku. Without even a glance, Goku extended a finger and pressed it against the spear. Instantly, the spear became unbearably heavy. And no matter how hard the monster tried, it could not move at all. Goku smiled slightly, releasing his finger, causing the monster to lose balance and tumble onto its back. How dare you toy with me? The monster roared again, throwing the spear away. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped. Witnessing the monstrous fist barreling towards him, and without hesitation, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The clash resounded like thunder, reverberating through the air, as the creature was sent staggering back several paces. Infuriated, the beast attempted to charge again. At that moment, a slender woman called out, "Halt, Gora! You are no match for him." Gora's body froze, compelled to heed her words. "Greetings. Although you are not from the demon realm, you possess quite the prowess. By the way, I am Mela. What is your name?" Sun Wukong regarded Mela, noting her lustrous red hair. Though her beauty did not rival that of Bulma or Lanchi, her figure was exquisite. Her ears, reminiscent of an elf's, evoked an irresistible urge to touch, embodying a wild yet enchanting allure. Clearing his throat, Sun Wukong introduced himself. "I am Sun Wukong, here in search of a particular orb." As he produced a Dragon Ball for Mela to see, she recognized it immediately, recalling that the Demon King, Ashura, possessed a similar one, taken during his abduction of a princess from the human realm. Sun Wukong nodded, sensing Mela spoke the truth. "Is your sole purpose in the demon realm this orb?" Mela inquired. "That was my intent, but now I have additional ambitions," Sun Wukong replied, flashing his signature grin. "Do you not wish to know the potential of a child born of both human and demon blood?" Audacious. Even Gora, the hulking brute, grasped the implications of Sun Wukong's words, raising his fist to strike again. Yet, Mela, maintaining her composure, interposed herself before Gora, addressing Sun Wukong. "Intriguing, but alas, I am a subordinate of the Demon King, and all demon beings here are under his dominion." Sun Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Oh, then this simplifies matters. I shall defeat Ashura and claim the title of the new Demon King." Mela stared at Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback by his unwavering confidence. Her previous warning was meant to intimidate him. Assigned by Ashura, she and Gora guarded the entrance to the demon realm, with orders to eliminate any intruders. However, she did not act on these orders. If a brave warrior from the human realm trespassed, she would have Gora, the mightiest demon, repel him, instilling fear to deter further attempts. For ordinary wanderers, she would unleash the demon mist to guide them back to safety. This time, she intended to use the same tactic to scare Sun Wukong away, but he appeared unfazed by her threats, even boasting of his intent to conquer Ashura. After a moment of silence, Mela finally said, "Very well, I shall take you to meet the Demon King, Ashura." With that, she instructed Gora to remain at the entrance while she led Sun Wukong deeper into the realm. In the dark, eerie, and narrow tunnel, Sun Wukong's vision began to blur, and chilling howls echoed around them. Any ordinary person would have been petrified by such sights, yet Sun Wukong was different in the realm of Dragon Balls. As long as one's energy was formidable enough, no demon or monster posed a challenge. "Stay close, Sun Wukong. The path through the demon realm is treacherous. If you lose your way, I cannot assist you," Mela cautioned, glancing back at his figure. Suddenly, Sun Wukong posed a curious question. "Is it particularly deep and cramped within the demon realm?" Mela halted, turning to face him, and with a playful smile, she replied, "Though our kind is known for our free-spirited nature, we hope that you truly prevail and become the Demon King, so you may experience the full depth of our realm." She stepped closer, whispering into his ear, "In truth, I harbor my own grievances against Ashura. Should you truly defeat him, you may have your way." Sun Wukong coughed, a blush creeping onto his cheeks even in the presence of such an alluring Mela. "Mela, you misunderstand. My primary purpose is indeed for the Dragon Ball. Defeating Ashura is merely a secondary objective." Mela leaned in closer, her cheeks slightly flushed as she murmured a few words to him. After contemplating for a moment, she remarked, "Though your proposed action may be somewhat challenging, I believe with our demon physique, we can accomplish it." A smile broke across Sun Wukong's face. "Really? That is splendid. I can hardly wait to vanquish Ashura." The pair quickened their pace, journeying deeper into the demon realm. After approximately 15 minutes, they finally reached their destination. Mela gestured towards a distant palace, saying, "That is where Ashura resides. The women abducted from the human realm are imprisoned inside. To rescue her, you must first defeat the guards within. They are far more powerful than Gora, so exercise caution." Upon hearing Mela's warning, Sun Wukong chuckled. "Mela, are you truly concerned for my well-being?" With a hint of annoyance, Mela replied, "If you lose, do you think my decision to bring you into the demon realm will end well? My hopes rest entirely upon you. Now, quickly, what is your plan for dealing with Ashura?" "Plan?" Sun Wukong blinked, seemingly oblivious to the concept. "You cannot simply arrive without a strategy, can you? I must remind you, there are hundreds of demon warriors." Mela's heart sank, as she had anticipated that Sun Wukong might possess some extraordinary artifact. She pondered how to assist him in diverting the guards, only to find Sun Wukong boldly striding forward, unable to intervene and pull him back. She could only watch his retreating figure with concern. For reasons unknown, she felt an inkling of faith. Despite Sun Wukong's apparent recklessness, he might indeed succeed. The environment around the palace transformed into a spacious and well-lit area. As Sun Wukong walked, he stretched his limbs, feeling stifled from their previous close quarters. Yet, he found Mela's scent rather pleasant. Soon, Sun Wukong attracted the attention of the demon soldiers, and dozens of imposing, grotesque warriors surged forth from within. Who would have thought a human could reach this place? Ha ha ha, looks like we have fresh meat to feast upon. Wait, let me have the first bite. They encircled Sun Wukong, eyeing him as if he were a delectable dish. With an expression of calm determination, Sun Wukong smiled slightly and extended a finger, unleashing the Dongdong wave. A beam of white light shot forth, piercing through one demon warrior's skull, affecting several others behind him as well. Such was the might of the Dongdong wave, which not only required minimal energy, but also boasted exceptional penetration. In the blink of an eye, a dozen demon warriors had fallen. Panic ensued among the remaining demons, who realized that Sun Wukong was not to be trifled with. Engaging him would only lead to their demise. They cast anxious glances toward the depths of the palace, where a pale-faced young man sat. His visage a blend of human and ghastly features, exuding an unsettling charm. This individual was none other than Ashura, the ruler of the demon realm. Quite interesting. I did not expect to find such formidable talent among humans, Sun Wukong mused as he observed Ashura rising from his throne and stepping forth from the palace. He immediately sensed the overwhelming dark energy emanating from this so-called demon king. With each step Ashura took, ripples of black mist radiated from his feet. "Lord Ashura?" The trembling demon soldiers quaked in fear before him. Ashura smirked coldly and raised a finger, pointing at one of the warriors. With a swift motion, a beam of black light shot from his fingertip, nearly identical to the Dongdong wave, save for its color. "Human, was your earlier technique something like this?" Concealed in the shadows, Mela could not help but express her astonishment. Indeed, the lord of the demon realm, Ashura, was exceptionally formidable. With just a glance, he had completely mastered Wukong's techniques. It was no wonder that for centuries, none dared to challenge his throne. Your comprehension is truly commendable," Wukong remarked with an air of indifference, remaining still and at ease. "Ha!" Ashura laughed heartily, fixing his gaze on Wukong with keen interest. "You are utterly unafraid of me." Wukong replied, "Why should I fear you?" After a brief silence, Ashura mused, "Interesting." With a swift motion of his sleeve, a martial arts platform materialized in the previously empty space. "Since you wish to spar with me, let us adhere to the customs of our demon clan. The victor shall become the ruler of the demon realm." Not only the demon soldiers, but even Mela was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ashura would employ the highest standard of combat against Wukong. It was important to note that Wukong was not a member of the demon race. According to tradition, he should not be afforded such treatment. Ashura's actions indicated that he sensed a terrifying power hidden within Wukong. Wukong calmly approached the martial arts platform. Gazing steadily at Ashura, Ashura sneered, his figure flickering as he ascended the arena. A thrilling battle was on the verge of eruption, hidden in the shadows. Mela silently cheered for Wukong. She understood all too well the extent of Ashura's strength. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Ashura's pale figure vanished from the platform. Wukong remained vigilant, unable to catch even a glimpse of Ashura's shadow. Interesting, he thought. This was not simply speed beyond perception, but rather a manifestation of a unique skill. Wukong quickly deduced that Ashura's disappearance was not merely due to swiftness, but stemmed from something more mysterious. He immediately became cautious, releasing the energy within him. As anticipated, the space beside him suddenly warped, revealing a pale claw extending forth. Having anticipated this, Sun Wukong struck with a punch, sending the claw back into the void. Humph! A cold grunt echoed from the martial arts platform, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks from Ashura that assailed Wukong from all directions. It felt as though he was facing not a single opponent, but a multitude of Ashuras. Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, skillfully dodging as he danced around the attacks on the platform. He sought opportunities to counterattack, but alas, the Ashura concealed within the void had no physical form, rendering his strikes ineffective against the opponent. The pace of their battle escalated, and the demon soldiers below could only witness Wukong rapidly unleashing punches and kicks on the platform. With each blow, pale hands and feet inexplicably emerged around him. What? Has this fellow predicted all of Lord Ashura's moves? How could this be possible? The demon warriors exchanged incredulous glances. However, Mela understood. Wukong was not predicting Ashura's techniques, but rather reacting with astonishing speed. In essence, Wukong had detected Ashura's attacks and preempted them with even greater swiftness. This misconception led others to believe that Wukong could foresee Ashura's moves, while in reality, everything was under his control. As their exchange continued, they had already exchanged dozens of blows in a fleeting moment. Wukong finally seized an opportunity, gripping Ashura's arm and pulling him forth from the void, then forcefully tossing him away. Just as Ashura was about to plummet off the platform, a crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and his rapidly falling body abruptly halted, subsequently soaring back onto the martial arts stage. Indeed, you can fly. You are quite the challenge, Wukong remarked, hands on his hips, observing Ashura's return with a hint of exasperation. Ashura wore a sly grin, fixing his gaze on Wukong. You are not an easy opponent either. No sooner had he spoken than Ashura became serious, a dark aura emanating from his being. It had been ages since Ashura had displayed such intensity. Wukong, without hesitation, unleashed a dazzling white aura, rivaling Ashura's formidable presence. Who would have thought this fellow was so powerful? Mela marveled at the overwhelming energy surging from Wukong. Shall we commence the second round? With that, both transformed into ephemeral shadows, rekindling their fierce confrontation. The martial arts platform trembled under the pressure of their clash, a spectacle unseen for centuries. The flooring, constructed from the unique stones of the demon realm, was exceedingly sturdy, yet utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocity of Wukong and Ashura's battle. Ashura bellowed, charging once more, conjuring a swirling vortex of darkness in his grasp, distorting the space it traversed. What kind of technique is this? Wukong pondered. It was undoubtedly a special ability of the demon race, one that could not be met with brute force. Without hesitation, he employed his technique of duplication. Indeed, Ashura had never encountered this maneuver before. Believing he had struck Wukong, he was suddenly taken aback to find Wukong behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. This strike caused Ashura to completely lose control, crashing into the wall. Your technique is impressive, but if it cannot land a hit, it is of little use. How infuriating. You are far too arrogant. Ashura slowly regained his footing, and as he did, his form began to transform. His face morphed into a terrifying visage, his once fair skin oozing blood until he was entirely drenched in crimson. His black eyes now glowed a fierce red, and he seemed to grow taller. Even more astonishingly, 2 sets of black horns sprouted from his head. He was no longer the same being as before. Not bad. You are the first to compel me to unleash my full power. Ashura ambled toward Wukong, casting aside the rules of their duel. With each step forward, he appeared ordinary. Yet to onlookers, he exuded an unsettling aura. Gradually, his speed increased, shifting from a blurred figure to one entirely imperceptible. A scarlet shadow zipped past, and Wukong narrowly evaded. Yet a glancing blow from Ashura's fist grazed his face, drawing blood. Ashura hung upside down from the cave's ceiling, his eyes fixed coldly on Wukong. So, is it your speed that has diminished, or have I grown stronger? Wukong wiped the blood from his face, adopting a fierce stance as his gaze sharpened. With a disdainful grunt, Ashura dove down, transforming into mere shadow. A resounding crash echoed, and this time, it was Wukong who was sent sprawling. Is this the end? I truly should not have brought him here, Mela thought, feeling a pang of guilt for underestimating Ashura's might. Perhaps sensing Mela's trepidation, Wukong performed several acrobatic flips in midair before landing gracefully atop the palace, a smile playing on his lips. The battle has only just begun. With that declaration, Wukong launched himself forward at a speed surpassing any he had previously displayed, even faster than Ashura. What on earth is this? Who is this fellow, defying all limits? I have an ominous premonition. Lord Ashura cannot be foolish enough to lose. Wukong's fist flew towards Ashura, who raised his hand to block it, only to find himself and his arm sent careening back. My arm feels numb. How can this monkey possess such strength? Before he could fully process the shock, Wukong charged at him once more, unleashing a formidable force that propelled Ashura away. Ashura crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. No, this is impossible. You are merely immortal. How can you possess such strength? Ashura exclaimed in disbelief, slowly rising from the pit, stifling the pain in his chest. Damn it. Today I will surely eliminate you. Having lost his composure, Ashura let out a furious roar, his body floating in midair, transforming into a blood-red vortex. The vortex possessed a powerful suction, drawing in several demon warriors who were caught unawares. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, they were transformed into a pool of blood, which further intensified the swirling vortex. The fierce winds tousled Son Wukong's hair as he stood before the vortex. Although the vortex posed no threat to him, he found himself momentarily at a loss on how to contend with it. This was no mere martial technique. It was a self-destructive maneuver of the demon clan. Son Wukong was momentarily stumped, contemplating whether to attempt the Kamehameha. Just as he was about to try, a familiar scream pierced the air. Ah, help me. It turned out that Mei La had lagged behind, being the weakest in combat. She was sure to be swallowed by the vortex along with the other demon warriors. Son Wukong swiftly grabbed her and channeled some of his strength to help her regain her footing. However, as more and more demon warriors were drawn in and turned into blood, the storm's power escalated. What to do? While Son Wukong pondered this, Mei La suddenly exclaimed, "If only there were light. We demons fear the light." A smile crept onto Son Wukong's lips. Was this not fortuitous? He had just mastered a new technique. He instructed Mei La to take cover in a nearby cave, then clasped his hands behind his head and shouted at the blood-red vortex, "Solar Fist." A blinding white light erupted from within Son Wukong, illuminating the surroundings like the sun itself. Under this intense radiance, all demons, including the Ashura, vanished. Son Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that had he known it would be this effective, he would have used it sooner. What a strenuous endeavor. Mei La emerged from the cave, now the sole survivor of the demon clan. Congratulations, Son Wukong. You have defeated the Ashura, and you are now the new lord of the demon realm. Son Wukong noticed that Mei La's attire had been torn to shreds in the recent storm, barely covering her form, and she was kneeling respectfully before him. The sense of superiority was exhilarating. Ahem, Mei La. Did you not mention what you intended to do once I became the lord of the demon realm? Mei La looked up, her captivating phoenix eyes drawing one's gaze. And with pursed lips, she inquired, "Might I ask, my lord, what are your plans?" Before Son Wukong could articulate his ambitions, a princess emerged from the palace. Quite out of place. Wonderful. At last, someone has vanquished the Ashura. I can return home. Upon spotting Son Wukong, the princess rushed towards him and leaped into his embrace. Bursting into tears, Son Wukong felt a wave of frustration. He had nearly disrobed moments ago, and now she chose this time to make an entrance? Princess, I am in a hurry. Could you not wait a moment longer? With a resigned sigh, Son Wukong decided to be the Good Samaritan. Fortunately, in the princess's embrace, he found the Dragon Ball he sought. How could it be retrieved from her? Although spherical, it was remarkably firm, making it impossible for him to overlook. The princess, blushing, extracted the Dragon Ball from her garment and handed it to Son Wukong, leaving him with 6 Dragon Balls. Unquestionably, the radar indicated that the final Dragon Ball lay with the demon King Piccolo. Son Wukong escorted the princess back to the royal palace, even though she insisted on returning to find him in 2 years. However, he had no time for such trifles. He and Mei La set off into the night. It must be said that the skin of demon women was incredibly smooth and tender. Gola mentioned that although the demon realm had perished, he had no intention of leaving and resolved to remain there. Naturally, Mei La chose to accompany Son Wukong as they soared towards the west capital. The demon clan did not fear light, but rather could not withstand intense illumination, allowing Mei La to shrink her form and hide within Son Wukong's chest. Although Mei La occasionally caused mischief, burrowing into his chest, Her presence made the journey far less tedious. For reasons unknown, Sun Wukong felt a strange sensation within his heart. Upon finally reaching the West capital, Sun Wukong gazed at the scene below, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Rage surged through him, his eyes nearly ablaze. Even Mela, hidden within his chest, ceased her antics, sensing the intensity of his anger. He looked down at the West capital, which had been reduced to ruins. The city was obliterated, or rather, utterly destroyed by a formidable force. Piccolo. Sun Wukong seethed through clenched teeth, realizing that only this villain could have wrought such devastation. A powerful aura erupted from Sun Wukong, and Mela felt that he was now even stronger than he had been during his battle with the Azura. Soon, Sun Wukong detected a potent energy emanating from the north. As anticipated, the Demon King Piccolo emerged from his hiding place. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to charge forth to slay Piccolo, he sensed yet another presence. Sun Wukong's expression tightened, but gradually, he regained his composure, allowing a smile to surface as the intensity of his aura diminished. Thank goodness, Bulma is still alive. Who? Mela, nestled within Sun Wukong, sensed his sudden shift in demeanor. Who exactly was this Bulma? It seemed she held great significance for Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, he transformed into a beam of white light and soared towards the horizon. In less than half an hour, he arrived at an island. Came House, the domicile of the Turtle Hermit. With a rush, Sun Wukong flew with all his might. Having recently battled the Azura, his strength not yet fully restored. He leaped down, and the door to the Kame House swung open, revealing Bulma. Indeed, Bulma, you are unharmed. Sun Wukong rushed forward and embraced Bulma, spinning her around joyfully. Sun Wukong, I'm about to faint, Bulma exclaimed, prompting him to release her, realizing he had been overly exuberant. As they conversed, Launch, Lan Fong, and Violet also emerged, all alive, but wearing expressions of displeasure. Wukong, do you only care about Bulma? Faced with the blonde-haired Launch's inquiry, Sun Wukong scratched his head, his confidence wavering as he replied, well, with the Dragon Balls, I can surely save you all. I could even bring Bulma back if she were to perish. This left Sun Wukong feeling awkward, unsure of how to respond. Lan Fong and Violet approached him, demanding an explanation. Sun Wukong appeared troubled. The sudden loss of the West capital had roused his excitement, causing him to overlook many details. He had nearly confronted the Demon King Piccolo in a reckless frenzy. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation and observing his cautious demeanor, they couldn't help but chuckle. All right, we understand that Bulma is your utmost priority. We shan't make it difficult for you. To Sun Wukong's surprise, the blonde-haired Launch displayed unexpected understanding. Yet, before he could commend her, she added, however, speaking of forgiveness, tonight. Sun Wukong nodded immediately, eager to comply with any request Launch made at this moment. Observing the situation, Lan Fong and Violet meticulously planned out Sun Wukong's schedule for the next few days, leaving him with no opportunity to escape. Bulma, aware of Sun Wukong's prior anxiety for her safety, quietly stood at the back, her own anticipation mounting. After all, it had been 7 days. What? 7 days? Sun Wukong looked incredulously at Bulma and the others. They all nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been 7 days since Sun Wukong departed from the West capital. Sun Wukong's expression reflected disbelief. How could this be possible? He was certain he had only been gone for less than a day. You spent only half a day in the demon realm, but half a day there equates to 7 days here. Mela's melodious voice chimed in from within Sun Wukong's attire. Bulma and the others looked on with curiosity as Mela's lovely face peeked out from his collar. What is this? In response to their bewilderment, Sun Wukong recounted the events of his time in the demon realm, revealing that he had indeed acquired the 6th Dragon Ball. Bulma then shared the unfolding events during Sun Wukong's absence. It turned out that on the 3rd day after Sun Wukong left the West capital, the Demon King Piccolo suddenly attacked the royal capital, effortlessly dispatching the guards and showcasing his terrifying strength. With a single strike, Piccolo obliterated half of the capital, causing countless casualties. The throne has fallen under the control of Baek Dumma Wang, who, through a televised broadcast, showcased his immense power to the world and consequently seized the throne from his grasp. The Turtle Sage, astonished while watching the television, discovered that Baek Dumma Wang had remarkably regained his youth. Logically, since the Dragon Balls had not been summoned and the Shenlong had not appeared, how could Baek have returned to his youthful state? Before he could unravel the mystery, he intended to inform Wukong, only to find that Wukong had already set off in search of the Dragon Balls. The Turtle Sage and his companions felt a void, unable to sense Wukong's energy, leading them to fear for his safety. Acting swiftly as the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian led the Turtle School practitioners, along with Tianxing Fan and Jiaozi from the Crane School, to confront Baik Damal Wang. It was during this battle that Master Wu Tian uncovered the secret behind Baik Damal Wang's rejuvenation. It was a hidden treasure that had been consumed by Baik Damal Wang. This treasure, a miraculous fruit discovered during the youthful adventures of both the Crane and Turtle Sages, granted them the power of immortality when split between them. Now, with Baik Damal Wang having absorbed the Crane Sage's strength, he may not have achieved immortality, but he had reverted to the peak of his powers from 3 centuries ago. The Turtle Sage intended to seal Baik Damal Wang with the Moffingbo technique, but age had diminished his stamina, and he was caught off guard by a surprise attack from Baik Damal Wang. With the threat of the Moffingbo removed, the ensuing battle was devoid of suspense, and Turtle Sage, Tianxing Fan, Yamucha, and Kellen all fell, fearing interference from human martial artists. Baik Damal Wang broadcasted their demise globally. Among these scenes, Yamucha hiding in a corner became a classic moment of disdain. Sun Wukong, clenching his fists, was astounded that so much had transpired during his brief trip to the demon realm. Suddenly, a large turtle emerged from the water, presenting a bottle to Sun Wukong, stating that the Turtle Sage had instructed him to deliver it if he were still alive. Upon opening the bottle, Sun Wukong found instructions for the usage of the Moffingbo technique. It appeared that the Turtle Sage had anticipated the potential for peril on this journey, intending to assist Sun Wukong engaging Baik Damal Wang's current strength. Days prior, in Shidu, Baik Damal Wang was broadcasting his plans for dominion. I, Baik Damal Wang, shall be your new ruler. Let me inform you, I detest justice and peace. Rest assured, under my rule, you will enjoy absolute freedom. The ineffective system of law enforcement must be abolished. Fighting, violence, robbery, and chaos shall be legal and without penalties. The audience, alarmed, watched as chaos erupted in the streets moments after his declaration. The blonde woman, Lanchi, wielded a submachine gun, unafraid of the tumult around her, daring anyone to attempt theft at her home. Bulma, observing helplessly, could only hope for Sun Wukong's swift return. Listen well, my subjects. To demonstrate true terror, I shall exemplify death. There are 43 regions in the world. I will randomly select one to destroy. He continued, from now on. Every month, I will choose a region to obliterate unless you manage to procure a star-studded orb from me, granting immunity from destruction for that time. Cackling, he reached into the lottery box, and all regions held their breath, anxious about being drawn. As he revealed the paper, a sinister smile crept across his face. Regrettably, the first to face my wrath is Shidu. Lanchi, realizing she currently resided in Shidu, sprang into action. We must leave immediately. Sun Wukong is unlikely to return in time, Bulma decisively declared. Though Shidu was already in chaos, Bulma's family possessed a private jet, ensuring their escape was secure. However, her parents, Dr. Briv and Bajini, were reluctant to leave. Ultimately, Bulma had no choice but to take Lanchi and the others away first, as they could still rely on the Dragon Balls for revival. Uncertain of Sun Wukong's whereabouts, they decided to wait at the Turtle Sage's home, where the ocean remained relatively safe. This recounts the events leading up to now. Presently, they sat within the abode, and Mela had emerged from Sun Wukong's embrace, resuming her original form. Tall and alluring, she gracefully sat aside, having evidently tasted something delightful earlier. With the entire situation now clear to him, Sun Wukong's next course of action became straightforward. His singular goal was to vanquish Baik Damal Wang and rescue the innocent civilians. His only wish was that Dr. Briv could survive. Sun Wukong sighed, appearing somewhat despondent. What troubles you, Sun Wukong? Bulma inquired, noticing his unusual expression. Quickly, he shifted the topic. Baik Damal Wang is currently in the capital. I shall resolve this matter at once. Bulma interjected. Baik Damal Wang has laid waste to Shidu. It will take at least 3 days before he strikes again. She glanced at Mela and continued, You have just returned. Sun Wukong, it would be wise to rest and recuperate before confronting Baik Damal Wang. Lanchi and Lanfang nodded in agreement. As Earth's hope, Sun Wukong needed to maintain peak condition to face Baik Damal Wang. He hesitated, blinking thoughtfully, considering that even with Baik Damal Wang's return to youth, His fighting power would be around 260. Surely he could handle him with ease. However, upon observing the glint of avarice in the eyes of those around him, he quickly grasped the situation. While gathering energy was plausible, recuperating was out of the question. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong engaged in discussions regarding martial arts with Bulma and formally confronted Zilulin. Although Zilulin bore some resemblance to Lan Fang in specific aspects, both possessing martial skills and adaptability, Zilulin was more obedient, following commands without question, unlike Lan Fang, who had her own ideas. Each had their merits, yet Sun Wukong's preference leaned towards Bulma, who today exuded a mature and alluring teacher-like charm. Meanwhile, in the capital, Baik Damal Wang, growing impatient from waiting for the Dragon Balls, commenced the lottery draw early. He selected a slip of paper, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he realized he had drawn the capital so swiftly. What an outrageous situation. In a corner lurked a bespectacled, dog-headed middle-aged man, his eyes ablaze with fury. The capital, as the heart of the nation, could not be destroyed so carelessly. Clenching his teeth, he resolutely told the guards beside him, "If Baik Damal Wang truly seeks to annihilate the capital, we shall confront him. We will stand with the capital to the end. Your Excellency, you must not put yourself in danger," they urged, but he shook his head. Previously, he had held hope that someone would defeat this tyrant. Yet, even the martial arts god, Wu Tian, had fallen. Who else could possibly stand against him? With no other recourse, he prepared the most formidable weapon in the national treasury, ready to confront Baik Damal Wang in a last-ditch effort. Seeing his unwavering resolve, his closest subjects ceased to dissuade him. As planned, they prepared to act. The usual rules apply. You have 10 minutes. Run quickly. Baik Damal Wang cackled at the camera. Chaos erupted in the capital, which was thought to be the safest place. To everyone's shock, Baik Damal Wang had included the capital in his lottery. With a much higher population density than Shidu, the capital boasted military strength, technology, and wealth. If the capital fell, everything would be lost. He did not wish to detonate the last weapon unless absolutely necessary. As seconds ticked away, he clenched his jaw, preparing to give the order to detonate. No, wait. At this crucial moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the screen. That hairstyle was so familiar that he recognized it at a glance. It was none other than the champion of the current martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong. The grand event of the world's #1 martial arts competition had captured his attention on television. Thus, he naturally recognized the young man before him. Oddly enough, he thought Sun Wukong had perished alongside Shidu in the explosion, yet here he was. Perhaps this nation still held a glimmer of hope? He immediately ordered the cessation of the previous plan for mutual destruction. At that moment, Piccolo Daimao caught sight of the suddenly emerged youth, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. This guy was remarkably fast. Even he had not sensed him. Could it be that Dambalin and Tombaril were dispatched by you? Sun Wukong nodded in response to Piccolo Daimao's inquiry, neither confirming nor denying. Do you also possess a Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong revealed a Dragon Ball from his pocket, glimmering and round, unmistakably genuine. Piccolo Daimao erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Well, it seems you have delivered yourself right to me. Prepare to meet your end." Rising to his full height, he emanated an overwhelming aura. In an instant, the heat radiating from him was blinding. This was not his first encounter with the might of Piccolo Daimao. He had witnessed it during his battle with Master Roshi. Yet seeing it again was still astonishing. The demon race was indeed formidable. Unfazed, Sun Wukong slowly advanced toward Piccolo Daimao, exuding a calm demeanor. What was he planning? Watching Sun Wukong approach unguarded made his heart race with concern. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others in front of the television were also on edge. Although Sun Wukong claimed dealing with Piccolo Daimao was child's play, they had indeed overexerted themselves in recent days, tirelessly teaming up. And even a Saiyan could not withstand such pressure. It should not affect him, right? Before departing, Bulma had ensured Sun Wukong consumed a senzu bean, which provided her some reassurance. With a mix of tension and unease, Sun Wukong stood before Piccolo Daimao. Compared to Piccolo Daimao's imposing figure, Sun Wukong appeared exceedingly diminutive. Humph. You little brat, perish. Piccolo Daimao, incensed by Sun Wukong's apparent lack of awareness, extended his claw towards Sun Wukong's heart. With a tremendous crash, Piccolo Daimao was sent hurtling backward. The television screen became a blur, rendering the events unclear. What was Piccolo Daimao up to? Why had he collided with the wall? Moreover, why was he bleeding from his nose? At this moment, The audience in front of their televisions was astonished to discover for the first time that the blood of the demon race was, in fact, green. It seems you possess only this level of skill, Sun Wukong remarked coldly as he lowered his hand. Yes, Wukong. The villagers of Shiga, including Suno, recognized the familiar visage on the screen. This man, who would one day become her husband, was currently fighting for Earth. Trust in Wukong. He will surely defeat Piccolo Daimao, declared the android number 8. Indeed, Suno nodded in agreement. Suspended in midair, Piccolo Daimao glared at Sun Wukong with contempt, his body trembling with rage. He was the infamous Demon King, who had instilled endless fear in the world, seeking death. As soon as Piccolo Daimao's words fell, he unleashed a blinding wave of light from his mouth, astonishingly swift, the very technique that had previously led Yamcha to defeat. Sun Wukong did not even attempt to evade. With a casual flick, he redirected the wave skyward. The wave reverberated in the air, causing the buildings beneath to tremble, its power formidable. Piccolo Daimao could hardly believe his eyes. How could a human be so powerful? Sun Wukong smiled slightly, stating, "It's over, Piccolo. Where have you hidden the Dragon Balls?" Piccolo Daimao appeared to see a glimmer of hope, smirking maliciously. "Of course, I have hidden the Dragon Balls. If you let me go, I will return them to you. And I promise never to commit evil again. What do you say?" Faced with Piccolo's proposition, Sun Wukong said nothing, vanishing from the screen in an instant. When the camera once more captured the scene, Sun Wukong had already delivered a devastating blow to Piccolo Daimao's abdomen. Within, he discovered the final Dragon Ball. He smiled contentedly. "I knew you would hide the Dragon Balls in such a place." Outraged, Piccolo Daimao was left in shock, clutching his abdomen, feeling life slipping away swiftly. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Even the legendary Wu Tai Do had only been able to seal him for 300 years at the cost of his own life. Now that he had finally escaped his confinement, how could it end so abruptly? He was unwilling to accept it. Piccolo Daimao recalled the last words of Wu Tai Do when he sealed him. 300 years later, someone will come to thoroughly eliminate you. Piccolo Daimao had thought this merely a jest, yet it had come to fruition. I, Piccolo Daimao, shall undoubtedly return. After his furious declaration, he expelled a massive egg from his mouth, straining every ounce of strength to hurl it far away. Gasping for breath, Piccolo declared, "My child, you must avenge me and restore the demon race's dominion over this world." As Piccolo Daimao's voice faded, his towering form exploded in midair, marking the conclusion of the legendary tale of the great demon King Piccolo. Was he truly dead? Sun Wukong, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders. Realizing that his strength had indeed improved significantly after the battles in the demon realm and against the Asuras. Piccolo Daimao was defeated? Observing the scene before him felt surreal. This nightmarish demon king had so effortlessly met his demise at the hands of the young Sun Wukong. Moreover, it appeared he had not exerted his full power, easily dispatching this great demon. Such terrifying strength. The audience in front of their televisions was equally astonished. Friends and foes alike embraced one another in joy. Wonderful. Piccolo Daimao is finally dead. Wukong, you are truly remarkable. Does anyone know where Bulma's house is? I wish to have a child with Wukong. Boo-hoo. I long to share something special with him. Suno's face radiated with joy, tears welling in her eyes. She could hardly believe that Wukong had truly vanquished Piccolo Daimao. Although the village where Suno resided was largely free from fear of Piccolo's devastation, witnessing the loss of lives under his reign filled her with deep-seated hatred for him. Now, Wukong, akin to the destruction of Master Yuta, had brought hope to Shiga village, and now he offered hope to the entire world. Approaching to interview Wukong, she discovered he had already taken flight using his instant transmission technique. With Piccolo Daimao's demise, the threat of the 26th generation of demons was merely a triviality, unworthy of his concern. Subsequently, Wukong arrived at a secluded area, summoning Shenlong. "Speak, whatever wish you desire, and I shall fulfill it," Shenlong proclaimed confidently. "I wish for all those who perished due to Piccolo Daimao's actions, along with their cities, to be revived." Shenlong paused momentarily, staring intently at Wukong, contemplating for a long time. Was this truly a wish? Shenlong felt something was amiss. Yet its purpose was to assist the one who gathered the Dragon Balls in realizing their desires, even if Wukong's wish seemed to exploit a loophole in the rules. "Very well, your wish has been granted." A crimson light flickered in Shenlong's eyes, and with a radiant glow, the 7 Dragon Balls returned to their original form. scattering in all directions. In a remarkable leap, Sun Wukong seized the four-star ball. Before long, the news spread that Piccolo Daimao had been defeated, and Shidu had returned to its former glory, with those harmed or misled by Piccolo resurrected. It was truly unbelievable. If given the opportunity, I would truly wish to meet Sun Wukong in person. Vegeta stood before the office window, gazing outside. At long last, this world has returned to tranquility, and order has been restored. All thanks to Sun Wukong. Master Roshi, Yamchu, Krillin, and Tenshinhan have also been revived. Upon learning the details, they expressed their gratitude to Sun Wukong. However, they also vowed to diligently train in hopes of catching up to his formidable strength. They agreed that at the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years hence, they would showcase their progress to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled in response, saying, "I await your return." After speaking, he took Bulma and the others back to Shidu, which looked exactly as it had when he departed. However, Bulma's doorstep was crowded with young and beautiful girls who, having watched the television broadcast of Sun Wukong effortlessly defeating Demon King Piccolo, all wished to marry him. This dilemma gave Sun Wukong quite the headache. According to the system, marrying these individuals would not significantly enhance his fighting prowess. While Bikini would be a commendable choice, unfortunately, Dr. Brief had also been revived. Thus, Sun Wukong assigned the task of dismissing these girls to Bulma and her companions. Fortunately, with the presence of Blonde Lanchi, Lanfang, and Zillulan, the situation seemed manageable, but it appeared it might take several days to resolve. Perhaps this was the burden of fame, unable to do much about it. Sun Wukong decided to take a breather. He bid farewell to Bulma, hopped onto his Nimbus, and prepared to visit the Heavenly Temple. Not long after defeating Demon King Piccolo, the Heavenly God had sent Bobo to summon him for a meeting. At that time, Sun Wukong had mentioned he would come once he finished his affairs. Now seemed the perfect moment. As he traveled, he savored the sea breeze, feeling quite relaxed while gazing down at the vast ocean. In the Dragon Ball world, one cannot deny the commendable efforts in environmental conservation. Just as he was enjoying the moment, he suddenly heard singing emanating from the sea. Upon looking down, he discovered a beautiful girl perched atop a rock on the water, singing melodiously. She wore a t-shirt on her upper body, while her lower half appeared unclothed, not out of a modesty, but because she was an actual mermaid. Indeed, it was the same mermaid from the initial manga when little Wukong sought out Master Roshi for guidance. Who would have thought he would encounter her here? Why not indulge in a change of pace and savor some seafood? 2 days later, Sun Wukong learned that while the mermaid lacked a lower half, she could still consume 2 delicacies at once. With this newfound experience, Sun Wukong returned to Shidu, feeling quite content. As for the Heavenly Temple, that could wait for another time. In the villa's courtyard, Bulma had finally managed to persuade the throng of girls at her doorstep to leave. She settled by the pool, relishing the rare sunshine. She wondered how Sun Wukong's visit to the Heavenly God had gone and what sort of girl he might bring back this time. Bulma mumbled softly to herself, accustomed to such thoughts. Hey, Bulma, are you speaking ill of me in my absence? Chapter 16. The sacred Bulma. Sun Wukong's voice rang out, and Bulma opened her eyes to see him descending from the sky. Oh, weren't you supposed to be at the Heavenly Temple? How did you return so swiftly? Just as Sun Wukong was about to share the tale of the mermaid, he noticed Bulma's exquisite, pristine figure. She lay on a sunbed, captivatingly beautiful, especially as she playfully beckoned him with her snow-white feet upon seeing him. Sun Wukong swallowed his words. Was there not a living mermaid right before him? Bulma, shall I assist you with sunscreen? Sun Wukong offered, picking up the sunscreen from the table and gently applying it to Bulma's fair skin. As she felt the warmth of his hand, Bulma seemed to react. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, their breaths quickened. To make matters more complicated, Bulma was dressed minimally, and a slight tilt of Sun Wukong's head would afford him a clear view. His hand rested upon her, and he reveled in the beauty of youth. Just as he was about to take things further, the Zetufan trio unexpectedly arrived, accompanied by Xiaowu. Xiaowu had undergone a complete transformation. Her originally elongated legs were now clad in a black, form-fitting, strapless skirt, exuding a blend of sensuality and pride, both enchanting and delightful. On her feet were dazzling sandals, the straps wrapping around her delicate, fair calves, evoking thoughts of the joy of indulging in ice cream. Did we interrupt something? Xiaowu asked, her face slightly flushed, feeling a bit bashful. No, your timing is impeccable. Sun Wukong smiled upon seeing Xiaowu, realizing he had been right. with a little effort. She had become breathtakingly beautiful. He extended his other arm, making space for Xiaowu, who obediently nestled against him. Lord Sun Wukong, Lady Bulma. We Zitufan are eagerly awaiting our reward, they said with earnest expressions. Well, you all did an excellent job with Xiaowu's makeover. What is it you desire? At that moment, Sun Wukong appeared to be a savior to the Zitufan trio. This might sound a bit awkward, but if Lord Sun Wukong could grant us 1 million, it would be absolutely perfect, they stammered, wary of Sun Wukong's reaction. Sun Wukong chuckled at their request, saying 1 million? I could easily offer you 2 million. But there is one condition. The Zitufan trio, feeling nervous under Sun Wukong's gaze, worried there was a hidden meaning behind the million, causing their faces to flush as they hurriedly shielded themselves, stammering, Lord Wukong, no, that is not acceptable. Sun Wukong looked at them in disbelief. What on earth are you thinking? I meant for you and Bulma to help me build a gravity chamber. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Bulma, Zitufan, and Dr. Brief, the 3 scientific geniuses, collaborated to create a gravity chamber capable of automatically adjusting gravity from 1 to 1,000 times normal. They claimed this was the pinnacle of Earth's technology. It wasn't that their skills were insufficient. Rather, achieving greater gravity would require rare cosmic materials. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging that, for now, he was immensely satisfied with the 1,000 times gravity, far exceeding his expectations. It is worth noting that even the pampered Vegeta could manage only about 500 times. Now, with this gravity chamber doubling the challenge, it would suffice until the emergence of Cell. Aware of the impending threats in the future, Sun Wukong did not slacken his resolve and commenced rigorous training. With my Saiyan physique and such formidable strength, I shall begin at 50 times gravity. Filled with confidence, Sun Wukong increased the gravity, only to find himself pinned to the ground, unable to move, feeling as if his bones and organs were on the verge of being crushed. Quick, release it. As the gravity returned to zero, Sun Wukong gasped for air, rising to his feet. Goodness, I was careless. I nearly met my end in the gravity chamber. Just moments ago, even less than 15 times gravity had almost claimed his life. Thankfully, Bulma had smartly added a voice control feature. Without that precaution, he would not have dared to push his limits so recklessly. And so, a year passed in the blink of an eye, as Sun Wukong trained tirelessly day and night. Before long, his dedication and hard work bore fruit. Within approximately 6 months, Xiaowu, Lanfang, and Ziluan each bore Sun Wukong a child, a total of 2 boys and 1 girl, named Sun Wudong, Sun Wuxi, and Sun Wurong, respectively. With the aid of the gravity chamber and the system, Sun Wukong's combat power soared to twice its previous level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully having offspring. Reward combat power 10,000. Dance of the Sky technique upgraded to flight technique. Demon clan skill, incredibly fast, and received 20 cents of beans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully having offspring. Reward combat power 20,000. Reward S cells. Obtained the tongue technique of Tao Bai Bai and received 20 cents of beans. Congratulations, host, on successfully giving birth to a progeny. You have been rewarded with a combat power of 40,000, the ability of teleportation, and 20 Xindo. This enhancement was indeed monumental, leaving even Sun Wukong himself astounded. It was evident that his year-long training in the gravity chamber had propelled his base combat power from a mere 1,000 to nearly 50,000. The higher the foundational combat power, the greater the rewards upon the birth of a child. Sun Wukong felt his strength had significantly increased, and he was thoroughly satisfied. Judging by this progress, he was confident he could endure 100 times the gravity. After all, he was no longer the Sun Wukong of the past. It had taken him a year to reach this level. Nevertheless, for him, this was a substantial leap in power. With nearly a year until the next World Martial Arts Tournament, possessing such formidable strength would surely enable him to handle those second-generation demons with ease. Next, he needed to learn skills that neither he nor the system could acquire, as raw power alone would not suffice. Sun Wukong shared an affectionate moment with Bulma, utilizing the tongue technique of Tao Bai Bai. Frankly, even he was taken aback by the power of this technique. Although he had exercised restraint, Bulma nearly could not withstand it. He then sought out Lan Fang and Ziluo Lan, and together they were unable to resist. Truly, this was the supreme martial art of the world, and its might was remarkable. After their playful antics, Sun Wukong informed Bulma that he was stepping out. Naturally, Bulma did not try to stop him. She merely lay on the bed, her face flushed, weakly reminding him to be cautious. Sun Wukong nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry. When I venture out, I shall remember to bring an umbrella." What? As soon as Sun Wukong activated the flying technique he had just learned, he found himself moving at a speed far exceeding that of his previous flying method. Moreover, controlling it was much easier, which explained why Piccolo had looked down upon Sun Wukong's flying technique. Compared to the original method used by the Demon Clan, it was indeed like comparing heaven and earth. The Nimbus Cloud. However, if time were not of the essence, Sun Wukong still preferred the Nimbus Cloud, for there was something inherently relaxing about it flying on its own. He particularly relished the sensation of the Nimbus Cloud soaring autonomously, now understanding why the celestial beings of Huaxia possessed their own steeds. Before long, Sun Wukong arrived at the base of Caring Tower, only to unexpectedly encounter his old friend Aki Luobe. "Oh, Aki Luobe, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong was surprised. As the narrative had shifted entirely, this plump fellow had found his way to Caring Tower and climbed it himself. Perhaps this was fate? Aki Luobe crossed his arms and plopped down, explaining, "I heard there are delicious treats atop this tower, so I climbed up." This was unacceptable, with Aki Luobe around. The Shindo, would surely be devoured. Upon inquiry, it was confirmed that only one jar of Shindo, remained, and the cat sage was refusing to part with it. No matter what. Unperturbed, Sun Wukong smirked, retrieving a multifunctional capsule from his waist and tossing it aside. With a puff of white smoke, a large box emerged. Wukong, are you trying to bribe me with this?" The cat sage stood there, eyes filled with disdain. He licked his soft white paws, scoffing at the notion that anything in this world could tempt him. Sun Wukong ignored him, opening the box and declaring, "Cat sage, take a look before you dismiss it. I worked hard to obtain this." "I won't look. I've long since given up on catnip. I am currently in sage mode." The cat sage coldly huffed, shutting his eyes, refusing to glance at any feline-related item. However, the cat sage's nose twitched as an indescribable aroma wafted toward him. He had never encountered such a scent before, awakening an irresistible desire within him. "What is that fragrance?" Unable to resist, the cat sage opened his eyes. With a snap, Sun Wukong closed the box, concealing the enticing aroma within. Now, the cat sage's curiosity was piqued. His eyes sparkled as he fixated on the box, his tongue incessantly licking his paws. "Hey, Wukong, what exactly is in your box?" Seeing that Sun Wukong remained unresponsive, the cat sage gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "A bag of Shindo. Humph." Sun Wukong shook his head. "You." The cat sage was itching with desire, his mind consumed with that enticing scent. After much contemplation, he finally pitifully suggested, "How about this? Wukong, you open it for me to see, and if it's acceptable, I will trade you the remaining jar of Shindo. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong revealed a smug grin. One must not show leniency to individuals like the cat sage. He opened the box once more, revealing a green plant whose leaves resembled lips, emanating a peculiar fragrance. "Wow, that smells delightful." The moment the cat sage beheld the contents of the box, he acted without hesitation, his plump body transforming into a streak of lightning. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, lifting his foot to deliver a kick that sent the cat sage flying. Had he not restrained his strength, that kick could have propelled the cat sage to the horizon. "Cat sage, even if you've practiced in secret, you are still no match for me." The cat sage, dejected, picked himself up. Ever since Sun Wukong ascended to Caring Tower, he had been granted numerous benefits. Now, reflecting on the disparity, he resolved to train diligently, yet the gap had only widened. Desperate, the cat sage observed the large box before Sun Wukong. Knowing he could not act, "Caring sage, if you could part with the remaining Shindo, I shall trade you for the contents of the box, a fair exchange. I mean you no harm, you rotund feline." Chapter 17. The cat sage's obsession with catnip. Sun Wukong calmly remarked, reaffirming his belief that this item was irresistible to any cat. After all, the cat sage was, at his core, simply a cat. This was specifically acquired by Bulma, the finest catnip available. "Caring sage, if you deem this unfair, then I shall not sell it." As Sun Wukong spoke, he began to retract the box. "Wukong, wait. Let us negotiate." The cat sage, witnessing Sun Wukong's intent to put it away, hurriedly urged, "Put your hands down. You young ones are too impatient." Allow me a moment to think. After a considerable time, the cat sage ultimately conceded. Squinting, he produced the last jar of Shindo he had hidden away. Son Wukong counted. It amounted to approximately 120 beans. Satisfied, he accepted the Shindo, and the cat sage leaped into the box containing the catnip, reveling in the bliss of feline existence. As for Akiluobe, he certainly could not remain at Caring Tower, otherwise. The Shindo, cultivated by the cat sage would be in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Son Wukong stepped forward, placing an arm around Akiluobe's shoulder, and in an instant, they arrived at Turtle Island. Greetings, Master Turtle Sage. The Turtle Sage was lounging, reading a magazine featuring beautiful women while basking in the sun. Upon hearing Son Wukong's voice, he set the magazine aside and turned to locate the source. However, Son Wukong had already vanished, leaving Akiluobe in a state of confusion. The Turtle Sage inquired, "Who are you?" I am Akiluobe, here to partake in food and drink." "What? Hey, who are you exactly?" "I, Akiluobe, am here to enjoy the hospitality." "What on earth?" Son Wukong settled Akiluobe in the turtle house before patting his own backside and departing, stating he needed to visit the Heavenly Temple. He then used teleportation to swiftly return to Caring Tower, where the cat sage was still blissfully unaware. Son Wukong chuckled and soared toward the Heavenly Temple. Typically, the Heavenly Temple was securely hidden, and no matter how high or far one flew, it remained elusive. However, this time, the heavenly being was eager to meet Son Wukong and granted him special access, eliminating the need for the Rui Bang to ascend as in the past. Before long, Son Wukong glimpsed a magnificent structure resembling a spinning top in the sky. It was the grand abode of the earthly heavenly being. The edifice was constructed of white stone, flanked by rows of straight saplings. Traversing the pathway between the saplings, he arrived at a palace exuding the essence of the Dragon Balls, where the heavenly being resided. However, before the heavenly being made an appearance, a stout figure of deep black emerged. He was adorned with a white towel upon his head and donned a crimson garment, his round, glistening eyes presenting an air of innocence. Despite his unassuming exterior, this individual was a concealed powerhouse, possessing combat prowess surpassing that of celestial beings. And he was the sole warrior in the early stages to exceed a battle power of 1,000, reaching an impressive score of 1030. This remarkable figure is none other than Mr. Bobo. At that moment, Bobo was watering the flora of the Tianshan Dian with a kettle in hand. Sensing the presence of Son Wukong, he turned around, astonished, and exclaimed, "Ah, is that not Son Wukong? You have finally arrived." Although Bobo spoke in a rather mundane tone, Son Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he had initially promised to come immediately, yet had kept the celestial being waiting for 2 long years. "And where is the celestial being?" "The great Tianshan is awaiting your arrival." "What? He knew I would come today?" "The great Tianshan possesses omniscience." Bobo expressed his admiration for the celestial being and led Son Wukong into the palace. Upon reaching the entrance, Bobo instructed Son Wukong to wait outside. Shortly thereafter, Son Wukong sensed another familiar aura, one that was strikingly similar to that of his father, Baik Damalwang. As the celestial being emerged, Son Wukong observed that he resembled his recollections precisely. Both Tianshan and Baik appeared as if they had been sculpted from the same mold, their hues seemingly drawn from the same dye pot. When Tianshan caught sight of Son Wukong, he exhibited no surprise, merely pausing momentarily. Why is he not astonished by my appearance? What becomes of the lines I rehearsed for 2.5 years? I awaited this moment. After a prolonged silence, Tianshan decided not to squander the opportunity. You must be curious as to why I bear such a striking resemblance to Baik Damalwang, correct? Son Wukong blinked and shook his head. No, I am not curious at all. Tianshan was momentarily speechless. Was this fellow intent on ruining the atmosphere? Yet, being a celestial being, he managed to maintain his composure. Well then, Son Wukong, what brings you here? It is simple. Although my combat power is considerable, I am still unrefined in my manipulation of energy. Tianshan scrutinized Son Wukong and indeed sensed the formidable aura surrounding him. In that case, allow Mr. Bobo to train you, starting with the task of seizing the bell. Upon hearing this, Bobo retrieved a string of bells and attached them to his waist. Explaining to Son Wukong, the rules are quite simple. If you can snatch the bells from me, you will pass. Oh, you are the first mortal to arrive here. Bobo, eagerly anticipate our contest." Before he could finish his sentence, Suin Wukong vanished in a flash, already clutching the string of bells. Mr. Bobo, does this count as passing?" Bobo blinked his large, innocent eyes at Tianxin, who was equally astonished but feigned calmness and cleared his throat. Suin Wukong, I did not clarify. You must wear the bells and act without making a sound. Is that so?" Suin Wukong tied the bells around his waist and inquired. "Then who among you will attempt to seize them?" The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of hesitation. Currently, Suin Wukong was too powerful. Had he arrived at Tianxindian earlier, he might have indulged in some bravado. Now, however, "Ahem, Mr. Bobo, we have no choice. Utilize that technique," Tianxin instructed. Bobo nodded and retreated into the palace. After a brief moment, he emerged, carrying a clay doll the height of a person. Bobo approached Suin Wukong, plucking a strand of hair from his head and placing it upon the doll's chest. The doll's chest began to writhe, drawing in the hair, after which Bobo poured a bottle of azure liquid over the clay figure. In no time, a miraculous transformation occurred. The once lifeless and formless clay figure gradually morphed into Suin Wukong's likeness, even replicating his aura almost perfectly. Suin Wukong was taken aback. It was astonishingly identical, albeit with an expression that seemed intelligent yet vacuous. Tianxin elucidated, "This is a type of puppet I devised. It is created from a mixture of the water of life and the cellular imprint of another, capable of completely replicating a person's physical state. From strength to martial movements to combat intuition. As the water of life grants vitality to the clay puppet, it generally possesses greater strength than the original. However, it was evident that Suin Wukong was an exception. His combat power was too formidable for the clay puppet to replicate. Consequently, Suin Wukong had to adjust his aura to match that of the puppet. This was yet another aspect of Tianxin's training for him, to master his aura completely. For if it exceeded that of the clay figure, the bells on his waist would ring. How intriguing! Suin Wukong chuckled, finding this training method genuinely beneficial. Although his combat power had already surpassed that of the original comic version of himself, his foundation remained inadequate. He had merely accumulated strength and now needed to consolidate it. Suin Wukong, what you must do next is to defeat your own self while ensuring the bells make not a single sound. You must be as silent as the heavens and as swift as lightning." Suin Wukong nodded, eagerly anticipating a duel with this puppet. Just how formidable could his perfected self be? He charged forward, arriving before the puppet in the blink of an eye, launching a powerful punch. Suin Wukong anticipated that this strike would surely connect with the puppet's face, yet the outcome was unexpected. The puppet remained motionless until the moment Suin Wukong was about to make contact, at which point it raised its hand and delivered a solid punch to Suin Wukong's chest. Suin Wukong was sent soaring, as if struck by a mountain, the bells upon his waist ringing incessantly. Fortunately, he managed to shield himself just in time, so the injury was not severe. However, he realized his inadequacy in strength. Previously, he had relied on overwhelming power to dominate his opponents. Now, he understood that his training was far from sufficient. Relying on the system was akin to taking shortcuts, while it could rapidly enhance strength. True confrontations between deities would ultimately be a contest of realms. By then, it might be too late for Suin Wukong to make amends. As he soared through the air, Suin Wukong was soon assailed by the puppet once more. The puppet appeared beside him with the swiftness of the wind, startling even Suin Wukong. It made no sound of breath or footfall. Yet, Suin Wukong quickly regained his composure, drawing upon his extensive battle experience. In a flash, he executed the Si Yao Chuan, manifesting 4 additional arms to defend himself. Unexpectedly, the puppet also sprouted 4 arms. With a resounding crash, Suin Wukong was forcefully slammed to the ground, wincing in pain. "Damn it, I am enraged," Suin Wukong declared, and in an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, causing the entire Tianxindian to tremble. The bells on his waist rang furiously. "Suin Wukong, cease this at once," Tianxin shouted from the sidelines. At that moment, the sheer magnitude of Suin Wukong's power even instilled fear in Tianxin. Hearing Tianxin's voice, Suin Wukong snapped back to reality, swiftly retracting his aura, and the sound of the bells gradually subsided. "My apologies, I lost control just now." Chapter 18. The praise of the celestial being. Suin Wukong repeatedly apologized, taking a deep breath to regain his composure and refocusing on the wise-eyed version of himself before him. Tianxin and Bobo wiped the sweat from their brows. having narrowly avoided having the Tiantian Dian demolished by Suen Wukong. This fellow was truly perilous. Well then, let us continue the battle. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong once again charged towards the clay golem at an astonishing speed. This velocity was not yet his ultimate limit. Should he accelerate even further, the bell would ring. Moreover, he had to evade the golem's attacks, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat flustered. Days passed, and Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the white stone platform, the golem standing silently beside him. As long as Sun Wukong refrained from initiating an attack, the golem would remain in a non-combat state. During this time, he was not resting but replaying the recent battle with the golem repeatedly in his mind. Each movement flashed vividly before him. After a considerable duration, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes, as if having gained a new understanding of his physical movements. He cast another glance at the clay golem, intending to conduct another round of testing. Without any flashy techniques, he aimed for a simple yet refined punch, striving for perfection. To his surprise, this time, Sun Wukong managed to exchange over 20 blows with the golem, no longer at a disadvantage. However, before he could savor this triumph, he was kicked away. How bothersome. It was just a hair's breadth away. Sun Wukong pondered that his ability to land over 20 strikes was due to his efforts to simplify his movements. Yet he still failed to fully unleash his potential. Currently, Sun Wukong's combat power was suppressed to match that of the golem. Yet while the golem could exert its full strength, Wukong was limited to merely 95. This seemingly insignificant gap of 5 would widen with each encounter, ultimately leading to the golem gaining the upper hand and defeating him. It appeared that I still have shortcomings in controlling my breath and body. Nevertheless, Wukong did not feel disheartened. He had identified the cause of his failure, which was progress in itself. In the distance, Bobo and the deity observed the rapidly advancing Wukong with great satisfaction. "Deity, it seems that Wukong may soon surpass you," Bobo remarked, nodding in agreement. The deity saw in Wukong the hope for Earth's future. Although he had recently sensed movements from the second generation of demons, it seemed that this individual's strength far exceeded that of old Piccolo. The deity was filled with anticipation for the inevitable confrontation between Wukong and this second-generation demon. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Wukong stood silently facing the golem, his eyes shifting as his aura suddenly surged and then swiftly retracted. His once outwardly expressed aura was abruptly drawn in, appearing to be no different from an ordinary person. In this moment, Wukong had mastered control over his breath, achieving a level of complete autonomy. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the clay golem, and with a powerful push from his feet, he vanished in an instant. When Wukong reappeared, he had already engaged in over 100 exchanges with the golem. Boom. This time, it was the clay golem that was sent flying. The golem, kicked by Wukong, collapsed onto the white stone platform, transforming into a heap of clay, clearly defeated. "Congratulations, Wukong." The deity approached him and said slowly, "I did not expect you to master breath control so swiftly, and your command over your body has reached a state of tranquility." In response to the deity's praise, Wukong displayed little reaction. He understood that this speed was not particularly impressive. There was still much for him to learn. If such an impressive clay golem could not assist him, what was the point of training? Perhaps it would be better to simply relax and focus on raising a family. Living each day with Bulma seemed quite pleasant, indeed. Wukong thought of Bulma, as well as Lanqi, Lanfang, Zilulin, Meila, and Xiaowu. It had been a long time since he contributed to the Saiyan lineage. Cough. Sun Wukong shook his head, realizing he was lost in thought. There were still important matters to attend to. The deity observed Sun Wukong, filled with anticipation, and spoke gently. "Wukong, we no longer have much to teach you. You are as calm as the sky and as swift as lightning. You have achieved these qualities." Wukong nodded, understanding this point. But the matter he wished to discuss was not this. "Deity, if I am not mistaken, do you have a place that allows one to return to the past?" The deity frowned slightly, gazing at the innocent-looking Sun Wukong with curiosity. How did he know? I truly wish to understand how he discovered this. Yet, if I were to inquire, wouldn't that imply my incompetence as a deity? Wasn't it said that I should be all-knowing and omnipotent? Cough. The deity covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat softly, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, "You are correct. I indeed possess such a room." Sun Wukong's face immediately lit up with joy. "Wonderful. I would like to use it." "Oh, when do you wish to return?" "To the era when Wu Tai Do was still alive." The deity nodded. Although Wu Tai Do was an ordinary man, His understanding of energy was profound. You wish to seek knowledge about energy from Wu Tai Do, don't you? The deity immediately guessed Sun Wukong's intentions. Wukong nodded with a smile. Indeed. I would like to consult Wu Tai Do and also see his daughter. Oh, is Wu Tai Do's daughter also adept in energy manipulation? I have not heard of this. The deity expressed his confusion, having watched Wu Tai Do grow up and later sacrifice himself for the world. However, he had no recollection of Wu Tai Do's daughter. Nonetheless, allowing Sun Wukong to meet Wu Tai Do should be beneficial. Perhaps he could attain a breakthrough in martial arts. Bobo, please take Wukong to the time chamber and send him back to the era of Wu Tai Do for training, the deity instructed Bobo. Understood. Bobo nodded and gestured for Sun Wukong to follow him. The two walked together, and soon Bobo led Sun Wukong into a sealed room. The room was dim, with various clocks hanging on the walls. Sun Wukong immediately sensed the thin air. It was stifling hot, with an astonishing temperature fluctuation between day and night, ranging from 50 degrees to minus 40 degrees. Moreover, the gravity inside was 10 times that of the outside world. Although the room was roughly the same size as Earth, it was filled with a blinding white mist. Those with weak willpower would easily hallucinate if they remained there for long. Impressive, Wukong. You can breathe without any sign of strain, even under 10 times the gravity. Bobo could not help but compliment him. Sun Wukong smiled and replied, I can handle 100 times the gravity now. 10 times is nothing. By the way, Wukong, this is the time chamber that the deity spoke of. It allows one to return to the past for training. A year inside equates to 6 to 8 days outside. However, one can only remain for 2 years at most. Otherwise, the exit will vanish, and you might never escape, Bobo explained. Sun Wukong was well aware of this, knowing that it was not truly impossible to leave. As long as one's power was sufficient, one could create a spatial passage to escape. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, who would wish to stay here? It would be akin to self-inflicted suffering. Even someone as martial-minded as young Wukong would only last 2 months. If not for the sake of Wu Fangfang, Sun Wukong would never have come here. He preferred the gravity chamber and the companionship of Bulma, which was far superior to this dismal place. Seeing that Sun Wukong had no further questions, Bobo began the setup. As he stepped outside and closed the door, the clocks inside began to spin wildly. Sun Wukong felt as though the entire room was spinning, leaving him dizzy. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes to find himself standing on a cliff. Not far below was a martial arts school. Its entrance adorned with a large character for martial. It was Wu Tai Do's school. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong approached the entrance and entered the school. Inside, there were a dozen individuals, among them a young man wearing sunglasses who was nearest to the door. Upon seeing Sun Wukong enter, he asked, Hey buddy, what are you here for? Our school does not accept outsiders. Hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the young Kame Sennin. To his surprise, the young Kame Sennin was quite handsome, tall, and similar in height to Sun Wukong. I am here to seek martial arts guidance from Wu Tai Do. Sun Wukong explained his purpose. Upon uttering those words, the individuals present were momentarily taken aback. The young man before them, seemingly of their own age, dared to challenge the esteemed Master Wu Tai Do? How audacious! If he wishes to spar with my master, he must first contend with me. Indeed, what audacity for this scoundrel to challenge our revered Master Wu Tai Do. I wager I could fell him with a single punch. Amidst the laughter and derision, Sun Wukong remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips as his gaze fell upon the venerable white-haired elder at the forefront. This elder was none other than the legendary Master Wu Tai Do. As their eyes met, Wu Tai Do instantly perceived that this youth was extraordinary. He could sense a formidable aura emanating from Sun Wukong. Greetings, I am Wu Tai Do, the proprietor of this dojo. Since you wish to learn martial arts, I am uncertain of what I can teach you, but I shall do my utmost to engage you in combat. With that, Wu Tai Do slowly rose to his feet, prepared for battle. What? Master Wu Tai Do is truly going to fight this fellow? Could it be that we have misjudged him, and he possesses genuine skill? As the crowd murmured, Sun Wukong assumed his stance, adeptly controlling his internal energy. He adjusted his aura to match that of Wu Tai Do, ensuring a fair contest. Come forth. Wu Tai Do beckoned to Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged forward, delivering a punch that Wu Tai Do deftly intercepted with his arm. To Wu Tai Do's surprise, his arm felt a tingling sensation. What was this? This young man possessed remarkable strength. Before he could react, Sun Wukong executed a swift kick, prompting Wu Taido to leap and counterattack, which Sun Wukong promptly blocked. Their movements were rapid. Within mere seconds, they were evenly matched. Young man, you are indeed formidable. It appears I must treat you with greater seriousness. Wu Taido's face displayed admiration, and he shifted into a more earnest demeanor. Sun Wukong keenly monitored the fluctuations in Wu Taido's energy, noting that even when he became serious, there was no significant increase in his aura. Yet soon, Sun Wukong discerned that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. As Wu Taido unleashed a powerful kick, Sun Wukong crossed his arms in defense. The collision of their strikes sent a wave of immense force through him. Had he not undergone rigorous training, that single kick would have sent him flying. Something felt amiss. Sun Wukong sensed an anomaly yet couldn't articulate it. Instinctively, he retaliated with a punch, which Wu Taido effortlessly blocked. Following this, Sun Wukong swiftly countered, only to be propelled backward. However, after a few agile rolls midair, he managed to dissipate the impact and landed gracefully, a subtle smile forming on his lips. He had uncovered Wu Taido's secret. Though his aura had not intensified, his offensive and defensive capabilities had indeed heightened. It was evident that he concentrated his energy precisely where it was needed. In essence, when Wu Taido struck, all his energy coalesced in his fist. Conversely, during defense, it focused in his arms. This was an impressive technique of control that Sun Wukong had yet to master. I shall no longer continue, Sun Wukong softly declared, turning to depart. What? Why has he suddenly conceded? What is happening? Our master Wu Taido is indeed the strongest. Wu Taido observed Sun Wukong's retreating figure, deep in contemplation. Arriving at a nearby waterfall, Sun Wukong closed his eyes and began to meditate. An hour later, he opened his eyes, extended his hand towards the waterfall, and shouted, directing a beam of energy from his thumb that cleaved the waterfall in two. With a deep exhale, Sun Wukong felt a profound satisfaction. He had rehearsed this moment in his mind countless times, and combined with his mastery of energy at the Divine Temple, this feat was but a trifle for him. Now, he needed to devise a method to instantaneously concentrate his energy in battle. Sun Wukong understood that merely knowing how to concentrate energy was insufficient. Combat transpired in the blink of an eye. Relying on thought to control energy would be far too slow and utterly ineffective. Yet, this was not something to rush. He could only practice gradually, allowing his body to adapt. While he pondered, a towel floated down from above the waterfall. Sun Wukong, quick-witted, caught it, sensing a faint fragrance emanating from it. Curious, he wondered if someone had been bathing nearby. Just then, a beautiful girl of 17 or 18 emerged from the woods at the waterfall's source, looking around as if searching for something. Sun Wukong's face brightened. Was this not the person he had been seeking? Wu Fangfang. It seemed she had been bathing upstream. How unfortunate. Had he known, he would have looked there first. Gazing at the exquisite Wu Fangfang, Sun Wukong inquired, "Are you searching for this?" Wu Fangfang's eyes sparkled upon seeing the handsome young man who had retrieved her towel. A blush creeping onto her cheeks, for she had indeed just used it. As Sun Wukong handed the towel to Wu Fangfang, she suddenly recalled, You are the one who came to challenge my father at the dojo today, aren't you?" It turned out she had witnessed the entire exchange between Sun Wukong and Wu Taido from a distance. As they began to converse, Sun Wukong's stomach rumbled audibly. It dawned on him that he had not eaten all day. Observing this, Wu Fangfang smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I can prepare some noodles for you. Is that appropriate? It is our first meeting, and I would be eating your cooking." Sun Wukong was taken aback by how swiftly affection had blossomed. "What is there to worry about? I make the best noodles." With no alternative, Sun Wukong accompanied Wu Fangfang to a quaint cabin nestled within the woods. This was a secret hideaway she had constructed herself. Despite being Master Wu Taido's daughter, her father had taught her little martial arts, as he had reservations about her learning extensively. Thus, Wu Fangfang had secretly built this little abode, serving as both her residence and training ground. Gathering firewood, boiling water, and preparing the noodles, Wu Fangfang executed each task with remarkable skill, soon presenting a steaming bowl of fragrant noodles. Sun Wukong inhaled the delicious aroma, relishing the prospect of any meal. However, one bowl would hardly suffice. To Wu Fangfang's astonishment, Sun Wukong devoured a dozen bowls in one go, consuming all the noodles she had saved, just barely satiating his hunger. "Wow, Wukong, your appetite is truly astonishing." Wu Fangfang had only eaten half a bowl and had already offered her portion to him. Merely watching him eat had filled her. Grateful for Wu Fangfang's hospitality, Sun Wukong noticed a glimmer of mischief in her eyes as she smiled slyly. If you truly wish to thank me, why don't we engage in something more serious? Sun Wukong, puzzled, gazed out the window. The sun had yet to set, and it was still quite early. Wu Fangfang, unaware of his thoughts, stood up and moved into the yard, striking a pose as she declared, I wish to learn martial arts from you. Sun Wukong blinked, finally comprehending Wu Fangfang's intentions. He, of course, did not refuse. After all, weren't Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu brought together through their shared training? They quickly began to practice, with Sun Wukong intentionally holding back, primarily guiding her. After a spirited session, Wu Fangfang was particularly delighted. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong focused on training Wu Fangfang's physique, and their bond deepened significantly. Hey, old turtle, have you heard? Recently, Fangfang has taken to wandering into the forest alone for entire days. And some of the fellow disciples claim to occasionally hear the sound of a whip cracking. Surely, she isn't Bald Crane, don't speak nonsense. Our Fangfang could never be like that. But don't you find it strange? I've noticed she seems particularly radiant lately, almost as if she has found someone special. Could it be that Fangfang has finally realized that her true love is me? Old turtle, you might as well resign yourself to being a green-haired turtle for life. The youthful crane immortal found himself at a loss regarding the turtle immortal, for he too harbored affections for Fangfang, but had yet to find the opportunity to confess. In the past, he would have held some confidence had the only rival been the turtle immortal. However, now there seemed to be an unexpected contender who was constantly glued to Fangfang's side. If this continued, would she not become his? Should the chance arise, I shall surely show him a thing or two. Before the small wooden cabin, Wu Fangfang had her hands bound behind her and was mumbling incoherently, her charming face glistening with sweat as though she were undergoing a significant ordeal. Just a bit more, Fangfang. You must exert yourself and press your entire body down. Sun Wukong encouraged. With a determined grit of her teeth, Wu Fangfang surged forward, finally managing to pull up the large deadwood behind her. Sun Wukong beamed. Well done, Fangfang. It hasn't been long, and you've made such remarkable progress. Hearing this, Wu Fangfang slumped to the ground. Sun Wukong's training was indeed rigorous. Her endurance and strength had been tested in every conceivable way, leading her to often leave early and return late, sometimes even skipping the night altogether. Despite the whispers surrounding her, she remained undeterred, focused solely on becoming stronger, even surpassing the men around her. By midday, the two shared a roasted fish that Sun Wukong had caught from the river. Wu Fangfang had seen such large fish before. But while Sun Wukong might not be the most adept cook, his roasted fish was unparalleled in taste. Although she exerted herself to eat, she managed only a fraction of it, with the remainder filling Sun Wukong's belly. Yet, watching him eat brought her joy. Time flew, and soon it was the day of the martial arts competition at the Wudao Hall. Wu Taidu initially hesitated to allow Wu Fangfang to participate, but her resolute determination compelled him to give her a chance to prove herself. If she could place in the top 3, not only would he cease to hinder her martial pursuits, but he would also pass down his lifelong skills to her. Hearing this, Wu Fangfang felt elated. This was the day she had long awaited. In the first round, she faced the youthful turtle immortal, with exceptional talent. He ranked among the top 10 under Wu Taidu's tutelage. As they assumed their stances, the battle commenced. Wu Fangfang charged forward, delivering a punch to the turtle immortal's face. Ouch! He cried, sent sprawling to the ground. Sister Fangfang, you're too fierce. I concede. Wu Fangfang was somewhat incredulous. It seemed overly staged. You didn't even let me touch you before you flew off, she exclaimed, anger flashing in her eyes. If you don't take this seriously, I shall ignore you for life. Upon hearing this, the turtle immortal regained his composure, sensing her resolve, and prepared to fight earnestly. They clashed again, but this time, Wu Fangfang was genuinely serious. The turtle immortal found his movements sluggish, giving Wu Fangfang an opening. This time, he was genuinely kicked away by her. Even the turtle immortal found it hard to believe. Logically, even with his hesitations, Wu Fangfang's strength should not have surpassed his own. How could she progress so rapidly in less than 3 months? Was it possible that Wu Taidu had secretly trained her? The crane immortal, observing nearby, was not pleased. He understood precisely why Wu Fangfang had improved so swiftly, and it had nothing to do with Wu Taidu. Coincidentally, in the second round, Wu Fangfang's opponent was the crane immortal. With a smirk, He was determined to show no mercy, knowing that Wu Fangfang favored powerful men. Men like the Turtle Immortal, who sought only to please, would never capture her attention. Defeating Fangfang might lead her to seek his guidance privately. Resolute, the Crane Immortal launched his attack. With his high talent and years of training under Wu Taidu, he was well versed in various techniques. For a moment, Wu Fangfang struggled to keep up, finding herself nearly defenseless. How could the Crane Immortal be so ruthless against her? The Turtle Immortal watched, gritting his teeth in anger. As Wu Fangfang neared defeat, she swiftly evaded and raised her hand to signal for a pause. The Crane Immortal, puzzled, watched as she suddenly removed her outer garments, revealing a snug short-sleeved top that accentuated her figure. Wu Tian, Brother Wu Tian. Chapter 20. Defeating the Master instantly, the Turtle Immortal's nose bled, and his disciple hurriedly reminded him to regain his composure. The Crane Immortal cast a disdainful glance at the Turtle Immortal before directing his gaze back to Wu Fangfang, stating, "Sister, this trick won't work on me." Wu Fangfang merely smiled, saying nothing, and tossed her outer garment to the ground. Boom. The floor beneath her shattered instantly. What? How heavy is Sister Fangfang's clothing? Goodness, that must weigh at least 100 pounds. To think she could compete with Brother Wu Tian while wearing such cumbersome attire and still emerge victorious. The Turtle Immortal awkwardly cleared his throat. Cough, cough. I simply wasn't focused. Their astonishment was understandable. It was improbable for anyone to reach such a level in a short time, except for Sun Wukong. With countless Xiando, if utilized wisely, she could train without end. Given Wu Fangfang's relatively modest strength, she could divide one Xiando into 3 doses, resulting in progress comparable to 2.5 years of rigorous training for an ordinary person. Coupled with Sun Wukong's abilities, training her was nearly effortless, making her rapid advancement unsurprising. Let us have another round, Brother He. Wu Fangfang confidently smiled at the Crane Immortal, then charged forward with fervor. This time, the Crane Immortal had no choice but to take her seriously. The two exchanged punches and kicks, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 100 blows, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the Crane Immortal, having trained longer, possessed greater stamina, and as the fight progressed, Wu Fangfang began to wane. Every individual has their own strength. While she might not match him in one-on-one combat, if she could concentrate her energy, the effect would be dramatically different. Wu Fangfang recalled Sun Wukong's earlier teachings about channeling energy to split waterfalls, a technique she had long wished to master but struggled to grasp. Focusing entirely, she concentrated her strength into her fists, whispering Sun Wukong's words to herself, and suddenly felt her energy coalesce within her. Without further thought, she unleashed a punch. The Crane Immortal sensed something amiss, but it was too late. He was sent flying out of the Wudao Hall by Wu Fangfang's strike. What just happened? Sister Fangfang actually defeated Brother He. The Crane Immortal slowly rose from the ground. Though the punch had not injured him, it was utterly humiliating. He was highly regarded by Wu Taidu. Among Wu Taidu's disciples, he was one of the strongest, yet he had been bested by Wu Fangfang, who had trained for less than 3 months. A sense of discomfort settled within him. Brother He, I concede. Had it not been for the rules of the competition, I would undoubtedly have lost to you. The Crane Immortal remained silent upon hearing Wu Fangfang's words. While it was indeed true, he quietly stepped aside, a mix of confusion and doubt clouding his gaze. The following matches were considerably simpler. Though Wu Fangfang was utterly exhausted, she easily dealt with the ordinary competitors and smoothly advanced to the top 10. Just as she was preparing to challenge the top 3, a green demon suddenly descended from the sky. As it approached, the atmosphere darkened ominously, signaling trouble. Ha ha ha. The martial artists of humanity are truly feeble. It seems the king has sent me to test your mettle ahead of time, and I must say, he was quite cautious. The crowd within the Wudao Guan gazed upwards in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. What was this creature? A monster? They had never encountered anything like it before. Greetings. I am Tambali, a subordinate of the great Piccolo Daimao. As Tambali descended from the heavens, the spectators were unfamiliar with the name Piccolo Daimao. What brings you to our Wudao Guan? We do not recognize this so-called great demon, so do not cause any trouble here. Yes, leave at once, or you shall face our wrath. Tambali observed their wariness with a hint of disdain, curling his lips into a cold smirk. The turtle sage felt a pang of alarm, but it was too late to issue a warning. Tambali suddenly struck, piercing the heart of a competitor. Clutching the still-beating heart in his hand, he swallowed it whole, relishing the taste. The hearts of humans are truly delectable. Witnessing Tambali's prowess, having dispatched a fellow martial artist in an instant, the crowd was gripped by fear. The Turtle Sage and Crane Sage took the lead, fully focused on the unknown adversary. Do you honestly believe that the three of you can defeat me? Tambali scoffed before launching another assault. The Turtle Sage and Crane Sage charged forward to confront him without hesitation. However, it was evident that the situation was dire. Even their combined efforts barely allowed them to hold their ground. Soon, the two sages bore numerous wounds inflicted by the green demon. Seeing the dire turn of events, Wu Fangfang rushed to their aid. Together, they fought against Tambali, yet he remained effortlessly dominant. Huh! Tambali bellowed, sending the three of them flying. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly dispatched 3 more martial artists. The Wu Dao Guan was thrown into chaos, and Tambali's next target was the Crane Sage. The Turtle Sage and Wu Fangfang stood helplessly aside, still recovering from the previous assault. Just as they faced imminent peril, a flash of white light suddenly cleaved through the air. Tambali barely managed to evade it, but a cut marred his face. Master Wu, father, teacher. Wu Taidu emerged in his martial attire, having sensed an unsettling energy during his seclusion. Upon witnessing the situation, he fixed a serious gaze upon the green fiend, feeling a tremor of fear at its sheer power. At last, a formidable figure has emerged among humans. Tambali appeared unfazed. Had it not been for Wu Taidu's ambush, he would have been unscathed. Hee. With a flourish, Tambali unfurled his wings, doubling his speed as he barreled toward Wu Taidu. After a few exchanges, Wu Taidu found his arms slashed, blood streaming forth. Incredible, Wu Taidu thought, astonished at the creature's origins. Yet, he could not retreat. If he fell, his disciples would surely perish. With every ounce of strength, Wu Taidu prepared for a decisive battle against the monster. The intense clashes caused the Wu Dao Guan to tremble. Despite employing all his might, Wu Taidu was still no match for the green demon. The battle raged on in the air, utilizing his winged advantage. Tambali pierced through Wu Taidu's body. Though Wu Taidu narrowly evaded a fatal strike, he could only protect his heart. Hee. Tambali cackled in midair. Indeed, just a mere mortal with such limited capabilities. How infuriating. The Turtle Sage struggled to his feet, positioning himself before Wu Taidu and Wu Fangfang. Fangfang, take your master and flee. Wu Fangfang gazed at the Turtle Sage, fully aware that he alone could not contend with Tambali. Even her father, Wu Taidu, was helpless against this monster. What could be done? In a moment of desperation, Wu Fangfang's mind conjured the image of a certain individual, though she recalled that this person could only match her father in strength. Fangfang, hurry. The Crane Sage, too, struggled to reach Wu Fangfang's side. Together they stood against Tambali's onslaught, both resolute in their vow to protect Wu Fangfang at all costs. Wu Fangfang, witnessing the unfolding scene, declared with determination, "No, I will not flee. I shall fight alongside you." She pushed past them, stepping defiantly to the forefront, unwavering in her gaze upon the monster. With unwavering focus, she concentrated her energy into her fists. Repeating her mantra, her fists emanated a radiant white light. What is this? The ailing Wu Taidu recognized it immediately. This was mastery over Qi, a culmination of his years of experience. Unexpectedly, Wu Fangfang had grasped a technique that even the Turtle Sage and Crane Sage had yet to learn. Alas, her internal energy was too feeble, no matter how she concentrated. It could not withstand the monster before her. Undeterred, Wu Fangfang transformed her fist into an open palm, striking out with a feeble beam of white light. Pathetic little human, Tambali sneered, extending a hand to conjure a wave of energy aimed directly at Wu Fangfang. In the face of Tambali's overwhelming power, Wu Fangfang's wave appeared insignificant. Just as she was about to be engulfed by the dark wave, a reassuring voice rang out from behind her. "Fangfang, you have done excellently. Your mastery over Qi is already quite refined." Yukong. Wu Fangfang recognized the voice instantly, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Since the onset of despair, she had both yearned for Sun Wukong's arrival and feared he would be defeated by Tambali. Yet, upon his actual arrival, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over her. Sun Wukong materialized beside Wu Fangfang, grasping her hand firmly. Suddenly, a powerful white light radiated from her entire being. This brilliant light illuminated the sky, banishing even the ominous clouds that accompanied Tambali. Sun Wukong smiled gently. Are you ready, Fong Fong? Yes. She nodded, feeling an unparalleled surge of power within her. This overwhelming energy invigorated her spirit. In that moment, the once formidable Tambali seemed no more threatening than an ant. A beam of white light shot from Wu Fongfong's hand, consuming Tambali's dark energy entirely and obliterating him in the process. How can this be? The events unfolded so rapidly that Tambali scarcely had time to register the appearance of the mysterious figure before being enveloped in blinding light, meeting his demise. As the clouds dissipated, the sky returned to its serene state, as if nothing had transpired. Wu Fongfong, her cheeks flushed, looked at Sun Wukong, their hands still clasped tightly. Ahem. Wu Taidu, gravely injured, could not suppress a cough. Chapter 21. The Gathering of the Dragon Balls at last. Wu Fongfong released Sun Wukong's hand and rushed to her father's side. Concern etched across her face as she examined his wounds. Observing her distress, Sun Wukong retrieved a magical bean and presented it to Wu Taidu. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his chest miraculously healed. Are you a deity? Wu Taidu exclaimed, astonished by this miraculous occurrence. He had never encountered such an extraordinary object. He had already contemplated his own mortality, planning to entrust his daughter to Sun Wukong's care. Now, it seemed he could endure for another 30 years. Noting the injuries sustained by the Turtle Sage and Crane Sage, Sun Wukong generously offered another magical bean, dividing it for them to consume. Remarkably, they too experienced a miraculous recovery. In response to the astonished crowd, Sun Wukong openly shared the secrets of the magical beans, which the Turtle Sage silently noted for future reference. Karen Tower? He resolved that one day he would endeavor to scale the tower's summit and encounter the legendary immortal. After a brief respite, Wu Taidu quietly summoned Sun Wukong to the rear mountain. He discerned that his daughter, Fong Fong, harbored a particular fondness for Sun Wukong, and under his guidance, her martial prowess had notably improved. Thus, Wu Taidu contemplated betrothing Fong Fong to Sun Wukong. To his surprise, Sun Wukong waved his hand in refusal. What's the matter? Do you not cherish Fong Fong? It's not that I dislike her. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, then recounted the events from 300 years hence. He also informed Wu Taidu that the green demon they faced was merely a minion, while the true antagonist was a formidable figure named Baika de Ma Wang. Upon hearing this, Wu Taidu's expression shifted drastically. If even a subordinate of such a Dark Lord posed a considerable challenge, one could only imagine the peril of confronting the Dark Lord himself. Sun Wukong found himself in a quandary. Wu Taidu was no longer young, and his latent potential was nearly exhausted. Even if he wished to assist, his strength would be limited. Was there truly no alternative to vanquish the Dark Lord? Wu Taidu's words suddenly sparked a memory in Sun Wukong. He recalled that Master Kame had previously bestowed upon him a certain item. He produced a capsule containing the technique of the Mafuba, or Demon Seal Wave, which Master Kame had left for him. Perhaps this technique could subdue Baika de Ma Wang. Yet Sun Wukong did not complete his thought, but Wu Taidu understood with a mere glance. Utilizing the Mafuba entails a peril to one's life. Wu Taidu chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, he resolved to proceed. If it meant saving the world at the cost of his life, he would gladly accept. Wu Taidu's selfless spirit even moved Sun Wukong. Arriving from another realm, he recognized that in this era, few were willing to sacrifice themselves for others, let alone risk their lives. Perhaps it is such individuals who truly deserve the title of master. Wu Taidu was undoubtedly deserving of this honor. Then, Sun Wukong, when do you plan to depart? Wu Taidu inquired, tucking the Mafuba's manual into his pocket. Sun Wukong contemplated briefly before responding. I reckon it will be within the next couple of days. Have you spoken to Fong Fong? Sun Wukong shook his head and sighed. It is better not to inform her. Initially, he had come to this place with the intention of having Fong Fong bear him a child. However, during their time together, he had recognized her stubbornness and innocence. Should he act in a way that was unseemly and then abandon her upon returning to the future, would that not make him akin to that wrath? Rather than that, it would be wiser to voluntarily relinquish such notions. Seeing that Sun Wukong had made up his mind, Wu Taidu refrained from further persuasion. Unbeknownst to them, however, Fong Fong, concealed in the underbrush, had overheard their entire conversation. With determination, she resolved to act. That night, Sun Wukong was peacefully slumbering alone in the wooden cabin. Suddenly, he sensed something soft against him. Instinctively, he reached out, and Fong Fong could not help but let out an embarrassed exclamation. Sun Wukong instantly awoke, gazing at Fong Fong before him. Fong Fong, you. Fong Fong covered his mouth, uttering not a word, and thus began their intimate exchange. The following morning, both recalled the fervor of the previous night and found themselves at a loss for words. Eventually, it was Fong Fong who spoke first. Even if you must depart, I will always think of you. Sun Wukong remained silent, taken aback by Fong Fong's affections, yet he knew he could not bring her to the future. Suddenly, he remembered Master Kame and Master Crane, who were still alive 300 years later. Indeed, while he could not take Fong Fong back with him, he could extend her lifespan to that time. Moreover, given that Baika de Ma Wong had already made his appearance in this world, it meant the Dragon Balls were also present. Fortunately, he had brought along the Dragon Ball radar. Sun Wukong shared his thoughts with Fong Fong, whose eyes brimmed with tears of joy as she exclaimed, "That's wonderful, Wukong. If it truly comes to pass, I will surely seek you out 300 years hence." Sun Wukong lifted Fong Fong into his arms. Truthfully, he felt somewhat guilty about the events of the previous night. However, he dismissed this guilt, thinking it an opportunity for further learning. They engaged once more in their playful endeavors, and with their combined efforts, they swiftly gathered all the Dragon Balls. Dragon, I wish for Fong Fong to remain eternally youthful and immortal. The dragon replied, regrettably, immortality exceeds my capabilities. The cycle of life and death is a natural law. Then, in that case, I wish for Fong Fong's lifespan to be extended by 1,000 years, while she retains her youthful beauty. The dragon, observing Sun Wukong from above, was unaware that such audacious and exploitative wishes would be granted to him on multiple occasions. Yet, this particular desire was indeed within the dragon's realm of power. I can help you realize this wish. In the days that followed, as Sun Wukong prepared to leave, he and Fong Fong found themselves inseparable, clinging to one another as if glued together. Sun Wukong exerted his utmost skill in the art of pressure points, while Fong Fong, eager to showcase her martial prowess, was equally cooperative. Yet, the moment of parting inevitably approached, yet Fong Fong felt no sorrow, for she understood that they would soon be reunited, and this time, they would not be separated again. However, with Sun Wukong's departure, Fong Fong resolved to bid farewell to the martial arts academy. She intended to travel the world, preparing herself to grow stronger for their next encounter, so she could withstand Sun Wukong's increasingly formidable power. On the day of parting, Master Kame wept bitterly. Fong Fong, Fong Fong, you are leaving. How shall I live? Fong Fong, take me with you. Left with no choice, Master Crane had to knock him unconscious to restore tranquility. Fong Fong smiled gently, fully understanding the sentiments of Master Kame and Master Crane. Her heart, however, was already filled with thoughts of Sun Wukong. 300 years is, in fact, not a long time. In a scene replete with temptation, Sun Wukong returned to the hyperbolic time chamber. He opened the door and stepped outside without a backward glance, feeling no attachment to that place. Upon exiting, he encountered the tranquil Bobo, who stood as if merging with the heavens and the earth, unperturbed by the birds that landed upon him. Sun Wukong observed this spectacle with astonishment. No wonder they say Mr. Bobo possesses an unfathomable realm. This was indeed the embryonic form of the Zen-like mastery. It appears the rumors hold true. However, to attain Mr. Bobo's serene and clear state of mind, it would likely require a considerable amount of time. Sun Wukong had initially intended to leave Bobo undisturbed and depart directly. Yet, as he turned to leave, Bobo called out to him, Sun Wukong, the celestial beings have tasked me with conveying a message to you. Sun Wukong halted and turned to regard Bobo. Bobo blinked and continued, not long after you entered the hyperbolic time chamber, the second generation of demons ascended Carrying Tower and consumed the super divine water. Bobo's tone was calm, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. However, Sun Wukong realized that the arrival of the second generation of demons had prompted this era's demon to also partake in the super divine water for power. Well acquainted with the second generation of demons, Sun Wukong knew he was not only a formidable Namekian, but also one of the elite. The power contained within him was astounding. If Sun Wukong was a Super Saiyan, then the second generation of demons was akin to a Super Namekian. However, as the Saiyans evolved, with the emergence of Super Saiyan 2, 3, and even divine forms, the second generation of demons gradually fell behind, transitioning to a supportive role in child rearing. Yet, Only when the second generation of demons grew stronger would Sun Wukong find a challenge worthy of his mettle. Perhaps due to the Saiyan lineage, he felt no distress but rather an increasing anticipation. Noticing Sun Wukong's excited demeanor, Bobo appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet, the celestial beings only instructed him to relay the message, leaving him unconcerned with the rest. Upon witnessing Bobo lost in thought once more, Sun Wukong had no further words to share and leapt gracefully towards the towering Ka Lin Ta. Contemplating the possibility of the second generation of demons scaling the Ka Lin Ta and consuming the divine water, he pondered whether, given their temperament, the immortal Ka Lin would meet with misfortune. Upon arriving at the Ka Lin Ta, he found it utterly deserted, with no sign of the immortal. Could it be that the cat immortal had truly fallen victim to the second generation of demons? Noticing the ground strewn with catnip extending to the tower's edge, he spotted a paw print at the very brink. Was it possible that the cat immortal had indulged excessively in catnip and inadvertently tumbled down? With a wry smile, Sun Wukong could only, with tears, take the remaining newly sprouted fairy beans and divine water. Seizing the moment before the cat immortal's return, he made a hasty exit. Placing his hand upon his forehead, he began to search for Bulma's presence. However, her aura was faint, making the task rather laborious. It seemed he would need to assist her in strengthening her energy in the future. After a lengthy search, he finally detected her presence in the West City. With a swift motion, he vanished from the Ka Lin Ta. Not long after Sun Wukong departed, the cat immortal finally climbed up, appearing dazed and breathless. Clearly exhausted from the ascent, and currently in a state of confusion. As he sniffed the air, he muttered in a low voice, "Strange. It seems I can detect Wukong's scent." Yet, after glancing around, he found nothing amiss. Chapter 22. The Judgment of Scorching Gazes Staggering. The cat immortal sought some water to regain clarity. Suddenly, he was startled by the empty jars beside the water tank, and an epiphany struck him. Meow? Where are my fairy beans? Where is my divine water? Damn it, the Ka Lin Ta has been robbed. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong appeared in front of the unsuspecting Bulma with a sudden flash. Before him lay a vision of alabaster beauty, voluptuous and alluring. Ah! Bulma's scream instantly summoned Lan Chi and others. Mira transformed into her combat form, only to discover that it was Sun Wukong who had materialized in Bulma's bathtub. What on earth was happening? Observing this scene, Lan Fong felt perplexed. She could not fathom why Sun Wukong would need to spy on Bulma while bathing. Sun Wukong, equally exasperated, wished for a different scenario, attributing the mishap to his instantaneous travel. You all should disperse quickly. Bulma, encircled by a throng, realized the predicament. Not only had Sun Wukong seen her in all her glory, but Lan Chi and the others had too, leaving her face flushed with embarrassment. Especially Violet, with her vivacious nature, commented loudly on Bulma's physique as she exited, suggesting where Bulma might rank among her peers. Ultimately, everyone agreed that youth was indeed splendid. Hearing these remarks, Bulma's face turned as red as an apple, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide in. Noticing the unfolding embarrassment, Sun Wukong intended to slip away quietly, only to be caught by Bulma's grasp. Sun Wukong, you must take responsibility for me. Sun Wukong shrugged helplessly. How am I to be responsible? Without further ado, Bulma dragged him into the bathtub, as if they had returned to the early days of their acquaintance when young Wukong often bathed alongside Bulma. However, now, aside from bathing, they could engage in other activities. After some tumult, Bulma's spirits lifted somewhat. Sun Wukong repeatedly assured her that he would refrain from appearing unexpectedly via instantaneous travel. Except in emergencies. Bulma, seeing his sincerity, forgave him. Eyeing the now more robust Sun Wukong, she curiously inquired, "Oh, Sun Wukong, after being away for so long, why didn't you bring back a lady?" Sun Wukong, bemused, replied, "Do you perceive me as a philanderer? What kind of person do you see yourself as?" Cursing softly, he thought, "Bulma, I must show you the prowess I have gained from training." With that, he unleashed a newly learned skill, concentrating his energy. Bulma gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Throughout this year, Sun Wukong had scarcely trained, spending most of his time with Bulma and their children. Their eldest, Gohan, was now 4 years old. At the time of his birth, Sun Wukong's battle power was merely a few hundred. Nevertheless, being of Saiyan lineage, children born of Saiyans and humans typically possessed greater potential than ordinary Saiyans. Under Sun Wukong's tutelage, 4-year-old Gohan's battle power had already reached over 200. While this was not particularly high, Gohan's innate talent suggested he could achieve even greater heights. However, given the era of peace, Bulma and the others preferred their children not to undergo rigorous training too early. Sun Wukong had no objections. It was prudent to allow the children to relish their childhood, and when the time of Dragon Ball Z arrived, proper training could commence. Yet, the thought of nurturing each child gradually weighed on Sun Wukong's mind. It was not a matter of impatience. He bore a heavier responsibility. Without the original Sun Wukong in the 7th universe, it was solely upon him to bear the burden. Although he was considered a formidable fighter in the 7th universe, it was far from sufficient, especially with the impending escalation in battle power since the arrival of Frieza. He mused that it might be wise to seek a caretaker and bodyguard for the children. A few days later, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament was finally set to commence. Given that Sun Wukong had been the champion for the past 2 tournaments and had triumphed over Demon King Piccolo during a critical moment on Earth, he had become a hero of world salvation. This made the current tournament even more sensational, capturing global attention. The arena had been constructed 2 years prior, utilizing the sturdiest bricks on Earth and boasting technological support from Bulma. He recognized that against foes like Piccolo, mere artillery was inadequate. It was imperative to cultivate more martial artists. Consequently, he designated a plot of land in West City, with the state overseeing the establishment of a dedicated venue for the tournament. This venue could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, creating a spectacular scene. In honor of Sun Wukong's heroism, the organizers erected a massive statue of him at the entrance of the tournament, strikingly prominent. As heavy rain poured and thunder crackled, a man, wrapped tightly in clothing, stood atop a height, sneering, "Humph, Sun Wukong, I shall personally slay you. Is Bulma not ready yet?" The registration period is drawing to a close. Early in the morning, Sun Wukong waited at the entrance for Bulma, but after 2 hours of waiting, he began to grow impatient. Had it not been for Bulma's rare efficiency the day before, he would have been even less inclined to wait. Yet, Sun Wukong now understood the greatest deception of women mirrored that of men. "I'm almost ready." Finally, Bulma emerged, her voice resonating. She sported shoulder-length, pale green hair, long, fair legs, and wore a purple dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, rendering her even more enchanting. At that moment, Bulma's cheeks were as pale as jade, and her lips were a luscious red, making her irresistibly captivating from afar. "Bulma, are you testing my resolve?" Sun Wukong gazed at her intently, his eyes filled with desire. Bulma secretly delighted in his attention but feigned nonchalance, stating, I have no such intentions. It's you who always thinks the wrong way." I care not. If you make me wait this long, there must be some compensation." "Sun Wukong, the drive from here to the tournament venue takes at least half an hour." Bulma whispered softly in his ear, her face flushed, "And I specifically invited Xiao Wu to help drive today." "Bulma, my Bulma." Sun Wukong joyfully lifted Bulma into his arms, spinning her around in circles before gently setting her down. At that moment, only Xiao Wu was willing to drive them alone. Lan Shi was utterly incapable. If it were the golden-haired Lan Shi, Sun Wukong believed she could disassemble the car with ease. As for Lan Fong, Ziluo Lan, and Mei La, they were itching to join the fray themselves. Thus, Xiao Wu was the most suitable choice. Yet, even she reluctantly muttered, "Why do I have to drive?" Sun Wukong had no choice but to coax her. "You drive during the day, and I'll drive for you at night." The joyous moments swiftly passed. By the time they arrived at the registration point for the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon spotting Sun Wukong emerging from the vehicle alongside the enchanting Bulma and the charming Xiao Wu, Master Roshi's frustration peaked, and tears nearly welled up in his eyes. How could it be so unreasonable? As the god of martial arts, why were there so few ladies interested in him? In contrast, Sun Wukong was always surrounded by beautiful women. Master Roshi could not fathom this inconsistency, unaware that soon another matter would leave him even more disheartened. Rubbing his head in confusion, he lamented how he had merely played a minor role during the attack of the Demon King Piccolo. Back then, Sun Wukong saved the world, and many beautiful women flocked to him, yet he did not take a single one to heart. Was it truly the case that some found joy while others faced sorrow? If Master Roshi had known that soon Lan Shi, Lan Fong, Ziluo Lan, and Mei La would arrive to cheer for Sun Wukong, he would have been completely overwhelmed. Yet, at present, Merely witnessing Bulma and Xiao Wu's long, slender legs before him was already more than he could bear. Cough, Wulong. You wouldn't want to be kicked out of Master Roshi's place for failing to pay rent, would you? Wulong withdrew his hand from his pocket, shaking his fist at Master Roshi, and declared defiantly, "Dream on. I'm not poor. Poor. What on earth is that?" Master Roshi gazed at Wulong's defiant demeanor and could only sigh in resignation. Poor had its merits, but Wulong was a first-time contender. Each had their own joys. Just then, Sun Wukong approached to greet them and led Bulma and the others to the registration desk. As usual, registering for the World Martial Arts Tournament required one to sign their name. This time, the registrar was a stunningly beautiful young lady who recognized Sun Wukong immediately. Her face radiated adoration, and her gaze clearly conveyed that she would gladly bear his children if he so wished. Bulma snorted disdainfully from the side, prompting Sun Wukong to awkwardly smile and hastily sign his name before making a quick exit. Yet, he could still feel the intense gaze upon him, leaving him quite helpless. It seemed this would likely be his last participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, being overly famous could lead to considerable trouble, and he finally understood why the Z fighters in manga remained so low-key. Over the past year, whenever he accompanied Bulma and the others shopping, being recognized often necessitated an immediate escape via instant transmission. Sigh. Sun Wukong sighed, feeling oddly hopeful that Satan might soon inherit the mantle of savior. By the time he returned with Bulma and Xiao Wu, there were less than 3 minutes left to register. Strange, where were Krillin and the others? Master Roshi glanced around, unable to spot them. If worst came to worst, they would have to rely on Wulong and Puer's transformation techniques to register. However, transformation techniques had cooldown times, meaning 2 individuals might miss out on registration. Did they not intend to participate in this tournament? Bulma found it peculiar. They should have arrived by now. Chapter 23. As strong as a monster, young Master Yamcha had been training diligently for 3 years for this day, and he certainly would not miss the chance to defeat young Master Wukong. Puer was filled with confidence. He trusted Yamcha's strength and was particularly eager to see him. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly 2 years since he and Yamcha had parted ways, and now he barely recognized his old friend. Just as everyone was puzzled, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and then smiled, saying, "They're here." Huh. Everyone looked around, seeing nothing. Just as they were about to inquire further, a gust of wind swept through, and Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards the registration desk. The registrar, thinking Sun Wukong was smitten with her, instantly adopted a swooning demeanor. As she appeared on the verge of fainting, a hand reached out, gently asking, "Miss, are you all right?" The lady, believing it to be Sun Wukong, opened her eyes dreamily, only to discover it was none other than the former top contender, Yamcha. Moreover, Yamcha's once handsome face now bore several scars. The young lady immediately displayed a look of disappointment. Yamcha felt helpless. Those scars were quite unjust. They were the result of an incident one night while climbing Karen Tower when he mistook Master Karen for Puer, leading to a rather unfortunate outcome. However, Yamcha remained undeterred. He had indeed made considerable progress at Karen Tower, gaining greater strength. Now, he felt exceptionally charismatic, flashing his signature confident smile, leaving the registrar at a loss for words. "Oh dear, this is utterly absurd. I came to see my idol Wukong, and instead, I encounter a self-absorbed man. How frustrating. Hey, miss, we're here to register." Tenshinhan also made an appearance at the registration desk, accompanied by Krillin and Dumpling. It must be noted that Krillin had finally grown taller than Dumpling, reaching a height of 1.50 meters. He was quite pleased with this development. The group hurriedly completed their registration just before the deadline, and then sought out Sun Wukong and Master Roshi. Puer, with tears brimming in his eyes, dove into Yamcha's embrace, exclaiming, "Young Master, Yamcha." Krillin chuckled at Sun Wukong. "Can you believe how strong we've all become in just 3 years? Surprising, isn't it?" "Ah, yes, Krillin. You all have indeed grown significantly stronger." Sun Wukong sincerely praised them, noting that their strength far surpassed what it had been in the manga. Perhaps it was due to his own overwhelming strength in this world that had motivated them to strive for greater power. Tenshinhan also greeted Sun Wukong with a smile. Having undergone a remarkable transformation, he was no longer as hot-headed and had become exceptionally amiable. The group was delighted to see one another after such a long time. Laughter echoing among them, drawing the attention of another individual. There was an aura of formidable energy, They all turned to see a man clad in a white cloak with a green complexion standing at the registration desk. "Sir, you don't seem quite well. Are you sure you want to register for the competition? Cut the small talk. My face has always looked like this." The man in the white cloak finished registering and turned to face them, and Krillin and the others instantly recognized him. They were all too familiar with that face. It was Demon King Piccolo. No, it should be referred to as the second generation of demons, Piccolo. The Demon King Piccolo flashed a toothy grin at Sun Wukong, a taunting smile that suggested he had waited far too long for this day. Soon, he would prove just how terrifying the true power of the demon race could be. Defeating Sun Wukong would fulfill his dream of conquering the world. However, Krillin was more incensed by another matter. Why was Piccolo, now only 3 years old, already over 2 meters tall? Is this scientifically possible? What on earth was happening? Krillin scanned the surroundings. Aside from Dumpling, no one was shorter than him. And Dumpling could fly. How impressive. Tenshinhan scrutinized Piccolo closely, his expression cold as he remarked that he could sense this Demon King Piccolo's power was on an entirely different level than that of the original Demon King Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded. Of course, because this Piccolo has consumed the super divine water. What? Sun Wukong's words left Krillin and the others in shock. They certainly climbed over Corinta and possessed some knowledge of the super divine water. However, just a single taste nearly cost them their lives. To their surprise, the great demon Piccolo was willing to go to such lengths to defeat Sun Wukong. Krillin and Tenshinhan clenched their fists, their expressions tense. It appeared that this time, the great demon Piccolo would prove to be a particularly formidable opponent. Only Yamcha wore a relaxed expression, chuckling as he declared, "Humph, it's nothing special. This time, I have devised a super powerful move. Not just that demon's second generation, even you, Sun Wukong, will be defeated by me." Faced with such arrogance from Yamcha, even Bulma couldn't help but retort, "You blockhead." Sun Wukong and the others laughed and chatted, oblivious to the fact that, aside from the demon's second generation, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated primarily on Sun Wukong. All participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament, please gather promptly at the competition hall. The preliminary round of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Let's go, everyone. Sun Wukong greeted the group, who followed him into the venue with confidence. Outside, Master Roshi and Bulma remained, with Bulma glancing at Master Roshi, asking, "Hey, aren't you participating this time? What a joke. I want to live a few more years." Master Roshi was well aware of his own abilities and then suggested to Bulma, "By the way, the official competition should still be a while. Why not accompany me for a few drinks?" Of course, Bulma promptly declined, pulling Launch along to go shopping, as Launchi and Lanfang would be joining them soon. Upon entering the competition hall, Krillin immediately began to shed his clothing. With a thud, his garments fell heavily to the ground, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Sun Wukong recognized that they were employing weighted training techniques. "Wukong, to be honest, knowing that you trained with 100 pounds of weight, we specifically made a set of clothes capable of withstanding 200 pounds. Krillin said as he changed into a lightweight turtle school outfit. Sun Wukong nodded. He had mentioned this in the previous tournament, and to his surprise, Krillin had actually done it. He then glanced at Yamcha and Tenshinhan, who also smiled at Sun Wukong as they removed their outer garments, revealing that they too wore 200 pounds of weighted clothing. It seems that having a goal is indeed the greatest motivation, just like the old days with Sun Wukong. Only when facing strong adversaries would one suddenly elevate their combat power. However, as Sun Wukong looked at Krillin, he unexpectedly remarked, "Krillin, you haven't grown much taller. Is it because of the weights?" Taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden question, Krillin was momentarily stunned. There was indeed some truth to what he said. Krillin seemed to finally understand why he had not grown taller. At that moment, a charming girl clad in a blue qipao and black pants approached, bypassing Krillin and the others to stand before Sun Wukong, smiling as she said, "Hee, Wukong, I knew you would come here." Krillin and Yamcha were momentarily dumbfounded. What was happening? Was history about to repeat itself? In the last martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong had only acknowledged Lanfang after completing his matches. And now, even before the tournament began, someone was approaching him? Moreover, this girl was quite endearing. How could Sun Wukong not recognize this vibrant, graceful girl? It was Chi-Chi. Now, Chi-Chi looked remarkably radiant, a stark contrast to her childhood self. If it weren't for Sun Wukong's prior knowledge, he might not have recognized her. Chi-Chi, with her hands covering her face, shyly said, "I never expected you to remember me. Wukong, I thought you had forgotten about me entirely. Son Wukong laughed heartily. How could I? I promised to marry you. When we come out to compete, we value our word. If I say I will marry you, I will. Then I will wait for you. Son Wukong, you must win. After saying this, Chi-Chi stepped aside to warm up. Her movements were soft and flowing, rivaling even Ziluo. It seemed she would be attempting some challenging inverted maneuvers this time. Hey, Wukong, have you really gone to train with the gods? Krillin exclaimed, jumping with envy as he grasped Son Wukong's collar. Son Wukong already had several wives, yet Krillin had never even held a girl's hand. To this, Son Wukong could only smile wryly. This was not by choice, but a system mission. What could he do about it? Could it be because he was older? In truth, there were many beautiful girls on the divine side as well. What? Son Wukong's remark sent Krillin into a spiral of despair. He trained diligently every day, meticulously, just to catch up with Son Wukong, only to find out that this guy was off charming girls among the gods. Are you even human? No way. Next time you must take me with you. At that moment, a man in a white shirt sneezed nearby. His gaze filled with confusion as he wondered who was speaking ill of him behind his back. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. The preliminary round is about to commence. Please come forward to draw lots. The event staff stepped forward, inviting each participant to draw their lots. This martial arts tournament was particularly popular, with over 1,000 participants. Jiaozi, make sure everyone spreads out. We can't have them colliding in the first round. Also, that demon's second generation should be placed in a separate group. I want to see his true strength. Understood, Tenshinhan. Soon, the drawing concluded, and everyone was naturally assigned to different groups. We now begin the preliminary round. According to the rules, the top 8 will advance to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Please gather at the designated combat stage according to your numbers. I trust everyone is clear on the combat rules. If an opponent is knocked off the stage, knocked out, or concedes, they lose. However, if one kills the other, they will be disqualified immediately. Now, contestants number 1 and 2, please take the stage. To Son Wukong's surprise, he found himself in the first match. Glancing at his number plate, it read number 1. Let's see what you can do now, Wukong, Krillin said. Son Wukong smiled and stepped onto the arena, only to discover that his opponent was none other than the familiar King Choppa. It was said that King Choppa had sought a new master in order to seek revenge this time. With a confident glare, King Choppa fixed his eyes on Son Wukong, declaring, I am now as strong as a monster. Chapter 24, Settling Matters with Tenshinhan. Observing Son Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, King Choppa recalled the humiliation he had suffered in the previous 2 tournaments at the hands of this very individual. Without hesitation, he charged at Son Wukong while secretly swallowing a blue pill during his swift movement. His strength surged several times over, and his speed increased dramatically. Prepare yourself for my Ketty Cross. Facing the aggressive King Choppa, Son Wukong merely smiled, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind him. With a swift chop, the battle came to an abrupt end. Who turned off the lights? King Choppa thought as darkness enveloped him, and he promptly fainted. The audience, witnessing Son Wukong's display of power, were not overly surprised, as they had grown accustomed to it. Chi-Chi, however, was thrilled, gazing at Son Wukong with admiration, thinking to herself, indeed, my future husband is formidable. Apart from Chi-Chi, a strangely appearing mysterious figure watched Son Wukong from a distance, whispering with a smile, Wukong, it has indeed been a long time. The preliminary round began rather calmly, with a noteworthy match being Jiaozi's first bout against Tao Bai. The current Tao Bai had been transformed into a cyborg by Dr. Gero and should now be referred to as the android Tao Bai. He had come here seeking revenge against Son Wukong, but unexpectedly, he encountered a traitor from his own school in the first match. According to the original story, Jiaozi would have been easily defeated by Tao Bai. However, due to the rigorous training he had undergone with Tenshinhan and the others, Jiaozi's strength had now far surpassed that of the android Tao Bai. Thus, the situation in the arena tilted heavily in Jiaozi's favor. What is going on? What is happening? Tao Bai trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. How could this be possible? I, Tao Bai, the greatest in the world. How could I possibly be defeated by someone from my own sect, especially the weakest among them? Tao Bai's face turned crimson, as if blood were about to drip from it. He suddenly pulled the device from his arm, intending to unleash his ultimate move against Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan Jiaozi glanced at Tianjin Fan below, his heart a tumult of emotions. After all, Tao Bai Bai was their master uncle, having taught them in the past. Zhao Zi, you must win, Tianjin Fan said seriously after a moment of silence. Zhao Zi turned his gaze back to Tao Bai Bai, determination gleaming in his eyes. This showdown had attracted many spectators, for Tao Bai Bai was renowned as the greatest martial artist in the world. Feeling the weight of the crowd's attention, Tao Bai Bai shouted without hesitation, Super Dong Dong Bua. With a mighty roar, a brilliant beam shot forth from the cannon in his arm. Whoosh! The projectile whistled through the air towards Zhao Zi's slender figure. Zhao Zi's expression was resolute, his hands spread wide as he exerted all his power, successfully redirecting the Super Dong Dong Bua. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the martial arts arena, fissures cracking across the surface. Fortunately, this venue had been reinforced by Bulma's technology. Otherwise, such an impact would have necessitated reconstruction. Was Zhao Zi not finished yet? At that moment, Yamu Cha and Colleen had also dealt with their respective opponents and rushed over. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, reassuringly stating that Tao Bai Bai was no match for Zhao Zi at this point. As the dust settled, Zhao Zi's silhouette gradually emerged. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed from the earlier ferocious onslaught. The onlookers shifted their attention to the figure shrouded in smoke. Tao Bai Bai finally emerged, but was covered in blood. His mechanical arm shattered. At that moment, he knelt on the ground, unable to move. The outcome of this battle was clear. Zhao Zi had achieved a resounding victory. The spectators marveled at Zhao Zi's strength while lamenting the end of Tao Bai Bai's reign as the greatest martial artist in the world. The competition continued, and the subsequent contestants encountered formidable opponents. However, drawing upon their abilities, they all advanced with ease. Only Zhao Zi faced unfortunate luck, ultimately being eliminated in the preliminaries by that peculiar mysterious figure from before. Zhao Zi's superpower was utterly ineffective against him, leading to two possibilities. Either this individual possessed superpowers as well, or his energy was so overwhelming that Zhao Zi's abilities were rendered useless. In any event, Zhao Zi had been decisively defeated. Good job, little one, you gave it your all. Faced with this somewhat effeminate, ambiguous individual, Zhao Zi rejected his consolation. With a look of grievance, he approached Tianjin Fan and hugged his leg, bursting into tears. Tianjin Fan patted Zhao Zi's back, comforting him, do not be disheartened. Zhao Zi, I will strive on your behalf. Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Zhao Zi wiped his tears and regained his spirit. After a day of intense competition, the list of the top 8 was finally revealed. Sun Wukong, Colleen, Tianjin Fan, Yamu Cha, Duan Didao Wang, Chi Chi, Xin Xuanshou, and Nian Xuanshou. Notably, Nian Xuanshou was the one who defeated Zhao Zi. The upcoming top 8 matches would take place tomorrow, with an audience of tens of thousands, along with a live broadcast. Yamu Cha was particularly excited upon hearing this news. Just wait, this time I, Yamu Cha, will certainly not stop at the top 8. The others smiled faintly but said nothing, knowing that aside from Chi Chi, the rest were formidable opponents. As they exited the martial arts school, Chi Chi suddenly caught up from behind and looped her arm around Sun Wukong's. Wukong, guess what? I've made it to the top 8, isn't that impressive? Naturally, Sun Wukong praised the adorable Chi Chi. If not for the pressures of life, she would indeed be a delightful girl. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others waiting at the entrance were taken aback to see Chi Chi so intimately linked with Sun Wukong. Bulma glanced at Lan Fong beside her, her eyes carrying a hint of meaning. Lan Fong muttered in a small voice, as a girl, it's so difficult not to want to marry Wukong. After chatting for a while, Bulma discovered that this charming girl was, in fact, Chi Chi from Huayin Shan. This revelation brought her some relief, as she had long anticipated that Sun Wukong entered the martial arts tournament in search of a wife, particularly the one he had promised to marry, Chi Chi. However, Sun Wukong was truly uncontrollable. She had thought he had turned over a new leaf after returning from the temple. Under Bulma's guidance, they arrived at a villa that she had purchased outright. Although the table was laden with a sumptuous feast, Chi Chi insisted on cooking something special for Sun Wukong herself. Bulma did not interfere, for she had witnessed Chi Chi's culinary skills at Huayin Shan, and her dishes were indeed delectable, with top-tier ingredients and seasonings. Chi Chi's cooking exceeded even that of the 5-star chef Bulma had hired. Not only Sun Wukong, but even Lan Chi and the others found themselves with hearty appetites. Indulging more than usual, this meal brought everyone closer together. With little else to do that evening, the group decided to play cards, a genuine game, mind you. Bulma, Chi-Chi, Lan Shi, Lan Fong, Zilua Lan, and Mei La all participated, enjoying a rare gathering of familial joy. In card games, there were no particularities. The losers simply faced a minor punishment, the details of which made even Mei La blush. After an entire night of cards, the time for the top 8 matches of the greatest martial arts tournament approached. As customary, they drew lots for match order, resulting in Sun Wukong versus Chi-Chi, Tianjin Fan against Yamu Cha, Nian Xuanshou versus Shin Xuanshou, and Kalin against Duandi. However, Chi-Chi suddenly felt unwell and could not participate in the first match, allowing Sun Wukong to advance directly. In the glass room at the top of the martial arts school, Bulma and the others were seated. As a major sponsor of this martial arts event, Bulma's family had privileges, allowing Lan Shi to avoid the hassle of transforming to secure a good spot. The view from this glass room was exceptional, providing an unobstructed view of the arena, complete with an ultra-high-definition screen that clearly displayed every movement on stage. Chi-Chi, you're still unwell, don't move around. Bulma called out as she observed Chi-Chi clutching her stomach, cautiously making her way to the refrigerator for a drink. Her legs seemed weak, and each step was accompanied by a furrowed brow, looking quite uncomfortable. I told you that if you had eaten the Xiando, you wouldn't be in this predicament. You never listen, Bulma remarked, causing Chi-Chi's face to flush immediately. I did eat 7 yesterday. I just wanted to save some for later. Bulma sighed, glancing at Lan Fong, who had also lost quite a bit the previous day and was now standing uncomfortably, unable to sit down. Sun Wukong really is something, Bulma thought helplessly. The second match commenced, with Tianjin Fan facing off against Yamu Cha, reflecting on their last encounter, which had taken place during the previous martial arts tournament. Yamu Cha had been fortunate to only suffer a broken leg. Just as I suspected. Yamu Cha shot a confident glance at Tianjin Fan, thinking to first take down him, and then Sun Wukong, the champion of this tournament, which he was certain would be his. As Yamu Cha and Tianjin Fan took the stage, the audience erupted with excitement. Their last battle had left a lasting impression, a spectacular showdown during the greatest martial arts tournament. Isn't that the narcissistic guy? A girl who had previously handled the registrations watched the match, surprised to see him looking quite dashing in the Kame Sennin outfit. What good is being handsome? Let me tell you, this individual is known as Yamucha, who has never emerged victorious in a single match. It seems likely that his third leg will be shattered by Tianjin Fan this time. Wukong, who do you think will win between the two? Kellen inquired of Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan's aura appears to be somewhat stronger than Yamucha's. If Yamucha lacks any special techniques, it would likely be a victory for Tianjin Fan. Sun Wukong sensed the situation momentarily and discerned the disparity in their strengths. Kellen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Sun Wukong's assessment. Although a tinge of reluctance lingered, he could not deny that Tianjin Fan's innate talent surpassed both his and Yamucha's. The competition on the martial arts stage officially commenced. Yamucha let out a cold laugh, his form flickering as he began to move at an astonishing speed. Tianjin Fan was equally swift, disappearing from the stage in an instant. Chapter 25. The twin stars of the martial arts tournament. What is happening? The audience was left bewildered, unable to see either combatant. 3 years ago, when they fought without restraint, the spectators could at least catch a glimpse of their shadows. Now, even their shadows were elusive. However, there was an exception. Bulma and her companions in the glass room observed clearly through the screens. It was undoubtedly the result of Bulma's development of a high-speed camera. Over the years, she had not been idle. With the addition of the genius Oolong, Bulma had invented numerous remarkable devices. Thanks to these technological patents, Capsule Corporation's assets had multiplied several times over. Naturally, some were envious, but with Sun Wukong's formidable prowess, self-preservation remained paramount. Thus, even though Yamucha and Tianjin Fan had exceeded human limits in speed, Bulma's camera could slow their movements down by dozens of times. Bang! Bang! In the footage, Yamucha's and Tianjin Fan's attacks collided with furious intensity. Each punch landed with remarkable force, causing the air to ripple with white waves. Seizing an opportunity, Yamucha unleashed his newly learned Wolf Fang fist, striking Tianjin Fan in the chest. Tianjin Fan retaliated fiercely, sending Yamucha flying with a powerful kick. Upon landing, Yamucha forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself back into the fray. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, raising clouds of dust and upheaving the entire competition stage. Witness my Ten Wolves fist. Yamcha bellowed, his form flickering as if he had transformed into a pack of wolves. 10 wolves materialized before Tianjin Fan, howling at the sky. Where did Yamcha go? Why has he turned into dogs? Fool, those are clearly wolves. Yamcha executed his newly developed 10 wolves fist with astonishing speed. His fists, imbued with formidable strength, surged forth as 10 wolves lunged toward Tianjin Fan in unison. Such speed. Even Tianjin Fan was astonished, never expecting Yamcha to possess such a technique. He dared not underestimate him and let out a low roar as his inner strength erupted. Bang, bang, bang. On the martial arts stage, Tianjin Fan faced the onslaught of the 10 wolves alone, his speed and power remarkable. In no time, 9 of the wolves lay defeated, leaving only one. Boom. Tianjin Fan unleashed a powerful punch upon the last wolf, producing a deafening sound. With this tremendous impact, both combatants were sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Tianjin Fan, you truly are formidable. I never anticipated that my 10 wolves fist would fall short against you. Yamcha panted as he rose. Drenched in sweat and adorned with the scars left by Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan also slowly stood, though equally drenched in perspiration, his breathing steady and his stamina still abundant. It was evident that, at this rate, Yamcha was destined for defeat. See, I told you Yamcha would falter at the top 8, someone remarked. Congratulations to Tianjin Fan. The audience, though unable to comprehend the intricacies of their battle, could clearly discern who held the upper hand, and some had begun to celebrate. Yamcha, your performance. Pu'er exclaimed anxiously from the glass room. Lanchi beside her offered reassurance, saying, It's all right, Pu'er. Yamcha has lost to Tianjin Fan before. What? Pu'er replied. Humph, Tianjin Fan. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Yamcha took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. This is the culmination of my years of training. Now witness it. Yamcha indeed had a hidden card up his sleeve. Kellen recalled how, each night, he would secretly slip away into the woods with Pu'er, presumably to refine new techniques. Come on, Yamcha. Tianjin Fan readied himself, prepared to withstand any attack Yamcha launched. Suddenly, Yamcha extended one hand while pressing the other against his wrist, channeling his energy into his palm. Golden energy coalesced until it formed a sphere the size of a basketball. Chichidon, Yamcha shouted, finally revealing the name of his technique. Wulong, observing from the side, suddenly exclaimed, I see. We both attended the same kindergarten. Yet you learned to transform energy into a ball. So that's how it is. Bulma and Lanchi stood momentarily stunned, turning to look at Pu'er, who covered her face. Saying nothing. Unbeknownst to Yamcha, his secret had been unveiled as he hurled the golden energy sphere forward, accompanied by a cutting sound through the air. The small energy sphere shot forth like lightning. Tianjin Fan smirked. Even lightning was no match for his agility. Yet, he was unprepared for the energy sphere to halt midair, then swiftly reversed direction, charging back toward him. Tianjin Fan's expression shifted as he realized the urgency of the situation, desperately evading in the arena. However, the formidable energy sphere pursued him relentlessly, akin to a nail, refusing to be shaken off. Yamcha, you truly possess remarkable skills. Tianjin Fan couldn't help but commend him. But then his expression turned grave. However, such tactics alone will not secure victory over me. With a fierce shout, Tianjin Fan's energy surged once more. In an instant, his figure vanished from the martial arts stage, and when he reappeared, the entire arena was filled with his afterimages. Yamcha scanned the surroundings, unable to discern which was the real Tianjin Fan. I'm behind you. Tianjin Fan's voice echoed from behind Yamcha, followed by a brilliant flash that sent him flying. The uncontrolled energy sphere erupted in the sky, resembling dazzling fireworks. Yamcha is eliminated. The victor of this match is Tianjin Fan. As the referee announced the outcome, Yamcha painfully rose, acknowledging that the previous strike had indeed been severe. Are you all right? Tianjin Fan approached the edge of the stage, inquiring of Yamcha. Yamcha flashed a confident smile, puffing out his chest. Humph, what could possibly happen to me, Yamcha? However, once again, I have lost to you. To be honest, I'm considering switching to baseball. After the two departed the stage, the referee announced the commencement of the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contest is the third match. Let us welcome contestants Shin and Nian to the stage. The audience erupted into applause once more, albeit with considerably less enthusiasm than before. It was inevitable. as both Shin and Nian were participating in the Dinshanyi Wudao Da Hui for the first time. That fellow. Sun Wukong and Dongdi simultaneously sensed the aura emanating from contestant Shin. Indeed, it bore the unmistakable scent of a deity. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Kellen and Yamucha were taken aback. What? A deity is also competing? Would he not secure victory effortlessly? Yet Sun Wukong shook his head, fixated on the mysterious contestant Nian, who had effortlessly defeated Jiaozi in the preliminaries. Moreover, Wukong sensed a familiar aura emanating from this individual. Before long, the match between the deity and contestant Nian began. Surprisingly, Dongdi the Demon King also took an interest, eager to witness the true extent of the deity's prowess. The competition commenced. The deity struck first, appearing behind contestant Nian in the blink of an eye, unleashing a flurry of attacks from behind, which Nian deftly deflected without turning around. What on earth is happening? Just as the battle commenced, the combatants displayed such formidable prowess that onlookers were left utterly astonished. The prowess of the celestial deity is rather unremarkable. After all, his true form lacks substance, and now he is confined within a frail body, incapable of exhibiting his genuine capabilities. Yet, despite this limitation, it is surprising that Nian, the chosen contender, should be able to effortlessly evade his attacks. Moreover, the agility with which he dodges without so much as a glance is reminiscent of a singular figure observed during the preliminary rounds, Sun Wukong. Indeed, this technique embodies a state of tranquil mindfulness, a skill Sun Wukong had mastered during his time at the Tianjin Temple. It is more serene than the sky and swifter than lightning. This individual is remarkably formidable. Wukong, do you truly not recognize him? Krylin, observing the match, noted that no matter from which direction the celestial deity attacked, Nian effortlessly eluded him, displaying remarkable ease. Sun Wukong shook his head, struggling to recall where he had encountered this person. Could it be that he was a martial artist who had also trained at the Tianjin Temple? But didn't Team Mr. Bobo mention that he was the sole one? Noticing Wukong's silence, Krylin refrained from further questioning and returned his gaze to the arena. At that moment, Nian finally initiated his counterattack. No longer evading, he unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the glasses of the middle-aged man possessed by the celestial deity. The deity's previously calm demeanor instantly soured. He had come here intending to rectify the mistakes of his past. Had he not insisted on becoming a celestial being and separated the malevolent thoughts from his heart, the mighty Biko would not exist in this world. This was a grave error on his part as a celestial deity. He had resolutely resolved to perish alongside Dundee, even preparing for the worst-case scenario with a magical sealing wave. Alas, it seemed that he might not even have the opportunity to confront Dundee. Ever since Sun Wukong's arrival, an influx of powerful martial artists had emerged. As turmoil swirled in the deity's mind, Nian's assault resumed. There were no ostentatious techniques, only the raw clash of fists. The celestial deity, under Nian's relentless onslaught, was rendered defenseless, soon sporting a battered visage. The bewildered spectators grew increasingly agitated, witnessing an elderly man, seemingly frail, enduring a relentless beating. How could the youth of today exhibit such a lack of martial ethics towards an elder? Indeed, look at how Portion's face has suffered. However, one must wonder how such a weak contestant managed to advance through the preliminaries. Could it be that Nian is simply too strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Surely, Nian cannot surpass Tianjin Fan and Yamucha? Those two were hardly impressive. The audience buzzed with chatter, pointing fingers. Compared to the seemingly evenly matched bout between Yamucha and Tianjin Fan, this fight appeared to be a one-sided thrashing. More importantly, these spectators were somehow able to discern the movements of the combatants on stage. Is that normal? Thus, it could only mean that both fighters are rather weak. Yet, those who truly understood recognized that Nian was far too powerful, at least twice as strong as the celestial deity, toying with him as though he were a mere plaything. Chapter 26. It turns out to be a lizard. Stop. Stop. On the arena, the celestial deity urgently shouted to halt Nian's advance. Though he could endure a few more blows, this frail body could withstand no further punishment. Besides, what point is there in merely enduring? The deity raised his hand, signaling to the referee to concede. Shen has chosen to forfeit. The victor is Nian. The referee promptly declared. The celestial deity, nursing his aching body, returned to the resting area where Sun Wukong approached him. It seems you recognize me now, Sun Wukong. The celestial deity managed a strained smile. though his face bore the marks of his recent ordeal. Suin Wukong, taken aback by the deity's battered state, chuckled. Why does it seem like that guy has a grudge against you? The celestial deity sighed. How should I know? After exchanging a few more words, it became evident that the deity had come specifically to confront the second generation of demons, Dundee. In the year following Suin Wukong's departure, he discovered that Dundee's strength had significantly increased. He had summoned the dragon Shinran to resurrect Bika and subsequently assimilated him, or rather, he had completely absorbed the mighty Bika. Had it not been for this, the celestial deity firmly believed that Suin Wukong would effortlessly defeat Dundee. Suin Wukong recalled having left a 4-star Dragon Ball at home, which Bulma had seized during his training to wish for a more shapely figure. Otherwise, Bika would not have had the chance to gather the Dragon Balls, but how could he blame her? A shapely figure is indeed quite advantageous. However, what astonished Suin Wukong even more was that Dundee seemed to understand that assimilation could enhance combat prowess. He speculated that perhaps the agony endured while consuming the super divine water had triggered memories of his own origins. Otherwise, he would not have known about the Namekian ability to assimilate. Please, Wukong, the current Dundee is far more powerful than we can imagine. You must kill him. But if I kill him, won't you perish as well? If I am gone, the position of the next celestial deity will be yours. Me? I have no interest in such a role. Suin Wukong waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, muttering as he walked, rest assured, I shall deal with him appropriately. Besides, Dundee has yet to commit any wrongdoing. I cannot kill him. Wukong, you are truly naive. The celestial deity's words fell on deaf ears. Although the current Dundee is far stronger than Bika from the original manga, one thing remained unchanged. He is yet to take a life. Dundee's participation in the martial arts tournament is simply to defeat Suin Wukong. Perhaps it is for the best. The stronger Dundee becomes, the better it will be for my children in the future. A smile graced Suin Wukong's lips as he looked forward to the prospect of facing Dundee in the finals. As Suin Wukong departed, the match between Krillin and the mighty Dundee commenced. What bad luck, facing Dundee right off the bat. This is truly unfortunate. Krillin complained as he cautiously assumed his stance. 3 years prior, he had fallen to Bika, although he was much stronger now. Bika had transformed into the even mightier Dundee. Dundee, regarding Krillin with disdain, floated in midair, arms crossed, coldly challenging him. Little bald head, make your move, or you may not even have the chance to strike. How dare you look down on me? Krillin clenched his teeth, summoning all his energy, and shot forward like lightning. Indeed, Krillin had made considerable progress. Kame Sennin observed Krillin's movements through the glass enclosure, noting his swift and decisive actions. Bulma and the others were equally engrossed in the match, fully aware of Dundee's lineage. Bang! In the skies, the two had exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds. Krillin attacked with all his might, yet Dundee met him with effortless grace. Moreover, Dundee's offensive intensified, and Krillin realized he could no longer keep pace. How could Dundee be so strong? Yamcha, watching the duel unfold, concluded that Krillin's defeat was merely a matter of time. He had hoped to claim the championship this time. Who would dare call him merely an 8th-place Yamcha afterward? But after witnessing several matches, he understood that victory was unattainable, perhaps never in this lifetime. Perhaps it would be best to pursue a career in professional baseball. In the arena, Dundee seemed disinterested in continuing the bout with Krillin. With a mighty roar, he seized Krillin's fists and hurled him out of the ring. Krillin, airborne and unable to halt his descent, appeared destined to fall out of bounds. In a critical moment, he took a deep breath and suddenly found himself suspended in midair. Wukong Shu. Suin Wukong glanced at Tianjin Fan beside him. He too had not concealed his role, as he had taught Krillin and Yamcha the Wukong Shu. Krillin, with great effort, steadied himself, turning his back to Dundee, his expression grave as if preparing for a formidable move. However, Dundee remained indifferent, aware that the disparity in their strength rendered any action by Klin futile. As Dundee momentarily lost focus, Klin seized the opportunity to pivot, gathering a spherical energy in his hands. Prepare to receive my attack. Kaiwansen. With a swift motion, the Kaiwansen surged toward Dundee. Initially, Dundee dismissed it, thinking to himself that such trivial antics and meager energy could not possibly harm him, even if he stood still. Yet, as the Kaiwansen approached, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him, warning that failure to evade would result in dire consequences. In a critical moment, Dundee dodged, but the Kaiwansen still severed his entire arm. The gruesome scene compelled the audience to shut their eyes in horror. Furthermore, why was that creature's blood green? Eventually, someone exclaimed loudly, "Could this Duandi be the resurrected Piccolo Daimao?" What? Wasn't Piccolo Daimao already dead? Indeed, I recall that Son Goku personally vanquished him. Could he be another member of the Demon Clan? The crowd erupted in astonishment and speculation, descending into chaos. Observing this commotion, the referee stepped forward with a microphone, urging everyone not to panic. Son Goku is also participating in this tournament, and there is a protective barrier around the audience area, so rest assured. Ultimately, if Duandi were truly Piccolo Daimao, where could they possibly flee? Faced with the referee's piercing remarks, the crowd gradually comprehended the situation. If the barrier was indeed safe, there would be no need to escape. If it was not, fleeing would lead to inevitable demise. Since death was certain, they might as well watch the match with peace of mind. Besides, given that Duandi had lost an arm, he might not even be able to defeat Klin. Witnessing the previously tumultuous crowd settle into silence, the referee breathed a sigh of relief. This generation of spectators and competitors is increasingly difficult to manage. On the field, Klin, seeing Duandi's momentary lapse, realized that he had managed to sever an arm with his Kaiwansen. If Duandi were left with just one arm, perhaps he would still have a chance. However, despair soon washed over Klin's face. He watched as Duandi glanced at his severed arm and let out a thunderous roar, astonishingly regrowing a new limb. Is this creature a lizard? In disbelief, the spectators were left speechless. Duandi, the Demon King, smirked and suddenly vanished into thin air. Klin, still in shock, was caught off guard as Duandi reappeared beside him and delivered a kick that sent him flying. Klin crashed against the wall before coming to a halt. The victor was Duandi. Klin, clutching his injured arm, rose from the rubble, his expression grim. A mere gentle kick from Duandi had shattered his entire arm. The disparity was staggering. Son Goku, seeing Klin's injury, retrieved a Senzu bean to offer him. Klin waved his hand, stating, "I also obtained a Senzu bean while climbing the carrying tower." He then produced a bean identical to the one in Son Goku's hand and consumed it. Indeed, his severed arm swiftly healed. Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered on Klin's face. He never anticipated that after 3 years of rigorous training, the gap in their abilities would not only remain, but widen. Son Goku, sensing Klin's despondency, offered words of encouragement. "Klin, your Kaiwansen was truly formidable. Had Duandi not dodged at the last moment, you might have defeated him." Klin sighed. "An attack that cannot hit is of no use, no matter how strong." "No, Klin. The fact that you conceive the Kaiwansen is commendable in itself. Frankly, you should recognize that Duandi is far superior to you, yet he could not withstand the Kaiwansen. That technique is exceptionally powerful." Goku's sincere praise was devoid of pretense. Klin slowly lifted his head, gazing at Goku with joy. "Really? Do you truly believe so, Goku?" Goku nodded earnestly. "Indeed, Klin, among Earthlings, you are quite formidable." Earthlings? What does that mean, Goku?" Though Klin felt elated by the compliment, he remained puzzled. Could it be that Goku was not an Earthling? Noticing Goku's silence, Klin turned his attention back to Duandi, who also appeared to lack the characteristics of an Earthling. And what of Tianjin Fan? He possessed 3 eyes. By that logic, he must also be an Earthling, right? If so, the only pure Earth martial artist left might be Yamcha. Contemplating this, Klin felt a sense of relief, as he believed his current strength surpassed that of Yamcha. Yamcha gazed at Klin quizzically, asking, "What is up, Klin? Do you want to play baseball too?" The first match of the semifinals officially commenced. Son Goku faced Tianjin Fan. "Please take the stage." As the referee's announcement concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Almost everyone cheered for Goku, including many young and beautiful girls, some of whom fainted in excitement as they watched him ascend the ring. In the glass enclosure, Bulma remarked quietly, "Isn't this a bit too exaggerated?" Witnessing such a scene, Oolong began scheming. Since Goku was so popular, perhaps he could try transforming into Goku's likeness to attract some girls. "Oolong, what mischief are you plotting now?" Violet immediately saw through his intentions. "I'm not. I didn't say anything." Oolong hastily denied. Mira glanced at Oolong, her eyes becoming deep, and with a gentle smile, she said, "I see, Oolong. You wish to impersonate Goku to charm girls, am I right?" "You." Oolong was taken aback that Mira could perceive his thoughts. It was simply outrageous. Bulma Wunti let Oolong off the hook, charging at him to deliver a stern reprimand, threatening, "If you dare tarnish Son Goku's reputation, I will turn you into roasted pig. Even Master Roshi couldn't stand by any longer, delivering a punch to Oolong's head. Why do you always think of such underhanded schemes? Can't you be more serious like me? After speaking, Master Roshi leaned closer to Oolong and whispered, Hey Oolong, could you teach me that transformation technique of yours? Seeing the two revert to their old antics, Bulma decided to unleash her ultimate move. Achoo! After being hit by Bulma's feather attack, Launch transformed back into her blonde self. She promptly produced a Gatling gun, wildly firing at Master Roshi and Oolong, leaving them battered and pleading for mercy before begrudgingly forgiving them. Damn it! It's all your fault, Oolong, that I, the martial arts god, ended up in such a predicament. How dare you say that? Meanwhile, on the martial arts stage, Son Goku and Tianjin Fan were ready, and the match was about to commence. Go, Goku! I love you, Goku. You must do your best. Son Goku is mine. As the audience overwhelmingly supported Goku, Tianjin Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, a few oddballs in the crowd shouted, I love Tianjin Fan. But they were either smelly uncles or wealthy elderly women adorned with gold chains and wielding steel balls. The match between Son Goku and Tianjin Fan captivated everyone's attention. While Duandi flew to an open area, intent on assessing the strength of Son Goku, his potential adversary. Goku, you rascal. Tianjin Fan assumed a fighting stance, fixating intently on Son Goku. At this moment, he fully understood how terrifying Son Goku's power was, although they were mere feet apart. It felt as though Goku's presence had completely vanished. It appears you have fully attained the serene state of mind, which is truly remarkable. The celestial being beside you stands healed, thanks to divine power. Hey, Yamcha, can you sense Goku's aura? Kirin inquired of Yamcha, who stood by. Yamcha shook his head, surprisingly devoid of arrogance. He gazed at Goku, who seemed flawless, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Tianjin Fan, how do you plan to confront such a Goku? The referee also stepped forward, observing Goku's tranquil aura with a subtle smile. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the forthcoming match. The referee announced the commencement of the battle. Both combatants remained stationary, neither daring to strike first. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong and suddenly smiled, exclaiming, Goku, this moment has been long awaited. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my 3 years of training. Sun Wukong responded with a smile, fully aware of the formidable energy accumulating within Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan shouted, his aura reaching its peak. His battle power now at least double that when he faced Yamcha. This fellow has concealed such immense strength. Who does he underestimate? Yamcha's expression soured. However, Tianjin Fan was indeed impressive, his aura truly powerful. In contrast, Goku seemed utterly devoid of any energy. Kirin remarked from the side. On the martial arts stage, Tianjin Fan commenced his assault. His movements were as swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he charged towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the face of Tianjin Fan's fierce onslaught, Sun Wukong remained composed. He stood still, effortlessly evading all of Tianjin Fan's rapid strikes, which seemed as if he had 8 arms. Tianjin Fan's attack speed increased, giving the illusion of having 16 arms. Of course, this was not a skill, but merely an effect of his rapid attack frequency. Sun Wukong moved like a gentle breeze, remaining unperturbed regardless of Tianjin Fan's furious assault. In an instant, Tianjin Fan couldn't even graze the edge of Wukong's attire. What astonishing speed! Even in slow motion, Tianjin Fan's strikes remain rapid, yet Wukong hasn't even shifted his feet. How has he trained? Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard of the serene state of mind, but had never witnessed someone achieve it. This level of calmness was simply extraordinary. Bulma felt elated to hear Master Roshi praise Goku. Yet her face flushed when she caught wind of his curiosity regarding Goku's training methods. One could only say that Goku's training was intensely rigorous during those late nights. From a distance, Piccolo observed Goku's performance, his expression not faring much better. Damn, this guy is indeed formidable. Although Piccolo could discern Tianjin Fan's movements, he knew he could not evade attacks with the same ease as Goku. A hint of trepidation flickered in his gaze towards Goku. Is this the true essence of a serene mind? The commentator mused aloud. She focused intently, meticulously sensing every nuance of energy emanating from Sun Wukong. Tianjin Fan, it seems your progress over the years has indeed been significant. Goku commended, now possessing strength that far surpassed the former Tianjin Fan. Thus, I shall unleash my true power in our contest. No sooner had Goku spoken than he vanished with a whoosh. Tianjin Fan lost sight of his target and immediately halted his assault. He dared not relax, his three eyes scanning for Goku's presence. Tianjin Fan abruptly turned around. Indeed, Sun Wukong stood directly behind him. Goku, it appears I can still keep pace with your speed. A confident smile crept onto Tianjin Fan's lips. Witnessing this, Goku chuckled. Is that so, Tianjin Fan? As he spoke, he raised a hand, revealing a belt. Why does this belt seem so familiar? Tianjin Fan glanced down, momentarily unable to recall when he had lost it. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and he felt a chill at his lower half. Looking down, he realized his belt had vanished, and his trousers were now on the ground. The audience soon noticed, as Goku held Tianjin Fan's belt aloft. The image was crystal clear in the glass enclosure. Everyone could see it, many turning red and hastily covering their eyes, while only blonde Lan Chi remarked disdainfully, "It seems Goku truly understands my sentiments." At this moment, Tianjin Fan's face flushed as he hurried to pull up his trousers. Seeing this, Goku returned the belt to Tianjin Fan. "Goku, you rascal, your speed is astonishing. It seems I need to unleash my ultimate technique, or I stand no chance against you," Tianjin Fan said, fastening his belt, his expression grave. "Oh, Tianjin Fan, have you perhaps developed new techniques in these 3 years?" Goku asked, somewhat surprised. Could it be a new canon? Just like in the original manga storyline, while these fighters might lack in combat prowess, their minds were sharp, and many martial arts techniques were conceived by them first, which Goku would then refine and employ. Tianjin Fan shook his head, replying, "While the cannon is powerful, with your current speed, you could easily evade it. I will not be so foolish. I intend to utilize a different technique." With that, Tianjin Fan's expression suddenly darkened. His muscles tensing, veins bulging. He bent low, clenching his fists tightly, a formidable aura radiating from him. "This technique seems familiar," Goku noted, watching Tianjin Fan's movements. And suddenly recalled, could it be? Sure enough, Tianjin Fan's figure blurred, and then 3 identical clones of him appeared. These clones grew increasingly distinct, ultimately becoming solid entities. 4 Tianjin Fans stood in perfect alignment before Sun Wukong. The display read 37. Indeed, it was the 4-body fist. Goku nodded. Yet, he discerned that this time, Tianjin Fan's 4-body fist differed. Previously, the power was divided among the 4 clones, but now each clone bore strength equal to the original. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 Tianjin Fans simultaneously launched their attacks on Sun Wukong, encircling him and restricting his mobility. Facing the heavy blows from Tianjin Fan, Goku, though curious about how he achieved this, remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking all 4 of their strikes. "Damn it, why can't I connect?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed, continuously attacking. Yet Goku remained unyielding. None of the 4 clones managed to inflict any harm upon him. Has the disparity between us grown so vast? Tianjin Fan thought, feeling disgruntled. Just then, Sun Wukong's aura suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, his energy surged, surpassing Tianjin Fan's. Then, in a flash, 4 Tianjin Fans were sent flying, plummeting from the stage in all directions. With the 3 clones vanishing outside the ring, only the true Tianjin Fan remained. What just happened? Not only the spectators, but even Bulma and the others reviewing the slow-motion replay were unable to discern the events that transpired. Chi-Chi covered her face, joyfully exclaiming, "My husband is simply amazing." Violet joked beside her, "Did you not realize that last night?" Tianjin Fan struggled to rise, his body feeling as though it had been struck by a heavy object, pain radiating from his chest. His face flushed with effort, he managed to stand, utterly astonished. "How is it possible that I couldn't withstand even a single blow from Goku?" In the distance, Mafu Air Dai's expression darkened as he gazed at the inscrutable Sun Wukong on the stage, muttering to himself, "How did this fellow's aura revert to that of an ordinary person?" Chapter 28. The true champion of the world. At some point, Duan Di had clenched his fists tightly. He began to doubt whether he was indeed a match for Wukong. How infuriating. We, the Demon Clan, are the true champions of the world. Duan Di fiercely drove his long nails into his palm. As he observed the green blood oozing out, his expression gradually settled into calmness. Yamu Cha and Kulin remained frozen in place, their minds still struggling to comprehend the recent events. What on earth did Wukong just do? In contrast, the contestant named Nian appeared quite confident, smiling and eagerly anticipating her confrontation with Sun Wukong. "Are you all right, Tianjin Fan?" The referee approached. Noticing Tianjin Fan's pallor, Tianjin Fan shook his head and managed to utter, "I am fine." Observing Tianjin Fan's clarity of mind, the referee announced that Sun Wukong had won this round. Upon returning to the resting area, Tianjin Fan and Sun Wukong discovered that Tianjin Fan had sustained 8 broken ribs from that last blow. "I'm sorry, Tianjin Fan," Sun Wukong expressed, feeling a twinge of guilt for delivering such a heavy punch. Tianjin Fan shook his head and accepted the xiando offered by Jiaozi. Quickly regaining his strength, he looked at Wukong and asked, "To be honest, have you only used half of your power so far?" Facing Tianjin Fan's earnestness, Wukong did not withhold the truth and nodded. Tianjin Fan smiled wryly and whispered, "You truly are formidable, like a monster. However, Wukong, I will not abandon the path of martial arts. When we meet again, I will undoubtedly be stronger." Wukong felt elated at Tianjin Fan's determination. Unlike Yamu Cha, who had not pursued martial arts with the same fervor, Wukong looked forward to Tianjin Fan's future endeavors. After some conversation, Kulin and Tianjin Fan expressed their admiration for the Tian Xindian. The god of heaven, standing nearby, felt slightly awkward. Pondering to himself, "You may not believe it, but Wukong's strength seems unrelated to my teachings." Soon, the next round of matches commenced. Duan Di faced off against Nian. Wukong slowly made his way backstage, where he could clearly observe the unfolding matches. He was not particularly interested in Duan Di, but rather intrigued by the mysterious contestant named Nian. The second semifinals officially commenced. As the referee's announcement faded, the two contenders on stage readied themselves. Duan Di lazily opened his eyes, coldly fixing his gaze on Nian. "Humph, I know you're concealing considerable skills. If you don't unleash them all, you won't be my opponent." Though his tone was rather flat, confidence radiated from him. In this martial arts tournament, aside from Wukong, he regarded no one else as a threat. Nian remained silent, her unwavering gaze fixed on Duan Di, as if she had entered a transcendental state. "Oh, it seems you do not wish to make the first move?" Time flew by, and before long, Duan Di declared, "Then I shall bring you down directly." Without hesitation, Duan Di lunged forward, reaching Nian in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch aimed at her face. The speed was faster than lightning. Bang! Nian endured the blow head-on. Duan Di's eyes flickered with curiosity. In an instant, Nian pivoted and retaliated with a punch of her own. To Duan Di's astonishment, he was sent flying backwards. This scene left everyone present in shock. "What? Wukong, how can this contestant named Nian be so formidable?" Kulin gasped in disbelief, fully aware of Duan Di's strength from their previous encounters. Even to withstand a direct hit from him was an arduous task. Wukong furrowed his brow, ignoring Kulin, his focus entirely on Nian. Time passed swiftly, and soon Duan Di pondered, "I feel as though I have seen this fellow's movements somewhere before." Suspended in midair, Duan Di scrutinized Nian, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as if he had not just been knocked back. "Is this all you are capable of? Humph. Then you can continue to test your limits." At last, Nian spoke. Duan Di cracked his neck, preparing to take this seriously. Nian inhaled deeply, refusing to underestimate the situation. "Die!" Duan Di roared, beginning to gather his energy. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous storm engulfed the arena. What an intimidating presence. Tianjin Fan broke into a sweat, realizing that Duan Di's energy had surged beyond his own in mere moments. He instinctively glanced at Sun Wukong, hoping he was stronger than Duan Di. Otherwise, Duan Di might truly dominate this world. Noticing the powerful aura emanating from Duan Di, Nian clenched her fists and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. Suddenly, her energy erupted, surpassing Tianjin Fan's, yet still falling short compared to Duan Di. "Humph. It seems that is your limit," Duan Di remarked coldly. "Fighting is not merely about the strength of one's aura." Nian maintained her composure. "Oh." Duan Di surged forward again, moving with such speed that it left the audience in a daze, only able to hear a sound akin to a sonic boom. With a single punch, he struck Nian's abdomen. This time, she failed to block it, but her reflexes were lightning fast. Without hesitation, she grasped Duan Di's arm and spun him around, flinging him away. Duan Di was still dazed in midair when Nian appeared behind him, her hands pressed together, striking down upon his head with great force. Whoosh! Duan Di disappeared before her eyes, and her attack missed completely. "Where is he? Where did that guy go?" Kulin and Yamu Cha had barely caught a glimpse of Duan Di's movement. "Up there." Sun Wukong stated calmly. The others followed his gaze, and indeed, Duan Di was floating above Nian, gathering a white wave of light in his hand. Huh. The light wave shot forth, aimed directly at Nian. She had no time to evade, raising her hands defensively, but the force propelled her backward, crashing onto the arena. Nian steadied herself on the arena. Looking up at the hovering Duan Di, he revealed his fangs, descending slowly with an air of disdain. The two stood on the arena once more. As if nothing had transpired, the audience sat in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that the suddenly emerging contestant Nian could engage in such a fierce battle with the formidable Duan Di. The god of heaven observed their exchange, silently muttering, "Why do Nian's techniques resemble Wukong's so closely?" He glanced toward Sun Wukong, who wore a look of confusion, feeling that Nian's moves were becoming increasingly familiar. Time sped by, and in an instant, Nian's figure flickered, vanishing once again. Utterly tedious. Duan Di's expression remained impassive, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and struck out with great force. "Here I am." Whoosh. A mere afterimage remained. Duan Di was not surprised. He had anticipated this and swiftly turned, unleashing an energy blast. Boom. The blast struck the arena, causing cracks to splinter across its surface. Yet Nian remained elusive. Huh, where did she go? Duan Di's expression revealed a rare moment of confusion. He had indeed sensed Nian's presence just moments ago. Before he could ponder further, Nian appeared above him as if by magic. The contestant known as Nian spun gracefully in midair, and as she flipped over the head of Duan Di, a brilliant white light burst forth from her hand. In an instant, a marble struck Duan Di squarely on the forehead. Seizing the momentum from the impact, Nian landed steadily on the arena. "What a hit!" Clint exclaimed, filled with excitement. Although he knew not the origins of Nian's powers, he felt an immediate camaraderie with anyone who dared to confront the formidable Duan Di. Could this Nian be even more formidable than Duan Di? Tianjin Fan remarked coldly. Sun Wukong shook his head and replied slowly, "It is not that simple." As the dust settled, Duan Di wiped the blood from his face, the mark left by the marble. This was the first time he had ever been injured since his emergence. The force of that blow left him momentarily stunned. The opportunity was ripe. Nian, not one to miss a chance, swiftly advanced towards him. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Duan Di. Furious, Duan Di quickly regained his composure, his gaze turning sharp. "Stop," he bellowed, raising his hands as a powerful wave of energy surged from within him. Nian's heart sank at the ominous feeling, yet there was no evading it. She was hurled away like a kite with its string cut, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She realized that Duan Di still had many tricks up his sleeve. Observing the intimidating presence of Duan Di, Nian understood that she must exert every ounce of her strength. Resolutely, she inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Huh?" Once again, she gathered her energy, enveloped in a white aura. In that moment, Wukong sensed a familiar essence, a rare look of astonishment crossing his normally calm features. Could it be that Nian's true identity was? The intensity of Nian's power surged once more. "Now, I shall unleash my full strength," she declared with unwavering conviction as she leapt into action. Simultaneously, Duan Di moved as well. The two clashed with a resounding thud, soaring from the arena into the air, only to return once more. In a flurry, neither could gain the upper hand. Although Nian's energy was slightly inferior to Duan Di's, her tranquil demeanor allowed her to evade his attacks and seize opportunities to counter. "You arrogant fool," Duan Di sneered from above, his power escalating as he struck Nian down with a powerful punch. Boom. The arena, reinforced by Bulma and Zahufen's technology, finally succumbed to a massive crater. Finished. Chapter 29. Bulma's sister Duan Di granted Nian no respite, channeling energy with one hand as a wave of light descended. Nian struggled to rise. The previous blow had left her injured, and she could scarcely move. Yet she refused to surrender. Fixating on the approaching light wave, she suddenly closed her eyes. Entering a state of ethereal clarity, she whispered to herself, "With a clear mind, focus entirely, channeling my strength into my fist." Radiant white light began to coalesce around her right fist, shining like the sun above. This punch. The turtle hermit leaned closer to the screen, excitement coursing through him as he recognized the technique. Sun Wukong too understood, finally grasping Nian's true identity. In that moment, she stood upon the arena, her stance reminiscent of a fateful day long ago. On that day, she had fearlessly unleashed that very punch. Now, without hesitation, she raised her fist and struck fiercely at the light wave above. Boom! The tremendous energies collided, sending ripples through the protective barrier above, as if it might shatter at any moment. How is this possible? Bulma sat in front of the screen, witnessing the spectacle. This barrier's energy was contributed by Son Wukong himself. Honestly, even if the Earth were to explode, the barrier should withstand it. Yet now, their attacks had caused cracks to form. Could it be that their powers had? While the barrier began to automatically repair, the audience stood in stunned silence. As the smoke cleared and the wind blew, clarity returned. Who had triumphed? Son Wukong watched the arena with bated breath. Though Duan Di appeared unchanged, his attire was tattered, indicating he had sustained some damage from the recent clash. Meanwhile, Nian lay slumped on the ground, blood seeping from her wounds. It seems I have lost, she murmured with a faint smile, showing little sign of despair. Duan Di gazed coldly at her from above, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable rage. An ordinary person had managed to injure him so severely. Oh no, this is bad, the deity observed anxiously, fearing that Duan Di, in a fit of anger, would disregard the rules and harm Yin. Yet, until the referee announced the result, Duan Di remained still. Is it possible he is truly different from Bic? The deity pondered, recalling Wukong's earlier words. Perhaps even a deity could misjudge. Look, what has happened to Nian? On the arena, Nian began to gather her energy, radiating a brilliant light. Suddenly, her form began to transform. Her once coarse skin became smooth and radiant, her features evolving from peculiar to exquisite. In the blink of an eye, Nian had transformed into a stunningly beautiful girl. Son Wukong gazed from a distance, a smile creeping upon his lips. Indeed, it is you. What? Clin. Initially hopeful that Nian's transformation might present an opportunity for him, now found himself captivated by this extraordinary girl. He had not anticipated Wukong's familiarity with her. Could it be? Indeed, under Clin's watchful gaze, the girl turned, offering Wukong a radiant smile akin to the flowers of summer. Her clear eyes were fixed solely on him, her lips curling upward as she playfully remarked, Wukong, it has been such a long time. In an instant, Wukong vanished from his spot, reappearing before her. She appeared unchanged, save for her enhanced beauty. Fong Fong, it has indeed been a long time. It turned out that this mysterious contestant was Wu Fong Fong, who had gained a millennium of life through the power of the dragon 300 years ago. She had come to the martial arts tournament seeking Wukong. Fong Fong leapt into Wukong's embrace, leaving everyone in shock. The referee dropped the microphone in disbelief. What is happening? Is Wukong competing in a beauty pageant? Nian was revealed to be a girl, and a remarkably beautiful one at that. What a surprise. Oh, how I envy Wukong. Oh, how I envy Nian. In the glass room, Bulma and the others were equally astonished, and before they could speak, the turtle hermit clutched the monitor, crying out, Fong Fong, my Fong Fong, you truly are alive. Bulma glanced at Lan Chi and the others, all of whom shook their heads in confusion. What is going on? Wukong promptly fed Wu Fong Fong a senza bean, instantly healing her injuries. Hand in hand, they walked intimately towards the backstage. Clin watched, filled with envy. Was Wukong truly intent on gathering all the world's beautiful maidens? This was utterly absurd. Duan Di, however, remained indifferent. He cared not whether Nian was male or female. Besides, what use were love and relationships? Even if he desired offspring, he could manage alone. Women would only slow his cultivation. At that moment, Duan Di was but 3 years old, completely oblivious to the intricacies of such matters. However, due to the battle between Dui and Wu Fong Fong, the competition stage was damaged, necessitating at least half an hour for repairs. This delay afforded Son Wukong and Wu Fong Fong the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation. It was during this exchange that Son Wukong grasped the reason for his inability to sense Wu Fong Fong's energy on Earth. Are you suggesting that you journeyed beyond the confines of Earth into the vast universe? Wu Fong Fong nodded, affectionately leaning on Son Wukong's shoulder as she continued. I initially intended to wait for your arrival, but during my travels, I encountered Tai Si. She wished for me to join the Galactic Patrol and contribute to the universe. Oh, and she mentioned wanting to write a novel inspired by me. So, your peculiar appearance and concealed energy were learned on other planets? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed. Wu Fong Fong replied, her eyes sparkling with joy. I finally managed to take time off to return. I had hoped to surprise you during the finals, but I didn't expect to lose so soon. Sun Wukong playfully touched her nose, smiling as he responded, "No worries, whether we win or lose. We can settle it when night falls." The onlookers in the glass house were taken aback by the tender interaction between Sun Wukong and Wu Fangfang. Unsure of how to react, only the blonde-haired Lan Qi, with a scowl on her face, exclaimed, "Goodness, at this rate, I might not even stand a chance." Her peculiar train of thought rekindled the liveliness of the scene. Bulma could only shake her head with a wry smile. Having anticipated that Sun Wukong would return more subdued after his time with the deities, yet here he was, gaining two sisters in the process. As they conversed, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before them. Sun Wukong? Bulma was perplexed by his sudden presence. Sun Wukong looked at Bulma, scratching his head as he asked, "Bulma, did you hide a sister from us?" "Huh, how did you know?" Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Few were aware of her sister's existence, as she had never mentioned it. Considering her sister had left Earth during Bulma's childhood, seeing Bulma nod in acknowledgement, Sun Wukong placed his hand on his forehead, intending to teleport away. However, Master Roshi, tears in his eyes, leaped onto Sun Wukong's legs. "What is this about? Is that girl truly Fangfang?" Sun Wukong blinked in realization, understanding Master Roshi's excitement, and replied with a grin, "Indeed, it's Fangfang. She expressed a desire to see you after the martial arts tournament." "Really? Really?" Master Roshi's face trembled with enthusiasm. "Yes. It's settled then. I shall see you soon, everyone." With that, Sun Wukong locked onto Wu Fangfang's energy and vanished from the glass house in an instant. Bulma approached Master Roshi to inquire about Wu Fangfang, and without reservation, Master Roshi recounted the tale from 3 centuries ago. It was then that he discovered the mysterious youth from years past was none other than Sun Wukong himself. Lan Qi, who had accidentally sneezed moments earlier, her hair turning black, was moved to tears as she listened to Master Roshi's narrative. It's wonderful that Wukong and Wu Fangfang could reunite. Bulma could only shake her head with a bittersweet smile, but upon reflecting on Wu Fangfang waiting 300 years for Sun Wukong, her grievances dissipated. Gazing at the screen where Wu Fangfang clung tightly to Sun Wukong's arm, Bulma felt a twinge of affection for the girl. Moreover, she was taken aback to learn that Wu Fangfang knew her sister, Tai Si, and perhaps through her, she could reconnect with her long-lost sibling. It struck her that her sister Tai Si had not returned to Earth in over a decade, which was quite outrageous. When she finally saw her, Bulma was determined to give her a piece of her mind. However, as Bulma pondered, she recalled that her sister Tai Si was also a stunning beauty. If Sun Wukong laid eyes on her, what might ensue? This thought left Bulma feeling both excited and bashful, as she had only ever seen such sibling dynamics in films. Meanwhile, in the audience, a woman donned in a purple hat and a light-colored dress could not stifle a large sneeze. "Darn it. Did that rascal Gak leave a mess while I wasn't watching?" She sighed, feeling uneasy about leaving Gak unattended. But for now, she resolved to focus on the competition. Her gaze shifted to the arena, where the finals of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament were about to commence. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The competition stage is finally repaired, and the exhilarating finals of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament are upon us. Please welcome competitors Dui and Sun Wukong to the stage. The referee's exhilarating announcement captured everyone's attention, astonished at how swiftly half an hour had passed. They were finally about to witness the thrilling conclusion of the tournament. "Humph. Sun Wukong." From a vantage point, Dui scoffed derisively, revealing his sharp fangs before swiftly taking his place on the competition stage. "Fangfang, I'm heading to the stage now. Yes, you must give it your all, Wukong, and vindicate me." Fangfang extended her hand. Sun Wukong nodded, slowly making his way toward the exit of the waiting room. Upon reaching the threshold, he felt the scorching sunlight outside. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Krillin turned to Sun Wukong, their expressions brimming with excitement. "Wukong, it's all up to you. You must win. Go for it, Wukong." Sun Wukong offered a gentle smile, saying nothing further as he pressed on. The deafening cheers of thousands of spectators filled the air, collectively chanting his name, Sun Wukong. They eagerly hoped for him to triumph over Piccolo once more and save the world. As Sun Wukong ascended to the competition stage, he faced Dui, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange of energy. This was the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Who would emerge as the supreme martial artist? Let us await the outcome. The referee raised the microphone, declaring loudly, "Let the match begin." Dui decisively shed his white cloak, casting it aside with a heavy thud. Boom. The white cloak weighed at least 500 pounds, and with its removal, Dui's power surged dramatically. Had he been battling in such cumbersome attire all along? Wu Fangfang gazed at the deep crater left by the cloak's impact, astonished by the vast disparity in strength. You are indeed formidable, Dui. Sun Wukong sensed Dui's overwhelming energy and smiled. I look forward to our battle. Dui flashed a wicked grin, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Heh, Sun Wukong. You better give me a good fight. If you prove too weak, I may just have to obliterate the world. I know you won't do that, Dui. Sun Wukong replied calmly. Humph, I detest your arrogant demeanor. Dui roared, launching the first assault. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished, and a powerful punch hurtled towards Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong swiftly raised both hands to block. Bang! The force of the punch was astonishing, sending even Sun Wukong reeling. Yet, he quickly regained his balance, executing a series of backflips to dissipate the impact before propelling himself back into the fray. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure flickered across the competition stage. Oh, you wish to play hide and seek? Dui sneered, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. As he too vanished from sight. Where is everyone? Krillin scratched his smooth head, bewildered. I can't see anything. This can't be happening. Yamcha's previously confident demeanor had shifted to disbelief. Only Tianjin Fan remained silent, his three eyes darting around in search. Can you see, Tianjin Fan? He coughed softly. His face slightly flushed and replied, I cannot see. Even Bulma's ultra-high-speed capture screen within the specially designed glass room was now a blur. Bulma adjusted the screen to 100 times slow motion and could barely discern 2 white lines and 1 green line flickering on the display. They could only silently cheer for Sun Wukong in their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. The arena echoed with the sounds of intense combat. As these sounds erupted, cracks began to form in the sturdy arena. Debris flew about. Dandy moved like the wind, appearing before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a kick towards him. Sun Wukong sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful punch. I'm right here. The dandy before him suddenly vanished, only to reappear beneath Sun Wukong, kicking him into the air. Sun Wukong tumbled through the air, yet Dandy was relentless, swiftly positioning himself above Sun Wukong. Magic cannon. An energy blast was fired, but unfortunately, the Sun Wukong before him was merely an illusion. The magic cannon missed and detonated on the arena, while Sun Wukong emerged behind Dandy, hands together, fingers interlocked. As he forcefully slammed Dandy into the ground. Crack! The tremendous force caused Dandy to crash heavily onto the arena. Dust swirled as Sun Wukong landed steadily. His aura still unweakened. Hiding from me will not work. Nonsense. Do I, Dandy, need to resort to sneak attacks? As the smoke dissipated, Dandy stood on the arena, seemingly unscathed. Sun Wukong, you are far more formidable than I had anticipated, Dandy slowly declared. His energy surged as the test had concluded. He was ready to give it his all. Observing Dandy's newfound seriousness, Sun Wukong showed no hesitation. His gaze transformed into one of clarity and calm, entering a state of complete tranquility. For him, this was an exceptional opportunity to validate himself. Krillin watched Sun Wukong on the arena, noting that his aura still appeared weak. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan shook their heads. Wu Fangfang stepped forward to explain. That is because Wukong only enhances his aura at the moment of attack. Is that true? Wu Fangfang's words enlightened them. As skilled martial artists, they grasped the concept immediately. Concentrating energy only during the instant of offense or defense not only minimizes energy consumption, but also optimizes the effectiveness of attacks and defenses. After finishing her explanation, Wu Fangfang gazed at Sun Wukong on the arena. At this moment, he seemed to merge with the arena itself. She marveled at how Wukong had mastered a state she had failed to achieve in 300 years. Wukong, give it your all. On the arena, Dandy looked at the ethereal Sun Wukong with disdain. Humph, another boring technique. That trick has long ceased to work on me. All of Dandy's attacks were deftly evaded by Sun Wukong, not even grazing his clothing. Damn, do you only know how to dodge like a monkey? Dandy finally realized something was amiss. In close combat, he could not gain the upper hand. It was as if Sun Wukong's body reacted instinctively, making his attacks ineffective. Dandy soared into the sky, gathering energy, preparing to unleash an energy blast to obliterate the arena and see where Sun Wukong could hide. On the arena, Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes and leaped toward the airborne Dandy. His speed was astonishing. Dandy could not gather energy in time and was struck, causing him to spit out green saliva. Ugh! Dandy clutched his stomach, staring at Sun Wukong, who, despite appearing weak, nearly took Dandy's life with a single punch. This is absurd. Dandy roared in fury, unleashing the same technique he had used against Wu Fangfang, a wave of energy bursting from him. Due to the close proximity, Sun Wukong could not evade. He extended his hands and braced himself to absorb the impact. However, the energy continued to expand. At that moment, the arena's protective shield was also affected, emitting a piercing alarm. Although this energy could not harm Sun Wukong, it pushed him gradually toward the ground. Now he had retreated to the edge of the arena, with no further retreat possible. With no moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong stood on the arena. Suddenly, an astonishing force erupted from within him, threatening to shatter the already weakened arena beneath him. A beam of white light shot from Sun Wukong's palm, propelling Dandy's energy shield far away. Seeing Dandy pushed further back by Sun Wukong's light wave, Dandy let out a loud shout, his body suddenly swelling. Originally over 3 meters tall, now he transformed into a colossal giant, towering at dozens of meters high. His strength had increased significantly, easily shattering Sun Wukong's light wave. Dandy has transformed, and his combat power exceeds 20,000. The audience held their breath in shock, but one girl appeared remarkably calm. This was the girl who had sneezed earlier. Now she wore a peculiar device that displayed Dandy's combat power at exactly 21,000. She glanced at Sun Wukong on the arena, where the device showed a string of numbers, 18,000. How peculiar! Sun Wukong's combat power seems even lower than Dandy's. What should I do? Should I retreat first? While the girl fretted, her expression remained unfazed. Sun Wukong, I never expected you would force me to this extent. Watch as I crush you to dust. Dandy grinned, his massive form plummeting from the sky. Boom! The entire arena could not withstand his weight and shattered instantly. Dandy gazed down at the diminutive Sun Wukong, raising his enormous foot to deliver a tremendous kick. The range of this kick was too vast for Sun Wukong to evade. Facing this onslaught from Dandy, Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile as he raised his right hand, gathering energy into his fist. Mimicking the technique he had used against Wu Fangfang, and unleashed a punch. Beep, beep, beep. The girl's device in the audience blinked rapidly. 20,000, 23,000, 26,000, 30,000, 35,000. A stream of white energy enveloped Sun Wukong's fist, crashing powerfully against Dandy's incoming leg. Bang! After a tremendous sound, everyone stood in stunned silence. It was Dandy's massive body that fell. As he toppled outside the arena, on the brink of defeat, Dandy quickly reverted to his normal size to avoid being kicked out. Breathing heavily, Dandy realized that his earlier transformation had drained a significant amount of his stamina. Sun Wukong sensed Dandy's aura weakening, feeling a mix of disappointment and resignation. It seemed Dandy could only accompany him for this much practice. It was time to conclude. Noticing the shift in Sun Wukong's gaze, which had lost its emptiness and taken on a serious demeanor, Dandy felt a surge of panic. How do you still possess such strong energy? Sun Wukong ignored Dandy, beginning to gather his energy. The immense aura made the already battered arena tremble further. Just how much power does Wukong still have left? Truly remarkable, Sun Wukong. You have far surpassed me, a celestial being. Quick, look at Sun Wukong. It seems as though he is ablaze. Dandy's face paled in fear. Chapter 31, Venturing Beyond the Universe. Although I also despise Dandy, please refrain from making wild claims. Dandy is inherently green. Sun Wukong rapidly consolidated his energy and dashed toward Dandy without hesitation. This time, his speed was so swift that Dandy could not react in time. Feeling the blessings from everyone, Sun Wukong merely smiled faintly, his heart unfazed. In truth, he had already won this battle long ago. But what he truly sought now was the invaluable experience of combat. It was only through engaging in continuous duels with formidable opponents that he could amass the wisdom necessary to lay a solid foundation for the future. Sun Wukong slowly approached Shoto, presenting him with a magical bean to consume. Krillin, bewildered, exclaimed, Wukong, why are you giving such a precious bean to him? The recovering Shoto coldly retorted, are you afraid that if I perish, that deity will come to ruin as well? Sun Wukong shook his head, smiling as he replied. I simply wish to invite you to my wedding 3 days hence. Hey Shoto, this is pudding, it's absolutely delicious. At Son Wukong's wedding, Shoto indeed showed up, clad in a groomsman's outfit. Hey, Wukong, this is too much. This outfit is unbearable. I can hardly move. Shoto expressed his displeasure, clearly irritated. Son Wukong blinked and cheerfully remarked, You look quite handsome. It's not unappealing at all. Don't you agree? Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Chaozi could only nod awkwardly, not daring to offend the immensely powerful Shoto. Humph, I only came because you promised to help boost my combat prowess. Faced with Shoto's disgruntled demeanor, Son Wukong could only offer constant reassurances. Just then, little Wu Yuan scampered over. Upon seeing the 4-year-old, Shoto felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. Recalling his own tender age of 3, Wu Yuan tugged at Shoto to partake in food, and although Shoto appeared reluctant, he complied without resistance, surprisingly obedient. Son Wukong watched this scene with amusement, thinking, See, I told you, Shoto is a natural with kids. Oh, where's Grandpa Kame Sennin? Son Wukong then realized someone was missing from the wedding. Kame Sennin had not attended. Wukong, since the day Kame Sennin returned from the martial arts tournament, he's been crying incessantly. He probably won't be able to come. What can we do, Wukong? You not only married the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi, but also took in Wu Tian's junior sister, Fong. He simply cannot handle it. Son Wukong scratched his head, acknowledging that inviting Kame Sennin to the wedding of his beloved junior sister might have been inappropriate. However, hadn't Fong already clarified everything with Kame Sennin after the tournament? You wouldn't know, but upon returning, Kame Sennin spent the entire night crying under the covers. I can attest, even on the plane, he couldn't hold back, rushing to the restroom to wail into the toilet. Now Kame Sennin is almost like a water lily. My competitive master, Wu Tian. Son Wukong shrugged helplessly. He felt he had done nothing wrong. The wedding continued, buoyed solely by Son Wukong's reputation. This ceremony was officiated by the deity himself. Now it was truly a solemn vow made before the heavens. Once the wedding concluded, Son Wukong immediately dove into the throng of Chi-Chi and Fong. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed, and both Chi-Chi and Fong had given birth to children, a boy named Sun Wufan and a girl named Sun Wufang. At the moment of their births, the system's reward notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing offspring. Reward: Combat Power 100,000. Reward: Giant Transformation Technique, 20 Magical Beans. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully birthing offspring. Reward: Combat Power 150,000. Reward: S cells. Gain: Chi Yuan / 20 Magical Beans. Over the course of the year, aside from tirelessly working and filling his night shifts, Son Wukong dedicated himself to training. Now capable of training under 200 times gravity, his combat power soared remarkably. The only regret was that the beauty from the demon realm, Mela, had not conceived due to health issues, which left Son Wukong feeling somewhat disheartened. However, as the saying goes, with sufficient effort, one can grind an iron pestle into a needle. Son Wukong firmly believed that as long as he persevered, nothing was insurmountable. Soon, he sought out Mela and, without hesitation, began experimenting with the giant transformation technique. This technique differed from Shoto's, allowing for the enlargement of specific body parts, such as hands or fingers. Being a pure-blooded demon, Mela could also adjust her size, and together they reveled in their playful antics. Their laughter and frolicking soon attracted Lan Chi and the others, who expressed a desire to test Son Wukong's new abilities. Naturally, Son Wukong welcomed them with open arms. Regrettably, Bulma was pregnant again, making many activities inconvenient. Nevertheless, her indomitable spirit led her to participate orally. Days turned into weeks, and before long, it had been 2 years since Son Wukong claimed victory at the martial arts tournament. Based on his calculations, there were still 3 years until the arrival of the Z era. His current combat power of over 500,000 was clearly insufficient, as he could not even defeat Frisia's first form. It seemed it was time to venture beyond the universe. This was a plan Son Wukong and Fong had discussed long ago, since Fong was a galactic patrol officer and possessed her own spaceship. Son Wukong intended to visit the Grand Elder first to unlock his potential, ensuring that when Bulma's child was born, his combat power would be even greater. However, Fong informed him that she was unaware of the current whereabouts of Namek. It turned out that due to rapid technological advancement, Namek had suffered a catastrophic disaster, and the entire planet had been destroyed. The remaining Namekians had found refuge on a new planet, but very few knew its location. It appeared they would need to follow the proper channels to locate that individual. Sun Wukong bid farewell to Bulma and the others before using instant transmission to depart. When he reappeared, he was already at the Heavenly Temple. The place was bustling. Tianjin Fan, Chaozi, Krillin, and even Yamcha were there undergoing training under Mr. Popo. Upon seeing the long-absent Sun Wukong, they all warmly welcomed him. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Wukong approached the deity alone. To be honest, deity, I need your assistance with something. Naturally, the deity was willing to help Sun Wukong, having been saved by him twice. Speak freely, Wukong, I shall do my utmost. The deity now held great trust in Wukong. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently monitored Shoto's progress and noted that aside from training, he was also instructing Sun Wukong's children. He was no longer the fearsome demon king he once was. Ah, how the world has changed. I would like to trouble you to take me to meet King Yama. What? Although the deity had an inkling of what was coming, he was taken aback by Sun Wukong's request. It was important to note that King Yama was a true god here. He was their superior. What urgent matter do you have with King Yama? Sun Wukong grinned widely, answering candidly, I wish to meet the king of the other world. The deity was genuinely perplexed now. Visiting King Yama was one thing, as he was only slightly above him in rank and might grant some courtesy. However, the king of the other world was a grand figure who governed the entire galaxy. This was far more formidable than King Yama. In the world of Dragon Ball, the galaxy essentially encompassed the universe. The galaxy was divided into 4 major regions: East, West, South, and North, each overseen by a king of the other world. Thus, the authority of these 4 kings was immense, governing the entire universe. The earthly deity was indeed a mere small fry in comparison. Wukong, you don't mean to ask the king of the other world to assist you in your training, do you? Wukong waved his hand dismissively, calmly stating, no. I intend to help you recover what you have forgotten. I've forgotten. The deities gazed deepened significantly. In truth, he had long harbored an understanding within himself. He was not originally from Earth. After consuming the super divine water, Dwandi regained part of his memory, and he too was influenced. Yet, he still could not recall the events of the past. Deep within his memory, there was only a vast expanse of yellow sand, where food and water were exceedingly scarce. And the appearance of the houses was peculiar. Surrounding him were many individuals similar to himself. Sun Wukong hastily interrupted the celestial being's contemplation, urging, enough of that. I must hurry to meet Shiji. Who is Yin Luo Wang? In the ancient mythology of Huaxia, he is the supreme ruler of the underworld, presiding over the reincarnation of countless souls. Alas, it was only upon encountering that fated monkey that he realized some matters were beyond his jurisdiction. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Yin Luo Wang governs not only the souls of the deceased on Earth, but also oversees those of the entire universe. One thing, however, remained unchanged. He still encountered that destined monkey. Gazing upon the formidable figure of Sun Wukong, whose physical form still thrived with astonishing combat prowess, Yin Luo Wang felt his bovine visage flush with anxiety. Yin Luo Wang's own combat abilities were rather unimpressive. The reason he commanded the lives of countless beings was that these souls entered the netherworld in a spectral state, lacking significant strength. He possessed no extraordinary skills, merely a knack for dealing with souls. Yet, individuals like Sun Wukong, robust and alive, were indeed rare. According to the original manga, upon returning from Kaioshin's planet, Wukong's combat power had reached 8,000, with Kaioshin himself stating that Wukong had surpassed him. It was evident that Yin Luo Wang was inferior to Kaioshin, his combat prowess not much greater. Moreover, this Yin Luo Wang diverged from the mythological depiction. Adorned with a horned helmet, towering nearly 10 meters tall, he resembled a robust, red-skinned middle-aged man. He bore a striking resemblance to Chi-Chi's father, Neo-Mo Wang. Perhaps they were distant relatives. Do you wish to meet Lord Kao? Sun Wukong nodded, and the celestial being beside him, with a sycophantic expression, said, We humbly ask for your permission, Lord Yin Luo Wang. Yin Luo Wang scrutinized Sun Wukong, then picked up a hefty black leather book from the table and began to flip through its pages. Let me first ascertain whether you qualify to meet Lord Kao. As he spoke, he moistened his fingers with saliva and recited from the pages, the world's foremost Tao Bai Bai. Eliminate the Red Ribbon Army threatening the world. Defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Stop the second generation of Demon Clan, Duandi. Yin Luo Wang gazed at the impressive list of accomplishments, somewhat astonished. Chapter 32. The arrival of Shi Ji. This lad is quite a formidable character. The only minor flaw is having too many wives, but that is hardly a significant issue. After all, even I, Yin Luo Wang, occasionally seek amusement with Niu Tu and Ma Mian. Feeling satisfied, Yin Luo Wang thought that this young man must be a good person, otherwise he would find it difficult to grant permission according to the rules. You are quite impressive. I grant you permission to meet KO? Naturally, Sun Wukong was overjoyed to receive the approval, as he wished to avoid causing chaos in the underworld like certain other monkeys. Maintaining amicable relations was best. One could never know when they might need Yin Luo Wang's assistance in the future. Go ahead. I shall send someone to escort you to the Serpent Path. However, remember, if you fall from the Serpent Path, you will plunge directly into hell. Yin Luo Wang intended to warn Sun Wukong, but suddenly realized that this individual was unlike himself. With his abilities, he could reach KO's planet in less than an hour. Yin Luo Wang awkwardly cleared his throat. If there's nothing else, you may depart. I am quite busy. After leaving the Grand Hall of Yin Luo Wang, under the guidance of a minor official from the underworld, Sun Wukong and the celestial being soon arrived at the entrance of the Serpent Path. Gazing upon the seemingly endless serpentine path, Sun Wukong thought it resembled the Great Wall. I shall take my leave first. Sun Wukong bid farewell to the celestial being and then employed his superior flight technique, swiftly soaring towards the Serpent Path. His speed was so remarkable that he seemed to vanish in an instant. Who could have imagined that there existed someone capable of traversing the Serpent Path even faster than Lord Yin Luo Wang? The minor official from the underworld beside the celestial being looked astonished, but the celestial being smiled with pride. Humph, Sun Wukong is under my tutelage. How can Yin Luo Wang compare? Just then, Yin Luo Wang's voice unexpectedly echoed in the celestial being's ear. Earth's celestial being, have you forgotten? In my domain, I know everything. Upon hearing this, the celestial being's expression instantly changed. He scratched the back of his head and awkwardly bowed to Yin Luo Wang. Lord Yin Luo Wang, I was merely jesting. With great speed, Sun Wukong flew through the air, and in less than half an hour, he beheld a magnificent palace standing beside the Serpent Path. The palace exhibited a distinctly Chinese architectural style, adorned with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams, and glimmering gold. The corners of the palace were embellished with a grand python, coiling upward as if to pierce the heavens. Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, it bears a strong resemblance. This place could not possibly be the end of the Serpent Path, nor could it be KO's planet. It must belong to the ancient Shi Ji, who had lived for over 1,000 years. As Sun Wukong contemplated, he realized that if he caught Shi Ji's attention, he might not escape unscathed. Why did she not open a fast food restaurant instead of choosing to reside in such a ghostly place? What living souls could possibly exist here? Aside from Yin Luo Wang and a few favored creatures of KO, who else would come here? No wonder Shi Ji was so parched. However, it must be said, any ordinary man would surely be lured in to sample the delights, yet they would not know how they met their demise or risk being drained completely, leading to their untimely end. But Sun Wukong was a man of integrity. He would certainly not enter. Yet, if I do not venture inside, others may fall prey to deception upon their arrival. How could I bear to witness that? After careful consideration, for the safety of the Serpent Path, he resolved to sacrifice himself. If I do not descend into hell, who will? In the past, Su Xian had the courage to act as a hero in broad daylight. Why should I not be able to wander about during the day? As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Sun Wukong feigned an innocent demeanor and strolled leisurely towards the grand entrance. Upon seeing a living person approaching, the palace doors swung open immediately. A voluptuous and enchanting maid led the way, and Sun Wukong followed her inside. Welcome. The journey along the Serpent Path must have been arduous. Would you like to stay or enjoy a meal? Sun Wukong smiled slightly, realizing it was indeed an established establishment. Given the maid's beauty, Shi Ji must be no less alluring. At this point, it was time to order. I would like a serving of steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted young goose, roasted pig, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted young goose, roasted pig, roasted duck, sauced chicken, cured meat, pine flour, and a small belly. What on earth? Are you here to recite the menu? The maid paused, taken aback by the sheer quantity of food ordered. Can you finish all this? In response to the maid's inquiry, Sun Wukong confidently smiled. I could easily manage 10 portions of each. He added, moreover, can I not take some to go? The maid, realizing this individual was not as simple as he appeared, agreed and led Sun Wukong further into the palace, calling out, Princess, a guest has arrived. Have you selected a princess so quickly? I haven't even had my meal yet. Soon, a woman descended from above. Dressed in a white mink coat, she was extraordinarily enchanting, exuding an innate allure, swaying with each step like a willow in the wind, igniting the imagination. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Shiji was even more stunning than he had envisioned, particularly with that captivating aura radiating from her. No wonder Yen Luo Wang only dared to visit the serpent path once every 500 years. Who could resist such temptation? Shiji sashayed to Sun Wukong, scrutinizing him closely, and shyly remarked, what a handsome face you possess. Following this, she revealed a satisfied smile, instructing the maid, hurry and prepare a meal for our guest. Yes, the maid responded promptly and dashed off to the kitchen. At this moment, the palace was left with only Sun Wukong and Shiji. The air was suffused with the unique fragrance emanating from the Shiji. Young master, the servants are preparing the meal. Shouldn't we also engage in some activity? Observing Shiji's eager demeanor, Sun Wukong dared not underestimate her intentions. Although the saying goes, one must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. Sun Wukong understood that if he did not put her in her place, she might very well desire to feast upon him. Thus, he subtly nodded and remarked, you are correct. In that case, why not perform a dance? What? Shiji blinked her large eyes, momentarily bewildered. I am already clad so scantily. And you wish for me to dance? Ahem, young master, I do not know how to dance. If you cannot dance, then what sort of princess are you? Come, let us have someone else. Infuriated, Shiji thought, are you treating me as a courtesan? Yet, upon recalling Sun Wukong's handsome visage and the faint glimpse of his chiseled abs, she quickly suppressed her anger. Is it merely a dance? Very well. I shall give it my all. Indeed, when Shiji resolved to give her all, she proved to be quite talented. She shed her mink coat, her waist twisting with remarkable agility, her long, beautiful legs tantalizingly revealed. Clearly, as a serpent spirit, she was born to dance. However, Sun Wukong's tastes extended beyond mere performance. He cleared his throat. Is there a dance involving a stick in the middle? At this, Shiji was utterly speechless. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Do not become too arrogant, or you shall face the consequences. Just as she contemplated taking action against Sun Wukong, their maid arrived with the meal, effectively rescuing Shiji from the predicament. Young master, why not start with some dishes before they grow cold? And what about the stick dance? Shiji forced a smile, suppressing her fury. Do not worry, young master. I shall have the maid prepare it at once. What? Freshly made? Sun Wukong feigned surprise, then added, I want a stick with a hook. Shiji slammed her hand on the table, nearly cursing out loud. Taking a deep breath, she recalled that the food had been laced with potent poison. Once Sun Wukong consumed it, she could gauge his strength before savoring his flesh. With a forced smile, Shiji said, very well, since young master desires it, we shall make it with a hook. Satisfied with her acquiescence, Sun Wukong nodded. Before him lay a table laden with delectable dishes, and without hesitation, he began to feast heartily. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such authentic Chinese cuisine, and the sudden indulgence was nostalgic. As for the poison, Sun Wukong was unconcerned. Given his current physical prowess, what harm could it possibly inflict? Such trivial tricks could not deceive even the Sun Wukong of 400 combat power, let alone the version with hundreds of thousands. With a slight control of his breathing, the poison was swiftly eradicated by his formidable energy. Thus, he devoured the meal with great delight, clearing the table of all its offerings as if swept away by a tempest. Before long, Sun Wukong had consumed everything, appearing as though he had barely begun. Shiji and the maid stood in shock. Was he even human? It seemed that a gentler approach would not suffice, and Shiji resolved to take a more forceful stance. Today, she would not allow Sun Wukong to leave alive. She showcased her full beauty, gracefully moving before him, her cherry lips parting as she said, young master, you must be tired. How about I give you a shoulder massage? As she spoke, she moved in closer. Her hands, soft as if devoid of bones and cool to the touch, offered a comforting sensation to Sun Wukong. Noticing that he was gradually lowering his guard, Shiji sensed her opportunity had finally arrived. Slowly lowering her head, she leaned in closer, her face nearing Sun Wukong's neck, revealing her fangs. Seizing the moment, Shiji quickly sank her teeth into Sun Wukong's neck. Crack! With a sudden sharp sound, Sun Wukong's figure began to fade away. Shiji, you bit down so hard. How could I withstand that? Sun Wukong's voice came from behind her, and turning around, Shiji saw him with his arms crossed, a smile upon his face. It dawned on her that he had been toying with her all along. How dare you underestimate me? You thought I was merely a slippery eel. Shiji roared, her form beginning to transform. Her body morphed into a hybrid of human and serpent. Simultaneously, the opulent palace around them vanished, replaced by walls of blood-red flesh. A viscous, dark green liquid dripped from the meat walls, sizzling as it splattered onto the table, clearly corrosive in nature. It was evident that this palace was none other than the belly of Shiji. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, chuckling. Is it appropriate for you to invite me into your body on our first meeting? Chapter 33. King Kai's planet. Shiji was taken aback that, even at this juncture, Sun Wukong could still jest. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded all caution and lunged forward. In an instant, Shiji dashed towards Sun Wukong like a flash of green lightning, her sharp mouth poised to bite down on his arm. Sun Wukong blinked slowly, gradually raising his hand, a layer of white energy enveloping his fingertips. With a flick of his middle finger directed at the void ahead, Shiji's gaping maw came into alignment. Sun Wukong's fingertip inadvertently brushed against her sharp teeth, and with a crisp sound, her two-pointed fangs were effortlessly snapped off by his gentle flick. At the same time, a powerful force propelled Shiji backward. Heh, your teeth are too sharp. What if they accidentally hurt me? Shiji struggled to regain her footing, her anger boiling as she heard Sun Wukong's words. After over 1,000 years of training, she understood his implication all too well. At that moment, she yearned to swallow him whole. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that would merely play into Sun Wukong's hands. Her face flushed crimson, embarrassed by the realization that she was no match for him. She decided to merge her form into a single entity, intending to dissolve Sun Wukong with the goo inside her. Sun Wukong, however, was not to be trifled with. He immediately began to channel energy within, rendering her gastric juices utterly ineffective. But how to escape? Not wanting to harm Shiji, a single Kamehameha could easily pierce through her belly. Enlarge, Sun Wukong uttered calmly, and his body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, his height surged to several dozen meters, a giant enveloped in white flames rampaging within Shiji's body. From the outside, it appeared as though she was carrying a hefty child, her abdomen bulging. Oh, my stomach! Shiji's beautiful face twisted in agony. She never anticipated that within a single day of knowing Sun Wukong, she would experience the discomfort of carrying a child for 10 months. Please, stop growing. I feel as though I am going to burst. Ultimately, Shiji had no choice but to surrender. Sun Wukong, noticing this, smiled slightly as his body gradually returned to its original size. You should have said so earlier. Why compel me to reveal my trump card? The blood-red flesh walls instantly transformed back into a luxurious palace, and Shiji collapsed before Sun Wukong, panting as though she had just given birth. Sun Wukong approached her, crouching down to pry open her mouth. A flicker of terror crossed Shiji's eyes. Surely, he did not intend to take advantage of her vulnerability? However, Sun Wukong merely placed an ordinary bean into her mouth, leaving her perplexed. What? What are you planning? Sun Wukong laughed. At his words, Shiji felt a mix of shame and anger, springing to her feet and adopting a combative stance against him. Yet, she suddenly realized, my body has healed. Sun Wukong chuckled. Of course, I am a divine physician. The serpent princess blinked, still perplexed. She had intended to devour Sun Wukong. Yet he not only spared her life, but also rescued her. What kind of performance was this? Sun Wukong, observing her bewildered expression, spread his hands and appraised her, stating mildly, Pray tell, what could I possibly gain from you? The serpent princess flushed, finally grasping the situation. In her youth, even the king of the realm had pursued her, but that old fellow could not bear the slightest proximity. Would Sun Wukong be any different? 12 hours later, Sun Wukong arrived at King Kai's planet. This small yellow-green sphere lay at the end of the serpent road. Without hesitation, he ascended swiftly. The tenfold gravity felt negligible to him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered an apple tree on this diminutive planet. Beside it stood a black monkey, the fabled pet of the North King, Babaruzi. Babaruzi, upon encountering the suddenly appeared Sun Wukong, leaped with excitement and chattered joyfully. The North King, tinkering with gadgets indoors, was drawn outside by the commotion. Babaruzi, did I not instruct you that disturbing me would result in my becoming even smaller? Are you intent on ensuring I never hold my head high before the Serpent Princess? The North King grumbled as he ambled out, wiping sweat from his brow with a tissue. Ah, you are the North King. Sun Wukong greeted. Greetings, my name is Sun Wukong, hailing from Earth. Earth? The North King pondered, recalling that Earth was merely an insignificant corner within his jurisdiction. So, Wukong, what brings you to my domain? The North King scrutinized Sun Wukong, noticing his robust physique, and suddenly recalled something. By the way, did you encounter a stunning beauty while traversing the Serpent Road? Assuredly. The North King referred to the Serpent Princess, and Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, I did. Then why are you unharmed? Did she not trouble you? Sun Wukong considered for a moment before replying nonchalantly. She even warmly offered me sweet water. Does that count? The North King wiped the sweat from his brow again, internally questioning if he had caught a whiff of that woman-esque fragrance from Sun Wukong. A twinge of bitterness crossed his heart. After all, he had pursued the Serpent Princess for 600 years. He had dedicated his days to training in seclusion, and now it all seemed futile. Observing the North King's despondent demeanor, Sun Wukong hesitated on how to console him when the North King suddenly muttered to himself, Forget it, if that is the case. I shall set my sights on a new target. The North King regarded Sun Wukong, and an idea sparked in his mind. Decidedly, I shall nurture a supreme warrior of the cosmos. At that moment, Sun Wukong understood. The North King did not genuinely desire the Serpent Princess. Rather, he had lived so long, free from the pressures of mortality, that he was simply seeking entertainment. The King's planet was so minuscule that aside from leisurely driving his dilapidated vehicle at a mere 15 kilometers per hour, the North King had only Babaruzi to compete with in a contest of who could urinate the farthest under the tenfold gravity. Now, he had finally found something more intriguing, though it felt as daunting as climbing to the heavens. But I did not come here to be your disciple or for you to train me. Sun Wukong scratched his head, as he had arrived seeking the location of New Namek. The North King stroked his beard, straightened his posture, and attempted to reach Sun Wukong's shoulder, yet fell short. Wukong, could you bend down a tad? Oh, Sun Wukong squatted, allowing the North King to place his hand on his shoulder, patting him gently with a confident smile. Young man, do not be shy. You are here. Do you not wish to learn martial arts? Or is there something else? Ah, yes. I wanted to inquire about New Namek. Silence. The North King abruptly slapped Sun Wukong's shoulder. It is not so simple to take on a disciple, you know? Wukong, you must be prepared. Your Highness. I meant, let us do this. Wukong, tell me a joke. If you amuse me, I shall teach you martial arts. The North King hardly listened to Sun Wukong's attempts at explanation, launching into his own discourse. Sun Wukong, realizing he had no choice, complied. The blanket ran away. To his surprise, the moment he began, the North King could no longer contain his laughter, covering his mouth. Ha, the blanket ran away. The silly cat is asleep. The North King continued his comedic routine, covering his mouth. Ha, the silly cat is asleep. The pencil is peeling. The North King could no longer hold back. Bursting into laughter, Sun Wukong recognized the North King's low threshold for humor, but was taken aback by how low it truly was. He could not fathom what was amusing. You must be extraordinary. You are a professional. No, tell me another. The North King insisted, grasping Sun Wukong's arm. With a resigned sigh, Sun Wukong recounted. I had a quarrel with Xiaoming. In a fit of anger, I stormed out the door. 3 seconds later, Xiaoming chased after me, shouting, You rascal! Return the door to me. The North King paused, then erupted in laughter once more. Ha! You rascal! Ha ha ha! Return the door! Ha ha! He laughed so hard he doubled over, struggling to breathe. Even Sun Wukong found himself chuckling. I swear, I am only laughing because the king is laughing. These corny jokes could not possibly touch my iron heart. After a considerable time, the North King gradually calmed down. Not bad, not bad. You have barely passed, but before I teach you martial arts, I must assess your capabilities. All right, Sun Wukong proclaimed, channeling his energy, radiating a formidable aura that caused the entire King's planet to tremble. What an impressive aura! The North King exclaimed in astonishment. With a mere battle power of 500, This fellow must possess at least hundreds of thousands. How is it, Your Highness? Cough, cough. The North King feigned a cough, then composed himself. Quite good. Let us begin with the first training exercise. Oh, capture Babaruzi, the North King declared, pointing at the black monkey. Sun Wukong nodded, vanishing in an instant, and reappeared with the bewildered Babaruzi in his grasp. Hey, Your Highness, I have captured him. Cough, cough. Wukong, I have not even said start yet. The North King observed as Sun Wukong released Babaruzi. He extended his hands, and something atop his head glowed like an antenna. Sun Wukong suddenly felt as if his body had been weighed down with lead. What is happening? Seeing Sun Wukong finally display surprise, the North King could not help but chuckle. Hee hee, Wukong, this is my ability. I have now increased your gravity to 30 times. Do not underestimate this 30-fold gravity. Wukong, you must understand that King S planet itself has 10-fold gravity, meaning you are now enduring at least 300 times the weight. Sun Wukong realized the gravity of the situation. No wonder he felt immobilized. He had thought he had been defeated by the Serpent Princess. All right, let us begin the first training exercise. Capture Babaruzi. Babaruzi, fully aware that Sun Wukong was now struggling to even walk, became particularly brazen. Watching the taunting Babaruzi, Sun Wukong could no longer hold himself back. Chapter 34. Just 5,000 years he immediately summoned the strength within him. Though his speed remained insufficient, at the very least, he could move normally. Oh, did not expect this fellow to have some prowess. The North King observed with satisfaction. If this continued, perhaps he could genuinely cultivate him into the universe's mightiest warrior? Yet, if that were the case, what should his next target be? The North King frowned, perplexed, and slowly returned indoors, needing to contemplate his upcoming plans. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong commenced his training to capture Babaruzi. In pursuit of strength, he certainly refrained from employing the tenfold Kaioken and instantaneous movement. Otherwise, he would have captured Babulus long ago. Nevertheless, even so, Sun Wukong managed to overcome 300 times the gravity within merely a month, successfully apprehending Babulus. This left Sun Wukong himself astonished, as he had not anticipated that pressure could truly transform into motivation. Had he been in an ordinary gravity chamber on Earth, he estimated he would have required an additional 6 months of training to reach his current level. Master Kai, I have captured Babulus. The North Kai nodded, then raised a hand, instantly escalating the gravity surrounding Sun Wukong to 40 times. What? Sun Wukong nearly toppled over, gritting his teeth to steady himself. Fortunately, his Saiyan physique endured. Had he been an Earthling, he would have surely suffered grievous internal injuries. Wukong, why are you staring so intently? Do you think the North Kai would settle personal scores over the matter with Snake Princess? Everything I do is for your benefit. Upon observing Sun Wukong struggling to articulate a response, the North Kai remarked nonchalantly, All right, Wukong, let us commence the next training session. Taking a deep breath, the North Kai shouted towards the grassy ground, and a gust of wind swept through, bending the grass low. At that moment, a blue light surged forth from the thicket. Halting before the North Kai, Sun Wukong focused his gaze, recognizing that the blue light emanated from a yellow grasshopper. This grasshopper was another pet of the North Kai, known as Gilagili. Hee hee, Master Kai, I was napping. What brings you here? Hearing Gilagili's words, the North Kai smacked its head irritably, stating, You are only a little over 1,000 years old. How can you still be sleeping? I've found you an opponent. Gilagili paid little mind to the North Kai's displeasure, stretching lazily and squinting at Sun Wukong, whom the North Kai had indicated, inquiring, Is this fellow my match? Hee hee, Gilagili, do not underestimate him. His name is Sun Wukong, a Saiyan. The North Kai had already discerned Wukong's identity during his training, exclaiming, Saiyans are particularly fierce. Look, is Babulus not gone? That little rascal captured him and turned him into monkey brain. If he catches you, you will undoubtedly be pulverized into grasshopper paste. What? Master Kai, surely not. Gilagili was evidently frightened by the North Kai's words, his eyes widening in alarm. Witnessing Gilagili's fearful demeanor, the North Kai stifled a chuckle, relishing the moment. Who told you to win against me last time when you were relieving yourself? Without further ado, the North Kai handed a large hammer to Sun Wukong, explaining the simple rule. Striking Gilagili on the head with the hammer would suffice to pass. Gilagili, observing the hammer in Sun Wukong's grasp, which was several times larger than himself, finally comprehended that the North Kai was indeed serious. He was holding a grudge. to preserve his life. Gilagili could not afford to be careless. Thus he approached Sun Wukong with heightened caution, fearing that a single blow might reduce him to mere grasshopper remnants. Consequently, it became exceedingly challenging for Sun Wukong to land a hit, requiring a full 3 months to succeed. Just when Gilagili thought his end was nigh, he found that Sun Wukong had merely tapped his head lightly, exerting no real force. At that moment, the black monkey Babulus scuttled out. Gilagili realized he had been deceived, plopping down onto the ground. After 3 months of arduous effort, he felt utterly spent, having exhausted centuries of physical exertion. Now, he could finally indulge in a well-deserved slumber. The North Kai, satisfied with Sun Wukong's progress, mused that if he continued at this pace, he might even contend with that formidable rib rice in the future tournament of the Kais. Chuckling to himself, the North Kai thought of how he had endured over 1,000 years of ridicule from the detestable West Kai. At last, he would have an opportunity to vent his frustrations. He envisioned making the West Kai parade around the Great Kai planet while wearing a urinal. With this thought, the North Kai became increasingly serious. The situation was gradually veering away from his initial plan. He had merely intended for Wukong to hone his skills to pass the time. But upon witnessing Wukong's talent and capability, he decided to impart all his knowledge. Wukong, I shall now teach you the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, my 2 most prized techniques. Wukong nodded. Although he possessed knowledge of the Kaioken within his system, he could not confess this to the Kai. Moreover, the system only provided a 10-fold enhancement, which would soon prove inadequate. It is noteworthy that the original Wukong could achieve a 20-fold Kaioken during his battle against Frisia on Namek. In the future, should he wish to utilize the Saiyan form in conjunction with the Kaioken, it would be prudent to learn the authentic technique. The North Kai devoted himself wholeheartedly to the instruction. He began by elucidating the principles of the Kaioken, and only when Wukong fully grasped the concept did he commence formal teaching. The essence of the Kaioken is relatively straightforward. It involves meticulously controlling the energy within one's body to create 2 spiraling energy currents that rotate in opposite directions, allowing these currents to collide within the body. This process enables the release of power far exceeding normal limits. The amplification factor corresponds to the number of spiraling energy pairs generated within the body. The minimum Kaioken level is 2-fold, indicating the presence of 2 pairs of spiraling energies. 3 pairs yield 3-fold, and so forth. This is also the reason why the original Kaioken could be harmful, as such powerful energies would wreak havoc within the body. Without a sufficient foundation, one could suffer catastrophic injury before even engaging in combat. Therefore, the North Kai insisted that Wukong first complete the preceding training. Now that Wukong could withstand 400 times the gravity, his physical resilience was astonishing, making the Kaioken training a mere trifle. Thus, the training commenced. Having previously practiced the 10-fold Kaioken, Wukong understood how to manipulate his internal energy, allowing him to learn at an astonishing pace. Remarkably, within half a day's effort, Wukong had comprehended the Kaioken. The North Kai, observing the red aura enveloping Wukong, was utterly perplexed. This was a technique he had pondered for decades. How could this young man master it in the blink of an eye? It is important to note that the North Kai himself could only achieve a 2-fold or 3-fold enhancement, yet before him, Wukong appeared to be effortlessly soaring to over 10-fold. This was without utilizing his full strength. Otherwise, the figure could have been even higher. However, Wukong also sensed that the new Kaioken differed from his previous experience. His Kaioken was now capable of escalating beyond 10-fold, reaching even 20-fold or 30-fold, potentially even higher. Yet simultaneously, a faint pain began to emanate from his body. The greater the multiplier, the more intense the discomfort. The previously granted 10-fold Kaioken from the system did not carry such side effects, as it posed no after effects. Therefore, it seemed prudent to utilize this technique sparingly in the future. In contrast, the Super Saiyan form appeared considerably more reliable. With the Kaioken training nearing completion, it was time to proceed to the Spirit Bomb. Wukong was naturally brimming with excitement, not for any other reason. But this technique appeared extraordinarily impressive and was worth a try. Whenever the Z warriors found themselves in dire straits, the Spirit Bomb was the sole source of hope. With this technique, defeating formidable foes seemed plausible. It was akin to wielding a beacon of hope. Observing Wukong's keen interest, the North Kai stroked his beard, exuding pride as he declared, "The Spirit Bomb is my original creation, capable of collecting energy from plants, trees, humans, animals. and even the atmosphere to form a white energy sphere. This technique is harmless to those of righteous intent, yet its power magnifies against those of malevolent disposition. Wukong nodded, pondering whether he could practice this technique as well. The North Kai, discerning Wukong's concerns, clarified, Wukong, marrying and having children is not a negative aspect. You need not overthink it. Upon hearing the North Kai's reassurance, Wukong finally relaxed. It appeared that the requirements for the spirit bomb were even less stringent than those for the flying Nimbus. On the Kai planet, under the North Kai's guidance, Wukong diligently trained, feeling his combat prowess and mastery of energy surge exponentially. At this moment, turmoil ensued on Earth. In the southern region, amidst a towering mountain, a spherical spacecraft descended with a creaking sound as its doors swung open. A man with dark skin, adorned with a combat tester over his left eye, emerged from the vessel, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Wukong. This man was Dales, one of the survivors following Frisia's obliteration of planet Vegeta. The similarity in their appearances might be attributed to their shared lineage as lower-class warriors. Accompanying Dales were several extraterrestrials, his subordinates gathered over the years. Dales, this planet is perfect for the spirit tree's nourishment, one of his underlings proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal tree erupted from the ground, reaching for the heavens. This was the famed spirit tree, the source of Dale's extraordinary power, elevating his fighting prowess to an astonishing 30,000. The spirit tree, a miraculous organism, took root in the planet, siphoning its energy to augment its own. As the fruits matured, the stronger the planet's energy became, the more potent the fruits would be, significantly enhancing one's combat ability upon consumption. Such fruits were exceedingly rare, originally reserved for deities, even more elusive than the legendary devil fruits. Have you discerned the highest combat power on this planet? Dales eagerly awaited the fruit's ripening, anticipating a dramatic increase in his strength. Dales, on this planet known as Earth, the peak combat power is around 5,000. Oh, Dales nodded, acknowledging that 5,000 was commendable for such a diminutive planet. Meanwhile, the training Piccolo sensed this formidable presence, as did Krillin and his companions in the other world. It appeared that the spirit tree would mature rapidly on this planet. Before long, Earth's energy would be completely drained. Chapter 35. The rookie dumpling. At this juncture, Dales was filled with anticipation for the spirit tree's fruits. Previously, he had easily surpassed Prince Vegeta using their power. Not long ago, both had set their sights on the same planet. Dales, unable to tolerate Vegeta's arrogance, especially when the prince boldly proclaimed, "Before you stands the Saiyan Prince." The great Vegeta responded with aggression. At that time, Vegeta's standard battle power was merely over 10,000, rendering him no match for Dales. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Frisia's forces, Vegeta would have perished. Just wait. It won't be long before I deal with not only Frisia and his minions, but also that diminutive Frisia himself. I shall establish the mightiest Dales army in the universe and reign supreme. Dales laughed maniacally, confident that no one on Earth could thwart him. Just then, several powerful energies swiftly approached from the distance. It was Tianjin Han, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dumpling, who had raced over from the Supreme Kai. Due to the spirit tree's influence, Earth's energy was nearly exhausted, and the Supreme Kai soon recognized the impending crisis. Regrettably, at this critical moment, contact with Sun Wukong was lost, leaving the Supreme Kai to place his hopes on Tianjin Han and the others. As Dale surveyed the group before him, a smirk of disdain curled his lips. They were merely a band of insignificant underlings. The combat readings from his device indicated that the strongest among them possessed a power of just over 1,000. Such feeble strength was laughable. Dales could not be bothered to engage directly and instead soared into the air, perching atop the spirit tree. His goal was to ensure the fruits matured successfully. As for the individuals before him, Dale's 4 subordinates stepped forward, each hailing from different planets. Amondo, a Nazarian with a power level of 9,100. Doais, a Kabachian with a power level of 8,400. Kakao, an Ikandarian with a power level of 13,000. Riazlakas, a fossil of the extinct Bin's people, resurrected by Dales using the spirit tree's extract, with a power level of 7,600. Now, these 4 were perfectly matched against Tianjin Han and his companions. Upon seeing these hostile foes, Tianjin Han and the others felt a surge of tension. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their full combat potential. Oh, impressive. It seems these individuals are capable of concealing their true strength. Dales noted, his combat instrument displaying fluctuating data. The strongest among them could reach a staggering 8,000, while the others hovered around 6,000, the weakest barely exceeding 4,000. Despite their enhanced abilities, they remained no match for Dale's subordinates. Given the immense disparity in power, this battle was destined to be arduous. Without further ado, each member of the group found their opponent and commenced an intense battle. The sounds of fierce clashes echoed as the combat grew increasingly fierce. Although these extraterrestrials possessed formidable strength, Tianjinhan, Krillin, and the others had their own unique techniques. Yamcha distanced himself from his adversary, coalescing a yellow energy sphere in his right hand. Energy cannon. Yamcha hurled the energy sphere towards Amando. Amando swiftly dodged, only to be caught off guard as Yamcha skillfully redirected the projectile. Boom. Success. As Yamcha reveled in his triumph, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Amando's large frame charged through, landing a powerful punch directly to Yamcha's chest. Gasping, Yamcha coughed blood, feeling as if his very insides were tumultuously churning. Humph, what a weakling. Amando unleashed another barrage of strikes, and Yamcha, bereft of combat strength, collapsed to the ground. Yamcha, Krillin's expression turned grave upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, he recalled Wukong's previous advice. Faced with this formidable enemy, Krillin resolved to give it a try. Solar flare. Krillin raised his hands above his head, radiating brilliant light. His opponent, Dawai's, was engulfed in blinding brightness, rendering him unable to see. Krillin, if you ever encounter an alien, remember that they cannot sense energy as we do. They rely solely on sight and instruments, so techniques like the solar flare and keyblade may prove invaluable. Observing Dawai's panicked flailing, Krillin's lips curled into a slight smile. Realizing Wukong's wisdom held true, without hesitation, he lifted one hand, preparing the keyblade. When Dawai's regained his sight, a circular wave of light had already surged toward him. Humph, just a trick. Dawai's, unaware of the impending danger, attempted to block, only to be cleaved in half by the keyblade. What? The remaining subordinates of Dawai's were aghast at witnessing their comrade's demise. How could this be? Their combat power was significantly inferior, yet they had vanquished Dawai's. Dales cast his gaze at the severed spirit tree, astonished that the keyblade had not only cleaved Dawai's but also severed the robust trunk behind him. Do not underestimate them. Though they may appear weak, they might possess hidden techniques, Dales cautioned. Although he was indifferent to the fate of his subordinates, finding replacements was no easy task. The cosmos was vast. He could not simply wander the universe searching for suitable planets for the spirit tree. As Dales contemplated the battle, a blinding beam of light suddenly shot from behind. Demon Flash. After his defeat to Wukong, Piccolo had undergone rigorous training, often sparring with him. Now, his combat power had soared beyond 30,000. Mumph, Wukong, I originally intended to use this technique to eliminate you. Piccolo sneered. Dales was taken aback, realizing that such a formidable character existed on Earth. Could this be the one with a mere 5,000 combat power? These wretched individuals are truly cunning, each concealing their true strength. As the ominous Gogangong Sa-Pog surged toward him, found himself unable to evade, compelled instead to confront it with all his might. Yet, in the original manga, when Dandi's combat power was merely in the hundreds, the Gogangong Sa-Pog was capable of unleashing over 1,000 in destructive force. Now, with his power exceeding 30,000, one can only imagine the magnitude of its impact. This technique embodies 5 years of my training. Do you believe you can withstand it? In a horrific moment, the Gogangong Sa-Pog pierced a gaping hole through his chest, transforming the scene into a grotesque display of carnage. Dadu was utterly unprepared for such treachery from Bei, who, despite being weaker, resorted to an ambush. With Dadu gravely injured, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. If even someone of Da's caliber was faltering, his companions were naturally seeking any means to escape. The deities of Dan observed the unfolding chaos below, a satisfied smirk gracing their lips. Who would have thought that Dandi would join the fray for the sake of Earth? Krillin and his allies had initially intended to risk their lives to protect Earth and buy time for them. Now, with Dandi's formidable strength added to their ranks, the situation had drastically changed. Krillin and King Infan exchanged friendly glances, while Dandi's greenish visage tinged with a hint of crimson. He glared at them, declaring, "What nonsense are you all pondering? This demon king intends to conquer Earth. Until my success is assured, I shall not engage with these wretches." Though his words carried an air of arrogance, and the others refrained from retorting. Thanks to Bindi, it seemed unnecessary for Vin Kong to intervene. Curse you all, thought Bong. Feeling his life ebb away, he never imagined that after years of caution, he would meet his end on earth. Such indignation. Observing the struggling Dao, Don D was equally astonished by the Scion's remarkable resilience. However, all would soon be concluded. Gazing upon the figure of Dao, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Vin Kong, Don D felt a surge of satisfaction. You have bullied me for 2 years. Now, it is my turn. Perish, Simukong. Without hesitation, Don D entered his combat stance, gathering a wave of energy directed at Dao to unleash a devastating attack. Alas, at that very moment, a fruit from the Jingshin Su quietly ripened, releasing a fragrant aroma. In an instant, Dao perceived a glimmer of hope. He summoned his remaining strength to evade the energy wave and dashed toward the fruit of the Jingshin Su. This is troublesome. Although Bindi was unaware of Dao's intentions, an ominous feeling loomed. Ha! With a frenzied glint in his eyes, Dao snatched the fruit from the Jingshin Su and swallowed it whole. Don D charged toward Dao, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The explosion echoed, and as the smoke cleared, it was Dao, covered in blood, who emerged. Ha! Who would have anticipated that the fruit cultivated on Earth would possess such potent effects? As laughter filled the air, Dao's form gradually became visible. Not only had his injuries healed, but his internal power had surged tenfold. On Zhongxing, the North Zhuang, who had been instructing Zheng Hong, suddenly paused and addressed him, Kong. There is something you must attend to. Huh. Sensing the profound power emanating from me, everyone was left in stunned silence. Earth is truly a remarkable place. Dao's subordinates were ecstatic. It is known that consuming a single fruit from the Jingshin Su requires an extensive period for complete absorption. Otherwise, the body cannot endure it. This fruit might even afford them a chance to partake. In an instant, thoughts of fleeing transformed into a desperate resolve to confront their adversaries. The disparity in strength among the group was already significant. Now, with their opponent unleashing their full power, the Z fighters found themselves in perilous circumstances. Yarmucha had been defeated, and although Kalin had vanquished one foe, he was unable to assist further, remaining occupied with Thalab's original opponent. While the solar flare combined with Finjan was formidable, its effectiveness relied on surprise. Once detected by the enemy, they would either evade or not foolishly remain stationary to be struck. The Qiyunjan lacked the directional control of Boil and could not alter its trajectory post-launch. Thus, among them, only Tinjin Fan, utilizing the four-way split technique, could endure. Zhaozik and Kulin were in dire straits. Especially Zhaozik, who was ill-suited for combat, had his adversaries not been the constantly bickering Laasai brothers. One eager to eliminate him while the other preferred to torment him, he would have perished long ago. Chapter 36. The fruit of the Jingshin Su. However, now, after consuming the fruit from the Jingshin Su, the two brothers reached a sudden consensus. As Aljik teetered on the brink of death under their assault, Tinfan was consumed by anxiety, though she herself was barely holding on. Moreover, she had recently lost her other 3 clones to her opponents. Kakarao, boasting a combat power of 13,000, should have easily overpowered Tinfan. Were it not for his diverse skills, the battle would have concluded much sooner. It is over. Kakarao aimed for Tinjin Fan's heart, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. With a thunderous crash, Tinjin Fan and Zhaozi vanished within a blinding light. Zhaozi, Tinjin Fan. Before Kalin could even mourn, exhaustion overwhelmed him. Turning to glance at A, he found even the formidable E had suffered a grievous injury, his arm shattered, green blood splattering everywhere. Frustration consumed Kalin as he begrudgingly acknowledged the fleeting glimmer of victory that had just been extinguished. He cried out in despair, "Wukong, hurry! Haha! Do you believe anyone can save you now?" Amygdala advanced menacingly toward King, relishing the sight of despair in his prey's eyes. It was time to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. You worthless fool, perish. A beam of white light shot forth from Amygdala's palm. Too fatigued to stand, could not evade. Closing his eyes, he surrendered to fate, yet after a prolonged silence, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. You wretches are the real failures. The calm, warm voice was unmistakable to King. He opened his eyes to behold a reliable, sturdy figure before him, adorned with a prominent character Foru emblazoned on his attire. Wu Wukong. Tears of joy streamed down Kong's face. You finally arrived. Alas, Tianjin Fan and Zhaojig are still. Kurlin, they are all safe, Su Kong stated without looking back. His tone nonchalant. Really? Kurlin, sensing a surge of hope, released his consciousness to probe, and indeed, Tianjin Fan, Zhaojig, and even Yingwucha were alive. Could it be? Sun Wukong nodded, revealing that he had used instantaneous movement to rescue Tianjin Fan and Zhaojig at the last moment. Sun Wukong tossed a shando to Kurlin, instructing, consume this. They have all partaken already. Leave the rest to me. Wu Wukong. Kurlin gazed at Tinghong, overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. You're rather arrogant. Amygdala glared at the newly emerged figure, noting the combat power detector indicated a mere 500. What a charade. You are nothing but trash. By the way, what is that miraculous bean of yours? If you surrender it, I may consider sparing your life. To his surprise, he observed King, the bald youth, miraculously restored after consuming the bean. Who would have thought Earth possessed such extraordinary treasures? They had traversed the cosmos, battling and wreaking havoc, constantly facing peril. Possessing such a restorative item would be immensely advantageous. You speak of the Shendo? Even if I were to give it to you, you would have no opportunity to utilize it. What are you saying, you fool? Do you really believe that your mere 500 battle power can defeat me? Amandu gazed at the man before him and was taken aback to discover that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Lord Dales, though his aura was far more composed and gentle. For reasons unknown, Amandu felt an ominous threat of death emanating from Sun Wukong's eyes. How could this be? He only possessed a battle power of 500. Just as Amandu pondered this, a soft voice whispered in his ear, "Go to hell." The voice, though gentle, uttered the most terrifying words. By the time Amandu comprehended the situation, his head had already separated from his body. Even in the air, as his head flew away, he could not fathom how Sun Wukong had appeared beside him. How incredibly strong. Perhaps even more formidable than Lord Dales. Amandu unwillingly closed his eyes. From a distance, Kakao and the Riazlaka brothers had initially intended to claim Sun Wukong's head for themselves. However, upon witnessing Amandu lose his head in the blink of an eye, they were bewildered. What was happening? Even the dullest among them realized something was amiss. They had not even seen the person clearly before he perished. How could they fight? They hastily smiled and claimed they did not know Amandu or anything about Dales, insisting they were merely here for a vacation on Earth as pure cosmic goodwill ambassadors. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied with a slight smirk. There is one more place you should visit. What place? Soon enough. Kakao and the Riazlaka brothers discovered the location Sun Wukong referred to. With a single punch, the shockwave obliterated them into nothingness. This battle power was terrifying. Sun Wukong, you have grown considerably stronger while I was unaware. Piccolo had grown a new arm. Although his aura had diminished, his imposing presence remained undiminished. Did you not promise to help me grow stronger? My apologies. I was delayed by certain matters. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feigning regret. Earlier, he had agreed with Piccolo to assist in training Gohan and the other youngsters, while he would seek ways to enhance Piccolo's strength and help him locate Namek, his home planet. Perhaps there lay something that could make him even more powerful. Piccolo crossed his arms, snorting in disdain, his face turning greener. Sun Wukong dared not provoke this formidable caretaker. With more children on the way, he would rely on Piccolo. However, this predicament was not entirely his fault. It was that old Kai who insisted he train. Sun Wukong sighed. This frustration could only be vented on Dales. Upon noticing the peculiar look in Sun Wukong's eyes, Dale's expression immediately stiffened. What was happening? Why should I care if Piccolo scolds you? Dales was perplexed, gazing at the Sun Wukong, who looked nearly identical to him. Suddenly, he recalled something. Wait, you cannot possibly be a Saiyan as well. Seeing Sun Wukong remain silent confirmed Dale's suspicion. If that were the case, they would need to join forces. You cooperate with me, and we will share the fruits of the Tree of Might. Sun Wukong shook his head and replied coolly, Dales. There are two things you must understand. First, I am a native Saiyan from Earth. Second, if I kill you, all those fruits will belong to me. Realizing he could not partner with Sun Wukong, Dales shouted defiantly and unleashed his formidable battle power. At this moment, his strength surpassed 300,000. If we cannot cooperate, then perish. Dales dashed towards Sun Wukong with blinding speed. His confidence surged, believing that over 30,000 battle power granted him immense might. Little did he dream that this lower-tier Saiyan warrior would possess such strength. Die! Dales struck directly at Sun Wukong's heart. Unfazed, Sun Wukong raised his fist, countering Dale's with equal force. The shockwave from their clash rippled the air around them. Even the robust tree of might nearby trembled under the impact of their confrontation. Dale's, smirking, had initially suggested cooperation as he sensed Sun Wukong's prowess. However, as their battle commenced, he began to ascertain Sun Wukong's true abilities. Is this all you've got? Dale sneered. Is that so? Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile, and an immense energy erupted within him. His battle power rapidly surged, surpassing Dale's in an instant. 350. 000. 370. 000. 400. 000. 430. 000. With a loud bang, Dale's battle power detector exploded. How can you possess over 400,000 battle power? Dale's could hardly believe his eyes. Yet, the extraordinary aura radiating from Sun Wukong compelled him to accept the truth. Even Krillin and the others in the distance felt the overwhelming pressure from Sun Wukong's unleashed power. Piccolo's expression darkened, letting out a cold snort. How has this guy become so strong? Sun Wukong launched his counterattack, landing a punch squarely on Dale's chest. Dale's curled up in pain, resembling a shrimp. Yet, Sun Wukong's assault was far from over. Another uppercut struck Dale's jaw, sending him flying through the air. Dale screamed, utterly unable to withstand Sun Wukong's onslaught. With a flurry of punches raining down upon Dale's, each strike landing like a torrential downpour, he became dizzy, stars filling his vision. Finally, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared above Dale's, fists clenched, coming down with tremendous force. This blow sent Dale's crashing into the ground. The impact reverberated, with even the sturdy tree of might unable to withstand such power, as Dale's penetrated through its trunk like a spear, ultimately smashing into the earth. Dale's finally landed, unaware of how many trunks he had demolished. Spitting blood, he could hardly believe that despite his battle power multiplying many times over, he was being treated like a mere training dummy by someone named Sun Wukong. Damn it! Dale's slowly rose, incredulous that a Saiyan stronger than himself existed in this world. How could this be? Dale's was unwilling to accept it. How could he possibly be so powerful? As he gazed up at the descending Sun Wukong, panic spread across Dale's face as he searched desperately for the tree of might's fruits. At this moment, Dale's had completely lost his sanity. He endured the pain and leaped into the dense foliage of the tree of might, frantically searching for ripe fruits. Sun Wukong would not let him escape, but this time, Dale's luck was astonishing. Just as Sun Wukong was about to catch him, a new fruit from the tree of might had ripened. Without a moment's hesitation, Dale's consumed it whole. Chapter 37. Summoning Shenlong before the first fruit had fully digested, Dale stuffed another into his mouth. His body seemed unable to bear the strain, blood seeping from his skin. Dale's now looked terrifying. He laughed maniacally while unleashing even greater power, all bestowed by the fruits of the tree of might. I never expected my battle power to soar. Although Dale's was not as exaggerated as during his first consumption of the fruit, his strength had already surged to over 500,000, nearing 600,000. He was so exhilarated he was on the brink of losing his sanity, feeling his aura far surpass Sun Wukong's. Come on. Dale's felt he had regained his former confidence and charged at Sun Wukong. Kellen and the others also sensed something amiss. Dale's aura was terrifyingly potent. Just when everyone believed that Sun Wukong was on the verge of defeat, he unexpectedly delivered a punch with a serious expression. This seemingly unremarkable blow shattered all of Dale's illusions. Bang! Moments ago, Dale's had charged at an incredible speed. Yet now he was sent hurtling backward even faster by that punch. How could this be? Dale's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could he fathom that this seemingly unimpressive individual possessed a combat power exceeding 600,000? Dale's roared in frustration, finally stabilizing himself midair. Gazing at the seemingly invincible Sun Wukong, he no longer held back. With his hands clasped together, he gathered a massive purple energy sphere. Thunderous roars echoed as Dale's unleashed all his strength, the furious energy obliterating everything around him, turning the forest beneath him into a barren pit. Sun Wukong glanced at the nearby spirit tree, noticing it had produced nearly 10 fruits. It seemed that it was time to act. If this tree continued to grow, the earth would surely be unable to withstand it. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong prepared to conclude the battle. He placed his hands at his waist, striking a pose, Kamehameha. Ki blast. Perish. On the other side, Dales had also amassed his purple energy sphere, unleashing a terrifying energy beam from his hands. Boom! The purple and blue-white beams collided in midair. The resulting energy waves darkened the sky, creating tremors that shook the mountains. Dales had expended every ounce of energy within him, yet the two forces remained evenly matched. Observing Dales exerting every last bit of his strength, Son Wukong smirked, and with a loud shout, the previously stagnant energy instantly reversed. The blue-white Kamehameha effortlessly pushed back the purple beam, unstoppable. What? Dales could not believe that his most powerful attack was so easily repelled by Son Wukong. No. Dales watched helplessly as the beam approached, feeling the specter of death beckoning him. No matter how hard he struggled, the Kamehameha coldly engulfed him, obliterating him completely. It was over. Witnessing the scene before him, Kellen rubbed his eyes, utterly astonished. Wukong, just how much power do you still have hidden? Kellen flew before Son Wukong and noticed he still appeared remarkably relaxed, indicating that he hadn't even exerted his full strength against Dales. In fact, even Son Wukong was surprised, realizing how effective King Kai's training had been. He had originally possessed a combat power of 500,000, and in less than half a year, it had nearly doubled to 1 million. Far away on King Kai's planet, North Kai had his hands clasped behind his back, a smug smile gracing his face as he observed the battle. Hee, Wukong, now do you finally understand my intentions? After exchanging pleasantries, it was time to reap the rewards. Naturally, Son Wukong took all the fruits from the spirit tree, while he could have shared some with Kellen and the others. Upon learning that these fruits would affect their growth potential, they graciously declined. Seeing this, Son Wukong accepted them all, and the spirit tree was completely destroyed. Thus, the crisis threatening the Earth was finally resolved. What remained was to locate Bulma and use the gathered Dragon Balls to wish for the Earth to return to its original state. In West City, Bulma was lounging by her luxurious residence in a bikini, sunbathing. Although pregnant, her figure remained alluring. Bulma. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bulma cheerfully removed her sunglasses. She stood up, her face radiant with joy as she gazed at Son Wukong. Mr. Wukong, you're finally back. Son Wukong nodded. It had been a long time since they last met, and looking at Bulma's figure, he found himself harboring certain thoughts. Bulma, I suddenly feel like having pudding. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face immediately flushed. The term pudding held a special meaning known only to the two of them. However, now that she was pregnant, it was a bit inconvenient, and she shyly replied, I think I'll enjoy it myself. After a while, Bulma's face turned crimson, appearing somewhat fatigued, prompting her to request Son Wukong to cease his magic. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and this was undeniably true. However, Bulma could no longer continue, and Son Wukong naturally would not overindulge. Noticing her disheveled hair and flushed face, he playfully pulled her into the swimming pool. Bulma's pool was spacious and deep, and as they swam, Son Wukong exerted himself fully. Finally, everything came to a conclusion. Son Wukong lifted Bulma out of the water, gently placing her on a lounge chair to rest. By the way, Bulma, where are Lan Shi and the others? They might have gone shopping. They should be back soon. Bulma replied, her eyes fixed on Son Wukong, pondering, this guy. Just as she finished her thought, familiar voices echoed from the entrance. It was Lan Shi and Xiao returning. Wukong. Xiao was the first to spot Son Wukong, rushing over to embrace his left arm. Following suit, Zilu also clung to his right arm. Lastly, Lan Fong entered and noticed Bulma's fatigued expression, stifling a laugh with an expression that suggested she understood everything. Ah, what a pity. I wonder if we returned too early or too late. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly retorted, I didn't. Oh really? Then what is this in your hair? Lan Fong pointed at Bulma's hair. In no way. Bulma, startled, hurried inside to check the mirrors several times, finding nothing amiss. Moreover, she distinctly remembered that she never spilled water. How infuriating, Lan Fong, you tricked me. It finally dawned on Bulma. With a fuming expression, she stormed out to give Lan Fong a proper scolding, but Lan Fong was not about to yield. She ran, and Bulma chased after her, unable to escape. As the two played merrily, Mela slowly descended the stairs. Hee hee, I saw everything that just happened between Bulma and Wukong. Hey, Mela, why didn't you go shopping with them? Bulma exclaimed, now in broad daylight. Mela feigned innocence but quickly regained her smile, saying, well, it's a good thing I didn't go out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have witnessed Bulma's daring side. Hearing Mela's words, Bulma blushed and shot a resentful glare at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong hastily changed the topic, bringing up Dales and the Dragon Balls. Mela then said seriously, "No wonder it felt like there were waves earlier. I thought you had become that powerful, Wukong." Cough. "It is indeed related to me, but not in the way you think." Sun Wukong scratched his head and then looked at Bulma, saying, "Quick, bring out the Dragon Balls. I need to restore the Earth." Although the Earth's surface only showed some abnormalities in certain areas, its interior had long been drained by the spirit tree, and it wouldn't be long before many lands began to collapse. Bulma understood the gravity of the situation and went inside to retrieve the Dragon Balls. "Come forth, Shenlong." The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light, and a magnificent green dragon soared into the sky, instantly darkening the West City sky. The Shenlong gazed at Sun Wukong and the others before him, seemingly speechless. However, it still maintained the fundamental qualities of a dragon, suppressing its feelings and saying, "Speak. Reveal your desires." Sun Wukong slowly stepped forward, and with each step, the dragon's large eyes involuntarily twitched. "I wish for you to restore Earth to its state prior to the planting of the spirit tree by Dolly C, while also reinforcing it so that it becomes less susceptible to destruction." The dragon replied, all right, considering your relationship with the celestial beings, I shall not hold this against you." After pondering for a moment, the dragon began to wield its divine power, its eyes radiating light. And soon Sun Wukong's wish was granted. With the wish fulfilled, there was a chance for further dialogue, but before the dragon could finish speaking, it transformed into Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions, clearly indicating its desire to avoid further interaction with Sun Wukong. This fellow continuously overextends himself with every wish. As the dragon vanished, the sky above West Capital regained its sunny brilliance, as if nothing had occurred. "Mr. Sun, did you not send us to seek the Dragon Balls to ensure our survival in the cosmos? Are you not soon to depart for Namek with Fong Fong?" Wukong sighed, lamenting the fact that Dolly C had arrived on Earth so prematurely. Nonetheless, he did not return empty-handed. He produced a fruit from the spirit tree from within his garment. Mela gazed at the fruit, sensing a powerful energy pulsating from it, and inexplicably felt an overwhelming urge to consume it. "Wukong, what is this?" "This is the fruit of the spirit tree. Consuming it not only enhances one's combat prowess, but also significantly prolongs life." "What? I just finished eating. Do I really need to eat this too?" Bulma replied with a reluctant expression, finding the fruit unappealing. Wukong casually remarked, "Oh, by the way, it has another benefit. It can enhance beauty." As soon as the words left his mouth, Bulma swiftly snatched the fruit. Women can be so direct. If you tell her that consuming the fruit can extend life and reduce illness, she might not take it seriously. However, once you mention its beautifying effects, it becomes immediately appealing. Yet, Bulma was currently pregnant and nearing her due date. For safety's sake, it was best to wait until after she gave birth to eat it. As for the others, Lan Qi, Lan Fong, Xiao Wu, Ziluo Lan, Mela, and Wu Fong Fong, each received one. Leaving one for Bulma, 3 remained, which he planned to deliver to Shi Ji using instant transmission later. While contemplating how to distribute the fruits, he suddenly noticed splashes in the swimming pool. Wukong immediately became alert and turned around, only to be surprised to find the mermaid he had encountered before. "What are you doing here?" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. This was Bulma's home, and he had not sensed anyone else in the pool. The tingling sensation he felt earlier from behind was now clear to him. No wonder he had felt someone stirring in the water. He had thought Bulma was merely teasing him. But it turned out Bulma finally remembered that, after Wukong's unexpected return, she had forgotten to mention it. The mermaid had come to Bulma's home alone a month after Wukong's departure. She wasn't there for any other reason. As a princess of the merfolk, she needed to fully mature to transform her tail into human legs to leave the sea. However, she could not maintain her human form for long yet, thus spending most of her time in the pool. Understanding this, Wukong generously offered her a fruit from the spirit tree. The mermaid opened her mouth and gradually consumed the fruit. Soon, she radiated a dazzling light. "What is happening to me?" The mermaid felt as if her life essence had significantly elevated. Her tail transformed into 2 long, slender legs, smooth as silk and incredibly beautiful. However, before she could admire herself, everyone realized a significant issue. The fruit from the spirit tree did not magically provide clothing. The mermaid blushed deeply and immediately dove into the pool to hide. Nevertheless, she was thrilled to discover that she could now transform into a human at will. The fruit of the spirit tree was truly remarkable. Others who consumed it experienced varying degrees of transformation. For instance, Wu Fangfang and Meila, who practiced martial arts, saw their combat strength soar dramatically. Bulma watched enviously as her sisters appeared more radiant and youthful. Unfortunately, she could not partake at the moment, so she inquired, "By the way, Wukong, where did this come from?" "Oh, a friend of mine traveled great distances to gift it to me. Your friend is truly wonderful. Please extend my gratitude to him. I shall do so if the opportunity arises." Over a year passed, and the Dragon Balls became usable once more. Wukong made a wish to enable himself to survive and breathe in outer space. This time, the dragon was taken aback. This fellow did not append any conjunctions or similar terms to his wish. Seizing the moment before Wukong could react, the dragon swiftly granted the wish and then vanished. Wukong soared into the sky using the sky dance technique, flying beyond the atmosphere and into outer space. He took a deep breath, feeling completely at ease. He was now akin to certain unique beings in the universe, no longer needing to fear the destruction of planets. Although Earth had been fortified, it was wise to remain cautious. Upon returning to the ground, Wukong was delighted to see Bulma emerging with an infant. It was Bulma's second child, named Trunks at the insistence of Dr. Brief. As for the reason behind the name Trunks, there was a story. The Brief family had a penchant for naming their children after undergarments. The name Trunks also refers to men's shorts. Similarly, Saiyan names are uniquely characteristic. Why did Frieza immediately recognize Kakarot as a Saiyan upon hearing the name? Because all Saiyan names are derived from vegetables. Kakarot is a carrot, Vegeta is vegetable. Broly is broccoli, Raditz is radish, and Celepa is actually celery. They all follow this pattern, without exception. Nevertheless, Son Wukong was rather indifferent to the names given by Bulma's family. Principally, he was captivated by the striking blue hair of the newborn. The genetic legacy of the Brief family was undeniably formidable. "Wukong, are you planning to go to Namek?" Bulma asked while soothing the baby. Wukong nodded. Over the past year, he had fully mastered all the teachings of King Kai and received his recognition. Thus, acquiring the coordinates for the new Namek was a breeze. Initially, they intended to use Wu Fangfang's galactic patrol spaceship, but Dolly C was exceptionally generous, providing not only fruits, but also a spaceship. His vessel was not only larger, but also equipped with enhanced functionality. Under the combined intellect of Bulma, Dr. Brief, and the culinary genius of their mixed dish, they swiftly modified Dolly C's spaceship into a craft more suited for Wukong. The interior boasted over 500 square meters, complete with a bathroom, kitchen, toilet, bedroom, training room, game room, and more, everything one could desire. Wukong couldn't help but marvel at their brilliance. While creating something from scratch might be challenging, transforming the original spaceship into this magnificent craft was truly commendable. Additionally, for ease of operation, they equipped it with voice control. Bulma calculated that the journey from Earth to the new Namek would take approximately 5 days. Wukong inquired whether Bulma wished to join, and she shyly smiled, glancing at Wu Fangfang, who had just returned. Over the past year, Wu Fangfang has been summoned back by the Galaxy Patrol for a mission. Consequently, despite consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, she has not truly explored its other effects. However, Bulma understands that 5-day solitude for the two of them is ample time to grasp what it means to be invigorated. Son Wukong's journey to Namek posed little danger, so his departure was no different from usual. Soon, under Wu Fangfang's control, the spaceship departed from Earth and entered autopilot mode. Although there was a gravity training mode available in the training room, 5 days was but a brief period. Under the rigorous training of the North Kai, Son Wukong had already adapted to endure 500 times the gravity. Upon hearing Son Wukong mention North Kai, Wu Fangfang's expression brightened in surprise. She hadn't realized that Wukong had been training with North Kai all along. Son Wukong blinked and asked, "What's wrong? Did you not know? The Galaxy Patrol I belong to is under the jurisdiction of the Galaxy King, but in front of the Kai, the Galaxy King is hardly significant." Son Wukong nodded, surprised that the old man, known for his penchant for bad jokes and a somewhat unreliable demeanor, held such high status. The two conversed further, and it became clear that, having consumed the fruit of the spirit tree, Wu Fangfang's power had now reached approximately 50,000. The North Galaxy, being a formidable place, naturally had an abundance of missions. Recently, a powerful organization named Frieza had emerged, wandering about, selling planets, and committing heinous acts. They were beginning to encroach upon the North Galaxy, causing many planets in the region to suffer. Sun Wukong cautioned Wu Fangfang that, while her current combat strength was sufficient against ordinary cosmic beings, she must prioritize her safety should they encounter Frisia's elite Jinyu force. Wu Fangfang assured Sun Wukong not to worry, mentioning that Bulma's sister, Tais, wanted to invite Sun Wukong to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters for a discussion. Sun Wukong was more than willing to accept, but Bulma strongly opposed it, claiming, "I'm not ready yet." Sun Wukong was puzzled as to what preparations Bulma needed for his meeting with Tais, but since she did not agree for the time being, he had other matters to attend to. The ensuing days passed as they would, with the kitchen, restroom, sofa, bathroom, and training room all being utilized. Wu Fangfang finally comprehended the additional effects of the spirit tree fruit that Bulma had mentioned. 5 days later, the spaceship successfully landed on Namek. As Sun Wukong disembarked, he beheld a planet entirely cloaked in green, predominantly covered by grass with only a few trees, which were cultivated by the Namekians. This detail lingered in his memory. He sensed the presence of hundreds of life forces on the planet, all reminiscent of Piccolo. Suddenly, an intriguing thought struck him. If he were not the Saiyan Wukong, but a Namekian instead, could he also grow stronger through asexual reproduction? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, pondering what joy such a life would hold. He glanced at the gentle Wu Fangfang beside him and concluded that striving to have children through effort would be far more delightful. "Let us go, Fangfang." Sensing the strongest energy to the south, he surmised that was where the Grand Elder resided. Together, Sun Wukong and Wu Fangfang flew over using their flight technique. Arriving at the Grand Elder's chamber, a tall, elderly figure slowly opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "I perceive 2 powerful auras approaching our planet, and they grow ever closer." Powerful auras? The guardian Nailu frowned, questioning whether the Grand Elder recognized them. The Grand Elder closed his eyes to feel, his mind conjuring the images of Sun Wukong and Wu Fangfang soaring through the air, one an earthling, the other a scion. Scion. Upon hearing this name, Nyla's fists clenched with tension. The scions bore a notorious reputation throughout the universe, despised by all planetary inhabitants. The Grand Elder, sensing Nyla's anger, reassured him, "Do not worry, Nylu. I sense no hostility from them. Perhaps they are different from the scions of old." Nevertheless, Nylu remained uneasy, convinced that the scions ought to be eradicated entirely. Soon, Sun Wukong and Wu Fangfang arrived at the entrance of the Grand Elder's chamber. Nylu positioned himself in front of them, his expression grim. Sun Wukong, unfazed, recognized Nylu as the strongest warrior of Namek, with a combat power of 42,000, about 10,000 less than Wu Fangfang. Approaching slowly, he politely stated, "Greetings. We are here to see the Grand Elder." Although Nylu was reluctant to grant them entry, the Grand Elder's raspy voice beckoned, "Allow them to enter." "Yes, Grand Elder." Unable to defy the Grand Elder's command, Nylu stepped aside, keeping a watchful eye on them, ready to act should anything seem amiss. Sun Wukong bore no ill will towards Nylu. After all, the scions did indeed have a tarnished reputation. The prospect of this new Namek potentially facing an assault from Vegeta loomed, and the entire village could fall victim. Thus, being misunderstood was of little consequence. Sun Wukong and Wu Fangfang cautiously entered the Grand Elder's chamber, which was modestly sized, housing a plump Grand Elder seated at the forefront. Nyla followed, standing beside him. "Welcome, you Earthling and Scion from afar," the Grand Elder greeted with a warm smile. Unlike Nylu, his long life had granted him a broader perspective. While the Scions had committed many atrocities, not all among them were inherently wicked. In truth, they had been exploited by Frisia. The Grand Elder had always believed that kindness and gentleness existed among the Scions. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Sun Wukong respectfully acknowledged him. The Grand Elder nodded, clearly pleased. Moments ago, he had sensed that Sun Wukong, as a Scion, had performed commendable deeds for Earth. This child was indeed different from other Scions. Perhaps he could save the Namekians from the impending crisis. In the Grand Elder's foresight, the Namekians would soon face the threat of extinction. The one capable of saving them was a golden-haired warrior who bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. "Come forth. I understand your purpose for visiting Namek. I can help you unlock your potential, but I also hope you will assist the Namekians in overcoming their tribulations." Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively, "No problem." Observing Sun Wukong's unwavering resolve, the Grand Elder felt reassured. Sun Wukong approached the Grand Elder, stating, "I am ready." The Grand Elder focused on the space before him, gradually channeling his abilities. His enormous palm rested upon Sun Wukong's head, and an invisible wave of white energy surged from Sun Wukong's body. In an instant, Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of comfort, as if every pore of his being had opened. He sensed a weightlessness floating within the white energy flow. This sensation persisted for several seconds, as he continued to experience the transformation within his body. Deep within, a wellspring of energy began to emerge. Suddenly, his power erupted. Sun Wukong's aura surged, growing stronger by the moment. Having never experienced the Saiyan instinct to grow stronger when near death, he now harbored immense latent potential within. Consequently, the Grand Elder was astonished, realizing just how much energy Sun Wukong concealed. Perhaps he truly could save the Namekians in the future. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through every muscle in his body. At that moment, the sudden surge of energy enveloped him entirely, leaving him in awe of his own strength. Even he could not help but admire the power he had awakened. Standing nearby, Nailu was overwhelmed by the pressure of this formidable aura, feeling an involuntary urge to kneel in submission. The intensity of the energy was simply too great. Yet, Nailu gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He was the last warrior of the Namekian race and would never allow himself to be looked down upon by outsiders, especially the Saiyans. At last, the potential had been fully unlocked. Child, you have now accessed all the potential within you. If you wish to further enhance your abilities, you must continuously push your limits. The Grand Elder stated leisurely. Nodding, Sun Wukong was eager to ascertain the extent of his combat power. Upon checking his panel, he was astonished to find his battle power soaring to 3,500,000. If memory served him right, before coming to Namek, due to Bulma giving birth to Trunks, his power was only around 1,800,000. This meant that after the Grand Elder had unlocked his potential, Sun Wukong's battle power had nearly doubled. This was far quicker than any training or even marriage and parenthood. However, he understood that such rapid advancement was due to his potential still being largely untapped. Achieving such growth again would be nearly impossible. Fangfang, why not give it a try? Sun Wukong encouraged Wu Fangfang. Although she was puzzled by the notion of unlocking potential, she trusted Sun Wukong's judgment. She could distinctly sense the significant increase in his aura. Wu Fangfang stepped forward as the Grand Elder placed his hand upon her head. The process concluded swiftly, and her battle power rose from 50,000 to approximately 60,000. While this change was modest, it was anticipated by Sun Wukong. After all, she had consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, and her potential had already been nearly exhausted. This additional 10,000 points likely represented her gains from a year of adventures in the universe. By the way, Grand Elder, is unlocking potential safe for you? Sun Wukong inquired. The Grand Elder shook his head and replied slowly, potential is inherently present within your bodies. I merely assist in guiding it forth. For me, it is of no consequence. Hearing this, Sun Wukong smiled, saying, then please wait a moment, as I have another friend who would like your assistance in unlocking their potential. After the Grand Elder nodded, Sun Wukong placed his hand on his head, preparing to use instant transmission. After a long while, Sun Wukong sighed. This place is still too far from Earth. Even with my enhanced power, I cannot sense the energy there. Wu Fangfang understood that Namek was located at the far edge of the northern galaxy, while Earth lay on the opposite side, making the distance insurmountable. Suddenly, Wu Fangfang recalled, don't you know the King of the North's energy? His position should be at the center of the northern galaxy. Sun Wukong immediately grasped her meaning and, with a brief search, sensed the King of the North's energy. In an instant, his figure vanished. Nailu was left astonished, wondering how this fellow could disappear so suddenly. However, he restrained his expression and maintained a facade of calm while standing beside the Grand Elder. At that moment, the King of the North was joyfully cruising in his small vehicle when Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before him, causing the king to crash without even a chance to brake. The vehicle was rendered completely useless. Wukong, the King of the North, exclaimed in frustration, lamenting the destruction of his hard-earned repairs. Last time, Sun Wukong had wrecked it while smashing into Girigiri with a hammer, and now it was ruined once again. I'm so sorry. Sun Wukong apologized profusely, seizing the opportunity to use instant transmission and escape. On Earth, in the training grounds of Bulma's villa in West City, Wu Yuan was advised by Shenron. Merely observing is not enough. You must feel with your heart. Once again, Shinron effortlessly sent Wu Yin flying with a kick, crossing his arms to admonish him. Feel, Wu Yuan pondered. Handsome and inheritor of both Wukong and Bulma's genes, scratching his head in contemplation. You must sense the existence of Qi to keep up with my speed. Wu Yuan nodded, revitalized and ready. Come on, attack me. Following Shinron's directive, Wu Yuan did not hesitate and launched a kick. Shinron stood his ground, easily blocking it with one hand. As Wu Yuan unleashed a flurry of attacks, Shinron suddenly vanished, reappearing beside him to deliver a swift kick. This time, Wu Yuan reacted quickly, spreading his arms to defend against the strike. Though he managed to absorb the impact, he felt a strain from Shinron's strength. Even as he flipped mid-air to dissipate some force, Wu Yuan remained firmly on his feet. Observing Wu Yuan's performance, Shinron finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. Well done. You have begun to understand how to sense Qi. Really? That is wonderful. So this is what Qi feels like. Wu Yuan exclaimed. Now, it's up to you to train yourself. After stating this, Shinron started toward the gravity chamber, a place previously used by Wukong. Recently, Wukong had seldom trained there, leaving it for Shinron's use. After teaching Wu Yuan daily, Shinron would practice inside, and he had now learned to withstand 60 times the gravity. Just as Shinron was about to depart, Son Wukong appeared unexpectedly. Hey Shinron, I knew I'd find you here. Let me take you to a great place. Son Wukong and Shinron instantly teleported, once again using the King of the North as a transit point. Wukong, what do you think I am? Why do you keep bringing everyone to me? The King of the North grumbled, displeased. Son Wukong seemed wholly unconcerned about the king's dignity. Yet, knowing he would need the king's help in defeating the rib-fried rice and humiliating the King of the West, he swallowed his displeasure and began muttering cold jokes while busying himself with repairing his vehicle. On King Kai's planet, the sounds of suppressed laughter occasionally emerged from the King of the North. Back on Namek, in the Grand Elder's chamber, Son Wukong and Shinron suddenly appeared. Nailu looked perplexed at the sight of another Namekian before him, while the Grand Elder shared his confusion. How could there be another Namekian on Earth? The Grand Elder had expected Son Wukong to return with a human, not another Namekian. Grand Elder, this is the friend I mentioned to you. Friend? Who is your friend? Shinron, incredulous, expressed his disbelief, his face flushed with a mix of green and red. Son Wukong paid it no mind, knowing Shinron had always been a bit stubborn. He informed them about the Earth Dragon and the Dragon Balls. Nyla could not help but exclaim, impossible. I have never heard of other Namekians existing on foreign planets, let alone a powerful dragon race, as you describe. Chapter 40. Coincidence and astonishment. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, it was astonishing to realize that, besides Shinron, there was indeed another Namekian on Earth. Moreover, among the Namekians, those capable of creating Dragon Balls were exceedingly rare. Please, Nailu. The Grand Elder mused for a moment before speaking slowly. He gazed at Shinron with a profound expression, as if recalling events from long ago. I see now, I understand. The Grand Elder appeared to glimpse into the past, and continued, Child, your name is Shinron, correct? If my memory serves me well, you were sent to Earth 400 years ago. A flicker of surprise crossed Shinron's face. Indeed, according to his memories, Bik had begun wreaking havoc on Earth over 300 years ago. A century prior to that, the god of Earth had begun attempting to separate the evil within him, leading to the emergence of Bik and subsequently, Shinron. You are a descendant of Kadats. I never imagined that child would survive on Earth. The Grand Elder's expression brightened, for he was thrilled to reconnect with a Namekian from his own era. Thank you, Wukong, for bringing him back to Namek. The Grand Elder expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Son Wukong. However, Duandi exhibited a hint of disdain, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? I am the great demon King Duandi. I am to be the sovereign who rules the world. The others chose to ignore Duandi's arrogant declarations, as there was not a shred of murderous intent emanating from him. He was merely shy about acknowledging his newfound family. Ah, Dazhong Lao, I must trouble you, Wukong remarked, preparing to take Wu Fangfang along. Duandi urgently shouted, Hey, Wukong, you are not planning to sneak away, are you? Stop right there. I have become considerably stronger now. Indeed, that is true, Wukong replied with a smile. And in an instant, he teleported with Wu Fangfang to the Kaishan planet. We meet again, Lord Ko. Oh, are you the legendary North Ko? Wu Fangfang, upon encountering the North Ko for the first time, had expected him to be formidable, only to discover he was quite gentle. Indeed, I am the greatest of all. The North Ko, he began, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. How many times must I say it, Yukong? Do not bring anyone without my consent in the future. All right. I understand, Lord Ko, Wukong replied with a carefree grin, clearly not taking the admonition to heart. But Wukong, why is the Ko planet so small? Wu Fangfang's inquiry left both Wukong and the Ko momentarily speechless. The Ko, particularly shocked, thought, how could a mere earthling uncover my secret of being so diminutive? Wu Fangfang blinked her innocent eyes and clarified, I meant, why is this Ko planet so small? The North Ko exhaled deeply, about to explain that it was all due to the actions of a certain scrawny individual, but Wukong had already taken Wu Fangfang away. The Ko murmured softly as he watched their retreating figures. Wukong, what do you take me for? Wukong and Wu Fangfang arrived in Shidu, were not far away. Suan Wuyuan was diligently training. Among the children, only Wuyuan aspired to become a warrior like Suan Wukong. The others pursued their own interests. Wukong said nothing about it. Yet owing to their Saiyan genetics, even with minimal training, these children possessed physical prowess far superior to that of ordinary humans. Upon seeing his father and Aunt Fangfang, Suan Wuyuan hurriedly inquired, Dad, why are you back? Suan Wukong approached, gently patting Suan Wuyuan's head, smiling as he said, Wuyuan, I will teach you martial arts from now on. How does that sound? Really? Suan Wuyuan was elated, for his father had often been too busy before. Upon receiving a nod of confirmation, Suan Wuyuan asked, by the way, where's Uncle Duandi? Duandi has gone to train elsewhere. It will be a while before he returns to see you, Suan Wukong replied. Understanding, Wuyuan nodded, reassured that Duandi was well. In the days that followed, Suan Wukong devoted considerable time to his family, teaching Wuyuan martial arts while also taking the other children to amusement parks for enjoyment. He diligently fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Naturally, Suan Wukong was not idle, as his combat power had soared to over 3 million, nearly reaching the level of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Thus, he continually attempted to achieve this transformation. According to his recollections, there were 2 paths to becoming a Super Saiyan. One was to reach a state of extreme rage, such as causing Krillin to sacrifice himself. However, in the current circumstances, that seemed unrealistic. Even if Krillin were to perish before him, he might not be able to summon the necessary wrath. The other method involved concentrating power in the back. Despite numerous attempts, Suan Wukong found himself stuck between the white and golden auras, as if he were just a fraction away. He speculated that it might relate to the current state of his S cells, yet he did not dwell on it, believing that such matters could not be rushed. Why ponder so much? It would be better to focus on procreation and enhancing his power. Before long, a year had passed. On Earth at a farm, a disc-shaped spaceship descended gracefully from the sky. As the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, Raditz awoke from his slumber. Have I finally arrived? Is this the Earth that Vegeta spoke of? Raditz floated up, astonished to find that the gravitational force here was 10 times lighter than that of planet Vegeta. Confidence surged within him, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. Humph, Vegeta warned me to be cautious. It seems it is not so formidable after all. That Kakarado. If he does not comply, I shall dispose of him. Raditz was brimming with self-assurance. The battle scanner by his side quickly detected life signs nearby. It was a middle-aged man, wary and armed with a gun, who approached upon witnessing the spaceship's descent. Raditz cast a glance at him, and the scanner locked onto the middle-aged man, subsequently revealing his battle power. Battle power of 5. How laughable. This truly is a garbage planet. Even harboring someone with such paltry strength. Raditz scoffed, muttering, what on earth is Kakarado up to? How has such a worthless little planet survived all these years without being destroyed? Damn it. Is this the trouble that Vegeta had me come here for? Raditz felt disgruntled. Previously, during Vegeta's expedition, he had encountered some trouble and was nearly defeated by a fellow Saiyan while conquering a planet. Upon returning, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, and he began training vigorously. Eventually, he felt prepared to act, only to discover that the Saiyan had vanished on Earth. This was the reason Vegeta had sent Raditz. To think he had been relegated to errand boy. Naturally, he was displeased and, with a flick of his wrist, intended to obliterate the middle-aged man before him. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Hello, Raditz. I have been waiting for you. Upon seeing Suan Wukong clad in a yellow martial arts uniform, with his signature Saiyan hairstyle, Raditz instantly recognized him. Kakarado. Suan Wukong smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Beep beep beep. Raditz battle scanner indicated that Suin Wukong's power level was merely 10. Raditz looked at Kakaroto in confusion, thinking, this guy, even as a low-level warrior, should not possess such a meager power level. Kakaroto, why are you so weak? And what is the situation with this planet? Suin Wukong dismissed these inquiries, simply stating, Raditz, I advise you to leave Earth. What? How dare you speak to me like that? I am your brother. Raditz's fury ignited upon hearing this. He had never held much standing before Vegeta and Nappa. At that moment, Raditz's scanner detected 3 more life forms rapidly approaching. Upon examining the data, he noted their power levels, 150, 170, and 130. What? All weaklings. Raditz remained unperturbed, waiting for the 3 weaklings to arrive. Soon, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Krillin appeared. They glanced at Suin Wukong and remarked with a hint of disappointment. So it's you, Wukong. Had we known you were here, we would not have come. Suin Wukong looked at the 3 of them and said, it seems you have all grown considerably stronger. Of course. We even had the KO create a separate gravity chamber for us. While it may not compare to your 500 times, 50 times is certainly manageable. At that moment, Raditz stood in bewilderment as he listened to the 4 conversing. What 50 times? What 500 times? 10 times gravity has already left me astonished. Damn it. They must be fooling me. With their abilities, how could they possibly withstand gravity exceeding 50 times? Raditz initially intended to capture Son Wukong, hoping to exploit him for his own ends. However, it soon became clear that such a plan was unnecessary. He could simply eliminate Kakarot and sell the planet to recover his losses. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy towards Son Wukong. The tremendous shockwave stirred up dust, obscuring the view of everyone present. He must have turned to ash. What a worthless fool. As the dust settled, a large crater remained, devoid of any trace. Just as Raditz reveled in his triumph, Son Wukong's voice echoed from above, I leave Raditz to you. I have other matters to attend to. Miraculously, Son Wukong floated unharmed in the air, carrying a hapless individual with a power level of merely 5, who had fainted in fear when Raditz unleashed his energy wave. After exchanging pleasantries, Son Wukong took his leave. Damn Kakarot, you think you can escape? Raditz thought it was merely a stroke of luck that Kakarot had evaded his attack. Surely, he must not have exerted himself fully. Kakarot, it will be futile for you to flee to the ends of the earth. Once I deal with these pests, I shall hunt you down. Raditz fixated on the direction Son Wukong had departed, glancing at his scouter, which confirmed Kakarot's power level was indeed a mere 10. Chapter 41. Unable to swallow this anger, Krillin, Tianjin Fan. This fool is mine to handle, Yamcha volunteered eagerly. After years of training in the Heavenly Temple, he was eager to prove himself. In the past, he could best Krillin and Jiaozi, but since Jiaozi had abandoned martial arts for psychic training, and Krillin had surpassed him in less than a year, Yamcha found himself on the receiving end of beatings during training sessions. In short, while others flaunted their skills, he consistently endured punishment. Now, at last, an opportunity had arisen. He could not let it pass by. Krillin and Tianjin Fan dismissed the threat, believing Raditz's power level to be inconsequential. Then it's up to you, Yamcha. Thanks. Yamcha beamed with excitement. Raditz, noticing their lack of respect, felt his temper boil. What do you take me for? You shall pay for your insolence. This time, he would show no mercy, unleashing a devastating energy wave exceeding 3,000 in power. Such force was sufficient to obliterate an entire city. Yamcha, upon seeing the energy wave, sneered, Is that all you've got? Shame on you for being a Saiyan. The wave struck Yamcha, yet his clothes remained unscathed. How can this be? Raditz was left in shock. Beep, beep, beep. Yamcha's power level began to soar, swiftly surpassing Raditz and eventually stabilizing at 10,000. With a casual flick of his finger, Yamcha declared, I've only used a third of my strength to toy with you. What followed was a relentless onslaught. Raditz's frustration mounted as he recalled being the weakest on planet Vegeta, constantly bullied by Vegeta, Nappa, or suppressed by Frieza's minions. To think he would arrive on Earth only to be reduced to a pitiful state. Raditz's face swelled grotesquely, blood trickling from his nose, as he seethed with rage. Yet, he could only helplessly endure Yamcha's relentless assault. Wolf Fang Fist. New Wolf Fang Fist. 10 Wolf Fists. Yamcha unleashed every technique he possessed upon Raditz, rendering him utterly decimated. Only when Krillin and Tianjin Fan could no longer bear to watch did Yamcha finally end Raditz' suffering. Gazing down at the barely conscious Raditz, Yamcha said, "Out of respect for your connection to Sun Wukong, I suggest you leave Earth immediately." After the three departed, Raditz slowly rose to his feet, observing his battered form. He could not swallow his humiliation. "Kakarot, if I cannot kill you, I shall take vengeance on your family. I've heard you have married and started a family on this planet." Raditz's sinister smile emerged as he returned to his spaceship, where a rudimentary healing pod awaited. Though it would not restore him completely, it could elevate his power level to around 1500. "Ha ha ha, once I slay your wife and child, you will weep, Kakarot." "Achoo! What's wrong, Wu Yuan?" Bulma asked, glancing at her son. Today was meant for a delightful outing, yet he sneezed while eating ice cream. Bulma sighed. Wasn't it said that Saiyans possessed robust constitutions? Wu Yuan rubbed his nose, chuckling. "Mom, it's nothing, just a tickle. You mischievous boy, no more ice cream for you today." As Wu Yuan conversed with Bulma, a figure darted out like a gust of wind, too swift for an ordinary person to perceive. It was Raditz, who had finally tracked down Sun Wukong's wife and son. This was an opportune moment to strike, to deliver a fatal blow and escape the planet. Raditz plotted. But just as he was about to reach Bulma, Wu Yuan stood defiantly in front of her. "Humph, little brat, since you seek death, I shall grant you passage." Raditz did not hesitate to unleash his attack. Bang! In an instant, every bone in Raditz's body shattered, sending him flying from the center of West City. How could this happen? He lay on the ground, unable to move. What was that little brat? Reflecting on the recent encounter, Raditz had been on the verge of success, only to be unexpectedly kicked away by Wukong. In that fleeting moment, the scouter revealed the boy's power level was an astonishing 5,000, and that woman, seemingly inexperienced in combat, possessed a power level of 8,000. As he neared them, his legs weakened. What kind of extraordinary beings resided on Earth? All Raditz desired now was to return home swiftly. Far away in the cosmos, planet Namek sprawled across 10 times the area of Earth, yet life was exceedingly sparse, dotted with scattered rocks and lakes. Dend had spent over a year here, seated in a meditative pose among the stones. His previously closed eyes suddenly opened. With a rumble, the stones around him began to levitate in response to his aura. Even the hard ground beneath him began to crack. "Huh!" Dend roared, unleashing a torrent of power from within. This formidable energy enveloped him like a storm, causing him to levitate effortlessly. This time, he did not even employ flight techniques. The surrounding debris was drawn towards him, swirling in the air. After taking a deep breath, tranquility returned. "Neru, what is Den doing?" A little Namekian named Tian tugged at Neru's arm, inquiring, "What is Den up to?" Neru affectionately ruffled Tian's hair, his eyes filled with warmth. "He is training." "Can one train while sitting still?" Neru nodded, recalling the time when Den first arrived, when he could still exchange blows with him. Yet, in less than 2 months, Neru had become no match for him. Moreover, Den had since unlocked his potential under the guidance of the Elder, widening the gap between them. To be honest, Neru felt a twinge of resentment. He had once been the most formidable warrior on Namek. However, the disparity in strength and talent was insurmountable. Over the past year, Den had consistently surpassed his limits, being a prodigy from Earth, dedicating his days solely to training. Neru had observed all of this, and thus quickly came to terms with it. The Elder had even mentioned that in the future, Namek would face challenges requiring Den's assistance. After a prolonged period of closure, Duan Di finally opened his eyes. He glanced in the direction of Tian and Nei Lu, uttering not a single word, and walked away resolutely. "Duan Di, where are you going?" Tian inquired. Nei Lu already had an inkling, as the Grand Elder had previously informed him that one day, Duan Di would depart from Namek. As anticipated, within the confines of the Grand Elder's residence, the Elder calmly asked, "Are you truly leaving here, Duan Di?" His tone remained tranquil and gentle, clearly indicating he had foreseen this moment. Duan Di, expressionless, replied, "I have reached my limit. Staying on Namek offers no opportunities for breakthrough. Thus, I shall return to Earth." Without looking back, Duan Di departed. Just as he reached the doorway, Nei Lu arrived. The Grand Elder gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "Duan Di's visit to bid farewell signifies that he still acknowledges his identity as a Namekian. It is regrettable that if he could rediscover himself and achieve unity, he would be immensely powerful and astute." After uttering these words, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, sensing that his lifespan was nearing its end. Outside West City on Earth, Raditz, incapacitated by a kick from Gohan, struggled in vain, having been lying there for an entire day. At this rate, it would take him another half-day to move even slightly. He contemplated returning to Vegeta quickly, as enduring Vegeta's scorn was far better than enduring the humiliation here. Just as Raditz was lost in thought, a massive spaceship abruptly descended from the sky. Why does this spaceship resemble a Saiyan's? Raditz gazed at the craft, a blend of familiarity and strangeness washing over him. Soon, the ship landed, and Duan Di emerged, his expression grim and displeased. What a wretched ship, arriving at the wrong location. Suddenly, Duan Di sensed Raditz's energy and shot towards him in a flash. You can't possibly be a Namekian, can you? Raditz recognized him instantly. This individual was undoubtedly a Namekian. He had initially intended to use the life of a Namekian to threaten his opponent and save himself. But before he could utter a word, Duan Di preemptively scoffed. What is this? I thought it was someone significant, but it turns out to be a worthless fool. With a flick of his hand, Duan Di unleashed a beam of light, and Raditz immediately succumbed. What? Raditz could not comprehend the situation at all. Duan Di appeared unchanged, yet killing Raditz was as effortless as crushing an ant. Where has Son Goku gone? I truly wish to confront him immediately. After sensing Son Goku's energy, Duan Di flew away without a backward glance, leaving no one aware that the once mighty Saiyan had met such a pitiful end atop an unremarkable hill. At the far reaches of the vast universe, Vegeta and Nappa stood on a verdant planet, where alien beings resembling mantises now lay in heaps of corpses. Vegeta, shall we head to Earth? Nappa, the bald warrior, spat cautiously and inquired. After pondering for a moment, Vegeta coldly replied, let's go. I knew you wouldn't let this grievance go unpunished. Nappa, brimming with excitement, said, I enjoy invading human planets. It's far more entertaining than this insect-infested world. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully at such a brainless Saiyan who only knew how to fight. However, he felt helpless. Despite being the prince of the Saiyans, his only allies were Nappa and Raditz, leaving him with no other options. Nappa, have you forgotten? According to the information Raditz transmitted, there is a warrior on Earth with a battle power exceeding 10,000. Yet, Nappa dismissed this with a laugh. A battle power over 10,000? I don't believe it. Chapter 42. The wife of the god. It must be that Raditz failed to properly maintain the battle power detector, causing it to malfunction at a critical moment. With his meager fighting prowess of just over 3,000, Raditz would grovel for mercy at the sight of anyone with a higher power level. In the eyes of the Saiyans, Raditz had always been the weakest link. It was a pity he never had the chance to transform into a Super Saiyan to prove himself. Otherwise, he would have shown Vegeta and Nappa what it truly meant to be a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chose not to elaborate further. He saw no point in explaining to Nappa. For Vegeta, who considered himself the epitome of elegance and intelligence among the Saiyans, he would never accept that a battle power exceeding 10,000 was merely due to a faulty detector. Thus, he grew increasingly curious about Earth, a low-tier planet with an average species battle power of 5, and wondered how it could harbor beings with power exceeding 10,000. He also pondered the significance of the name Kakarot. Why did it evoke such a strong desire to eliminate him? Surely, he had never encountered him before. Vegeta shook his head, eager to uncover the secrets hidden on Earth that allowed its inhabitants to reach such extraordinary battle powers. If Earthlings could achieve such power, would he not become even more formidable? Perhaps he could indeed become the legendary Super Saiyan. As Vegeta contemplated, a smile crept onto his face, for when that time came, even Frieza would be forced to kneel before him. The Super Saiyan, as spoken of by his late father, was the pride of the Saiyan race. Once he became a Super Saiyan, he could stride across the universe with confidence. It was decided, he must journey to Earth. However, Vegeta also recalled something intriguing. Dodoria had recently developed the latest model of cultivation pods, and he thought it prudent to bring one along on his trip to Earth. Vegeta was eager to see just how powerful these so-called Earthlings truly were. What? Son Goku is not around. Duan Di appeared quite disheartened. After enduring much difficulty to return on the spaceship left behind by Son Goku and Wu Fangfang, he intended to challenge Son Goku to a duel and settle the score. Yet, the fellow was absent. Where could Son Goku have gone? Just moments ago, Chi-Chi had found Son Goku and informed him that the Ox King's castle was on fire again. Son Goku, perplexed, wondered why the Ox King's castle was always the one ablaze. Could they not choose another location? Despite his internal grumbling, he knew he had to rescue his father-in-law. Using instant transmission, Son Goku immediately saved the Ox King from the burning castle. He then planned to extinguish the flames with the Kamehameha wave, just as he had done in his youth. However, he quickly realized that this fire was unlike any he had encountered before. It simply refused to be extinguished. Even when doused by the Kamehameha, the flames reignited. Suddenly, an idea struck Son Goku. Could this be the fire from the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old One? Unless the source, the 8 trigrams furnace, was dealt with, the fire would never be extinguished. Son Goku explained the situation to the Ox King and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi suggested they simply relocate to West City, as Goku's home was spacious and soundproof, ensuring a peaceful environment. However, the Ox King waved his hand, expressing that while the treasures in his castle were quite valuable, many of them held memories shared with Chi-Chi, making it difficult for him to leave. Seeing that his father-in-law had made up his mind, Son Goku felt powerless. Moreover, he harbored doubts about the Supreme Old One within the Dragon Balls. Why was he so ostentatious? Just wait until I surround you completely. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong intended to journey to Wuxingshan in search of Taishang Laojuan, Niu Wang and Chi-Chi were taken aback. However, Wukong, with a mischievous grin, replied that he may not know the way, but there were those who did. Who? They inquired. The sister of Gui Xianren, the fortune-telling old lady. Niu Wang suddenly realized that if she possessed the knowledge, she might well guide Sun Wukong to the precise location of Wuxingshan. Wukong instructed Chi-Chi to look after Niu Wang, assuring her that the vast Niu fort would withstand a day and a half of fire without issue. Unable to sense the presence of the fortune-telling old lady, Sun Wukong flew to her residence. As he beheld the opulent palace before him, he mused to himself that this woman must have amassed a considerable fortune through her deceptive divination over the years. Just as he descended from the heavens, an elderly lady, seated before a crystal ball, floated out of the dwelling, appearing as though she had anticipated his arrival. However, this fortune-teller was not as he remembered. She was elegantly attired in flamboyant clothing, her face adorned with rouge and powder, presenting a rather comical sight. To his astonishment, even the round crystal ball beneath her was polished to a brilliant shine. Curiously, he wondered for whom she had adorned herself. Given that Gui Xianren had not yet arrived, a bold thought crossed Sun Wukong's mind. Ah, Wukong, you have come to inquire about the path to Wuxingshan. Have you? The fortune-telling old lady feigned a coy tone that made him feel utterly uncomfortable. This was a voice too syrupy for even the current Sun Wukong, who shuddered at the sound. Something felt off. Even the original Wukong would not have been subjected to such treatment. That old fortune-teller. He stammered, feeling flustered. Why the formality? Just call me Xiao Zhanzhan. He pleaded. Please, do not approach me in such a manner. What? You expect me to do it myself? The fortune-teller responded, her tone dripping with condescension. Respecting others is also respecting oneself. Sun Wukong thought in disbelief, feeling increasingly cornered as she drew nearer. This was a reversal of fortune. He had always taken advantage of others, yet now he found himself in a position of vulnerability. My objective is Taishang Laojuan, not you. Realizing the situation was dire, he cut to the chase. Fortune-telling old lady, I am aware of your customs. Summon your subordinates, for I intend to fight 10 of them. The fortune-telling old lady did not respond, but circled around him while seated atop her crystal ball, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Finally, she spoke. That was the old rule. Things have changed now. Changed. Then how can I learn the way to Wuxingshan? He inquired. It is simple. Marry me, she declared. Seeing the bewildered expression on his face, she continued. What? You look down upon this old woman? In my youth, I was quite the beauty. Just ask Niu Wang or your grandfather Sun Wufan. They would chase after me relentlessly. As she spoke, she produced a mirror, meticulously touching up her makeup. At this point, Sun Wukong could hardly contain himself. If you do not divulge the information, I shall consult the Shun Long instead. When it became clear that Sun Wukong would not entertain the idea of marriage, the fortune-teller dropped her facade. Let us negotiate. I will reveal the location if you provide me with 100 million. Observing her gleaming eyes filled with avarice, Sun Wukong realized she was attempting to engage him in a psychological game. Nevertheless, he was unfazed. Money was not something he lacked. In an instant, he teleported to Bulma's residence. Bulma, are you financially stable at the moment? I am in urgent need. Why does Sun Quan need money? Bulma replied. rummaging through a bedside bag filled with several bank cards, casually extracting one. Here, this one should have around 300 million. Suin Wukong could only marvel. What do you mean by not having much? He found himself begrudgingly engaging in a more profound discussion with Bulma. An hour later, Bulma lay on her bed. Her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she recalled whether Duchi had any messages to convey to Sun Quan, but at that moment, he had already teleported away. Here, this is 300 million. Suin Wukong presented the bank card to the fortune-telling old lady. Her face lit up with joy as she promptly tucked the card into her pocket. She had no doubt regarding Suin Wukong's integrity. Being the wife of the world's wealthiest man, after all. Wukong, the password for the card is my birthday, right? She inquired, blushing. Had it been anyone else, Suin Wukong would have resorted to force for answers. But considering her connection to Gue Xianren and his own wife Wu Fangfang, there was a certain camaraderie. Noticing Suin Wukong's impatience, the fortune-telling old lady finally ceased her teasing and said with a smile, "You truly love to jest. Very well, I shall escort you there." She transported him to the entrance of a grand gate and instructed, "Wukong, follow this path without stopping. At the end lies Taishang Laojuan and the Bagua Lu." Suin Wukong nodded thoughtfully, adding, "By the way, you still owe me 200 million for that card." This time, the fortune-telling old lady was taken aback, astonished that a wealthy individual would be so frugal about such sums. However, she had anticipated this and produced two items, the shell of a fire swallow's egg and star anise honey. Do not say I only collect money without providing service. These items are exceedingly precious. You will surely find them useful when repairing the Bagua Lu. Suin Wukong acknowledged her words, realizing she was correct. Otherwise, he would struggle to procure such items, as they were invaluable and could not be bought, only acquired from the fortune-telling old lady. He proceeded without pause, soaring toward his destination. Along the way, he encountered numerous ghost warriors, but they posed no threat to him. As he observed Suin Wukong's retreating figure, the fortune-telling old lady shyly murmured to herself, what a pity. If I could be young again for 200 or 300 years, perhaps this young man would take a liking to me." Suin Wukong swiftly arrived at the end of the path, where another gate awaited him. A splendidly dressed elder stood at the entrance, and Suin Wukong instantly recognized him as his grandfather, Suin Wufan. However, given the current circumstances, how should he address him? Ultimately, considering all the years Suin Wufan had accompanied him, it would not be inappropriate to call out grandfather. "Grandfather Wufan," Suin Wukong exclaimed as he landed. The elder, taken aback, responded, You know me?" Suin Wukong introduced himself, and at that moment, Wufan realized that the child he had rescued had grown so tall. He approached and patted Suin Wukong's sturdy frame, chuckling, "I never imagined you would grow so much over the years. I could hardly recognize you." Wufan then recounted many tales from Suin Wukong's childhood. Although the current Suin Wukong had no recollection of these events, he could sense the genuine joy radiating from Wufan. "As long as you are happy." However, one detail moved Suin Wukong deeply. The reason Wufan had passed away at such a young age was that he had been accidentally crushed by Suin Wukong when he transformed into a gorilla. Remarkably, Wufan had not brought it up at all, evidently wishing to spare Suin Wukong any sorrow. Naturally, Wufan also inquired about Suin Wukong's life after his passing. Thus, Wukong recounted the tale of Bulma's journey to Baozi Mountain in search of the Dragon Balls, a lengthy adventure filled with peril. As Gohan listened, a smile of contentment graced his features. "It seems, Wukong, that not only did you marry a wonderful wife, but you also forged bonds with a remarkable group of brothers. If that is the case, dear grandfather can rest easy. By the way, have you become a father yet?" Indeed, the old man could not stray far from his marriage and childbearing inquiries. Upon learning that Wukong had not only one child, but several, Gohan was overjoyed, insisting that he would certainly take a leave to visit the mortal realm someday. However, when Wukong revealed that he and the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Chi-Chi, had a child named Son Gohan, the elder fell into a contemplative silence. "So, Wukong, I presume you named him Son Gohan in my memory?" After a long pause, Gohan finally expressed this sentiment. Wukong nodded, neither confirming nor denying, for at least in the original manga, that was the implication. Once their conversation flowed freely, Gohan no longer dwelled on the matter. After all, he was already deceased. What was there left to be aggrieved about? Wukong, your special visit must not solely be for my sake, correct?" Wukong then spoke of the troubles concerning the Bull Demon King and Yo Bao. Upon hearing this, Gohan furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. This matter is likely not as simple as you think. The fire is no ordinary flame. It originates from the Bagua furnace. That furnace belongs to Taishang Laojun, and I wouldn't dare approach it. Inwardly, Sun Wukong scoffed, thinking that he knew Gohan was merely a sycophant to Taishang Laojun. What could he possibly expect from such a toady? Yet, Wukong pretended to be oblivious and inquired, Taishang Laojun? Who is she? She is the head here. Everything falls under her jurisdiction. To extinguish the fire at Niobao Mountain, one must first obtain her consent. Wukong, of course, was well aware of Taishang Laojun and understood that she was not to be trifled with. He hastily replied, "Then let us depart at once. Take me to see her." "Ah, do not gaze at me with such eyes. I am merely urging you to act swiftly, for I fear that your father-in-law, the Bull Demon King, might lose his abode. Surely, you do not wish for your master, the Bull Demon King, to grow old without a home, do you?" Gohan found Wukong's reasoning sound and thought little more of it, leading him deeper inside. The interior revealed an expansive space with a massive boiler at its center. Just as he remembered, this so-called Bagua furnace bore no distinction from a kitchen boiler. Gohan instructed Wukong to wait and ventured further inside. Shortly, a colossal figure emerged from the wall, asking if someone was seeking her, as it had been ages since any outsider had visited. As soon as she spoke, the towering figure stepped out from behind the Bagua furnace, a tall woman, with Gohan trailing closely behind. Indeed, just as depicted in the manga, Taishang Laojun was a stunning beauty, surpassing all other women in the Dragon Ball universe. "Ah, you young man possess quite the handsome visage." Taishang Laojun regarded the youthful and robust Sun Wukong, clearly pleased by his appearance. "Greetings, I am Sun Wukong. May I inquire your name?" "How audacious! Wukong, how dare you address Taishang Laojun so casually?" Gohan quickly interjected, then bowed respectfully to Taishang Laojun, saying, "This young man, Sun Wukong, is my junior. I hope you will overlook his impudence." To his surprise, Taishang Laojun did not take offense. Instead, she found his directness and humor refreshing, having not encountered such a forthright individual in millennia. "Hello, Sun Wukong. My name is Ning." "Oh, so you are Ning," Wukong replied with a smile. Gohan felt a mix of urgency and frustration. He was anxious that Wukong was so ignorant of etiquette, boldly calling Taishang Laojun by her given name. He was irked that after all these years, he had only just learned that this esteemed figure was named Ning. "All right, enough with the pleasantries. Wukong, what brings you to me?" Ning said, stretching her arms as if awakening from slumber. However, her stretch left both Wukong and Gohan momentarily dumbfounded, as it was quite an impressive display. "Ahem, I am here for a serious matter." Wukong recounted the events once more, and Ning blinked, moved to the Bagua furnace, and placed a hand upon it, sensing the situation. Just as Wukong had indicated, the Bagua furnace indeed had a leak. No wonder the recent attempts to cook instant noodles had been so precarious. And Ning furrowed her brow, having just realized this issue. "To resolve this, we require the shell of a fire-eating bird and some star anise honey. However, it seems the fire-eating bird is now extinct." And Ning sighed, feeling helpless. Wukong produced 2 items given to him by the fortune teller. Upon seeing them, Ning's expression brightened. She was astonished that he even possessed a fire-eating bird's shell, a creature long gone. Yet soon, Ning appeared troubled once more. Merely having the shell and honey would not suffice. Someone must enter the furnace. It is important to note that the flames within the Bagua furnace are no ordinary flames. They are intolerable to common folk. Observing this, Wukong promptly volunteered, stating, "A leak? I am a professional at that." And Ning then sensed the formidable aura emanating from Wukong. His power was truly astonishing. The man named Sun Wukong possessed terrifying strength, and Ning mused internally. From there, matters progressed smoothly, and Ning enlarged herself, assisting Wukong in lifting the lid of the Bagua furnace. Subsequently, Wukong, enveloped in flames, plunged into the depths below, the surrounding inferno not even singeing him. He reached the furnace's bottom, where he indeed found a hole. He repaired it with the fire-eating bird's shell and applied the star anise honey around the edges, thus completing the task. However, at the moment of repair, the flames within the Bagua furnace suddenly roared to life. The intensity of the fire was remarkable, befitting the legendary artifact known as the Bagua furnace. Wukong chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported out of the furnace. "Hey, Wukong, are you still inside the furnace?" At that moment, the enlarged Ning was unaware that Wukong had already made his escape, calling out toward the furnace. After a prolonged silence, she wondered if he had indeed been roasted within. Humph, and Ning, I have mended the hole in your bagua furnace. And yet you hope for my misfortune? Wukong's figure suddenly appeared atop the lid of the furnace, and Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. I was merely concerned for your safety. Upon seeing Wukong emerge unscathed, she slowly closed the lid and gradually returned to her normal size. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. And Ning wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The efforts had drained her of at least 3 bowls of energy, and she would need to replenish her strength soon. Wukong gazed at Ning's delicate features and suddenly reproached her. And Ning, do not rush to eat just yet. I must ask you, as the overseer of the underworld and guardian of the bagua furnace, how could you have allowed the furnace to leak for so long without noticing? Do you comprehend the trouble your negligence has caused in the mortal realm? The Bull Demon King has repeatedly suffered losses due to your flames. Can you truly live with yourself? I am quite close with King Kai, and Ning, I trust you would not want him to learn of your dereliction of duty. Would you? After delivering such stern words, Wukong softened his tone, stating, Of course, for the sake of my grandfather, Son Gohan, I can refrain from informing King Kai. However, I have rendered you substantial assistance. Surely, you must offer me some form of recompense? And Ning, bewildered by Wukong's remarks, blinked her clear, bright eyes and replied, Ah? Compensation? I only have noodles. Would you care to try some I made? Son Wukong shook his head, declaring, I have no intention of consuming the noodles you prepared. And Ning, feeling a bit helpless, remarked, Then what do you propose we do? She truly had nothing else to offer. As I mentioned, I excel at filling gaps and compensating for deficiencies. Moreover, the noodles I make are quite delectable. What? As Son Wukong departed, Sun Wufan sent him off with tears in his eyes. Sun Wukong found it difficult to comprehend why he was so heartbroken. How could one articulate his sorrow? It resembled the inconsolable weeping of Turtle Sage on the day of Sun Wukong's wedding to Wu Fongfong, a sight truly heart-wrenching. Yet neither Turtle Sage nor Sun Wufan grasped a fundamental truth. A devoted admirer will ultimately encounter no favorable outcome. Naturally, Sun Wukong was not the type to discard things after use. And Ning did not neglect herself either. She gifted him the last spirit tree fruit she had. Although she was uncertain of its nature, it proved to be a pleasant addition to her noodles. After consuming it, and Ning's aura suddenly surged. This fruit was originally meant for divine consumption, so her health not only remained intact, but even strengthened her divine presence, surpassing that of the king of the world. However, Ning paid little heed to this. She merely noticed her skin becoming increasingly smooth and delicate. After bidding farewell to Ning, Sun Wukong instantaneously transported himself to the castle of Neo Mo Wang, where, as expected, the flames had been extinguished. He informed Neo Mo Wang that unless substantial issues arose, such bizarre fires should not recur for several centuries. Neo Mo Wang nodded, aware that he would not live that long. As for the future, it would be left to subsequent generations to resolve. Chi-Chi expressed her immense gratitude to Sun Wukong, embracing him warmly. Huh, Wukong, why do you smell like instant noodles? As Sun Wukong contemplated fabricating an excuse, Chi-Chi spoke first, her expression filled with concern. Honestly, Wukong, if you crave something to eat, just tell me directly, and I will prepare it for you. Gazing at the gentle and virtuous Chi-Chi before him, he noted her striking resemblance to the character in the comics. Indeed, Chi-Chi was originally a good girl. It was life that had compelled her to become this way. Sun Wukong affectionately tousled her hair and playfully stated, at this moment, I desire nothing but you. Chi-Chi blushed profusely, feeling embarrassed by his bold declaration in broad daylight. Ahem. Neo Mo Wang nearby felt a tinge of awkwardness. Though he had uttered similar sentiments to his wife, it still felt somewhat unnatural. Sun Wukong, however, paid no mind to such trivialities. He bid farewell to Neo Mo Wang, and, taking Chi-Chi with him, teleported to the residence of Shiji. Shiji, may I borrow your hot springs for a moment? Please stand guard at the entrance. What nonsense is this? Shiji exclaimed. Sun Wukong pulled Chi-Chi inside, where the hot springs in Shiji's palace were far more comfortable than those in the mortal realm, yielding astonishing results. Most importantly, Sun Wukong could wash away the scent of instant noodles and enjoy some private time with Chi-Chi. Today, Chi-Chi was particularly proactive, clearly taking the lead in their interaction. Outside, Shiji listened to the peculiar sounds emanating from within, pondering, what on earth is occurring inside? Am I to merely stand here as a guard? How dare they treat me with such disregard? Time flew by, and nearly a year passed in the blink of an eye. Dandy frequently visited Sun Wukong for practice, but Sun Wukong always used various commitments as excuses to decline. Today, I have an arrangement with Bulma to gather flowers. Today, I have an engagement with Lan Qi to collect flowers. Today, I have a rendezvous with Lan Fong to gather flowers. Today, I have a meeting with Ziluo Lan to pick flowers. Dandy could not comprehend why so many flowers needed to be gathered. Nevertheless, his determination to defeat Sun Wukong remained unwavering. He waited until Sun Wukong completed his floral arrangements with the women before approaching him again to propose a duel. Sun Wukong scratched his head and cheerfully replied, "My apologies, Dandy, but I have an engagement with Bulma to arrange flowers today." What nonsense! Arranging flowers? Ahem, arranging flowers. A year of bustling activity bore fruit, as both the mermaid and Shi Ji had given birth to children. Initially, Sun Wukong had speculated that the offspring of the mermaid might be a half-human, half-fish hybrid. To his surprise, perhaps due to the spirit tree fruit's influence, the child appeared entirely human and, astonishingly, could sing and dance upon birth. Sun Wukong gazed at the child before him, momentarily stunned. This little one could not possibly. He shook his head, dismissing the absurdity. There was no need to overthink. However, the system rewards were indeed impressive. A notification from the system rang out, congratulating the host on successfully giving birth to an heir, granting a combat power increase of 1,500,000, along with the ability to detect combat power levels. Additionally, he received 20 cents of beans. Another notification followed, congratulating the host on successfully giving birth again, offering a combat power boost of 2 million and an SL upgrade, along with 20 more cents of beans. Sun Wukong's attribute panel underwent notable changes. His combat power skyrocketed to 7,200,000, and more significantly, the SLs experienced an upgrade. He had an inkling that he was now on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong teleported to King Kai's planet. Before King Kai could inquire about his purpose, Sun Wukong began to gather energy. His entire being erupted with energy, and a fierce wind swept across King Kai's planet. On the grassy plains of North King Kai's realm, Sun Wukong's formidable aura sent debris flying. North King Kai, along with Gyreguli and Baburus, cowered behind a building, watching in awe as Sun Wukong was enveloped in a platinum and golden aura. North King Kai, both astonished and furious, shouted, "Wukong, what on earth are you planning? Are you intent on demolishing King Kai's planet?" Yet, at that moment, Sun Wukong was oblivious to the concerns of others, completely focused on concentrating all his power in his back. His S-cells were now sufficient, and through diligent practice, he had attained a state of extreme calmness. Sun Wukong roared, his expression fierce, as his energy continued to surge. His hair shifted between black and gold hues. He was so close. Sun Wukong understood that he was on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He exerted himself to control the energy within, feeling a warm sensation in his back. This is it. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, and with a mighty shout, boom. The white energy enveloping him transformed into a brilliant gold. His hair stood upright in golden spikes, and his eyes became a vibrant green. This was the Super Saiyan. You. King Kai stammered in disbelief. Ahem. King Kai cautiously emerged from behind the building, gazing at the awe-inspiring Sun Wukong. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong could achieve such a transformation. Was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? King Kai had certainly heard of the tales surrounding the Saiyans, but they felt like distant memories, truthfully. This was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. Sun Wukong nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan form. However, I have only just mastered this transformation, so my control over the power is still somewhat clumsy." As Sun Wukong spoke, he took a deep breath and reverted to his usual appearance. Observing Sun Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, King Kai pondered, perhaps to transform into a Super Saiyan, one must first possess a heart that is just and calm. This would explain why so few Saiyans had managed to achieve this form over the years. While King Kai contemplated, Sun Wukong placed his hand on his forehead, saying, "Well then, farewell, King Kai?" In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished before him, leaving King Kai to survey the chaos left in the wake of his departure. Even the beloved little vehicle of Bei Jie Wang was swept away by the force of Sun Wukong's transformation, crashing into a house under tenfold gravity and becoming utterly wrecked. Bai Jiawang recalled Sun Wukong's earlier words. However, I have only just mastered this transformation skill, and my control over power is still somewhat clumsy. This young man, could he possibly have come here deliberately to vex me? At that moment, Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported into Bulma's room on Earth, excitedly exclaiming to the sleepy Bulma, "Bulma, lie down quickly. I have something wonderful to show you." Huh, what's going on, Sun Quan? Although Bulma was perplexed, she complied. All right, take a good look. As soon as Sun Wukong saw Bulma lying down, he immediately entered a combat stance. First, feel this. This is my normal state. Next, the Kaioken. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 10 times. Now, behold the Super Saiyan form. At this point, Bulma was rendered speechless. Sun Wukong's power surged continuously, especially after he transformed into a Super Saiyan, where his speed and frequency skyrocketed by 50-fold. Fortunately, Bulma had consumed the fruit of the spirit tree. Otherwise, she would have fainted long ago. Boom, boom. 2 round spaceships sliced through the sky, trailing long tails of fire. They flew from the cosmos to Earth, crashing heavily into a bustling city. The original roadway was left with 2 massive craters. In an instant, the city's traffic was thrown into chaos, with vehicles all jammed in the area. Curious onlookers gathered nearby, eager to discover what this phenomenon was. Could there truly be aliens in this world? Why were these spaceships so small and round? Curiosity piqued, and the crowd grew larger. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the surrounding clamor, the doors of the 2 spaceships slowly opened. The onlookers were filled with anticipation, eager to see who or what would emerge. Would it be an extraterrestrial beauty? How delightful it would be if she were dressed seductively. But if it were a 3-meter-tall creature with blue skin, that would be a bit hard to accept. Look, something is coming out. Wow, exclusive news, hurry over. This might be humanity's historic first encounter with aliens. Don't rush, let me post this on social media first. Stepping out from the spacecraft were none other than Saiyans clad in battle armor, Vegeta and Nappa. As the 2 emerged from the hatch, their faces were marked with impatience upon seeing the noisy crowd. Wow, the aliens look quite similar to us, and they even have tails. Damn, could they be monkeys? Is it true that humans descended from monkeys? Nonsense. How could monkeys wear clothes? Especially that short one. He looks rather adorable, oh my. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices growing louder. Nappa, with a sly grin, turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, these Earthlings are too noisy. May I simply eliminate them?" Vegeta sneered dismissively. "Do as you wish, but do not create too much commotion. This planet seems quite valuable." After saying this, Vegeta leisurely floated away into the distance. Look, that short one can fly? A flying monkey? Many people looked up at Vegeta in the sky, but he soon vanished without a trace. Their attention then shifted back to Nappa. Observing the crowd that buzzed like mosquitoes, Nappa swiftly pinched 2 fingers together and thrust upward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that formed a colossal shockwave centered around him. Boom. In an instant, the entire city was reduced to rubble, with casualties numbering beyond count. What a thrill. Nappa licked his lips, clearly unsatisfied with that initial strike. Regrettably, Vegeta had forbidden any reckless behavior. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have surely sought to wreak havoc in other cities as well. Once Nappa confirmed that no one was left alive, he slowly ascended, pursuing the direction Vegeta had taken. Why is the gravity here so light? This feels delightful. Nappa shared this sensation with Raditz. Nappa, do you feel it? Vegeta inquired as he noticed Nappa catching up. Nappa adjusted the combat power detector on his eyes. Beep, beep, beep. A few formidable individuals are approaching us, Vegeta. Humph. Let us descend and await them, Vegeta replied, landing in an open area. Chapter 45, Battle Power of 18,000 soon. Several figures descended from the sky, including Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Piccolo. Notably, Piccolo had been training at the lookout, and upon hearing of the Saiyan invasion, he rushed over. He was eager to engage in battle, irritated by Goku's constant excuses to avoid confrontation. You arrived faster than I expected. Upon seeing the group, Vegeta smirked with a hint of cunning, as if he had deduced that they possessed some special means to locate them. True to his genius Saiyan nature, Vegeta quickly surmised the reason behind Krillin and the others being able to track them down. He had intended to seek them out, but now, it seemed unnecessary. Excellent. Which of you is Kakarot? Vegeta questioned. Yamcha stepped forward confidently, declaring, "What cockroach? I am Yamcha the Great. The last time you Saiyans came, I taught one of you a lesson that wasn't enough? What? Are you still not frightened? Oh, so you were the one who fought Raditz? Indeed, that was I." Nappa scanned Yamcha with his power detector, his expression turning puzzled. Strange, this fellow has a power level of only 300. He should not be the formidable opponent Raditz encountered with a power level of 10,000. Fool. They are clearly concealing their energy and hiding their true strength. How could a mere device reveal their true capabilities? After hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa ceased his underestimation. So that's how it is. You better reveal your true abilities, or you will face certain death. Without hesitation, Yamcha unleashed his energy, a wave of white energy surging forth. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa checked his detector again, and the results displayed an astonishing 218-fold increase. At 5:52 p.m., the power level registered at 15,000. What? 15,000? Nappa was astonished, while Vegeta could not hide his delight. Indeed, the fighting power of Earthlings is remarkable. They can reach 15,000 points. This indicates that there must be something extraordinary on this planet to cultivate such strong warriors. It seems I did not come here in vain. However, whether they truly possessed such strength still required verification. Hey, Nappa, use that. Following the command, Nappa swiftly produced a transparent glass vial, digging 5 small holes in the ground with his fingers, quickly planting 5 seeds, and pouring some nurturing liquid. Krillin and the others watched in astonishment as the 5 seeds instantly sprouted. Emerging from the earth were 5 dark green creatures, their eyes resembling peeled goblins, with red pupils staring intently at Krillin and the others. How disgusting, Tien Shinhan remarked, while Kaiatsu hid behind him. These fellows look quite formidable. Krillin sensed a powerful aura emanating from these creatures, their combat power at least not below 10,000. In that case, let us have some fun. The 5 creatures each chose their opponents. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha did not dare underestimate them, while Piccolo remained indifferent. What a tedious trick. For the first time, the super cultivator was looked down upon, chattering as they charged towards Piccolo. With a mere lift of his foot, Piccolo effortlessly cleaved the super cultivator in half. Pathetic. What? Vegeta and Nappa were both taken aback as the formidable power displayed by Shun-Di soared to an astonishing several 100,000. Just as Shun-Di prepared to eliminate the remaining super cultivators along with Vegeta and Nappa in one fell swoop, a vision suddenly flashed through his mind. Beyond Namek, a colossal spacecraft was gradually approaching in the vastness of the universe. Inside the ship sat a diminutive figure, resembling a child. He occupied the cockpit, a pure, chilling smile etched upon his lips. It was none other than the cosmic villain Frieza. This is dire. Shun-Di immediately realized that the crisis foretold by the Elder on Namek had begun. Without uttering a word, he departed from the scene. Vegeta and Nappa did not impede him. Their objective was to uncover how the Earthlings had become so potent. As for the Namekians, they could leave without concern. Shun-Di wasted no time reaching West City, where he commandeered the spacecraft. Thanks to Bulma's recent modifications, the journey back to Namek would take less than 3 days. He needed to return without delay. On Earth, with Shun-Di's departure, no one remained to restrain them. Although Vegeta and Nappa were unaware of the unfolding events, Shun-Di's exit was undoubtedly advantageous for them. Phew, that fellow's energy was truly intimidating. Nappa privately rejoiced, relieved that the individual had merely been posturing and had fled without engaging. Thus, the game continued. The remaining 4 super cultivators each found their respective opponents. Tianjin Han was the first to strike, engaging a cultivator in battle. Oh, this fellow's combat power has astonishingly reached nearly 20,000, Vegeta exclaimed, gazing at the numbers on the power detector in astonishment. TCH, so what? They are still worthless, Nappa retorted disdainfully. Had he not undergone special training, he might have been terrified by such a display, but now his own power far exceeded 20,000. Before long, Tianjin Han unleashed his full strength, swiftly dispatching one of the super cultivators. Truly impressive, Tianjin Han, Krillin remarked in delight, inspired by Tianjin Han's demonstration. He too prepared to eliminate the super cultivator before him. At that moment, Yamcha stepped forward. Wait, Krillin, let me handle this. I shall eradicate these bothersome foes in one fell swoop, Yamcha declared confidently. With a whoosh, both Yamcha and the super cultivator vanished from sight. Oh, this fellow's combat power has surged to 18,000. Vegeta remained unfazed, observing the frantic data on the detector. The intensity Yamcha displayed left the super cultivator no opportunity to retaliate. Umph, I knew these fellows were nothing remarkable. Watch how I swiftly dispatch you all. Yamcha sneered, preparing to confront the cultivator before him. Be careful, Yamcha, Krillin suddenly shouted. Yamcha found himself surrounded by the remaining 3 super cultivators. Experience the artistry of combat, Earthlings. Vegeta smirked, fully aware that when the cultivators encountered a formidable opponent, they would not hesitate to choose mutual destruction. Just as Yamcha was about to strike a heroic pose, Son Goku arrived via instant transmission, unleashing an overwhelming aura that obliterated the remaining cultivators. They had no chance to resist. Kakarot. Vegeta recognized the individual who had suddenly appeared. Knowing him to be the Saiyan sent to Earth, Kakarot, he never anticipated that such a low-level warrior had become this formidable. Apologies for my tardiness. Son Goku greeted Krillin and the others. In truth, he had arrived earlier, intending to gauge their current strength, but upon seeing Yamcha on the brink of annihilation, he could not refrain from intervening. Combat power, 10,000. Nappa repeatedly fiddled with the device before him, unable to ascertain Son Goku's true strength. Damn it! Is this device malfunctioning? Nappa's emotions began to spiral out of control. Vegeta silently removed his power detector, fully aware that battling against these Earthlings would only hinder him. Having revealed himself, Son Goku was keen to expedite matters. He aimed to swiftly deal with Nappa and Vegeta so he could return home to his wife and children. As Son Goku sauntered toward him, Nappa felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Vegeta and Nappa were drenched in cold sweat, retreating in fear of Son Goku's aura. Nappa, are you intending to bring shame upon the Saiyans? He is merely an ordinary low-tier warrior. Vegeta erupted in anger, and Nappa realized he was in trouble. He feared Vegeta far more than the seemingly placid Son Goku. Oh, so your combat power is 32,000, Son Goku remarked casually. Thanks to the system's rewards, he could easily discern his opponent's power. Standing behind Nappa, Vegeta's combat power had astonishingly spiked to over 65,000. It seemed that Dales was correct. Due to Son Goku's intervention, Vegeta had likely experienced multiple glitches after his near-death revival, resulting in his rapid power increase. Otherwise, according to the original manga, Vegeta's strength at this point should have been around 18,000. Die! Nappa recklessly lunged at the slowly advancing Son Goku. His fist, like a cannonball, propelled by a fierce gust. Just as it was about to strike Son Goku's head, he merely tilted his head aside, coolly stating, "Your openings are far too numerous." Then, with a casual punch, he struck Nappa squarely in the chest. Intense pain coursed through Nappa's body, contorting his face as he spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, breathless. Krillin and the others, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly astonished. Nappa's strength was not weak. His aura was even slightly stronger than theirs. How could such a simple punch eliminate Nappa? How powerful had Son Goku become? He had barely trained recently, spending his time either having children or getting married. His talent for cultivation was astonishing. Equally stunned was Vegeta. He had originally believed Son Goku's combat power to be at most around 50,000. Yet now, it seemed far greater. Could it be that he had attained the legendary Super Saiyan form? Impossible, impossible. Only I, Vegeta, can become a Super Saiyan. Realizing his ordinary tactics were futile, Vegeta immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. He gathered a gleaming sphere of white light in his hand, lifting it slowly as it ascended into the sky, finally hovering in midair like a radiant moon. Humph! Now witness the true might of the Saiyans. Vegeta sneered, his body beginning to transform. Black hair rapidly enveloped him, and his eyes turned blood red. Chapter 46. Female Saiyans. He instantly morphed into a ferocious, rampaging great ape. Moreover, his aura surged tenfold. The expressions of Krillin and the others turned grave, as this power far exceeded their imaginations. The battle power detection revealed 650,000. Son Goku gazed at the data on the screen, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. After all, this was only the early stage of Vegeta, who had yet to learn how to effectively enhance his strength. Son Goku did not linger, approaching Vegeta and slowly ascending to meet the transformed Saiyan. What do you think, Kakarot? This is a transformation only a genius warrior like myself can master. Noticing Son Goku's silence, Vegeta grew increasingly arrogant. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Feel despair. The true form of a Saiyan is not something a lowly warrior like you can possess. With a faint smile, Suen Wukong gazed at the overconfident Vegeta and leisurely remarked, "What is there to boast about such a transformation?" Upon uttering these words, he began to gather a formidable aura, and his gaze transformed. His once black pupils shifted to a profound blue, while his hair and eyebrows instantaneously turned golden. In that moment, Suen Wukong appeared as though enveloped in flames. The onlookers were left in astonishment. They had never witnessed such a state. The power emanating from him was awe-inspiring, an impeccable aura. Could this be the true transformation of a Saiyan? A flicker of confusion crossed Vegeta's eyes as his father's words echoed in his mind. A legendary Super Saiyan would emerge once every 1,000 years among the Saiyan race. Compared to Suen Wukong's Super Saiyan form, Vegeta's transformation into a great ape was utterly disgraceful. Infuriatingly, he thought, "You are merely a lowly warrior." Losing all reason, Vegeta swung his massive fist towards Suen Wukong. Bang! Suen Wukong stood motionless. Vegeta's attack failed to breach even his defenses. In that moment, despair consumed Vegeta. "Farewell, Vegeta," Suen Wukong stated impassively, his palm coalescing into a wave of light. "Wait, you cannot kill me," Vegeta struggled to say. "If you do, only 2 Saiyans will remain in the universe." Suen Wukong's interest was piqued by Vegeta's words. He was not particularly concerned about how many Saiyans were left. "Are you implying that aside from you, Ratz, and Nappa, there are other surviving Saiyans?" Vegeta nodded eagerly. "Is the remaining Saiyan male or female?" "She is a female Saiyan." "Very well," Suen Wukong said, retracting his aura and returning to his original form, a naive smile gracing his face. "You have successfully persuaded me." "Huh." Vegeta's large simian face was filled with confusion. "How did I persuade him?" "Indeed, aside from you, Kakalawata, and I, Vegeta, there is still one Saiyan alive. Her name is Sailaba. I made contact with her while approaching her planet during a mission. You may not know, though we Saiyans are subservient to Frieza, we possess special communication devices among ourselves, intended for the day we might break free from Frieza's control. I encountered Sailaba on that planet. She revealed to me the truth behind the extinction of the Saiyans and the destruction of Vegeta's planet. The mastermind behind it all is Frieza. He enslaved the Saiyans to do his bidding, yet feared them, terrified that a legendary Super Saiyan might arise. Thus, he resolved to annihilate the entire Saiyan race, falsely claiming it was a meteor strike. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly, his face a mask of fury. "Kakalawata, I understand this may be difficult for you to accept. However, the one who revealed this truth to Sailaba was none other than your father, Badake, who saved you during your flight to Earth. According to Sailaba, while conquering a planet endowed with foresight, the inhabitants, after being vanquished by Badake, passed their foresight on to him. Through this ability, he learned of Frieza's plan to exterminate the Saiyan race." Vegeta recounted all he knew, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Kakalawata had never experienced the tribulations of being a Saiyan and did not even remember his past. His sense of belonging and willingness to confront Frieza remained uncertain. After listening to Vegeta, Suen Wukong was somewhat astonished. It seemed that due to his arrival in this world, many events in the Dragon Ball narrative had diverged from their original course. However, ever since Daliesi arrived on Earth prematurely, everything had begun to change. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect. In this timeline, Badake knew he would almost certainly perish upon returning to Vegeta's planet. Thus he concealed his companion Sailaba, who was willing to die alongside him. When Sailaba awakened, both Badake and Vegeta's planet had vanished from the cosmos. Regardless of whether it was Sailaba's beauty or his desire to delve deeper into Saiyan heritage, Suen Wukong resolved to venture into the universe to seek out Sailaba. Nodding affirmatively, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. At least Kakalawata still trusted him. "Do you know where Sailaba's planet is?" Suen Wukong inquired. Vegeta, not daring to delay, promptly replied, Yes. I have always kept the coordinates of her planet hidden." With that, Vegeta activated his spaceship, effortlessly locating the position of the only surviving Saiyan girl, Sailaba. "All right, let us set forth." Vegeta hurried to Nappa's side, retrieving the spaceship remote control from him. After pressing a few buttons, Nappa's ship soared over. Suen Wukong looked on in confusion. "Vegeta, what are you up to?" "We are going to visit Sailaba, and since Nappa is unavailable, you can use his spaceship, at the speed of our Saiyan ships. We should arrive in about 2 months." Vegeta replied earnestly, while Suin Wukong could not help but sigh. Vegeta, your spaceship is both small and slow. How will you meet her? She is a beautiful girl. Vegeta's face flushed at Suin Wukong's remark. It was the first time someone had criticized his spaceship. However, there was no alternative. He, Nappa, and Ratz were pure-blooded Saiyans, skilled only in combat. This spaceship was provided by Frieza's army, and these brutish fellows knew nothing of such matters. Suin Wukong shook his head helplessly, greeted Colleen and the others, and took Vegeta to Shido's home. He intended for Vegeta to join him aboard the modified spaceship, only to find it was gone. I'm afraid, Suin Xiong, your timing is quite unfortunate. Just now, Dundee, that fellow, mentioned he had urgent business to attend to on Namek Star and took the spaceship. Bulma also expressed her helplessness, lamenting Dundee's excessive behavior. As it was her modified spaceship, next time we meet, I must insist he brings more children to repay the debt. By the way, where are Wufan and Wukong? Those two children? It was indeed strange. On the other side of the universe, aboard a large spaceship, Dundee stared at the two children, Wufan and Wukong. The three of them, 6 eyes combined, remained silent. After a long pause, Dundee finally spoke. How did you two end up on this spaceship? Wu Yuan hastily explained. It was because my younger brother Wufan expressed a desire to become a scholar and learn about spaceships, so I brought him along. Dundee had not anticipated that in his haste, he had failed to check whether anyone else was aboard the spaceship. That wretched Bulma. Can't even look after a couple of children. Dundee silently cursed, letting out a long sigh. They were approximately 3 days away from Namek Star. He had planned to land and take Wufan and Wu Yuan back to Earth, but the spaceship lacked sufficient fuel. Was he to leave them behind on Namek Star? The issue was that Dundee had already realized that Namek Star was facing an unprecedented crisis. Taking them along would only place them in danger. What should he do? Uncle Dundee, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Little Wufan stepped forward, his innocent face filled with concern. At just 5 years old, he resembled Suin Wukong, and despite his tender age, he was both polite and endearing. Dundee generally liked this child. However, in that moment, he could not find any joy. Yet, looking at the brothers Wufan and Wu Yuan before him, he suddenly recalled an incident during training with Wu Yuan. He had been a bit too rough. And when Wufan witnessed this for the first time, thinking Dundee was bullying his brother, he immediately cried out, "Don't bully my brother." Subsequently, an immense power surged from within him, charging forward. Dundee was sent flying. The force of this strike is at least 10,000. It seems that Wufan harbors astonishing potential within him. Perhaps, in due time, the Grand Elder can excavate it, ensuring his survival on planet Namek. After contemplating for a while, Duan Di finally made up his mind. There was no other option left. You two little ones, stand straight. For the next 3 days, I shall train you diligently. What? What kind of training? Upon hearing Duan Di's words, Wufan and Wukong reacted differently. However, Duan Di was not one to show mercy. He didn't care how the two children felt. After all, the journey to planet Namek was fraught with danger, and he himself had little confidence in surviving. Rather than succumbing to despair, it would be better to take a final gamble. Perhaps a miracle could occur. Watch closely, son Wukong. This is how training is done. With that, Duan Di led the two children to the gravity chamber. From this moment on, Duan Di's rigorous training was about to commence. Meanwhile, on Earth, Wukong stood with his arms crossed over his chest, a look of distress on his face. His spaceship had been commandeered by Duan Di. What was he to do? Surely, he couldn't resort to riding in Vegeta's spherical flying contraptions. Not only would that delay him for 2 months, but it would also be quite embarrassing upon arriving at Celeba's planet. After all, just the mention of her name had caused Wukong to include her in his harem list. Hey, Sun Kuin. Bulma playfully tapped Wukong on the head. Ouch, that hurt, Bulma. What is going on? Actually, I've modified a spaceship. What? Is that true? Chapter 47. Utilizing loopholes to enhance combat power. Bulma chuckled, nodding her head, and then led Wukong and Vegeta to a verdant area. This was their usual golfing spot. Bulma approached a nearby panel, entered a series of codes, and with a swift motion, the ground of the golf course split open, revealing a massive spaceship. Upon seeing the grand circular spacecraft before him, Wukong's eyes sparkled. This was indeed the very ship from the original manga. It was completely different from the modified Dales he had now. Inside the ship, Zoifan and Axiu were busy. They suddenly emerged from the storage area, momentarily blinded by the sunlight. Well, if it isn't Lord Wukong. Zoifan was now acutely aware of his role. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Capsule Corporation. Of course, Wukong had not shortchanged him. He had gifted him a portion of the company's shares. Consequently, Zuifan worked even harder, now earning more than he ever did during his days as a bandit. He enjoyed fine food, comfortable living, and the opportunity to showcase his talents. As for world domination, that was merely for the sake of wealth and enjoyment. Zuifan, how is this spaceship? Bulma inquired. Rest assured, Lady Bulma. Axiu and I have just conducted another thorough inspection per your request. It is absolutely ready for takeoff. Zuifan stood proudly on the ship, beaming with confidence. Well done, Zuifan. Upon receiving Wukong's praise, Zuifan appeared somewhat bashful. Zuifan, could it be that you've developed a fondness for Wukong? Axiu murmured quietly. Zuifan immediately retorted, Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm simply pleased to have received praise from Lord Wukong. Oh, is that so, Zuifan? Axiu's expression brightened instantly, thinking that perhaps he still had a chance. Bulma guided Wukong and Vegeta into the spaceship, elaborating on the facilities within. Just like the previous vessel, it contained a shower, kitchen, restroom, bedroom, training room, game room, and much more, with even more spacious accommodations. This time, the system was also more advanced, boasting higher intelligence and faster flight speeds. However, it must be noted that the rapid progress was partly due to this spaceship being superior to the Dales. After all, it was constructed during the peak of Namekian technology. As for how Bulma acquired it, it was because Duan Di had met with the Grand Elder on planet Namek and learned about his lineage. At the same time, the Guardian of Earth was slowly recalling the past, reminiscing about the spaceship that had brought him to Earth. He instructed Bobo to locate Bulma, thinking she might prove useful in the future. To his surprise, she indeed became invaluable. With such a capable aide, Wukong was elated and embraced Bulma warmly. Feeling Wukong's enthusiasm, Bulma felt a surge of happiness within her. Only Vegeta, gazing at the opulent equipment before him, felt as if he were in a dream. Although he was indifferent to such luxuries, his sole ambition remained to grow stronger. He could not help but admire the remarkable technological prowess present on Earth. Such facilities had never been enjoyed even by Frisia in the universe. Could it be that the soft life on Earth was truly this appealing? Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. Bulma entered the coordinates for Celeba's planet into the system, and the result indicated that they would arrive in just 2.5 days. What astonishing speed! Vegeta was somewhat taken aback. His own spaceship would take over 2 months. It could be said that Saiyans often wasted a significant amount of time traveling to various planets. If he possessed a spaceship such as this, his conquest of planets would surely accelerate dramatically. His achievements would undoubtedly soar. Would Frisia still dare to underestimate him? Ahem. Vegeta shook his head, pondering what foolish thoughts he was indulging in. After all, he was the Prince of Saiyans. How could he be so unambitious? Once Wukong and Bulma had finished their affectionate exchanges, they officially embarked on their cosmic journey with Vegeta. The refrigerator was filled to the brim with provisions, sufficient for Wukong and Vegeta to feast for an entire month. Gazing at the unfamiliar delicacies, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. What's wrong? If you want to eat, just take it. There's plenty, Wukong jovially proclaimed. Vegeta stepped forward and grabbed a well-preserved bag of cooked food, savoring its smooth texture and delightful flavor. He had never tasted anything so exquisite in his life. Reflecting on the days spent with Raditz and Nappa, consuming the most dreadful of rations, Vegeta nearly felt tears welling up in his eyes at the thought of those two imbeciles. Observing the despondent expression on the Saiyan prince's face, Wukong smiled faintly, pondering how food could truly enchant a person. Yet, it must be said, the Saiyan race was rather simple-minded. Despite possessing immense strength, they only knew how to fight for others. Life was meant to be enjoyed. Wukong also retrieved some food. These delicacies were specially processed, so even when freshly taken from the refrigerator, they remained warm upon unwrapping. The flavor was unchanged. With a look of satisfaction, Wukong devoured his meal, while Vegeta initially pretended to be modest about his appetite. However, noticing that Wukong paid him no mind, he too began to indulge heartily. Today, he could only be described as exceedingly content. 2 hours later, Wukong and Vegeta, the two Saiyans, finally felt full. I'm stuffed, Wukong exclaimed, patting his belly with a blissful expression. Suddenly, Vegeta stood up, deeply bowing to Wukong, and said, Thank you for your hospitality. Seeing Vegeta's flushed face, one could imagine that this was likely the first time he had ever expressed such gratitude. However, Wukong pondered that Vegeta's humble demeanor was likely due to more than just a meal. Indeed, it was not long before Vegeta spoke up. Kakaluot, could you enlighten me on how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile. As expected, Vegeta remained as ever, singularly focused on becoming stronger. Yet this was advantageous, for it was unlikely that he would face every foe alone in the future. Dongpi, serving as a caretaker, was quite fitting. As Vegeta made an ideal bodyguard. Vegeta, it is not that I refuse to teach you the transformation. Rather, your combat power is simply too inadequate. Too inadequate? Vegeta was taken aback, his power exceeding 60,000, a rarity among the Saiyans. Was this truly considered inadequate? Wukong retorted. Your power is even less than that of my son, Wu Fan. Vegeta fell silent. He had believed himself to be the mightiest among the Saiyans, only to discover he was outmatched by a child. Then how much power must I possess to become a Super Saiyan? He inquired cautiously, wary of inciting Wukong's ire. At least 3 million. What? 3 million? Vegeta was stunned. The thought of attaining such power was unfathomable. How could he possibly reach that level? Observing Vegeta's despondent expression, Wukong approached and patted his shoulder, saying, Little Bei, do not fret. We still have 2 or 3 days. I will expedite your training to enhance your combat power. Really? Truly? A glimmer of hope flickered on Vegeta's face. If this enigmatic Kakaluo was indeed willing to teach him, perhaps he could indeed reach 3 million in power. Come, Little Bei, I have a gravity chamber. Let me think. I will start with 100 times gravity. What? 100 times gravity? Are you trying to kill me? Vegeta had not anticipated such a harsh initiation into Kakaluo's training regimen. 100 times gravity? The current Vegeta could hardly endure it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 days had passed. Under Wukong's nearly frenzied training, Vegeta had narrowly escaped death more than 30 times in just 2 days. Fortunately, he had been revived each time by the magical Sendu. Presently, Wukong had little need for Sendu, as the cat deity on Kalentau was cultivating them. And Yakalubii had long been dispatched to Kuei Xianwu. Moreover, every new birth yielded Sendu as a reward, so he had no shortage of them. Additionally, Wukong was eager to discover the extent of Vegeta's potential. The results were quite gratifying. Through the relentless exploitation of loopholes, Vegeta's combat power surged dramatically. He had now reached an impressive 800,000. This rapid increase was largely attributed to the latent potential he had accumulated through prior battles. However, further enhancement through loopholes was nearly impossible, unless he were to encounter another life-and-death confrontation, narrowly escaping death again. Any further increase would be negligible. Vegeta was quite content with his progress, astonished that he could achieve such a leap in merely 2 days. In truth, this increase in combat power was not unreasonable. In the original manga, Vegeta had only experienced a few defeats, after which his power had risen to 2,500,000. Upon arriving on Earth, his power was 18,000, and after being severely beaten, it rose to around 24,000, a growth of less than a third. Later, on Namek, after being soundly beaten by Sabo, his power likely increased to 30,000, and after enduring a brutal assault from the Jinnu Taegongdui, it soared to approximately 150,000, a 5-fold increase. Ultimately, during his confrontation with Fuelisha, he intentionally allowed Kring to pierce him, causing his power to skyrocket by 216 times, nearing 2,500,000. Thus, it was only natural for Vegeta to possess 800,000 combat power now. Vegeta felt an unprecedented surge of strength. This power might indeed be sufficient to vanquish Fuelisha. After all, according to Vegeta's understanding, Fuelisha's combat power was only in the hundreds of thousands. Wukong, however, did not engage on that topic, but rather conversed with Vegeta about other matters. Your current combat power has peaked. If you wish to grow stronger, you must rely on practical combat experience. However, if you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan, you must also pay attention to one essential factor. What factor? Vegeta, now entirely compliant with Wukong, inquired. S-cells. S-cells. Vegeta furrowed his brow, recalling having heard this term before. The so-called S-cells are the key to our Saiyan transformation into Super Saiyans. In the past, few had succeeded in transforming, not due to insufficient combat power, but rather due to a lack of S-cells. How then does one increase the S-cells within one's body? In an instant, Vegeta grasped the crux of the issue. Wukong nodded approvingly, recognizing Vegeta's intelligence. The key to enhancing S cells lies primarily in maintaining a tranquil mindset. A tranquil mindset? Vegeta understood the concept. Yet achieving such a state was exceedingly difficult. Saiyans have always taken pride in combat. Asking them to become gentle was nothing short of a fantasy. Wukong was well aware of this, and thus proposed, Vegeta, why not try finding a girl on Earth to marry? Marriage can increase my S cells? In response to Vegeta's query, Wukong explained, it should provide some assistance. A family might alter your Saiyan nature. Wukong was quite confident in this assertion. Although Vegeta appeared cold and detached after having a family, he would place significant value on familial bonds, surpassing even the former Wukong. As the spaceship continued its journey, the notion of finding Vegeta an Earthling bride could indeed assist in accumulating S cells. It is worth noting that Vegeta later became renowned as a devoted husband. Even during the Tournament of Power, at a critical moment concerning the fate of the universe, he declared his intent to protect Bulma's child first. Thus, establishing a family for Vegeta could be a splendid idea. Moreover, Wukong had another reason. If Vegeta were to marry, might he not be blessed with a daughter? After all, Bulma's physique and appearance were nothing short of exceptional. Saiyans inherently possess aggressive genes, while Earthlings tend to be more temperate. Thus, the offspring of a Saiyan and an Earthling would likely exhibit more of the Earthling traits. This would not only benefit Vegeta, but also any future children, making it easier for them to develop S cells, contributing to their strength in the future. Wukong fervently promoted this idea to Vegeta. However, Vegeta hesitated, pondering the fate of Sailaba. She had once told him that if he could defeat Fulisha and restore the Saiyans, she would be willing to marry him. Wukong immediately adopted a serious demeanor, saying, Little Bay, the task of restoring the Saiyans is both monumental and arduous. You will certainly be unable to fulfill it. Leave it to me. Rest assured, when I meet Sailaba, I will ensure she is thoroughly convinced. Vegeta nodded in agreement. His interest in women was minimal, and had Sailaba not been the last remaining Saiyan female, he would have long since dispatched her. Now that Wukong had offered to handle Sailaba, it was undoubtedly for the best. Seeing Vegeta so reasonable, Wukong felt no need to labor further with words, and he was quite pleased. To reward him, Wukong decided to spar with him 2 more times to see if Vegeta could continue to improve. At that moment, Vegeta mused, what nonsense is this? Finally, the spaceship was approaching a remote and unfamiliar planet. Just as they were preparing to land, a small spacecraft emerged from the planet. The 2 ships brushed past each other in an instant. Vegeta recognized it. Was that not Dodalia's ship? Could it be that Fulisha's minions have discovered Sailaba? Vegeta had guessed correctly. He was not the only one on guard against Fulisha. Fulisha had long been wary of him. He had installed a tracking device on his own spacecraft long ago. Although Vegeta was exceptionally cautious each time, he was still discovered by Frisia's subordinates, Dodoria and Zabu, who were astonished to find another Saiyan that had eluded their detection. Now, with Frisia leading the Jinyu force to Namek, he and Zabu resolved to personally capture this Saiyan and present him to Frisia for accolades. Dodoria, feeling fortunate to have Zabu accompany him, muttered that he would have been in trouble otherwise. Zabu brushed off the dust from his attire, adopting a refined demeanor. Dodoria, short in stature and blushing like Guangong, exclaimed in frustration, "Curse that Saiyan, why must they be so troublesome?" It turned out that when they arrived on this planet to capture Sailaba, they discovered that her combat power was an astonishing 30,000, far surpassing Dodoria's own 22,000, which nearly resulted in his demise. Thankfully, Zabu was present. Despite his seemingly gentle appearance, his combat power was around 23,000, but he possessed the ability to transform, which could elevate his strength to 30,000. Together, they managed to subdue Sailaba. However, Zabu felt pleased, having merely transformed to launch a surprise attack on Sailaba, while Dodoria bore the brunt of her assaults and had been the one to gather intel on the female Saiyan. Yet, they both understood that the credit should be shared equally. Dodoria felt a surge of discomfort, but he was in no position to complain, even feeling grateful to Zabu for saving his life. Suddenly, an alarm blared. A massive energy signature was approaching rapidly. Dodoria swiftly turned to the screen, where he saw a white speeding towards them. What is that? Zabu, now devoid of his earlier smile, stared in shock at the approaching light. It was another Saiyan. Charging towards Dodoria's ship was Son Wukong. Their ship had landed on planet 527, and finding no sign of Sailaba, Son Wukong disregarded Vegeta and took off in pursuit of Dodoria's ship. How could this Scion fly through space? Dodoria's expression changed drastically as an ominous feeling crept over him. Before they could react, the white figure suddenly vanished from the screen. Where did he go? Before they could process this, Son Wukong appeared inside the ship. Having utilized instant transmission. Hello, Dodoria and Zabu, he greeted politely. Who are you? How do you know our names? Dodoria and Zabu tensed up, adopting combat stances upon seeing the sudden arrival of Son Wukong. Son Wukong merely smiled at them. By the time Vegeta arrived, Dodoria's ship had already exploded. A tremendous shockwave rippled through the surrounding space, but fortunately, this vessel had been modified by Bulma and Zahue Fan, equipped with an automatic protective shield, effectively blocking the distant blast. As the smoke cleared, the area where Dodoria's ship once was became desolate, as if it had never existed. With a whoosh, Son Wukong returned to the ship, accompanied by a girl with a long tail, short black hair, fair skin, and a wild demeanor, who appeared utterly bewildered. Hadn't she been captured by Dodoria and Zabu? How had she suddenly ended up here, now facing Vegeta and another man? Observing her confusion, Son Wukong grinned and said, Greetings, Celebi. I am Son Wukong, or you may call me Kakarot. I will help you defeat Frieza, and you will bear many Saiyan children for me. So there's no need to be overly anxious. Meanwhile, on Namek, Duan Pi, Wu Yuan, and Wu Fan finally landed. We must proceed with caution. Stay close to me. Duan Pi instructed the two youngsters behind him. Understood. Wu Yuan expressed his excitement, thrilled to participate in his first battle. Wu Fan, however, appeared somewhat relaxed, showing little interest in fighting. Nevertheless, after being rigorously trained by Duan Pi during the 3 days aboard the spaceship, Wu Fan had at least managed to learn how to counterattack. Observing the remarkable energy within the two children, Duan Pi marveled at the potential of the Scion and Earthling offspring. They needed to hurry to find the Elder, utilizing his energy-sensing abilities. Duan Pi confirmed that the Elder was still alive, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side of Namek, as Duan Pi's spaceship arrived, it was immediately detected. Oh, more visitors to Namek? Frieza noted the readings on his combat scanner, which beeped with increasing numbers. 100, 300, 500. What a trio of weaklings. Their power levels barely reaching 1,000. Frieza dismissed them with disdain, instructing Chio-E to handle the situation. Having already accumulated several Dragon Balls, Frieza was only 4 away from fulfilling his wish. Curiosity loomed about what Frieza's wish might entail. Captain Jinyu, performing flamboyant dance steps, proclaimed, of course, it's for immortality. This way, Frieza can remain the ruler of this universe forever. Frieza chuckled coldly, well aware of his true desire, which was far more significant than mere immortality. He simply awaited the right moment to unveil it. As for Duan Pi, Wu Yuan, and Wu Fan, despite their efforts to conceal their energy, they were detected by Frieza's forces. Fortunately, Frieza, in his arrogance, had sent only Chio-E and 2 incompetent subordinates. Chio-E's power level was approximately 18,000, while the other 2 barely exceeded 5,000. A Namekian and 2 children, Chio-E observed with disdain. Though he believed killing such beings was beneath him, he was the only one available for the task. He couldn't fathom why Dodoria had yet to arrive. Wu Yuan, Wu Fan, remember, we must eliminate them swiftly and quietly. We cannot alert Frieza. Duan Pi assessed Chio-E's strength, realizing they could dispatch him in mere seconds if they fought at full capacity. Chapter 49. Unable to defeat even a woman. Thus, Frieza would remain oblivious. Understood, Uncle Duan Pi, Wu Yuan, and Wu Fan nodded. Now let us engage. Before Duan Pi could finish his command, he charged at Chio-E. Initially, Chio-E felt quite pleased, thinking this Namekian had inadvertently presented him with an easy target. However, the combat scanner's readings suddenly skyrocketed into the hundreds of thousands, leaving Chio-E in shock. Before he could react, Duan Pi swiftly decapitated him. Simultaneously, Wu Yuan unleashed his latent power, rushing towards his opponent. Although not as fluid as Duan Pi, he too dispatched his foe with a few punches, reducing him to mere fragments. As Duan Di observed Wu Yuan's performance, a satisfied smile graced his face. This child had not endured the rigors of training in vain. However, at that moment, Wu Fan's voice rang out, expressing his trepidation. How terrifying. It turned out he had also charged forward, but upon confronting the enemy, he was suddenly seized by fear. The worthless foe before Wu Fan, upon seeing the astonishing combat power of 30,000 displayed on the detector, was similarly paralyzed with shock. For a moment, the two stood facing each other, neither daring to make a move. "This is bad," Duan Di exclaimed, instantly appearing before the last enemy and dispatching him with a wave of energy. "I'm sorry, Uncle Duan Di," Wu Fan said, guilt written all over his face. Yet, Duan Di's gaze was fixed on the distant Frisia, his expression darkening. Indeed, observing the sudden spike in the combat power reading, Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Frisia? It seems Chio-E is dead. Those who just arrived on Namek appear to be concealing their true strength." "Is that so? Quite cunning, indeed, and rather bothersome," Frisia remarked, showing no signs of concern. He had already sensed the fluctuation in power. 30,000 was insignificant compared to his own combat power of 530,000. Frisia then turned his attention to the Namekian standing before him, from whom emerged an elder figure. "I shall reiterate, I am Frisia. As you can see, I am collecting Dragon Balls. To my knowledge, the Dragon Balls of your Namek are scattered across various villages. Do you have one here?" The elder glanced at the 3 Dragon Balls behind Frisia, his countenance turning grim. 3 Dragon Balls indicated that at least 3 villages had been annihilated. "Alas, it seems you are just as unyielding as the previous Namekians. This is quite exasperating," Frisia sneered, raising his finger to unleash a beam of light that instantly claimed the life of a Namekian. "Stop!" the elder cried, witnessing the murder of a villager beside him. He realized that if he remained silent, more lives would be lost. "Very well, now tell me where the Dragon Balls are." Wu Fan lowered his head, knowing his earlier performance had disappointed Duan Di and endangered everyone. "Wu Fan, you did wonderfully by charging at the enemy for the first time." Wu Yuan flew over and comforted his younger brother with a pat on the shoulder. "But, Brother Wu Yuan, it's your first time too." Wu Fan understood that it was not about the novelty of the situation. It was his own cowardice that held him back. He began to long for his father, wishing he were present to alleviate his distress. Duan Di let out a soft grunt, remaining silent. He had intended to harness the latent power within this child. But to his dismay, Wu Fan was born timid, ultimately complicating matters. "What shall we do?" Duan Di sensed 5 powerful presences rapidly approaching. With the combat power detector at their disposal, any attempt to conceal their energy would be futile. Duan Di's concern was not merely the Jinyu force before them, but the potential of revealing their strength and attracting Frisia's attention. Though confident in his abilities, Duan Di was not arrogant enough to believe he could defeat Frisia. The overwhelming, unabashed energy emanating from Frisia was palpable even from the opposite side of Namek. At that moment, Sun Wu Yuan suddenly conceived an idea and presented it to Duan Di. Upon hearing his suggestion, Duan Di's green visage relaxed slightly, though still retaining its hue. Suddenly, the Jinyu force arrived at their concealed location, blasting the cave where they had hidden. Looking at Duan Di, Sun Wu Yuan, and Sun Wu Fan, Jinyu proclaimed with glee, in the face of the Jinyu force, "It matters not if you flee to the ends of the earth." With that, he commanded, "Jinyu force, assemble." For figures soared forth behind him. Rikamu, Bate, GC, Gudu, Jinyu, all unite. Jinyu force. Duan Di and Sun Wu Yuan gazed at the 5 bizarrely posed figures before them, momentarily rendered speechless. Only Sun Wu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "How impressive! Oh, I did not expect this little brat to be so perceptive." Jinyu responded with delight. He continued addressing Sun Wu Fan. "As a reward for your keen observation, I will ensure your end is swift and painless." Terrified, Sun Wu Fan hid behind Sun Wu Yuan. Upon witnessing Sun Wu Yuan's icy glare and the aura he exuded, the Namekian beside them appeared undeterred. GC chuckled. "You 3 don't intend to challenge the Jinyu force, do you? Ha ha ha. Have you grown arrogant after defeating the worthless Chio-E? Regardless, I shall engage with these 2 little brats." Gudu remarked, his interest piqued by Sun Wu Yuan and Sun Wu Fan, who were nearly his height. Hey. You can't just take them all for yourself. That would ruin my fun." Rikamu protested. "Indeed, we are 5, yet they are merely 3. How shall we divide them?" Bate inquired, glancing at their leader, Jinyu. With a sardonic smirk, Jinyu suggested, "In that case, let us revert to the old custom and settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins claims them." As soon as Jinyu's words fell, the 5 proceeded to engage in an unabashed game of rock, paper, scissors right before Duan Di and the others. Duan Di clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging as he struggled to contain his fury. "Uncle Duan Di," Sun Wu Yuan whispered. "I know. Duan gritted his teeth in response. Were it not for the ongoing plan, he would never endure such indignity as the great demon King Duan. Upon reflection, he recalled how he had indeed faced setbacks against Sun Wukong in the past. However, that was Sun Wukong. This current lot hardly amounted to more than a trivial nuisance. Speaking of which, Sun Wukong's two offspring were presently on Namek. Had he not a single thought for their safety? Days had passed. Surely he wouldn't consider abandoning them altogether? Achoo! Sun Wukong suddenly sneezed while instructing Sai Liba and Vegeta in combat. What the heck? What did Kakarot feed Sai Liba? She has become inexplicably formidable, Vegeta remarked, his expression grave. Initially uninterested in the sparring session between Sai Liba and Vegeta, he thought Sai Liba's 30,000 combat power was nothing. Vegeta could dispatch her with a single blow. Yet, since Kakarot had brought Sai Liba into the room, everything had changed. In just 3 brief hours, Sai Liba emerged flushed, and her combat power had skyrocketed. Now, Vegeta found it challenging to prevail against her. Moreover, Vegeta sensed something amiss. Sai Liba seemed different from their first encounter. How to articulate it? Not only was she more beautiful, but she also exuded a newfound maturity and an indescribable charm. Although Vegeta could not quite decipher this, he felt certain that during those 2 hours, Kakarot must have devised something. Could it be that Kakarot possessed a unique training method he had yet to disclose? As Vegeta pondered this, he was abruptly struck in the face by Sai Liba's fist. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he simmered with rage. How infuriating! As the Prince of Saiyans, how could he possibly lose to a mere woman? This time, Vegeta unleashed all his power, causing the entire ship to tremble under the force of his combat power. Sun Wukong quickly enveloped the room in energy to contain Vegeta's aura, stabilizing the ship once more. Nevertheless, even with Vegeta exerting his full strength, Celebi was swiftly defeated. After consuming the sins of being handed to her by Son Goku, her stamina was immediately restored. Regrettably, it was just a hair's breadth away from victory. Celebi wore an expression of discontent. After all, she too was a Saiyan, and her competitive nature was unyielding. She could only once again place her hopes in Son Goku. Subsequently, she licked her lips and gently lifted Son Goku's chin, declaring, "I don't care, Goku. You must teach me special training. I am determined to defeat Vegeta before we reach Namek." With that, Celebi playfully swayed her tail and entered the room, an action that was undeniably captivating. Vegeta observed this scene with confusion and disbelief. Training is training. Why must she enter that room? Is there a special training method she wishes to conceal from me? And what is the deal with that tail? It sways so awkwardly. Conversely, Son Goku found Celebi's demeanor intriguing, particularly her Saiyan tail, which seemed to hold endless potential for fun. Ahem, Vegeta, you continue your training. I have a few matters to discuss with Celebi. Son Goku rose and walked toward the room, leaving Vegeta alone in the training chamber. He snorted in annoyance and immediately activated the training mode set to 150 times gravity. Meanwhile, on Namek, the members of the Ginyu Force determined their opponents through a game of rock, paper, scissors. Haha, then that Namekian is mine, Raikam exclaimed joyfully, striking a pose before Piccolo. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. TCH. With that said, these 2 little brats are all mine to handle. Gold's opponent was confirmed to be the 2 brothers, Goten and Gohan. Chapter 50. Who will go first? Gold regarded these 2 youngsters with disdain, believing their combat power was barely in the hundreds. And even if they were hiding their strength, it would not exceed a few thousand. The 30,000 combat power that had just emerged surely belonged to the Namekian nearby. Noticing Gold's overconfidence, Goten signaled to Gohan, who immediately understood. In the next moment, the brothers unleashed their energy and charged forward without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. What? From a distance, Jinyu watched in astonishment as Goten and Gohan's combat power surged instantaneously. 35,000. 30,000. Jinyu's heart sank. Gold's combat power was only 15,000. How could he possibly be a match for these 2? Indeed, Gold was taken aback. He never imagined these 2 little kids possessed such formidable power. Gold, quickly use your special ability, Jinyu urged. Right. As Goten and Gohan closed in, Gold immediately activated his time-stopping ability. Goten and Gohan were instantly frozen in place. Hee, now you see my prowess. Gold beamed with pride. His admission to the Ginyu Force was not solely based on his understanding of dance, but also due to this innate special ability. Gold was a peculiar cosmic being. By merely holding his breath, he He could freeze enemies in time, as if time itself had paused. Now brimming with confidence, Gold thought no one could escape his powers. He pondered how to deal with Gohan and Goku. Suddenly, Goku, while frozen, smiled slightly. Gold's heart raced, sensing impending doom, but it was too late. Goku's energy erupted, rendering Gold's ability ineffective. Gohan. Yes. Special beam cannon. They shouted in unison, placing their hands on their foreheads, unleashing two powerful energy beams that struck Gold. Who could not evade? Boom. Gold, a member of the Ginyu Force, was instantly obliterated. Damn it. Everything unfolded too swiftly for Ginyu to react. That lad named Goku had momentarily surged to a combat power of 60,000. What nonsense. Raikum remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still fretting over the loss of Gold and how it would affect the Ginyu Force's formation. Be careful, Raikum. Guys cautioned nearby, but it was too late. Die. Piccolo suddenly appeared before Raikum, his energy soaring to 100,000. What? Raikum stood no chance. He was annihilated in an instant. Panting heavily, Piccolo's power had dropped to around 60,000. Captain, guys exclaimed in shock. In the blink of an eye, 2 members of the Ginyu Force had been eliminated. This was unbelievable. How could that Namekian be so strong? Do not worry, guys. Their energy has diminished significantly, Ginyu calmly analyzed. They must have used some special means to boost their power temporarily, but they cannot sustain it for long. Barda glanced in the direction Ginyu indicated and saw that not only Piccolo, but also Goten and Gohan were breathing heavily. Their combat power had fallen below 10,000. So that is how it is. Captain. Barda sighed in relief, a smile breaking through. He had nearly been frightened away moments ago. Leave that Namekian to me. You two handle those little brats. To ensure safety, Captain Ginyu decided to take matters into his own hands. Understood, Captain. Guys and Barda nodded. They could no longer afford to be careless. Swiftly ending the battle was paramount. Seeing the 3 of them together, Goten wore a sly smile. Now's the time. Goten and Gohan simultaneously placed their hands at their temples and shouted, Solar Flare. A blinding light rendered Ginyu and his companions unable to open their eyes. Uncle Piccolo. Yes. In an instant, Piccolo unleashed 3 waves of energy, accurately destroying all the power level detectors in front of Ginyu and his team. Following this, Goten and Gohan quickly retreated, having been lying in wait. By the time Ginyu and the others regained their sight, Piccolo and the 2 brothers had vanished. Damn it. Captain, what do we do now? Should we go find Lord Frieza for new power level detectors? Facing Barda and Gai's suggestions, Ginyu decisively shook his head, his expression darkening. If Lord Frieza learns that we cannot even handle such a trivial matter, he will undoubtedly be very disappointed. Barda and Gai's understood. If they disappointed Lord Frieza, the consequences would be dire. However, now without the power level detectors, they were like blind men, unaware of where Namek was, let alone where to find Piccolo and the others. Piccolo, Goten, and Gohan flew swiftly, sensing that the Ginyu Force was floundering around like headless flies nearby. The 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Goten, you are truly remarkable. This plan is brilliant. Goten felt bashful at his brother Gohan's praise, scratching his head. He had devised this strategy due to Piccolo teaching him how to sense opponents with his energy, a skill he had mastered. Since the appearance of those extraterrestrials, he had noticed their heavy reliance on power level detectors. Thus, he speculated that once they lost the instruments, they would be unable to locate him. As it turned out, his assumptions were correct. Of course, whether it was Piccolo or Gohan, they were both feigning exhaustion. Given the capabilities of the Ginyu Force, aside from their leader Ginyu, the others were truly insignificant. Why was Piccolo so quickly out of breath? After all, he had not even used half of his abilities. Hurry, Wu Yuan, Wu Fan, Dandy urged. And the 2 quickened their pace, yet they dared not be too conspicuous. If Frieza were to notice them, their previous efforts would be in vain. They had not completely defeated the Ginyu Force, intending instead to allow Frieza to let his guard down. At their current flight speed, it would take them approximately another day to reach the Great Elder, as Namek is vastly larger than Earth. Ginyu Commander, this won't do. I sense that the Namekian and that child have escaped. Indeed, we have searched the vicinity for 2 hours without a trace. Ginyu, gritting his teeth and with a pallid countenance, was acutely aware of his embarrassment. When had the Ginyu Force ever been so outwitted? Forget it. Let's fly directly to Frieza. If we encounter a Namekian village along the way, we shall compel them to surrender the Dragon Balls as a form of atonement. After searching fruitlessly for a while, they unleashed a few energy blasts towards the nearby hills and rivers to vent their frustration. Frisia, observing the Jinyu force's activity on his scouter, concluded they were still alive and paid them little mind. He had already gathered 5 Dragon Balls, only needing 2 more to fulfill his wish. Thus, the day passed in tranquility until Dandy and the others finally arrived safely at the Great Elder's abode. Neru and the Supreme Kai emerged to greet them, and Neru joyfully exclaimed, "I never expected you would truly come." Dandy, with a hint of pride, replied, "I came for these 2 little ones." Neru followed Dandy's gaze to see Wu Yuan and Wu Fan. Who are they? They are the children of Sun Wukong, possessing immense potential within them. I hope the Great Elder can help unlock their abilities. Neru nodded, having set aside any hostility towards Sun Wukong. Furthermore, Namek faced an unprecedented crisis of destruction, aligning with the Great Elder's prophecies. The only hope for saving Namek lay with these warriors from Earth. Neru ushered Dandy and the others inside. The Great Elder remained as he always was, his massive form curled in a chair, yet his aura seemed particularly frail, as if he might pass at any moment. The Great Elder offered a faint smile, realizing that Dandy's return to Namek indicated a lingering connection to his Namekian heritage. "I know why you have come. These 2 children indeed harbor formidable power, especially this one." The Elder's gaze fell upon Sun Wufan, where he perceived almost limitless potential, greater than that which resided within Sun Wukong during his prime. Sun Wufan, feeling the Elder's intense scrutiny, shyly hid behind his brother, Sun Wen. "Do not fear, Wufan. I sense they are good people," Wu Yuan reassured him, and Wufan nodded in response. "So, who will come first?" Upon the Elder's inquiry, Wu Yuan swallowed hard, but summoned his courage to step forward. As the elder brother, he felt compelled to set an example for his younger sibling. The Great Elder smiled and placed a hand upon Sun Wu Yuan's head. In an instant, Wu Yuan felt a warm surge of power coursing through him, an unprecedented sensation enveloping him. His inner strength ascended rapidly. "What is this?" The elder withdrew his hand, and Wu Yuan's astonishment was palpable. He sensed that he had become several times stronger than before. Dandy observed with satisfaction, relieved that their efforts had not been in vain. Such power could prove invaluable in their confrontation with Frisia. Next, it was Sun Wufan's turn. "Hello." Wufan cautiously approached, mimicking his brother's demeanor and extending his head forward. The Great Elder nodded and gently placed his hand on Wufan's head. As Wufan's energy began to surge, Dandy and Wu Yuan exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, Wufan's potential was astonishing. Just then, Dandy's expression shifted. A grave realization struck him. A formidable energy was rapidly approaching. Sensing this terrifying force, Dandy's face paled. Could it be Frisia? In the distance, seated in his spacecraft, the villainous Frisia searched for the final 2 Dragon Balls when suddenly an astonishing reading flashed on his scouter. Intrigued, Frisia accelerated towards the source of the power. Chapter 51. Die, little ant in the blink of an eye. Frisia hovered above the Great Elder's dwelling. "I will intercept him," Neru declared, stepping slowly out of the house, while Tian wore an expression of concern. It appeared that Sun Wufan's potential was not yet fully realized, as his energy continued to rise. Neru alone would not be enough to contend with Frisia. Dandy, clear-headed, recognized that there was no time for concealment. He must confront Frisia directly. He turned to Wu Yuan and instructed, "Stay here and protect Wufan and the Great Elder." Wu Yuan nodded, understanding that although he too had unlocked his potential, it might not suffice, especially now. His priority was safeguarding the Great Elder and his brother, Wufan. Seeing Wu Yuan's maturity, Dandy hurried outside. Outside, Neru had already engaged Frisia. With all his might, Neru's battle power soared to 60,000. This progress was attributed to the years of training alongside Dandy on Namek. However, despite Neru's tremendous effort, Frisia effortlessly blocked his attack with a single hand. "Hey, this Namekian has some skill," Frisia remarked, then seized Neru's arm and with a swift motion rendered it useless. "Ah!" Neru cried out in agony. Green blood splattering on the ground as he clutched his severed arm, sweat pouring down like rain. The disparity in their strength was staggering. Frisia, sensing the power emanating from within the Great Elder's dwelling, wasted no time and shot a beam from his finger. "Die, little ant." As the deadly beam hurtled towards Neru, Dandy leaped forward, deflecting it with a swift strike, causing it to explode in midair. "Frisia, your opponent is me, the great demon King Dandy." Frisia regarded the unexpectedly formidable Dandy, Sensing his incredible power, and his interest piqued. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Ah, it seems you are not like the other Namekians." Frieza exited his spacecraft, standing on the ground, stretching his shoulders with a series of cracks. Heh. It has been a long time since I encountered such a strong adversary. This is exhilarating. With his hands clasped behind his back, Frieza's energy began to churn violently, reaching a staggering battle power of 530,000, causing Neru's vision to blur. Dandy, his expression cold and serious, roared as he too began to amass energy within himself. The readings on Frieza's scouter began to fluctuate wildly. 100, 000. 180, 000. 250, 000. 320, 000. 400, 000. 430, 000. Boom. Dandy's energy continued to escalate, but the readings on Frieza's scouter had already exceeded the limits of measurement. The limit of this instrument is approximately 500,000. This implies that Don D's combat power currently exceeds 500,000, and it may even be higher. Frieza, momentarily devoid of his usual smile, gazed intently at Don D, his expression shifting from excitement to fury. How could that Namekian possess such formidable strength? I advise you to engage in battle at a greater distance, for within this room resides the Grand Elder of the Namekians. If he were to perish, the Dragon Balls would become useless. Don D paid no heed to Frieza's astonishment, and, after speaking, flew away with a cold demeanor. Frieza sensed the situation within the room. Aside from one individual whose power was still rising, there was another presence that was slightly stronger than the other Namekians. However, it seemed this person's life force was nearly depleted. It appeared Don D had not deceived him. Frieza quickly deduced that the Grand Elder could not die yet. He must first eliminate Don D and then return to interrogate about the remaining Dragon Balls. Resolute in his decision, Frieza immediately pursued Don D. Once Frieza had completely departed, Nailu finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Frieza's murderous intent had been overwhelming, and simply standing had exhausted Nailu. Nyla Gidge. Ting rushed out from within, and upon seeing Nailu's condition, she promptly directed both her small hands toward him. A beam of white light emanated from her hands, gradually restoring Nailu's energy. Ting, you can heal? Wukong also emerged at that moment, coincidentally witnessing this scene. While continuing to heal Nailu's injuries, Ting nodded and replied, "Yes. I may not be able to fight, but I can help everyone recover their strength." Wukong was elated, considering this splendid news. Observing the joyous expression on Wukong's face, Ting felt a pang of confusion, unable to comprehend why Suen Weiyuan was so delighted. Suen Weiyuan explained the unique characteristics of the Saiyan physiology. As long as one can be revived when on the brink of death, they can gain immense power. If Ting could continue to assist, perhaps they would stand a better chance against Frieza. Really? Ting asked in astonishment. Hearing this, she felt quite pleased, as she had always thought of herself as lacking in combat talent, unable to aid during the calamity on Namek. Suen Weiyuan comforted her, saying, "Everyone has their own role in this world. There is no need to blame yourself for not being able to fight. We must look towards the future." Ting nodded, touched, as it was the first time someone had acknowledged her worth. At that moment, Nailu's injuries healed, and he slowly stood up, ruffling Ting's hair, saying, "This child speaks the truth. Ting, perhaps your role in this Namekian crisis is greater than mine." Having just fought, Nailu realized the inadequacy of his own strength. He never expected that as the foremost warrior of the Namekians, he would be unable to withstand even a single attack from Frieza. Alas, unfortunately, Wukong's current strength was insufficient to harm Frieza. Frieza remained motionless, effortlessly seizing Wukong's leg and swinging him through the air. Then, Frieza forcefully hurled Wukong towards Gohan, who stood still. They both cried out in agony. Gohan was knocked from the ground, crashing into it and creating a large crater. Wukong remained in Frieza's grip, who, with a cold smirk, gathered energy in his other hand and aimed directly at the captured Wukong. "It's over." Wukong felt a surge of despair and closed his eyes. "You vile creature, do not harm my brother." Suddenly, a beam of white light shot up from the crater. It was Gohan. His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched, emanating a power equal to Frieza's. Yeah. Gohan struck Frieza's chest with blow after blow, causing Frieza to wince in pain and release Wukong. Gohan's onslaught did not cease. He continued his fierce assault. Demonic flash. A brilliant beam of light shot forth. directly striking Frieza. Even Frieza, with his formidable strength, could not withstand Gohan's furious attacks. His massive form enveloped in white smoke as he plummeted into the depths of the sea. Gohan beamed with joy at the sight, turning to Wukong and exclaiming, "Brother, I have defeated Frieza." Suen Wuyan felt elated as well, but just then, the seemingly defeated Frieza suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of rage curling his lips. If his earlier battle with Don D had infuriated him, being bested by a mere child was an unbearable humiliation. Furthermore, Gohan's power seemed genuinely Saiyan. Damn these detestable Saiyans. Frieza transformed into a whirlwind of purple energy, charging straight at Gohan in the air. At that moment, Gohan had let down his guard and was entirely unaware of Frieza's ambush. "Gohan, watch out." Suen Wuyan, disregarding everything else, positioned himself in front of Gohan. Z. Frieza's sharp horn pierced through Suen Wuyan's chest, blood gushing forth immediately. Wuyuan G. Gohan finally comprehended the unfolding events, yet Frieza's next punch was already on its way. Swoosh. Before Frieza's assault could land, he was sent flying away. Boom. This time, Frieza crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Uncle Dondi. Gohan gazed at Dondi before him, tears streaming down his face. "Fool, do not cry. Wuyuan can still be saved. Quickly flee." Gohan glanced at his brother Suen Wuyan, nodded, and lifted him onto his back, flying away. "Damn it, trying to escape?" Frieza charged after them, targeting Gohan. "That brat dared to injure me. I shall not rest until he is slain 1,000 times. Bang. Dondi swung a fist at Frieza, who doubled over in pain, clutching his abdomen, and could not suppress the purple blood that burst forth from his mouth. "I told you, your opponent is me, Dondi the Great Demon," in a village on Namek. There remained but one last living Namekian. Humph, if you had surrendered the Dragon Balls sooner, many lives would not have been lost. Jinyu, having finally located a Dragon Ball after much effort, felt a sense of accomplishment. Now, he could return to face Frieza with pride. Just then, a spaceship descended from the sky. As the door opened, the first to step out was none other than the old acquaintance, Vegeta. Beside him stood a man and a woman, who appeared to be Saiyans as well. Oh, if it isn't Vegeta. Jinyu showed no concern. Despite Saiyans being known as a warrior race, their power had never exceeded 30,000, rendering Vegeta's companions insignificant in his eyes, especially the one resembling a crab, who seemed harmless and weak. Jinyu figured he could easily knock him down and still find it too slow to die. Vegeta also noticed the 3 members of the Jinyu force before him. A smirk crept across his face as he turned to Suen Wukong and Saiyan Ba, saying, "Jinyu is an old rival of mine. You may choose the other 2. Suen Wukong nodded, appearing unconcerned, while Saiyan Ba waved her small fist, revealing her small fangs, eager to finally stretch her limbs. "Oh, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to dare challenge me. It seems you have forgotten my might." Chapter 52, Body Change. Jinyu observed Vegeta's fearless demeanor, leisurely approaching him. "Humph, well then, I shall capture you, the traitor, and present you to Lord Frieza for punishment." Jinyu had made up his mind. With the Dragon Ball and Vegeta, perhaps Lord Frieza would forgive him. Hiya. Jinyu unleashed the power within him, causing his battle strength to soar to an astonishing 12,000. Beside him, JIS and Bait displayed faint smirks, convinced that once Captain Jinyu unleashed his full might, the opponent would be utterly defenseless. "Humph, is that all you've got, Jinyu?" Vegeta observed Jinyu's full eruption, his expression not one of fear, but rather one of derision. "You all bark and no bite. Is that so? Jinyu, it appears you still fail to grasp the chasm between us." With that, Vegeta's energy began to surge dramatically, unbeknownst to Jinyu and his comrades, who lacked the instruments to measure battle power. Vegeta's strength had already surpassed 500,000 at that moment. The immense white energy radiating from Vegeta made it evident that he was no longer the same. Jinyu, with a battle power of 470,000, suddenly felt as insignificant as a firefly in the presence of the now mighty Vegeta. "Damn you, Vegeta." Jinyu realized the dire situation. Vegeta's power had inexplicably surged. "Die, Jinyu." Vegeta was not one to hesitate like Piccolo. He charged forward without delay. Jinyu barely had time to react before he was sent flying. Wah! Spitting blood. Jinyu could hardly fathom that he, an elite warrior, was so easily bested by Vegeta, causing him to bleed. Cursing under his breath, Jinyu struggled to regain his balance in midair, unleashing energy waves toward the ascending Vegeta. Bang! 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 As the smoke gradually dissipated, Vegeta emerged unscathed, his speed undiminished. How can this be? Captain Ginyu has exerted his utmost. JIS and Bait stood by, equally astonished. Ever since arriving on Namek, everything had changed. The once invincible Ginyu force now felt like ants being crushed underfoot. Exchanging a glance, JIS and Bait fled without hesitation, transforming into streaks of red and blue light, vanishing in an instant. The Ginyu force was now a mere shadow of its former self. Preserving their lives was of paramount importance. Bait, bewildered, found himself face to face with Son Goku, blocking his path. Weren't you just over by the spaceship? How did you appear here in the blink of an eye? What is the meaning of this? I am Bait, the king of cosmic speed. Son Goku crossed his arms and replied with a smile. I am the second in the universe. Damn it. Bait felt deeply insulted by Goku's nonchalant tone. Among the Saiyans, Vegeta was always the strongest. Perhaps this kid was merely faster. Suddenly, clarity struck Bait. While it was understandable for Vegeta, the Saiyan prince, to grow stronger, this fellow appeared to lack any imposing presence. Perhaps his power was far beneath his own. With a roar, Bait ignited in blue flames, instantly pushing his battle power to its limit. Oh, 43,000 battle power. Not bad. Much stronger than the two aliens I encountered earlier. Goku remarked, referring to Dodoria and Zarbon. Observing Goku's relaxed demeanor, Bait assumed he was feigning composure and charged forth like a blue whirlwind. Blue storm. Goku watched Bait spin rapidly within the tempest, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he instantaneously teleported above the storm's eye. Dodo Ball. A white beam shot forth from Goku's fingers, piercing through Bait effortlessly. Bait's eyes filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that Goku would eliminate him in such a manner, the despicable Saiyan. With Bait's demise, the blue storm dissipated. Goku then turned his attention towards Celebi, where JIS was gathering a red energy sphere with one hand, resembling Yamcha's spirit ball, but far more potent. This is my trump card, the crumble ball. With a shout, JIS hurled the red sphere towards Celebi. Remaining calm, Celebi extended a hand and effortlessly intercepted the incoming projectile. The red energy ball danced in her grasp. How is this possible? JIS could hardly believe his eyes. This was his all-out attack. Not even a planet could withstand it. Celebi seemed to read his thoughts, declaring, Now, my body is even more solid than a planet. Goku nodded in agreement, affirming that she indeed surpassed the strength of 2 planets. With a mighty roar, Celebi hurled the red energy sphere back at an accelerated speed. JIS never imagined he would meet his end by his own ultimate technique. Bang! With a thunderous crash, JIS was obliterated. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to toy with Ginyu. The esteemed captain of the elite force was now reduced to a pitiful state, barely able to stand under the weight of Vegeta's power. Humph. It seems this is all you are capable of. Now, I shall send you to meet the Grim Reaper. Vegeta concentrated his energy into a formidable light wave aimed at Ginyu, clearly indicating that this strike would be fatal. Yet, facing such peril, Ginyu remained unfazed, a smirk forming on his lips. Vegeta, it appears you have transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Well, I shall claim that robust body for myself. Body change. With Jinyu's words, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a beam of energy that Vegeta could not possibly react to in time. This is bad. Although Vegeta was unaware of the technique, an ominous premonition gripped him, yet he had no means of evasion now. Just as it seemed Vegeta would be exchanged, a frog unexpectedly flew into the fray. This is it. Ginyu could hardly believe his eyes. A frog appeared at such a critical moment. But the transformation was already in motion and could not be halted. In a flash of light, Ginyu and the frog swapped bodies. Ribbit, now transformed into a frog. Ginyu lay on the ground, small and feeble, while Vegeta remained bewildered, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Goku approached and explained, allowing Vegeta to finally comprehend the situation. Had it not been for the frog Goku had tossed earlier, Vegeta would have been the one to undergo the body change. Humph, despicable tactics. Vegeta seethed with anger. With his battle power so high, he had nearly fallen victim to Jinyu's trickery. I never imagined I would almost be deceived by that scoundrel Ginyu. Thus, the prince unleashed all his power, firing energy waves from both hands, and in the blink of an eye, both Ginyu in frog form and the frog masquerading as Ginyu, along with the very ground beneath them, vanished without a trace. With this, Vegeta felt a slight sense of relief. Just as the trio was about to discuss their next course of action, a formidable energy presence suddenly emerged in the distance. This energy was evidently emanating from the other side of Namek. Yet even so, the three of them could distinctly feel it. It was Frisia's energy. But how had he become so powerful? Vegeta recognized it immediately. This overwhelming, quaking energy could only belong to Frisia. Yet, his face was a mask of astonishment and disbelief. Logically, Frisia should not possess such formidable strength. His own battle power should far exceed Frisia's. However, Goku surmised that Frisia had undergone some form of transformation under extraordinary circumstances. To be precise, Frisia had not transformed, but rather regressed. The reason for Frisia's current state was that the power within him was so immense that he had to revert to a diminished form to control it. When he restored his original form, it was then that his true strength was revealed. The previous manifestations were merely a facade employed by Fuelisha to deliberately suppress his battle power. Suin Wukong gazed into the distance, where a series of combat power readings materialized before him. 3 million. 3 million. It dawned on Suin Wukong that Fuelisha's third form had now been unveiled. While another energy presence emerged, Dongdi. To his astonishment, this individual had grown strong enough to compel Fuelisha to assume his third form, and it appeared that he had not suffered significant setbacks. It seemed that throwing him onto Namekhexing for over a year had not been in vain. Such formidable powers were at play. Sailaba, under Suin Wukong's tutelage, had learned to sense energy and was acutely aware that two individuals were engaged in a fierce battle on Namekhexing. When Vegeta uttered Fuelisha's name, Sailaba bit her lip, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Fuelisha, wishing fervently for his demise. Had it not been for Fuelisha, the Saiyan race would not have faced such calamity, and Badak would still be alive. In Sailaba's heart, Badak remained her most revered brother. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared towards the direction of Fuelisha, her fury ablaze. Vegeta, unwilling to lag behind, promptly followed Sailaba's lead. Just as Suin Wukong intended to join them, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the North Kai. Wukong. Wukong. Lord Kai? Is there something you need? On the Kai planet, the North Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to finally connect with Suin Wukong. Are you currently on Namekhexing? Suin Wukong nodded in response to the Kai's inquiry, informing him of Fuelisha's rampage on the planet and his intention to intervene. The North Kai's expression grew grave. Wukong, you cannot go there now. Why not? Suin Wukong asked, bewildered, for he believed his strength was sufficient to defeat Fuelisha. The North Kai shook his head, lowering his voice. No, Wukong, that's not what I mean. I must warn you, the Great Demon King is on his way to Namekhexing. The Great Demon King? Chapter 53, Fuelisha Transforms. The Great Demon King is Fuelisha's father and the leader of the Ice Demon clan. His power surpasses that of Fuelisha. Suin Wukong was well aware of this figure. Why would the Great Demon King arrive on Namekhexing at this moment? Should he not wait until Fuelisha was defeated before coming to clean up the mess and transform him into Mecha Fuelisha, only to then venture to Earth? What could have prompted his appearance at this juncture? The North Kai elucidated the situation, revealing that the planet where Sailaba had previously resided fell under the Great Demon King's dominion. Although he was the head of the Ice Demon clan, the Great Demon King had never fully trusted Fuelisha, thus keeping a watchful eye. The intrusion of Dodalia and Sabo into his territory had naturally drawn the Great Demon King's attention. Consequently, when Suin Wukong appeared before them, Dodalia and Sabo's power detectors instantly transmitted the information, allowing the Great Demon King to receive the news without delay. Upon seeing Suin Wukong, he was immediately reminded of the Saiyan Badak, who had once resisted Fuelisha. Though Fuelisha had ultimately dispatched him with ease, the Great Demon King had long remembered that moment. After all, in his long reign over the universe, it was the first time he encountered a Saiyan brave enough to defy him. At this moment, the Great Demon King recalled an ancient legend concerning the Saiyans. Long ago, the Saiyans were the rulers of the universe, their might unmatched, which is why they are still referred to as the strongest warrior race in the cosmos. Yet their arrogance led them to wreak havoc, and their malevolence was notorious. Eventually, a kind-hearted Saiyan could no longer stand by. He sought to eradicate those who reveled in destruction and darkness. Under his leadership, he gathered 6 like-minded Saiyans to confront the wicked ones. Alas, they ultimately faced defeat, but fortunately, the reign of the malevolent Saiyans began to wane. The Great Demon King often worried that the ancient Saiyan Empire might resurface. Thus, any unforeseen events were unacceptable. This was why the Great Demon King was present on Namekhexing at this time. Upon hearing the North Kai's words, Suin Wukong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed he would not be able to confront Fulisha just yet. Indeed, Wukong, you must first contend with the great Demon King, otherwise, we are all doomed. As the North Kai spoke these words, he himself felt uncertain. Although Suin Wukong had attained the form of a Super Saiyan, the great Demon King's strength was no trifling matter. He not only surpassed Fulisha, but also possessed an elevated level of power. To date, no one had truly witnessed the full extent of the great Demon King's might. Wukong, the safety of the entire North Galaxy now rests in your hands. At this moment, the North Kai had no choice but to place his hopes in Suin Wukong. Suin Wukong nodded, gazing towards the distant sky, where a spaceship was hurtling towards them, expected to land on Namekhexing in less than 5 minutes. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Namekhexing, Fulisha's current appearance was rather terrifying, his head elongated, and his 2 black horns had transformed into 6. His entire head was now long and flat, and his face bore a chilling countenance. This was Fulisha's third form. Narrowing his eyes, he extended 2 slender fingers towards Dongdi. A beam of light, invisible to the naked eye, struck Dongdi, creating a gaping wound on his body. Fulisha was not finished. He unleashed a barrage of small energy waves, causing multiple blood holes to mar Dongdi's form, green blood splattering everywhere. Humph, Namekhexing person. It seems you are nearing your end. Faced with Fulisha's cold smile, Dongdi's face turned ashen, yet he roared defiantly as his wounds began to heal. This was the inherent ability of the Namekhexing people. As long as vital areas remained intact, they could recover swiftly. However, this technique was draining. Dongdi found himself panting heavily. Ha ha ha, tremble. You are fortunate to witness my third form. Fulisha cackled madly, viewing Dongdi as nothing more than an inconsequential pawn. Once he dealt with Dongdi, he would turn his attention to the 2 little ones. Humph, you always show off at the slightest opportunity. Dongdi took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Well, what? Fulisha stared at Dongdi in bewilderment as he witnessed the latter's rapid restoration. His previously weakened energy now surging again. What was happening? Ignoring Fulisha's confusion, Dongdi clenched his fists, feeling a continuous flow of power within him. So that is why Nyla chose to fuse with me. Why you say what? Fulisha watched as Dongdi muttered to himself, his aura growing stronger, revealing a hint of fear on his face. Fulisha, you have indeed grown much stronger, but your current visage is utterly grotesque. Dongdi stated calmly, his demeanor unshaken. What? Fulisha's rage erupted, for this was his greatest taboo. He is well aware that the third transformation is the most grotesque form among all his shapes. Yet being told so directly by Dongdi is unbearable for him. Go die? With a swift motion, Frieza vanished from the air, reappearing before Dongdi and delivering a powerful punch. Dongdi successfully blocked the blow with his hands. Frieza's eyes gleamed with malice as he launched another attack. His figure darted around, striking at Dongdi from all directions. Each punch landed with the force of a heavy cannonball, forcing Dongdi to retreat step by step, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Where is that arrogance you had earlier? Is this all you are capable of? Frieza reveled in his superiority, envisioning the moment Dongdi would kneel in submission. Just as Frieza indulged in this pleasant fantasy, Dongdi coldly mocked, "Is this the extent of your abilities after transformation?" As soon as the words left his lips, Dongdi ceased his defense and launched a counterattack, delivering a punch to Frieza's face that sent him flying. Dongdi had intentionally allowed Frieza to strike earlier, not to gauge his strength, but to ascertain his own newfound power. Indeed, with his current physique, Frieza's attacks posed no threat, leaving him devoid of even the slightest pain. Reflecting on his previous battle against Frieza's second form, he recalled how Gohan and Goten attempted to restrain Frieza, yet Frieza's strikes had not inflicted any harm on him. Just as Dongdi prepared to return to the fray, Nailu suddenly appeared, informing him of a special skill possessed by the Namekians known as assimilation. As both were rare warrior-type Namekians, they might be able to defeat Frieza through this fusion. Initially, Dongdi rejected the idea. He believed he had surpassed Frieza's second form and was reluctant to merge with another. However, Nailu explained that Frieza harbored even greater power within him, and that even through fusion, he would not interfere with Dongdi's thoughts. In other words, only Nailu's strength would be fully transferred to Dongdi. Seeing Nailu's earnest expression and realizing it would not affect him adversely, Dongdi decided to give it a try. Nailu, delighted by Dongdi's agreement, felt he could finally contribute to the Namekian cause. He also asked Duandi to take care of Tiantian, for he had only one brother. Ultimately, the power of the fused Duandi manifested impressively. He had not anticipated that the assimilation would enhance his combat prowess to such an extent, almost doubling it. Confronting Frisia in his third form, Duandi held an undeniable advantage. So bothersome, your pretentious demeanor is truly detestable. Frisia seethed with rage, charging at Duandi once more. His fury caused the ground to crack underfoot, creating deep craters. Gathering all his strength, he threw a punch. Duandi met it with his own. The two forces clashed evenly, the tremendous impact causing rocks to shatter, the ground to collapse, and waves to surge, even scattering the clouds in the sky. The Namekian planet trembled violently from that singular blow. No, it cannot be. Frisia exclaimed, astonished. Never had anyone matched him in strength. He swung another punch. But Duandi effortlessly dodged, then delivered a powerful kick to Frisia's abdomen. You beast. Frisia clutched his stomach, his face paling from the pain. Duandi did not relent. He vanished and reappeared behind Frisia like a specter, landing a fierce punch on his enormous head. Frisia howled in agony, his cumbersome form losing control and crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt, buried beneath a pile of rubble. As Frisia's furious roar echoed, debris flew everywhere as he re-emerged, wiping the blood from his mouth and snarling, Die. Behold my death beam. With a swift motion, Frisia extended his hands, unleashing numerous purple energy beams that pierced through the air with tremendous power. The surrounding landscape was devastated, and even rivers were torn apart by the onslaught. The speed of the death beams was astonishing, reaching Duandi in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Duandi evaded them with agility, although he could still smell the scorched air. Frisia's strength was indeed formidable. Frisia, frustrated at missing his target, continued to fire more death beams. Chapter 54. Intense Battle. A barrage of slender beams swept across the sky, weaving a vast purple net. Under this net, the mountains crumbled, rivers evaporated, and the ground shattered, reducing everything to ruins. Witnessing the devastation, Frisia laughed breathlessly. Those detestable Namekians should now be nothing but cosmic dust. Frisia laughed maniacally, convinced that Duandi must surely be dead after such a fierce attack. What are you so pleased about? Just as Frisia basked in his triumph, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Duandi stood silently like a ghost, completely unharmed, not even a scratch on his skin. What is happening? Before Frisia could express his astonishment, Duandi's relentless assault was already upon him. With a powerful punch, Frisia felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, plunging him into darkness under the overwhelming force. This is not over yet, Frisia. Duandi's voice rang out again as he appeared before Frisia in an instant, launching an uppercut that struck with ferocity. The wind from his punch was so fierce that Frisia's peculiar horn shattered. Without pausing, Duandi followed up with a powerful kick to Frisia's chest. Frisia's colossal form was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, leaving a long trail on the ground. Frisia's scream echoed like a cry from hell. I will not spare you. Never. You Namekian, I shall take your life. The roar was deafening, and the once picturesque Namekian planet was now marred by the ferocious battle between the two. Frisia, in a pitiful state, bore gruesome purple-black stains of blood on his face and head, several of his horns broken, and his body riddled with wounds. I will not forgive you. Frisia's thunderous roar shattered the air. Once more, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, the purple flames swirling as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the sky. This fearsome power caused the few remaining distant mountains to collapse, and debris flew chaotically in the raging winds. The sea surged violently, waves crashing as if the very earth could not bear Frisia's might, causing the entire land to tremble. Frisia's power surged again. What is happening? Vegeta, rushing from afar, gazed at the darkened sky filled with lightning, feeling the undeniable increase in Frisia's strength. Is this truly Frisia's ultimate power? Sariva felt the chillingly powerful energy. But remembering Bardock's sacrifice, she mustered her courage and accelerated forward. Giggle giggle. A piercing laugh echoed from ahead. As the dust settled, Frisia's figure was finally revealed. His once enormous and deformed head was gone, replaced by a smooth and small form. His wounds had vanished without a trace. His entire body was a smooth, mirror-like white. His head, shoulders, chest, knees, and other areas had turned into purple armor. Even his face was no longer ugly. Instead, it appeared exceptionally cold and ruthless. Two tear-like marks stretched from the corners of his eyes to his chin, looking both eerie and terrifying. The only flaw was that Frieza had shrunk again, looking less than 6 meters tall. But only at this moment was he truly himself, his power at its peak. The indescribable pressure caused even Piccolo to tremble. "That Namekian, you can die now," Frieza said coldly, raising a finger slightly, and a beam of light shot out from his fingertip. This time, Piccolo didn't even have time to react. He was pierced through by the beam. The power was simply incomparable. Piccolo clutched his wounds, trying to heal, when Frieza's death beam struck again. Bang, bang, bang. All 4 of Piccolo's joints were broken. The pain was so intense he couldn't stand up. He collapsed to his knees. "Ha ha ha," Frieza chuckled maliciously, covering his mouth. "Didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Why are you lying on the ground like a dead dog now?" Piccolo's face was deathly pale. Due to the severity of his injuries, he could clearly feel his life slipping away bit by bit. He never expected Frieza could still transform. And Frieza's current strength was probably at least 6 million. Damn it, Namek is finished. Even Piccolo felt despair at this moment. Frieza's strength was terrifying. Seeing that Piccolo seemed to have given up resisting, Frieza smiled contemptuously and slowly walked up to him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh! In the distance, a dazzling light shot straight towards Frieza. Frieza didn't even think of dodging, directly meeting the attack head-on. Bang! With a deafening roar, the smoke gradually dissipated. Frieza lightly dusted himself off, expressionlessly looked up at the sky, and saw that the person who had approached was Vegeta. A hint of surprise flashed across Frieza's face. "Vegeta, you dare show yourself? You traitor, you should know the consequences of betraying me." Vegeta hovered leisurely in midair, looking down at Frieza with a smug expression. "Don't be fooled, Frieza. I'm here to take your life today." Ha ha ha. Frieza let out a piercing laugh that made everyone uneasy. "Vegeta, you're really good at making people laugh. Soon you'll experience my terror again." Frieza had barely finished speaking when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Frieza!" Sariva charged at him enraged, throwing a punch. But her all-out attack was effortlessly blocked by Frieza with a single finger. "Oh, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to actually find a Saiyan to help you." Frieza remained unfazed. In his eyes, this was nothing more than an easy game. "Frieza!" Sariva continued to roar, unleashing her power in an attempt to defeat Frieza. Frieza finally frowned, muttering to himself, "Saiyans have such formidable fighting power?" Even though Sariva's power level was only around 600,000, it was already intolerable to Frieza. The Saiyans could not escape his control, or he would rather exterminate them all. Without mercy, Frieza swung his tail, striking Sariva squarely in the body. She instantly felt an irresistible force, coughing up blood, and was sent flying as if struck by a meteorite. Boom, boom, boom. Sariva crashed headfirst into a mountain several kilometers away. Vegeta witnessed this, his face darkening. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. He had deeply felt Frieza's strength, but still held onto a sliver of hope. Perhaps he could truly defeat him. Vegeta suddenly gathered a radiant sphere in his hands. "Oh, Vegeta still won't give up?" Frieza, watching Vegeta in midair, appeared completely calm. This level of energy blast couldn't possibly harm him. However, Frieza was wrong. Vegeta's energy blast wasn't meant to be used against him. But rather Vegeta launched the energy blast directly into the sky, and the previously gloomy sky suddenly lit up with a bright, clear moon. Oh no! Frieza finally realized something was wrong. In his overwhelming power, he had forgotten that Saiyans could transform using the moon. Ha ha ha! Seeing a hint of tension on Frieza's face, Vegeta proudly declared, "That's right, Frieza, I now possess the power to defeat you." With that, Vegeta's body began to transform. Just like when he fought on Earth, he transformed into a great ape. Black fur rapidly covered his entire body, and his eyes turned blood red. In a mere instant, Vegeta's originally slender frame transformed into a gigantic ape tens of meters tall. In this state, his fighting power increased tenfold, meaning Vegeta's current power level exceeded 5 million. Vegeta's blood-red eyes stared at Frieza, who was less than 5 meters tall, and he said, "Well, Frieza, are you ready to face the Saiyans' wrath?" "Humph. You wretched monkeys." Vegeta opened his massive jaws, unleashing a gigantic beam of energy that shot straight towards Frieza's location. Boom. Like hundreds of bombs exploding simultaneously. Namek trembled violently from the impact. and the spot where Frieza had just stood was completely obliterated. Damn monkey. Frieza flew through the air, gazing at the destroyed area, his face extremely grim. Ha ha, how about it, Frieza? At this moment, the great ape Vegeta felt an unprecedented power, finding Frieza utterly vulnerable. His massive body charged towards Frieza, his speed undiminished despite his enormous size. Boom. Frieza was sent flying by a punch from great ape Vegeta, hurtling along the surface of Namek's waters, creating a huge splash. Seeing Frieza about to disappear from sight, great ape Vegeta immediately gave chase, quickly arriving above Frieza, clasping his hands together and slamming them down on Frieza's body. Frieza roared, a purple energy shield rising around his body. Due to the shield's effect, great ape Vegeta's attack was ineffective. Instead, he was repelled. But great ape Vegeta showed no sign of frustration. Even Frieza would expend considerable energy to achieve such a defense. Thinking this, the giant ape Vegeta charged at Frieza again. Frieza's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he resisted with all his might. However, the difference in their strength was simply too great. The moment they clashed, great ape Vegeta grabbed Frieza and tossed him around in the air. Along the way, they knocked down countless remaining trees from Namek. Damn it, stop! Frieza finally regained his footing, and with a swift movement, a beam of light pierced great ape Vegeta's gaping mouth, escaping his clutches. Chapter 55. Forced to take the beating. How could this be? This time, Frieza was truly enraged. These guys were like cockroaches, emerging one after another. As his combat power surged to unprecedented heights, he, Frieza, the notorious villain of this universe, unleashed his most formidable form. Die! You shall all perish! He roared, his aura flaring once more, swiftly surpassing the might of the great ape Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta, still caught off guard, dared to charge forward in an attack. Frieza extended a finger, and Vegeta felt the very air around him become suffocatingly dense, rendering him utterly immobile. What is happening? Frieza coolly wiped the dirt from his face and remarked, Damn Saiyan, you've forced me to utilize 10% of my power. What? Vegeta could hardly believe Frieza's declaration. The fact that Frieza was only employing 10% of his strength, while clearly outmatching him, was incomprehensible. How could he be so powerful? With one hand restraining Vegeta, Frieza pointed to the ground, causing a large rock to levitate. With a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he mercilessly smashed the stone down upon Vegeta. Ugh! The great ape Vegeta was struck heavily, yet Frieza's assault showed no signs of abating, waves of attacks relentlessly crashing down upon him. Vegeta could only endure passively as the tide of battle turned drastically. In the distance, Celebi rose from the rubble, observing the continuous onslaught upon Vegeta. If this continued, Vegeta might face grave danger, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. In a moment of desperation, Celebi gazed up at the moon hanging in the sky. Meanwhile, Son Wukong on the other side of Namek had sensed the turmoil. In a matter of minutes, Frieza's power surged once more, reaching a staggering combat power of 12 million. Hold on, denned Vegeta. Currently, Son Wukong was paralyzed, the imposing Demon King's spaceship looming ever closer. With a thunderous crash, the ship landed, sending tremors through the earth. As the hatch opened, a horde of peculiar, massive extraterrestrial beings emerged, and Son Wukong could distinctly feel the overwhelming malevolence radiating from them. They lined up in 2 rows, casting dark shadows all around. The Demon King emerged slowly. Li, have we finally arrived? He said coldly, his gaze fixed ahead, where Son Wukong's solitary figure awaited. Go, Wukong. On King Kai's planet, North Kai clenched his fists, visibly anxious. After all, this was his jurisdiction, the North Galaxy. If Wukong were to falter, all would be lost. Oh, it seems the reports from Dodoria and the others were indeed true. Besides Vegeta, there are still Saiyans alive. The figure of the Demon King appeared before Wukong in an instant. Even Wukong was taken aback by the speed of this foe. Unlike Frieza, the Demon King was now revealing his most powerful form. Wukong glanced at the Demon King's combat power reading, which displayed a staggering 160 million. Truly, this adversary was formidable. Oh, a Saiyan who does not fear me? As Wukong scanned the Demon King's power level, the Demon King reciprocated, but his device only registered a meager value of 1,000. 1,000? The Demon King pondered, shaking his head. This Saiyan's true power must far exceed this paltry figure. He quickly deduced that there must be a means to conceal one's combat strength. Removing the device, He realized that even the latest model could only detect about 150,000. Yet he was certain that the combat prowess of the individual before him was vastly greater. Thus, the device was of little use. Are you here to take revenge for the Saiyans? In response to the Demon King's sudden inquiry, Wukong gently shook his head, stating, the Saiyans have committed numerous heinous acts. Their extinction is merely just desserts. The Demon King was taken aback by Wukong's unexpected response. After all, Vegeta, who outwardly feigned loyalty to Frieza, had long been plotting his downfall. The fact that Wukong had never considered avenging the Saiyans was astonishing. Wukong smiled slightly and continued, while I am a Saiyan, I am also a human from Earth. Therefore, to be precise, I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. I only fight to protect the Earth and those dear to me. The Demon King, unable to comprehend Wukong's sentiments, believed that only power mattered, dismissing emotions as inconsequential. Even Frieza, the universe's tyrant, had only a single subordinate, lacking any deeper connections. With a cold snort, the Demon King disregarded Wukong's thoughts, for he had come to Namek with the singular intent of eradicating the Saiyans. Once and for all, silently, the Demon King signaled to his minions, who unleashed their full power and charged at Wukong. In an instant, Wukong found himself surrounded. "Ya!" he bellowed, releasing a torrent of white energy, and with that force, he decimated a significant portion of the extraterrestrial horde. Saiyan. The Demon King seethed with fury as he witnessed Wukong's rising strength, feeling increasingly intimidated. Against the remaining 500 relentless extraterrestrial minions, Wukong unleashed Tien Shin'en's enhanced cannon technique, a move that, thanks to Tien's modifications, consumed no life force while boasting a broader range and greater power. With a new cannon blast, not a single extraterrestrial minion remained standing. Behind the Demon King, a vast pit appeared, an impressive feat given that Namek soil was far sturdier than that of Earth. Wukong remained calm, effortlessly dispatching over 1,000 of the Demon King's subordinates without so much as breaking a sweat. To be honest, I think you may be even more formidable than Frieza, the Demon King remarked coolly, then added, how about you become my son? I'll grant you half of the universe. Upon hearing this, Wukong's lips curved into a sly smile, replying, if you have a beautiful daughter, I might consider it. Alas, your race of frost demons is comprised of hermaphroditic beings. You seek death. The Demon King could no longer contain his wrath. This Wukong was not only powerful, but also possessed a sharp tongue. I will make you pay. The Demon King charged at Son Wukong, and indeed, his strength was overwhelmingly superior, far beyond that of the minor extraterrestrial minions. Despite Wukong's desperate evasions, he was struck hard by the Demon King's subsequent attacks. However, drawing upon his vast experience, he endured the searing pain in his abdomen and retaliated fiercely, kicking the Demon King away. Boom! The Demon King crashed into a hill, a cloud of dust erupting around him. Yet Wukong felt no joy. He remained focused, intently sensing the fluctuations in the Demon King's energy. Behind me, Wukong spun around, launching a punch, but only struck the Demon King's afterimage. You are too slow. The Demon King appeared beside Wukong and landed a punch squarely on his face. Ah! Wukong cried out in pain, attempting to charge at the Demon King, only to find him vanished once again, leaving Wukong grasping at air. Without hesitation, Wukong moved swiftly, all the while attuning himself to the Demon King's energy. Oh, are you looking for me? Smack! As the Demon King's voice echoed, Wukong was struck once more. Sent flying. Wukong. North Kai, sensing the dire situation, grew increasingly anxious. The battle had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Sun Wukong did not respond to the North Kai, but slowly crouched down, gripping his hands tightly, and shouted. Suddenly, a crimson radiance began to emanate from his entire body. From a distance, Wang observed with astonishment as an overwhelming aura radiated from Sun Wukong, realizing that this Saiyan possessed a formidable trump card, the 20-fold Kaioken. In that moment, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red lightning, his speed soaring to an unfathomable level, leaving Wang unable to react. With a resounding impact, a punch struck Wang squarely on the head, sending him off balance. But that was not the end. Sun Wukong swiftly turned and kicked Wang away, then transformed into a blazing red comet, tracing an arc across the sky and arriving directly behind Wang. Just as Wang prepared to counterattack, his gaze turned fierce, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Miraculously, his body, which had been sent flying, stabilized. Wong regained his footing and launched a counterstrike, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. This strike liberated Sun Wukong from the 20-fold Kaioken state. Ack! Sun Wukong clutched his stomach, doubled over in pain from the blow. Humph! Wong lifted his foot and delivered a vicious kick to Sun Wukong's chin, sending him flying and crashing through several mountains before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Wong radiated a deep, terrifying crimson aura, showcasing his true power. Sensing a sudden decrease in the aura ahead, Wong wore a triumphant smile. Indeed, the Frost Demons were the strongest race in the universe. Wong gathered a massive dark red energy sphere in his hand, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Sun Wukong. Just then, Wong's hand, poised to launch the attack, froze as he heard what seemed to be a cold snicker from Sun Wukong. Could it be that the fellow still harbored hidden strength? It made sense. Scions could transform into monstrous great apes. However, what appeared before Wong was a golden radiance he had never witnessed before. The golden energy surged like a pillar into the heavens. The scattered debris around was swept up by this force, and from afar, Sun Wukong was enveloped in a golden glow. The earth trembled, and the mountains roared. The sky thundered with lightning. Accompanied by Sun Wukong's roar. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, his pupils transformed to a light green, and his hair stood upright due to the overwhelming energy. Flames of golden energy blazed around him. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. Now, let us engage in battle once more. Chapter 56, Gazing at the Firmament. Both Frisia and Vegeta's expressions changed simultaneously as they turned their gaze to the other side of Namek, wondering what transpired. What could have caused a golden energy beam to pierce through the heavens? Unlike Frisia, who wore a perplexed expression, Vegeta recognized that aura. It had to be Kakarot. Could it be that he encountered a formidable opponent? That aura was equally tremendous. Could it possibly be Wong? Vegeta instantly comprehended that it was not just Frisia on Namek, but also the leader of the Frost Demons, Wong. To be honest, Vegeta held little confidence in Sun Wukong's ability to defeat Wong, and furthermore, Wong's presence meant that Sun Wukong could not assist them. Faced with Frisia's enhanced power, Vegeta saw no chance of victory, especially since Celebi had transformed into a great ape to assist Vegeta, yet she had forgotten that she was merely a lowly warrior, unable to control herself in that form. Thus, the rampaging Celebi began her assault recklessly. Moreover, her first target was Vegeta. With no alternative, Vegeta was forced to shoot down the moon he had created, which halted Celebi, but it also caused him to revert to his original form. Now, utterly exhausted, Vegeta struggled to remain upright. Gazing at Frisia, who had hardly exerted any effort, despair filled Vegeta's eyes. The Scions were doomed. Kakarot, Celebi, and the entire Namek are all finished. How infuriating. Vegeta reminisced about his childhood, recalling how he witnessed his father, King Vegeta, bowing before Frisia, who seemed only slightly older than himself. Frisia callously stomped on King Vegeta's head, as if crushing an ant. The shadow of that moment was etched deeply into young Vegeta's memory. Later, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, Vegeta was forced to serve under Frisia. Despite his relentless efforts to increase his battle power, he had only reached around 60,000 before encountering Kakarot. Frisia's first form boasted a staggering battle power of 530,000. Now, after finally achieving over 800,000 in battle power, along with the Great Ape Transformation's tenfold increase, Vegeta had believed he could utterly defeat Frisia, only to discover that he had not even unleashed 1/10 of his strength. The proud Vegeta trembled for the first time, gripped by true fear and the weight of despair, shedding tears of dread. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Vegeta was devoid of fighting spirit. Oh dear, surrendering already? How regrettable. Frisia wore a nonchalant expression, realizing that the battle had concluded and contemplating how to torment Vegeta next. Let us start by crippling your limbs. Frisia resolved to inflict pain, raising a finger and aiming it at Vegeta's arm. Whoosh! A purple energy beam shot forth, piercing through Vegeta's right arm, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, Vegeta remained unresponsive, as if turned to stone. Was he too afraid to feel the pain? Frisia's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze turning vicious. Since Vegeta felt no anguish, there was no need to prolong the torment. Let's hasten to eliminate this pest. Frisia made up his mind, gathering another purple energy beam, this time aimed at Vegeta's heart. Whoosh! The beam shot straight toward Vegeta, but he remained motionless like a piece of wood. Vegeta. With a furious shout, Piccolo suddenly appeared and kicked Vegeta away, evading Frieza's attack. Oh, that Namekian. You're still alive? Frieza observed Piccolo, who appeared unscathed and had regained his energy, perplexed by the situation. However, noticing that Piccolo's aura had not increased, he felt somewhat relieved. After all, he could always kill him again. Just as Frieza prepared to strike, Piccolo shouted, Kakarot, Gohan. Son Wukong and Gohan descended from the sky, joining forces once more to unleash the solar flare. The blinding white light temporarily blinded Frieza, and seizing the opportunity, Piccolo swiftly led Vegeta away. By the time Frieza regained his sight, he found himself alone in the empty landscape. Humph, those wretched Namekians. And those two little brats. Wasn't he pierced through the chest by my second form? Frieza's expression darkened, frustration boiling within him as those nuisances consistently thwarted his plans. His patience had run thin. Rumbling, Frieza unleashed a barrage of death beams in a frenzy, but no matter how much destruction he wrought, he could not find Piccolo or the others. In a distant cave, Piccolo supported Vegeta as they entered. Gohan and Celebi followed closely behind. Deep within the cavern lies a Namekian of modest stature, accompanying Nailu, known as Tian. Quick, place him here. Tian rushes to the gravely injured Vegeta, clasping his hands together and closing his eyes to commence a healing technique. Gradually, the wounds on Vegeta's body begin to mend, yet he remains exceedingly feeble. It's hopeless. Observing Vegeta's condition, Donkey is filled with fury as he seizes him, exclaiming, Vegeta, pull yourself together. Donkey's sudden and rough action startles Tian, who quickly interjects, he is injured. You might reopen his wounds. Unperturbed, Donkey retorts loudly, it seems there are cowards among the Saiyans. I should have eliminated you back on Earth. Just as Donkey prepares to continue his tirade, he suddenly frowns. This is bad. Frieza cannot locate us and is heading towards the Elder. Tian's anxiety mounts. What shall we do? The Elder's current state cannot conceal him. He gazes at Donkey with hopeful eyes, sensing Nyla's essence emanating from him. I will divert Frieza's attention and lure him to Son Wukong. After contemplating, Donkey resolves. He has also sensed Son Wukong's presence, but his adversary is equally formidable and perilous. Reluctant to place all hope on Son Wukong, he realizes that with Vegeta incapacitated, he has little choice, unless Donkey entertains a bold notion. If they could acquire the Dragon Balls and summon the Earth's deity to Namek, perhaps they could salvage the situation. He and the deity are one. After fusion, their power would undoubtedly amplify. Yet currently, 5 Dragon Balls are with Frieza, and 2 remain unfound. Upon hearing Donkey mention the Dragon Balls, Celebi strives to open her eyes, revealing that they had reclaimed one from the Ginyu Force when they arrived on Namek. Tian adds that the last Dragon Ball is with the Elder. Donkey's face brightens with hope. It appears they still have a chance to triumph. He begins to formulate a strategy. He will distract Frieza, while Wufan and Celebi retrieve the Dragon Ball from the Ginyu Force, and Wuyuan and Tian will request the final Dragon Ball from the Elder. Subsequently, they will gather at Frieza's spaceship, unite all 7 Dragon Balls, and summon Shenlong. If they can invite the deity from Earth, perhaps they still have a chance to turn the tide. The group nods in agreement, recognizing that they have no alternative. After everyone disperses to execute their tasks, Vegeta gazes at the sky outside the cave. His body, under Tian's continuous healing, has already begun to recover, and due to the Saiyan physiology, his combat power has increased. Yet Vegeta is acutely aware that this alone is insufficient to contend with Frieza. If he could attain immortality, could he then leverage his Saiyan prowess to vanquish Frieza? Following Donkey's plan regarding the Dragon Balls, a daring thought suddenly emerges in Vegeta's mind. At the Elder's residence on Namek, Frieza returns, effortlessly sweeping away the entire roof, exposing the corpulent Elder within. Ah, so you are the head of Namek. Speak quickly. Have you hidden the Dragon Balls? The Elder, with great effort, raises his eyelids to meet Frieza's gaze, calmly stating, I will not hand them over. They are meant only for the pure of heart. Humph. It seems you leave me no choice but to kill you. Frieza, exhibiting no patience, begins to gather violet energy in his hand. Yet the Elder remains unfazed. Witnessing the Elder's demeanor, Frieza retracts his hand, contemplating that if the Elder dies, the Dragon Balls become useless. Through gritted teeth, Frieza suppresses his rage, saying, hand over the Dragon Balls, and I will spare your Namek. Presently, Your band of villains has reduced Namek to less than 5 survivors. I have resolved to share the fate of Namek. Seeing that the Elder steadfastly refuses to surrender the Dragon Balls, Frieza can no longer contain himself, discarding any concern for his height. Indeed, Frieza's desire for the Dragon Balls is simply to grow 5 centimeters taller. Who could have imagined that the universe's overlord harbors such a simplistic wish? Just as Frieza prepares to strike, Donkey's voice resounds from behind. Hey, Frieza, don't you wish to know where the remaining Dragon Balls are? Defeat me, and I shall reveal their location. Frieza turns to find Donkey, the Namekian who should have perished, daring to reveal himself and seemingly aware of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Frieza charges at Donkey. His speed is so immense that Donkey scarcely has time to react. Before Donkey, Frieza reveals a chilling smile. Now tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? Donkey, his complexion pale, musters the courage to declare, I said, defeat me first. You truly are a fool who won't weep until you see the coffin. Frieza flicks his finger, sending Donkey hurtling away. Donkey roars in anger but stabilizes himself, then flies away in another direction without looking back. Trying to escape? Frieza pursues without hesitation, accelerating even further. In the blink of an eye, he blocks Donkey's path. Before my overwhelming power, you cannot hope to flee. Suppressing his terror, Donkey channels all his strength to attack Frieza. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of punches and kicks land on Frieza, yet he does not even flinch. Chapter 57. The failure of immortality. He brushes off the dust from his body, tilting his head at Donkey. You aren't merely tickling me, are you? With that, he swiftly strikes, severing one of Donkey's arms. Pain surges through him, but from behind Frieza, Donkey sees Wufan and Xiaolin stealthily approaching the Elder. His current task is to divert Frieza's attention. It seems you still refuse to speak? Noticing Donkey's silence, Frieza grows impatient, as he need not fear for Donkey's life. Donkey's screams echo relentlessly. Uncle Donkey, Wufan, filled with rage, desires to assist. Yet Xiaolin restrains him, understanding without needing words. His own face reflects fury. Knowing Donkey is also a Namekian and has fused with Nailu. But this is not the time for impulsiveness. The two exchange a glance, resolute, and immediately seek out the Elder. After a swift exchange, they finally discover the Dragon Ball behind the Elder. Children, you must hurry. My time is short. The Elder senses his life nearing its end, knowing he will soon perish. If that occurs, even if Sun Wuyuan gathers the Dragon Balls, they will be unable to make a wish. The two dare not delay further. Seizing the moment while Frieza is distracted, Sun Wuyuan swiftly grabs Tiantian, transferring a portion of his power to him, and they both fly away at incredible speed. Watching Sun Wuyuan and Tiantian successfully retrieve the Dragon Ball and depart, a rare smile graces Donkey's face. Frieza quickly detects this shift, coldly questioning, what are you so pleased about, Namekian? Gazing at the battered and weakened Donkey, Frieza struggles to comprehend what could possibly bring him joy. Frieza, I shall soon defeat you. Donkey's bold declaration only serves to infuriate Frieza further, intensifying his onslaught. As the essence of Duan Di weakened before Frieza's spacecraft, Suin Wufan and Sailaba hastily arrived with the Dragon Balls of Jinyu, only to discover that Duan Di's presence was faint, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. At this rate, even summoning the Earth's deity would be futile. Suin Wufan quickly exclaimed, you summon the dragon, and I shall assist Uncle Duan Di for a while. Sailaba concurred, I will go too. The two transformed into shooting stars, heading towards Duan Di and Frieza. Tiantian realized that time was of the essence and immediately began chanting the incantation to summon the dragon. Jili Gulu, Shenlong, Chushinbie. As Tiantian uttered the spell, a dragon larger than any on earth appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire Namekian sky. The voice of Shenlong Belungia resonated. I am Shenlong Belungia. Speak your wishes. At this moment, Vegeta, lurking in the shadows, displayed a glimmer of delight. He stepped out and shouted at the dragon. My wish is to become immortal. What a disaster. Suin Wufan was taken aback that Vegeta had made his wish first at such a critical moment. However, the dragon in the sky merely fixed its gaze on Vegeta without any reaction. Could it be that I am already immortal? Vegeta pondered. Tiantian shook his head, stating, to wish upon Shenlong Belungia, one must use the Namekian language. What? Vegeta was astonished by this condition. He approached Tiantian, intending to provoke him into wishing for his immortality. Suin Wufan stood protectively in front of Tiantian. "Oh, Suin Wukong's son, do you think you can contend with me?" Vegeta dismissed Suin Wufan entirely. "I must wish for immortality from the dragon so that I can defeat Frisha and save Namek." Suin Wufan asserted, "Uncle Duan Di has a way to defeat Frisha, and I trust him more." "What nonsense, you fool." Vegeta was unwilling to waste words on Suin Wufan. Seizing the opportunity to grasp the only one who understood the Namekian language, Tiantian, he advanced. Seeing Vegeta's relentless approach, Suin Wufan charged forward to attack Vegeta, landing a punch that sent him flying. Vegeta, taken aback, thought, how does this little brat possess such strength? However, having returned from the brink of death, his power had significantly increased. "Get out of my way." This time, Vegeta was no longer careless, and they clashed. As Suin Wufan gradually found himself at a disadvantage, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hurry, Tiantian, wish for the Earth's deity to come to Namek." Tiantian, witnessing Suin Wufan's struggle, grew anxious as well. "Wait, the Namekian Shenlong Belungia can grant 3 wishes." "What?" Vegeta immediately ceased fighting. If there were 3 wishes, he only needed 1 to gain immortality, leaving the other 2 for their use. Suin Wufan was also astonished by the power of the Namekian dragon. But if they could grant 3 wishes, should they assist Vegeta in achieving immortality? Observing Suin Wufan's hesitation, Vegeta angrily asserted, "We should unite to defeat Frisha, otherwise, none of us will survive." Moreover, Suin Wukong is currently facing a formidable enemy and requires our assistance. Suin Wufan sensed the situation on Namek, where Suin Wukong's immense power clashed fiercely against another mysterious force. If they could resolve Frisha quickly, perhaps they could aid his father. Resolutely, Suin Wufan nodded to Tiantian, acknowledging Vegeta's desire for immortality. Vegeta, elated at having convinced the two, urged, "Quick, you must wish upon the dragon." "All right." Tiantian approached Shenlong Belungia and began to articulate his wish in the Namekian tongue. However, halfway through, Shenlong Belungia suddenly vanished. "What is happening?" Vegeta was bewildered. Even Suin Wufan was perplexed. Had the wish already been granted? Only Tiantian hung his head in dismay, saying, "The Grand Elder has passed away. The Dragon Balls are now useless." On the ground, indeed, the once smooth and round Dragon Ball had transformed into stone. Damn it! Vegeta was now utterly furious. He had been so close, merely a hair's breadth away from attaining immortality. He glared at Suin Wufan, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If not for you, I could have defeated Frisha by now." Suin Wufan retorted defiantly, "You have the audacity to say that? If Yuan Ti appeared unexpectedly, Uncle Duan Di's wish would have been fulfilled. Even if that useless Namekian's wish were granted, what difference would it make? Do not speak ill of Uncle Duan Di." Just as Suin Wufan and Vegeta were about to quarrel again, Tiantian quickly intervened, stating, "There's no point in arguing now. Duan Di's essence is fading. I must tend to his injuries." Upon hearing Tiantian's words, Vegeta's eyes lit up. "Wait, we still have a chance." Suin Wufan regarded Vegeta warily, unwilling to trust his words. Vegeta, undeterred, expressed his thoughts. "We Saiyans possess a unique ability. If we recover when on the brink of death, we gain even greater strength." Pointing at Tiantian, he continued, "In other words, as long as this guy is still around, we have hope to defeat Frisha." Tiantian suddenly became a crucial figure, incredulously asking me. Seeing Suin Wufan still skeptical, Vegeta pressed on, "Kakarot's son, you know this to be true." Although reluctant to admit it, Suin Wufan begrudgingly nodded. It was indeed the case. After being injured and treated by Tiantian, his own combat power had gradually increased. Moreover, it seemed that the more severe the injury, the quicker the boost in strength. With Suin Wufan persuaded and silent, Vegeta excitedly declared, "Now let us confront Frisha. I will take the initial blows. You two hold him off, and once this guy heals me, I shall defeat Frisha." On the battlefield, Duan Di was severely wounded, appearing particularly frail, even struggling to breathe. Fortunately, 2 individuals had unexpectedly appeared to shield him from Frisha's assault. Otherwise, he would have perished. These 2 were none other than the arriving Suin Wufan and Celebi, yet they too bore injuries. Duan Di turned to look into the distance, his expression darkening. What is happening? Did we not summon the dragon? But why could he not sense the deity's presence? Was there some unforeseen complication? Duan Di was perplexed. Yet he knew this was the only method to defeat Frisha. "Hi-ya-ya? Namekian, have you been staring over there since the beginning, harboring some scheme? I tell you, in the face of absolute power, No strategy will suffice. Frieza calmly stated, showing no signs of injury, appearing completely unfazed despite having just fought a fierce battle. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a figure flew in from the distance. Oh, is that Vegeta? This guy actually dares to return. Soon, the figure stood before everyone. It was indeed Vegeta. This time, Vegeta was unafraid, boldly giving a thumbs up to Frieza in provocation. Are you frightened, Frieza? Before you stand Super Vegeta. Humph, Vegeta. You should know I detest such trivial jokes. Upon hearing the term Super, Frieza's expression shifted instantly from calm to ominous. This time, I will personally deal with you. Vegeta. As soon as the words left his mouth, Frieza vanished. How swift. Suin Wufan could only glimpse a purple blur before witnessing Vegeta being sent flying. With a single attack, the sound echoed, Sila. Vegeta found himself utterly powerless, his abdomen pierced through by Frieza's hand. Yet, surprisingly, he did not reveal any sign of pain. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. How splendid. This means I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza, perplexed by Vegeta's laughter, only found it more irritating. In Chapter 58, Do Not Be Arrogant, Saiyan, Frieza raised his other hand, gathering a purple energy sphere, ready to deliver a final blow to Vegeta. At that critical moment, a brilliant white light shot forth from a distance, interrupting Frieza's attack. It was Son Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, Brother Gohan, there's no time to waste. Save Vegeta first. Though Gohan held no fondness for Vegeta, he understood the gravity of the situation, especially with his father, Son Goku, unaware of the ongoing battle. Defeating Frieza was their immediate priority. As Gohan's words faded, Piccolo wasted no time. His aura surged dramatically as he charged at Frieza, delivering a powerful kick that sent Frieza crashing into the depths of the sea. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this young Saiyan be so formidable? Of course, he too was a Saiyan, having once died and come back to life. Realization dawned on Vegeta. Their plan was indeed working. Clutching his abdomen, he slowly descended, hiding behind a rock where a small figure was tending to Piccolo's wounds. Vegeta, what are you planning to do? Frieza soon returned, emanating a suffocating aura. However, Goten, Gohan, and Piccolo blocked Frieza's path. How amusing. You dare assist Vegeta in his escape? Frieza scoffed, yet he intended to toy with them, torturing them slowly before annihilating the entire planet Namek. Hey, you brat, tend to my wounds. Vegeta shouted to the sky. Although terrified, the little figure continued to treat Piccolo's injuries, which were healing rapidly. Damn it, I've lost too much blood. My mind is starting to fog, Vegeta thought. Hurry and heal me, or we'll all be doomed. Yet, the figure ignored his pleas, focusing on Piccolo. Suddenly, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, unable to endure any longer. Was this how he would meet his end? Reluctantly, he closed his eyes. At that moment, Piccolo's wounds were healed, and noticing the figure's reluctance to treat Vegeta, he calmly stated, though you have healed me, I still cannot defeat Frieza. Perhaps this fellow might have a solution. Goten understood Piccolo's intention and stepped forward, placing his hands on Vegeta to begin healing him. Time passed, and gradually, Vegeta opened his eyes, feeling a surge of new power coursing through him. His battle strength at least doubled. Ha ha ha. Frieza, your doom is nigh, Vegeta exclaimed, rising to his feet and kicking Goten aside. It's all your fault. You nearly cost me my life. Once I finish off Frieza, we will settle this. With that, Vegeta soared back into the sky. Witnessing Vegeta's miraculous recovery and Piccolo's return to strength, even Frieza, though not the sharpest, sensed something was amiss. He glanced down to see a Namekian struggling to rise from the ground. Spotting Frieza, the Namekian quickly hid behind the rocks. So that is how it is. Frieza finally comprehended why these fighters seemed invincible. Oh, Frieza spotted Goten. Piccolo realized it too. Goku and Gohan immediately positioned themselves to block Frieza's path to Goten. You think you can stop me? Frieza sneered, vanishing in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Goku and Gohan were severely injured, spitting blood. Goku crashed to the ground, his body feeling as if it had fallen apart from the relentless battles, leaving him immobile. As Frieza charged toward the hidden Goten, Piccolo was powerless to intervene. In that critical moment, Vegeta lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on Frieza's face. The immense force twisted Frieza's visage. Damn Saiyan, I never anticipated your strength. Frieza exclaimed, recovering his composure. Heh, Frieza, I am now the Super Saiyan you fear most. Are you jesting? Frieza taunted. Try and see for yourself. With confidence, Vegeta and Frieza resumed their fierce duel. Their movements were a blur, a clash of purple and white streaks across the sky, neither willing to yield. Incredible! Vegeta has become this powerful? Gohan marveled, astonished at Vegeta's ascendance. Laughter echoed through the skies as Vegeta reveled in his newfound strength. Having discerned Frieza's weaknesses, a wave of energy distanced them, and Vegeta unleashed a similar technique. Artificial Moon. His battle power surged to 2 million. Upon transforming into a great ape, his power would skyrocket to 20 million, making Frieza's defeat a mere formality. The colossal silhouette of the great ape re-emerged, and Vegeta was ecstatic, convinced that Frieza was doomed. However, Frieza remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Very well, I shall play with you using only half my power. You must be jesting. Vegeta scoffed, unleashing his super magic attack. Frieza roared, amplifying his strength further. The attack struck Frieza, yet when the smoke cleared, he appeared unscathed. How can this be? The great ape Vegeta gaped in disbelief. My power exceeds 2 million. Frieza smiled elegantly, stating, regrettably, my battle power now surpasses 60 million. The onlookers were stunned. Frieza spoke the truth. His power could still increase, and it seemed he had not reached his limit. What manner of monster was he? With a cold chuckle, Frieza raised a finger, summoning a colossal purple energy sphere. The sphere, reminiscent of a spirit bomb, hung ominously above Frieza, radiating destructive potential like the sun. Vegeta was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of this power. Frieza's smirk deepened as he gently pushed his finger, sending the obliteration sphere crashing down. The great ape Vegeta was immobilized. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, and in an instant, the great ape Vegeta vanished. Vegeta! Piccolo rushed forward, seizing the barely conscious Vegeta and tossing him toward the hiding place of the little figure. It's up to you now. Though terrified, the figure steeled herself. Vegeta was gravely injured, his bones exposed. Reluctantly, yet for the sake of Namek and the warriors protecting the planet, she began to mend Vegeta's wounds. Suddenly, a purple beam shot forth, piercing through the figure's body. Now you can never revive. Frieza's voice echoed as the figure collapsed. Witnessing Frieza's triumphant demeanor, Goten could no longer contain his fury. Earlier, the figure had risked everything to save him, and now Frieza had taken her life. You despicable creature. Frieza. Goten's heart ignited with an unprecedented rage, unable to forgive Frieza's heinous actions. This fellow has brought nothing but suffering to the Namek star. Nay, he may very well be a calamity for the entire universe. Today, I shall put an end to you, Frieza. Under the immense power. Sun Wuyuan's hair oscillated between golden and black, as a formidable energy surged forth from his being. What has happened, Wuyuan? Brother, could it be that Sun Wuyuan can transform just like Wukong? Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Celebi were all taken aback, utterly unprepared for Sun Wuyuan's transformation. This guy can actually become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta lay on the ground, having not healed in days, struggling even to breathe. With a low growl, Sun Wuyuan slightly crouched. His fists clenched tightly, as a pillar of energy shot up towards the heavens. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, reminiscent of the apocalypse. The stones on the ground began to levitate, and as they reached a certain height, they instantly turned to dust under the overwhelming energy. A shock wave radiated from Sun Wuyuan, expanding outward. At this moment, his aura was akin to a typhoon, as sand and stones were swept away. Sun Wuyuan's energy surged at an astonishing rate. The ground, unable to bear this power, began to crack. The sea roared and churned, unleashing monstrous waves. Sun Wuyuan's energy continued to rise, causing the entire Namek star to tremble once more. Sun Wukong, engaged in battle with the Dark King, suddenly sensed a powerful aura, a look of surprise crossing his face. Is this Wuyuan? This kid can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Frieza, equally astonished, gazed at the scene before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that this little rascal is indeed a Super Saiyan? The legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan, appears only once in a millennium. How could it be him, this wretched little brat? Despite Frieza's reluctance to accept it, Sun Wuyuan's energy had undeniably reached its zenith. At that moment, all the energy surrounding him transformed into a golden hue, even his hair and eyebrows changing color. Sun Wuyuan's eyes now mirrored Wukong's deep blue, his gaze cold and terrifying, emanating an aura of formidable power. His sharp, Indifferent stares swept across everyone present, ultimately fixing on Frisia, suspended in midair. There was not a trace of emotion, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Humph, you are quite arrogant, Scion. Frisia gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. Yet, Sun Wuyuan uttered not a word. And in an instant, he vanished from sight. Vanished? Even Piccolo could no longer locate Sun Wuyuan's figure. Bang! Chapter 59. The Fall of the Dark King. In the next moment, Sun Wuyuan reappeared before Frisia, delivering a heavy punch to his face. Frisia clutched his nose, blood gushing forth. He trembled with rage, realizing that he had not even had time to react to that punch. Sun Wuyuan calmly stated, "So this is the extent of your power." Such a simple statement, yet it bore an immense weight. Unbelievable. On another battlefield, Sun Wukong similarly regarded the Dark King with a cold stare. At this point, the Dark King's lips were stained with purple blood. Sun Wukong said calmly, "It is time to determine our victor, Dark King." "Oh, you think you can defeat me? Do not presume that transforming into a Super Saiyan grants you the upper hand." Sun Wukong shook his head, his tone resolute. "No, I do not intend to defeat you. I intend to kill you." At that moment, Sun Wukong's gaze began to shift, his once blue eyes deepening in hue. The golden aura that had been radiating from him now receded into his body, yet his energy surged several-fold. "Dark King, let me show you the true strength of a Saiyan. Do not get too cocky. I am the great Dark King, leader of the Ice Demon clan. Today, I shall obliterate you on this planet." The Dark King suppressed his fear of the Super Saiyan, unleashing all his fury. Whoosh! The Dark King charged towards Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 The two moved with blinding speed, each clash producing a thunderous sound. Truly impressive. I did not expect Wukong to become this strong. The North Kai observed Sun Wukong's battle, having witnessed his journey from arriving at North Kai's planet for training to this very moment, a mere year passing. He was astonished that Sun Wukong held his ground against the Dark King without faltering. Scions are truly terrifying. "Ah!" the Dark King shouted, launching a kick. Sun Wukong effortlessly raised his arm to block it, then swung his fist towards the Dark King's chest. The intense pain nearly caused the Dark King to stumble. How infuriating! At that moment, the Dark King's face contorted, and he recklessly charged again. Yet, when Sun Wukong merely lifted his arm, the Dark King collided with his fist. Blood streamed from his nose. Much like when he faced Frisia, the damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Realizing the Dark King was on the verge of losing control, Sun Wukong knew it was time to conclude this battle. His figure began to move rapidly, gathering energy for a Kamehameha. As the two figures intertwined, a slicing sound echoed. The Dark King's arm was severed cleanly. Ah! A piercing scream escaped him. It was the first time he had sustained such a severe injury, and fear gripped his heart. How could this be? How could a Saiyan be so powerful? In response to the Dark King's final roar, Sun Wukong smiled slightly, "Because I am a Saiyan raised on Earth." As his words fell, his fist came crashing down. Thud, 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 thud. Each punch landed heavily upon the Dark King. At this moment, the Dark King was utterly defenseless. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Dark King's hefty body was violently slammed to the ground. The earth shook violently, fissures appearing in the ground. Dust billowed, and yellow sand filled the air. Cough, cough, cough. The Dark King fell helplessly to the ground, his battle armor torn. His once dashing cloak now tattered, his body battered and bruised, with broken ribs. Alas! Even the pair of demonic horns atop his head were shattered. Sun Wukong sensed the Dark King's aura weakening to that of a mere mosquito and immediately gathered his strength, preparing to use the Kamehameha to send him to the afterlife. The Dark King looked up at the imposing figure of Sun Wukong, fear flooding his heart as the specter of death loomed large. All his grandiose ambitions of universal domination, conquering planets, and exterminating Scions faded to nothing. "Wait, Sun Wukong. I will leave immediately, departing from Namek Star. No, I will retreat from the northern galaxy and never return. I dare not provoke Scions again." At that moment, the Dark King had lost all semblance of the dignity befitting a cosmic overlord, beginning to plead for mercy. Alas, Sun Wukong was no longer the soft-hearted soul he once was. The eradication of such fiends as the Dark King is the only righteous path. Sun Wukong ignored him entirely, enunciating each word. Came. Haim. Ha. A tremendous blue beam shot forth from Sun Wukong's palm, enveloping the Dark King, who was utterly powerless to resist. "Scion, He shouted in despair and defiance. The Dark King's plight was dire, his cries echoing through the air. Yet, at that moment, no one could save him. The terrifying energy beam struck the Dark King squarely, its power far exceeding his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the Dark King, along with the ground beneath him, was obliterated. Had Sun Wukong not restrained his power, the Namek star would have met the same fate. Thus, the once mighty Dark King fell. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, finally managing to subdue that troublesome opponent. Fortunately, this adversary lacked the ability to transform. Otherwise, like Frisha, if he were to shift forms thrice, it would have certainly caused a headache. Sun Wukong reverted to his original form, his golden hair turning back to black. After consuming a Shandou, not only did his condition return, but the battle with the Dark King also enhanced his strength. Now, he needed to check on Wu Yuan and the others. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, Sun Wukong instantly sensed Wu Yuan's formidable aura. However, he did not wish to disturb him just yet. Why does this energy seem so weak? A grin spread across Sun Wukong's face, and he vanished in an instant. In the skies above Maikexing, the golden and purple figures were locked in a fierce battle. Sun Wu Yuan and Frisha. It was evident that Frisha was being thoroughly overwhelmed by Wu Yuan, with injuries accumulating on his body. How infuriating. Frisha. The tide of battle was undeniably turning against him. Ha ha ha. Frisha, look at you now. Although Vegeta was nearing his limit, he couldn't help but chuckle at Frisha's dismal state. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, you're still alive. Upon hearing that voice, Dundee, Sun Wufan, and Sailaba turned to see Sun Wukong. Wukong. Dad. Kakarot. Sun Cece. Sun Wukong beamed with a radiant smile, relieved that everyone was safe. As he spoke, he produced a Shandou and handed it to Vegeta. In no time, Vegeta was up and bouncing around. The arrival of Sun Wukong signified that the Dark King had been subdued. Kakarot. Vegeta exclaimed. Shoo. Sun Wukong gestured for him to remain silent, for Wu Yuan's battle was not yet over. Looking up, Vegeta saw that he had regained his strength and could finally observe Wu Yuan and Frisha clearly. It appeared that Wu Yuan had the battle in the bag. Dundee also sighed in relief. Yet, Sun Wukong shook his head, indicating that it was not a certainty. Could it be that Frisha still had tricks up his sleeve? 85%. Frisha's aura grew increasingly potent, drawing a sharp intake of breath from Dundee. Could it be that Frisha had previously only exerted a fraction of his power? Terrifying. Dad, is Wu Yuan all right? Sun Wukong remained silent, entirely focused on the unfolding events. At this moment, the clash between Wu Yuan and Frisha was merely beginning. 95%, 98%, 99%, full power. 1 minute later, Frisha's body expanded further. He slowly opened his eyes, now appearing more robust, radiating an intense killing intent. Just standing still exuded an unbearable pressure. On Maikexing, debris swirled, and dust darkened the skies. Frisha's aura seemed to distort everything around him, rendering the world fragile before his eyes. Hee, now I shall make you taste death, Frisha coldly declared, his thickened tail swaying erratically behind him. His cold eyes were now shrouded in a blood-red, murderous intent. Accompanied by his somewhat hoarse voice, the air temperature plummeted, even causing Dundee and the others in the distance to shiver involuntarily. Yet, Sun Wukong remained composed. Observing Frisha's aura rising again, he was not disturbed. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. Indeed, this was Frisha's true prowess. In a state of full power, Frisha's combat strength had reached 120 million. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan's combat strength was still under 110 million. This indicated that Wu Yuan's base power when transforming into a Saiyan was approximately 2 million. Consequently, Frisha's combat prowess surpassed Sun Wu Yuan once more. This was why Sun Wukong had stated that Wu Yuan might not win this battle. Swish! Frisha launched his attack, his figure vanishing in midair. Bang! Sun Wu Yuan violently spat out blood, flecked with crimson. Frisha reappeared before him, his fist crashing into Wu Yuan's abdomen. The immense impact generated a shockwave so powerful that even the mountain behind Sun Wu Yuan crumbled. One could only imagine the magnitude of Frisha's strength behind that blow. Yet, Frisha's assault was far from over. He clasped his hands together and struck down toward Wu Yuan's head, producing a deafening thud as Wu Yuan was sent crashing into the ground. Frisha gazed down at the falling Wu Yuan, a triumphant smile creeping across his face. Hee, This is the consequence of forcing me to get serious. With that, he raised his arm, aiming at Wu Yuan's body, and unleashed a brilliant beam of light. In an instant, the blinding brilliance illuminated the entire world. The sound roared like thunder crashing down upon the earth, deafening and tumultuous. The ground of Maikexing erupted in a shower of stones and dust. Under the impact of Frishu's overwhelming energy, everything seemed to be ravaged in the white smoke. And even Dundee and the others could sense that merely the debris could cause them significant harm. Chapter 60. Bulma's birthday disrupted Wukong. Why aren't you rushing to help Wu Yuan? Dundee appeared somewhat anxious. If it weren't for the overwhelming strength of this battle, he would have dashed in to assist long ago. Suan Wukong shook his head in response, slowly stating, Wu Yuan's aura hasn't diminished. As Suan Wukong's words fell, Wu Yuan's figure gradually became visible. He was still enveloped in that golden aura, which had not weakened, but rather intensified. Huh! Wu Yuan roared, raising his fist like a streak of golden lightning, charging toward Frisha. At that moment, the air around his fist began to distort. The heavy sonic boom and unimaginable impact made even Frisha, at present, wary of Wu Yuan's might. Damn Saiyan! Frisha exerted all his strength, but still could not withstand Wu Yuan's current onslaught. The force of that punch made Frisha feel the first real threat of death. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. He could not comprehend why the Saiyans continued to grow stronger. They seemed to possess no limits. Boom! The entire Maikexing trembled as the ground was torn apart by the forces between the two. The scene was utterly breathtaking, the pressure suffocating. This punch was for the fallen Tiantian. Accompanied by Wu Yuan's final roar, a fist enveloped in shimmering golden flames tore through the air, bearing an irresistible force, hurtling toward Frisha. At this moment, Frisha had expended all his energy, but strangely, under the relentless assault of Wu Yuan's punch, he felt like a small boat lost at sea, struggling helplessly, utterly defenseless. Am I truly cowering? Frisha gritted his teeth, unable to accept this sensation. Even if it meant death, he was determined to eliminate this Saiyan. In the skies, the golden flames collided with the purple flames, creating a tumultuous wave accompanied by a deafening roar, unleashing a force that enveloped the entire planet. Boom! As the white smoke gradually dissipated, everything before their eyes became clear once more. The onlookers were momentarily stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. At this moment, Frisha bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his chest. How is this possible? Frisha stared blankly at the wounds on his body, while Goku's gaze from a distance was as cold as that of a demon risen from the depths of hell. How could I have been defeated by a Saiyan? Frisha was utterly driven to madness. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength and raised his hands high above his head, rapidly coalescing a massive purple energy sphere. This was the supernova destruction ball. Was Frisha intending to obliterate the entire planet? Din stared in astonishment at the energy sphere with such immense power. Not only Namek, but even 10 more planets would be reduced to mere dust. What a calamity! What could be done? Goku was equally taken aback, never anticipating that Frisha would resort to such a mutually destructive act. Just when Goku felt at a loss, he instantaneously teleported beside Gohan, urging him not to lose hope. Dad! Goku smiled faintly, nodding with determination. Without needing to say more, Gohan understood his father's intention. Kamehameha. Gohan placed his hands at his waist and unleashed a Kamehameha wave. But it seemed that his singular strength was insufficient to halt the descent of the looming destruction sphere. Without hesitation, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, shouting, Kamehameha. Under the combined efforts of their Kamehameha waves, the destructive sphere was finally stabilized, and together they pushed the gigantic supernova destruction ball back. No. Terror filled Frisha's eyes as he realized he no longer had the strength to contend with these two Saiyans. Gohan, think about how to use the energy, Goku said to Gohan, who was at his side. Gohan blinked, recalling Goku's earlier words. Concentrate the power into a single point and unleash it with all his might. Huh. With their furious shouts, the colossal energy sphere, along with Frisha, was propelled out of Namek and exploded in the cosmos. Frisha was completely reduced to cosmic dust. How wonderful. Dad, brother, everything has finally come to an end. Gohan excitedly rushed over and leaped into Goku's embrace. Gohan. Goku gently ruffled Gohan's hair, commending him for his efforts. Hearing his father's praise, Gohan could no longer contain himself, and all his pent-up grievances turned to tears. This Gohan was not the same one who had undergone training with Din when the Saiyans first attacked. In truth, he had little combat experience. Having stumbled along with Den to Namek, Den had only trained him for 2 days before confronting Frisia's formidable army on Namek. If not for Goten and Den encouraging him, Gohan would have long since given up. Now, witnessing the crisis averted, he could no longer hold back, bursting into tears. So terrifying, wah, so terrifying. Gohan's cries elicited laughter from everyone. Goku, Cellippa, and Den all chuckled. Vegeta, with a disdainful expression, muttered under his breath, "Humph, what a disgrace to the Saiyans. What's there to cry about?" He had forgotten that he too had once wept in despair during his battle with Frieza. Only Goten remained somber. Having reverted from Super Saiyan to his black-haired form, Goten gazed at the once picturesque Namek, now in ruins, and naturally felt a pang of sorrow, especially for Tien. His dear friend who had saved him from peril multiple times was now gone. Goku understood Goten's feelings and smiled as he said, "Have you forgotten, Goten? We have the Dragon Balls on Earth at our disposal." Huh. Goten suddenly realized how he had overlooked such a crucial matter. Indeed, they could use the Earth's Dragon Balls to revive Namek. The thought of possibly seeing Tien again instantly brightened Goten's mood. Goku patted his shoulder, earnestly stating, "Goten, you have grown significantly stronger." This was a heartfelt acknowledgement. Goten was his first child. Previously, his combat prowess was unremarkable, and his potential paled in comparison to Gohan's. Yet, all his achievements were earned through his own perseverance. Of course, he owed thanks to Den, who had spurred him on to reach the level of a Super Saiyan. Now, let us return to Earth. Bulma and Chi-Chi must be quite worried about you too, Goku declared, placing his hand on his forehead to sense King Kai's energy. Yes, Goten obediently nodded. After experiencing such life-and-death battles, he longed for his mother and the delicious food on Earth. Cellippa instinctively moved closer, while Den and Vegeta hesitated to leave. "Humph, I am a Namekian. I shall remain here. With Frieza gone, I will be the strongest in the universe." Goku, seeing their reluctance, had no choice but to relent. However, he was eager to return home and, without overthinking, instantly teleported to King Kai's planet. "Oh, Goku, congratulations." Before King Kai could finish his sentence, Goku and Goten vanished. Goku, as always, was impolite. On Earth, in West City, Goku instantly teleported back home, only to find Bulma and Chi-Chi hosting a feast. Not only were Goku's wives present, but Krillin and others had also arrived. It turned out today was Bulma's birthday. Upon seeing the tardy Goku, Bulma scolded while questioning, "Where have you been? Did you forget my birthday?" Goku scratched his head, suddenly recalling his promise to give Bulma a proper celebration a few days prior. Alas, it had all been overshadowed by Frieza's incident. Chuckling at the oblivious Goku, Bulma sighed, knowing he had definitely forgotten. Goku felt sheepish, while Bulma was usually gentle and considerate. When angered, she was more terrifying than Frieza and any king combined. Fortunately, Gohan and Goten emerged just in time to defuse the situation. Bulma's expression softened upon seeing the two children. "Where have you two been? I even saved some cake for you." "Really?" Gohan and Goten, being children, could not hide their excitement, quickly forgetting the events on Namek. As Gohan and Goten dashed to the food, Goku patted his stomach and said, "Bulma, I'm hungry too." "Humph, you still have the audacity to say you're hungry." Bulma angrily turned her head away, ignoring him. Seeing Bulma like this, Goku could only keep apologizing. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached, smiling as she said, "Goku, actually Bulma has saved some food for you." "Ah." Goku immediately beamed with joy, pulling Bulma in for a kiss. "Hee hee, Bulma. I knew you wouldn't be mad at me." "Humph, alright, but don't forget next time." Of course, as Goku saw that Bulma was no longer angry and was about to enjoy the food, he discovered that everything Bulma and Chi-Chi had prepared was entirely consumed by one person. When they approached, they realized it was Cellippa. Cellippa had never tasted such delicious food before, and with her Saiyan constitution, she devoured it voraciously, even snatching food from Yamcha's hands. "Who is this?" Bulma felt a headache coming on, having just resolved Goku's birthday blunder, and now there was a peculiar girl to contend with. Need it be said? She must be Goku's wife he brought back from the universe. Lan Fong chimed in with a smile. "Well, Goku, is there not enough for you to enjoy on Earth?" At this point, even Chi-Chi could not hold back her laughter. Meanwhile, Bulma scrutinized Cellippa closely and noticed that she had a tail identical to Goku's. Sun Jun, could it be that this person is Chapter 61, officially confirming the relationship? Sun Wukong nodded. Indeed, she is one of the living Saiyans, named Saili Ba? Upon hearing Sun Wukong call her name, Saili Ba, with her mouth full, mumbled indistinctly, "Hello, I am Saili Ba?" After Sun Wukong's explanation, Bulma and the others finally understood that so much had transpired in just a few days. "Wukong, you say you killed Frisia? Is that truly the case?" Wu Fong, with a look of astonishment, as a member of the Galactic Patrol, had an in-depth understanding of Frisia, who was a troublesome presence for all Galactic Patrol members. Although he was the #1 wanted criminal, no one dared to apprehend him. "Yes, it was Wu Yuan who took down Frisia. I merely dealt with that great demon king." "Oh my, Wu Yuan is actually that formidable?" Bulma was greatly surprised, never expecting her child with Sun Wukong to possess such immense power. Though she was not entirely aware of the extent of Frisia's threat, it was evident that someone who could render a Galactic Patrol member like Wu Fong helpless was no ordinary foe. Unlike Chi-Chi, she had always encouraged the children to explore and grow, perhaps due to her own journey in search of Dragon Balls at a young age. At that moment, Sun Wu Yuan had cake frosting smeared on the corners of his mouth, looking nothing like someone capable of defeating Frisia. He wiped his mouth and smiled. "It was Dad who helped me. Otherwise, I would have been no match for Frisia." When Frisia unleashed his full power, I heard Dad's voice. "He taught me how to elevate the power of a Super Saiyan to the next level." Is what Wu Yuan said true? Wukong? Sun Wukong chuckled earnestly. Indeed, Frisia's battle power was initially superior to Wu Yuan's. But Wu Yuan had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and was unable to harness that power, overwhelmed by anger, thus failing to unleash his potential. Therefore, Sun Wukong advised Wu Yuan that to truly unleash the power of a Super Saiyan, one must first possess a tranquil heart. Growing up on Earth in a nurturing environment, had Frisia not been wreaking havoc daily, he would not have been so enraged and lost his reason. Consequently, he quickly grasped Wukong's words, and as he was able to calm himself, his strength surged remarkably. After some casual conversation, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. Bulma presented the Dragon Balls, which were specially prepared by Mei La, Lan Qi, Xiao Wu, and others for Bulma's birthday. Initially, Bulma intended to secretly make a shy wish. However, upon learning of the events on Namek, and considering it was her own child's wish, Sun Wu Yuan, Bulma graciously relinquished her wish. "Thank you, Mom," Sun Wu Yuan said, carefully placing the Dragon Balls down, chanting the incantation to summon Shenlong. Soon, the sky over West City and Bulma's home darkened once more, revealing a massive green dragon. However, this time, the nearby residents were not particularly surprised. They had grown accustomed to such sights, as this phenomenon occurred approximately every year above Bulma's residence, and they assumed Bulma's family was working on another invention. State your wish." Facing Shenlong's customary words, Sun Wu Yuan slowly stepped forward, looking up and saying, "Shenlong, I wish for Namek to be restored to its original state, and for the Namekians who perished to be revived." Shenlong glanced at Sun Wukong, then carefully scrutinized Sun Wu Yuan, increasingly finding the two to be strikingly similar. Sun Wu Yuan resembled a youthful Sun Wukong, even inheriting his tone when making wishes. After a long pause, Shenlong sighed, stating, "For the sake of the Kai, I can grant this wish." Upon finishing, Shenlong's eyes began to sparkle, and his whiskers shimmered with light. "There, your wish has been fulfilled. Thank you so much, Shenlong." Upon learning that Namek had returned to its former glory, Sun Wu Yuan immediately pleaded with Sun Wukong to take him to Namek. Sun Wukong, of course, would not refuse his son's request. He greeted everyone, saying, "We shall first visit Namek. Please take care of Saili Ba for me." Bulma and the others looked at the still hungry Saili Ba, puzzled, wondering if this fellow truly needed their assistance. Upon returning to Namek, indeed, the once desolate land had been rejuvenated. The tragically slain Namekians had also been resurrected. Regrettably, the Grand Elder could not be revived, as he had indeed passed away of natural causes. With his departure, the Dragon Balls of Namek had also lost their efficacy. However, soon the Namekians elected a new Elder, and it was estimated that within 3 months, he would be able to recreate the Dragon Balls. To express their gratitude to Sun Wukong and the others, the Namekians promised to grant each of them one wish. Upon hearing this, Vegeta became ecstatic, wondering if such good fortune truly existed in the world. Piccolo appeared indifferent, having nothing particularly desired, his mind solely occupied with the quest to become stronger. Sun Wukong generously offered his wish to Gohan, who wished to fulfill a desire that had gone unrealized at Bulma's birthday banquet. Upon seeing Wukong safe and sound, Gohan proactively invited him to Earth, stating that the culinary festivities had not yet concluded. What? There's still food? Vegeta had initially planned to stay for 3 months, but reconsidered, realizing the Namekians did not require sustenance, as they could survive on photosynthesis. Despite the scenic beauty, there was not a morsel to eat. How could he endure this? Better to follow Kakarot back to Earth for some food. Piccolo chose to remain on Namek, and upon observing this, Gohan rushed over, playfully tugging at Piccolo's arm. Using both charm and persistence, Piccolo's green face turned slightly flushed, grumbling, "You truly leave me no choice. I shall reluctantly accompany you." Son Wukong smiled faintly, thinking, this Piccolo still loves to act cool. Subsequently, to celebrate their victory on Namek, everyone took advantage of Bulma's birthday banquet and engaged in festivities for 3 consecutive days. Even the Supreme Old One made an appearance. Faced with such an abundance of delicacies, her instant noodles lost their allure. The atmosphere resonated with joy. Even Master Roshi gradually moved past the incident involving Wu Fong. However, it remained unclear who leaked the news, leading Lan Shi and others to discover that Son Wukong could wield the Kaioken at 30 times and the Super Saiyan at 50 times frequency. Consequently, people flocked to seek his martial arts guidance, overwhelming him. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had swiftly passed. Everything on Earth remained peaceful, with no extraordinary events occurring. Son Wukong practiced martial arts with Piccolo during the day and spent evenings with Bulma and the others. The only notable change was the addition of 2 new family members. First, Siley Ba, and later, Su Nua. According to their prior agreement, the young girl Su Nua grew up and, accompanied by Android 8, arrived in West City. Upon reuniting with Son Wukong, she was well prepared. Son Wukong did not shortchange her, hosting a grand wedding to officially confirm their relationship, while Xiao Ba stayed behind, becoming a diligent steward. Son Wukong has always held great trust in Su Nua, especially since his children have taken a liking to this kind-hearted artificial being. However, a lingering regret remains, the absence of the spirit tree's fruit. Each time, Son Wukong must carefully control his strength around Su Nua's diminutive form, let alone consider utilizing the Kaioken or Super Saiyan forms. Upon hearing Lan Shi and others discuss this matter, Su Nua expressed genuine interest. Yet, Son Wukong could only promise her that, in the future, he would seek out something akin to the spirit tree's fruit to enhance her constitution, for he genuinely feared that she might not be able to withstand it. One day, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the sky above Bulma's residence, and a blazing object plummeted into the expansive courtyard, causing the ground to tremble with a resounding crash. As if something monumental was about to unfold. That girl has truly returned. Beneath the enormous sunshade, Bulma's mother, dressed elegantly, appeared unchanged by the passage of years, instead exuding a deeper charm. Sister has been gone for so long. This time, you all must discipline her properly. Bulma gazed at the spacecraft that had landed in the yard, a frown etched across her face. Jack, have you ever obtained a license to pilot a spaceship? Are you trying to kill me? Accompanied by the sounds of cursing from within the spacecraft, the hatch slowly opened. A graceful beauty, resembling Bulma by about 70%, emerged from the vessel. It was none other than Tai Si. Dad, Mom, and Bulma, it's been ages. Tai Si greeted them warmly. However, Bulma merely pouted, ignoring her entirely. Nearby, Bai Ji and I couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon seeing the companion following Tai Si, a diminutive figure resembling a shrunken Ultraman named Jack. Oh my, is this the boyfriend you mentioned? He certainly looks unique. Mom, when did I ever say I had a boyfriend? Tai Si, taken aback that after all these years her mother remained unchanged, replied helplessly, "This is my colleague, Jack, a galactic patrol officer." "Hello, ma'am, my name is Jack. While I would like to find a girlfriend, clearly, Tai Si is not my type." Jack stepped forward, bowing politely. You don't need to remind me." Tai Si playfully punched Jack on his shiny head. "Who would like someone as small as you?" Tai Si and Jack, a pair of cosmic partners, often found themselves embroiled in arguments. Jack turned away with a huff, choosing silence, and while Tai Si's words may have stung a bit, being small could indeed be quite endearing. Observing Jack's rare silence, Tai Si felt a sense of triumph. After all these years, she had finally discovered his weakness. "Wasn't it just that you didn't take me along? Hey, you still have the audacity to bring that up. You snuck away and took all the precious materials I had painstakingly gathered for Bulma to make the Dragon radar, which delayed my departure by at least 2 years. Chapter 62. Galactic King. Yet, on another note, had it not been for that incident, would she have even crossed paths with Son Wukong? Misfortunes and fortunes are intertwined. Some events seem preordained by fate, rendering them difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, Bulma could not let go of the resentment regarding Tai Si's theft. Noticing Bulma's puffed-up expression, Tai Si, aware of her fault, quickly apologized. "Oh, it was all a misunderstanding. I left in a hurry and accidentally mixed things up." Taking a step forward, Tai Si scrutinized Bulma closely. "What is it?" Bulma felt uncomfortable under Tai Si's gaze. With a gentle smile, Tai Si's eyes lingered on Bulma's ample bosom. "It seems you've been living quite well, Bulma." Bulma's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. This Tai Si was indeed just like her mother, always speaking without restraint. However, it was precisely this forthrightness that enabled the sisters to reconcile swiftly. In truth, Bulma had long harbored thoughts of her sister. Thankfully, after meeting Wu Fangfang, she learned that her sister Tai Si was living quite comfortably as a Galactic Patrol officer. Her earlier outburst was only a reflection of the years that had passed, during which Tai Si had not returned even once, despite Bulma having married. Upon hearing Bulma's grievances, Tai Si smiled mysteriously. "Ah, you are mistaken, Bulma. I have returned before. I just didn't want to disturb you, seeing that you were doing so well." "What? When did you come back?" Tai Si mischievously grinned and stuck out her tongue, saying, "I'll tell you when the opportunity arises." "All right, I've just returned. You can't expect me to stand here and chat endlessly." "Oof, you sly one." While Bulma feigned complaints, she had already made arrangements for what was to come. She glanced at Jack, standing beside Tai Si, and said, "Let your friend come too," leaning against the spacecraft. Jack was thrilled to finally receive attention and immediately began showcasing a series of his unique moves, rivaling those of the Ginyu Force. "I am Jack, the elite Galactic Patrol officer dedicated to safeguarding peace across the galaxy." However, no one paid him any mind. Bulma had merely mentioned it casually. At this moment, Bulma, Tai Si, and Bai Ji and I had already entered the house, leaving Dr. Briefs, who casually chewed on a coffee stick, to ask Jack, "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Once inside, Jack quickly spotted the Saiyan Son Wukong, whom he had been ordered to eliminate over a decade ago. Back then, the Galactic King had dispatched him to investigate the Saiyan spacecraft landing on Earth. It was during this mission that he met Tai Si. Later, under Tai Si's duress, he reluctantly took her along for adventures across the cosmos. However, Son Wukong's strength had grown immensely since then, and Jack was not foolish enough to seek trouble again. Moreover, news of Son Wukong's defeat of Frisia and his son had spread throughout the universe, and even the Galactic King dared not show disrespect towards him. Upon seeing Son Wukong again, Tai Si smiled subtly, stepping forward to extend her hand. "Hello, I'm Tai Si, Bulma's sister." Son Wukong reciprocated with a polite handshake. "I am Son Wukong, Bulma's husband." They exchanged smiles, akin to long-lost friends reuniting. Bulma immediately sensed something amiss and hurriedly separated their hands. Noting Bulma's wary demeanor, Son Wukong quickly shifted the conversation. "Fangfang often speaks of you. During our cosmic adventures, you aided her quite a bit." Tai Si cast a glance at Jack, who was devouring his food, saying, "Actually, Fangfang helped me a lot. Without her, this little guy would be utterly unreliable." Jack, amid his meal, interjected hastily. "Humph. I am an elite among Galactic Patrol officers. Tai Si, stop spreading falsehoods about me. How dare you say that? You are always the first to hide when danger arises. That's called emergency evasion, clearly outlined in the Galactic Patrol regulations." Tai Si scoffed, her mind elsewhere, fixated solely on Son Wukong. After their meal, Bulma's apprehension grew. Was her earlier speculation about to materialize? She glanced at Son Wukong. He was handsome, tall, and robust. Her sister Tai Si had wandered the cosmos for years without a romantic partner. Encountering someone like Wukong was indeed a rarity, almost unheard of. Yet, while Bulma was somewhat prepared, she found herself at a loss for words when faced with the reality of the situation. It wasn't that she was unwilling, rather, she felt shy. In contrast, Tai Si, unabashed, spoke up first. "Hey, Wukong, could you do me a favor?" Son Wukong took a bite of meat, swallowed, and replied, "Since you are Bulma's sister, we are family. Whatever the matter may be, I shall certainly exert my utmost effort to assist you." The significance of the phrase "to give one's all" was particularly pronounced in his tone, its meaning unmistakable. Tai Si, of course, comprehended it well, her face slightly flushed. And she continued, "Have you heard of Gula? Gula?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, recalling a vague impression. "Are you referring to the ice demon Gula?" Upon realizing Sun Wukong's familiarity with the name, Taisai eagerly nodded. "Yes, that Gula. He is the brother of Frisia?" "The brother of Frisia?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation that this cosmic tyrant had a sibling. Gula is even more ruthless than Frisia. However, his ambition does not lie in ruling the universe, but rather in becoming the strongest in existence. Thus, while Gula may not be as infamous as Frisia, his power surpasses that of Frisia by leaps and bounds. Taisai divulged some information regarding Gula, and Sun Wukong nodded, having already been aware of this. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Gula had one more transformation than Frisia. This meant that while Frisia possessed 4 forms, Gula had 5. His combat prowess far exceeded that of Frisia and the King of Namek, marking him as a truly formidable entity. Even the current Sun Wukong, known as 847, could not guarantee victory. "Taisai, you mentioned Gula. You do not intend for me to confront him, do you?" Taisai's eyes sparkled, as if she were about to say something, her intentions clear. Observing this, Bulma could no longer remain silent. "Taisai, if Gula is so powerful, is it not too reckless to send Wukong to battle him?" Taisai shook her head and sighed. "Bulma, it is not that I wish for Wukong to face him. It is that he is already preparing to come to Earth. Do you plan to abandon the planet?" "What? You mean that fellow named Gula is coming to Earth?" Bulma's expression tightened at this news. The one who claimed to be the strongest in the universe might not be someone Wukong could defeat. If that were the case, would Earth be doomed? "What on earth is going on, Taisai?" Bulma could tell from Taisai's demeanor that she was certainly concealing something significant. Taisai chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, the reason Gula is coming to Earth is because of the Galaxy King. You see, Gula is not here to avenge the King of Namek or Frisia. In the Ice Demon clan, familial bonds hold no importance. Only strength reigns supreme. Gula, who has always walked his own path, directly stormed the Galaxy Patrol headquarters and captured the Galaxy King. It was then that he learned about a scion named Sun Wukong. He defeated the Galaxy King and Frisia, saving the Namekian race and establishing himself as the strongest warrior in the universe." Bulma appeared speechless. "Isn't your Galaxy King supposed to be the one who captures cosmic villains?" In response to Bulma's inquiry, Taisai and Gak were at a loss for words, particularly Gak, who had hidden away upon Gula's arrival, too frightened to even look. "Well, Bulma, those who can be captured are indeed called cosmic villains. Those who cannot be caught are generally referred to as cosmic entities, like Frisia," Sun Wukong explained calmly. Although Sun Wukong's reasoning was sound, Bulma remained unconvinced. Clearly, if it were not for this Galaxy King, Earth would not have attracted such trouble. "So, Taisai, you specifically came to Earth to inform us?" Sun Wukong asked with a smile. "Yes, I am here to remind you to prepare in advance. And also for the final chapter of my adventure novel." Taisai reflected for a moment before adding, "This should be the climax of my story. So I hope someone can truly defeat Gula." Gak hastily interjected, "Just to clarify, Taisai, I only agreed to escort you to Earth. Once Gula arrives, I will leave immediately." Sun Wukong observed Taisai, who seemed undeterred, feeling a tinge of helplessness. He genuinely felt akin to the original Sun Wukong. All he wished for was to find a wife, settle down, and start a family. Yet a series of formidable foes kept appearing, compelling him to grow stronger. "Taisai," Sun Wukong inquired, "if I defeat Gula, will you grant me a favor?" Taisai blinked, gazing at Sun Wukong, pondering what his request might entail. Bulma, standing nearby, had already surmised what Sun Wukong might ask. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Taisai readily agreed. As long as she could defeat Gula and conclude her novel satisfactorily, she would be more than willing to marry Sun Wukong. Moreover, she had already developed a fondness for him during her previous visit to Earth. Noticing Taisai's evident interest in him, Sun Wukong decided not to dwell further on it. "By the way, how long until Gula arrives on Earth?" "About half a year. I suppose," Taisai estimated, "as Gula would not be coming alone, he would have his subordinates with him. If there were still half a year." Sun Wukong began to formulate a plan. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. Taisai had fully integrated into life on Earth, documenting her cosmic experiences in her novel. Now, only the final chapter remained, which would serve as a perfect conclusion. Who would truly be the strongest in the universe? Gak had taken to lingering at Bulma's home, indulging in abundant feasts, causing his physique to take on a rounder shape. "Hey, Gak, are all you Galaxy Patrol officers so unoccupied?" Bulma remarked, holding a glass of orange juice, her expression one of disbelief. In recent days, her home had already been graced by a gluttonous Cyriba, and now Gak added to the mix. Chapter 63. Paying taxes. Though Bulma's family was not short on funds and had no need to worry, her curiosity was piqued. How could a Galaxy Patrol officer remain idle for half a year without executing any missions? Humph, Bulma, do not underestimate me. I rank among the top 3 in the Galaxy Patrol. I am currently on paid leave. Gak boasted, hands on his hips, exuding pride. Gak, what do you think of this mask I made? Just as Bulma was about to respond, Sun Wufan suddenly popped up beside her. Clad in a snug outfit and sporting a mask similar to Gak's, resembling Ultraman. The boy, for reasons unknown, had developed a penchant for such juvenile paraphernalia. Although Bulma found it rather childish, she refrained from criticizing him, as Wufan was Chi-Chi's son. Had it been Sun Wuyuan, she would have certainly reprimanded him. At that moment, Sun Wuyuan, training in the gravity chamber, inexplicably sneezed. What was that about? Focus, Wuyuan. You have only just adapted to 500 times gravity. Do not let it get to your head. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. In the face of Piccolo's instruction, Wuyuan dared not show any signs of complacency. Over the past 6 months, he had trained alongside Piccolo, rapidly enhancing his strength. What was his father doing now? Had he become even more formidable? Wuyuan pondered while practicing with Piccolo in the gravity chamber, thinking of Sun Wukong, whom he had not seen in 5 months. On King Kai's planet, North Kai emitted cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Wukong, cease this at once. At this rate, King Kai's planet won't survive. Before him, Sun Wukong was exerting every ounce of energy to unleash the Kamehameha. Since King Kai's planet was small, the energy wave would circle around it before returning to him. At that moment, Wukong would concentrate all his energy to withstand the Kamehameha. Boom. Once again, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted above North Kai's planet. Coughing, Sun Wukong emerged slowly from the smoke, his clothing tattered and his body battered. Clearly, he had endured his own Kamehameha too many times within a single day, nearly bringing himself to his knees. He produced a Senzu bean and consumed it, instantly restored to full vitality. Observing Sun Wukong's determination to continue training, King Kai hastily conjured a plethora of delectable treats. Wukong, how about taking a break? The tantalizing aroma of food proved irresistible to the Saiyans. Sun Wukong approached and seated himself, joyfully indulging in a hearty meal. Observing this, Beiji Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and softly remarked, Wukong, you have been here for half a year. Shouldn't you return home to check on your family? They must miss you dearly. Sun Wukong pretended to misunderstand the king's words, munching away as he replied, paying tribute? Beiji Wang scratched his head, glancing at Baburis and Gulajali, both of whom wore puzzled expressions, shrugging their shoulders in confusion. Wukong, how about this? I could introduce you to Dejuang. He is far mightier than I, and his planet is vast. You can train as you wish. The king urged, his tone filled with concern. Since Wukong's arrival, he had not enjoyed a moment of peace. Plagued daily by the cacophony akin to cannon fire, an elderly man could hardly endure such turmoil. He was on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Even Baburis and Gulajali expressed their distress. But, my lord, did you not say that to receive Dejuang's training, I must first win the championship in the underworld martial arts tournament? Beiji Wang stared at the mountain of food, astonished to see Wukong devour it all within less than half an hour. Now, he and his pets would be burdened with the task of washing dishes for the entire day. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the planet, and Beiji Wang's realm began to tremble once more. Meanwhile, Wukong continued his arduous training. Days flew by, and soon a colossal spaceship burst through the Earth's atmosphere, enveloping the planet in a formidable presence. Alarmed, the Earth's deities sensed this overwhelming force, instilling fear within their hearts. The deity's face turned a shade of pale, while Bobo fretted anxiously beside him. Concurrently, Z warriors across the globe detected this energy. In the humble abode of Kame Sanin, Krillin was watching a beauty pageant with the old master when he suddenly stood up, his expression serious as he gazed into the distance. On a baseball field, Yamcha had just hit a home run, but was abruptly sobered by the ominous energy. In the depths of the forest, Tianjin Fan, deep in meditation, snapped his eyes open. Astonished, he too felt the suffocating strength of that presence, realizing that such power existed in the world. The cat deity atop Karen Tower stood at the edge, staring into the distance, where the energy spread across the sky. That person has arrived, Uncle Piccolo. Naturally, Wufan sensed it as well. He emerged from the gravity chamber alongside Piccolo, just as Tais and Bulma approached. Let us go together. I need to finish the ending of my novel, Bulma declared, eager to see what the universe's mightiest being looked like. Mother, I can sense an incredibly dreadful power. Father has not returned. It is safer to stay at home. Wufan's suggestion was met with Bulma's disapproval. If Gula truly possessed the capability to destroy Earth, nowhere would be safe. Besides, why should she be restricted from going to places Tais could? With no other choice, Wufan reluctantly agreed. Bulma retrieved her prepared aircraft, ready to take everyone along. Piccolo looked skeptically at the contraption, furrowing his brow before uttering, "Humph, human inventions cannot compare to my flying technique. If you choose not to board, so be it. Come, Wufan, let us depart. I wish to arrive at the battlefield ahead of Uncle Piccolo." Wufan declined. Bulma could only sigh in resignation. Boys grow up and become so thoughtful. Enough, Bulma, let us set off. Tais, evidently impatient, was curious about the universe's strongest warrior. After all, as Bulma stated, if Earth's warriors couldn't stop him, escaping would be futile. However, Gak did not share this sentiment and had already concocted an excuse to leave early. By the way, Bulma, where's Wukong? Wasn't he supposed to return today? Tais inquired. Bulma shook her head in response to Tais's question. I do not know. He did mention it last night. But perhaps he has other matters today. Last night. So that sound we heard was indeed you? Tais was astonished. The sound had fluctuated in pitch, at times fervent, at others melancholic, resonating beautifully and lingering in the air. Had Bulma not mentioned it, she would not have recognized it. A flush crept across Bulma's face as she thought, "Humph, when it's your turn, I shall have my laugh." As they watched Bulma's aircraft take flight, Wufan and Piccolo exchanged glances before soaring toward the source of that potent aura. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Earth, a time machine descended gracefully to the ground. Incredible, it truly worked. The door of the time machine slowly opened, and a young boy, sword on his back, leaped out. Clad in a coat emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, he had light blue hair and appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. He surveyed his surroundings, a gentle smile gracing his face. Is this the Earth of old? It seems unchanged. As he spoke, he began to levitate, excitedly patting the capsules in his pocket. Eager to reunite with his father, it was evident that he, too, was a warrior capable of harnessing ki. However, upon sensing the atmosphere, confusion spread across his face. Why can I not sense my father's energy? Have I arrived too late? And what is this overwhelming presence? Rather than speculate, he resolved to investigate the source of that energy directly. Just moments ago, he had sensed Wufan and Piccolo's auras. Meeting Wuyuan and Uncle Piccolo would be delightful. After making up his mind, the boy stowed the time machine into a Capsule Corporation container, and a surge of white energy enveloped him as he shot toward the source of the aura. Soon, they arrived at a desolate mountain where Wakongawan and Piccolo descended from the sky, finding Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan already gathered there. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Fan. Long time no see. Wakongawan greeted them courteously. The three responded warmly. By the way, why hasn't Jiaozi come? His strength is inadequate to face such an enemy. He would merely be a casualty, Tianjin Fan sighed. To be honest, even I fear I would be of little assistance, Krillin and Yamcha concurred. The current enemy's strength was overwhelming. They were unable to contribute, yet since the adversary had come to Earth, a show of respect was necessary, lest they appear disrespectful. However, the battle would primarily rely on Wukong and his son, along with Piccolo. Speaking of Wukong, where is he? Yamcha scanned the area, unable to detect Wukong or even sense his energy. Wuyuan shook his head. Father may be delayed. He should arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Yamcha did not press further. By the way, Wuyuan, I heard you can transform into a Super Saiyan proficiently now? Krillin suddenly asked. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Wuyuan replied enthusiastically. That is splendid. Perhaps this time, you might resolve the trouble without Wukong needing to intervene. Wu Shiwan, with a grave expression, shook his head solemnly. Colleen Shushu, I can sense that the one called Gula possesses strength comparable to that of my father. You can't be suggesting that this fellow is as formidable as Wukong, can you? Colleen managed a strained smile, jesting, who could possibly match Wukong's might? However, upon seeing Wu Shiwan's furrowed brow, Colleen realized the gravity of the situation. Wu Shiwan recounted the events concerning Gula, and it became clear to Tianjin Fan and the others that they were about to confront a foe renowned as the strongest in the universe. Chapter 64. The Arrogant One. What on earth is Wukong doing? Hurry up and come. Colleen began to pray fervently, knowing that without Wukong, Earth was likely doomed. Unfortunately, instead of Wukong, Gula arrived. A colossal spacecraft appeared in the sky and swiftly descended upon the Earth. With a thunderous crash, the hearts of Yamcha and the others trembled. So this is Earth? Quite impressive. No wonder the Saiyans chose to settle here. As the cabin door opened slowly, Gula's figure finally emerged. Sensing the planet's light gravity, Gula seemed to revel in it. At first glance, Wuxian nearly mistook Gula for Frieza due to their nearly identical appearances, but fortunately, their auras were entirely different. Gula's energy was unfathomable and imperceptible. Following him were three subordinates: Shawiza from planet Kawaila number 98, Jisai from the same binary star system as the Jinyu Force, who had once vied for the position of captain of the Jinyu Force with a combat power of 170,000, and Delii from planet Kawaila number 256 with a combat power of 1,850,000, along with Nazi from planet Kawaila number 6, boasting a combat power of 1,630,000. These three were akin to the elite Jinyu Force under Frieza, the most formidable troops in Gula's command. Oh, it seems you have delivered yourselves to me, Gula remarked, glancing around at the assembled warriors of considerable strength, which spared him much effort. I am Gula, and my purpose on Earth is simple: to eliminate the strongest here. After speaking, Gula's cold gaze swept the crowd, ultimately resting on Dundee. Oh, there's even a Namekian present. And you, Namekian, seem rather extraordinary. The tail behind Gula swayed gently, producing a sound as he licked his lips and coldly declared, "Then I'll deal with you first." Humph. You are exceedingly arrogant. Dundee could not tolerate such insolence, refusing to be treated like a novice like Yamcha. He unleashed a powerful aura, his combat strength having significantly increased since the battle on Namek. Dundee charged at Gula with fierce attacks, exuding tremendous momentum. Even Gula's three subordinates were taken aback. Had this strike connected, none would have withstood it. With a dull sound, it was not Gula who was sent flying, but rather Dundee. He was hurled away, bloodied and motionless, as if each of his bones had been shattered by a hammer, his breath growing faint, the flicker of life within him dangerously dim. The deities of the heavenly realm staggered, nearly falling, as Dundee's life hung precariously in the balance. Gula slowly retracted his fist, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Apologies, I am not as merciful as my soft-hearted brother. You fiend. Witnessing Dundee's injuries, Wukong was consumed by fury, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, golden energy surging around him like a tempest. Gula's interest was piqued as he nonchalantly regarded Wukong, saying, "So this is a Super Saiyan? Hardly impressive." What? Colleen and the others could scarcely believe their ears. The power of Suin Wuyuan was so formidable. Yet he dismissed it as trivial. Just how terrifying was Gula? You three, take care of the rest. This Saiyan is my responsibility, Gula commanded his subordinates. Thank you, Lord Gula. Shawiza and his companions grinned slyly, rubbing their hands together, eager for the fight. Whether it was Dundee or the Super Saiyan Suin Wuyuan before them, they were not their match. However, dealing with the remaining Earth warriors would be as effortless as a stroll in the park. Colleen, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha were drenched in cold sweat, feeling the overwhelming aura of the three, leaving them with no hope of victory. Yet, as Z warriors, they would not retreat an inch. Any retreat would spell doom for Dundee. Though their bond with Dundee was not profound, Suin Wuyuan held him in great respect. If Dundee were to perish, Suin Wuyuan would surely be heartbroken, and the deities and Dragon Balls would cease to exist. Just as Colleen and the others prepared for a desperate battle, Suin Wuyuan suddenly appeared, eyes fierce and resolute. I will not allow you to harm my friends. Suin Wuyuan surged into action, darting towards Shawiza and the others. The trio of Shawiza understood their own limitations and knew they could not withstand even a single blow from Suin Wuyuan. Just as they faced imminent demise, Suin Wuyuan was struck by a powerful force and sent flying. It was Gula, the ice demon, who interjected, arms crossed, stating coolly, "Scion, your opponent is me." Suin Wuyuan staggered to regain his footing, wiping the blood from his mouth, aware that he needed to defeat Gula to rescue his friends. However, He also recognized that Colleen and the others were no match for Shuiza and his companions. Wuyuan, do not worry. We will protect Dundee. Colleen shouted just as Suin Wuyuan hesitated. Tianjin Fan nodded solemnly, urging, focus on Gula. Hearing their words, a warm current surged within Suin Wuyuan. I must resolve this matter with Gula swiftly. Without further hesitation, he roared, unleashing his power like a volcano erupting, enveloped in golden light, charging fiercely at Gula. With a swift motion, Suin Wuyuan appeared before Gula, delivering a powerful punch to his face, causing Gula to stagger slightly. Humph, your strength can indeed best that worthless Frieza. Gula's reaction was not anger, but rather amusement after receiving the blow. Suin Wuyuan's heart raced, and he quickly distanced himself, but Gula was already in motion. His figure vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Suin Wuyuan, delivering a crushing elbow strike that sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. The earth trembled as he crashed through several hills. Huh! Suin Wuyuan roared, erupting from the rubble, golden radiance scattering dust into the air. He glared at Gula, noticing the dark purple aura surrounding him, resonating with his own golden light, though deeper and more mysterious. Oh, you can still stand? Gula was somewhat surprised, not expecting this young warrior to withstand his attack. Suin Wuyuan glanced towards the other side, where the battles between Shuiza and Colleen's group had commenced. As anticipated, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly in favor of Gula's forces. Though the trio unleashed their utmost abilities, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Suin Wuyuan could distinctly sense the weakening energy of Colleen and the others, fueling his rage. Damn it! Suin Wuyuan clenched his fists, flames of fury igniting within him. He charged towards Gula with reckless abandon, moving with lightning speed, arriving before Gula in the blink of an eye. However, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Gula's mouth as he effortlessly dodged the attack, swiftly retaliating with a powerful kick. Boom! Dust filled the air. Sun Wuyin was once again sent plummeting into the ground, creating a massive crater. Surprisingly, even transformed into a Super Saiyan, the disparity between Sun Wuyuan and Gula remained vast. The celestial deity, having exhausted all means to contact the King of the Worlds, was met with the disheartening response that Sun Wukong had long departed from King Kai's planet. This is disastrous. Wukong, if you do not return soon, Earth is doomed. The deity's face turned pale as he struggled to maintain his balance with a cane. Barely able to stand. Wuyuan, seeing Sun Wuyuan struck by Gula, Krillin's face was filled with concern. At that moment, his opponent, Savija, suddenly appeared behind him. Hey, little bald head, are you distracted? Savija, with blades of air coiling around his hands, aimed directly for Krillin's head. This is bad. Upon hearing Savija's voice, Krillin realized the imminent danger, but it was too late to evade. Savija's attack was upon him. Could it be that I am to perish? Wukong, you must take my place in death. It was truly regrettable. I have yet to experience love. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of blades slicing through the air echoed. Yet it was not the resigned Krillin who met his end. Savija could hardly believe that someone had silently appeared behind him and dispatched him in a single strike. Boom. Savija's body was cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Standing behind him was a youth with light blue hair. The very individual who had previously arrived on Earth via time machine. Sensing the auras of Sun Wuyuan and Piccolo, he had rushed over. Uncle Krillin, it has been a long time. The youth greeted Krillin politely before turning to face Gula in the sky. A serious expression crossed his face, clearly indicating his apprehension towards Gula's strength. Oh, you know me? Krillin regarded the striking young man with curiosity, unable to recall having met him before. Moreover, how could someone who had never experienced love address him as uncle? Such impudence. The blue-haired youth did not respond to Krillin's query. Instead, he vanished, only to reappear moments later, having dispatched Dre and Nez with the sword at his back. It's all right. Uncle Tianjin and Uncle Yanshu are fine, covered in wounds and gasping for breath. Tianjin and Yanshu exchanged glances, equally oblivious to the identity of this young man, having never encountered him before. High above, Gula observed the sudden appearance of this sword-wielding youth, who had effortlessly eliminated 3 of his subordinates, and a glimmer of interest sparkled in his eyes. Gula scrutinized the blue-haired youth, who, however, was gazing in another direction, loudly proclaiming, Wuyuan, to become a Super Saiyan requires a tranquil heart. What? Gula's face contorted in confusion. What trickery is this? Soon enough, Gula comprehended that the youth's words were directed at the deep pit into which Sun Wien had been smashed. At that moment, an explosion of dazzling golden light erupted from the pit. Instantly, the entire sky was painted in golden hues. This lattice battle power has surged once more. Just as Gula finished speaking, the figure of Sun Wien began to rise slowly from the pit, his face devoid of the previous fury. His entire demeanor now tranquil as he gazed serenely at Gula. Gula, observing the calmness in Sun Wuyen's eyes, felt an inexplicable twinge of fear. Damn Saiyans. This time, Gula unleashed a colossal wave of light towards Sun Wuyen with a single hand, hurtling toward him. Sun Wuyen did not even blink, raising his hand to effortlessly deflect Gula's assault. Boom! Gula's wave of light detonated midair, causing a tremendous shockwave that made the entire earth tremble slightly. Fortunately, the earth had been reinforced by the dragon, thus suffering minimal impact. This fellow is not right. Gula could not fathom that the Sun Wuyen, who had previously been no match for him, had suddenly transformed into such a formidable opponent. His expression darkened further as he dashed forward, and Sun Wuyen vanished in an instant. Bang! 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 The sky reverberated with the sounds of violent clashes. It was as though the heavens had transformed into a vibrant display of fireworks, with each engagement between Sun Wuyen and Gula resulting in a dazzling collision of golden and dark purple energies, the force of which was utterly mesmerizing. What an impressive display! Wuyen, Krillin, and the others looked skyward, unable to catch sight of the two figures. Yet the gales generated by their battle made it evident just how fierce the conflict was. Is it a stalemate? No, the blue-haired youth gently shook his head. Wuyen has become even more ferocious since calming down. Indeed, as the blue-haired youth's words fell, Sun Wien and Gula clashed once more in the sky. Gula's massive form plummeted like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground, creating an even deeper crater than before. We have won, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. I told you Wuyen is extraordinary. There's no need for Wukong to intervene. While Krillin celebrated, Tianjin and Yamcha exchanged solemn glances. What is wrong with you two? Krillin asked, bewildered. Isn't this precisely the scenario the blue-haired youth described? Wuyen has gained a significant advantage. Uncle Krillin, Gula's energy hasn't diminished in the slightest. The blue-haired youth spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Krillin hurriedly sensed the energy again, only to find himself at a loss for words. In that seemingly bottomless pit, Gula's energy not only remained intact, but was surging rapidly. The overwhelming, fearsome aura was indescribable. The entire earth began to tremble violently, and the intense vibrations affected not only the ground, but also the very heavens. Not far away, Bulma and Ties had finally managed to steer their aircraft close, only for it to suddenly go haywire, the instrument panel going haywire. And no matter how Bulma tried to regain control, nothing responded. The aircraft was on the brink of plummeting into the valley. Bulma's scream drew everyone's attention, and the blue-haired youth immediately sprang into action. Appearing in front of the aircraft in an instant, stabilizing it with a single hand, and gently lowering it to the ground. Bulma, terrified, scrambled out of the cockpit, while Ties remained remarkably composed. Having adventured through the cosmos for many years, especially alongside Gak, she had experienced far worse than an aircraft malfunction. Even a spaceship suddenly careening towards a black hole was merely part of the job. Therefore, Ties was unfazed. She gazed at the young man who had unexpectedly saved both her and Bulma, recognizing his distinctive light blue hair and the Capsule Corporation emblem on his attire, and instantly realized, you must be. The blue-haired youth did not anticipate Ties to be so astute. He quickly sought to convey with his eyes. Please do not reveal my identity. This child, could he be shy? Ties mused, perplexed. In the distance, Gula's figure reemerged, but this time, he appeared dramatically transformed. Gula's body had swollen significantly, sprouting 4 horns from his head, and a mask-like armor shielded his mouth. His eyes glowed a dark crimson. His shoulders jutted out like chest armor, and 2 more horns emerged from his back. Blades resembling knives had grown from his arm joints. And now he was entirely encased in armor. Gula's aura had more than doubled. This was his ultimate form. The combat power soared to a staggering 470 million. Even Sun Wien was rendered speechless by the overwhelming force radiating from Gula. The aura was so potent that it completely subdued him. The blue-haired youth sensed the dire situation as Gula's strength seemed to exceed everyone's expectations. With a mighty roar, the blue-haired youth transformed into a Super Saiyan. His original aquamarine hair turned golden, resembling Sun Wuyuan almost perfectly. Another scion. Gula immediately took notice. Sun Wuyuan was equally astonished. He never anticipated that anyone other than himself and his father could achieve Super Saiyan form. However, this individual appeared somewhat familiar. The youth, wielding a long sword, approached Sun Wuyuan silently, only gently uttering, "Wuyuan, let us together defeat this foe." Sun Wuyuan nodded. There was no time for further thoughts. The priority was to bring Gula down. You two little brats think 2 Super Saiyans can overpower me? Gula sneered, immediately launching his attack. Before Sun Wuyuan and the sword-wielding youth could react, Gula seized them by their faces. He swiftly dashed forward, pressing them into the ground with forceful scrapes. Crashing through several mountains, Sun Wuyuan and the youth had no opportunity to retaliate. Frustrated, Sun Wuyuan clenched his teeth, raising his hands. Magic flash. A beam of light erupted from his palm pressed against his forehead, but to his astonishment, Gula managed to evade it effortlessly, tilting his head slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the sword-wielding youth acted, gripping tightly as he swung towards Gula's head. Gula intended to withstand the strike with his armor, but as the sword approached, an unsettling feeling surged within him, prompting Gula to instinctively withdraw just in time, narrowly evading the blow that struck the ground instead. A fine crack appeared in the earth. Perfectly sliced, Gula glared furiously at the youth, demanding, "Where did you acquire that sword?" He sensed immense power emanating from it, realizing that had it not been for his quick reflexes, he could have been in serious danger. Fuming at the youth's apparent disregard for him, Gula unleashed waves of energy towards Sun Wuyuan and the young swordsman. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught, the two could only evade, weaving through the barrage. The ground trembled violently, creating craters. Had this been the Earth of yore, it would have been utterly obliterated. Sun Wuyuan and the youth exchanged a glance mid-flight. Understanding each other's resolve, mere evasion would prove futile. They converged in a designated spot, shouting simultaneously, "Ha!" 2 beams of golden light fused together, breaking through Gula's energy waves and charging directly at him. Gula scoffed disdainfully, waiting until Sun Wuyuan and the youth drew near before making his move. Sun Wuyuan unleashed a wave of energy, but Gula effortlessly raised a hand to block it. In an instant, the sword-wielding youth appeared beside Gula, swinging his sword. But Gula sidestepped, only to find the youth's other hand conjuring a sphere of energy which struck Gula squarely in the abdomen. Boom! The sphere exploded, sending dust flying. Splendid. Sun Wuyuan rejoiced, for it was their first successful hit on Gula. Not bad, but your attacks still lack finesse. As the smoke cleared, Gula's figure had vanished. When he reappeared, he stood behind the sword-wielding youth, delivering a devastating punch that sent the boy crashing into a mountain, leaving him unable to rise. The tide of battle turned swiftly. Moments ago they felt capable of battling Gula, only to find themselves in dire straits. Krillin and the others were utterly despondent. "Goku, hurry." At Wuxing Mountain, within the abode of Taishang Laojun, the sound of a baby's cry resonated. Anning had finally given birth. This ancient woman experienced the profound joy of motherhood for the first time. Gazing at her child, plump and adorable with a tiny tail, she felt an overwhelming sense of love. Had there been a power detector, it would reveal that this newborn possessed an astonishing combat power of 8,000. "You have worked hard, Anning." Sun Wukong's gentle voice filled the air as he fed her a fairy bean. After consuming the bean, Anning quickly regained her strength. She sensed that this child was extraordinary, being a Saiyan offspring, born with a combat power that far surpassed her own without the divine fruit. Though Anning held no interest in combat, she recognized that Earth faced an imminent crisis. "Wukong, you must return. And remember to bring me some delicacies next time." Anning managed a faint smile. Both she and Sun Wukong were aware of Gula's impending assault on Earth, but Anning's labor had coincided with this threat. Unlike Snake Ji, Anning was a deity, not a half-god, making childbirth particularly arduous for her. Throughout this period, Sun Wukong remained by her side, fearing any complications. Thankfully, both mother and child were safe. Otherwise, Sun Wukong had considered seeking the dragon on Namek for assistance. "All right then, Wukong, go," Anning urged once more, as she too was of Earth. Sun Wukong nodded, feeling the shift in energy within him. Just as Anning gave birth, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully giving birth. Reward: combat power increase. S cells, large quantity, 50 fairy beans. A smile crept onto Sun Wukong's face. His efforts over the past 6 months had finally borne fruit, significantly enhancing his combat power. Current character attributes. Name, Sun Wukong. Combat power. Child. 11 this time. His combat power surged past 50 million, and the quantity of S cells in his body increased, elevating him from exceptional to extraordinary. Was this perhaps a portent of his impending transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Regardless, Sun Wukong felt a swell of confidence for the future. Celebi and Suno were also expecting, likely to welcome their little ones within the year, promising an even greater surge in his combat power. I must depart. Sun Wukong placed his hand on his forehead, sensing that Sun Wuyuan's energy had weakened considerably. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Wuxing Mountain. On the battlefield, Gula held the upper hand. Sun Wuyuan struggled to maintain his Super Saiyan form, while the mysterious swordsman lay defeated. Science, meet your demise. Gula gathered a beam of light at his fingertips, reminiscent of Frisia's ultimate move, Death Beam. A purple light shot towards Sun Wuyuan, who was powerless to evade in his current state. Boom! The intense light pierced through rock, tearing the very earth apart. Wuyuan. Bulma's heart ached as she witnessed Sun Wuyuan engulfed by Gula's attack. But then, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Bulma, I entrust Wuyuan to you. Bulma's face lit up with joy. Standing behind her was none other than Sun Wukong. Just in the nick of time, he had saved Sun Wuyuan. My apologies for arriving late, Sun Wukong said to his son, cradling him. Father. Sun Wuyuan felt no anger, only exhilaration at the sight of his father ready to unleash his prowess. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a faint smile as he gently set Sun Wuyuan down. He raised his gaze towards the distant Gula, who was also staring intently at him. Are you the one who claims to be the strongest Saiyan in the universe? Gula had come to Earth specifically to confront Sun Wukong, having already learned of his appearance from the Galactic King. Sun Wukong remained silent, steadily advancing forward while his form began to transform. Golden hair, azure eyes, and an aura as frigid as ice. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, the transformation was not as ostentatious as one might expect. Rather, it exuded an extraordinary calmness. Gula's composure faltered. This individual appeared markedly different from the previous 2 Saiyans. Bang! Before Gula could utter another word, Sun Wukong had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gula flying. When did he arrive before me? Gula exclaimed, bewildered. Even Tianjin Fan and the others below were left in confusion, wondering how Gula had become so inept in such a short span of time. The mysterious young swordsman with a smile at the corner of his mouth had already reverted from his Super Saiyan state. With Sun Wukong's arrival, there was no need for him to intervene further. He could now attentively observe his father's battle. Indeed, the boy with light blue hair was the offspring of Sun Wukong and Bulma, Trunks. He hailed from a future world, seeking to witness Sun Wukong, for in his time, Sun Wukong had already passed. Father, mother was right. You are the greatest Saiyan. Trunks gazed at Sun Wukong with admiration, as above them. Gula found himself utterly powerless against Sun Wukong's onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of fists crashing against flesh echoed incessantly, the air filled with the clamor of blows exchanged. As it appeared to all that Gula was simply being pummeled. Oh! Gula roared in fury, finally breaking free and gathering a formidable energy blast to hurl at Sun Wukong. With effortless ease, Sun Wukong caught it with a single hand. You seem even weaker than Frisia. Sun Wukong finally spoke, leisurely continuing. Perhaps it's because I have become too powerful now. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Upon hearing this, Gula's rage ignited. He detested being compared unfavorably to Frisia. How could he possibly be inferior to that imbecilic brother of his? I am the invincible Gula of the universe. Gula bellowed as he charged at Sun Wukong, only to have his fist grasped firmly by Sun Wukong, rendering him unable to pull away despite his utmost effort. How could this be? Gula was driven to madness, attempting to headbutt Sun Wukong, who merely sidestepped with ease. Suddenly, Gula's lips curled into a smirk. Watch out, father, be wary of his eyes. Trunks shouted from the sidelines, drawing the attention of Krillin and the others. Yet, at that moment, Trunks was fully engrossed in the battle between Sun Wukong and Gula. Sure enough, Gula unleashed a tremendous energy beam from his eyes. With such proximity, Sun Wukong could not evade. The beam struck him directly on the head. Mr. Sun Wukong, father, Sun Hong, The energy beam pierced through Sun Wukong, detonating in the distance. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong, you have fallen into my hands. Gula cackled triumphantly. But his expression swiftly changed. The Sun Wukong who had been struck began to dissolve into an afterimage. This was the vanishing fist. Krillin recognized it first. A classic technique of the turtle school. I told you, you are simply too weak. Sun Wukong's icy voice resonated behind Gula. Startled, Gula spun around only to find Sun Wukong completely unharmed. It is over, Gula. Sun Wukong declared, a blue-white energy sphere manifesting in his palm, appearing exquisite. Yet only Gula could sense the terrifying power it harbored. What is this? This is the retribution of all life you have destroyed on Earth. Go to hell, Gula. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute as he hurled the blue-white energy sphere at Gula, Genkidama. This was a newly developed technique by Sun Wukong, improved upon the Genkidama taught by King Kai. While the Genkidama was powerful, it ultimately relied on external forces. The essence of the Genkidama was now enhanced by integrating the strength of the planet itself. Although the Genkidama in Sun Wukong's hand was merely the size of a palm, the power contained within it was astoundingly formidable, many times greater than an ordinary Kamehameha. Of course, this was only the first practical application. As Sun Wukong grew more proficient in its use, its strength would undoubtedly escalate to astonishing heights. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as Gula was reduced to ashes amidst the dazzling blue-white brilliance. His armor proved utterly useless. From that moment forth, Gula was completely eradicated. In the original anime, Gula had come to Earth seeking a fight with Sun Wukong, ultimately being struck by a Kamehameha beam into the sun. Surprisingly, Gula had survived, albeit with only half a face, thanks to high-tech chips from the universe graveyard of planet Namek. He had repaired his body and equipped himself with devices that continuously regenerated and enhanced his strength, achieving a battle power of 10 billion. This was what was referred to as Metal Gula. Regrettably, this world's Gula was entirely obliterated by Sun Wukong, leaving no cells behind. The prospect of resurrection? Perhaps he would have to wait for the next life. Ah, it is over. Sun Wukong smiled faintly as he reverted from his Super Saiyan form. He turned to look at Bulma and the others. Mr. Sun. Bulma waved at him, while Taisi diligently took notes of the events that had transpired. The tale of the universe's strongest finally coming to a close. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief. He flew down towards Piccolo, who was gravely injured, struggling to consume a senzu bean. However, the recovering Piccolo's expression was not quite right. He merely glanced in the direction of Sun Wuyuan before taking off. Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wuyuan understood. Uncle Piccolo was likely seeking ways to grow stronger. Now that he and his father could both transform into Super Saiyans, their combat abilities had increased 50-fold. The gap between them and Piccolo would only widen from here on. How could someone as proud as Piccolo accept such a reality? In truth, what astonished everyone the most was how Gula had been defeated with just a single punch. And he hadn't even utilized his most powerful form. Duandi found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality, and he sprinted towards Taiyang Shindian without hesitation. Sun Wukong naturally did not attempt to impede him. After all, becoming stronger is ultimately a positive development. As he had previously stated, the protection of Earth cannot rely solely on him. There are times when he cannot appear in time. Had it not been for Sun Wuyuan detaining Gula this time, Earth might have faced grave peril. You are Trunks, are you not? Sun Wukong approached the boy with azure hair and handed him a suindo. After consuming it, Trunks immediately regained his composure. The suindo was indeed miraculous, restoring him to his former state in an instant. Father, how did you recognize me? Trunks inquired, puzzled, as he had never disclosed his true identity to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong chuckled, saying, "Is there any father who fails to recognize his own child?" Upon hearing this, Trunks was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. In the distance, Bulma remained oblivious to the unfolding events, bewildered by the handsome, enigmatic youth who suddenly embraced Wukong in tears. The astute Thais had already deduced Trunks' identity, but she had no intention of revealing it to Bulma. Chapter 67. Training the two children. Now both she and Wukong had two children, yet she had none of her own. Trunks, do you mean to say that the future version of me is no longer alive? Sun Wukong felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing Trunks' words. How could he, despite his formidable strength, still be absent? Trunks hastily clarified that his father was not vanquished by a powerful adversary, but rather succumbed to a rare heart ailment. Furthermore, although his father was no longer present, he would guide them in their training from the afterlife. Wu Yu and Wu Fan and their future sister Wenning were all remarkably strong and had successfully defended Earth during subsequent crises. After Trunks spoke, his mood suddenly dampened, yet everyone still missed their father, especially their mother. Hence, their mother devoted considerable effort to researching a remedy for this heart condition, eventually sending it through the time machine to him. She did not wish for the father in this world to leave them as well. In the non-Inha Xingxi, there existed a hidden, scarcely detectable planet. This planet exhibited minimal signs of life, save for plants and a solitary being. To be precise, this individual was not truly human, but a deity. Her skin was a delicate pink, with pointed ears and flowing lavender hair cascading over her shoulders. She possessed a graceful visage and a tall, slender figure, adorned in a crimson Kaishin uniform, with small, yellow patera earrings adorning her dainty ears. She sat upon a hillside, her bare feet dangling over the edge of a cliff, beside a finely crafted crystal ball that displayed scenes of Earth, where Suin Wukong had just vanquished the frozen demon Gula, thus saving the planet. To her surprise, Gula had been defeated so swiftly. Suin Wukong, you are indeed a captivating man. The speaker was Lai La, the former Kaishin of the West. 500,000 years prior, the Majin Buu had emerged. Majin Buu was not a creation of man, but rather a being that had survived countless cycles of destruction and slumber. Initially devoid of good or evil, it absorbed human attributes during its continuous awakenings and slumber, growing increasingly ferocious. At that time, the entire universe was engulfed in crisis, with the Grand Kaishin and the South Kaishin both absorbed by Majin Buu. Even the West Kaishin herself suffered severe injuries, drifting through the cosmos for centuries before awakening. However, upon awakening, Lai La's perspective had shifted dramatically. She believed that the reason the Kaishin had failed so catastrophically was due to insufficient strength. Only through absolute power could true peace in the universe be safeguarded, which constituted the true duty of the Kaishin. Thus, after awakening, she did not return to the Kaishin realm, but instead began to study various races throughout the universe. Ultimately, she chose to focus on the frozen demon race, as they were innately powerful and the strongest race in the cosmos. After many years of cultivation, Gula became Lai La's first experimental subject. Although Gula was a frozen demon, he did not revel in destruction, and his power surpassed that of Frisia and certain kings. This was due to Lai La's genetic influence, which had transformed him into the former universe's strongest frozen demon. Unfortunately, this experimental subject ultimately perished on Earth. In Lai La's view, Gula had the potential to grow even stronger. The latent power within him had yet to be fully realized. However, the strength of this universe was simply too weak to utilize his full capabilities. When faced with Suin Wukong, it was too late for him to strive for greater strength. Furthermore, Suin Wukong's final move obliterated all of Gula's cells, completely eradicating him, leaving Lai La unable to resurrect him. Lai La stretched and yawned, muttering to herself, "Could it be that the Saiyans are even mightier than the frozen demons? Thankfully, I took in a Saiyan child back then. That fellow's talent surpasses even Gula's." With a smile gracing her lips, Lai La glanced at Suin Wukong within the crystal ball, rose to her feet, and prepared for her next course of action. On Earth, Trunks produced a miraculous medication for heart ailments and presented it to Suin Wukong. "Father, remember to take this in a year." Suin Wukong nodded. How could he forget such an important matter? After all, he had promised Buer Ma that they would engage in a battle for countless rounds. This conflict was merely beginning. How could it possibly conclude? Suin Wukong carefully stored the medication. At that moment, Wu Fan arrived alongside Buer Ma and Thais. Buer Ma, observing Trunks' azure locks, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet could not recall who he was. Trunks blushed, feeling somewhat shy. Suddenly, Buer Ma exclaimed, and Suin Wukong thought she had recognized him, only to find her addressing Trunks. "You wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you? Just so you know, I am a married woman." Trunks was even less inclined to acknowledge his identity. Suin Wukong chuckled. According to Trunks, he had perished too soon in that world and had little opportunity to bond with Trunks. His visit here was merely to meet him. Thus, seeing Trunks preparing to depart, Suin Wukong couldn't help but suggest, "Stay a few more days before you leave." Trunks shook his head, stating that there were others awaiting him. And as it was his first time using the time machine, he feared that lingering too long might cause complications. Trunks quietly confided to Suen Wukong. I am very happy to have seen Father this time, as well as the younger version of Mother. However, in that world, Mother has also consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might and is quite youthful. Observing their contemplative expressions, Ma inquired, Are you two hiding something from me? Trunks quickly replied, Oh, I was just telling him. By the way, a certain android will appear in the future, and Earth might face a crisis. Androids? Could it be Dr. Gero? Ma furrowed her brow in thought, recalling that Suen Wukong had previously troubled Dr. Gero and taken his research on creating androids. Over the years, Ma had delved deeply into the study of androids. Were it not for certain technical flaws, she would have created them long ago. Suen Wukong, let us wish upon the dragon to locate Dr. Gero, thus preventing the emergence of the androids. Suen Wukong shook his head. That won't do. This year, the Dragon Balls are meant for you. He whispered a few words into Ma's ear, causing her face to flush as she softly replied, I don't need such things. My body is still fine. Then how about wishing for this? Suen Wukong whispered again. This time, Ma fell silent, her ears turning red. She gently nodded. Indeed, that would be more convenient. To her surprise, Suen Wukong, who appeared rather naive, was quite astute. Seeing Ma acquiesce, Suen Wukong finally exhaled in relief. What a jest! If they were to seek out Dr. Gero now, what would happen to Android 18? It is precisely the surplus vigor of the 18th and that stubborn temperament. Taiyanenkisu is about to depart. He tosses out a universal capsule, and with a bang, inside lies a time machine. Just as Taiyanenkisu is about to leave, Wukong suddenly intercepts him. In the Temple of the Gods, Dandy, astonished, inquires, Is it true that after training inside for an entire day, an entire year passes outside? Wukong gently nods his head. Hasn't the God of the Heavens mentioned this to Dandy? The God of the Heavens feels somewhat helpless. Upon Dandy's arrival, he immediately clamored to merge with him. Although the Namekians are devoid of gender, the notion of merging is rather awkward and hard to articulate. Currently, the God of the Heavens does not wish to merge with Dandy unless Earth is truly in dire straits. Consequently, Dandy is seething with frustration, yet alas, such a union requires mutual consent. Even if Dandy's combat prowess far surpasses that of the God of the Heavens, there is little that can be done. Upon seeing Wukong and Taiyanenkisu arrive at the temple, Dandy glimpses a glimmer of hope. Since the God of the Heavens is unwilling to merge, Dandy must explore alternative ways to grow stronger. Wukong refuses to let Taiyanenkisu return, knowing that Taiyanenkisu came expressly to see him. One meeting is hardly sufficient. Inside the spirit time room, half a day equates to 6 months. They have ample time to bond. Moreover, as Taiyanenkisu mentioned, without him, the future world would also encounter troubles, making this an opportune moment for Wukong to guide Taiyanenkisu in training. Wukong muses that even if his counterpart from that world can communicate with King Kai, Taiyanenkisu, and Sun Wufan, it is far more meticulous to offer personal instruction. Taiyanenkisu, delighted by the benefits of the spirit time room, is eager to spend time with his father, despite the arduous environment. Upon witnessing Wukong and Taiyanenkisu enter, Dandy cannot help but exclaim, Hurry up! Next, it's my turn with Wu Yuan. At this moment, Wu Yuan remains oblivious to the trials awaiting him. Truth be told, although he respects Dandy, he harbors no desire to linger in such a dreadful place for half a year, or even a year. Before long, half a day has elapsed. Wukong and Taiyanenkisu emerge. Wukong appears unchanged, save for some tattered clothing. Taiyanenkisu, however, has undergone a remarkable transformation, having grown significantly taller and developed more robust muscles. Throughout these 6 months, the father and son either trained or prepared to train, a quintessential way for Scions to bond. Wukong shares his thoughts on the future development of the Scions, a precursor to his impending transcendence beyond Super Saiyan. Transcend beyond Super Saiyan? Dandy is both astonished and incensed. How infuriating. Super Saiyan can be further enhanced. Must I also transform into a Saiyan? Forget it. As the most elite warrior of Namek, I have no need for that. Let us go, Wu Yuan and Wu Fan. It's our turn. At this juncture, Wu Yuan and Wu Fan display reluctance, particularly Wu Fan, who merely intended to play alongside Wu Yuan, yet finds himself swept into Dandy's plans. The two children cast pleading glances, but Wukong feigns ignorance, thinking to himself, with Dandy as a caretaker, you two can relish the experience. In the wilderness, a small grove hosts a van emblazoned with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company, swaying for over 10 days. Inside, Yukong rarely exhibits signs of fatigue, evidently having exerted himself more than against Gura during this time. He glances at Bulma, who remains radiant and captivating. Yukong silently sighs. Ever since consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, Bulma's physical prowess has drastically transformed, possessing remarkable impact tolerance and endurance. Coupled with the fact that she has consumed over 20 sins of beans in these days, even Wukong struggles to keep pace. I beg you, I can see, Bulma. Wukong's expression reflects his distress. Chapter 68. Bullied by crabs, Bulma coldly retorts, "Who told you not to inform me that the blue-haired lad is the future Tainankasu? How infuriating. I didn't even greet the charming Tainankasu." The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes, and the more she yearns to tease Wukong. She resumes employing her newly learned techniques against him. Faced with her relentless assault, Wukong finds himself on the brink of collapse, yet his body remains uncontrollable, forcing him to continue as a plumber. On Earth, in a clandestine underground base, Dr. Gero is feverishly constructing androids. Androids 17 and 18 are nearing completion, with all remaining energy devoted to the creation of the android cell. Tiny nanobots return from their missions, triumphantly bearing the latest cellular samples. Oh, a sample from the frozen demon Gura, 2 samples of Super Saiyan cells, and a fresh sample from Dandy. Dr. Gero beams with delight, never anticipating that Gura would suddenly target Earth, providing him with the greatest spoils. Originally, his nanobots had not gathered any information regarding Wukong's battles in space. As for Frisia and the Demon King, he had only heard vague rumors. However, witnessing Gura's formidable strength as a fellow frozen demon, he silently rejoices. Otherwise, even his androids would likely be unable to withstand Wukong. Yet now, with Cell as his ultimate android, dealing with Wukong is a mere trifle. Wukong, you shall soon experience this firsthand. I, Dr. Gero, am the most formidable individual in this world. In the blink of an eye, over a year has passed. Suno and Celebi have both welcomed children into the world. The birthing process has gone smoothly, and outside the delivery room, Wukong appears as a seasoned father. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful birth of offspring. Reward: combat power increased by 40 million, 1 S cell, 1 transformation technique from Jinyu, and 20 sins of beans. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful birth of offspring. Reward: combat power increased by 40 million, 1 S cell, and 20 sins of beans. With this, Wukong's combat power has surged to 180 million, and he now has 13 children. Although Wukong's home is spacious, it is now filled with the cacophony of children's laughter. To avoid disturbing them, Wukong decides to retreat to Kame House, bringing along his youngest son, Sun Wanning, who has just turned 1.5. This child is the culmination of his love with Taishang Laojun, and from birth, he possessed a combat power of 8,000. Now, as he grows, his power has long since exceeded 10,000. Possessing such potential at such a young age bodes well for his future. It is no wonder that future Tainankasu once stated that after his passing, Sun Wanning would be the main force against cosmic adversaries. Unlike Sun Wuyuan, who has achieved his success through hard work, Sun Wanning is inherently gifted. However, Wukong carries her not solely for her potential, but because this child is irresistibly adorable and clingy. Wherever Wukong goes, she incessantly calls Daddy, as if fearing he might suddenly vanish. During such moments, Wukong cannot help but reminisce about how he passed away from heart disease in the future, never having the opportunity to see this child grow up. Thus, he always smiles and lifts Sun Wanning, taking her wherever he goes. Oh, Wukong stands on the island, shouting loudly, beginning to channel his energy. His aura surges, and in the blink of an eye, he transforms into a Super Saiyan. Yet clearly, Wukong is not yet satisfied. He continues to roar, his Super Saiyan aura intensifying. The turtle hermit, witnessing the flames-like energy enveloping Wukong, cannot help but express his admiration. Who could have imagined that when Sun Wukong and Bulma first encountered each other by the seaside, Sun Wukong was merely a small child? Although he displayed remarkable prowess, he was not yet a match for the peak strength of Master Roshi. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that little fellow has grown into an immensely powerful being, bearing the weight of Earth's safety and future on his shoulders. How much longer must we refer to Master Roshi as Grandpa and Dad? Little Wanning, perched atop the back of the old sea turtle, innocently inquired of Master Roshi. Sun Wukong was currently attempting to unleash all of his power. seeking a more effective method to control his Super Saiyan energy. Once successful, his strength would be fully realized in Super Saiyan form, ensuring no energy was wasted during battle. Master Roshi explained. He then glanced at the not-yet 2-year-old Wanning, a gentle smile gracing his kind face as he ruffled the child's hair. Today might be a bit challenging. Dear Wanning, let Grandpa fetch you some fruit. Thank you, Grandpa. Little Wanning responded with understanding. As Master Roshi went indoors to retrieve the fruit, Wanning sat alone atop the turtle's back, feeling quite bored. The old sea turtle remained still, cautious not to let her fall. At that moment, a crab scuttled onto the turtle's shell. Upon seeing it, Wanning climbed down, crouched on the ground, and rested her chin on her tiny hands while intently watching the crab. The crab proudly waved its claws, prompting Wanning to extend her small hand and challenge it. Mr. Crab, would you like to play rock, paper, scissors with me? The crab remained silent, which was tantamount to agreement. Rock, paper, scissors. With its pincers resembling scissors, the crab was swiftly outmatched by Wanning's clever punch, claiming the victory for this round. However, she was not content to stop there and continued to engage the crab in an unending series of rounds, Wanning relentlessly threw punches, while the crab foolishly continued to present its scissors, thus failing to win a single match. Frustrated, the crab spat bubbles, splattering Wanning's face in the process. Wanning wiped her face and exclaimed, "Hey, Mr. Crab, are you spitting bubbles because you can't handle losing?" In the distance, Sun Wukong approached and could not help but laugh at the scene. This girl is relentless, even denying the crab the right to complain. He walked over, tousled Wanning's hair, and chuckled. Wanning, this crab is bullying you. How about we catch it and make some salt-baked crab? What do you think? But Mr. Crab is so adorable. How could we bear to eat it? Wanning replied, reaching out to pet the crab, only to have it pinch her chubby little hand. Wanning cried out in pain, calling for her father to help her. Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, finding her antics utterly delightful. After a while, the crab was knocked unconscious by Wanning's sudden burst of energy, allowing her to escape danger at last. You wicked crab, how dare you pinch me? I shall pinch you back until you're done for, Wanning declared, grabbing the crab and placing it into a nearby bucket, which she had previously used to play with sand. Daddy, do you think one crab will be enough for Ning Ning to eat? She asked, looking up with her adorable face, smiling at Sun Wukong. Just a moment ago, she was concerned for Mr. Crab, and now she was ready to feast on the entire crab family. At that moment, Master Roshi approached with a plate of sliced watermelon. Upon seeing the watermelon, Wanning immediately cast aside her earlier dissatisfaction with the crab. She first took the largest slice for Sun Wukong, then a slightly smaller piece for Master Roshi, and finally, she selected a piece of equal size for herself. Sun Wukong settled onto the beach chair, taking a bite of the chilled watermelon, feeling utterly content. Ever since the Saiyan invasion began, he had not experienced such a sense of ease. Since the Z era, the strength of adversaries had continually escalated. If he did not strive to improve, he risked being surpassed at any moment, putting Earth in jeopardy. Thus, he sometimes pondered whether being Sun Wukong was a blessing or a curse. Would his life be more carefree if he were not Sun Wukong? After contemplating for a moment, he smiled faintly, realizing there was no need for such thoughts. Regardless of whether he was Sun Wukong, he must protect the safety of all those around him. In this world, becoming stronger is the true path. Only through strength can he safeguard those he holds dear. Wukong, it seems you are still a bit away from fully mastering the Super Saiyan's full power, Master Roshi remarked seriously. Although Master Roshi's combat ability may have waned over the years, his accumulated martial arts foundation remained, allowing him to still impart wisdom and experience to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal, as he pondered ways to overcome the challenges of harnessing Super Saiyan full power. Only in this state can a Saiyan maintain complete control over their energy. However, while the concept is simple, execution is exceedingly difficult. Even in the original manga, it took Goku nearly a year to truly master full power in Super Saiyan form. His methods were indeed effective. But the issue now was that Sun Wukong had become sufficiently calm in his Super Saiyan state, to the point of being overly calm. The Goku from the original manga, after all, possessed the true blood of a Saiyan, inherently driven by a thirst for battle and combat. Thus, what he needed was to maintain that calmness in his daily life, sustaining Super Saiyan form for extended periods until he could control it as effortlessly as he would in everyday activities. Yet, this was not particularly challenging for Wukong at present. His state of mind was tranquil, allowing him to achieve this with ease. Ironically, this very ease hindered him from unleashing the full might of Super Saiyan. Wukong, have you heard the saying? When the water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. Master Roshi, a true master of martial arts, though appearing as a simple old man, offered an astute observation that pinpointed the issue Wukong was currently facing. Wukong had indeed contemplated this matter. Perhaps it was because he was not a pure Saiyan, which rendered him incapable of fully mastering the power within him. Initially, he had not noticed. But as his strength grew, this issue became increasingly pronounced. For instance, as a child, Goku could wield nearly 98 points of power from 100, with the 2-point discrepancy being negligible. But now, with his power soaring to 100 million, he could only muster 98 million, leaving a significant 2 million unaccounted for. Not to mention, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would surge 50-fold. The disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Of course, Son Wukong could choose not to dwell on these matters and simply focus on enhancing his combat power. However, he still intended to visit the heavenly temple to learn from the originator of Qi, Wu Taidu, for he aspired to reach the realm of the divine. At that point, the power of the super era would become irrelevant. What mattered most in the realm of gods was the ability to fully control the Qi within oneself. Thus, on the path of cultivation, one must promptly rectify any issues discovered. The sooner, the easier. Otherwise, the problems will only become more challenging to resolve in the future. After all, Son Wukong's ambitions extend far beyond merely being the strongest in the 7th universe. He does not relish the idea of relinquishing his fate to others, not even to the supreme king of all. As long as he possesses sufficient strength, even the king of all would be powerless to touch a hair on his head. While Son Wukong was deep in thought, a familiar energy drifted in from the horizon. This energy was not Krillin's. It belonged to Vegeta. The long-lost Vegeta has unexpectedly returned to Earth, and upon his arrival, he immediately seeks out his own presence. Could it be that Son Wukong was not mistaken? Before Vegeta even arrived, his voice had already echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, Kakaluota, my strength now far exceeds yours. Vegeta soared before came house, proudly surveying the gathering of Son Wukong and his companions below. Kakaluota, come and engage in battle with me. Today, I shall surely defeat you. Vegeta appeared exhilarated and, without waiting for Son Wukong's consent, let out a thunderous roar. Ah! Son Wuning, witnessing this scene, instinctively glanced at Son Wukong, feeling somewhat awkward. Son Wukong rubbed his face and murmured, his father is not like him. This fellow struggles even to transform into a Super Saiyan. As soon as the words left his lips, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, and a golden aura transformed the very essence of the world, causing rivers to surge. After a tense pause, Vegeta finally succeeded in transforming into a Super Saiyan, and the atmosphere gradually calmed. Ha ha ha, what do you think, Kakaluota? I can transform into a Super Saiyan as well. Vegeta struck a signature pose, pointing his thumb at himself, and proclaimed with pride, standing here now is the Prince of the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan warrior Vegeta. Noticing Son Wukong's lack of response, Vegeta's expression soured, and he furrowed his brow, asking, what is the matter, Kakaluota? Are you afraid? Son Wukong sighed, thinking to himself, this guy has no idea of his own limitations. He must be shown a lesson. Rising slowly, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan in the blink of an eye, his transformation as natural as breathing, devoid of any commotion. The nearby came Sanine could not help but exclaim, this fellow, Wukong, has mastered the Super Saiyan form with such proficiency. He continues to break through barriers, pursuing higher realms. In contrast, Vegeta merely seeks power without genuine progress. It seems there is no need for a duel with him. Indeed, transformed into a Super Saiyan, Son Wukong flicked Vegeta back to his original form with a mere finger. Vegeta was sent flying thousands of meters away and struggled to return, now thoroughly subdued. Kakaluota, why is it that we are both Saiyans, yet you are so much stronger? Vegeta could not comprehend this. He had just learned to transform into a Super Saiyan, excitedly rushing to flaunt it before Kakaluota, only to be defeated with a mere finger. Son Wukong shrugged, replying with resignation, Vegeta, even among Super Saiyans, there are levels of distinction. Someone like you is not even as capable as Wu Yuan. That child possesses a far greater mastery of Super Saiyan power than you. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Vegeta's face turned ashen. Yet Kakaluota was indeed correct. He could barely manage to transform into a Super Saiyan. The transformation had drained a considerable amount of energy, let alone engaging in combat. His current state was incomparable to Kakaluota's. However, having witnessed Kakaluota's transformation today, Vegeta realized the vast potential for enhancement beyond the Super Saiyan form. Soon, he cast aside his disappointment. After all, he is the prince of the Saiyans, and a mere lower-class warrior like Kakaluota will inevitably be surpassed by him. By the way, Kakaluota, I have discovered an extraordinary place. I shall not conceal it from you. Perhaps you may be interested in accompanying me. It might prove beneficial for you as well. Oh, Suin Wukong blinked, clearly intrigued by Vegeta's mention of a place connected to his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Where is this place you speak of? Upon hearing this, Vegeta replied with pride, Kakaluota, do you know of our Saiyan history? Suin Wukong pondered for a moment and nodded, being somewhat familiar with Saiyan affairs. However, the details were not entirely clear. Gazing at Suin Wukong, Vegeta spoke earnestly. The place I intend to take you is the planet once inhabited by the ancient Saiyan Yamaxi. Yamaxi? Suin Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Is he not the first Saiyan to become a Super Saiyan god? The legend of the Super Saiyan stems from him. Vegeta nodded, recognizing that Kakaluota had some knowledge of this. Thus there was no need for further elaboration. In short, through a wish made to the Dragon of Namek, I learned of the legendary Super Saiyan Yamaxi's exploits. I began my journey through the cosmos and ultimately discovered the remnants of the place where he once resided, where his essence still lingers. Suin Wukong's eyes lit up as he grasped the implication. So, you relied on that essence to transcend your limits and become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta nodded, unwilling to conceal this secret from Suin Wukong, for his current achievements were also thanks to Suin Wukong's assistance. As the Prince of the Saiyans, his pride demanded that he defeat Suin Wukong solely through his own strength to truly earn his respect. Let us set off at once. The planet imbued with Yamaxi's essence is indeed something to behold. Suin Wukong appeared somewhat impatient. However, Vegeta, unusually calm, replied, But, Kakaluota, my spaceship is out of fuel. To be honest, Vegeta, you wouldn't be mentioning Yamaxi's planet merely because of this, would you? After returning to Shidu with Vegeta and acquiring fuel for the spaceship from the Zuifan, Suin Wukong and Vegeta set forth towards the planet that once belonged to Yamaxi. Baba, come back early, and remember to bring gifts. Suin Wuning waved goodbye in a childish voice. The journey was not long, taking about 5 days to reach their destination. Shalata Planet, a world long forgotten by history, served as the original habitat of the Saiyans. Its gravitational pull is 10 times that of Earth, identical to Vegeta's home planet. The entire planet is abundant in both water and land resources, quite similar to Earth, making it relatively suitable for human habitation aside from the gravity. However, this planet has been uninhabited for ages, with lush vegetation and wild weeds running rampant, neglected by any caretaker. Is this truly the ancestral home of the Saiyans, Shalata Planet? Suin Wukong mused, glancing around with curiosity. Even after all these years, he could still sense the essence of the Saiyans. The ancient Saiyans seemed remarkably formidable. He cast a sidelong glance at Vegeta, pondering how this fellow had managed to locate such a place. It must have taken considerable effort. This was something Suin Wukong genuinely admired, for driven by the transformations of himself and Suin Wufan into Super Saiyans, Prince Vegeta had been holding onto a strong determination. Otherwise, he would have little interest in traversing to the far reaches of the universe to this desolate location. As they walked slowly, Suin Wukong gradually sensed something amiss. The air seemed to harbor a unique energy, seeping into his skin and permeating his being. He could even feel his strength and aura gradually intensifying. Although this enhancement was negligible for him at present, had it been the likes of Raditz or Naba upon their arrival on Earth, this planet would have been an inexhaustible source of power. Moreover, as Suin Wukong observed a flower amidst the weeds, the scent of the soil and the unique essence of Shalata Planet instilled an inexplicable tranquility within him. He glanced toward Vegeta, and indeed, even the typically restless Vegeta appeared remarkably composed. The cells of the Saiyans thrive on inner tranquility. Sun Wukong seemed to comprehend why Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan on this planet. It felt as though this celestial body was tailor-made for Saiyans. Perhaps this was the true secret behind the Saiyans' formidable strength? For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled the Scions of Universe 6, who were markedly different from those of Universe 7. They were gentler and more peaceful. Thus, when Vegeta and Wukong taught them the technique to transform, they swiftly mastered the art of becoming Super Saiyans. Could this also be the genuine power of the ancient Saiyans? If S cells were no longer scarce, enhancing combat prowess would effortlessly lead to transformation. Moreover, pure-hearted Saiyans could unite harmoniously, giving rise to the Saiyan God. If the opportunity arose, could he invite Wufan and Wukong to this planet for an experience? After pondering for a moment, Son Wukong chuckled, lamenting that the vitality of this planet was still somewhat lacking. Without any inhabitants, he wouldn't be able to teleport here and would have to take a spaceship, which was rather troublesome. The two brushed aside the low-lying vegetation, revealing a breathtaking expanse of ancient primal forest. Here, the essence of the Saiyans was even more palpable, and his mood became tranquil. Vegeta did not linger but pressed onward, traversing the forest until he arrived at a vast, boundless grassland, adorned with vibrant flowers that sparkled like stars, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. However, Son Wukong was more captivated by several large stones scattered across the prairie, each etched with peculiar patterns resembling Saiyan artistry. He could sense that the essence of the Saiyans on this planet emanated from these stone carvings. Approaching them, he gently reached out to touch one, and in an instant, Son Wukong involuntarily transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden light cascaded upon the stone tablet, causing the patterns to become distinctly vivid, as if after countless years, they were finally welcoming their long-awaited Saiyan friend. Son Wukong also discovered that the Saiyan power within him had reached its zenith. This indicated that, unbeknownst to him, he had mastered the full power form of Super Saiyan. Chapter 70. Breaking Through Human Limits. Kakarot. At that moment, Vegeta sensed something was amiss with Son Wukong. "Oh, thank you, Vegeta," Son Wukong said sincerely. "If it weren't for you bringing me here, I might have taken another year to grasp this full-power Saiyan form." Now he truly felt one with his body, having complete control over it. Vegeta, bewildered, replied, "Thank me? For what?" And Kakarot, "Your calm demeanor is quite irritating. Such an annoying aura." Vegeta, visibly displeased, found a spot to sit, feeling that Saiyans should not exhibit such weakness. With disdain on his face, he began to meditate. As the surrounding Saiyan essence gradually converged into his being, this was the method Vegeta had devised for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong chuckled and also found a place to sit, for although he had mastered the full power form of Super Saiyan, he still needed to acclimate to this state and maintain it over time. On the planet Shalata, Son Wukong and Vegeta sat quietly, speaking little until a month had passed. And Son Wukong finally opened his eyes. Sensing Kakarot's presence, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. "Are you leaving, Kakarot?" Son Wukong nodded, responding without surprise, "Yes. There's no further growth for me here. I have reached the limit of this stage." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, unconsciously clenching his fists. Kakarot's words were truly irksome. What did he mean by the power of this stage being exhausted? How infuriating, this arrogant fool. "Just wait, I shall surpass you." With determination, Vegeta closed his eyes once more. Son Wukong was not particularly angered. Vegeta had always had such a temperament. Perhaps in the future, he would need to find him a wife from Earth to temper his disposition. Speaking of which, during his last visit to Kame House with Son Wukong Ning, Krillin had been out on a date. What was his girlfriend's name again? Marin? She seemed quite lovely. "See you later, Vegeta." Son Wukong placed his hand on his forehead and vanished in an instant. "Hey, Lord Kai, long time no see. I'm hungry." The North Kai, startled while urinating, ended up wetting himself, causing Baburus to burst into laughter. The North Kai, infuriated, exclaimed, "Wukong, how many times have I told you not to appear suddenly without my permission?" All right, I understand, Lord Kai." Son Wukong scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The North Kai could only look at him helplessly, thinking, "This guy will surely do it again next time." However, the North Kai stepped closer, scrutinizing Son Wukong, and said earnestly, "Wukong, it's strange. Is it just my imagination? Or do you seem significantly stronger?" Hee. Son Wukong smiled, offering no explanation, instead urging the North Kai to hurry up with the food, which only made Baburus laugh even harder. On the bustling commercial street of West City, Krillin was laden with luxurious items, panting heavily. "Hurry up, Krillin." Ahead, a lovely young woman with flowing blue hair and sparkling blue eyes, clad in an eye-catching red low-cut dress, paired with white socks and sneakers, exuded both fashion and elegance. Drawing the attention of passers-by, this young woman was none other than Marin, Krillin's girlfriend, whom he had pursued tirelessly. For Marin, Krillin worked diligently to earn money. Yet even so, this shopping trip left him feeling financially strained as they approached the store entrance. "Krillin, what are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you would buy me a car?" Marin urged. Krillin felt a pang of bitterness. He glanced at Marin's enchanting figure, envisioning a future free from the worries of hunger for their children, ultimately swallowing his grievances. "Perhaps I should reveal my identity later. After all, I am a Z fighter, having placed in the top 4 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Surely, I can ask for credit?" However, the store manager was not swayed by Krillin's pleas and immediately seized him, declaring, "If you don't pay today, you shall not exit this store." "What? Do you want to fight?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen security personnel surrounded him. While these individuals posed no threat to Krillin, he was fully aware that he was in the wrong this time. If a confrontation ensued, he would be no different than a thug. It was worth noting that the Z fighters in Dragon Ball were all notoriously poor. With their skills and robust physiques, they could easily earn a fortune delivering takeout. Just as Krillin found himself in a dilemma, Son Wukong appeared. "Krillin, Bulma said you were looking for me." Upon returning to West City, Bulma had informed him of Krillin's visit. Sensing that Krillin was still in West City, Son Wukong teleported directly over. After understanding the situation, without hesitation, Son Wukong pulled out a black gold card and swiped it. At this moment, the mall staff recognized him. Was he not the husband of their boss Bulma, the 3-time champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament and the hero who saved the Earth, Son Wukong? A man's most handsome moment is when he pulls out a card to pay, especially when it is a black gold card, and he is a scion like Son Wukong. The charm is simply irresistible. However, Son Wukong did not wish to draw attention to himself. While shopping with Bulma and the others, he often found himself surrounded by crowds, which had become tiresome. Krillin envied him. He had never experienced such treatment. After exiting the mall, Krillin smiled bashfully, surprised by the day's events. He had originally sought out Son Wukong to share his joy about having a new girlfriend, but the prices in West City were exorbitant. Back at Master Roshi's, he had never needed to worry about money. Son Wukong, however, was indifferent to such matters. He possessed numerous black gold cards issued by Bulma, and he could spend freely worldwide. Yet, he had long lost interest in them. As he often stated, "I have no interest in money." Walking beside Krillin, Marin had been eyeing Son Wukong ever since he arrived. In this world, who does not recognize Son Wukong? His fame was as vast as that of Satan in another realm. Not to mention, he was young and handsome. Son Wukong averted his gaze. He was somewhat familiar with Marin's personality. She was beautiful but a bit vain, often relying on men to swindle them out of their money. However, if he were to express this to Krillin, he would certainly not believe him, as evidenced by his current expression, which resembled that of an ant on a hot skillet. With a blissful expression, Krillin approached the car, only to discover that he had even purchased a vehicle. Son Wukong was taken aback, wondering when Krillin had learned to drive. Not getting a license seemed a waste. Son Wukong shrugged, as he could fly, and when tired, he had the Kintown or could teleport directly. This reminded him of Lan Fong, who at least had the capability to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament on her own merit. "Son Wukong, Bulma has bought you so many cars, and you haven't even gotten a driver's license?" Krillin teased while opening the car door. "Get a license? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Krillin had arranged for the two of them to get in the car, but Marin insisted she felt unwell and wanted to squeeze into the back seat with Son Wukong. Krillin, not thinking much of it, believed such a beautiful girl would never betray him. Although Son Wukong appreciated beautiful women, he had principles. Marin was currently Krillin's girlfriend, and even though they had not formally confirmed their relationship, he could not do anything to betray Krillin. Even if he wanted to, he would have to wait until they broke up. Yet, halfway through the ride, Marin's hand unconsciously moved closer to him. The back seat was cramped, and with her height, it felt even more so. Eventually, Marin audaciously claimed she was carsick, leaning in closer. After all, if the matter could be resolved with words, why resort to actions? Son Wukong felt like teleporting away but was relieved when Krillin hit the brakes. They finally arrived at the seaside, where they would switch to a small boat to return to Kame House. Once aboard the new mode of transportation, the small boat was too conspicuous, making it easy to be noticed, prompting Marin to tone it down. Nevertheless, Son Wukong sighed helplessly, realizing Krillin could not rein in Marin. based on Sun Wukong's experience. He knew without trying that Marin was quite cunning. Upon reaching Kame House, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan were present. It had been years since they last met, and reminiscing about the World Martial Arts Tournament felt like it had just occurred yesterday. Yet, time had distanced Sun Wukong from those memories. He felt somewhat helpless. He had done all he could to assist, but the limits of Earthlings were apparent. Even Piccolo from Namek was beginning to feel the strain. Without the Scion's extraordinary transformation abilities, it would be challenging to contend with stronger foes in the future. As they conversed, Marin had already changed into a newly purchased form-fitting bikini, showcasing her curves. Master Roshi nearly suffered a nosebleed, on the verge of collapsing from blood loss. Even Sun Wukong had to admit he felt a bit stirred. After all, no one could match Marin's skill in preparing roast chicken. However, the thought that Krillin would likely break up with her in a few days reassured Sun Wukong. He could always make his move later. The beauty of nature lies in its patience, as there would be ample time ahead. After dinner, they discussed plans to deal with the androids a year later. Sun Wukong then bid farewell, and, upon returning to West City, went directly to find Lan Chi. I am feeling quite irritable right now. You better sneeze. Lan Chi, perplexed, did not understand the connection between the two statements, but the obedient black-haired Lan Chi complied and sneezed. Shortly after, melodious sounds filled the room. In terms of physique, Lan Chi was undoubtedly no less than Marin. At that moment, Bulma entered and, upon seeing the scene, intended to slip away but was caught by Sun Wukong. What a coincidence! Bulma, I recently learned a transformation technique. Chapter 71, You Will Die by My Hand. Bulma looked puzzled. A transformation technique? Could it be used this way? Was he suggesting they would switch bodies? Sun Wukong chuckled and shook his head. No, I will switch with you first. Then, using your body, I will switch with Lan Chi. Finally, I will switch back to Lan Chi's body. This way, you will have experience switching bodies with Lan Chi. Bulma's face turned as red as an apple. Sun Wukong was indeed becoming more playful. However, would transforming into Lan Chi bring about any novel sensations? Sun Wukong whispered mysteriously in Bulma's ear. By the way, once Lan Chi leaves, I will call Tai Si over. Over the course of the year, Sun Wukong had mastered the Jinyu Force transformation technique. Even if Jinyu himself were present, he would have to give a thumbs up and praise. Impressive. It can be played this way. Among these combinations, Sun Wukong favored Bulma and Tai Si the most, as they could trigger sisterly bonds, not only increasing attack speed but also enhancing critical hit rates. On the small island in the south, Sun Wukong found himself with Bulma on his left and Tai Si on his right. It has been a long time, Krillin, Tenshinhan, Yamcha. As soon as he landed, he spotted the few who had been waiting there. Today was indeed the day that Future Trunks had mentioned the androids would appear. According to the coordinates given by Future Trunks, this was the place. Damn, Wukong, you really make people green with envy. Observing Bulma and Tai Si standing beside Sun Wukong, both as radiant as ever, showing no signs of aging, in fact, growing more beautiful. Tai Si even held a lovely little treasure in her arms, their newly born child with Sun Wukong. Krillin felt an immense sense of envy, as it was evident that Marin had certainly left. Once again, Krillin found himself single, and what frustrated him the most was that he had not even held her hand, which only added to his embarrassment. Sun Wukong awkwardly raised his hand to touch his cheek. In truth, after Marin broke up with Krillin, she had actively sought out Sun Wukong in West City. Although Bulma was not entirely pleased, she ultimately shyly agreed when Sun Wukong used his persuasive skills. Subsequently, through practical application and scientific methods akin to carving a boat to seek a sword, he confirmed that his suspicions were entirely accurate. Marin was indeed a handful. At present, Sun Wukong did not regard Marin on the same level as Bulma and the others. He accepted Marin primarily because she was undeniably beautiful and also met the system's requirements, allowing him to reap system rewards. Sun Wukong privately instructed Mela to keep an eye on her, and after 3 months, the girl seemed quite content, behaving more decorously like a violet. Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief. As for her penchant for spending money, in his eyes, it was rather a virtue. This way, she wouldn't pester him all day. A woman with her own interests and hobbies is indeed wonderful. It was already 10 o'clock. Why had the androids not yet made an appearance? Wukong, could it be that the information from Teinankusi was erroneous? Facing Krillin's inquiry, Wukong shook his head. The androids would definitely appear today, though it might take a little longer. However, The thought of finally meeting number 18 filled Wukong with excitement. After all, one should never keep a goddess waiting. He glanced at Krillin, feeling a twinge of empathy. After all these years, Krillin was a good guy, but she was number 18. Alas, number 18 in this world was still single. Krillin was evidently unaware of Wukong's thoughts. Ever since his breakup with Marin, he had devoted himself entirely to training. Even borrowing the gravity chamber from Wukong, his strength had increased several-fold. Krillin was eager and excited. The previous cosmic monsters had been overwhelmingly powerful. And while he couldn't assist then, how could mere Earth androids possibly defeat him? Krillin was brimming with confidence, while Yamcha appeared somewhat uneasy, sensing that today was not a day for such endeavors, as if something unfortunate was about to occur. Yamcha shook his head and glanced at Wukong, reassured by his presence. With Wukong around, surely nothing would go awry. Moreover, Wukong had even taken the miraculous heart medicine, so he was undoubtedly fine. At that moment, Wukong suddenly remembered something and spoke up. I apologize. I almost forgot that androids do not emit energy signatures. They may have already arrived. We just cannot sense them. Therefore, I suggest we split up to search. Remember, do not engage in prolonged battles. I will teleport to assist as soon as possible. Son Wukong swiftly devised a plan, instructing Bulma and Tais to remain stationary. Unfortunately, Gohan had been borrowed by Piccolo, and even in the face of the androids, he wouldn't allow Gohan to return. Wukong was beginning to question whose child Gohan truly was. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Krillin and the others quickly understood, of course, the androids. They were merely robots, which explained why they felt no energy. Then let us split up and search, Tien Shinhan decisively concluded. Indeed, if there were no energy signatures, separating was the most prudent course of action. As long as anyone detected an anomaly, Wukong could teleport over for support. With a whoosh, Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan flew in different directions towards the nearby town. Wukong not only sought the androids, but also remained vigilant for any unusual energy signatures. Should anything arise, he would rush to the scene immediately. Soon, within 10 minutes, Yamcha's energy signature suddenly plummeted. Wukong paused briefly, then sighed. It seemed the androids had targeted Chao Shun. Why was it always Chao Shun who suffered first, regardless of the world? Ah, my dear Chao Shun. In an instant, Wukong vanished from his spot. Upon reappearing, he found himself face to face with two androids, alongside Yamcha. At that moment, Yamcha was being held aloft by Android 20, a figure resembling an elderly man. He tightly covered Yamcha's mouth with a mechanical hand to stifle his cries, while the other hand pressed against Yamcha's heart, siphoning his energy. Observing the scene, Wukong charged forward without hesitation, delivering a powerful kick that sent Android 20 crashing into a building. Heh, Wukong, I've been waiting for you. Android 20 slowly rose, brushing the dust off his clothes, seemingly unaffected by the earlier attack. Just then, Yamcha, aided by a Senzu bean, began to regain consciousness. Krillin and Tien Shinhan, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Now, androids 19 and 20 found themselves surrounded. Wukong turned to face Android 20 and calmly stated, "You speak true. I have also awaited you for quite some time, Dr. Gero." What? Krillin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. The old man before them was indeed Dr. Gero? Did that mean he had transformed himself into an android? Yet, Dr. Gero displayed no sign of surprise. When Wukong and Bulma had intruded upon his secret laboratory, he had been forced to undergo half of the transformation to escape. Thus, when Wukong discovered he was facing a modified android, he was already somewhat prepared. Humph, son Wukong. Today I shall ensure your demise. Dr. Gero signaled Android 19 with a glance, urging him to act. Android 19, portly and somewhat simple-minded, had become an indomitable force following Dr. Gero's modifications. Yamcha had barely survived his initial attack, serving as proof of his might. Son Wukong, do not blame me for not warning you. I possess comprehensive data on your combat abilities. You are no match for me. Wukong smiled slightly at this, countering. But do you lack data from the last 2 years? Dr. Gero's expression darkened, falling silent. Indeed, his records only extended to the point where Wukong had defeated the frozen demon Gula. After that, the signals from the nano-sized insects had been obstructed, with many being eradicated. Only Wukong and Bulma were aware of this. Long ago, Bulma had developed a means to combat these nano-insects. Whenever Dr. Gero's insects approached, they would be shot down or destroyed. In terms of invention, Bulma's intellect rivaled that of Dr. Gero, especially with Tais assisting her. After regaining his composure, Dr. Gero felt confident despite the lack of recent data, believing that Wukong, now older, could not have improved significantly in just over a year. After all, he had been preoccupied with marriage and fatherhood, leaving little time for training. Thus, his confidence was restored. Wukong, noticing this, refrained from further comments. Until he defeated the two before him, Dr. Gero would not unleash number 18. Hey, Dr. Gero, why don't you both come at me together? I intend to take you down in one go. Arrogant. Dr. Gero seethed with rage, exchanging glances with Android 19, who nodded in agreement. The two lunged forward simultaneously. In a flash, they appeared on either side of Wukong. However, Wukong remained unfazed. With a swift left punch and right kick, he effortlessly sent both of them flying. Krillin and the others stood agape, fully aware of Wukong's strength, yet he had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. How astonishing was this? In truth, the primary issue for Dr. Gero lay in his misunderstanding of Wukong's capabilities post-Gula. At this moment, Wukong had trained for 6 months with future Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber, followed by a year of solitary cultivation, and even visited the legendary Saiyan planet of Yamoshi, absorbing the most primal Saiyan energy. Now, Wukong's combat power had surged exponentially. Moreover, he could fully unleash his strength, achieving a qualitative leap in just over a year. Damn it, Dr. Gero clearly did not anticipate the situation to unfold in this manner, wiping away the mixture of blood and oil from his nose. Everything was supposed to proceed according to his plan. He intended to eliminate the Z fighters one by one, absorbing their powers to enhance his own. Once he had drained Piccolo and Gohan, he would then deal with Wukong. Chapter 72, The Rebellion of the Androids. Yet unexpectedly, Wukong had appeared ahead of schedule. And more terrifyingly, his current strength was indeed greater than when he had battled Gula. At this moment, Dr. Gero felt a surge of anxiety. His combat power stood at a mere 120 million, while even the artificial human number 19 reached only 280 million. Damn it. If only I had more time to absorb those Z fighters. Dr. Gero's face reflected his unwillingness, yet he found himself at a loss. Number 19. You distract Goku while I deal with the others. Dr. Gero ordered. Regardless of the circumstances, he aimed to absorb at least one of them, setting his sights on Krillin and his companions. Upon receiving the command, number 19 rushed towards Goku, who had yet to transform into his Super Saiyan, which should have made it a manageable task. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow darted past, and number 19's head soared into the air. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How could he have perished in an instant? Dr. Gero noticed number 19's pleading gaze, but by the time he had issued the command, he was already fleeing. It turned out Dr. Gero never intended to ambush Krillin and the others. From the very beginning, number 19 was merely a decoy. In the desolate wilderness, Dr. Gero fled desperately, too frightened to even fly. Damn it, I never thought I would have to release number 17 and number 18. In a panic, Dr. Gero returned to his laboratory, eyeing the 2 dormant capsules before him. Truth be told, he had no desire to activate these 2 artificial beings unless absolutely necessary. Gritting his teeth, a fierce determination gleamed in his eyes. Humph, Goku, you must die. He pressed the button on the remote, and the capsule doors slowly opened. Hello, Dr. Gero. A handsome young boy, adorned with a red scarf, gradually opened his eyes. He appeared far less intimidating than expected, even exuding a hint of submissiveness. Yet, Dr. Gero remained cautious, his face etched with distrust. Hee, Dr. Gero. It seems you are once again in need of our assistance? The door of the other capsule also opened. A stunning blonde girl emerged, radiating an air of arrogance. This golden-haired, blue-eyed artificial human was none other than number 18, the object of Son Goku's endless thoughts. Number 18 had a slender figure, clad in a black and white checkered top beneath a blue denim jacket, complemented by a black skirt and sleek black stockings. Sitting atop the capsule, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a cold smirk. Dr. Gero sensed a trace of disdain in her gaze. In truth, number 17 and no. 18 were far from perfect. Without the remote control in his hand, even Dr. Gero would have struggled to subdue them. Number 17, number 18. I command you to eliminate that insufferable Saiyan, Son Goku, immediately. You should already be aware of his latest developments. As he awakened them, Dr. Gero forcefully implanted the recent events into their memories. Oh, Son Goku. I just witnessed him easily defeat you and that worthless number 19, number 17 remarked. A hint of mockery on his face, seemingly unfazed. Dr. Gero, such a formidable enemy, and you expect us to assist you without some form of reward? Reward? You dare speak of rewards? Without me, you two would have perished long ago. You were meant to die in the Red Ribbon Army's base. Dr. Gero was infuriated, recalling how he had discovered the siblings in the Red Ribbon Army's prison. They had been captured for theft and were on the verge of execution. Had it not been for Dr. Gero's intervention, they would have vanished from existence. You are correct, Dr. Gero. I should thank you for saving me. No. 17's tone turned rigid as he uttered the words of gratitude, clearly lacking any genuine appreciation for Dr. Gero. Aren't you afraid I might annihilate you? Dr. Gero's heart sank at the sight of number 17's gaze. These artificial beings were exceedingly ruthless, prompting him to tread carefully. He waved the remote control, attempting to project an aura of authority. Dr. Gero intended to intimidate them with tales of Son Goku, but in the blink of an eye, number 17 vanished. And before he could react, excruciating pain shot through his arm. Looking down, he realized that number 17 had severed his entire arm. Dr. Gero screamed in agony, watching as number 17 held his severed limb, with his hands still gripping the remote control that could command them. It's over. Dr. Gero never anticipated the sheer prowess of these two artificial beings. This should never have existed, don't you agree, Dr. Gero? Number 17 said with a hint of amusement. He exerted a gentle force, and the severed arm and remote control were instantly separated. Without the remote, number 17 and number 18 were no longer bound to Dr. Gero's will. At that moment, Dr. Gero clutched his severed arm, dark blood gushing forth, his already aged face now pale with terror. What do you intend to do? Don't forget, I saved you. Ha! Number 17 suddenly threw his head back in laughter, relishing Dr. Gero's fearful expression, glancing at number 18, who seemed completely indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Dear Dr. Gero, you are indeed correct. We are your creations. But why should we fear you? I could always regard you as a father. Hearing this, Dr. Gero's expression softened slightly. Could it be that in number 17 and number 18's eyes, he truly was their father? After all, he had granted them a second chance at life. Just as Dr. Gero was about to say something to ease the tension, he felt a shadow flash before him. By the time he processed the moment, his head was sent soaring into the sky, just like number 19. Number 17. You. Dr. Gero could hardly believe that just moments ago, number 17 had spoken of calling him father. Number 17 smirked coldly and calmly replied, Our father cast us out of the house when we were 5 years old. From that day on, he was already dead. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in disbelief. Could his father truly be such a person? Goodbye, and when you descend into hell, remember to send my regards to that old man. Number 17 declared, unhesitatingly unleashing a wave of energy that obliterated Dr. Gero's head into fragments. With Dr. Gero gone, the siblings were finally liberated. Oh, there's also number 16 beside us. Just as they prepared to leave, number 18 noticed another dormant capsule labeled number 16. This individual appeared to be another artificial human, so they decided to investigate. No. 17 excitedly pressed the button to open the capsule. With a hiss, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a tall man over 2 meters in height. Sporting a red mohawk and draped in a green coat, number 16 surveyed the surroundings and locked his gaze onto the dark pit on the ground. After scanning, he confirmed the identity of the individual. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Dr. Gero. Number 17 approached with curiosity, asking, What is going on? Why isn't this guy awakened yet? It can't be that Dr. Gero was this incompetent. As soon as number 17 finished speaking, number 16 chimed in, Hello, no? 17, and you too, number 18. Thank you for rescuing me. Number 18, intrigued by the seemingly simple-minded giant, replied, What exactly is your situation? On the 16th, tranquility reigned. It had been a long time since he was activated, and just moments ago, he had entered a state of activation. 17th could not help but chuckle. After all, this was an antiquated android, and it still had an activation mode. Even 18th's usually composed countenance revealed a rare smile. 18th, now that Dr. Gero is deceased, what do you intend to do? In response to his brother 17th's inquiry, 18th gently stroked her golden hair. From the data transmitted by Dr. Gero, it appeared that Sun Wukong had grown significantly stronger. Even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Honestly, I do not wish to kill Sun Wukong. 17th nodded, acknowledging that if Sun Wukong were weak, it would be easy to dispose of him. However, given his current strength, pursuing him would be tantamount to courting death. I concur with your sentiment. I too harbor no interest in killing Son Wukong. 16. What are your thoughts? 16. In a blunt manner, stated, I am unlike you. I was created to kill Son Wukong. My internal programming is designed for this purpose. His words were straightforward. Yet it was evident that he did not truly desire combat. After contemplating, 17th smiled and suggested, why don't we seek out Son Wukong in a manner akin to humans? Like humans? Yes, without flying or using combat power detection to locate him. We can utilize the ordinary methods humans employ to find someone. 17th excitedly elaborated. He had not experienced such a sense of freedom in a long time. And he also wished to assist 16. After all, programming took precedence. Though Dr. Gero had perished, 16 could not contravene his programming directives. Sending him alone to find Son Wukong would be akin to sending him to his doom. Rather than that, it would be wiser to concoct an excuse and accompany him on his wanderings. 16 nodded in agreement, offering no objections. His programming dictated that he must locate Son Wukong and eliminate him, yet it did not specify when or how to find him. If he failed to locate Son Wukong, there was no immediate need to kill him. Thus, 17th's proposal aligned perfectly with 16th's programming parameters. 18th also refrained from opposing the notion but made a request for a new outfit, as the one adorned with red satin ribbons was exceedingly unappealing. Meanwhile, in another parallel universe, distinct from the one from which Trunks originated, a third parallel universe exists. On this Earth, since Son Wukong's demise due to heart disease, androids 17th and 18th have begun to wreak havoc without restraint. In Chapter 73, 16, along with Piccolo and Sun Wuyuan, initially succeeded in subduing the androids. However, just when everyone believed the situation was under control, a massive green insect, covered in numerous black spots and dragging a long tail that shimmered ominously at its tip, suddenly emerged from the shadows. This creature was none other than the ultimate android, Cell, secretly created by Dr. Gero. Not only had Cell absorbed the cells of the Z fighters on Earth, but he had also fused the powers of the frozen demon, Cooler, and the Saiyan, Goku. Remarkably powerful, he had been cautious, revealing himself only after the battle concluded. In an instant, he struck, swallowing Piccolo whole. Sun Wuyuan, witnessing his beloved Uncle Piccolo's disappearance, was consumed by rage and unleashed his latent potential, forcing Cell to retreat. Yet, Cell did not perish, having absorbed Piccolo. He not only gained his intelligence, but also learned to conceal his energy. No matter how strong Sun Wuyuan was, he could not detect Cell's whereabouts. Subsequently, Cell continued to launch sneak attacks, absorbing Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, Son Gohan, and even Vegeta, who had come to Earth to challenge Kakarot. With his newfound strength, Cell proved to be an overwhelming opponent, rendering even the mightiest Sun Wuyuan powerless. Consequently, the strongest being on Earth had vanished. The entire planet was left in fear of Cell. Bulma, hiding in the sewers, tirelessly researched until she finally crafted a time machine. She placed her hopes on the grown-up Trunks, wishing for him to retrieve the still-living Son Wukong, believing he alone could save the world. Trunks agreed. But just as he prepared to leave, he was captured by Cell. Upon learning of the time machine, this version of Cell was overly arrogant. He only had time to absorb 18th before 17th struck first. Although Cell possessed immense strength, he could not transform into his perfect form. Regrettably, he resolved to use Trunks' time machine to return to the past and absorb them both before they could react, thereby achieving his ultimate form. On a small island in the south, Sun Wukong and his companions stood atop a high summit. At that moment, Bulma and Tais had already laid out a picnic blanket and were preparing the food, retrieving an array of delicious items from the capsule fridge. This southern island boasted picturesque scenery and a pleasant climate, making it ideal for a picnic. Sun Wukong had previously enjoyed outings with Bulma and others, relishing not only picnics, but also the gentle breezes. Wukong, do you truly believe this will work? Krillin inquired, clutching a chocolate-covered piece of bread. The androids are out of energy. We cannot locate them at all. But I know Dr. Gero ultimately intended to kill me. Perhaps if we wait here, the androids will come to us, Sun Wukong explained. Krillin remained puzzled, asking, what if they never come? Sun Wukong shrugged, having already devised a plan. If they could not find them, he would consult the fortune teller. She could assist in locating the androids. However, ever since the last encounter when the fortune teller, heavily made up, declared her desire to marry him. Sun Wukong had developed reservations and decided to avoid her to prevent misunderstandings. Honestly, this system is so tiresome. Even considering the fortune teller as a reward, Sun Wukong resolved never to marry the fortune teller in this lifetime. Meanwhile, in a distant valley, an egg-shaped spacecraft suddenly descended from the sky with a resounding crash. A green figure erupted from the hatch, laughing maniacally. Ha! The time machine is truly effective. This fearsome, unattractive monster was none other than Cell from the future. He cackled with glee, realizing that this world had not yet been destroyed, meaning everything was still salvageable. The thought of becoming his true perfect form filled Cell with excitement. Eagerly, he soared toward Dr. Gero's underground laboratory. As he had grown accustomed to ruling the future world without restraint and had not concealed his energy, instantly, an overwhelming power enveloped the entire Earth. What is this energy? The Supreme Kai stood on the steps of the Kai's palace, gazing down and sensing this extraordinarily potent energy. It bore a familiar essence, capable of detecting not only Krillin, Din, Tien, and Yamcha, but also Sun Wuyuan, Son Gohan, and Piccolo. What on earth is happening? From a distance, Piccolo, who had been meditating, opened his eyes, acutely aware of this frightening energy. His expression shifted slightly. Why did this energy also contain traces of door and cooler? What kind of monster is this? Slowly rising, Piccolo had initially intended to refrain from confronting the androids, believing Sun Wukong could handle it. Instead, he aimed to seize the opportunity to enhance his own abilities, narrowing the gap between himself and Wukong. However, it now seemed the matter was far from simple. Wuyuan, Piccolo called, awakening Wuyuan, who had just opened his eyes and immediately sensed the peculiar energy. Uncle Piccolo, what is happening? Piccolo grunted, his expression grim as he replied, I am uncertain. We shall find out by investigating. With that, Piccolo enveloped himself in a white light, and Wuyuan, without hesitation, similarly shrouded himself in energy. With a whoosh, the two soared toward the source of the ominous energy. At this moment, Shala was filled with exuberance, soaring through the air with such vigor that the sea was cleaved in two, and the ground bore marks of his passage. He reveled in the thrill of destruction. Before long, guided by the information in his mind, Shala located Dr. Gero's research facility. With a resounding crash, he carelessly upended the house buried beneath the sand. Upon entering, he frowned in confusion. What had happened? Why was Dr. Gero dead? Instead of finding the doctor, he encountered the half-body of the unfortunate scientist, devoid of its head. Moreover, the doors to rooms 16, 17, and 18 stood ajar. Shala's expression turned perplexed. This was not what he remembered. How could Dr. Gero, such a timid and cautious individual, have released 17 and 18? Had they escaped on their own? Pondering this mystery, Shalu felt it imperative that these two entities were still alive. Activating the combat power detector in his mind, a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, the androids 17 and 18 still thrived in this world. Just as he was about to capture them for absorption, the detector registered a weak, yet familiar energy signature. What could this be? Shala glanced down, and his face lit up with excitement. Not only were 17 and 18 alive, but his own counterpart from this world was also still in existence. Absorbing his former self would undoubtedly enhance his power. Without a second thought, he dashed deeper into the laboratory. With a thunderous boom, Shala effortlessly smashed open the laboratory door. Inside the biological chamber, a creature resembling an embryo floated in a green nutrient solution. This was Dr. Gero's ultimate weapon and his proudest creation, the android Shalu. He chuckled to himself, never imagining that this creation would meet its end at the hands of its own future. Fear not, for I shall wield your power to become the strongest and most perfect being in the universe, Shalu proclaimed, piercing the chamber door with his tail, spilling green nutrient fluid everywhere. He paid no heed to the mess and directly struck the embryo within, successfully absorbing his previous self. With a resounding crash, the research facility erupted with a powerful force from beneath the ground. After assimilating his former self, Shala's power surged dramatically. The facility collapsed instantly, unleashing a terrifying wave of white energy that shot skyward, piercing through flames and ascending into the clouds. Without hesitation, Shala soared toward the locations of 17 and 18. As he departed, the entire mountain began to crumble, the earth trembling violently. In the air, Shalu's aura shifted rapidly, transitioning from golden to deep purple, and finally to an ominous green. Ha ha! I am now invincible. Shalu laughed joyously in midair, astonished at how much he had gained upon arriving in this world. He had far surpassed the version of himself originally conceived by Dr. Gero. Now, by absorbing the androids 17 and 18, he would attain the most perfect form. After momentarily basking in the triumph of victory, Shalu darted forward, fully aware of the positions of 17 and 18. Shortly after his departure, Son Wukong and Krillin arrived at Dr. Gero's research base, only to find it reduced to rubble. Son Wukong furrowed his brow, puzzled. What had happened? Logically, 17 and 18 should not possess such destructive capability. Could it be that Shalu was responsible? Yet, wasn't he Shalu supposed to be an embryo at this time? Originally, Son Wukong's plan was to subdue 18 and have her lead him to Dr. Gero's facility to eradicate the developing embryo of Shalu. However, the current situation was entirely unforeseen. Hey, Wukong, Krillin pointed toward the source of the distant energy fluctuation. Son Wukong nodded and led the charge in that direction, with Yamcha and Tianjin Fan following closely behind. Meanwhile, the android trio traveling in their vehicle suddenly sensed a powerful energy wave approaching rapidly from behind. A massive energy is closing in on us, remarked Android 16. Gazing out the window. Damn, is it Son Wukong? How did he find us? Android 17 replied, visibly displeased. They had not provoked anyone, yet trouble had come knocking. No, this energy does not belong to Son Wukong. Based on Dr. Gero's data, Wukong's aura is relatively mild, while this presence is exceptionally fierce and potent. Android 16 turned to look behind them. In the distant mountains and forests, animals were fleeing in panic, clearly frightened by the overwhelming energy. Who could it be? Android 18 also sensed the presence, her body quaking with fear. The strength was far beyond her own. Chapter 74 Unexpected Injury. They could distinctly feel that the entity was headed directly for them. Yet, they had only just gained their freedom and had not committed any misdeeds. Even the vehicle they were in had been voluntarily offered to them due to Android 18's appealing appearance. What should we do? Should we hide? Suggested Android 18. Humph. Scoffed Android 17. I am not one to shy away. No matter who it is, they cannot defeat me. Just as Android 17 spoke, Android 16 interjected. That guy is coming. The three of them simultaneously looked up at the sky and, indeed, a figure cloaked in green appeared, gleefully observing the trio within the vehicle. At last, I have found you, 17 and 18. Shalu licked his lips, then, without hesitation, struck downward with his palm, unleashing a blinding wave of energy. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the entire vehicle and the stretch of road were obliterated. Androids 17, 18, and 16 emerged from the smoke, ascending into the air to confront Shalu. Who are you? How dare you destroy our vehicle while being so hideous? Android 18 exclaimed, irked. That unexpected assault had not only disheveled her hair, but also soiled her attire, necessitating a trip to the next city for a change of clothes. Shalu smirked coldly, his gaze sweeping over 17 and 18 before settling on 16. Oh, Dr. Gero even created 16? Excellent. I shall claim your energy as well. Upon hearing Shalu mention Dr. Gero, the three androids exchanged glances, realizing this individual must also be one of Dr. Gero's creations. Why had they never encountered him before? Observing the bewildered expressions on 17 and 18, Shalu erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, 17 and 18, you guessed correctly. I am the masterpiece crafted by Dr. Gero. He devoted his entire life to creating me. I am the most perfect being in the universe. Your existence merely serves to enhance my power. What? Android 18 exclaimed, clearly taken aback. How could this be? Who would assist this ugly creature in becoming stronger? You arrogant fool who just appeared out of nowhere. It seems you need to experience my might. Android 17 declared, charging at Shalu. In an instant, Android 17 flickered and appeared right before Shalu. His fist unhesitatingly aimed at Shalu's grotesque face. Shalu remained unfazed, leisurely declaring, it seems you are yet unaware of my true strength. With a furious roar, he unleashed an overwhelming aura. As number 17 charged toward him, his fist had yet to make contact when the tempestuous force emitted by Shalu sent him hurtling backward. What is this? Number 17 exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He and number 18 were the pinnacle of Dr. Gero's creations. How could this monstrosity surpass him? Before 17 could gather his thoughts, Shalu's assault arrived, a powerful punch crashing into his abdomen. Number 17 was unable to withstand the blow. causing him to spit blood and double over in pain. Pathetic, as weak as an ant, Shala taunted, lifting his foot to deliver a side kick. No. 17 attempted to block with his arm, but the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. With a resounding crash, number 17 was sent flying, crashing into a nearby mountain. Seeing her brother injured, number 18 rushed forward without a second thought. Shalu, however, regarded her actions with scorn, interpreting them as childish play. He effortlessly sidestepped her full-force attack and retaliated with an elbow strike to her back. The impact sent number 18 sprawling to the ground, causing the already damaged mountain road to fracture completely. The magnitude of Shala's previous strike was unmistakable. Fueled by rage, number 17 leapt back to his feet, channeling his energy into a barrage of energy blasts using the prince's technique. The deafening sounds echoed as the powerful projectiles rained down upon Shalu, resembling a meteor shower. The ferocious energy waves caused trees hundreds of meters away to collapse. The relentless bombardment continued for a full minute, enveloping Shalu in a cloud of smoke, obscuring him from view. Huh, did you underestimate me? Number 17 ceased his assault, convinced that Shalu must have perished under his onslaught. Meanwhile, number 18 emerged from the rubble, gazing skyward in anticipation of Shalu's demise. Alas, in the realm of Dragon Ball, smoke does not equate to defeat. As the haze gradually dissipated, Shalu reemerged, unscathed by no 17's ferocious attack. Enough of this. I tire of your games. A cold smirk graced Shalu's lips as he resolved to grant number 17 and number 18 no further chances. In an instant, Shalu vanished, reappearing behind number 17, his tail unfurling into a massive suction cup that ensnared him. Just as victory seemed assured, a green figure shot in at lightning speed, striking Shalu and sending him flying. It was number 16. Number 18 watched in astonishment as the usually composed number 16 intervened, successfully repelling Shalu. Could it be that number 16 surpassed both herself and number 17 in strength? Number 17, having been rescued, wore a grim expression, realizing that not only was Shalu stronger than he, but even the previously underestimated number 16 had outmatched him. Damn it. Number 17's heart brimmed with indignation. You two leave now. Number 16 interposed himself in front of number 17, his tone calm, yet firm. Seizing the moment, number 18 rushed forward, grasping number 17 and propelling them away. Humph. You think to flee? Before they could gain distance, Shalu was upon them, rapidly gathering energy into a spherical blast. Kamehameha. Shalu unleashed the devastating technique of Yamcha. It was hardly surprising, as even the god of tea had fallen victim to Shalu's absorption in the future timeline. The empowered sphere hurtled toward the duo, an inevitable impact looming. Just as it was about to connect, the imposing green figure reappeared before them. An explosion echoed as number 16 took the brunt of the blast, his body sustaining grievous damage, parts flying from him. Number 16. Number 18 gasped, astonished that the seemingly clumsy giant had saved her life at such a critical moment. You truly wish for death? Then allow me to oblige. Shalu, incensed, charged toward number 16, his aura radiating malevolence, determined to obliterate him utterly. In the nick of time, number 16 vanished from Shalu's sight, only to reappear behind him, arms outstretched, ensnaring Shalu firmly. The sound of crackling echoed from within No. 16 as he tapped into a power beyond his limits to capture Shalu. I remember now, Dr. Jero's files indicated that I am the one destined to end you. No. 16 declared coldly. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? Dream on. Shalu struggled fiercely to break free. Sparks flew from No. 16's mechanical arm as its power began to wane. Run, number 17, number 18, my device has been activated, he called out, maintaining his composure despite the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, number 17 and number 18 took flight, fleeing into the distance. You think this scrap metal can stop me? Shalu spat, his voice icy as he activated his internal mechanisms. Together, we shall descend into oblivion. Number 16 coldly proclaimed, triggering the detonation within him. A colossal explosion erupted, reverberating through the heavens, as if the sky had been shattered into fragments. A massive mushroom cloud ascended, and the force unleashed by No. 16 caused the ground to cave in, forming a bottomless pit. As the smoke began to clear, it became evident that Shalu, despite the overwhelming power, remained alive. Yet, his left hand, chest plate, and half of his body had been obliterated. Ah, damn it! Shalu roared in fury, having never endured such severe injuries. Though possessing the cells of Piccolo that allowed for rapid regeneration, number 16's attack made him acutely aware that without the absorption of so many beings, he might have faced true demise. Dr. Gero, that scoundrel, had concealed such a formidable trump card. Now utterly devoid of patience, Shalu pursued the retreating figures of No. 17 and number 18 with all his might. The astonishing speed he displayed took both of them by surprise. After such a devastating explosion, this monster remained a formidable threat. In the blink of an eye, Shalu closed the gap, his tail unfurling and oozing a repugnant slime. Ha ha ha, it matters not how far you flee, number 18. You shall merge with me. This time, Shalu launched himself directly at number 18. Number 17, already injured, was powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. Shalu, so it is you, daring to covet my woman? A muffled sound echoed, followed by the sight of Shalu being uncontrollably flung away. As he regained his footing and gazed ahead, he recognized the man who had suddenly appeared, despite never having seen him before. It was Wukong, unfazed by Shalu's fury. Wukong turned to the trembling 18 behind him and spoke calmly. You have two choices, to merge with this despicable monster, or to merge with me. Who is despicable? I am the most perfect and powerful being in the universe, Shalu. Shalu roared, his face dark with rage. He had been so close. With just a bit more insight, he could have absorbed 18 and achieved his ultimate form. Damn it, why does this world still have Wukong alive? Shalu couldn't comprehend it. 18, standing behind Wukong, observed his handsome silhouette radiating immense confidence. So you are the Wukong that Dr. Gero wants to eliminate? Wukong nodded at her inquiry and smiled slightly. You still haven't answered my question. 18's cold facade flickered with a hint of change as she recalled Wukong's words. He wants to merge with me? How would that work? Could it be that Wukong is also an android? Shaking her head, she concluded that Wukong certainly did not resemble an android. The only plausible explanation was that the merging he referred to was indeed a genuine fusion. 18 felt a twinge of irritation at being treated this way. Did he not fear her boundless stamina? Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Wukong and 18, Shalu gritted his teeth in anger. Wukong had completely disregarded him. He cast his gaze towards the not-so-far-off 17, deciding to absorb him while Wukong and 18 were distracted. With his current prowess, 17 would not even have time to react. 18. Panic was etched across her face as she realized her previous carelessness. She had forgotten that she was still in danger. It was all Wukong's fault. For some reason, whenever he stood there, 18 felt a sense of security that made her overlook Shalu's presence. By the time she regained her senses, it was already too late. Noticing 18's rare display of urgency, Wukong grinned, realizing that she cared for her brother after all. Don't worry, I'm here. As soon as Wukong's words fell, he vanished. In an instant, he arrived beside Shalu, delivering a powerful punch to his grotesque face. To Wukong's surprise, instead of anger, Shalu exhibited a strange smile. Wukong, do you think I would fall for that again? Shalu's battered form began to fade. He had used the turtle school's substitute technique. Ha ha ha. Shalu appeared above Wukong, having anticipated his attempt to intervene. This was entirely a trap to lure him in. Shalu struck down fiercely towards Wukong, knowing he could not defeat him. But if he could delay him just a moment longer, it would suffice to absorb 17. Shalu's plan was meticulous, but he had never truly battled Wukong. Beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor lay a mind as sharp as a blade. With a swift motion, Shalu's attack descended, yet Wukong did not fly away as he had anticipated. As Shalu's figure gradually faded, he gritted his teeth, realizing it was still a substitute. Wukong, it seems you are not only not from this world, but you have never truly fought me. Wukong reappeared beside Shalu, having discerned from their brief skirmish that Shalu likely hailed from the future. Clearly, an unimaginable crisis must have unfolded in that future without him. Without hesitation, Wukong delivered a kick to Shalu's face, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the mountains. 17, initially believing he was doomed when Shalu charged, was astonished to see Wukong block the attack and send Shalu flying. Why did you save me? 17 asked after a moment of silence. Because you have a wonderful sister. Wukong's response caught 17 off guard as he glanced at 18 standing behind Wukong, pondering if Wukong intended to become his brother-in-law. 17 was momentarily bewildered. This was utterly bizarre. Dr. Gero had originally created them to eliminate Wukong. However, regardless of 17's inner turmoil, 18's attitude towards Wukong had subtly shifted. She was curious to experience the joys of romance, and the man who had initially sought to merge with her now seemed far less insufferable. Just as Wukong was about to say something to bridge the gap among the three, a voice echoed from a distance. "Dad." Old man, accompanied by Shitty, who had evidently been drawn to Shalu's powerful and mysterious aura. "If Dad is here, that monster must be dead, right?" Shitty exclaimed joyfully, believing that wherever Wukong was, safety followed. However, this time, Wukong shook his head slightly, turning his gaze towards a nearby peak where ominous sounds began to stir amidst the rubble. A potent energy starting to emanate. "What is happening?" Shitty inquired, astonished, as this energy felt even stronger than what he sensed in the heavenly realm. "It's that monster." Shitty's expression changed as he realized that, although the energy had intensified, it was indeed the same as before. Despite some alterations, it still exuded fear. A tremendous roar erupted, shaking the entire mountain, as Shalu's aura intensified, leaving them gasping for breath. Yet, upon witnessing this, Shitty did not feel fear. Instead, a smile crept across his face. "Dad, I've been training with Uncle Shitty recently, and my strength has significantly improved. I want to test my abilities." Wukong nodded in affirmation. Although Shalu's aura was formidable, he still could not match Wukong. Through the system, Wukong clearly observed Shalu's battle power skyrocketing, eventually stabilizing at an astonishing 100 billion. This power was indeed alarming. It was essential to note that Shalu had not yet fully evolved. However, Shitty was also not to be underestimated. His training with Shitty had led to a newfound enhancement in his abilities. Shitty bellowed as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden aura blazed like a raging fire, instantly commanding the battlefield. At that moment, Shalu soared into the air, enveloped in a layer of eerie green energy. Is this Wukong's aura? He has become this strong, truly worthy of being a Saiyan. Upon arrival, Tianjin Fan and the others were greeted by the sight of Shitty transformed into a Super Saiyan and Shalu unleashing his full power. The sheer intensity of their confrontation sent chills down their spines. With a swift movement, Shitty wasted no time. The battle before him was the perfect opportunity to assess his training outcomes. With Wukong by his side, he felt no psychological burden. Shitty dashed behind Shalu, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent Shalu hurtling away. Shalu's body shot through several mountains like a meteor before finally halting in midair. Shitty, glancing at the distant Shalu, remained vigilant. This opponent's strength was undoubtedly more formidable than it appeared. Crack, crack. Shalu twisted his joints in midair, mockingly addressing Shitty. "Is this what a Super Saiyan is? I'm merely warming up." Upon hearing the disdainful tone of Shalu, Sun Wuyuan felt a surge of anger rise within him. Unable to tolerate the provocation from this creature, his strength was no longer solely derived from his own efforts. He had the assistance of his uncle Duan Di and the guidance of his father, Sun Wukong. How could he allow this monster to look down upon him? With a resounding cry, Sun Wuyuan, radiating a brilliant golden light, charged towards Shalu. Noticing the approach of Sun Wuyuan, Shalu did not engage directly but resorted to his trademark technique, the afterimage fist, this time employing an even more enhanced version with multiple afterimages. The shadows danced, causing Sun Wuyuan to miss his strikes repeatedly, while Shalu's true form emerged from the shadows, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Wuyuan's face. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wuyuan's body tilted and plummeted to the ground like a meteor, sending dust swirling into the air as he rolled across the earth. "I told you, the capabilities of a Saiyan are merely this. You are no match for me," Shalu remarked with his usual calm demeanor, laced with a hint of provocation. "Not so. I will show you the true prowess of a Saiyan." Sun Wuyuan's voice echoed from beneath the rubble, filled with indignation as he unleashed all the energy within him. In that instant, his combat power surged, matching Shalu blow for blow. Suddenly, Sun Wuyuan appeared before Shalu, launching a relentless assault. Punch after punch rained down upon Shalu's abdomen, chest, arms, and legs, turning him into a mere target for Sun Wuyuan's furious onslaught. "What is happening, Sun Wuyuan?" Uncle Duan Di observed this spectacle, sensing that while Sun Wuyuan had the upper hand, something was amiss. Sun Wukong nodded knowingly. It was clear that Shalu was deliberately provoking Sun Wuyuan. But why would he do such a thing? Did he not understand that a Saiyan becomes even stronger when enraged? Though Sun Wuyuan's blows drew blood from the corner of Shalu's mouth, Instead of anger, Sha Lu appeared to revel in the confrontation. Suddenly, Sun Wukong had a realization. Using Sun Wu Yuan's offensive momentum, Sha Lu soared into the sky, placing his hands on either side of his head, and miraculously, a colossal sun emerged behind him. This is bad. So that's what it was. Uncle Duan Di understood the situation. It was the solar flare. Sha Lu could wield the solar flare of Tianjin Fan. By the time he comprehended this, it was too late. The blinding light rendered everyone unable to see. Even Sun Wukong. He could only grasp onto Android 18, whose touch was cool and gentle, realizing that Dr. Gero's decision to preserve her human form was indeed his wisest choice. This is bad. Sha Lu is targeting my brother. Android 18, without a moment to spare, became alarmed for her brother's safety. As Sun Wukong protected her, Sha Lu was naturally not inclined to trouble her. However, her brother, Android 17, was still outside. Chapter 76. The birth of a chubby child. As if on cue, a blood-curdling scream from Android 17 pierced the air. Ha ha ha, finally, I have succeeded. Once the stinging in his eyes subsided, Sha Lu reappeared, but he had undergone a transformation. His aura had intensified significantly, and the previously dull colors had shifted to a brilliant golden hue akin to that of a Saiyan. Sha Lu's presence morphed from wild to composed, quickly settling into a calm demeanor devoid of any ferocity. This transformation extended beyond mere power. Even his once grotesque visage had become smooth and handsome, while his black wings grew more formidable, exuding an air of mystery and danger. His long tail retracted onto his back as he floated in midair, emanating an alluring yet sinister charm. Is this my perfect form? Not only Uncle Duan Di and the others, but even Sha Lu himself was taken aback, unable to believe his own transformation. Gazing down at his hands, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength, as if no one in the world could stand against him. Unexpectedly, the self-proclaimed strong Sha Lu had become even stronger. Ha ha! Sha Lu could no longer contain his laughter, reflecting on the trials he had endured for this moment of metamorphosis. All the humiliation had finally borne fruit. Fortuitously, in the future world, he had absorbed Android 18, and in this realm, after devouring Android 17, he had evolved into his current state. Even Sun Wukong could only guard one. Observing Android 18 still alive beside Sun Wukong, Sha Lu lost interest in her. Her meager power was of no consequence to him now. Sun Wukong was equally surprised by Sha Lu's transformation, realizing the creature's cunning nature. It seemed the cells from Uncle Duan Di had played a significant role. With a scoff, Uncle Duan Di remarked, "Old son, look what your carelessness has wrought." Upon hearing this, Gohan interjected, "I'm sorry, Uncle Duan Di, father." Gohan, witnessing the perfect form of Sha Lu, understood all too well that his current strength was no match for the creature. If only I hadn't insisted on testing my training results, we wouldn't be in this predicament. If father had intervened, Sha Lu would never have attained his perfect form. Gohan was filled with regret and a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, Wu Yuan, you are a remarkable child. I owe you my gratitude. Sha Lu observed Gohan's expression and even praised him, intensifying Gohan's feelings of guilt. Without a second thought, Gohan charged at Sha Lu, throwing punches and kicks in a frenzied attempt to attack, but Sha Lu remained unmoved, not even blinking an eye. It seems my strength is truly overwhelming now. Sha Lu smirked, leisurely delivering a punch that echoed with the sound of bones fracturing. Gohan was struck in the ribs, and with a single blow, he was reverted from his Super Saiyan state to his original form. His body spiraled out of control, akin to a kite severed from its string, heading straight for a mountain. Just then, Sun Wukong appeared behind Wu Yuan and caught him. He produced a Senzu bean and urged Wu Yuan to consume it, allowing Wu Yuan's fractured ribs to gradually heal. "I'm sorry, father," Wu Yuan said, his head lowered in self-reproach, feeling as though it was all his fault. Yet, Sun Wukong was not angry. Instead, he gently ruffled Wu Yuan's hair, flashing a bright smile. "Do not worry. With father here, there is nothing to fear." "Father." Wu Yuan's face lit up with emotion as he gazed at Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Sun Wukong smiled warmly and slowly ascended towards Sha Lu. During his ascent, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Could Sun Wukong defeat that monster? Krillin felt uncertain and turned to Tianjin Fan for reassurance. With a grim expression, Tianjin Fan acknowledged that the power of both fighters was beyond measure, rendering any judgment impossible. Android 18, Witnessing Son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan for the first time, marveled at his golden hair, charming and reliable visage, and robust physique. She mused, if we could truly fuse, he might not be so bad after all. If he could indeed rescue Android 17. Those thoughts lingered in her mind, unbeknownst to Son Wukong, whose primary focus was to confront Sha Lu. Ah, Son Wukong, I eagerly anticipate our battle. Sha Lu declared as he observed Son Wukong drawing near, both warriors concealing their Super Saiyan auras, appearing composed. Such an opponent would be intriguing. Sha Lu was filled with excitement. Indeed, Sha Lu, so am I, Son Wukong replied coldly. Come forth, Son Wukong. As soon as Sha Lu's voice faded, with a swift whoosh, the two individuals vanished from sight. Not only Tianjin Fan and the others, but even Duan Di and Wu Yuan were unable to discern their figures. Father is truly formidable. Although Wu Yuan could not observe their movements, he could distinctly feel the tremors in the air caused by their fierce combat. Boom, 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 boom. The sky resonated with deafening sounds as the mountains crumbled, and the air seemed to solidify. Those present were already gasping for breath just from watching. Huh. Duh, 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 duh. Son Wukong launched a rapid series of attacks, while Sha Lu deftly countered each punch, elbow strike, and knee thrust. The two were nearly evenly matched. Engaged in an arduous battle. Bang! Another resounding impact echoed as Son Wukong and Sha Lu struck each other fiercely. A golden wave of energy stirring up a tempest that uprooted nearby trees and sent large boulders soaring into the air. Oh no! Help! Krillin shouted, as he stood at the front and lost his balance, becoming airborne due to the overwhelming aura emitted by Son Wukong and Sha Lu. Uncle Krillin, Wu Yuan, quick as lightning, flew over and caught him. After channeling some of his energy to Krillin, he averted disaster. Thank you, Wu Yuan. Krillin sighed in relief, realizing how perilous the situation had been. He had not anticipated their strength to be so immense. Merely standing by had almost cost him his life. In the sky, the clash between Son Wukong and Sha Lu finally reached a standstill, with neither able to gain the upper hand. They both withdrew a distance, facing each other once more. Son Wukong, indeed, it is only by clashing with someone like you that I truly feel exhilarated. Sha Lu's face radiated joy, his excitement rivaling that of achieving his perfect form. Son Wukong could not help but respond. Sha Lu, regardless of the circumstances, you are indeed impressive. You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. With that, Son Wukong's demeanor shifted. The trial phase had concluded, and he was now prepared to exert his full strength. Wait. Observing the change in Son Wukong's eyes, Sha Lu suddenly interjected. Son Wukong, puzzled, was unsure of Sha Lu's intentions, yet he halted his escalation of power. To be honest, Son Wukong, you are the only one worthy of a contest with me at this moment, Sha Lu stated calmly, showing no regard for the feelings of those present. Even Duan Di could only clench his fists in frustration, for it was indeed as Sha Lu claimed. Apart from Wukong, no one else could intervene in this battle. Thus, I find this matter rather regrettable. After I defeat you, I shall obliterate the entire Earth. There may not be another opponent in the universe capable of rivaling you. Sha Lu unabashedly revealed his thoughts, as he was inherently a being of destruction, coupled with the Scion's combative nature, leading him to always seek stronger adversaries. Therefore, to ensure a perfect conclusion to this, I want you all to exert your utmost effort to entertain me. I have decided to host a martial arts tournament. In 10 days, the Sha Lu Games will commence, and you may all challenge me then. So during these 10 days, you must grow stronger and provide me with more amusement. What? Wukong, you actually want Gohan to participate in Sha Lu's games? At Son Wukong's home in West City, Chi-Chi looked astonished, unable to grasp why Wukong wanted Gohan to get involved. Sha Lu is a monster even the two of them cannot handle. Son Wukong approached and gently kissed Chi-Chi's cheek. He was fully aware of her concerns, yet Wukong was eager to seize this opportunity to awaken Gohan's potential. Do not worry, Chi-Chi, I will ensure Gohan remains safe. Moreover, it will not interfere with his studies. Seeing Wukong so earnest and sincere, Chi-Chi refrained from further objections. Wonderful. Gohan, your mother has agreed. Let us go fishing now. Wukong exclaimed joyfully to Gohan. Wukong, didn't you say we were going to train Gohan? Chi-Chi blinked, momentarily confused. Weren't they supposed to train in order to protect the Earth? How had it suddenly turned into fishing? However, Considering she had already promised Wukong and that Gohan worked so hard in his studies, a little relaxation would do no harm. Thus, she decided to grant him a 10-day reprieve. With this thought in mind, Chi-Chi did not hinder them, but rather encouraged Gohan to enjoy himself. Before they left, she whispered to Wukong, "Wukong, tonight I want to experience the might of the Super Saiyan at 50 times the frequency. Of course, Chi-Chi, I also hope to have another robust child with you." Watching Wukong and Gohan depart, Chi-Chi's face was aglow with a smile of happiness. "Since Gohan has Wukong to look after him, how about I go shopping? It's been ages since I visited a mall. Let me think. Does Wukong prefer black or white? Right? I should ask Xiao Wu. She knows these things best." Chi-Chi cheerfully walked out, her heart brimming with anticipation for the evening. Under the bright sun, by a small river in Baozi Mountain, Wukong instructed Gohan. "Gohan, fishing requires patience." He was teaching Gohan how to fish, while behind them, Wu Jing ran barefoot across the grass, chasing butterflies, his joyous laughter ringing out. "Father, is this really all right? Wukong Gij is currently training so hard." Chapter 77. An exciting live broadcast. Although Gohan enjoyed fishing, and the weather was pleasant, he felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing about Shalu. "Gohan." Wukong was about to speak, when suddenly someone flew in from the distance. To his surprise, it was Vegeta, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Upon arrival, he bellowed, "Kakarot, I have heard about Shalu. That guy dares to provoke us Saiyans. He truly has a death wish." Vegeta's face was filled with anger, eager to confront Shalu immediately. However, upon seeing Wukong's calm demeanor, he fell silent. "Kakarot, I never expected you would still have the leisure to fish at a time like this. Do you truly believe this counts as training?" Wukong chuckled, not bothering to dispute with Vegeta. "Well, I just thought Gohan was studying too hard, so I brought him out for some fresh air. You are far too relaxed." Vegeta crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Every time he thought of this, he could not help but feel angry. Kakarot lived a far more comfortable life than he did, and his combat power was still leagues ahead. It infuriated him. Vegeta, being anxious now is futile, time is limited, and there's not much you can improve. Furthermore, even if you wish to use the Room of Spirit and Time, you must wait until Duan Di and Gohan emerge. The Room of Spirit and Time? This was Vegeta's first time hearing about this miraculous place. Though he was typically arrogant, he was also displeased with Shalu's arrogance. Yet, deep down, he understood that he was currently no match for Shalu. However, if such a place existed where one day equated to a year, perhaps he could indeed surpass Shalu, even outdo Kakarot. After Wukong explained the specifics of the Room of Spirit and Time, Vegeta wasted no time and flew straight to the lookout. Watching Vegeta's retreating figure, Gohan expressed his concern. "If that's the case, will our time in the Room of Spirit and Time be delayed?" Wukong, unfazed, responded, "No worries, Gohan. Each person can only enter the Room of Spirit and Time twice in their lifetime. So even for Vegeta, his time inside will be limited. Let us not forget, there are still 9 days until the Shala Games commence. We have ample time ahead of us." Observing Wukong's relaxed demeanor, Gohan chose not to voice his worries. Given the circumstances, he could only place his trust in his father. On the other side, the restless Shalu arrived at the capital city of the Longzhu world. Gazing down at the bustling streets below, a faint smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, a wealthy Saiyan was recklessly speeding in a luxury car. Indifferent to the blaring horns behind him, even pressing the accelerator to hasten his pace. With the roar of the engine, the car surged forward. Suddenly, a green figure descended from the sky, standing directly in front of the opulent vehicle. "What is this? How dare it obstruct my path?" The young man, with his yellow hair, without uttering a word, slammed the pedal to the metal and charged towards the green silhouette. Bang! In an astonishing turn of events, the speeding car did not send the figure flying. Instead, it exploded into a million pieces. The affluent young man, drenched in blood and barely able to stand, gritted his teeth and stumbled out of the wreckage, cursing, "You, stop right there. Compensate me for my car. And the medical expenses, you must cover them all, or I will end you." The young man, brimming with rage, lunged forward, attempting to seize the green figure. "Oh, are you addressing me?" The green figure leisurely turned around, revealing itself to be the fully formed Shalu. Had it not been for the incessant chatter of this fellow, Shalu would scarcely have acknowledged his presence. "Hey, could you tell me how to get to the television station?" Shalu inquired coldly. Overwhelmed by Shalu's imposing aura, the young man instinctively pointed towards the direction of the television station. Suddenly, he regained his wits, cursing inwardly. Damn it. I came here to extort money. Why did I give him directions? Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I demand compensation now. Do not attempt to feign ignorance. The young man persisted obstinately. At that moment, the police pursuing him arrived, with the leading officer shouting through a megaphone. You are surrounded, suspected of traffic violations. Surrender immediately. As he shouted, he gestured for the surrounding officers to draw their weapons and close in. Their cautious demeanor clearly indicated that this was not the first time the young man had found himself in such trouble. Shalu furrowed his brow. These nuisances were as bothersome as mosquitoes. He slowly extended his finger, and a beam of golden light shot forth, knocking down all the officers before him. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Witnessing the chaotic scene akin to hell, the young man was rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably. I shall ask you once more. How do I get to the television station? The young man, no longer daring to hesitate, pointed into the distance. It's right there, about 1,000 meters away. Shala glanced over and indeed spotted the television station's sign, nodding in satisfaction and preparing to depart, only to notice the young man's distinctive yellow hair. Wait, are you also a Saiyan? What is a Saiyan? The young man looked bewildered. He merely dyed his hair to follow a trend. Shala's lips curled into a smirk as he unfurled his wings and soared toward the television station. The young man let out a sigh of relief, nearly dying from fright. Thankfully, the monster was leaving. It seems my father Ma still has some influence. However, a voice echoed from above. By the way, I almost forgot. Thank you. Before the young man could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Unbeknownst to him, Shalu had already penetrated his body with a beam of light. He could hardly fathom that he, once untouchable and wielding both wealth and power, was now easily crushed like an ant. The television station was broadcasting news when suddenly the entire building seemed to explode, accompanied by a deafening roar as Shalu emerged from the billowing smoke. All the television staff huddled in fear, recalling a previous incident involving a being named Baika, who had similarly wreaked havoc. Did these green monsters particularly enjoy attacking television stations? Shalu cast a cold glance around, finally landing on a blue-haired woman. He approached her politely and said, Now, immediately, commence a global broadcast. Otherwise, I shall eliminate everyone here. Under the threat of death, the employees sprang into action, quickly setting up the global channel. Shala stood before the camera, expressing indifference as he stated, My name is Shalu, and I am organizing a martial arts tournament called the Shala Games. The venue is located to the northwest of Zhongdu, and I have already prepared the arena. The rules are simple. All participants may challenge me. Your sole opponent is myself, which is quite advantageous for you. Surrendering or fleeing the stage counts as a loss, certainly. Being killed also constitutes a loss. As for rewards, none exist. However, if no one can defeat me, I shall annihilate the entire earth. Upon finishing his declaration, Shalu snapped his left fingers, and with a thunderous crash, half the city vanished in an instant. Very well, 10 days hence, I welcome everyone to challenge me. With that, Shalu departed, feeling elated, having no desire to linger any longer. The sheer power of his earlier strike left everyone present speechless for a considerable time. Those watching the live broadcast, the dog-headed people, were drenched in cold sweat, the terror of Baika the great demon resurfacing. This time, who will rise to confront this monster? Where is Son Wukong, the husband of Bulma? In response to the inquiry, a nearby secretary replied, We have already contacted Bulma. And she said Son Wukong is out having fun. The dog-headed man's face turned ashen with despair. How could he still think of leisure at such a critical time? Oh, by the way, where is Satan? Mr. Satan seems quite relaxed, as he has promised to represent humanity in the Shala Games to save the earth. Upon hearing this, the dog-headed man's expression improved slightly. This Satan, the champion of the last 2 martial arts tournaments, is just 1 title away from matching Son Wukong's 3 consecutive championships. Thus, it can be inferred that Mr. Satan's strength should not be underestimated. Achoo! Son Wukong sneezed, rubbing his nose, puzzled. Could I be catching a cold? If only I had refrained from frolicking in the skies with Chi-Chi last night, using the flying nimbus. Speaking of which, had it not been for number 18 compelling me to defeat Shalu to rescue number 17 before she would agree to date me, I would not have insisted on dressing Chi-Chi in number 18's red satin attire. In the heavenly realm, the door to the spiritual time room slowly opened. Dumping and Sun Wufan emerged, having spent a year inside, while only a day had passed outside. Vegeta glanced at Dunping and Sun Wufan, particularly at Sun Wufan. Noting his significantly enhanced aura, even surpassing his own, Vegeta clenched his fists. It was one thing for Kakarot to surpass him. But now even the half-Saiyan Sun Wufan had exceeded him? His eyes cold, he stood up and spoke slowly. Not bad. The next 2 days in the spiritual time room belong to me. Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Krillin were all waiting to use the spiritual time room. After all, Shalu had declared that he would challenge all martial artists on Earth, and if no one could defeat him, the Earth would be doomed. Rather than waiting idly, it would be wise to hone their skills. Perhaps they might unexpectedly transform into super Earthlings. Humph, you worthless beings would be of no use even if you entered. Your battle power is far too inferior. Vegeta's domineering words left no room for negotiation. In his view, these individuals were merely there to spectate. Even if they entered, it would be futile, even after a year or 2.5. He was acutely aware that only he, Sun Wufan, and Sun Wukong could be of any assistance. Even the Namekian Dunping was woefully inadequate in comparison now. Yamato, filled with indignation, was about to confront the situation, eager to let his opponent experience his own unique technique. However, Tianjin Fan swiftly restrained him, shaking his head. He remarked that while the words may have been harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. Indeed, at this moment, they were of no assistance. The typically headstrong Klin did not offer a counterargument this time. Chapter 78. Returning to one's original self, he lowered his gaze, acknowledging the undeniable reality of the situation. Upon noticing the silence among the three, Vegeta chose not to elaborate further, letting out a cold snort as he made his way toward the room of spirit and time. Once the door closed, the tension on everyone's faces gradually eased. Vegeta's remarks were indeed abrasive. In an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, Naoto reflected that if it were Goku, he would never behave in such a manner. Klin awkwardly chimed in, recalling that his father, Sun Wukong, had not yet arrived at the Heavenly Palace. Hasn't father come yet? He pondered aloud. Klin approached Sun Wukong to explain that Goku had mentioned he was in no rush and would be the last to enter the room of spirit and time. Possibly still fishing at this moment. Fishing? Den frowned, incredulous that Goku could maintain such a leisurely pursuit at a time like this. Without uttering a word, he silently headed toward the largest palace within the Heavenly Palace, where someone awaited him. Oh, it seems you anticipated my arrival, Heavenly God. He remarked upon seeing the deity leaning on his staff. The Heavenly God spoke with a calm demeanor. I am well aware of your thoughts. Dent, pleased with the Heavenly God's forthrightness, smiled slightly. It appears you are prepared. However, let me be clear. Even in our fused form, you must heed my commands. The Heavenly God did not contest this. Dend had evolved beyond the former King Piccolo, and his current endeavors bore greater significance than those of the Heavenly God himself. Despite being a deity, he found himself powerless against formidable threats to Earth. Although Goku was formidable, reliance on him was not an option. Furthermore, in the face of the unprecedented and terrifying power of Cell, even Goku had deviated from his usual training regimen. Truth be told, the Heavenly God felt uncertain this time. Otherwise, he would not have opted for fusion with Dend. In addition to this rationale, the Heavenly God had witnessed Dend's continuous growth over the past year. Nevertheless, Dend had yet to attain the requisite strength. No matter how diligently he trained, he could not keep pace with the Saiyans. Thus, perhaps fusion was their only recourse. Heavenly God, are you truly leaving? Bobo will miss you, came a voice from the shadows as Bobo emerged. He had long suspected that the Heavenly God intended to meet Dend alone, and the implications were not promising. Indeed, the Heavenly God would be sacrificing himself. After serving in the Heavenly Palace for so many years, the thought of parting was bittersweet for Bobo. Bobo, do not be disheartened. I am not truly leaving. I am merely returning to my original self. We shall meet again. The Heavenly God forced a smile. Tears streamed down Bobo's face, clearly disbelieving the Heavenly God's reassurances. The Heavenly God turned away from Bobo, directing his attention to Dend. Come, I am ready. Indeed, Dend replied, his gaze lingering on the Heavenly God, who, despite his diminished combat prowess, still possessed actions worthy of a divine title. In this final moment, a glimmer of respect shone in Dend's eyes, as the two once estranged beings found reconciliation at last. With a swift motion, a beam of white light enveloped the Heavenly God, gradually merging his essence into Dend's being. Within moments, an overwhelming aura erupted from Dend's form, causing the entire heavenly palace to tremble. The force emanating from him was akin to a tempest, rendering Klin and the others unable to open their eyes. Sun Wufan, feeling this energy, transitioned from astonishment to elation. That's Uncle Dend. As Sun Wufan spoke, Dend emerged, appearing much like his former self, yet distinctly altered. As the turbulent energy subsided, Klin gradually opened his eyes to behold Dend. How do you possess power comparable to that of a Super Saiyan? No, I believe you surpass even that. Dend smiled slightly, pride evident on his face as he replied. I am now a Super Namekian. A Super Namekian? Uncle Dend, did you fuse with the heavenly god? Sun Wuyuan suddenly understood. Realizing the source of the divine energy he sensed from Dend. After Dend nodded, Bobo, with a sorrowful expression, stepped forward. Perhaps due to the fusion of the heavenly god's essence, Dend's demeanor toward Bobo softened. Noticing Bobo's distress, he reassured him, "Do not worry, Bobo. I will soon find a new heavenly god to accompany you." A new heavenly god? Yaradu's heart leaped at this revelation, and upon meeting Dend's gaze, he became increasingly convinced of his own aspirations. Indeed, Dend must be considering me as the new heavenly god. Though Dend may not be conventionally handsome, his judgment is commendable. In recent days, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan had dedicated their time at Baozi Mountain solely to fishing. "Hey, Goku, have you thought about my proposition?" Dend, accompanied by Sun Wuyuan, arrived. Upon their meeting, Sun Wukong was invited to become the new heavenly god. Naturally, Sun Wukong declined, as he already had someone in mind. "Is there anyone more suitable than you?" Dend questioned, bewildered. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished, only to reappear alongside a Namekian. It was indeed the Namekian named Tian, whom Sun Wukong had brought back from Namek. "Hello, Dend." Tian greeted shyly, having previously volunteered to serve as the new heavenly god when Sun Wukong visited Namek. Due to his good rapport with the Wukong family and Dend's aura resembling that of Guru, Tian was eager to come to Earth. More importantly, Tian was a non-combat Namekian, capable not only of healing but also of creating Dragon Balls, making him the perfect candidate for the role of the new heavenly god. Dend had no objections, understanding that Sun Wukong would not assume the role himself. Rather, he sought to fulfill the wishes of the previous heavenly god by passing the torch. As for Ngutu, he pondered his worthiness, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he watched Tian ascend to the position of the new heavenly god. Sun Wukong and the others returned to the heavenly palace, where Vegeta had already spent a day within the room of spirit and time, the day for his exit having arrived. Subsequently, it was decided that Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan would enter for training, as only 7 days remained until the Cell Games. After Sun Wukong's exit, Dend would also enter once more. Having just fused with the heavenly god, Dend felt that his strength could still be further developed. Otherwise, he feared that his current abilities might not suffice against Cell. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement with Dend's assessment, willing to accompany him for another session. Though they had previously utilized the room of spirit and time, leaving them with only half a day's worth of time inside, equivalent to 6 months. However, given Dend's newfound confidence, half a day should suffice. The door to the room of spirit and time creaked open, and Vegeta emerged, a triumphant expression adorning his face as he radiated formidable power. "It appears your training was fruitful, Vegeta," Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod of approval. Observing Sun Wukong's presence in the heavenly palace, Vegeta approached, raising his thumb and striking a Saiyan pose. Kakarot, you may find this hard to believe, but I have surpassed you and evolved into Super Vegeta." Super Vegeta? The others stifled laughter at the overly dramatic title, knowing that it was Vegeta who had uttered it, thus suppressing their amusement for self-preservation. "Kakarot, to be frank, there is no need for you to train further in the room of spirit and time. With my Super Vegeta form, I can easily handle Cell." "Oh," Sun Wukong responded with a calm demeanor, leisurely stating, "I primarily wish to help Wufan strengthen himself. He pales in comparison to you, Goku." "Father." Sun Wufan's face flushed instantly at Sun Wukong's remark. Vegeta sensed the faint energy emanating from Gohan, which barely qualified him as a Saiyan. Training him would be futile. Bringing him along would only hinder progress. Yet, Son Goku appeared utterly unconcerned, leading Gohan towards the room of spirit and time. Upon reaching the entrance, he greeted everyone with a casual remark, "See you all in a year, or rather, tomorrow. Let us go." With that, the two entered, and the heavy door of the room closed once more. Kakarot is truly dull. Without Kakarot around, Vegeta found little interest in lingering at the Kai's palace. The others were beneath his notice. However, that mysterious Namekian who had suddenly emerged seemed to have significantly increased in power, yet he was still no match for Vegeta. Just wait, Cell, I'm coming for you. Vegeta detected Cell's energy and flew straight towards him, where the tournament arena had already been set up. Before long, less than an hour had passed, and Vegeta returned. Battered and bruised, his clothes in tatters. His energy was weak as he plummeted from the skies above the Kai's palace, only to be tended to by the ever-present Dend. Now the guardian of Earth, Dend, despite Vegeta's irritable demeanor, was fighting for the planet's sake. After a round of healing, Vegeta finally regained consciousness, his face a mask of fury. Damn it, how can Cell be so strong? I transformed into Super Vegeta and still couldn't defeat him. Moreover, it appeared he wasn't even using his full strength. Vegeta had suffered a severe defeat. Had Cell not shown mercy, he might not have even had the chance to be reborn. After the fusion of Piccolo and the Kai, they gained the ability to see through the lower realm, allowing them to witness the entire confrontation between Vegeta and Cell. The disparity in their powers was staggering. Cell was merely toying with Vegeta. If not for Vegeta's desperate attempt to obliterate the Earth with his ultimate flash, Cell would not have engaged him earnestly, easily subduing Vegeta. To protect this fragile Earth, Cell had indeed risked a lot. When would that Kakarot fellow finally emerge? At that moment, Vegeta was seething with rage. He yearned to re-enter the room of spirit and time, to spend another year training and emerge ready to confront Cell. Just as Goku had only just entered, he found himself told by Piccolo, "Vegeta, you must wait your turn." Piccolo shot Vegeta a cold glance. Vegeta was about to explode in anger, but he reminded himself that the room belonged to them, and Dend had just saved him. More importantly, he had been so arrogant upon exiting that he hadn't sensed Piccolo's formidable energy until now, realizing that Piccolo might even surpass him. Vegeta, ever pragmatic, recognized he might not win against Piccolo and promptly fell silent, turning his icy gaze towards Krillin and the others. I, along with Yamcha and the others, have decided to forego the room for now. Chapter 79. Provoking the one named Cell. No worries, you all go ahead. Krillin and Yamcha immediately replied. Seeing this, Vegeta huffed, his previously sullen expression softening slightly. He began to reflect on the reasons behind his defeat against Cell, mentally simulating the battle, which served as a rapid method to enhance his strength. A day passed, and Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien were engaged in training within the Kai's palace. Suddenly, the door to the room of spirit and time swung open, and the trio sensed a familiar energy, one of a Super Saiyan. But it was not Goku. As they approached, they were astonished to discover that the one transformed into a Super Saiyan was Gohan. Gohan, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "Thanks to Dad, I can transform into a Super Saiyan now." He explained, "Dad has been diligently training me inside, hardly focusing on his own training." Gohan was elated to have achieved the transformation, but also felt guilty for potentially hindering his father's progress. It had taken him nearly 6 months just to transform into a Super Saiyan. The following 6 months would be devoted to mastering the control of that power, leaving him with even less time to train alongside Goku and aid his father's growth. Goku, noticing Gohan's concerns, gently patted his shoulder. Over the course of a year, Gohan had grown considerably, nearly reaching Goku's chest height. "Gohan, don't think too much about it. Helping you grow stronger is also a part of my training." "Really?" Gohan asked, his doubt evident. "Of course, Gohan. When have I ever lied to you?" Gohan felt a bit of his guilt lift at Goku's assurance. Just then, Dend hurried over, astonished at the sight of Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, barely recognizing him. "Is that you, Gohan?" Gohan scratched his head, a bit shy, and replied, "Dad asked me to maintain my Super Saiyan state." Goku smiled broadly before turning to Goten, instructing, "Goten, when you enter, you must do the same. Try to sustain your Super Saiyan form for as long as possible, until it feels as natural as eating or sleeping." Goten nodded, understanding the importance of the instruction. Nearby, Piccolo interjected irritably, "Goten is training alongside me. There's no need for you to interfere. And Goku, you're underestimating the room of spirit and time. It's not for slacking off." While Gohan had potential, defeating the current Cell within a year seemed impossible. This was a truth we both acknowledged. Goku chuckled but offered no rebuttal. Piccolo was right. Even if Gohan mastered the powers of a Super Saiyan, he was still no match for Cell. However, Witnessing Goku's unwavering confidence, Piccolo remained baffled by his intentions. Ultimately, Piccolo coldly extended his hand, swapping Gohan's tattered clothing for a new outfit. Wow! Thank you, Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed, thrilled, as his ragged clothes had been worn for nearly half a year. Piccolo, your skills are quite handy. Why not help me with the change as well? Goku chimed in. Feigning ignorance to Goku's request, Piccolo took Goten and entered the room of spirit and time. Goku shook his head in resignation and turned to Dend, saying, Dend, I'm not familiar with this technique. Dend, covered in cold sweat, looked rather awkward, not wishing to put him in a tight spot. Goku bid farewell to everyone and prepared to take Gohan back to West City. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Goku, who was still in his base form, his energy unchanged since before entering. Could it be that this fool had indeed spent all his time training Gohan, whom he deemed worthless? Vegeta, filled with doubt, concluded he must rely on himself. Once Piccolo and the others emerge, I will undoubtedly become the strongest, Vegeta vowed silently. As Goku and Gohan were about to leave, Krillin suddenly spoke up. Hey, Goku, there's still time for the Cell Games. Wouldn't it be wise to wait for Piccolo and the others to finish before entering? I believe you can still stay in the room for another 6 months, right? Goku gently shook his head, replying, No need. The environment in the room is too harsh. Prolonging my stay would be detrimental to my body. With that, Goku took off with Gohan towards West City. Krillin felt helpless, the fate of the Earth. Indeed, the entire universe rested solely on Goku's shoulders, yet he appeared entirely unfazed. Upon arriving in West City, Chi-Chi, upon seeing Gohan's appearance, gasped in distress, Gohan. My Gohan, why have you turned into a delinquent? Goku quickly clarified, No, Chi-Chi, this is the Super Saiyan state. You've seen it before. Chi-Chi thought for a moment, her face suddenly turning crimson. She indeed recognized the Super Saiyan state, but every time Goku initiated the Kaioken, she would faint from the overwhelming pressure. Let alone the Super Saiyan transformation, she had fainted every single time. Certainly, it is with overwhelming joy that one faints. At last, Chi-Chi has witnessed the true form of the Super Saiyan. Can Wukong and Wufan revert back to their original states? Chi-Chi inquired with a hint of concern. Of course they can. I merely hope he maintains this form until the conclusion of the Shara Games, at which point he can return to normal, Wukong assured her. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Chi-Chi sighed in relief, her worries dissipating. Meanwhile, Bulma emerged, holding a fresh set of clothes for Wukong. As his previous attire was in tatters and exuded an unpleasant odor, Wukong playfully seized Bulma and whispered in her ear, Bulma, it has been quite some time. I have missed you. Why not join me for a bath? Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing they were not alone and that such a proposition in broad daylight was rather bold. Yet, Wukong unabashedly continued, It's fine. Chi-Chi can join us too. I heard that the hot springs at Sheiji's place have been renovated and can accommodate 7 or 8 people at once. Instantly, Bulma grasped Wukong's intention. He had just exited the spirit time room. It was no wonder he wished to wash away the fatigue from before. Chi-Chi, noticing the eager look on Wukong's face, understood as well. However, she gently placed a hand on her abdomen and said, Wukong, I cannot accompany you this time. Are you saying that, Chi-Chi? Wukong asked in astonishment. Chi-Chi nodded. After their conversation under the moon on the last occasion while riding the Kintown, Chi-Chi had conceived a child. Recognizing Chi-Chi's condition, Wukong did not press her further and instead turned to accompany Lan Chi, Marin, and Xiaowu. Especially Marin, now dressed in an exceptionally fashionable manner, with a fair expanse of skin on display, elicited a chuckle from Wukong, as it seemed he would not be suffering from hunger today. Ahem, Wufan, I must go see Sheiji Annie for a moment. You stay home and train diligently, Wukong declared. All right, studying is fine, but you must maintain the spirit of a Super Saiyan. After Wukong uttered these words, he turned and vanished with his companions using instant transmission. They arrived at the Serpent Road at Sheiji's palace. Upon their sudden appearance, Sheiji instantly comprehended the situation. Oh, so this is how it is. You all consider my place a resting station? I don't care. With so many participants today, I must join in and will no longer act as your gatekeeper, she proclaimed. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Wufan, are you ready? We are about to set off, Wukong said, tying his shoelaces and glancing back. Wufan approached from a distance, having changed his hairstyle after spending a year in the time room, where his hair had grown too long, and Chi-Chi had given him a trim. Unlike the pure Saiyan Wukong, Wufan's hybrid heritage resulted in ever-changing hairstyles. The father and son exchanged glances, hesitated not, and transformed into radiant beams of white and yellow light, soaring towards the site of the Sheru Games. In the northwestern part of the city, Sheru opened his tightly shut eyes, observing the group descending from the sky. A smirk crept across his lips as he suppressed his excitement. At last, you have arrived. To be honest, I was growing impatient. Sheru scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, noting the presence of Vegeta, Da Ping, Sin San Ling, Lin, Android 18, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha. All that remained was Wukong. However, Sheru had already sensed Wukong's energy as he rapidly approached. Once Wukong arrived, the Sheru Games would officially commence. In those final moments of waiting, a sleek black sports car roared into view and came to a halt beside the arena. The door creaked open, and several television crew members, equipped with microphones and cameras, emerged, their faces adorned with respectful expressions. Following them, a tall man clad in a white cloak exited the vehicle. With an air of confidence, he strode toward the arena, and upon nearing Sheru, he unexpectedly flashed an international friendly gesture. This scene left Krillin and the others dumbfounded. Was this individual truly fearless? Was he not aware of the danger he courted by provoking Sheru? Yet, they dismissed him. For there were Dragon Balls to revive those who fell, and Sheru had already claimed many lives. Thanks to Da Ping's divine abilities, he was well informed of earthly affairs. The audacious provocateur was none other than the so-called savior, Satan. Satan, assuming Sheru was intimidated by his presence, became even more self-satisfied. He leaped onto the arena, turning to the camera crew and signaling a victory sign. He then dramatically removed his white cloak, revealing a sparkling golden belt around his waist as he boisterously declared, "Fear not, for I, Satan, am here to defeat Sheru. Leave it all to me." In a villa in West City, Bulma, Lanchi, Zyro Lan, and Mela gathered around the television, taken aback by Satan's earnest demeanor. Could such a person truly exist? Yet, thanks to him, they could witness this tense battle, which could have resulted in death, unfold live. At Kame House, the turtle hermit surprisingly was not watching the beauty pageant today, an unprecedented occurrence. I wonder if Wukong can defeat Sheru, he pondered. What a remarkable speech by Mr. Satan. It is so moving that one could almost weep, exclaimed the excited host. Microphone in hand, standing beside a beautiful female co-host. Sheru, growing increasingly impatient, thought, where did this waste of space come from? Even with patience, I cannot endure Satan's farcical performance. He crossed his arms, fingers drumming against his biceps, clearly losing his composure. Yet, Satan remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Continuing to shout, this time, the champion of the Sheru Games will undoubtedly be me. I am the strongest human. Sheru looks like he cannot withstand even a single punch from me. After stating this, Satan placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, as if he had already triumphed over Sheru. Bravo, Mr. Satan. You must defeat that monster, cheered the audience. Indeed, Satan's bravado captivated many on Earth. Doghead, watching the television, nearly burst into laughter, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite Satan's seemingly unreliable demeanor, alternatives were scarce. Previously, he had even mobilized a national-level security team, all of whom had been easily dispatched by Sheru. This adversary was even more fearsome than the legendary Piccolo Daimao. Go for it, Satan. At last, Satan made his move, slowly advancing toward Sheru and declaring, Sheru, I see through your tricks. They are all mere illusions. I have witnessed the 23rd martial arts tournament. Those participants were skilled at deception. However, I advise you to surrender now. Such tactics will not work on me, Satan. Satan assumed a fighting stance, drawing closer to Sheru. Just as he was about to strike, Sheru suddenly glanced at him, a chilling aura of menace enveloping the arena. Satan found himself paralyzed by fear. What is happening? However, Sheru's lips curled into a sinister smile. How dare you mock me, the champion of the martial arts tournament? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Yet, Sheru paid no mind to Satan. His smile was not directed at him. Behind Satan, two figures descended from the sky. It was Wukong and Wufan, transformed into Super Saiyans. Oh, Wukong, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for so long. Sheru's tone was filled with anticipation as he recalled the sensation of their first encounter. Only by engaging in battle with Suin Wukong will he feel the exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins. This is something even Vegeta cannot match. With a smile, Suin Wukong waved his hand toward Shalu, reassuring him, "Fear not, Shalu. This time we shall undoubtedly triumph over you." "Is that so?" I eagerly anticipate it. The two fighters, separated only by Sadan, seemed to regard him as non-existent. Once their gazes locked, the fervor of their combat spirit surged like a tempestuous storm. How cool. The nearby hostess was instantly smitten. She had heard of Suin Wukong's name long before, but never had she imagined she would witness him in person today. The powerful and confident aura radiating from him was entirely distinct from that of Sadan. "Wukong, you finally arrived." Kuei Shinran chuckled. Knowing that as long as Wukong was present, there was still hope. "It's really Wukong," Goto exclaimed excitedly, recognizing that this young man might once again save the world. "Is he truly Wukong?" In front of the television, a fair-skinned, adorable girl with twin ponytails was fixated on the screen, softly murmuring, "Why does he seem even more formidable than my father?" Indeed, this girl was Sadan's daughter. Bidili. The arrival of Suin Wukong even elicited a faint smile from the usually impassive 18. She had not practiced in recent days, having initially attempted to train but soon relinquished her efforts. The enhancement of an android's power proved exceedingly difficult, and she was acutely aware that Shalu held an overwhelming advantage over her. Defeating him was simply beyond her capabilities. Thus, she placed her hopes upon Wukong. It was worth mentioning that this Wukong was quite intriguing. He had taken the initiative to seek her out and even produced a black gold card. As he put it, "No worries, 18. I understand that you must be grieving over your brother's absorption, so let us transform that sorrow into a desire to shop. I'll cover all expenses for the next few days." Naturally, 18 did not hesitate to accept Wukong's generosity. Before her transformation, she had been an ordinary person, inherently fond of shopping. Thus, she had been indulging herself in sumptuous feasts and delightful escapades throughout Shidu and other major cities. It must be said that Wukong's black gold card was remarkably powerful. It could be used virtually anywhere. In an instant, 18 forgot her previous discontent, and now, Wukong appeared more amiable than ever. Should he truly defeat Shalu, perhaps she could consider going on a date with him. However, truth be told, it would be her very first date, instilling within her a mix of anxiety and anticipation. So, who will step up first? Shalu's voice resonated, interrupting 18's thoughts. The tournament was finally about to commence. Before Suin Wukong and the others could respond, Sadan, visibly irate, interjected, "Hey, Shalu. I, Sadan Darren, am still on the stage. So naturally, I shall be the first to confront you. Are you afraid of losing to me in the opening match?" Observing the foolish yet perfectly timed Sadan, everyone was left speechless. Only Vegeta coldly scoffed, "What a fool." With that, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's being as he soared onto the martial platform. "Shalu, today I shall entertain you." "Oh, is that Vegeta?" Shalu smirked, acknowledging that this iteration of Vegeta was indeed stronger than the last, yet still likely no match for him. Nevertheless, he thought, this would serve as a mere appetizer. As Shalu wore a confident expression, Vegeta's frustration intensified. He had previously underestimated Shalu and had been severely injured as a consequence. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, though this time his energy was far more controlled than before. Clearly, he had dedicated significant effort within the hyperbolic time chamber. Otherwise, such mastery over his power would have been impossible. I'm coming for you, Shalu." Just as Vegeta prepared to launch his attack with unwavering confidence, Sadan approached him, seriousness etched on his face. "This illusionist, while your hair gel and dyeing techniques are commendable, this arena is far too perilous. I advise you to leave at once." Before Sadan could finish, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Shut up! Stop your prattle." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tremendous wave of energy erupted from him, effortlessly sending Sadan tumbling off the stage and crashing heavily to the ground. Oh, that fool. However, Vegeta's actions were indeed rather ruthless. Witnessing Sadan struggle to rise, blood streaming from his nose, even Colleen could not bear to watch. How could there be such an arrogant individual in the world? Suin Wukong merely chuckled and shrugged. "Isn't this rather good? It is through our efforts that they can exist in a relatively peaceful environment. Sometimes, revealing the brutal truths of this world to them, the ordinary people, may not be beneficial." Contemplating Suin Wukong's words, Colleen furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. He recognized that, while Wukong's statements were profound, they also held a semblance of truth. He and Yamato were already considered exceptionally gifted among ordinary individuals, yet faced with one formidable enemy after another. Simply surviving was a stroke of luck. Just look at Yamato. He was constantly on the brink of death. Look, they are about to make their move. Tianjin Fan reminded. Colleen then redirected his gaze to the martial platform, where Vegeta had assumed his stance, poised to launch an attack on Shalu. At last, it is about to begin, Kuei Xianren murmured, appearing particularly tense. If Shalu emerged victorious, Earth would be doomed. He would never again behold those swimsuit beauties. And what joy would life hold? Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flickered and vanished from the martial platform. Shalu smirked, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. And in the blink of an eye, he too disappeared. The sudden absence of both fighters on the martial platform left Sadan and his live broadcast crew astonished, mouths agape. What happened to that scoundrel Shalu? Coughing lightly, Sadan feigned nonchalance and pointed skyward, declaring, "They are up there." The broadcast crew swiftly directed their cameras towards the heavens, only to capture a solitary crow flying by, cawing fool, with nothing else in sight. Humph, of course, you cannot see them. Those two are currently battling above the clouds. Sadan proclaimed confidently, hands on his hips. Above the clouds? How did they get up there? The crowd was perplexed. Sadan pointed to the bricks on the martial platform and earnestly explained, "Do you see? This martial platform was secretly constructed by Shalu. While it appears to be a platform, it is actually equipped with numerous powerful springs. Once the mechanism is activated, it can launch a person into the sky." Upon hearing Sadan's words, the staff members experienced a moment of enlightenment, their faces filled with admiration, especially the male host, who praised Sadan endlessly. Yet, the female host beside him suddenly pointed at the martial platform, exclaiming, "How strange, I seem to hear sounds of fighting from that direction." Bang, bang, bang. Indeed, while the martial platform appeared empty, a cacophony of sounds erupted. What is going on? Coughing again, Sadan felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that this was not merely a ruse? Damn it, impossible. How could anyone be more formidable than me? It's a recording. Those scoundrels must have hidden a recording device beneath the bricks of the martial platform. As Sadan uttered this, everyone grasped the situation. Even the audience in front of the television began to believe. It seemed that the fearsome Shalu was merely a charlatan. Surely, this Sadan would see through his deceit and put an end to him. The crowd has confidence in Sadan's sword. However, those who had truly witnessed the terror of Bikadama Wang did not share this sentiment. For instance, Goto had personally experienced Bika's horror, and he understood all too well that the current Shalu was no mere illusion. His terrifying power could annihilate an entire army with a mere flick of his hand. He was painfully aware of this truth. Chapter 81, Live Duel. For the sake of Earth, you must prevail, Wukong. With the realization of the truth, hope was once again placed upon Sun Wukong, as he recognized that Sadan and these individuals were not even in the same league. Although Satan is indeed the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, there exists a discernible gap among the champions. Wukong. At this moment, Klin felt as though everything before him was blurred, as the speed at which Vegeta and Sharu clashed was beyond belief. Sun Wukong nodded and remarked, "Indeed. That fellow Vegeta has grown considerably stronger." Boom. A tremendous vibration occurred as Vegeta and Sharu finally separated, reappearing on the stage. Yet, Sharu remained composed, without a speck of dust on him, while Vegeta had begun to gasp for breath. It appeared that the outcome was already determined, Yamu said seriously. No one contradicted him. Although Vegeta had managed to keep pace with Sharu's movements earlier, it was evident that he was struggling, especially now that his energy was waning. Conversely, Sharu had yet to exert his full strength. Only Sun Wukong could discern that Sharu's combat power had already surpassed 20 billion. "What is the matter, Vegeta? Ready to switch out?" Sharu said with a smug expression, as if victory was assured. It seemed rather fitting to have Vegeta as an appetizer, especially observing the transition of his expressions from confidence to astonishment and finally to despair. Such a delightful spectacle. Humph. No one anticipated that Vegeta would not retort this time. With a snort, he resolutely stepped down from the stage. "Sharu, I must concede that you are indeed stronger than I am now." Vegeta actually admitted defeat. Klin and the others were nearly speechless, and even the usually composed Tianjin Han wore a look of astonishment. How could someone as proud as Vegeta suddenly concede? He should have at least launched a few attacks and demonstrated some princely tactics first. Then, Sheru should have been seen unscathed, exclaiming Bakara, only to be sent flying by a punch from Sheru. What was wrong with Vegeta today? As Vegeta returned, his face bore no expression, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Only when he reached Wukong did he say, "It's up to you now, Kakarot." Wukong smiled slightly. "Perhaps I won't need to. Others might be able to defeat him." Vegeta halted, his face now one of shock. "What? Are you suggesting that there is someone here stronger than both of us?" Vegeta looked towards Wu Yuan, Wukong's eldest son, who had learned the Super Saiyan transformation even earlier than he had. Had he already surpassed Vegeta himself? Wu Yuan also found it puzzling. Although he had trained with Uncle Dandy for half a year, he had witnessed the battle between Vegeta and Sheru and honestly believed that even if he were to step in, he might not fare much better. Wukong shook his head slowly. "No, I am not referring to Wu Yuan." "Not Wu Yuan? Then who could it be? Could it be Dandy from planet Namek?" As Vegeta pondered this, the announcer hurriedly addressed Satan. "Mr. Satan, this is a tremendous opportunity. You must expose their deception." Satan finally snapped back to reality. But a singular thought consumed his mind. He absolutely could not participate in this match. Otherwise, he might truly lose his life. "Oh no, my stomach suddenly aches terribly." Satan quickly devised a plan. "What? Mr. Satan is clutching his stomach at this critical juncture?" The male host looked anxious, and the television cameras immediately focused on Satan's contorted, pained expression. Wukong couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if Satan were in a play, he would undoubtedly be a seasoned actor. Upon noticing Wukong watching him, Satan panicked. "Oh no, does he think I could possibly be the one to defeat Sheru? How infuriating. We are both champions. He is overestimating me." With great difficulty, Satan stood and waved in Wukong's direction. Wukong." Before he could finish, Wukong patted Wufan on the shoulder. "Wufan, you're up next." Not only was Wufan stunned, but even Dandy could not contain himself. "Wukong, are you out of your mind? How could Wufan possibly defeat Sheru?" Wukong ignored Dandy and instead asked Wufan, "Wufan, tell me, what did you think of the duel between Sheru and Vegeta?" Son Wufan glanced at Vegeta hesitantly. "It's fine. Vegeta wouldn't be petty with a child. Speak boldly." Encouraged by Wukong, Wufan slowly began, "I think their speed is lacking, nowhere near that of my father. And Uncle Vegeta seemed to be using all his strength, but I feel he could still push Sheru a bit more." "What did you say, you little brat?" Vegeta managed to hold himself together, avoiding a beating, but he was infuriated by Wufan's innocent remark. "Are you implying that you are stronger than I am?" Vegeta was so enraged that he transformed into a Super Saiyan. To make matters worse, Wufan had the audacity to nod calmly, his gaze clear, as if to say, "Indeed, that is exactly what I mean." Seeing Vegeta about to explode, Wukong hurriedly urged Wufan onto the stage, for only by witnessing Wufan in action would Vegeta believe that the child was not merely babbling. The audience before their televisions was taken aback to see a child stepping onto the stage. "It's Wufan. My Wufan." Chi-Chi excitedly rushed to the television, fearing for the safety of her beloved little Wufan. "Chi-Chi, Son Jun has a reason for letting Wufan step up." Bulma maintained her trust in Son Wukong. Others nodded in agreement. Even the one carrying fruit, Zawifan, chimed in. "Son Wukong, as a child, demolished my castle." Hearing these words, Chi-Chi finally calmed down, though concern still lingered on her face. In truth, it was not just Chi-Chi who was puzzled. Even the onlookers could not understand why Son Wukong chose not to participate himself, opting instead to send his child into the fray. Did he not care for his child's life? Or did he have another plan? "Oh, another little brat from the Sun family." Sheru regarded the golden-haired Super Saiyan Wufan before him, astonished that Son Wukong had sent this little one rather than Son Wutian. In comparison, during the absorption of the androids, Sheru had found a more lasting impression in both the present and future with Son Wutian, who was stronger in this world. Thus, Sheru was more inclined to face Son Wutian than the Wufan before him. He glanced at Son Wukong in the audience, who was watching Wufan intently, his eyes filled with trust. Could it be that this child truly possessed exceptional talent? While Sheru contemplated this, Wufan charged forward, delivering a punch directly to Sheru's face. So swift, even Sheru was taken aback. This little brat appeared to have some skill. Bang! Sheru, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by Wufan's punch. The crowd watched as Wufan, enveloped in a golden aura, emanated tremendous strength, looking nothing like the weak child they were accustomed to. Vegeta's mouth fell agape, rendering him speechless. How infuriating. Not only had Wu Fan surpassed him, but even a child like Wu Fan, Zhao Hao, had exceeded him. Was this truly Wu Fan? Dandy was also stunned. How had the coward he remembered transformed into someone so formidable? Wu Yuan felt astonished as well. Having spent merely a year in the time chamber, Wu Fan had become remarkably strong. The aura surrounding him clearly surpassed his own. Wu Yuan recalled what the elder from planet Namek had said about Wu Fan's potential being more astonishing than his own. However, seeing his younger brother so powerful, Wu Yuan felt a surge of joy. Go for it, Wu Fan. Meanwhile, the android number 18 glanced at Wu Fan on the stage, then at the equally formidable Wu Yan beside her, and finally at the smiling Sun Wukong. On the arena, Sheru slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wu Fan's earlier punch had not only been swift, but possessed an outrageous amount of power. Moreover, Sheru observed that Wu Fan exhibited almost no weaknesses. Could it be that this little brat is a genius? Sheru grew intrigued, excitedly declaring, "It seems I must show my true skills." With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura erupted from Shalu's body. He tilted his head and beckoned Gohan with a finger, tauntingly challenging him. "Come, let me see just how capable you truly are." "Huh," Gohan shouted, propelling himself forward with a powerful push, his right fist suddenly appearing before Shalu, enveloped in a formidable force. Bang! This time, Shalu managed to match Gohan's speed, also throwing a punch. The collision of their fists unleashed an immense energy, creating ripples in the air. "Huh! Duh! 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 Duh!" Gohan roared with fury, launching a frenzied assault on Shalu. In the face of Gohan's tempestuous onslaught, a smile crept onto Shalu's lips, surprised to find someone other than Sun Wukong possessing such extraordinary prowess. This world was far more intriguing than his own. Contemplating this, Shalu found himself reluctant to destroy it. The two fighters darted across the arena like streaks of lightning, evenly matched for the moment. The entire arena, unable to withstand their power, began to crumble and collapse. Bang! 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 The arena was as if caught in a relentless bombardment, disintegrating bit by bit. Gohan's strength continued to rise. Kiririn's eyes widened in astonishment, fearful of missing this thrilling contest, despite being unable to discern the situation clearly. "Old son, how did you train Gohan?" Piccolo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. It was simply unbelievable. Before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan, and now he not only had achieved that, but his energy far surpassed Vegeta's. At that moment, Vegeta's face turned pale, filled with shame as he recalled his earlier doubts about Gohan. Yet he couldn't comprehend how a pure Saiyan like himself had been surpassed by Gohan, and by such a wide margin. Sun Wukong wore a mysterious smile. He had indeed invested considerable time training Gohan in the hyperbolic time chamber. But achieving Gohan's current strength was no simple feat. Watching Gohan fiercely engaged in battle, he reminisced about the first time Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan within the chamber. Chapter 82, Dual Livestream 2 Gohan, Eat This. Sun Wukong produced a fruit from his pocket. "What is this, Dad?" "This is a potential fruit. It can awaken your latent abilities." Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan consumed the fruit upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. This potential fruit was a reward given by the system after Ta-EC bore a child, capable of significantly enhancing the consumer's potential. This was precisely why Sun Wukong sought out Gohan. It was known that this world's Shalu was far more formidable than the one depicted in the manga. Even if Gohan could reach the strength of the original manga, he would still be no match for Shalu. Thus, after obtaining the potential fruit, Sun Wukong was determined to train Gohan. After all, in terms of potential, Gohan surpassed both Sun Wukong and Vegeta combined. In truth, Wu Ning also had considerable potential, but he was simply too young. After much consideration, Gohan was the most suitable candidate. Gohan continued to fight fiercely, unfazed even when struck by Shalu's blows. His combat momentum intensified. What on earth is going on with this kid? Even Shalu began to feel a tinge of panic. Gohan's power seemed like an insatiable abyss, growing stronger with each exchange. At that moment, Gohan's energy surpassed his own. Roar! Shalu bellowed in frustration, realizing he had no choice but to exert all his strength. This was originally reserved for Sun Wukong, but now, he had no time for hesitation. He had to swiftly deal with this troublesome brat. The smile faded entirely from Shalu's face. Having perfectly inherited the advantages of the Saiyans, he also adopted their flaws, becoming increasingly agitated in the face of setbacks. Yet, it was evident that even with all his might, Shalu could not defeat Gohan. He threw punch after punch at Gohan, who consistently rose again, his energy only growing stronger. Just like that, Shalu, soon you shall witness Gohan's true power. Sun Wukong observed everything unfolding before him with anticipation. The moment for Gohan's true strength to shine was nigh. Finally, Gohan's aura reached its zenith. The energy erupted from Gohan's body, expanding like flames. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and with a series of roars, his already peaked energy soared once more. Boom. The arena could no longer bear Gohan's power. Stones shattered, and debris flew in all directions, while deep fissures appeared in the ground from the tremors. A fierce wind erupted from Gohan, sending even Da-Sa-Dan and others flying. The television broadcast signal grew unstable, the image flickering intermittently. Sitting in front of the television, Biddy Lee covered her mouth in disbelief, hardly able to fathom the immense power a human could possess. Furthermore, it appeared that this young combatant was the child of Sun Wukong. Could it be that Sun Wukong's power exceeded that of this youth? Crack. Boom. Finally, Gohan's aura stabilized. The chaotic winds gradually subsided. Kuririn and the others turned to see Gohan's form had transformed. His muscles bulged further, the golden energy resembling a fiery dragon. As it grazed the air, visible blue sparks of electricity erupted. ZZZT, 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 ZZZT. At that moment, Gohan was enveloped in lightning. His once upright hair now had a strand falling across his forehead, radiating an aura so powerful it was terrifying. This was Super Saiyan 2. Shalu, gazing at Gohan's overwhelming presence, wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Super Saiyan could further evolve. Vegeta at the sidelines widened his eyes in shock. Realizing this was the new realm of Super Saiyans, Shalu perished. At that moment, a blue light flickered around Gohan, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Shalu. What followed was a torrential barrage of attacks, leaving Shalu no opportunity to retaliate. Bang, 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 bang. Gohan, now in his Super Saiyan second form, was an entirely different being from the first transformation. Sun Wukong had witnessed this state in the hyperbolic time chamber long ago. This was why he had consistently urged Gohan to maintain this form. In Super Saiyan 2, Saiyans become exceedingly exuberant, making control difficult. However, Gohan remained relatively stable, not losing control. Hey, Mr. Da-Sa-Dan, why has that kid's hair changed again? Why is there lightning around him? Did he just get struck by lightning? The host inquired, and Da-Sa-Dan could only respond with an awkward smile, addressing the camera. Yes, it just so happened that he was struck by lightning, messing up his hair. Poor child, Uncle Da-Sa-Dan will surely help you. Da-Sa-Dan could only force a smile, inwardly praying, Gohan, you must win. The man named Da-Sa-Dan had quite the audacity. The turtle hermit could only shake his head in resignation, astonished that there existed someone with an even thicker skin than his own. However, it is astonishing that Wukong has managed to train Wufan to such an extent in such a brief period. Just how formidable is Wukong's power now? The turtle hermit gazed at the composed Wukong on the screen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. In the arena, Shalu was being battered by Wufan's onslaught. His body contorted and bloodied, his previously calm demeanor now replaced with a visage of panic and rage. It appears to be the end for you, Shalu. Wufan afforded him no chance. Crouching down, his hands spread like petals, and as his voice resonated, he summoned a colossal blue energy wave with the Kamehameha. With a powerful thrust of his hands, that energy wave surged directly toward Shalu. No, Shalu's eyes were filled with terror, but in the blink of an eye, the wave enveloped him entirely. The arena was left with a long fissure, a testament to the Kamehameha's might. Splendid. This young lad Wufan has truly accomplished the impossible. Krillin was the first to leap in excitement, as Shalu was reduced to ashes, leaving nothing in sight. It seems I must also seek a partner and nurture the next generation of strength. Yamcha resolved after witnessing Wufan's performance. Although surpassing Sun Wukong was beyond his reach, perhaps he could still sire a child of remarkable potential? At that time, let us see if Vegeta dares to look down upon him. Krillin nodded in agreement with Yamcha's words. After all, Sun Wukong had long since fathered numerous children, while the two of them remained bachelors. Tien, although single, had Dama to accompany him, and he also heard rumors of a promising junior sister. Krillin sighed. Marin has already wed Sun Wukong. Where on earth is my next girlfriend? Observing Krillin's demeanor, number 18 mused silently. I wonder who is blind enough to fancy this little shorty Krillin. Clearly, compared to others, Sun Wukong is the most appealing. Just as the atmosphere was lightening, Wufan's expression suddenly shifted. What is this aura? His eyes were wide with astonishment, and he also spotted Dooley. Shala was not yet defeated. Accompanied by Dooley's voice, a sinister laugh echoed from afar. Oh, Dooley, have you remembered? Indeed, my body also harbors your cells. Krillin and Yamcha then realized that Shalu had endured the Kamehameha and was still alive. However, even if Shalu possessed Dooley's cells to regenerate, such a technique must surely consume considerable stamina. He should still be no match for Wufan. Observing Dooley's grim expression, even Vegeta fell silent. Krillin sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Fool, feel Shala's energy more attentively. Vegeta couldn't help but shout. As Krillin gazed at the slowly approaching Shalu, he realized that Shalu was emanating an even greater power. Furthermore, Shalu was enveloped in a golden aura akin to Wufan. Could it be that Shalu had returned to the arena? With a furious roar, the golden flames surrounding Shalu surged higher, winds howled, and debris flew. Boulders crumbled, and chaos ensued. The ground trembled beneath Shalu's immense power. The earth beneath Satan and the others suddenly cracked open, forming a deep chasm. As they were on the verge of falling, Dooley swiftly appeared, lifting them to safety. Quickly, this battle is beyond your capabilities. Just as Dooley finished speaking, the male host chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. Our Mr. Satan has yet to make his grand entrance. At that moment, Satan was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. In the arena, Shalu's form underwent a drastic transformation, veins protruding, muscles swelling to their limits. His golden aura, too, shifted from a burn to a jet-like eruption. Intense energy clashed in the air, igniting blue electric sparks. No way. Sun Wukong nodded, gazing at the being before him, whose energy was nearly indistinguishable from Wufan's. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 2. Shalu has somehow mastered this power. Haha. Wukong, did you ever imagine that at a critical moment, the Saiyan cells within me would save my life? Vegeta clenched his fists, his heart heavy with anguish. How could this impostor, who is not even a Saiyan, possess such mastery over Saiyan power? As the Prince of Saiyans, how could I endure such humiliation? I never expected this Shalu to transform. It seems Wufan is in grave trouble. Beads of sweat formed on Dooley's forehead, as Shalu's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The potential of Saiyans is indeed astonishing. Yet, I owe it to you, Wufan. Without your transformation, I would never have grasped this power. Shalu wore a smug expression, believing that while Wufan was powerful, he was not insurmountable. Very well, let us continue. Chapter 83, Spirit Slash. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that the previous rule stating that falling outside the ring equates to loss is now null and void. Shalu sneered, leaving Wufan at a loss for how to respond to such shamelessness. After all, convincing him to concede to his own rules was utterly impossible. Wufan appeared behind Shalu at an incredible speed, fists clenched and ready to strike. Whoosh. Unfortunately, just as Wufan threw his punch, Shalu's figure vanished. Immediately afterward, Wufan sensed a powerful force descending from behind him. Bang! Shalu reappeared behind him, striking him down in the very manner Wufan intended to hit him. Fortunately, Wufan reacted swiftly, retreating to create distance. When he steadied himself, he found Shalu had vanished once more. Wufan utilized his energy to sense Shalu's location, yet he could not pinpoint his exact whereabouts. Where are you? Shalu's voice echoed in Wufan's ears. Suddenly, a chilling force surged forth, aiming directly for Sun Wufan's head, laden with murderous intent. Just as Shalu's hand made contact with Wufan, his body gradually turned translucent, vanishing. Shalu did not expect this young boy to possess such an uncanny ability. Utilizing the afterimage technique, Wufan appeared behind Shalu and delivered a powerful kick, sending Shalu soaring into the sky. He then leaped again, positioning himself above Shalu, placing his hands on his forehead to gather energy waves. Kamehameha? Whoosh. The Kamehameha pierced through Shalu's body, striking the arena and instantly demolishing half of it, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Thankfully, Wufan managed to restrain most of his power at the last moment. Otherwise, even the fortified earth would struggle to endure. How infuriating. The Kamehameha should have struck him. Gazing at Shalu's dissipating image, Wufan finally comprehended that the fiend had learned the afterimage technique in an instant. Little boy, this is the end. Shalu's voice echoed in Wufan's ears, and in the next moment, Shalu unleashed a merciless full-force strike, sending Wufan crashing to the ground. Boom. The tremendous noise knocked everyone off balance. Wufan, crashing heavily to the ground, coughed up blood, his Super Saiyan aura beginning to wane. Wufan, having just regained her composure, Chi-Chi rushed forward to embrace the television, her face etched with concern. Shalu hovered high in the air, looking down upon the crowd with a hint of disdain, stating, "To be honest, I have no interest in battling anyone here, except for Sun Wukong. However, I do possess a rather interesting technique." After Shalu spoke, he glanced at Tien, and with clenched fists, he began to emanate a dazzling light. Tianjin Fan immediately recognized the stance that Shalu had assumed, exclaiming that the technique could only be the infamous GGG. Indeed, it was the formidable Si Shin Quan of Tianjin Fan. In an instant, for lightning-like illusions of Shalu appeared in the sky, each perfectly inheriting his formidable power. None of those present could hope to escape. Shalu's clones had dispersed, enveloping the Z fighters, including Satan, in an aura of terror. At this moment, the only one capable of standing against him, Sun Wukong, found his energy diminished, struggling to maintain even his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta gazed up at the Shalu clone fixated on him, his face ashen. Is this a joke? Am I truly to be mocked by Shalu's clone? He was the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta leapt into the sky. Dapeng and Sun Wukong exchanged glances and soared towards Shalu's two clones. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The air around them was thick with tension, as if it were about to solidify, leaving even the normally loquacious announcer speechless. In this game of Shalu, they finally realized that failure could lead to the obliteration of Earth itself. The battle horn sounded, and Vegeta, Dapeng, and Sun Wukong each confronted a Shalu clone, while Sun Wukong found his path blocked by Shalu himself, with Tianjin Fan and Krillin unable to lend their aid from afar. Humph, Sun Wukong. My power is terrifyingly strong now. Even if you stood before me, you would merely be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It seems the game ends here. Shalu stood before Sun Wukong, brimming with self-satisfaction. The sounds of battle between Vegeta, Dapeng, and Sun Wukong echoed in the sky, but the situation was overwhelmingly in Shalu's favor. Even Sun Wukong's transformed Super Saiyan son, Sun Wufan, was unable to hold his ground, let alone the others. Vegeta, who had just boasted, was soon met with a brutal counterattack. Even Dapeng, fused with the Kaishin, struggled against Shalu's clones. Though Sun Wufan had reached the peak of the Super Saiyan first stage, he had yet to surpass the threshold of the Super Saiyan second stage, leading to a predictable outcome. These Shalu clones were not only cunning but possessed a bewildering array of techniques, launching energy slashes with their left hands and energy blasts with their right, occasionally unleashing widespread assaults. Before long, all three had sustained varying degrees of injury. Satan and the others looked up at the fierce battle in the sky, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. What they witnessed defied all logic. These were not mere fighters, but monsters. The residual shockwaves from the battle shook the very earth, and Shalu understood that these three would eventually falter. With that thought, he turned his attention to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, let us begin. Shalu appeared eager, finally relishing the prospect of defeating Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smirked slightly, calmly stating, Shalu, you are mistaken. I let Sun Wufan and the others take the stage merely for their training. As for you, I have declared that today I shall bring your reign to a definitive end. With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh, a Super Saiyan? Shalu's tone dripped with disdain. After all, even Sun Wufan in his Super Saiyan second form had proven no match for him. What could a mere Super Saiyan first stage do? Sun Wukong paid no heed to Shalu's mockery, instead allowing a smile to grace his lips. In the very moment his smile emerged, Sun Wukong vanished. What? Shalu's countenance changed dramatically, unable to locate Sun Wukong's whereabouts. How could this be? Where has that guy gone? From where will he attack me? Shalu appeared somewhat flustered, scanning his surroundings, fully alert for Sun Wukong's strike. However, Sun Wukong's target lay elsewhere. In the sky, Vegeta was struck hard in the chest by one of Shalu's clones, immobilized by the intense pain. The clone of Shalu sneered, swiftly gathering Krillin's signature technique, the energy slash. Just as the razor-sharp energy slash was about to cleave through Vegeta's head, BM. Son Wukong's figure suddenly appeared before the clone of Shalu, delivering a punch that pierced straight through Shalu's body. The energy slash within the clone dissipated instantly, and a surge of agony coursed through its abdomen, forcing it to expel a mouthful of green blood. With a single blow, this powerful clone of Shalu was rendered incapable of continuing the fight. What? Wukong? My heavens! How has he become so strong? Dad, he has finally made his move. What terrifying power! The strength of the clone of Shalu was indisputable. Even Super Saiyan Vegeta found himself at a loss against it, teetering on the brink of life and death, just one strike away from defeat. On the other side, Da Ping and Sun Wufan were also nearing their limits against this monster. Yet this formidable foe crumbled like paper before Sun Wukong, obliterated by a single punch. 18 gazed at the unfolding spectacle in the sky, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this truly the extent of Sun Wukong's power? She found it nearly impossible to reconcile the decisive and fearsome Sun Wukong before her with the man who had trailed behind her just days ago, eager for a date. 18 couldn't help but recall Sun Wukong's words. Lazuli, once I defeat Shalu and rescue your brother number 17, you must bear me a dozen children. Lazuli was the name 18 had borne as a human. At that time, she had not taken it seriously. It was not that she doubted Sun Wukong's ability to defeat Shalu, but rather the notion of having a dozen? Absurd. As an android, her stamina was virtually limitless. But Sun Wukong, though a Saiyan, was merely flesh and blood. Could he truly accomplish such a feat? In hindsight, she had been far too conservative. Not just a dozen. Even 100 would pose no issue. Returning to the battleground, everyone stood in stunned silence at Sun Wukong's astonishing punch, as if time itself had paused. The Shalu clone that had been relentlessly assaulting Da Ping and Sun Wufan was also momentarily stunned. Was this guy even human? He was merely a Super Saiyan. In response to the crowd's bewilderment, only Sun Wufan understood. Long ago, in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong had already demonstrated the ability to defeat his Super Saiyan second self with the power of the Super Saiyan first stage. Now, the only one capable of wielding his full power with ease was Sun Wukong alone. Vegeta's expression was complex, filled with a mix of resentment and envy. That cockroach surely must have acquired the power of the primal science on the planet Salad. Vegeta's mind began to formulate a theory. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kakarot alone to have grown this strong. Sun Wukong effortlessly unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the Shalu clone beneath his feet. He then slowly turned, his gaze locking onto the two Shalu clones standing beside Da Ping and Sun Wufan. The moment the two clones met Sun Wukong's eyes, panic washed over them. They knew full well they were no match for Sun Wukong. Exchanging glances, the two clones showed no hesitation, turning to flee towards Shalu's main body. Whoosh! Before they could even make it halfway, Sun Wukong's figure appeared before them, condensing an energy slash in his hand, and with a swift motion, he cleaved the two clones into mere fragments. Chapter 84. Actions too swift for television to capture, they had no chance to recover, dissolving into dust in the air. The execution was clean and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. Sun Wukong's display left all present utterly astounded. Sadan appeared utterly bewildered, mumbling to himself, "Is this the strength of the champion of the 23rd Budo Dahue?" Sun Wukong. Surrounded by crackling lightning, Shalu clenched his fists tightly. Just moments ago, he had felt assured of victory, only to see the tides turn in an instant. Could it be that during their last encounter, he had not unleashed his full power, merely toying with him? At last, Shalu understood. Sun Wukong's words about nurturing the next generation were genuine. Only by placing Sun Wuyuan and Sun Wufan in perilous situations could they grow rapidly. And to create such dilemmas, Sun Wukong must first feign weakness. How infuriating! I am the mightiest force in this world. Shalu drew all the energy from his clones back into his own body, experiencing a surge of power once more. Shalu glared at Sun Wukong, who returned the gaze, their eyes locking in a clash that ignited fierce sparks. Soon after, both Shalu and Sun Wukong revealed cold smirks as they leaped back onto the battleground, striking their combat stances. The spectators held their breath. For what was about to unfold was the true climax of the Shalu game, the ultimate showdown between Sun Wukong and Shalu. Dear viewers across the globe, although Mr. Sadan has yet to make his entrance, the hero who once saved the world the three-time champion of the Budo Dahue, Suen Wukong, has stepped forth. What follows is his confrontation with Shalu. Let us rally behind this hero. The female host, unable to endure any longer, snatched the microphone from her male counterpart and began addressing the camera. At that moment, everyone recalled the terrifying figure of Baek Damawang, who had once posed a grave threat to the world. It was Suen Wukong who had risen to the occasion, defeating Baek with overwhelming strength and rescuing the world. Perhaps Suen Wukong's immense power had made their salvation seem a foregone conclusion, as it was only now that they revisited the terror of those days. Suen Wukong, give it your all. We implore you to defeat Shalu. Suen, I have long awaited the return of such skilled fighters to the arena of the Budo Dahue. In an instant, the audience erupted in cheers for Suen Wukong. How bothersome. Shalu, hearing the commotion around him, turned away in annoyance. In the next moment, two deadly beams shot from his eyes. Everyone was taken aback as the beams seemed poised to strike the female host and the cameraman, when suddenly, a figure dashed forward to shield them from Shalu's attack. To their astonishment, it was not Suen Wukong, but rather, Vegeta. Am I seeing things? Vegeta actually saved someone? Colleen rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what was happening. Even Yamutu was left speechless in shock, wondering if the sun had risen in the west. In truth, even Vegeta himself was perplexed by his actions. He had simply been the closest to the scene and instinctively reacted upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Vegeta? Your arm. The female host noticed Vegeta's arm, bloodied and mangled from protecting them. She hurriedly tore off a sleeve of her garment, revealing her fair arm, and approached to offer assistance. Vegeta scoffed, I don't need such trivialities. This injury is nothing. With that, he redirected his focus to the arena, where the energy radiating from Suen Wukong and Shalu had reached a terrifying level. Shalu, I will not allow you to harm another soul. Oh, Suen Wukong, let us see if you can stop me. The intensity of their gazes shifted simultaneously. With a whoosh, the two vanished from sight, igniting the commencement of a fierce battle. They clashed at blinding speeds, and the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend the events unfolding. All that could be heard were the resounding thuds of fists colliding. Once again, it was reminiscent of the earlier encounter between Shalu and the boy named Suen Wufan, where their actions were nearly impossible to discern. Was this a flaw in the broadcast signal, or were their movements simply too swift for the cameras to capture? I have personally witnessed the 23rd Budo Dahue and lived to tell the tale. I can assure you that their sudden disappearances during combat were commonplace. Then how did you watch the matches back then? Watch. We listened. A figure removed his sunglasses, revealing cataract-ridden eyes. Hey, Wufan. Can you see what Suen Wukong and Shalu are doing? Colleen patted the focused Wufan, who, apart from Suen Wukong, was likely the strongest present. Suen Wufan nodded slowly. Responding to Colleen, both Dad and Shalu are incredibly strong, but Dad is just a bit stronger. Haha, is that so? I knew we would be fine with Suen Wukong around. Just as Colleen concluded his statement, the close-quarters battle reached a resolution. Suen Wukong unleashed a fierce assault, knocking Shalu to the ground. The arena itself crumbled under the sheer force of Suen Wukong's might. Shalu plummeted from the stage. It seems Suen Wukong has triumphed. Yamutu exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a swift conclusion. Don't celebrate too soon. That fiend is Shalu. He has absorbed Vegeta's cells. Dundee spoke in a flat tone, laced with irony. Let us not forget that the rule stating that falling off the stage results in defeat has been rescinded. Yamutu and the others suddenly recalled that Shalu had inherited not only Dundee's intellect, but also Vegeta's audacity. Now, the only solution is to eradicate him completely. Yet, Suen Wukong remained composed. Understanding Vegeta's character allowed him to anticipate Shalu's limits. Shalu slowly rose, fury etched upon his face, soaring into the air. Hands on hips, striking a menacing pose as terrifying energy began to coalesce. It's Kamehameha. This is bad. Is Shalu about to destroy the earth? Colleen and the others immediately recognized that this was indeed the essence of the Kamehameha technique of the Kame Sennin school. However, launching it from this angle would surely shatter the earth. Is he intentionally forcing Suen Wukong to take this hit? Suen Wukong appeared to anticipate this, squatting down without hesitation, and shouted, Kame, Haim, huh. The two charged their attacks simultaneously, as from Suen Wukong and Shalu's palms, two thick beams of white energy surged forth. Boom. The Kamehameha waves collided violently in midair, forming a colossal sphere of energy. Die. Shalu continued to channel his inner power, amplifying the Kamehameha in his grasp before thrusting it forcefully towards Suin Wukong. Huh. Ah. Suin Wukong roared, unleashing the full power of his Super Saiyan energy. Under the overwhelming intensity of his aura, Shalu's massive Kamehameha was forcibly repelled. This marked the second time Shalu felt the brunt of the Kamehameha. The immense wave engulfed him entirely. Shalu's form began to dissolve within the energy surge, propelled from the earth and leaving a long trail across the sky. Colleen wanted to celebrate again, but upon seeing Suin Wukong's intense gaze fixed on the heavens, he sensed that matters were not so simple. Could it be that beyond the cosmos, in the boundless darkness, a mass of white substance floated ominously? Creeping and squirming, that grotesque white mass slowly took shape, ultimately restoring itself to Shalu's form. Ha ha ha. The resurrected Shalu laughed maniacally, proclaiming, I knew I could not be killed, and with the cells of the Saiyans, I am now even stronger. Outside the cosmos, Shalu gazed upon the blue earth before him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He was determined to obliterate the entire planet. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, plunging the world into darkness. A ferocious wind howled, mountains crumbled, and tsunamis surged. Was this truly the end of the world? People looked up at the sky, where a colossal fireball was slowly forming from beyond the universe. This was Shalu's ultimate attack. Son Wukong glanced towards the heavens and vanished in an instant. Beyond the cosmos, Son Wukong's figure materialized. Upon seeing Son Wukong before him, Shalu became even more frenzied, raising his arms to wield a massive red energy sphere, akin to half a planet, ready to launch. Observing this, Son Wukong's gaze turned icy, and in the blink of an eye, his form transformed. With a crackle, blue lightning enveloped Son Wukong, augmenting his physique and lengthening his hair to cascade over his forehead. This was the second transformation of Son Wukong into a Super Saiyan. He concentrated a small blue-white energy sphere in his palm, which spun incessantly, absorbing the essence around it, even drawing energy from the earth itself. The sphere grew increasingly radiant. Die, Son Wukong! Shalu shouted as he launched his condensed red energy blast towards Earth. Son Wukong raised his hand, pressing the small blue-white sphere against Shalu's energy blast. An astonishing phenomenon occurred. The immense crimson energy blast evaporated in an instant, as if ice met with intense heat, vanishing without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the energy scattered, dissipating into the vast cosmos. Shalu's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events, and yet, Son Wukong's assault was far from over. The blue-white sphere struck Shalu, and with a scream of agony, his body and every single cell were utterly annihilated. The spirit bomb. At the very moment Son Wukong triumphed over Shalu, on a distant planet, light years away, the angel Weiss casually savored his meal, glancing at the image displayed on his staff. I never anticipated that, besides Lord Beerus, anyone could master such a technique. Chapter 85. Wishes fulfilled, and it appears he has comprehended it himself. Son Wukong? This fellow is rather intriguing. The battle finally concluded. Shalu was banished to the depths of the universe, never to resurrect again. When Son Wukong reappeared before everyone, a serene smile graced his face, and all knew that it was over. Excellent job, Wukong! Krillin exclaimed, finally shouting the victory cry. Father! Grandfather! Humph! Kakarot, do not get too cocky. I will surpass you one day, Vegeta declared, turning to the female host who was bandaging him. What on earth are you doing? I told you I don't need this. Vegeta, with such a beautiful girl tending to you, can't you just be a little gracious? Enough nonsense. If you come any closer, I will kill you. Yet the female host seemed entirely unfazed by Vegeta's threats, holding tightly to his arm as she continued her work. Witnessing the proud Prince Vegeta in such a state left everyone astonished. Krillin stepped forward to tease, Vegeta, when's the wedding? Huh, you little bald-headed fool, are you seeking death? I was merely joking. Don't be angry, Vegeta. As laughter filled the air, Vegeta's face flushed slightly. Once the female host finished bandaging him, Vegeta took off without even having the chance to deliver his usual threats, such as declaring he would surely surpass Son Wukong and become a Super Saiyan in his second form. Who would have thought Vegeta would be intimidated by such trivial matters? The female host gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him after he saved her? Just then, Tiantian's voice resonated in Son Wukong's mind. Mr. Wukong, I have modified the Dragon Balls. They are now ready for use at any time. Really? Thank you, Tian Tian. Son Wukong joyfully announced this splendid news to everyone. Krillin and the others understood that this meant restoring the Earth that Shalu had destroyed and bringing back those who had perished. They likely had no further role to play, as Son Wukong promised to gather with them at Bulma's house for a feast once matters concluded. He then teleported with Gohan, Piccolo, and Android 18 back to the Kaioshin realm. It was the first time Android 18 had encountered the Kaioshin, and she was surprised to find that the deity of Earth appeared to be a child. Tian Tian presented the modified Dragon Balls before Son Wukong. Come forth, Shenlong. As the incantation echoed, 7 orange Dragon Balls radiated golden light, shooting into the sky. Daylight instantly turned to darkness, and a magnificent green dragon emerged. Speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire you have. Android 18 gazed at the dragon in awe. Shenlong, please resurrect all the innocent lives lost after Dr. Gero's appearance. After Son Wukong finished speaking, the dragon did not immediately grant the wish but continued to fixate on him. Huh, what's the matter? Is this wish difficult? No. I am waiting for you to complete your statement. Uh-huh. Son Wukong chuckled awkwardly, realizing it was the dragon's first encounter with such a situation. Given that the dragon had prompted him, he felt it necessary to add a suffix out of respect and restore the destroyed Earth to its original state. Upon hearing the completion of Son Wukong's request, the dragon seemed to come alive, as though infused with power. A red light flickered in the dragon's eyes, and the wish was granted. What does this mean? Could it be that 17? Android 18's face lit up with astonishment. Could the dragon truly resurrect her brother? Son Wukong nodded and reassured her, not only 17, but even 16 has been revived. Android 18 recalled the silent 16, who had stood in the corner yet had sacrificed himself to buy time for his sister and brother at a critical moment. Nalazili, since your wish. Son Wukong was about to continue when the dragon interrupted. Your previous wish has already been fulfilled. You still have 2 wishes remaining. Huh. Son Wukong blinked in surprise. Looking at Tian Tian. Tian Tian beamed with pride. I modified the Earth's dragon to be stronger. Now it can grant 3 wishes each time. Ah, I see. Son Wukong reflected. Recalling that the original manga also featured such a concept, Tian Tian was indeed a genius concerning Dragon Balls. For my second wish, please remove the devices from the bodies of 16, 17, and 18. Let us not linger on this. All right. The dragon once again wielded its magic to fulfill Son Wukong's wish. How did Son Wukong know there were devices in my body? Android 18 was momentarily speechless, touching the area and realizing that the device had indeed vanished, leaving only a smooth and full sensation. The device was a control mechanism employed by Dr. Gero. After all, no one wished for their life to be manipulated by another. Thus, deep down, Android 18 felt a sense of gratitude towards Son Wukong. This was precisely Son Wukong's intention, as he was well aware of how Krillin had pursued Android 18. This Android 18 appeared majestic and aloof, embodying the essence of a goddess. In truth, however, she is a novice in matters of love, and even a slight gesture from Krillin can set her heart aflutter. Naturally, Son Wukong would not let this opportunity slip by. Now, only one wish remains. I desire something that can unlock the potential of ordinary individuals and extend their lifespan, akin to the fruits of the spirit tree. Upon hearing this wish, Shenlong bowed his head in contemplation for a considerable time. It appears that this request exceeds Shenlong's capabilities. For the fruits of the spirit tree are treasures that can only be encountered by chance. Just when Son Wukong believed there was no hope, Shenlong suddenly spoke. Although I cannot grant you the fruits of the spirit tree, providing you with seeds is certainly within my means. Is that truly so? Can you really deliver? In response to Son Wukong's astonishment, Shenlong nodded. Compared to the precious fruits, the seeds of the spirit tree are not particularly rare. Not all planets possess soil as conducive to the growth of the spirit tree as Earth does, which can directly enhance combat prowess by several times. On ordinary planets, where life is scarce and the soil is barren, a mere increase of 1,000 combat points would be considered remarkable. Thus, prior to his arrival on Earth, Dales had already cultivated the spirit tree on numerous planets, yet the cumulative effects did not match the excellence achieved on Earth. Son Wukong accepted the seeds of the spirit tree, and Shenlong vanished. Now he must ponder which planets, aside from Earth, would be suitable for planting the spirit tree. After all, With so many wives now, and potentially more in the future, he cannot allow each to have just one fruit. Speaking of which, what unexpected benefits might arise if the spirit tree were to be planted on the planet where that emaciated cat resides? Is she not the 18th artificial human created by Dr. Gero? Observing the golden-haired beauty Lazili that Sun Wukong brought back, Bulma could not help but commend. This fellow Wukong certainly possesses discerning taste. Accompanying Lazili are the 17th and 16th artificial humans. Though the 16th has already entered a dormant state, this was unavoidable, as Dr. Gero had programmed the 16th to combat Wukong. Consequently, upon their first encounter, the 16th could not restrain itself from attacking Wukong. To prevent anyone from being harmed, Wukong had no choice but to render him unconscious using physical means. The reason Wukong brought back the 16th is quite simple. Had it not been for the program directives, he, like the 8th, would be a good person. Possessing strength and reliability, he is perfectly suited to serve as a steward, capable of safeguarding Bulma and the others during Wukong's absence. While it is true that few on Earth can rival Bulma after consuming the fruits of the spirit tree, it would be unreasonable to expect Bulma to engage in combat herself. She has only fought with Wukong, preferring to relax and let him take the initiative. Bulma comprehended Wukong's intentions, and modifying the program designed by Dr. Gero would be a trivial task for her. Without exaggeration, with Bulma's intelligence and experience, even Dr. Gero would have to humbly seek her guidance if he stood before her. Thus, the issue regarding the 16th is hardly a concern. What truly perplexes her is the matter of the 18th, Lazili. When will the wedding take place? Who shall be invited? How shall the banquet be arranged? These are the matters that weigh most heavily on Bulma's mind. For Wukong, it is most suitable to leave these matters in Bulma's capable hands. He need only focus on the most crucial task on the day of the wedding. Upon hearing that a wedding banquet is to be held, Lan Shi emerged and, upon learning that Wukong intends to marry Lazili, she expressed her curiosity. Can artificial humans also marry? Lan Shi is not opposed to Wukong's marriage. Rather, she is merely inquisitive. Rest assured, Lan Shi, though Lazili is an artificial human, her bodily structure is akin to that of an ordinary person. Therefore, there should be no issues, as everything is quite similar to reality. Bulma furrowed her brow, feeling that Wukong's words were somewhat amiss. Beside her, Lazili retorted angrily, You rascal. I haven't even said I would marry you. But Lazili, did you not say that if I could defeat Sheru and rescue your brother, you would? I merely stated that we could consider dating. Marriage is still a distant prospect. Far from it. Sun Wukong immediately drooped his head, dispirited. If he cannot marry the 18th, what meaning does life hold? Observing the dejection in Sun Wukong's eyes, Bulma felt an unexpected joy. Witnessing the proud Wukong humbled was indeed quite amusing. In high spirits, Bulma arranged accommodations for Lazili and her brother. However, it was evident that the 17th did not favor this way of life. He yearned for the freedom of driving around without a care. Bulma, in a particularly generous mood, purchased a top-tier luxury car for Sun Wukong. Armed with Sun Wukong's black gold card, they set off on an impromptu journey. After this excursion, the 16th's impression of Sun Wukong underwent a complete transformation. He found this brother-in-law to be quite agreeable. After the 16th departed, Sun Wukong increased his frequency of dates with Lazili. Yet, as before, without Lazili's consent, Sun Wukong could accomplish nothing. Thus, upon returning from each date, he could not resist teasing Bulma and the others. This left Lazili perplexed. Do Scions possess such fiery tempers? This time, it happened to be Bulma's turn to host, and coincidentally, Lazili resided next door. Although the soundproofing was decent, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan mode, combined with Bulma's exuberant vitality after consuming the spirit tree fruit, proved to be utterly unbearable. They caused a ruckus throughout the night. Lazili endured a sleepless night tormented by their noise. She pondered what was so entertaining about their antics. Several times, she contemplated knocking on their door, yet ultimately refrained. In truth, Lazili had considered giving Sun Wukong a little sweetness, but as soon as she made any move, he began to overstep, behaving inappropriately. The following morning, Lazili emerged with dark circles under her eyes. A night filled with restless thoughts left her utterly sleepless. Sun Wukong and Bulma's energy was simply boundless, especially Bulma, who bore no resemblance to a mother of 2 children. Observing the fatigued yet indignant Lazili, Sun Wukong blinked and inquired, "What is the matter? Surely you did not lose sleep last night thinking of me?" You know exactly what happened. Lazili replied angrily, her cheeks flushed with irritation, rendering her particularly charming. By the way, are you still going out today? Only then did Sun Wukong recall his promise to accompany Lazili on a shopping trip yesterday. However, seeing her current state, it seemed unfeasible. I am an artificial human, and I am not tired at all. Oh, is that so? I would like to see for myself whether you truly are not fatigued. As he spoke, Sun Wukong scrutinized Lazili. She was not wearing the previous red satin outfit, but had changed into a powder pink dress paired with fishnet white stockings, making her figure particularly alluring. Hearing the sounds of their departure, Bulma in the room sighed in relief, grateful that Lazili did not come in search of her. All she desired was to enjoy a restful sleep. That infuriating Sun Wukong. Is it because Lazili is next door? Yesterday, he even resorted to his Super Saiyan second stage, his entire being radiated with lightning, leaving everyone electrified. At Shidu Amusement Park, Sun Wukong gazed at the joyful Lazili, who laughed like a child while riding the roller coaster. He found it hard to comprehend how such a powerful artificial human could enjoy such childish amusements. Noticing Sun Wukong's puzzled expression, Lazili retorted unhappily, "What's wrong? Can't we play?" In truth, one cannot blame Lazili. She and her brother were cast out at a young age. They faced immense hardships just to survive, let alone visit an amusement park. Afterward, when circumstances improved, they were captured again by Dr. Gero. Sun Wukong felt a pang of sympathy for Lazili's experiences. Despite her capacity for world destruction, the 18th is, at her core, just an ordinary girl. She possesses the innocence, kindness, simplicity, and charm of youth, along with a fullness and allure that is uniquely hers. However, none of this holds significance, as long as Lazili has not transformed into a machine crafted by Galabashi. It is already a blessing. Sun Wukong handed Lazili an ice cream, and observing her earnestness while savoring it, he found her particularly endearing. A glance at her agile little tongue stirred something within him. "Let us ride that one, Lazili," he exclaimed. "Huh, didn't we just ride that? Ahem, we didn't do it properly. Let us go again. I have something fun to teach you." "No, Lazili, why are you looking at me with such skepticism? Do you think I would care if no one was up there with you? What do you take me for, Sun Wukong? Am I a beast?" 30 minutes later, the two descended. Lazili wiped the remnants of ice cream from her lips and coldly remarked, "Speak, are you indeed a beast?" "I am a beast, I am a beast," Sun Wukong replied, wearing a satisfied and candid expression. Is this something to be ashamed of? The wedding of Sun Wukong and Lazili proceeded seamlessly, with not only the new celestial deities attending daily, but also the king of the universe himself gracing Earth with his presence. Upon seeing the king, Duke felt an overwhelming sense of pressure stemming from status, unrelated to strength, as his partner had once been a celestial deity. Nonetheless, the king had a pleasant demeanor. Aside from his penchant for telling corny jokes, he got along well with everyone. Yet, only Sun Wukong discerned that the king undoubtedly sought his assistance. "Wukong, you wish to train under the great king, don't you? The great king is even more formidable than I. Following him would certainly enhance your strength," the king said, rubbing his hands together, somewhat bashfully. Sun Wukong immediately grasped the implication. "Great king, you wish for me to participate in the martial arts tournament held in the underworld, correct? Wukong, you remember that? Indeed. If you can emerge victorious in the martial arts tournament hosted by the underworld, you will have the privilege to take the great king as your master. I have inquired, and your greatest competitor is a contestant from the Western Galaxy named Pai Gu Fan. But do not worry, he is certainly no match for you," the North King concluded, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Sun Wukong, fearing he might decline. Sun Wukong nodded, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. In truth, he was not averse to the idea. After all, he had ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan, and to further his progress, he needed either rigorous training or progeny. Over time, he had comprehended the system's strategies thoroughly. The optimal method was to train while also having more children. Thus, defeating Pai Gu Fan and becoming the disciple of the great king was not an unacceptable proposition. Moreover, Sun Wukong understood clearly that the king's approach was merely to show off before the North King. Faced with such a cunning old fox, he felt rather embarrassed to refuse a modest request. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure at the barbecue stall. Tall and slender, with bluish-green skin, a distinctive shock of white hair, a large light blue halo around his neck, and wielding a long staff topped with a black magical orb. This person was, of course, Wei Si. "Wow, my friend, Your barbecue is simply exquisite, Wei Si exclaimed, a look of contentment on his face as he held a small plate filled with freshly grilled meat, oil dripping from his mouth, and a beaming smile illuminating his features. Thank you for the compliment. There's plenty more here. Feel free to indulge. The barbecue chef, delighted by the praise, felt particularly pleased. Being invited by Bulma to be the head chef was already a great honor, and receiving accolades from others was an added joy. Thanks. Wei Si politely expressed his gratitude, and then sampled other delicacies from the chef, each bite bringing him immense joy. After finishing the barbecue, Wei Si moved to other stalls, ordering one of each delicacy. Today marked the joyous occasion of Suan Wukong and Lazili, with all food served free and unlimited. I initially only intended to observe this fellow named Suan Wukong. I had no idea Earth would have such a plethora of delicious foods. It truly fills one with joy. Just as Wei Si finished his reflection and prepared to pack some to take back for Bylus, Suan Wukong approached him, greeting him with a smile. Hello, Wei Si. Wei Si, slightly puzzled about how Suan Wukong knew his name, quickly dismissed the thought. After all, for beings of the angelic race, this was trivial. The universe was vast, and it was not surprising that some unique races or individuals with special abilities were aware of their existence. Moreover, for Wei Si, this was inconsequential. You must be Suan Wukong, right? The food on your planet is simply marvelous. Upon hearing this, Suan Wukong felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Wei Si's love for food had not changed. I'm not worried about how much you eat. I fear you might not eat enough. Then Wei Si, since the food on Earth is so delectable, wouldn't you like to try the finest delicacy from this planet? The finest delicacy from Earth? Wei Si's anticipation was palpable. Ahem. The poise of an angel allowed him to calm himself momentarily. Brother Wukong, you wouldn't have any conditions, would you? Understanding Wei Si's straightforward nature, Suan Wukong candidly replied, Indeed, there's a slight condition. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb and forefinger, implying it was merely a small matter. Wei Si remained composed, smiling as he asked, What might Brother Wukong's condition be? Quite simple, Wei Si. I wish to take you as my master. Facing Suan Wukong's request, Wei Si rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. His purpose for visiting Earth was to uncover the source of Suan Wukong's God of Destruction's power. If he accepted him as a disciple, it would facilitate his investigation. Coupled with the allure of Earth's finest delicacy, Wei Si felt conflicted. Noticing Wei Si's hesitation, Suan Wukong quickly sweetened the deal. Wei Si, think about it. If you take me as your disciple, we have a tradition of apprenticeship on Earth. At that time, not only the finest delicacy from Earth, but even the finest delicacy in the universe, I will find a way to procure it for you. Even if you can't finish it, I will have Bulma pack up whatever you desire to take back. After hearing Suan Wukong's words, Wei Si fell silent. This was indeed an irresistible temptation. I am an angel, and I do have a penchant for delightful cuisine. It wouldn't be unreasonable to take on a disciple for such a hobby. Moreover, Suan Wukong, you are indeed a promising candidate, quite suitable as a substitute for the God of Destruction. However, after some deliberation, Wei Si finally spoke. Regrettably, Brother Suan Wukong, while I find this proposal appealing, I cannot take you as my disciple at this moment. Why not? Because Lord Bylus is still asleep, and without his permission, I cannot bring you to the planet of the gods of destruction. Suan Wukong understood that he first needed to secure Bylus's approval. Seeing a flicker of disappointment on Suan Wukong's face, Wei Si chuckled and continued. However, Brother Wukong, do not be too disheartened. Although I am unable to teach you now, I can guide you on a path. Oh, Suan Wukong's interest piqued. Are you aware that there are a total of 12 universes? Suan Wukong nodded. Anyone who had watched Dragon Ball Super should be aware. Wait a moment. Wei Si abruptly mentioned the 12 universes, and the subsequent words were cut off, but the story continues. Let us proceed. Chapter 87. The seal is broken. Indeed, as Wei Si observed Suan Wukong acknowledging the knowledge of the 12 universes, he wasted no time in stating directly, the sixth universe corresponds to our Earth universe as a twin universe. At this moment, the God of Destruction there, Sha Pa, is awake and, like Lord Bylus, is a lover of fine cuisine. On the Earth of the sixth universe, it seems that for some reason, if you can move Lord Xiangpa, there might be a chance to receive his guidance. In fact, Whis had not finished his sentence. The angel responsible for instructing the God of Destruction, Xiangpa, is none other than his own sister, Beerus. This is also one of Sun Wukong's goals. If he could intersect with Beerus, the rewards and battle power from the system would be extraordinary. Sun Wukong quickly pretended to cough, interrupting his own wild thoughts. Bulma, could you please bring me my limited edition instant noodles? Seeing Sun Wukong's delighted expression, Whis calmly continued, Mr. Wukong, do not be overly excited. This is merely a proposal. I must first confirm whether it can proceed in the 6th universe. By the way, I intend to take all the instant noodles with me. Whis left Earth with bags full of food, stating that even if he were to go to the 6th universe, he must first obtain the consent of the god of destruction, Champa. Naturally, Wukong had no objections, for Whis was assisting him. And although he possessed the ability to instantaneously teleport, he could not reach the 6th universe. However, with Whis's assurance, this matter should not pose a challenge. Especially since Beerus is Whis's sister and they share a very close bond. If he could become Beerus's disciple, was there any need to seek out the Grand Kai? Upon returning to the Grand Kai, Wukong expressed his lack of interest in the martial arts tournament in the underworld, which left the Grand Kai somewhat disheartened. Fortunately, Wukong continued, if possible, I could send Gohan. It shouldn't be a problem. Your son, Gohan? The Grand Kai pondered, furrowing his brow. Gohan had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. And although his performance during the Cell Games was mediocre, that was merely relative. With further training under his guidance, dealing with Ribrian should pose no difficulty. Of course, the Grand Kai preferred Gohan to take action, but Wukong clearly stated that Gohan wished to pursue academia rather than training, so the Grand Kai had to relent. Subsequently, the wedding between Wukong and Lazuli took place as scheduled. In their new home, Lazuli finally witnessed what it meant to be a warrior with a battle power exceeding 100 billion. For the first time, Wukong experienced what it felt like to be an infinite energy machine. In any case, the two enjoyed each other's company for 2 days and nights, reveling in their joy. Lazuli completely fell in love with this sensation. She finally understood why Bulma and the others were so enamored with this sport. Time flew, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Although Whis had not yet delivered any news, Wukong was not idle, diligently honing his skills. A sudden loud noise erupted on King Kai's planet, as Wukong and Wu Yuan engaged in sparring. The North Kai's planet had grown exponentially larger than before, thanks to the rewards Wu Yuan received after defeating Ribrian 2.5 years ago. Thus, the expanded King Kai's planet allowed ample space for Wukong and Wu Yuan to train without issue. Over these 3 years, the android number 18, Lazuli, also bore a child for Wukong, and concurrently, Marin, Celebi, and Violet each welcomed children. Moreover, Chi-Chi, who had been pregnant since the Cell Games, had given birth long ago, and Wukong specifically named his son Goten. Thus, Wukong's offspring astonishingly numbered 18. Since these children were born during Wukong's ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2, they bestowed upon him exceptional strength. Presently, his regular battle power had reached 1 billion, indicating that in Super Saiyan form, it soared to 500 billion. In the state of Super Saiyan 2, his battle power would double again, directly skyrocketing to 1 trillion. Wu Yuan splendid. Your current strength has already surpassed that of Gohan 3 years ago. Observing his son, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and giving his all, Wukong felt immense pride. This child, though not particularly gifted, possessed a commendable work ethic. After 1.5 years on King Kai's planet, he had finally mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and it took him another 1.5 years to fully control the power of his body in that state. Hearing his father's praise, Wu Yuan exhaled in relief. Gazing at his father, who remained effortlessly in Super Saiyan 1, and could only smile helplessly, silently pondering. Father is simply a monster. Despite my training on the Grand Kai's planet, why does the gap seem to widen? Currently, son Wukong, even when teaming up with Uncle Piccolo, could not match his Super Saiyan 1 form. Wu Yuan, unleash your strongest technique. Upon hearing son Wukong's command, Wu Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately summoned all the energy within him, extending 2 fingers to his forehead, and declared loudly, Demon God Sphere. This was the ultimate technique taught to Wu Yuan by Piccolo, and even son Wukong was taken aback by Piccolo's generosity in imparting his most treasured secret. Compared to the Kamehameha, the Demon God Sphere's power was more concentrated and formidable, but it was also clear that its drawback was the lengthy charge time. However, Wukong intentionally allowed Wu Yuan to execute this move, so those shortcomings were not a concern. Golden light gathered at the tips of Wu Yuan's fingers, accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. The entire King Kai's planet began to tremble. Wukong, Wu Yuan, the Grand Kai, who was watching a television show in his room, was startled by the commotion. Suddenly, the television screen shook violently and turned to static. This television was originally gifted by Wukong. Otherwise, this guy could truly suffocate someone. What are you two up to again? My King Kai planet has just begun to recover. The Grand Kai shouted, but the two paid him no mind. Huh? Wu Yuan pointed straight at Wukong, and the golden light beam shot toward him. Faced with this powerful aura, Wukong suppressed his playful demeanor and became serious. He crossed his arms, preparing to take the attack head-on. Boom! A loud crash echoed, and dust erupted. When the dust settled, Son Wukong stood unharmed, his clothes intact. However, King Kai's planet was not so fortunate. A large crack had formed in the ground. The Grand Kai nearly fainted at the sight, lamenting how long it would take to fill that gap. He regretted heeding Son Wukong's suggestion to allow Wu Yuan to participate in the martial arts tournament. Although they won and made an appearance before the West Kai, since then, his King Kai planet had never known peace. Wukong, Yuan, and Piccolo took turns causing chaos, treating his King Kai planet as if it were a playground. Ahem, Wukong, I just remembered something. Someone has broken the seal of our 4 Kais and released those 4 notorious villains who once terrorized the galaxy. Oh, Son Wukong replied nonchalantly, his eyes clearly indicating his disinterest. Ahem, one of those villains is named Zanya from the Hera race. Not only is her hair beautiful, but her figure is also superb. Her appearance and physique are not inferior to your newly-wed Android 18. The North Kai paused, observing Son Wukong. Son Wukong blinked eagerly, exclaiming, and then, hurry up and tell me. I can hardly wait to contribute to the universe. Oh, of course, this is also for the universe, and for the beauty named Zanya. By the way, my Lord Kai, you mentioned Zanya. She isn't married yet, right? The North Kai was referring to Bojack and his group. There are 5 of them in total, with Bojack as the leader who once wreaked havoc in the 4 galaxies. Eventually, the 4 Kais joined forces and painstakingly sealed them away, but recently, for some unknown reason, the seal was broken, and these 5 individuals have returned to cause trouble. However, if Son Wukong remembered correctly, in the original story, it was because the North Kai died that these 5 escaped due to the loosening of the seal. Yet, in this world, the North Kai was still alive, who then released Bojack and his group. Though the storyline diverges from what one might expect, it seems there are no significant issues at hand. With his current prowess, he can easily handle them. Moreover, Bojack and his companions are indeed deserving of their fate. Their demise is inconsequential. As for Zanja, Son Wukong believes she may not have completely succumbed to darkness. Perhaps through prolonged interaction, he can impart positive energy to her and guide her back to the light. Son Wukong appears invigorated, which relieves North Kai. In truth, his conversation with Son Wukong had a dual purpose, besides wishing for the latter to deal with Bojack and his crew. The primary concern was to ensure these ruffians would refrain from causing chaos on Kai's planet for the next 27 days. Without Son Wukong's instant transmission, Wu Yuan and Dandy would be incapable of reaching North Kai's planet alone. By the way, Kai, where are Bojack and the others at this moment? North Kai probed with his antennae and, with a puzzled expression, exclaimed, what is going on? They are heading to Earth on their own. Even Son Wukong did not foresee such an opportunity presenting itself. How fortuitous. In the vast cosmos, on a remote planet within the southern galaxy, Layla gazed at the crystal ball in her hands, which displayed Bojack and his companions aboard their spaceship en route to Earth. A cryptic smile crept across her lips as she mused. These 4 fools. I merely hinted that they should avoid the northern galaxy, particularly a planet called Earth, lest they meet their demise. They simply could not contain their impatience and have chosen to march toward their doom. How simplistic their minds are, making them easy to manipulate. After that, Layla lifted her gaze and noticed a figure nearby, a peculiar man with raven black hair and a collar around his neck. His formidable physique was intimidating, yet his eyes were vacant, devoid of soul. He was training under the immense gravity of this planet, bearing a weight of 30 tons. In the distance stood a one-eyed elder, anxiously watching, urging, Broly, keep it up. Don't let Lady Layla down. Layla smiled. She was quite pleased with the current state of Broly. As a scion with immense potential, he was her most prized possession lately. She eagerly anticipated the day when she and Son Wukong would finally clash to determine who was superior. On Earth, Son Wukong returned with Wu Yuan. and Dandy was momentarily taken aback by their sudden appearance. According to the timeline, it was not his turn to create mischief on Kai's planet today. He should have been training instead. Chapter 88. The unfortunate alien guest Sun Wukong informed Dandy of the situation regarding Bojik and his entourage, allowing Dandy to grasp that Sun Wukong intended for him and Wu Yuan to confront Bojik while he himself would focus on Zanjia. Dandy's expression darkened as he discerned Sun Wukong's true intentions. He coldly remarked, "Doesn't this put you in a difficult position?" Sun Wukong shrugged, wearing a helpless expression, and replied, "There's no choice. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Zanjia is too formidable. I fear you may struggle against her." After conversing with Dandy, he departed, needing to inform Vegeta as well. Ever since the Cell Games, Vegeta had remained on Earth, even developing a romantic relationship with a female host from years past. Of course, he still maintained his old habits, relying on others for sustenance. Yet, truth be told, as long as Vegeta did not stir trouble, everyone felt at ease. Thus, when Vegeta wed, Sun Wukong gifted him a company, alleviating them of worries and allowing them to simply count their earnings. In other words, Vegeta was now somewhat dependent on Sun Wukong for sustenance. With Vegeta as a powerful ally, Earth's guardians could now be put to good use. Although Sun Wukong could easily handle matters alone, such an approach would lack excitement. The journey to strength inherently involves competition, a race to surpass one another. Relying solely on oneself is both lonely and tedious. While Sun Wukong's strength far exceeded theirs, it was essential to devise ways to help them grow stronger to maintain his edge and prevent complacency. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's account of Bojik, Vegeta did not object. He had no concerns about who would face Zanjia. He simply yearned to battle the strongest opponent. Among the five, Bojik was likely the most formidable. Thus Vegeta's sole request was, Bojik must be his opponent. Sun Wukong was elated. Splendid. Vegeta's wife, Bisha, insisted on hosting Sun Wukong for dinner, thrilled to see him after such a long time. Indeed, Vegeta was fortunate. Bisha was beautiful, with an appealing physique. Had she not been enamored with Vegeta, Sun Wukong might have been tempted. However, considering he was already with Android 18, he dismissed the notion. The thought of spending the night with Lazuli made him lose his appetite. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Sun Wukong, Wufan, and others distinctly sensed powerful energies approaching from beyond Earth. Judging by their speed, they would soon arrive. The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. For being the deity of this planet was no easy feat. Though Sun Wukong and his strong companions were present, the frequent arrival of such formidable foes was absurd. On other planets, one might not encounter such powerful invaders for a century. Yet, this unassuming planet, Earth, continuously faced calamities. However, at this moment, the Supreme Kai remained unaware that, in addition to the incoming invaders, an ancient and terrifying creature would soon awaken on Earth. What potent energies! They seemed even more formidable than the former king of demons. On Turtle Island, Krillin was alone, accompanied only by Master Roshi and a large sea turtle. Even Yachirobe could not endure the solitude and had departed. Master Roshi reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in a book, its cover white and large. Unmistakably romance of the Three Kingdoms. Hearing Master Roshi's occasional chuckles that any man would understand, Krillin sighed helplessly, gazing into the distance, contemplating. This energy surely heralds trouble. Yet my strength is too weak to be of any assistance. In the icy plains of the north, Bojik and his 4 companions finally landed their spaceship. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong, Dandy, Wufan, and Vegeta also arrived. Observing the spaceship before them, they awaited the descent of these unfortunate extraterrestrial guests. It had been previously agreed that Zanjia would be Sun Wukong's responsibility, while the others could choose freely. In response to Sun Wukong's declaration, Vegeta and Dandy merely scoffed. They were solely interested in the strongest adversaries, showing little regard for those with flamboyant appearances. Wufan shared the same sentiment, a pure martial arts enthusiast. He had no objections to Sun Wukong's arrangements. As they conversed, the hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and Bojik and his companions emerged. The proud Bojik, unaware that the people of Earth could conceal their energy, sensed the weakness of the individuals before him. He arrogantly locked his gaze on Sun Wukong and his companions, coldly stating, "Are you the Saiyans who defeated Frieza and Vegeta? It seems Layla has informed Bojik of Sun Wukong's triumph over Frieza and his kin to provoke him." Naturally, Sun Wukong did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. Humph. With such meager abilities, I never expected you could defeat Frisia. However, it's fortunate that Frisia was sealed. Otherwise, he would have perished at my hands long ago. Bojik exuded confidence, recalling how, during their reign across the universe, they regarded foes like the Ice Demon as mere ants. Had they not fallen for the trickery of the four great Kais and faced the covert intervention of the Kaioshin, they would not have remained imprisoned for so long. After much anticipation, it was finally time to revel. As Bojack and his companions prepared to take action, Dandy and Vegeta erupted into a heated argument, not over trivial matters, but concerning who should confront Bojack. The two men, fiercely competing over another, found themselves nearly ready to come to blows. Dandy, you imbecile. Kakarot clearly promised to leave Bojack to me. Dandy retorted, Humph, that was Goku's promise to you, not mine. If you're unhappy, then leave. What? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Vegeta challenged. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Their quarrel escalated, and it seemed inevitable that a physical confrontation would ensue. After all, aside from Goku, Dandy and Vegeta were evenly matched in combat prowess, each continuously growing stronger over time, neither willing to concede to the other. In a moment of exasperation, Goku suggested, why don't we settle this with rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors? I want in. Suddenly interjected Gohan. Humph. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Even then, I'll best you, you green-skinned monster. Vegeta scoffed. With your small stature, I could defeat 10 of you. Naturally, Dandy was not about to yield to Vegeta's provocation. To the astonishment of Bojack and his companions, Dandy, Vegeta, and Gohan genuinely commenced a game of rock, paper, scissors. After what felt like an eternity, Gohan emerged victorious, exclaiming, wonderful. This means Bojack is my opponent. How utterly disappointing, Vegeta grumbled, but a loss was a loss. And he had no choice. As long as I didn't lose to that little shrimp, I'm fine. You green-skinned monster, dare to insult me again? Observing the ongoing bickering between Vegeta and Dandy, Bojack could no longer contain himself and bellowed, do you all disregard my presence? What do you think we, the cosmic fiends, are? Go Gaia, show them what you're made of. At Bojack's command, a tall alien clad in blue emerged. You there, the one with the pale complexion, it's you. Your uselessness will not save you. Let Go Gaia teach you a lesson. Dandy's expression shifted, for it was not the first time someone had mocked his appearance. Humph. Dandy snorted, casting off his white cloak. Enraged, he unleashed a formidable white aura, causing the entire icy mountain to tremble. Even the hovering spaceship swayed under the pressure of Dandy's energy. This fellow seems to possess some skill, Go Gaia thought, realizing that his pale complexion was not due to fear, but perhaps a natural trait. Just then, Dandy launched his attack with lightning speed, creating numerous illusions in the air. Uncle Dandy has grown stronger again, Gohan praised. Humph. It's nothing special, Vegeta replied, arms crossed with a look of disdain. Over the past 3 years, he had trained diligently, but since marrying Bisha, his nights were often occupied with other endeavors. Once Go Gaia pinpointed Dandy's position, he kicked out without hesitation, but it was merely a feint. The real Dandy had already circled behind him, delivering a powerful blow to Go Gaia's waist, causing him to howl in pain. Bojack was taken aback. Who would have thought that the seemingly weakest Dandy could be so formidable? Were Earthlings naturally inclined to conceal their true strength? The battle had turned decidedly in Dandy's favor, his onslaught relentless, leaving Go Gaia battered and unable to retaliate. Just as Dandy prepared to unleash a decisive blow, he suddenly froze. Dandy sensed something amiss, but it was too late. Taking advantage of his paralysis, Go Gaia launched a frenzied assault, landing numerous strikes that left Dandy injured. He kicked Go Gaia away, wiping the blood from his mouth and spitting out a mouthful of green blood. At that moment, Dandy's expression turned frigid, and a murderous intent arose within him. You still cannot surpass me, Go Gaia declared, now exhibiting a cocky demeanor. Dandy remained silent as he charged at Go Gaia, but once again, he found himself suspended midair. Dandy roared. Having anticipated this moment, the energy within him erupted, shattering the invisible restraints that had held him. Goku and the others realized that it was the unseen energy lines in the air that had trapped him. Go Gaia was caught off guard, astonished that Dandy could break free using mere energy. Humph, such petty tricks. I, Dandy the Great, shall not fall for them again. Dandy sneered as he closed in on Go Gaia, delivering a crushing punch to his face. Go Gaia's visage contorted from the blow, and he was sent flying. Dandy raised 2 fingers to his forehead, denying him any chance of recovery. Demon Convergence Light Cannon. A blinding beam of light struck Gogaya, leaving Bojack and his associates momentarily stunned by the sudden defeat of their companion. Just as Bojack was about to erupt with rage, with a whoosh, Goku vanished and reappeared, holding a being swathed in purple fabric. Bujin. Bojack was astonished at how Goku had managed this, recognizing the glowing figure in Goku's grasp as his hidden subordinate. He realized that the invisible energy lines had been Bujin's ability all along. Chapter 89. The deity appears. Bojack had stuffed Bujin into the belly of the spaceship early that morning. Who could have anticipated that Goku would see through the ruse so swiftly? As Bujin dangled like a kitten by the scruff of his neck, his face contorted in humiliation, eyes rolling back in disbelief. Not only was Bojack stunned, the others present were equally taken aback. Though Bujin had been concealed, he was no weakling. Comparable in strength to Gogaya, who had just been bested by Dandy, yet now resembled a lifeless fish, utterly motionless. Just how powerful was Goku? Zanjia felt an involuntary chill run down her spine. Seizing the opportunity, Bojack ominously remarked, "Zanjia, do you wish to be the next to face him? Very well. I grant you permission." Upon meeting Bojack's unwavering gaze, Zanjia steeled herself and stepped forward. She was slightly stronger than Gogaya and Bujin, and as long as she didn't encounter a freakish powerhouse like Goku, she might stand a chance. She glanced around, deeming Goku to be the least formidable and the easiest to handle. Little did she know, she was already ensnared in a carefully laid trap. With a thunderous crash, Goku casually waved his hand, unleashing a red energy wave that dispatched Bujin with ease. Subsequently, Goku approached Zanjia as if nothing had happened, scrutinizing her with a satisfied grin. Zanjia felt a chill run down her spine, sensing something was amiss. Sure enough, her greatest fears materialized as Goku innocently smiled at her. "I didn't expect to engage with you so soon. Zanjia, please show mercy." Zanjia's heart sank, fully aware that she was no match for him. She glanced back at Bojack, who stood with his arms crossed and a mocking smile, clearly indifferent to her fate. He had sent her forth merely to test Goku's strength. Zanjia realized her grim destiny. She looked at Goku and summoned all her power. Her formidable aura did indeed surpass Gogaya's, but alas, if her opponent were Dandy, she might have had a chance. However, her adversary was Goku. "Hey!" Zanjia charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Goku's chest. Just as her fist was about to make contact, a red glow flashed across Goku's chest, and the power of the Kaioken multiplied tenfold, effectively blocking her attack. This was Goku's absolute mastery over power. Zhangjiao struck the chest of Suin Wukong, enveloped in a radiant glow, only to find her hand aching as if she had hit a solid iron plate. Her opponent remained utterly unscathed, bearing an expression of amusement, seemingly devoid of any intention to engage in combat. What terrifying strength must he possess? Zanjia felt a rising tide of anxiety in her heart, gritting her teeth as she relentlessly attacked Suin Wukong, yet he stood firm, merely using his aura to shield himself at the moment of impact. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed like the sound of metal being forged, and soon, Zanjia found herself gasping for breath, having exerted all her strength, while Suin Wukong appeared unfazed. Zanjia's abilities were commendable, but the overwhelming power of Suin Wukong rendered her efforts futile. Noticing her fatigue, Suin Wukong smiled slightly, asking, "What? Are you already tired? I haven't even begun to deal with you." Fear flickered in Zanjia's eyes. The notorious group, led by Bojack, was known throughout the cosmos for their ruthlessness, instilling panic and despair wherever they went. Yet now, on this insignificant planet of Bei-Inha, she found herself in such a predicament. Uncertainty, fear, and despair washed over her, feelings she had never truly encountered even when sealed by the KO. Seeing her cease resistance, Suin Wukong sensed the moment was ripe. Zanjia caught a glimpse of the malicious smile on his lips, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart, but before she could react, in the blink of an eye, Suin Wukong appeared behind her, gripping her neck just as he had done with Bujin. Zanjia dared not move, acutely aware that any slight motion would lead to her demise at his hands. Bojack, witnessing Suin Wukong's display of strength, finally showed signs of panic, realizing that this formidable opponent was beyond his capabilities. What to do? Just as Bojack pondered his options, a swift whoosh accompanied the simultaneous disappearance of Suin Wukong and Zanjia. What? Everyone present was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden absence of both Suin Wukong and Zanjia, unaware of where Suin Wukong had taken her. Duandi and his companions were completely oblivious to Suin Wukong's intentions, which were entirely outside their plans. However, Bojik nearly burst into laughter at this turn of events. Their strongest warrior had vanished, presenting a splendid opportunity for escape. As for Zanjia, with Bojik's reputation, gathering allies in the universe would be a trivial matter. Before Duandi and the others could react, Bojik took the initiative, charging towards the remaining Duandi, Baijita, and Suin Wuyuan. Suin Wuyuan was still trying to comprehend the situation when Baijita had already transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged ahead. Wuyuan, you fool, your reactions are far too sluggish. Baijita exclaimed, though his tone was laced with excitement. If that's the case, let me handle Bojik, he declared. Despite his scolding, his enthusiasm was unmistakable. Unexpectedly, despite all the twists and turns, Bojik ultimately found himself at Baijita's mercy. Duandi, fuming, had already dealt with one opponent, leaving only a blue-skinned alien named Pied remaining, whose energy seemed weak. He could hardly compete with his disciple Suin Wuyuan for an opponent, could he? With a disdainful huff, Duandi crossed his arms over his chest, saying, Wuyuan, that opponent is yours to tackle. Understood, Uncle Duandi. Without hesitation, upon hearing Duandi's directive, Suin Wuyuan transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forth. The battlefield was divided, with Baijita and Bojik locked in an intense struggle above, while on the icy surface, Suin Wuyuan dominated Pied. Observing Suin Wuyuan's commendable performance, Duandi's previously dark expression lightened somewhat. Thus far, he was quite satisfied with his disciple. In the Heavens Temple, Tiantian and Bobo were perplexed by the sudden appearance of Suin Wukong and Zanjia. Initially, Tiantian had been observing the battle between Suin Wukong and Bojik, only for Suin Wukong to vanish and reappear before them. What could he possibly want by bringing Zanjia to the Heavens Temple? Clearing his throat, Suin Wukong noticed the confusion in Tiantian's eyes, reflecting inwardly that some matters were beyond the comprehension of these asexually reproducing Namekians. What else could be done with such a stunning beauty? Tiantian, may I use one of the rooms in the Heavens Temple? Suin Wukong inquired, referring to a simple, ordinary room within. Tiantian nodded in agreement, allowing, of course. But what do you intend to do? What else could it be? Suin Wukong scoffed, glancing at Zanjia in his arms. I aim to extract the reasons for Bojik and his crew's sudden arrival on Earth, and who exactly assisted in breaking the seal imposed by the KO. Oh, I see. Wukong, we Namekians have a method. By touching the head of another, we can read their memories. Allow me. Tiantian, you must exercise caution. She is part of the universe's scoundrel Bojik's crew, exceedingly dangerous. Although you are a deity, your youth may hinder your ability to control such a situation. Suin Wukong exclaimed passionately, his expression filled with ire, as if this matter were particularly perilous. Were it not for witnessing Zanjia, in this very moment, paralyzed in fear within his grasp, one might have been convinced by his fervor. Yet, Tiantian remained a naive child, believing Suin Wukong was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Once inside the room of the Heavens Temple, Suin Wukong instructed Tiantian and Bobo to remain outside, insisting they must not peek, regardless of any sounds they might hear. He intended to employ various cruel methods to interrogate Zanjia. Utilizing 18 forms of harsh interrogation techniques, he sought to compel this detestable alien Zanjia to divulge information. After Suin Wukong and Zanjia entered, Tiantian and Bobo exchanged astonished glances, surprised by Suin Wukong's extensive knowledge. Their admiration for him grew even deeper. Baijita roared, appearing evenly matched against Bojik, yet after several exchanges, it was evident that Bojik bore the greater injuries. Seizing an opening, Baijita unleashed a wave of energy, followed by a full-force assault of the prince's fighting style. Bojik, accustomed to overpowering others throughout the universe, had never encountered such a strategy. His body was battered, covered in wounds from Baijita's relentless barrage, looking utterly disheveled. It seems you are not as formidable as you claim, Baijita remarked coldly, succumbing to a familiar impulse, raising his right thumb to point at himself, declaring, after all, I am the legendary Super Saiyan Baijita. As Baijita's triumphant words resonated, accompanied by his iconic gesture, Bojik felt that any further restraint would be discourteous. In a fit of fury, he transformed. It turned out that Bojik possessed such formidable power hidden within. His clothes burst apart, revealing bulging muscles, and he towered significantly over Vegeta, who appeared diminutive in comparison. Dwandi instantly sensed the shift, realizing Vegeta concealed such immense strength. It promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Vegeta paid no heed, immediately launching an energy blast. Upon seeing the golden wave of energy hurtling towards him, Vegeta merely swatted it aside with one hand. In that fleeting moment when Vegeta deflected the energy wave, Vegeta suddenly materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch squarely to his face. Vegeta had never anticipated that the speed and power of Bojack after his transformation would be so terrifying, and he was instantly sent flying far away. Just as he was about to plunge into the frigid sea, Bojack appeared again, delivering a powerful kick that sent him back. In the blink of an eye, Bojack reappeared above Vegeta, his hands clenched tightly, and he struck downward with tremendous force. Chapter 90. Forced to Reckon Bang. A large ice floe on the sea surface was shattered to pieces. Oh my goodness! Even Vegeta could not help but cry out in pain. The shrieks echoed through the heavens. This is your fate. Bojack aimed at the sinking Vegeta and continuously unleashed energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy surged toward the surface, striking Vegeta, who was submerged beneath. The incessant explosions caused the surrounding glaciers to tremble. What a worthless being. Bojack shifted his gaze toward Piccolo. With Vegeta now subdued and Goku entangled with Peter, if he could eliminate Piccolo, he would have a chance to escape. Bojack's objective was crystal clear. The destruction of Earth was no longer feasible. His utmost priority was to preserve his own life. Noticing the malicious glint in Bojack's eyes, Piccolo wore a disdainful expression. Hey, buddy, don't say I didn't warn you. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Bojack's expression changed, and he quickly realized something was amiss. He looked down at the sea, where a brilliant golden light began to emerge. Could it be? Vegeta's voice echoed from below. The entire body of water surged high due to Vegeta's overwhelming power. A circular vacuum area formed at the seabed where Vegeta resided. As Vegeta's roar reverberated, his aura intensified dramatically. The water was swept up by the force of his energy, swirling like a tornado. Finally, the last thread of golden light within Vegeta erupted like the sun. His physique began to transform. The tight Saiyan battlesuit appeared strained due to his bulging muscles. His golden hair morphed into a cascading wave of energy, crackling with the sound of thunder. This was the form that Son Wukong and Wukong Yuan had once achieved, Super Saiyan 2. After 3 years of rigorous training, Vegeta had finally entered this realm. Even Piccolo's eyes widened in astonishment. Pondering, this guy Vegeta must have suffered greatly to catch up to Son Wukong. Swish, swish, swish. The powerful energy emanating from Vegeta produced a resonant sound as his body slowly ascended into the air. Gazing at the abnormally strong Vegeta before him, Bojack was momentarily stunned. This was simply outrageous. What kind of place is Earth? Why is everyone so formidable? If given another chance, he would not even consider coming to Earth, let alone the northern galaxy. Alas, there was no opportunity for a second chance. A smirk crept onto Vegeta's lips. Before Bojack could regain his composure, Vegeta landed a punch squarely in his abdomen. Ugh. Bojack clutched his stomach, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is it possible for such overwhelming power to exist? Who did you just call worthless? Vegeta seized Bojack's green hair, lifting him off the ground and spinning him around. In the moment Bojack was flung away, Vegeta delivered a kick directly to his mouth, shattering his front teeth with sheer force. Ugh! Bojack spat out a mix of blood and teeth, desperately clawing at the air, attempting to unleash a counterattack with an energy wave, but this time Vegeta would not grant him the opportunity. Bang! Another sidekick landed squarely in Bojack's abdomen. At that moment, Bojack was akin to a deflated ball, propelled through several icebergs. Vegeta hovered high in the air, coldly observing the direction in which Bojack was plummeting. Hey, you aren't just going to give up, are you? I haven't had enough fun yet. Though Vegeta maintained his usual defiant demeanor, it was evident that Bojack's energy was waning. This time, no miracles would occur. Likewise, on Goku's side, Peter was no match for him. Even in his Super Saiyan 1 form, Goku had completely subdued Peter. Once a notorious threat to the 4 great galaxies, Bojack and his crew now found themselves reduced to mere targets for practice, a truly poignant turn of events. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Temple, Son Wukong and Zanjia finally emerged, displaying an unexpectedly close demeanor. Zanjia even linked her arm with Sun Wukong's, her attire now resembling that of Earthlings, appearing even more radiant. It was evident that this outfit had been conjured from the capsules Sun Wukong carried. Tian looked on, utterly astonished, speechless. Wukong, I know what you want to say, but please allow me to explain first. Her flushed cheeks were merely due to the heat in the room. As for her original clothing, it was torn due to excessive sins. No, I mean the fabric itself was frightened and ripped apart. And the chaos in the room? It was because I couldn't control my anger. Regarding those black and white lines on the floor, one must bind something during interrogation, right? You should understand what I mean. Tian. At this moment, Zanjia appeared unperturbed, her beautiful face radiating satisfaction as she nestled closer to Sun Wukong, saying, I told you, we didn't do anything. So, Wukong, I want to ask, what was the outcome of that last incident? Tian looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Sun Wukong felt the need to explain such bewildering matters. Had he changed his clothes? To be honest, Tian hadn't noticed at all. However, she could tell that Zanjia's aura seemed much more relaxed now, and her demeanor, leaning against Sun Wukong, was a stark contrast to her previously cold and timid self. It was as if she had transformed into a different person. Even Tian had to admit she was somewhat curious about how Sun Wukong accomplished this. Did he consume some elixir? Oh, Tian, you wish to know how Zanjia and the others were released, right? Sun Wukong nodded, sensing that his previous explanations had convinced Tian, which put him at ease. Although Sun Wukong didn't mind how Tian perceived the situation, it was indeed not ideal to leave the heavenly temple in disarray. Zanjia, please repeat what you just said to Tian. Zanjia nodded, her face flushed as she said, no squeezing, no sucking. Ahem, I meant regarding your sealing. Only then did Zanjia realize her mistake and hurriedly clarified. Actually, Bojack doesn't know many details about where we were held. The being that appeared before us was a particularly unique alien. I suspect it might have employed a transformation technique. However, that individual spoke with tremendous arrogance, even claiming to be a deity. Thus, I suspect she might indeed be a goddess. A goddess? Tian's expression shifted slightly, nodding in contemplation. If the seal was set in the cosmos, it certainly wouldn't be a god from any planet. Above the heavenly gods is the Kaishin, and above the Kaishin is the Daikaishin. Though they are all gods, none would ever refer to themselves as a deity. Thus, the only possibility remaining. Just as Tian was speaking, a familiar voice suddenly emerged. The heavenly god of earth, you wouldn't suspect it to be. Sun Wukong instantly recognized the voice. It was the long unheard voice of the North Kaishin. It is indeed the North Kaishin. Tian also recognized it, her face immediately reflecting a respectful demeanor. The Northern Realm King paid little heed to these matters and continued, is the object of your suspicion, perhaps, the Supreme Kai? Tian nodded slowly and remarked, above the Great King resides the Kaishin. Only the Kaishin would dare to call themselves a god. Understanding dawned upon Zanjia as she listened to the words of the king and the god. Previously, she had been utterly oblivious to these nuances. If that were indeed the case, could it be that we are sealed by a Kaishin? What a mystery it is. Why would they release us? Zanjia's inquiry echoed in the minds of all present, even silencing the Northern Realm King. Despite his dominion over the Northern Galaxy and his elevated status, he remained dwarfed in the presence of the Kaishin. Matters pertaining to the divine were far beyond the reach of a mere realm king. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, for the situation reminded him of a figure, Zamasu. Driven by disdain for humanity's power surpassing that of gods, he wreaked havoc upon Earth and the entire universe. Fortunately, the Omni King intervened, but alas, the seventh universe was utterly obliterated. Regardless, Wukong, at least we now know who broke the seal. I shall seek an opportunity to report this to the Great King. After a moment of contemplation, the Northern Realm King resolved his thoughts. Sun Wukong nodded. Matters between gods were not his concern. However, should a Kaishin target Earth, he would find himself compelled to assume the role of a godslayer. The fierce glint in Wukong's eyes startled even Zanjia. Had she not recently felt his gentleness and strength, she might have doubted whether he was a cosmic barbarian. After bidding farewell to the god and Bobo, cautioning them to refrain from disclosing this matter for the time being, Sun Wukong and Zanjia returned to the battlefield. By then, the outcome of the battle had become evident. Peter had been reduced to ash by a single blow from Son Gohan, while even the formidable Bojack found himself kneeling helplessly before Vegeta, his face rendered unrecognizable even to Zanjia. A wave of relief washed over Zanjia. How fortunate she was that her opponent was Sun Wukong. Bojack struggled to lift his head, the intense pain causing him to grimace. He saw that Zanjia not only survived but appeared to be thriving. Could it be that these earthlings were truly invincible? In an instant, Bojack grasped the reality and immediately began to plead for mercy. As long as he was spared, he would even be willing to serve Vegeta. Yet, it was evident that Bojack had no inkling of how Zanjia had managed to survive. Vegeta, noticing Bojack's supplication, scoffed derisively before seizing his arm. Bojack's heart leapt with joy, assuming Vegeta intended to help him. Instead, Vegeta hurled him skyward and, with 2 fingers of his right hand, pointed toward him in midair. With a resounding explosion, Bojack met his untimely demise, the once dreaded villain of the universe falling victim to his own folly. Chapter 91, A Virtuous Cycle. What a spectacle it was. Vegeta's expression remained impassive as his body gradually reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to its original form. His agile movements indicated that he had not exerted his full strength. Kakarot. Vegeta returned and, upon seeing Zanjia beside Sun Wukong, a flicker of confusion, surprise, and ire flashed in his eyes. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Zanjia is now one of us. Do not forget to join us for my wedding feast. Although Son Gohan had anticipated this development, he was still somewhat taken aback by the rapidity of acquiring an additional aunt. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to Wukong bringing home numerous wives, knowing that he treated all his other brothers and sisters with equal kindness. Moreover, given the time spent training and battling alongside Wukong, coupled with Piccolo's guidance and his mother Bulma's open-mindedness, Son Gohan quickly accepted Zanjia. In contrast, Piccolo found it most difficult to comprehend, feeling a sense of imbalance as he muttered, "What is so special about her?" He scrutinized Zanjia, deeming her legs too pale and slender, while her thighs had some flesh. They lacked the necessary strength for effective kicks. Her prominent features were too conspicuous, likely exposing her weaknesses in battle. Her lack of training was evident, and her overly pronounced posterior would hinder speed. Piccolo assessed Zanjia's various inadequacies, concluding that she was hardly a qualified warrior. By comparison, even Vegeta appeared more appealing in his eyes at that moment. The Bulma household was preparing for yet another wedding, this time the nuptials of Wukong and Zanjia. Friends from Earth gathered, and Krillin could hardly contain his envy at Wukong's choice of a beautiful bride. However, aside from the wedding, Krillin was beset by other worries. Having missed the previous encounter with Bojack, he wondered if his path as a martial artist had reached its end. Krillin felt genuinely bewildered. Wukong recognized this and, after a discussion, became more resolute in his thoughts. If that is the case, Krillin, why not open a martial arts dojo? The prospect of a dojo sparked a glimmer of hope in Krillin's eyes. Earth might encounter even more formidable cosmic foes in the future. Rather than allowing the inhabitants of Earth to perpetually rely on them, it would be more prudent to teach them the art of harnessing ki. Is that truly feasible, Wukong? Wukong nodded, smiling as he elaborated. The first person to master ki was the Turtle Hermit's master, known as the martial arts master. His dream was for everyone to learn to harness ki. Alas, when the Demon King Piccolo appeared, the martial arts master sacrificed himself to save the world. While the Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit trained a few disciples, their numbers were far too few. By the time it reached your generation, the lineage had been severed. Wukong's words resonated with Krillin, who suddenly realized, indeed, why not teach ki to more people? Seeing Krillin's enthusiasm, Wukong was pleased to offer more suggestions. You could start small, ideally enlisting Tien and Yamcha as well. Do not fret about funding. I will have Bulma handle that. If any promising martial arts talents emerge, I shall personally teach them. Really? Wukong? Krillin was taken aback by Wukong's earnestness regarding the matter. Of course, Krillin. By the way, I can even have that guy assist in promoting your dojo. That guy he referred to was the bespectacled dog-headed man who had sought Wukong multiple times. After Wukong's victory over Cell and his rescue of Earth, the man had longed to meet Wukong again, but had been repeatedly rebuffed, even going so far as to show up at Wukong's doorstep without success. Yet, Wukong mused. After witnessing the might of Piccolo and Cell, that man would surely come to appreciate the importance of martial arts. It was worth noting that Wukong had defeated the Demon King Piccolo during a live broadcast, sparking a martial arts craze at the time. Regrettably, most of the participants were ordinary people, with few able to master ki, causing the fervor to gradually wane. Furthermore, with the Capsule Corporation's eclectic mix of talents, Bulma, Tai, and even the demon realm's Mela assisting. The technological advancements on Earth surged, leading to a growing number of individuals treating martial arts as a means of physical fitness. This phenomenon allowed even the likes of Satan, who was merely slightly stronger than an average person, to win 2 consecutive martial arts tournaments. A feat incomparable to the tournaments Wukong had once participated in. After finalizing plans with Krillin, Wukong called upon Yamcha and Tien, who were both eager to join. Yamcha, despite being a professional baseball player with modest earnings, recognized the value of this endeavor. As for Tianjin Fan, he has now opened a small martial arts dojo, assisted by a junior sister. Upon mentioning it, Sun Wukong recalled a certain matter. Indeed, Tianjin Fan has a junior sister named Yulin, whose attire and demeanor closely resemble the ancient culture of his original world. To honor his homeland and remain true to his roots, Sun Wukong found the notion of marrying Yulin quite reasonable, nodding to himself in silent acknowledgement. However, the pressing matter at hand was to establish the dojo, with the first grand event intended to resonate throughout Shidu. He aimed to cultivate a cadre of martial arts masters akin to Chabo Wang and Namo, and once they harnessed their energy, he would expand their influence nationwide. Subsequently, he would select promising talents from across the country to return to Shidu for further training. Such a cyclical endeavor would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Those who excelled within the dojo would even receive direct mentorship from Sun Wukong himself. This plan was set into motion swiftly, particularly the enticing prospect of receiving personal guidance from Sun Wukong, which was perceived as a fortuitous opportunity. Naturally, everyone eagerly supported the idea, having long wished to reassemble their personal guard, which had proven ineffectual in times of peril. As for enlisting Krillin and Yamcha, they were hardly inclined. The prospect of cultivating martial talent on a national scale was, without a doubt, a splendid opportunity. The initiative progressed smoothly. To generate buzz for the dojo's opening, Sun Wukong even invited celestial beings daily. This revelation astonished everyone. It turned out that deities truly existed. With the mastery of Ki, one could potentially earn the favor of the gods and train in the fabled celestial palace. It was rumored that Sun Wukong's prowess stemmed from divine guidance. In no time, martial artists who believed in their own capabilities rushed to enroll. Numerous female students were also drawn in, primarily due to Sun Wukong's influence. Krillin and Yamcha were delighted, thinking they might finally escape their single status. Even the martial arts deity, Master Roshi, heard of this and made an exception to emerge from seclusion. Naturally, his motivations were primarily to connect with the female students, and the outcome was predictable. He was swiftly knocked out by Bulma's punch. Bulma's combat power was astonishingly high, making it effortless to subdue Master Roshi. This revelation shocked everyone. It turned out that Sun Wukong's wife, the world's wealthiest individual and the owner of the Capsule Corporation, was so formidable. The assertion that women should be self-reliant rang entirely true. The dojo garnered a significant following. Just as matters were heating up, a certain individual was displeased, Satan. Although he had failed to defeat Cell and save Earth, he still had many supporters. However, he was irked to find that his name was absent from the dojo's list of esteemed instructors. How could Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan compare to him? What was Ki even good for? Wasn't he his Iron Fist superior? Filled with indignation, Satan scoffed at the dojo. Yet, Bidalai thought otherwise. Having witnessed Sun Wukong and his companion's prowess through a televised broadcast, she realized that Ki could enable one to fly and unleash energy waves akin to bombs. Perhaps Sun Wukong and the others were indeed correct? Curiosity about Ki began to blossom within Bidalai, but upon mentioning it to Satan, he vehemently opposed. I am the champion of the last martial arts tournament. If you wish to learn, it must be from me. Just wait, at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. I shall demonstrate that Ki is nothing but a deceptive tale. In Shidu, at Bulma's luxurious residence, Sun Wukong was preparing to have a serious discussion with Zanjiao regarding the corridor of life's origins when suddenly, a beam of 7-colored light descended into Bulma's courtyard. The security androids, androids 16 and 18, immediately became alert, unable to sense the presence of these two beings, mistakenly assuming they were assassins sent by Dr. Jero. Without a second thought, 16 and 18 charged forward. Humph, these two are truly impolite. A languid voice echoed, followed by a flash of light, and in an instant, 16 and 18 were sent flying, their parts scattered across the ground, rendered entirely inoperable save for their heads. Sun Wukong sensed something amiss and quickly revealed himself. Upon seeing the two beings, even someone as composed as Sun Wukong exhibited surprise. Zampa and Beerus. Sun Wukong promptly retracted his hostility, his aura stabilizing. Observing the still-functioning androids 16 and 18 on the ground, he surmised that Zampa had shown them mercy. Zampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, could have obliterated those two androids with the ease of crushing an ant. Upon the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong, Zampa leisurely remarked, "Beerus, is this the Sun Wukong you spoke of?" "Indeed, Lord Zampa." Standing behind Zampa, Beerus donned a flowing green robe, his silver hair cascading to his waist, and he wore elegant white high-heeled shoes, exuding nobility and grace. A flicker of joy crossed Sun Wukong's face. It seemed that Whis had not sent him on a fruitless journey. Beerus had indeed persuaded Zampa. Was their purpose in coming to Earth to potentially have Sun Wukong take Beerus as his master, which would imply betrayal of his own mentor? That seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, Sun Wukong's face radiated delight, brimming with excitement. Not long prior, in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 6, Beerus sat beneath a great tree, appearing to ponder a matter of significance. Suddenly, the staff in his hand illuminated. This staff, a sacred artifact of the angelic lineage, could transmit messages across different universes. Beerus lifted the staff, bringing it close to the orb at its tip, which contained Whis from Universe 7 attempting to reach her. "Whis, it has been quite a while." "Sister." As soon as the connection was established, Whis's cheerful laughter rang out. Beerus understood his sister's character well. Her exuberance undoubtedly indicated good news. "Whis, what brings you to seek me?" "Brother, I have a small favor to ask of you. However, this matter is also related to Lord Zampa." "Oh." Chapter 92. Universe 6. Beerus lightly furrowed her brow. Any matter involving Lord Zampa would likely be of considerable importance. However, she did not dwell on it too much, as Zampa was generally quite agreeable. Whis then relayed Sun Wukong's desire to become his disciple. But Lord Beerus was currently asleep and unable to take Sun Wukong to the god of destruction realm, hence the hope that Beerus could take him as a student. Beerus's brow furrowed slightly. "Whis, you wouldn't be swayed, would you?" "Ha ha ha," upon realizing he had been seen through as soon as he spoke. Whis couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Well, there is a small token of appreciation. That fellow's Earth has a plethora of delicious foods." "Delicious foods?" This piqued Beerus's interest. It is well known that the angelic lineage possesses near-immortal lifespans and immense power, lacking nothing from birth. Thus, cultivating a hobby can be quite challenging. Beerus and Whis shared a close bond, partly because they were siblings and partly because both were food enthusiasts. Thus, they often discussed the culinary delights of Universe 6 and 7. Furthermore, as these two universes are twin realms, whether it be the delicacies discovered by Beerus or those found by Whis, they would share them with one another. However, this time the situation was somewhat different. For reasons unknown, the Earth that should have existed in Universe 6 had vanished due to war. This meant that even if Whis claimed the food from Earth was the best in the universe, Beerus would not be able to savor it in Universe 6. Therefore, upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus immediately decided to take Zampa to Earth. As for Zampa's opinion, "I apologize, but this fellow, much like Bylus and Whis, is also a glutton." The 6th universe and the 7th universe are indeed twin universes, with both the gods of destruction and angels being food enthusiasts. After a brief conversation with Whis, Bajuos found Xiangpa and, with just a few words, stirred his interest. Upon hearing of the most delectable delicacies in the universe, salivation nearly escaped him. Unlike Bylus, who can slumber for decades, even centuries, Xiangpa would traverse the entire universe in pursuit of culinary delights. However, "Dear Xiangpa, your physique has certainly changed. I am genuinely concerned." Noticing Xiangpa's impatience, Bajuos kindly reminded him. "Humph, how tedious, Bajuos. My figure embodies natural beauty. Must I resemble that frail, bony fellow?" Xiangpa huffed in dissatisfaction. Bajuos chuckled softly, and then inquired, "If we are to visit the 7th universe, should we not inform Bylus and the others? After all, it is their territory. I have no desire to seek out that fellow. This is my culinary adventure." Observing Xiangpa's refusal, Bajuos felt quite satisfied. Having come to understand the temperament of the god of destruction Xiangpa, under Bajuos's guidance, the duo smoothly arrived at the Earth of the 7th universe. However, instead of seeking out Sun Wukong immediately, they headed straight for the bustling food street in Shidu, where a plethora of culinary delights awaited. The mere aroma was enough to ignite Xiangpa's appetite. He insisted that Bajuos purchase a serving for him, and he indulged heartily, relishing every bite. In the afternoon, he suddenly recalled, the mortal you mentioned earlier, does he possess the finest cuisine on earth? Xiangpa inquired while patting his round belly. Bajuos, holding a skewer of takoyaki, leisurely replied, indeed, dear Xiangpa. Weiss mentioned that this mortal named Sun Wukong is apparently the strongest on earth. Oh, I must see for myself how formidable he truly is. Upon witnessing Bajuos and Xiangpa appear at the villa, Sun Wukong's heart raced. He could not afford to provoke Xiangpa, for the power of a god of destruction far surpassed his own. Sun Wukong, I hear you wish to take Bajuos as your master and seek my guidance and training? Upon hearing Xiangpa's inquiry, Sun Wukong nodded. Yes, dear Xiangpa. If possible, I shall bring you the finest delicacies Earth has to offer. Heh, young one, let me tell you, Xiangpa is not to be trifled with. Xiangpa said this with an unflinching demeanor, astonishing even the typically composed Bajuos. It seems that Xiangpa has not only gained weight. However, even Weiss has praised your exceptional talent. How about demonstrating a bit of your prowess for me? Although he flattered Sun Wukong, Xiangpa remained unfazed. After all, he is a god of destruction, a prominent figure in the universe. To him, even the mightiest mortal appears as mere ants. Realizing Xiangpa desired to witness his abilities, Sun Wukong promptly began to gather energy. A formidable aura erupted from his body, transforming him in an instant into a golden-haired, blue-eyed figure. Dear Xiangpa, this is the first stage of Super Saiyan. Oh, Xiangpa glanced over, coldly remarking, indeed stronger, yet still lacking significantly. Sun Wukong took no offense, merely smiling, and then focused intently. Yeah. His form shifted again, muscles bulging, and his aura surged like a tidal wave. His golden hair stood erect like flames, a lock of bangs cascading down his forehead, while blue sparks crackled around him. This is the second stage of Super Saiyan. It seems there isn't much change. Xiangpa glanced aside, while Bajuos chuckled and said, his aura has indeed intensified, dear Xiangpa. Xiangpa nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words, yet noted that the distinction between Sun Wukong's so-called Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan was minimal. Do you possess any other trump cards? Seeing Sun Wukong transform twice piqued Xiangpa's interest slightly. Although many races in the universe could enhance their power through transformation, few could achieve such dramatic changes as Sun Wukong. Their universe also had Saiyans, yet none could transform. Upon hearing Xiangpa's words, Sun Wukong slowly crouched down, fists clenched, legs apart for stability, and continued to concentrate his energy. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura erupted from Sun Wukong, causing the very earth to tremble, while the sky churned with dark clouds and thunder roared. The commotion was so immense that it startled Sun Wukong's family within the villa. Stunned to see Sun Wukong as the source of such chaos, they were left speechless. Amidst the astonished gazes, Sun Wukong's golden hair gradually lengthened to his waist. His originally golden eyebrows faded away, his features sharpened, and his gaze became piercingly fierce. Finally, the transformation complete, Sun Wukong coldly declared, this is the third stage of Super Saiyan. An astonishing aura, a terrifying spectacle. Vegeta and Duran immediately sensed this power. Could it be Kakaluot? Vegeta clenched his fists in fury, completely unprepared for such overwhelming aura, as if the entire earth were enveloped by Sun Wukong's presence. This fellow has grown even stronger? What kind of power is this? Duran's face also revealed a look of disbelief. After merging with the Supreme Kai, he had only just managed to keep pace with Sun Wukong, yet now this aura posed a fatal blow to him. He could scarcely imagine. Should Sun Wukong utilize this power against him, he would lack even the courage to resist. It is overwhelmingly powerful. Not only Duran and Vegeta were astonished, but even the North Kai was drawn in by Sun Wukong's aura. How is it possible for Sun Wukong's aura to reach North Kai's planet? Although North Kai found it hard to believe, it was undeniably Sun Wukong's aura. He began to observe the situation on Earth using the two antennae atop his head, wondering if Sun Wukong had encountered a formidable opponent. Let me see who dares to challenge Sun Wukong on Earth. North Kai wore an expression of amusement. Utilizing his antennae's abilities to gaze towards Earth, he was nearly frightened out of his wits. The god of destruction, Xiangpa. North Kai's legs weakened, and he plopped down onto the ground. Why has Lord Xiangpa come to the 7th universe, and to Earth no less? This is disastrous. He wouldn't intend to destroy the North Galaxy, would he? Watching Suan Wukong and the God of Destruction, Xiangpa, seemingly prepare for battle, North Kai's face turned pale with anxiety, his heart racing. Xiangpa, upon witnessing Suan Wukong's 3rd stage of Super Saiyan, finally expressed some interest. He yawned and waved his hand towards Suan Wukong, saying, "Your power is already remarkable among mortals. Come, strike me with a punch and see." Certainly. Suan Wukong assumed his stance, gathering all his strength in preparation for the clash. Just as he was about to charge forward, Bajuos suddenly interjected, "Dear Xiangpa, it is not that I do not wish to give you face. However, if you two engage in battle now, this planet may not withstand the force. The delicacies you cherish might also suffer as a consequence." Suan Wukong, who had already leapt halfway, halted upon hearing this, scratching his head with a helpless expression, and said, "Indeed, even if Earth has been reinforced, it cannot withstand the combined might of Super Saiyan 3 and a God of Destruction. This is indeed the Western capital." Son Wukong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, and suddenly his eyes sparkled. "Lord Xiangpa, I know of a place that is particularly suitable for our duel." "Oh, why do I sense something amiss?" At that moment, upon hearing Son Wukong's words, the North Kai's eyelid began to twitch incessantly. Sure enough, in the next second, Son Wukong had already leapt onto the North Kai's planet. "Wukong you." The North Kai had not finished his exclamation when Bardos, accompanied by Xiangpa, swiftly arrived at the North Kai's planet, not through instant transmission, but due to Bardos's incredible speed. "Lord Xiangpa." The North Kai hurriedly approached, wearing a fawning smile. "Humph." Xiangpa showed no interest in the North Kai and scanned the surroundings of the North Kai's planet. "Not bad. This place is much sturdier than Earth, and the delicacies won't be ruined." Upon hearing this, the North Kai felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This was it. It was all over. "Hello, North Kai. May I borrow your planet?" Chapter 93, Concluding the Battle. Bardos politely greeted the North Kai. Although it sounded like a request, could the North Kai dare to refuse? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he could only hope that Son Wukong and Xiangpa would not be too ruthless. Now, these two had no reservations, especially Son Wukong, who had resumed his stance. With a mighty roar, the entire King Kai's planet began to tremble. The Super Saiyan 3 form of Son Wukong transformed into a golden silhouette, charging directly towards Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, he was before Xiangpa, fists flying. Yet Xiangpa remained motionless, calm and collected in the face of Son Wukong's terrifying strength, effortlessly dodging his punches and kicks. Son Wukong was not surprised. He instantly teleported behind Xiangpa, his right fist charged with power, striking towards Xiangpa's head. However, Xiangpa's reaction was astonishingly swift. Before Son Wukong could land his blow, he had already grasped Son Wukong's fully unleashed right fist with his left hand. Without hesitation, Son Wukong raised his right leg to sweep, while Xiangpa lifted his right leg, their legs colliding with a resounding crash. Boom! The tremendous sound echoed as their strike shattered the surface of the North Kai's planet. The North Kai felt a pang of heartache. Yet it was clear that the contest between Son Wukong and Xiangpa had only just begun. Son Wukong bellowed, vanishing once more, appearing above Xiangpa. Kamehameha. A wave of azure energy surged towards Xiangpa with incredible force. Just as Xiangpa looked up to block, he realized that Son Wukong's previous maneuvers had all been feints. In midair, Son Wukong's figure once again disappeared, teleporting. He appeared in front and below Xiangpa, and this time, his Kamehameha was finally unleashed. The instant transmission Kamehameha wave. The powerful energy wave whipped up a fierce wind, sending the North Kai soaring into the air. Seeing this, Bardos lightly tapped the ground with her wand, and a protective shield enveloped her, leaving her unharmed. Xiangpa had initially intended to play around with Son Wukong, but he did not expect such rapid teleportation and usage, and in a moment of inattention, he was struck head-on by the Kamehameha. A flicker of anger crossed his face as he rapidly unleashed an invincible energy from within, rebounding Son Wukong's Kamehameha wave back in an instant. Son Wukong had not anticipated this, and he was propelled backward uncontrollably by the overwhelming force. Just as he attempted to stabilize himself in midair, Xiangpa had already appeared above him. It's over. Slapping down on Son Wukong's neck, he lost control and crashed heavily into the surface of the North Kai's planet. Boom! The entire King Kai's planet was left with a massive crater, appearing as though it were on the brink of total destruction. Sun Wukong, due to Xiangpa's strike, reverted to his original form. He lay in the pit, unable to move. The power of the god of destruction Xiangpa was truly formidable. Super Saiyan 3 was no match for him. In truth, it was not only Sun Wukong who was taken aback, Xiangpa himself was slightly surprised. Although it was merely a casual punch, this Sun Wukong had not been knocked unconscious, evidently having utilized all his energy to protect his neck at the last moment. That was quite impressive. Xiangpa exchanged glances with Bardos, who immediately understood and transported Sun Wukong up. Then she waved her hand, and a brilliant light descended, instantly healing Sun Wukong's injuries. Watching the restored Sun Wukong, the North Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Lord Xiangpa was not yet angry enough to consider killing Wukong. Sun Wukong, I must admit, you truly possess some skill. However, regrettably, your current power is still far from that of a deity. Faced with Xiangpa's merciless words, Sun Wukong nodded, readily acknowledging the gap between them. After all, according to the original storyline, Majin Buu had not yet made his appearance, and it was not shameful to be inferior to a god of destruction. Yet he firmly believed that, given enough time, he would one day surpass the god of destruction, and then he would bring Angel Bardos home. Bardos noticed Sun Wukong casting a glance her way. Although she did not comprehend his intentions, she smiled back at him. What a pity. You are not from the 6th universe. Otherwise, I would truly consider training you as my substitute god of destruction. Yawning, Xiangpa rubbed his eyes and continued, So Sun Wukong, do you have any interest in joining our 6th universe? Although he was aware of the poor relationship between Xiangpa and Beerus, he was taken aback by Xiangpa's direct attempt to recruit from the 7th universe. Not only Sun Wukong, but even the North Kai displayed a look of astonishment. Lord Xiangpa, I was raised on Earth and will not leave the 7th universe. Oh, then perhaps we should just move your Earth here. Huh. Sun Wukong's expression changed. Xiangpa truly possessed some cunning. Lord Xiangpa, if you were to do that, Lord Beerus of the 7th universe might not take kindly to it. Bardos kindly reminded from the side. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's mood soured. He dug into his ear and puffed out his chest. I want Beerus to be unhappy. What is there to fear from that skinny guy? But last time, Lord Xiangpa, you lost in an arm wrestling match against Lord Beerus. Shut up, Bardos. Xiangpa's face darkened. For the mention of his defeat to Beerus was an utter humiliation. All right, let us depart. Xiangpa coldly declared, having lost all interest at that moment. What about Sun Wukong? If he is unwilling to come to the 6th universe, I certainly will not assist in training this fellow. Even you, Bardos, would not wish to take a mortal as a disciple, would you? Well, Bardos pondered, her expression revealing her dilemma. Bardos, Xiangpa exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. Are you truly considering taking this fellow as your disciple? But the food on Earth is indeed delightful. Bardos chuckled, continuing to scrutinize Sun Wukong. Moreover, Sun Wukong indeed possesses potential to become a god of destruction. I can sense an ancient destructive power within him. Perhaps he could surpass Lord Xiangpa in the future. Surpass me? Absolutely impossible. Xiangpa was seething with rage. Anyone else would have been obliterated by now, but Bardos was different. Officially there to serve him, in reality, she was even stronger. Unable to fight back, he could neither scold nor defend himself. What is it? Is Lord Xiangpa afraid? Xiangpa crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. Even if you gave him 1,000 years, he could never surpass me. Lord Xiangpa? Since you were so eager for him to become your disciple, I shall acquiesce. However, let it be clearly stated that I shall claim half of the earthly delicacies he brings, and I must not be disturbed during my slumber. Very well. Babadas smiled slightly and turned to Sun Wukong, asking, Do you wish to visit the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe? Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically. He was exceedingly eager to go. So, Babadas, when shall we commence our training? Sun Wukong was filled with zeal, driven both by the desire to grow stronger and, well, to enhance his physique. Do not rush, Sun Wukong. If we venture to the 6th universe, you may not return for some time. Why not first allow us to sample the earthly delicacies you speak of? Upon hearing about the finest cuisine from Earth, Kampa's interest was piqued. Previously, he had felt quite satisfied with the casual fare in the culinary streets of West City, but now, learning of even superior offerings, his excitement surged, and all previous grievances faded away. Sun Wukong, of course, was generous. Upon returning to Earth, He asked Bulma to summon a chef to prepare a grand feast specifically for the god of destruction Kampa and the angel Babadas. Coincidentally, Whis arrived as well. Not for any other purpose but to indulge in gourmet delights. Kampa had nothing to say about this. I'm off to take a break. He warned Sun Wukong. Do not disturb me, or I shall not hold back. After yawning, Kampa flew into the palace, where a luxuriously comfortable cat bed awaited him. With Kampa gone, Sun Wukong turned to Babadas and inquired, Babadas, should we not begin our training? Babadas did not refuse. After all, being alone was rather dull. And Sun Wukong's presence brought some amusement. She led Sun Wukong to a patch of grass and pointed, saying, Your first task today, Sun Wukong, is to mow this entire area. And do be cautious not to make too much noise. Should you awaken Lord Kampa, his temper is formidable. Sun Wukong nodded and surveyed the grassy expanse before him. This scene felt remarkably familiar. It was reminiscent of the training Whis had given Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super. It seemed these two truly were akin to siblings, sharing similar training regimens. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong believed that as long as it proved effective, there was no issue. He accepted the sickle and basket handed to him by Babadas and set to work. For a full 2 hours, Sun Wukong toiled diligently in the field, and upon completing the task, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He had not anticipated that mowing grass could be so tiring. Sun Wukong sensed something was amiss. Ordinarily, his physical prowess would allow him to work for 3 days and nights without fatigue. Yet why was this labor in the realm of destruction so arduous? Could it be related to this planet? Just as Sun Wukong lay down to catch his breath, Babadas gracefully approached, her skirt flowing, though her legs were not bare. Impressive speed in mowing the grass. Now, it's time for your second training. Second training? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Indeed, Babadas replied, waving her staff lightly, transforming the sickle and basket in Sun Wukong's hands into a broom and dustpan. Sun Wukong leaped up in surprise. This second training task cannot be. Babadas nodded with a smile. Indeed, you are to clean Lord Kampa's palace. Sun Wukong gazed at the immense palace before him, pondering how long this task would take. However, Babadas remained unconcerned, for it was Sun Wukong who had requested to come for training. Seeing this, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, vowing silently, Just wait, Babadas, one day I shall with no time to rest. Sun Wukong immediately began to clean Kampa's palace. Fortunately, the realm of destruction was nearly devoid of litter, merely dust, making the task somewhat easier. Nonetheless, cleaning such a vast palace occupied Sun Wukong a solid 3 hours. At last it is done. Chapter 94, Martial Arts Hall. At this point, Sun Wukong was utterly breathless. Babadas smiled gently, glancing at the palace. It barely meets the standard. She then led Sun Wukong to the very edge of the realm of destruction, where she waved her staff forward, conjuring a square with 2 rings before them. Indeed, it was quite similar to Whis's training methods. Sun Wukong, this is your third training task. You must lift this stone with both hands and walk 3 laps around the realm of destruction. Sun Wukong approached, placing his hands in the rings, and exerted all his strength to lift the stone, but it was overwhelmingly heavy. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, which made the task feel somewhat easier. Wukong, do not recklessly transform during training. Babadas chuckled as she reminded him. Upon hearing this, Wukong quickly reverted to his original form. He had not intended to transform, but the exhaustion had compelled him to do so. Noticing that Wukong had returned to normal, Babadas nodded, tapping the ground lightly with her staff, causing the ground beneath Wukong to turn a shade of purple. What is this? Wukong asked in astonishment. With a playful smile, Babadas explained, Wukong, the ground beneath you will slowly disappear. If you walk too slowly, you will fall into the alternate dimension below, and I will not be able to save you. You should know what to do, right? Seeing the hint of mischief in Babadas' smile, Wukong certainly understood. For the sake of his future, he dared not be careless. Gritting his teeth, he embraced the large stone and began to walk slowly around the edge of the realm of destruction, moving step by step. Indeed, as Babadas had said, the ground behind him gradually vanished, revealing a pitch-black void. The thought of falling was chilling. Despite the peril, it was this very sense of crisis that continuously ignited Wukong's potential, propelling him to surpass his limits time and again. At long last, Wukong completed 3 laps, and the sky had turned completely dark. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though his body was in disarray. This kind of training was even more grueling than 1,000 times the normal gravity. Truly, a technique devised by the most formidable of the angelic race. Observing the utterly spent Wukong, Babbatus chuckled. This is merely the beginning, Wukong. The subsequent training will only become more intense, so prepare yourself mentally. Wukong forced a smile and replied to Babbatus, rest assured, I can do it. Hee hee. Very well, Lord Kampa has awakened. And for tonight's dinner, I brought delicacies from your earth, so let us eat first. Upon hearing about the meal, Wukong finally regained some energy. He struggled to rise and used his last ounce of strength to fly back to Kampa's palace. Watching Wukong devour the food voraciously, even more so than himself, Kampa grumbled in dismay over his precious cuisine. Hey, Babbatus, when are you going to send him away? Lord Kampa, not yet. Wukong has passed the first day's test. Oh, Kampa smirked, enjoying the show. I did not expect a mere mortal to last this long. However, Wukong, Babbatus's training has only just begun. If you cannot endure, it would be wise to leave now. Faced with Kampa's threat, Wukong paid it no heed. He had come to grow stronger. How could he possibly give up midway? Seeing that Wukong ignored him and continued to eat with gusto, Kampa became agitated. Wukong, you glutton, that egg tart is mine. No worries, Lord Kampa. There are plenty of delicious dishes, Babbatus replied, as she discreetly snatched an egg tart from under Kampa's nose. Babbatus, as Xiangpa let out a furious roar. His immense power began to leak uncontrollably, and the fire within him grew increasingly intense. Bardos, with a smile, remarked, Lord Xiangpa, if you do not eat soon, everything will be devoured by Son Wukong. This statement jolted Xiangpa awake. Upon seeing Son Wukong's voracious appetite, he hastily began to eat with fervor. The following day, to everyone's astonishment, the grass that Son Wukong had cut the previous day had regrown. Unsurprisingly, the first training session of the day commenced with grass cutting once more. However, this time, Bardos insisted that Son Wukong don a weighted training suit, and from this day forth, the weight would increase daily. Should he fail to endure, the training would come to an abrupt end. Son Wukong put on the seemingly light, yet hefty training suit conjured by Bardos. Its weight comparable to the large stone he had lifted that afternoon, making the task of cutting grass immensely challenging. Meanwhile, Xiangpa reclined comfortably on the branches of the divine tree, crossing his legs and munching on snacks, reveling in the misfortune of others. He thought to himself, in my own time, I too was tormented by that Bardos. Observing the suffering of others brought him immense satisfaction, and he enjoyed his afternoon nap more than usual. This, perhaps, was the delight of a god of destruction. Thus, day after day, the training continued, and under Bardos's guidance, Son Wukong's body operated under extreme conditions daily. To achieve optimal results, he refrained from consuming senzu beans to restore stamina, relying solely on his body's natural recovery. As the sun and moon alternated and the seasons changed, 2 years swiftly passed. On Earth, the 27th World Martial Arts Tournament was on the cusp of commencement. Vegeta, initially indifferent to the competition, felt a spark of interest upon hearing that Son Wukong would be participating. What? Kakarot is actually going to compete? No way, I must join as well. Vegeta suddenly revitalized, feeling a surge of confidence. I will show that Kakarot the fruits of my 2 years of arduous training. In the Temple of the Supreme Kai, the meditative Den slowly opened his eyes. The World Martial Arts Tournament? It has indeed been a long time since I participated. In a lavish villa, Mr. Satan smashed a stack of 15 bricks with a punch, exclaiming with confidence, this time at the tournament, I shall secure a three-peat championship and demonstrate my prowess. Urine. Here are the fruits of the divine tree. Come, Suno, you try one first. Upon Son Wukong's return to Earth, he promptly produced several hundred divine tree fruits, leaving Bulma and the others utterly astonished. They had previously tasted these fruits and understood their rarity, never anticipating that Son Wukong could so casually produce such a bounty. Wukong, you cannot possibly be treating the god of destruction's realm as a fertile field. Bulma expressed her disbelief. Son Wukong chuckled and replied, how could I dare? If that were the case, Lord Xiangpa would have obliterated me long ago. These are grown on planets from the 6th universe. Other planets? Faced with their curiosity, Son Wukong explained that in addition to training under Bardos's tutelage, he often replaced Xiangpa in destroying certain planets. These planets either lacked civilization or were inhabited by villains, akin to the Scions of yore. Thus Son Wukong faced no moral dilemma in their destruction. He had utilized the resources of these planets, leveraging the divine tree fruits gifted by Shenron, resulting in an inadvertent accumulation of several hundred fruits. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, everyone suddenly comprehended the situation, and Bulma stored some of the divine tree fruits for herself. The remaining fruits were distributed among Suno, Marin, Tai Si, and others who had never tasted them. With these fruits, their combat power could soar to over 1,000, and their lifespans would extend, granting them decades more of youth compared to ordinary individuals. The effects of consuming the fruits manifested swiftly. In gratitude, the women eagerly showcased their progress over the past 2 years to Sun Wukong. With a blend of techniques, they displayed a remarkable array of skills. For 2 full days, Sun Wukong did not step outside. Women could indeed be formidable. After attending to household matters, Sun Wukong visited the martial arts hall, encountering Tenshinhan, Krillin, and others. Over the 2 years, the martial arts hall had been constructed according to the initial plan, and its efficacy exceeded expectations. Those who genuinely understood Qi recognized its benefits, leading to an ever-growing number of learners. However, not everyone shared this belief. Some deemed Qi to be a deception. Consequently, Tenshinhan and others decided to have their disciples participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament, aiming for excellent results to prove the existence and strength of Qi. Sun Wukong wholeheartedly supported this initiative. Moreover, Sun Wukong received an invitation to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament as a special guest. At that time, the champion would have the opportunity to engage in a direct confrontation with Sun Wukong. This news sent shockwaves through the martial artist community worldwide. Who wouldn't want to exchange martial arts insights with Sun Wukong? Nonetheless, Sun Wukong himself preferred sparring and competition. Additionally, it is noteworthy that during the training at the martial arts hall, Krillin and Yamcha finally found their respective partners, although they were still in the throes of romance. Sun Wukong assured them that he would present a grand gift upon their marriage. As for Tenshinhan, he believed that women would hinder his training. Despite his junior sister Yurin seeming to harbor some interest in him, Tenshinhan preferred to spend time with his friend Dumpling. To this, Sun Wukong remarked, "To help Tenshinhan escape his plight, who else but I should descend into the depths?" Depths? Oh no, I meant Yurin, hello? Sun Wukong gazed upon the adorable girl with black hair clad in a blue chi-pao, naturally inviting her out under the pretense of special instruction. After a conversation, it became evident that Yurin was quite intrigued by Sun Wukong, eager to gauge the strength of the man who had defeated her elder brother. Sun Wukong smiled slightly and accepted Yurin's challenge. Yurin assumed the classic crane school stance and charged directly at Sun Wukong. However, without even blinking, Sun Wukong did not move, and Yurin found herself sprawled on the ground. Rubbing her sore backside and utterly bewildered by what had transpired, a warm hand reached out to her. Looking up, she saw Sun Wukong offering assistance. The two shook hands, and Sun Wukong helped her to her feet, explaining that what had just occurred was a demonstration of Qi projection. Qi projection? Yurin nodded slowly. Previously, she had only understood how to utilize her internal Qi to enhance her speed and strength, but now she grasped another application. As long as the Qi was sufficiently powerful, it could be harmful even without direct contact. Realizing this, Yurin exclaimed, "Isn't that akin to Kamehameha?" Sun Wukong nodded, affirming that it was indeed another form of Kamehameha. Yurin appeared to be quite a clever girl, which boded well for her future children. They would surely not be dull. Receiving Sun Wukong's praise made Yurin blush, as Tenshinhan had never spoken to her with such gentleness. Chapter 95. All show and no substance. It seems that Sun Wukong is quite an admirable person. After parting with Yurin, Sun Wukong was in no rush. He had ample time ahead of him. As the saying goes, there is always tomorrow. Sun Wukong initially intended to return home directly, but then he realized that he had nearly torn apart all his specially made clothing in recent days. It was time to procure some new garments. Furthermore, the divine tree fruits he had brought back had already been gifted to those who had never tasted them, leaving those like Bulma, who had already tasted them, without gifts. With this in mind, Sun Wukong resolved to select some gifts for them first. Thus, he soared toward the commercial district of West City. Before long, however, he was met with the jarring sound of sirens below. Lowering his head to glance below, Sun Wukong observed the crowd in a state of panic. Curiosity piqued. He looked around and discovered a group of robbers, emerging from the shadows, engaged in a bank heist. Sun Wukong was somewhat at a loss for words. The world of Dragon Ball was indeed peculiar, as a place like a bank had become a soft target, consistently preyed upon by nefarious individuals. Previously, Lan Shi could single-handedly handle a robbery, but after marrying Sun Wukong, she naturally abandoned that line of work. Yet, robberies continued to occur one after another, leaving Sun Wukong perplexed about the bank's seemingly fragile security system. However, he had no intention of intervening. This was Shidu, and many of the current police officers were from external martial arts schools. While they might struggle against extraterrestrial foes, dealing with petty thieves should be well within their capabilities. Sun Wukong's mind was preoccupied with the latest bunny girl costume, rumored to have a movable tail, something he was eager to try on and compare with a naturally gifted Celebi. Just as he was about to depart, a melodious voice belonging to a young girl caught his attention, prompting him to look down once more. There, a girl with twin ponytails leaped from the crowd, clad in a white short-sleeved top and black leggings, exuding youthful exuberance. As soon as she appeared, the onlookers recognized her instantly. It was Bidalai. Bidalai? The daughter of Mr. Satan? Yes, indeed. She was known for apprehending wrongdoers. It turned out she was from 953, and no one expected this little girl to possess such remarkable abilities. Naturally, with Satan being a two-time champion of the martial arts tournament, his daughter would not be lacking in prowess. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Bidalai, with a fierce expression, fixed her gaze upon the three criminals ahead, urging them to surrender. However, the trio ignored her completely, especially the one in the center, who appeared to be their leader. He showed no fear and effortlessly knocked down a dozen nearby police officers with punches and kicks, clearly provoking her. Bidalai could not tolerate this provocation and charged at him, engaging in combat. As they exchanged blows, she soon realized this opponent was formidable, a fellow martial artist. Caution was imperative, utilizing her smaller stature. She adeptly dodged his strikes and seized an opportunity to counter with a well-aimed punch. Just as her fist seemed destined to connect, a gunshot rang out. Two of the robbers had seized the moment to ambush her with firearms, fully concentrated on her opponent. Bidalai had not noticed the movements of the other two. By the time she heard the gunfire, the bullet was already hurtling toward her. Her expression changed dramatically. There was no way to evade it now. In that critical moment, Sun Wukong appeared before her. With a gentle wave of his hand, he deflected all the bullets. The two armed criminals could hardly believe their eyes and repeatedly pulled the triggers. Yet this time, Sun Wukong remained motionless, and the bullets simply fell to the ground. Everyone was astonished. Catching bullets with bare hands? This spectacle left the crowd dumbfounded. The disciples of the external martial arts schools recognized that Sun Wukong had clearly harnessed Qi in that display. Unfortunately, they had yet to learn such techniques. Although Sun Wukong appeared to have easily waved his hand, it required rapid reflexes and precise control of power. Only a true master could comprehend the difficulty of such an act. The sudden appearance of Sun Wukong startled even the leader, who was engaged in combat with Bidalai. You must be from the Shidu Martial Arts Academy. In this world, catching bullets with bare hands was no longer a rarity. Many individuals from martial arts schools like Krillin's could achieve it once they mastered Qi. However, the ease with which Sun Wukong accomplished it was unparalleled. They instinctively assumed he must be from the academy, perhaps even an internal disciple or a direct apprentice. Sun Wukong merely smiled in response, neither confirming nor denying their assumptions. Technically speaking, he was indeed part of the martial arts community. Frustrated by Sun Wukong's calm demeanor, the three criminals sensed something was amiss. Moreover, with more police arriving, it was evident that they had run into a formidable obstacle. The leader, realizing the situation was deteriorating, leaped into the air, surprising everyone with his impressive vertical leap, soaring to a height equivalent to 10 stories. Sun Wukong glanced at him and noted that this fellow could indeed manipulate Qi, albeit in a manner as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It was evident that the proliferation of Qi had its advantages, but it also allowed unscrupulous individuals to acquire such skills. As the leader made his escape, the remaining two henchmen stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Hadn't they agreed to face challenges together? Why was he fleeing alone? Such unreliable criminals. Watching the leader deftly navigate the surroundings as if scaling walls, Bidalai was caught off guard. She had not anticipated he possessed such agility, especially since he had previously concealed his abilities. Fortunately, I had trained at the Shidu Martial Arts Academy. You think you can capture me? Not a chance. As the criminal glanced back at Sun Wukong, Relieved to see he had not pursued, he felt a moment of triumph. One could always find new subordinates, but he must evade capture. Just as he reveled in his cunning, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Bidalai looked on in astonishment as Sun Wukong held the criminal leader aloft. Her eyes widened with surprise. What had just transpired? She merely blinked, and now Sun Wukong stood before her. This hairstyle, this face, why was he so familiar? The urgency of the situation had precluded her from recognizing him earlier, but now it dawned on her that this was none other than Sun Wukong, the legendary hero who had saved the world on multiple occasions. Bidalai intended to greet Sun Wukong, but in the next instant, he vanished. Oh, I have matters to attend to. See you next time. She looked up to see him soaring into the air. Night had fallen, and in a suburban villa area of Shidu stood a spacious 200-square-meter house. The furnishings were luxurious, and the decor exquisite. The most striking features were 2 photographs adorning the walls, each depicting the same man holding championship trophies. Beneath the photos were inscriptions declaring him the champion of the 25th and 26th World Martial Arts Tournaments. It was needless to say that the man with the prominent brows and large eyes was Satan. In the bathroom, Bidalai, wrapped in a pink towel, possessed a curvaceous figure, exuding femininity despite her youth. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, drying her damp hair, marveling at her unexpected encounter with Sun Wukong that day. Reflecting on the afternoon's events, she realized that without Sun Wukong's timely intervention, she could very well have ended up in the hospital. Though she was a martial artist, she could not withstand the prowess of that criminal leader. Moreover, that leader had formidable strength. Had it not been for Sun Wukong, he would have surely escaped. Bidalai bit her lip, growing increasingly frustrated. The Shidu Martial Arts Academy had developed rapidly over the past 2 years, attracting more and stronger practitioners. However, this also meant that those with malicious intentions were becoming more formidable. Thus, her recent endeavors to assist the police in apprehending criminals felt lackluster. She had been diligently training, yet her progress seemed increasingly arduous. Placing her hand over her heart, she lamented the sacrifices she had made to become a powerful warrior, forsaking social activities and the joys that other girls enjoyed. With a sigh, she emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas to find Satan lounging on the sofa, watching a comedy show. Ever since Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and others opened their martial arts academy, the number of students at Satan's academy had dwindled significantly. Consequently, he had no choice but to close it down. Thus, this martial arts tournament presented Satan with a prime opportunity to reclaim his former glory. Father, the world's greatest martial arts tournament will commence in a month. Why are you not practicing diligently? Sada, casting a confident glance at his daughter, replied, Rest assured. Ideally, your father is the most formidable in the world. This time, just like before, victory will come effortlessly. Is this truly wise? I have observed that the skill level of martial artists on Earth has risen significantly over the past 2 years. Mere showmanship. None can compare to my iron fist. Just wait and see. Ideally, the championship will undoubtedly be mine. Noticing her father's obstinate demeanor, Ideally chose to remain silent. Slowly, she entered her room, closed the door, and turned on the television, inserting a tape that contained footage from the infamous Shala Games. Although Sada later obscured the identities of Sun Wukong and the others, it was evident that the essence of the battle lay with Sun Wukong. Even though the footage was incomplete, it was clear that Sun Wukong dominated Shala. She had watched this tape countless times over the past 2 years. Those who fought alongside Sun Wukong, including Shalu, emitted fiery auras during battle. Could this be what they refer to as chi? Baideili had secretly attempted to feel it herself, but to no avail. Sada dismissed it as a mere trick. Initially, Baideili believed her father's words. But as Earth's martial artists grew increasingly powerful, even King Chaba exhibited that peculiar white flame-like aura during a martial arts competition. Though it was much less intense, Baideili recognized it immediately. Clenching her teeth and furrowing her brow, she repeatedly watched the footage before finally allowing herself to sleep. A few days later, after enduring a long night of training with La Li, Sun Wukong was roused by Bulma's voice, informing him that someone was seeking him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Sun Wukong wondered why Bulma had not previously concocted excuses to decline visits. With a mischievous smile, Bulma replied, This time, it's a rather charming young lady. I feared you might be out looking for a girlfriend again. Chapter 96. The grand finale. Sun Wukong pinched Bulma's cheek and gave her a hearty kiss. After my return, I've been utterly swamped. When would I have time to seek a girlfriend? With a look of confusion, Sun Wukong approached the door, only to find none other than Bai Di Li standing there. He greeted her, puzzled as to why she had come seeking him unprompted. Hello, Bai Di Li said without a hint of timidity, directly stating her purpose. She wished for Sun Wukong to teach her how to harness qi. Sun Wukong was both amused and bewildered. He had been incredibly busy lately. Moreover, Bai Di Li could afford to wait another 2 years to learn. You should go to the Shidu Martial Arts Academy if you want to learn qi. My father wanted to allow me to go. In just a few simple exchanges. Sun Wukong understood. She had secretly come to find him without Sa Da's knowledge. Just then, Sun Gohan emerged from the villa with a backpack. Bai Di Li's eyes lit up. Aren't you Sun Gohan's classmate? At this moment, Sun Gohan had matured into a handsome young man. He paused, blinking in disbelief. Bai Di Li, what are you doing at my house? Your house? Bai Di Li observed the grand villa, realizing that her classmate, Sun Gohan, was indeed Sun Wukong's son. Thus, the golden-haired child who had shouted before Sun Wukong's battle in the tape was none other than Sun Gohan. Upon closer inspection, she could see the resemblance. However, Gohan had changed significantly over the years, especially as he now wore glasses for his studies. He had exuded a commanding presence on screen, but now he also radiated an air of scholarly diligence. It was no wonder Bai Di Li did not recognize him. Naturally, Gohan had intentionally concealed his identity during school, as Sun Wukong and Aunt Bulma were too famous, and he merely wished to focus on his studies. Yet, during physical tests or team activities, Gohan could not escape the spotlight. Despite his efforts to downplay his abilities, it was difficult, given his classmates' lack of physical prowess. Long jumps of several dozen meters were simply beyond their capabilities. Wow, I'm going to be late. I must hurry, Dad and Bai Di Li, Gohan exclaimed as he dashed toward the door. Jin Do-yun. A yellow cloud appeared, not the one Sun Wukong typically used, but one Gohan had borrowed from Master Karen to keep a low profile while attending school. Although today was a day off and classes were not mandatory, Gohan needed to visit a tutor in another city. Now in high school, he was delving into academic subjects, aspiring to become a scholar. Gohan had been a top student since childhood. Watching Gohan deftly leap onto the peculiar cloud and vanish in an instant, Bai Di Li wondered what it was. Was it a new flying device developed by the Capsule Corporation? Her curiosity about Sun Wukong's family deepened, prompting her to steer the conversation back to her desire to learn. But why should I teach you? Sun Wukong inquired. Bai Di Li suddenly flashed a playful smile. Because I will be your best student. Best? Sun Wukong scanned her, seeing a petite figure before him. While there was little to admire at that moment, her fair, delicate legs were indeed noteworthy. If only they could be wrapped around his waist. Clearly, Bai Di Li's definition of best was different from Sun Wukong's understanding. He glanced at her twin tails, just the right length for him to hold with one hand, and finally relented with a nod. All right, you've convinced me. Really? Really? Bai Di Li, surprised by her own words having swayed him, exclaimed. Well then, let us head to the back mountain. Sun Wukong took to the skies, but after a while, he noticed Bai Di Li remained rooted in place. What's wrong? Do you expect me to carry you? He teased. Bai Di Li blushed and murmured, I can't fly yet. What? Sun Wukong sighed, noting that even the gifted Wu Ning had flown at just 1.5 years old, while even the ordinary Wu Tian had taken to the skies by 3. Yet here stood Bai Di Li, unable to fly. Relenting, Sun Wukong flew back, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Truthfully, he felt a bit awkward, yet there was something distinctly unique about her presence. Involuntarily, he inhaled deeply, oblivious to the gesture. Bai Di Li was experiencing flight for the first time, her face aglow with joy and excitement as she felt the refreshing breeze against her skin. Believing she had never been happier. Before long, they arrived at the back mountain. Sun Wukong gently set Bai Di Li down. All right, Bai Di Li, what exactly do you wish to learn? Bai Di Li tilted her head in thought before decisively stating, I want to understand what she is and how I can fly like you. Sun Wukong nodded, acknowledging that this was a straightforward task. Bai Di Li, that's she. Yes. Bai Di Li nodded eagerly, her face filled with anticipation. Could you please stop looking at me with such eager eyes? Sun Wukong found himself in a state of bemusement, utterly surprised that Bai Di Li possessed such an unexpected charm. Her innocent and hopeful demeanor was genuinely difficult to resist. He nearly lost his composure. Bai Di Li appeared perplexed, genuinely eager to understand. Observing her expression soften slightly, Sun Wukong continued. The so-called qi is essentially the energy that resides within our bodies. Hidden energy? Bai Li felt somewhat bewildered, as she had never sensed anything extraordinary within herself. Noticing her confusion, Sun Wukong raised his hand, and a beam of white light surged forth, obliterating a nearby boulder into dust. Bai Li's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. That was incredible. Sun Wukong scratched his head, impressive? It's just a small demonstration. This is truly astounding. Although she had witnessed numerous instances of Sun Wukong and his companions, as well as Cell, unleashing energy waves in the recordings, witnessing it firsthand was entirely different, reaffirming her father's assertions that this was no mere illusion. Seeing Bai Li's astonished expression, Sun Wukong shrugged, thinking to himself, "Is this what surprises you? Just wait for what is to come." Clearing his throat, he said, "So, you see, this is qi. Let me teach you how to sense and utilize it." With that, he stepped forward, extended his hand towards Bai Li, and released a nearly invisible wisp of qi that entered her body. Guided by this energy, the dormant power within Bai Li awakened, and she felt as if a small fish was swimming around inside her, warm and exceedingly comfortable. So this is what qi feels like. Sun Wukong, noticing that Bai Li had finally grasped the sensation, instructed her, "Calm your mind and slowly draw this energy out from within you." As he spoke, he demonstrated once more, his own qi surging visibly as he gathered a beam of white light in his hands. "Wow, that is amazing. Let me try?" Bai Li eagerly joined in, but after several attempts without success, Sun Wukong reassured her that mastering qi required time and patience. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she nodded and casually inquired, "How long did it take you to learn to control qi?" Less than 10 minutes. Bai Li was taken aback. Sun Wukong, who seemed so earnest, had a knack for exaggeration. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Bai Li finally learned to control her qi, enabling her to levitate in the air, albeit a bit wobbly and strenuous. Nevertheless, her progress was remarkable. Sun Wukong looked up, a rare smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Well done, today is still a white face." As days turned into weeks, Bai Li's mastery of qi grew increasingly steady. Not only could she soar freely through the skies, but she also began to adeptly wield it during combat. She and Wu Fan became inseparable partners on campus, their seamless teamwork earning them cheers during the sports festival. One evening, as the sun set over the back mountain, Sun Wukong stood atop the peak, observing Bai Li and Wu Fan sparring. The energies of the two young fighters intertwined in the air, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. "Hey Dad, who do you think is stronger?" Wu Fan asked with a smile. Sun Wukong scratched his head. It's a tie. However, Bai Li, your progress is astounding. Soon you may surpass me." Bai Li chuckled shyly. "It's not that easy, but I will keep striving." Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, "Wukong, Wu Fan, Bai Li, dinner is ready." The three exchanged smiles and flew down the mountain together. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes gradually merged, marking the beginning of yet another legendary chapter in the world of Dragon Ball.